When you discover that you can summon the mechas of the fierce beast tribe, will you choose the blue venom beast with the power of the shadow sound waves? Or the wild ape with a full health bar? Or the dragon emperor from another dimension with its ultimate move? Or even the tiger king mecha with the power to split the stormy nebula? It turns out that everyone here awakens their lord core when they turn 18, allowing them to summon powerful units for battle. The king-level dragons and the flame demon units are the goals pursued by all. On the other hand, the mechanical clan on the side is extremely unpopular and despised by everyone. This is because they have never been able to produce powerful hero-level units throughout history, which makes it impossible for them to coordinate and command battles when the beast tide arrives. Moreover, most of them struggle even to kill F-grade beasts. You're talking nonsense, but I was proud of awakening the Black Panther beast robot, simply because every Black Panther beast possesses the ability to grow infinitely. However, in the previous life, due to the Black Panther beast's initially weak attributes, I chose to lie at home for 2.5 years. This ultimately led to the overwhelming beast tide, watching helplessly as my parents activated the hidden energy source on their backs and self-destructed. I thought that by diligently practicing to level 90, I could prevent the tragedy from happening again, but I was still crushed by the Beast Emperor due to my inferior strength. Now starting anew, with a decade remaining until the full-scale invasion of ferocious beasts, I must push the abilities of the Black Panther beast to the limit, in order to be able to confront the Beast Emperor. However, at this moment, I am merely a level 1 little Karami. The once countless mechanical legions have long vanished, leaving me now with only a Black Iron level Black Panther beast as company. In this world, military ranks are divided into 9 levels: Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, King, Legend, and Myth. 99% of the military can only evolve twice at most, but the Black Panther beast can evolve infinitely. In order to secure the top spot and resources in the college entrance examination in 2.5 days, I decided to go to the mall to buy an evolution crystal, and then enter the beginner's instance to improve my strength. However, at that moment, a crisp notification sounded in my mind. Congratulations, host, for binding the mechanical frenzy system and obtaining a bronze-level evolution crystal. As long as you pass any beginner instance, you can obtain a random hero unit summoning crystal for the mechanical clan. This series of notifications made my heart beat rapidly, so I didn't hesitate at all. Directly opened the Lord's space to take out the evolution crystal, and then summoned the only Black Iron level Black Panther beast. Its body was covered with a shiny black metal armor, shimmering with a chilling luster under the light. As the light flashed across the Black Panther beast, it instantly completed its evolution, revealing a machine gun on its back. After checking the Black Panther beast's attributes, I nodded in satisfaction. Now its rank has advanced from Black Iron to Bronze, with all attributes such as spirit, physique, strength, and agility exceeding 200 points. Such attributes are now comparable to the values of level 5 in the previous life. Originally, the infinite energy source amethyst that I awakened could not only temporarily increase the unit's attributes by 10 times when sacrificed but also provide the unit with a high blessing even during normal times. Now, I have perfectly retained this skill. With such a wonderful start, how could I lose? Before long, I finally accumulated enough 3,500 energy points, and then summoned 8 bronze-level Black Panther beasts. After completing all this, about another 5 minutes passed, and I arrived at the entrance of a beginner's dungeon. Many novice lords had already gathered here, but their levels and attributes were relatively low. Even the proud prodigy with awakened powerful troops could only solo the level 3 bronze dungeon, while the entrances to levels 4 and 5 remained deserted. After all, higher-level dungeons meant greater danger and challenge, so for beginners, it was crucial to focus on survival and development. Yet, I alone headed towards the entrance of the level 5 dungeon. Just as I swiped the Medal of Honor on the control panel, the instance panel immediately issued a stern warning. This instance is level 5, with a bronze-level boss beast. There is a high risk of death. Please confirm again if you choose to enter. After several confirmations, the blue light barrier in front of the instance entrance began to rotate, and my figure disappeared in the astonished gazes of the crowd. No way. Look at the equipment he's wearing. He must be a novice lord, right? Daring to challenge the beast directly above his level. Is this kid asking for trouble? As I entered a vast area, the silence of the forest was instantly shattered by a wolf's howl. A gray wild wolf, measuring 2.5 meters in length, leaped out. The sound of a gunshot hitting the target was followed by a crisp notification in my ear. Congratulations on killing a level 5 wild wolf, gaining 50 experience points. Overpowering monsters gives more experience. Just slaying one wild wolf increased my experience by 5%. This means that by killing 20, I could level up to level 2. I then summoned 8 Black Panther beasts, which upon landing received the command to attack, immediately transforming into animal forms suitable for forest combat, their eyes glowing red as they moved forward. 5 wild wolves lurking in the shadows were planning to ambush, their eyes revealing cunning and deceit, clearly intending to launch a surprise attack while the legion was unprepared. Little did they know that each Black Panther beast possessed thermal imaging capabilities, rendering their so-called ambush a trap. Just as the wild wolves were about to leave the cover of the trees, the machine guns behind the Black Panther beasts roared angrily, bullets flying towards the wolves like raindrops. The calamity had no time to react at all and were instantly killed by the Black Panther's machine gun. The 5 wild wolves gave a total of 250 experience points, bringing the experience bar directly to 30%. Just need to kill 14 more wild wolves to level up to 2. It can only be said that it is truly efficient to fight monsters beyond one's level, a leveling speed that I have never experienced in my past life. In addition, 200 Lord's energy were dropped. Just need another 300 points to summon another Black Panther beast. Perhaps due to the recent smell of blood, 7 or 8 wild wolves had already appeared within sight. For other novice lords, the sight of a wolf pack was undoubtedly something that sent shivers down their spines. Even a squad of 5, or even 10, would not dare to easily mess with wolves of the same level when they saw them. But for Su Chen, this was in turn a good opportunity that could allow him to upgrade quickly. Unlimited firepower is just so hardcore. When the incoming 8 coyotes came into range, the machine guns behind the 8 panther beasts once again made a clattering sound. Just less than 30 seconds had passed. Su Jin's ears then once again heard a pleasant prompting sound. Congratulations on killing a level 5 wolf. Experience plus 50. Congratulations on obtaining 300 Lord's energy. Congratulations on obtaining bronze level equipment, wolfskin boots. Wolfskin boots, bronze level physique plus 20. Agility plus 50. Equipment characteristics, summer warmth, winter cooling. Explosive rate that high? Looking at the equipment card in his hand, Su Jin felt a little surprised. Under normal circumstances the burst rate of beasts like this dropping equipment is only 1%. It even says that even the drop rate of Lord energy is only 10%. With the 200 points of energy that had just dropped, Su Jin thought that occasional luck was better. But this time just 8 wolves had a drop of 300 Lord's energy plus wolfskin boots. Such a burst rate really surprised Su Jin. However, he didn't dwell too much on things like this that were good for him, just categorize the reason as over-leveling monsters plus rebirth plus system, which makes his hidden attribute lucky value has got some increase. The dropped energy had already gathered enough for 500, so Su Jin directly chose to continue summoning a Black Panther beast out. Wolfskin boots are also straight on. Its characteristics, warm in summer and cool in winter, is undoubtedly a difficult existence for many people. But Su Jin's previous life, after all, as a soldier, as long as he was able to improve his strength, this kind of problem was a small problem. Most copies are thermostatic anyway, just take it off when you leave the copy. Su Jin waved his hand, gesturing to the side. The panther beast continued to shoot at the coyote's carcass and took a slight swing with his saber teeth, so that the smell of blood would spread faster to remove it and attract all the remaining coyotes. A few moments passed. Here we go. Get ready. Feeling the vibration of the ground, Su Jin sat up from the ground. The 9 Black Panther beasts that received the order quickly transformed into a humanoid state suitable for defensive battles and surrounded Su Jin in the center to protect him. Ow! A deafening wolf's howl echoed through the forest, sending shivers down one's spine. The voice added a touch of majesty to what he had heard before. Su Jin looked toward the source of the voice, only to see an even larger and more ferocious Wolf King slowly appear leading a pack of wild wolves. The Wolf King's eyes revealed a strong killing intent. The wolves behind it were also all open and their numbers were countless. And a wolf pack with a Wolf King is more like a well-trained army. Under the command of the Wolf King, the wolves split into several squads to pounce in Su Jin's direction from all directions. Numerous wild wolves charged at the same time, giving Su Jin the feeling of being in a battlefield. At the same time, it also made him understand why this copy was not something that even many lords who had reached level 5 would want to enter even if they were in a group, facing such a battle-experienced and cooperative wolf pack. Novice lords are too much trouble to deal with unless they are crushed in strength. However, at this moment, Su Jin was not the least bit flustered. His eyes remained calm as he observed the movements of the Wolf King and the pack while taking out his novice rifle from his space. At once, the sounds of d-d-d-d-d-d and bang 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 resounded throughout the forest. A bullet and don't want money like crazy spray. Every shot, even if it was off, hit the coyote in the head. In front of the 10 masters of marksmanship, the raging coyotes died one after another. Congratulations on killing a level 5 wolf. Experience plus 50. Congratulations on killing a level 5 wolf. Experience plus 50. Congratulations to the Lord on his promotion to level 2. Spirit plus 100. Constitution plus 20. Strength plus 10. Agility plus 10. Black Panther Beast promoted to level 2. Spirit plus 100. Constitution plus 30. Strength plus 20. Agility plus 20. Congratulations on winning the wolf fur coat, wolf fur pants, and wolf fur hat. Congratulations on obtaining 500 Lord's energy. Dense beeps ringing in the ears. Sujin ignored it and waited for the magazine to be refilled before continuing to rotate his body and pouring ammunition at the wolves. However, the number of coyotes this time around was just too high, and even if these beasts in the replica die, their flesh won't fester for a short time. There was a wild wolf that was only slightly thinner than the Wolf King by a hair's breadth seized Sujin's chance to turn around. With the help of his companion's flesh and corpses as cover, he flew towards Sujin and pounced. Face it. The Black Panther Beast behind Sujin quickly replaced the machine gun in his hand with a saber tooth. Leaping high into the air, he swiftly swung and chopped. Put! The head of the coyote that had already jumped into midair flew straight up high. Chapter 5, Extreme Wolf Tooth Necklace. Fierce Beast, Steel Temple's Pig. This scene was just seen by Sujin, who turned around. A little smart but not much. The Mechanicus troop type, even with its many flaws, has a clear advantage. Almost mind-to-mind with the Lords, with the same combat experience. It's even more impressive than playing a MOBA-type game where one person is controlling 5 numbers at once, because the mechanicals are equally not weak to the piece of exploding soldiers. After the battle just now, the number of wolves had significantly decreased. Sujin quickly organized what he had just gained. Spend 500 Lord energy points to summon 3 Panther Beasts. The 3 pieces of equipment, the wolfskin coat, the wolfskin pants and the wolfskin hat, are worn directly, and their attributes are further enhanced. Clear out the remnants. After completing these operations in 2 seconds, Sujin calmly gave orders. The 12 Panther Beasts move in batches. The 6 Black Panther Beasts continued to remain in their human form to suppress the firepower of the surrounding wolves. The remaining 6 Black Panther Beasts transformed into their beast forms, opening at a faster speed and rushing out of the wolves. While at this moment, Sujin was keeping a close eye on the Wolf King's movements. The moment he saw the muscles of the Wolf King's hind legs bulge. Boom! Boom! With 2 gunshots, 2 bullets hit the Wolf King directly in both eyes. Even though he didn't kill him outright, the Wolf King lost his vision at this point. Ow! At this point, the Wolf King already had the intention to retreat, letting out a roar and informing the wolves to withdraw. But Sujin had predicted all of this. The 6 Black Panther Beasts that had already rushed out of the wolves' encirclement ahead of time had machine guns on their backs spewing out fire. Dense bullets had entered through the Wolf King's head to kill him. Immediately after, the 12 Black Panther Beasts poured fire from the inside out. In just less than 3 minutes, all the wolves were completely wiped out. Congratulations on killing a level 5 wolf. Experience plus 40. Congratulations on killing the level 5 Coyote King. Experience plus 80. Congratulations on winning the wolfskin gloves and wolf tooth necklace. Congratulations on gaining 800 Lord's energy. The intensive beeping sounded again. As you level up, the amount of experience you can gain from killing a level 5 coyote again decreases. But better yet, it was a wolf pack, and there were more of them, even with the decrease in experience. At this point, Sujin was still close to advancing to level 3. Even more surprising than the experience had to be the lordly energies gained as well as the equipment. Once again, you get 1800 Lord energy plus the previous 200. For more Black Panther Beasts appeared in the copy. Even if the summonable Black Panther Beast was raised to the 2nd level, the amount of Lord energy needed to summon it was still 500 points, because the value of a troop type is only related to its quality. Aside from experience and energy, there was a lot of equipment gained from killing the entire wolf pack. In particular, the wolf tooth necklace that emitted a silver-white glow caught Sujin's attention. Wolf's tooth necklace, silver grade spirit plus 500, strength plus 50, agility plus 50, physique minus 100. Note, it carries the grudge of the Wolf King, and there is a certain probability that the cut attributes will take effect permanently when the Lord's level is lower than 5 and he puts it on. I didn't expect a small extreme to pop out. A 500 mental power increase is more excessive than doubling. The 50-point increase in strength and agility was also close to half of Sujin's current panel attributes, and the consequence of having that strong of a bonus is nothing more than a minus 100 to constitution. For other lords, such a cut in attributes is certainly a serious flaw, because constitution represents life and defense. For a novice lord, a 100-point reduction in constitution was equal to losing half a life. However, Sujin was the one who possessed the skill energy amethyst. It has effect for which allows the soldiers that Su Jin possesses to take all the damage he takes. Su Jin, who had already used this ability countless times, naturally understood its effects. For example, a guy with 200 points of strength whose attack had hit Su Jin. This damage he can first change the target of his attack to the Panther Beast. The Black Panther Beast currently has a body mass of 250, a life value of 500, and a defense of 125. Then the damage from this one more time can go like this. 200 to 125, divided by 16 is equal to 6,875. That is, each of the 16 Black Panther Beasts currently owned by Su Jin would take 6,875 damage. It could be said that under a mechanism like the energy amethyst skill, an attribute like physique was really nothing to Su Jin, and the 5 words of the Wolf King's resentment among the parentheses Su Jin didn't bother, because it's a special mechanism for lords to wear equipment. If one chooses to purchase equipment obtained by others killing beasts and ferocious beasts, they will have such negative attributes present, and will need to reach a certain level before they can be ignored. However, the Wolf King that dropped this equipment was killed by Su Jin's soldiers, and for him, the negative effect would not happen. Su Jin also immediately put his equipment on, allowing his attributes to be further enhanced. Finish organizing what you've gained from killing the wolves, Su Jin muttered as he looked at his current appearance in the eyes of the Black Panther Beast. After killing the copy boss, there's definitely no problem in ascending to level 3, and today's quest can also be completed. Of course, if it also explodes a better weapon, then today would be even more perfect. As he spoke, he straddled the back of one of the Black Panther Beasts and allowed it to lead him towards the depths of the forest. The Black Panther Beast was fast. Not much later, Su Jin discovered the boss in the middle of the secret realm. It was a boar that was to be the size of an elephant. It was covered with a hard mane of hair like steel needles. A red light flashed in his eyes, and the fangs exposed in his mouth shone with an oozing cold light. Isn't that the steel-templed pig on the Lord's ingredient list? It looks like we'll be able to eat Ant Yang stew every night for the next few days. Su Jin, who had returned from rebirth and knew a lot about ferocious beasts, recognized the identity of this ferocious beast at the first moment. Most of the pork currently sold on the market is taken from this guy. Of course, being an ingredient is not weak at all, especially for this kind of guy that wasn't bred in captivity. Its terrifying degree could rank amongst the ferocious beasts of the same grade. After all, 1 pig, 2 bears and 3 tigers, sharp fangs and a strong body to match its charge. Even a lord who had reached level 10 would have to be cold when hit by this thing. However, in Su Jin's eyes, this thing was a fine ingredient. He licked his lips and signaled the panther beasts to spread out in formation. Roar! Spotting the human, the Steel Temple's pig let out a low growl, its red eyes instantly locking onto its target. Immediately afterward, it snapped its head down and its sharp fangs forward. The huge body was like an out-of-control heavy tank, charging over at an extremely fast speed. As it ran, the ground trembled slightly, and the leaves were shaken and rustled. Chapter 6 First Kill of a Fierce Beast. Amazing discovery. Su Jin stared at the charging Steel Temple's pig without any hint of panic in his eyes. He himself, as well as the other 15 panther beasts, kept pouring bullets into the location of its head. When the Steel Temple's pig came to approach 20 meters from Su Jin, the Black Panther Beast on his hips displayed amazing agility. With just a few slight jumps, he easily dodged it. Even if the target is out of position, the steel-templed pig can't stop in time. It just keeps going. There was a loud click. A large tree instantly snapped under the impact of the Steel Temple's pig and fell to the ground with a loud crash. But that doesn't stop the steel sideburned pig. It continued to lurch forward, knocking down several more trees in quick succession. The large trees that had been broken off fell to the ground in a heap, their branches and leaves flying, none of which highlights the terrifying destructive power of the steel-templed pig. However, its weaknesses have also been exposed very clearly. Once the charge is initiated, the Steel Temple's hogs cannot change direction and can only move in a straight line. Combined with the fact that it wasn't particularly fast, it wouldn't be hard for a normal level 5 lord to dodge it. But even so, there were just as many novice lords who died at the hands of Steel Temple's pigs every year. This was the reason why ferocious beasts were labeled with the word ferocious. Fierce beasts. These guys are brutal by nature and possess an exclusive ferocious aura. The feeling of being targeted by it is like someone holding a kitchen knife to your neck. It was precisely because of this that many people, even if they possess strength far beyond that of the ferocious beasts when they first started to face them, would give up resisting out of fear, even forgetting that they were a lord. The reborn and returned Su Jin naturally wouldn't be affected by this kind of aura. He was still continuing to work with the 15 panther beasts apiece, frantically dumping ammo on the Steel Temple's hog. since the Steel Temple's pig was currently still turning its back on Su-jin. For someone like Su-jin, who pursued weak point damage, all the bullets hit near the chrysanthemums in between the hind legs of the Steel Temple's pig. Damn it, ferocious beasts are nasty as hell. Looking at the red values floating up on the pig's head at the Steel Temples, despite knowing the reason in his heart, Su-jin still felt a little nauseous. This is the second characteristic of ferocious beasts. Other creatures feel intense pain when attacked in places like that, while taking at least 3 times the damage. There is a certain probability of revealing a break or even losing the ability to fight. However, ferocious beasts do not. Not only do they have no sense of pain, but they will only take up to twice as much damage no matter what part of the body is attacked. The steel-tempered pig quickly turned around after crashing through several trees in a row, locking onto Su-jin once again. He charged with an unrelenting momentum. Su-jin calmly observed the Steel Temple's pig's movements. When it was about to get close, it once again drove the Black Panther beast on its hips to jump a few times, easily dodging it. In this way, Su-jin dodged the charge of the Steel Temple's pigs over and over again, patiently, because he knew just as well in his heart. The current self is just a level 2 lord. Before there was a good weapon, when the quality of the soldiers was relatively low, the only way to kill level 5 ferocious beasts over the level was to grind them to death. During this process, Su-jin was always in one piece with the other 15 Black Panther beasts, keep pouring bullets into the steel side-burned pig. As time passed, the blood bar of the Steel Temple's pig gradually bottomed out, but it remained undaunted, still tenaciously attacking again and again. Finally, after a long circumambulation, one of the bullets fired by Su-jin directly shattered the pig whip without any hindrance. Boom! With a vibration coming from the ground, the Steel Temple's pig fell to the ground with a loud crash. Congratulations on killing the level 5 beast, the steel sideburn pig, and gaining 400 experience. Congratulations on acquiring the silver level equipment, the steel-haired crossbow. Congratulations on acquiring the skill book, scrying. Congratulations on obtaining 1,000 Lord's energy. Congratulations to the Lord on his promotion to level 3. Spirit plus 100, Constitution plus 20, Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10. Su-jin first waved his hand, allowing the Black Panther beast to go and divide the Steel Temple's pig's corpse into. Only then did he begin to check the rewards he received from slaying the Steel Temple's pig. The first thing was the 400 experience value, which directly allowed Su-jin to rise to level 3, accomplishing the goal set for today. Next is the steel wool crossbow. Silver level equipment, steel crossbow. Attribute, strength plus 300 points. Effect, can fire steel-haired arrows to inflict physical damage. Storage limit 50. Recovery speed 2.5 seconds. Each steel hair consumes 10 points of mental energy. This is really a bit of luck. I was just wanting a better weapon, and here it is. Seeing the attributes of the steel hair crossbow, Su-jin decisively chose to eliminate the novice rifle. Then he took out the last item dropped from killing the Steel Temple's pig, the scrying skill book. This skill book is a fixed drop for all newbie lords who kill a beast for the first time. After studying it, Su-jin decisively opened his panel to mirror what was in his mind. Skill, detection can detect information of all targets of 20 levels or more at any time. Just as I expected, Su-jin was a little excited. As normal, the scrying technique you just learned can only scout units whose level is 1 level higher than your own. You have to use it 10 times on different targets to get to level 2. But nowadays, the scrying technique that Su-jin possessed was directly the peak value of level 20. This represented other skills that Su-jin had possessed in his previous life. It would also be the same as skills like energy amethyst and scrying. By learning and comprehending it in this life, you will have the proficiency of your previous life. The fact that he had already been able to establish it made Su-jin incredibly excited, because he knew in his heart what it meant. In his previous life, he had a skill called Mecha Fusion, and his full-level attributes were like this. Mecha Fusion makes a lord and a mechanical type of soldier into a mecha. Mechs will have 100% of the attributes of the lord plus 200% of the attributes of the mechanical race troopers. A skill like this can be utilized at its full level of attributes if it's up front. For Su-chan it was the same as adding wings to a tiger, allowing him to improve faster so that when he faced those tragedies that occurred, he would have a greater backbone to stop them. However, this skill book seems to be on the force. Su-jin closed his eyes and contemplated. For entering the army, Su-jin didn't have any aversion to the idea, but the rules inside the army are really a bit much. Just like the 3 months training, which is a very difficult regulation to change. What he had learned from the training he had memorized, and continuing to participate in the training would be a complete waste of the 3 months of development. Plus the troops are still pushing for team heroism more than anything else. If you don't have a particularly powerful talent, you'll basically be asked to team up, more or less. It affects the rhythm of one's growth. It's kind of hard to figure out. Oh, Su-jin let out a long sigh. It wasn't really that Su-jin had to make himself that world-saving hero. Rather, there's really no way around it. The strength of the Beast Emperor was too terrifying. Even if it had millions of soldiers and possessed energy amethyst effect for itself, it could possess the strength to easily cut itself down. And, even if his own self at the time had used his backup hidden energy, he had not been able to defeat him. If he didn't pin his hopes on himself in this life, Su-jin really couldn't think of anyone who could be that big tree that could hold up the sky. The top powerhouses of the older generation, the Su-jin of his previous life had basically all cut their teeth. The strongest existence was just with Su-jin, who couldn't help anyone. And none of these young lords after 2014 are even remotely capable of fighting. Just then, Su-jin suddenly remembered something. He opened his eyes and a glint flashed in his eyes. If you win the high school entrance exam, this game can be solved. Chapter 7, No heroic levels in the mechanical race? Manticore King, you fart. While the military promotes team heroism, but this is the Lord's world. After all, a powerful Lord can indeed easily match a million strong soldiers. As a result, even the military has an annual test called the Warfighter Nuclear Weapons Program. Passing the test can result in a significant dumping of resources. In my previous life, I passed this test 2 years after joining the military. From there, it can grow in such a short period of time. If I remember correctly, even if the current Black Panther Beast's quality is too low, as long as I can get the top 3 places in the entrance exam, by choosing to join a military academy, you can likewise apply for a test for the Warfighter Nuclear Weapons Program. It will be a little more difficult, but it's still not a big problem for me. This solves all problems. After figuring it out, a smile once again returned to Su-jin's face. Turning his head, he realized that the Black Panther Beast had already finished disintegrating the Steel Temple's pig at that moment. Also, no longer hesitating, he put the split pieces of meat, ribs, pork head mess, as well as all the Black Panther Beasts into the space. Then just leave the copy. He hadn't forgotten that he still had a system novice quest. A heroic unit summoning crystal can be rewarded after the first pass. He was curious about the hero-level units that would appear in the mechanical clan. Meanwhile, outside the entrance to the replica, even though it was close to mealtime, the line here was still long. People keep entering and new people keep coming. So much so that there were quite a few lords waiting to form a group to enter lined up in front of the entrance to the level 4 replica. Only, it was still very cold in front of the entrance to the level 5 replica. Many of the lords at the back of the line looked at the long line in front of them and felt an urge to challenge the higher level copies. Should a few of us try our hand at a level 5 copy? A lord wearing glasses suggested to his companion. Anyway, this is a newbie copy, so it's not like your life is in danger when you can get out with a single thought. I think it's fine. There are so many of us. It's not like all of us can be intimidated by a ferocious beast. A person next to him agreed. However, just as they were about to leave the group, the entrance to the level 5 replica suddenly flashed with light. The figures of Qin Yan and his teammates appeared in front of the copy. The man next to him flirted with Qin Wan. There's no need to be too discouraged. It's already pretty good if you can face a ferocious beast for the first time without being scared to the point of peeing your pants. You'll get used to it after a few more experiences. Qin Yan nodded, his pale face revealing an expression that was still somewhat stunned. Seeing this scene, the several people who were preparing to enter the level 5 copy stopped violently in their tracks. Qin Yan, are ferocious beasts really that terrifying? Even Qin Yan can be scared like this? Several people looked at each other in dismay, and the urge in their hearts to enter a level 5 copy instantly disappeared. Forget it, just get in line, at least you'll be safe. With a very submissive turn, the glasses-wearing lord resumed his place among the level 4 queue. The gazes of the group of novice lords nearby were also caught by what was happening over here. Asterisk. Did you just see that? The white light. That means even Qin Yan can't defeat a 5th level ferocious beast? Is this fierce beast thing really that hard to kill? Someone saw this scene and turned his head to his friend with a somewhat complicated expression. However, his friend did not respond, just pointing in the direction of the level 5 copy with a shocked face. The man looked back in some confusion, and his pupils contracted violently, only to see that the entrance to the level 5 secret realm flickered with light once more. And, this time it wasn't the white light that Qin Yan had when he appeared. Instead, it was a red color interspersed with a purple glow. The red glow represents the person who enters the copy to challenge it, and passes it entirely on his or her own personal ability. The purple glow signifies that this person is a novice lord who has just awakened this year. A lord on the first day of awakening actually cleared a level 5 copy with his personal ability? This horrifying fact made everyone in the room feel numb. Even Qin Yan as well as Wang Yan from Capital University next to him couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Everyone was staring intently in the direction of the replica's entrance, wanting to see who this person really was. When the light dispersed, a clear and handsome figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. "Hello student, I'm Wang Yan from Capital University. May I ask if you're interested in Capital University? I can apply to my mentor, and maybe I can get you guaranteed admission to Capital University." Su Jin had just come out of his copy when he felt the gaze of hundreds of eyes and heard Wang Yan's voice. He replied politely, "I'm sorry Senior Wang. For every lord, the entrance exam only comes once. I still want to experience it." When Su Jin said this, the meaning of refusal was already obvious, but Wang Yan was still somewhat undeterred. He walked up to Su Jin and extended the invitation again. "This student, why don't you reconsider our Capital University?" Looking at the other party who kept stopping in front of him, Su Jin was also somewhat helpless. He pulled out his cell phone, revealing his contact information. "Tell you what senior, I'll go back and discuss it with the elders at home. We can add a contact first." Hearing this, Wang Yan was puzzled and could not say anything else, and after adding his friends, he no longer stopped Su Jin. Looking at Su Jin's fading figure, he looked somewhat curiously at Qin Yan on the side. "How much do you know about this Su Jin? Do you know his parents?" "What? He's Co Jin." Hearing Wang Yan's inquiry, Qin Yan, who was originally still curious about who was so capable of being able to pass through the level 5 mysterious realm right now by virtue of his personal ability, came to a sudden realization. He is the son of Su Anguo. "Are you sure?" "Sure. We're in the same class." Wang Yan slammed his thigh. The name Su Anguo was unfamiliar to every Chinese lord, the youngest level 90 lord in China. Moreover, according to the grapevine, it won't be long before Su Anguo is given the title of Great General. He had originally thought of tell his mentor about the matter, applying for some funds to send a gift to Su Jin's parents, and letting them help persuade Su Jin to choose Capital University. But let's forget about it now. A gift for the Lieutenant General? How? What to give? Thinking of this, Wang Yan shook his head. At the same time, some exclaimed, "It's true that a tiger's father has no son." Yeah, Qin Yan was also a bit emotional, and at the same time said with some regret, "It's just a pity that his troop type is the mechanical race, and it's only of black iron grade quality." What? Wang Yan stared closely at Qin Yan with some disbelief. After making sure that he hadn't heard wrong, a trace of disappointment appeared on his face all the same. While the two were chatting, Su Jin had gotten on the fast drop home. And close your eyes tightly to view the system interface. The entire system interface is very simple, with only one message on it. "Congratulations on the completion of the first blood of the Novice mission. Hereby rewarded, Mechanical Race King level hero unit Manticore King Summoning Crystal." The Tiger King? Seems like I've heard that name somewhere. Chapter 8, The Mighty Manticore King. Returning home, Su Jin immediately chose to use the summoning crystals. In the Lord space, a bright light flashed as the Manticore King's summoning crystal released a powerful energy fluctuation. Immediately after that, a figure gradually appeared. It was incomparably tall, even in beast form. It was close to being 5 meters tall. Its main color is purple and gold, mysterious and dominant. The head is uniquely shaped. It literally looks like a fierce tiger. And there is a striking character for king on the forehead. Thermal imaging capable eyes, ears that collect sonic signals, paws equipped with gripping claws, a tail with a knife-edge design, sensors and small propellers throughout the body. All of this was enough to prove that this was a fusion of strength and speed, a presence full of intimidation. And, when the Manticore King had just appeared, a flash of light suddenly lit up on the 16 Black Panther beasts. Heroic unit. It's actually really a hero-level unit. At this moment, Su Jin only felt his heart jumping into his throat. It's no wonder he's so excited. After all, even Su Jin, who had reached level 90 in his previous life, didn't have the existence of a hero-level unit. There was only one Golden Iron Beast, the most promising troop type under his command to be promoted to a heroic level unit. The Golden Iron Beast? By the way, I think I heard the Golden Iron Beast say the name of the Manticore King, a speedy robot of the machine beast race, known for its intelligence and speed, and whose combat prowess is second to none in the machine beast world. Recalling the Golden Iron Beast's once description of the Manticore King, Su Jin's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and he couldn't wait to check the Manticore King's attributes. Mechanical beasts, Tiger King, King's Hero, Spirit, 1900, Body Mass, 940, Power, 1020, Agility, 1020, Equipment, Saber Teeth, machine gun, tail whip, active skills, backup hidden energy, storm nebula rift, fierce tiger wings, fierce tiger out, storm nebula rift, swing the saber's teeth to deal high damage, attacks with strength plus agility. Fierce Tiger Skywings, increase your agility by 200% and gain the ability to fly for a short period of time, duration, 3 minutes. Fierce Tiger, increases strength by 20% and agility by 20% of your own troop units. Passive skills, top Sabertooth use skills, top marksmanship, top whip skills, top mountain climbing, top flight. One can only say that it truly deserves to be a king's heroic soldier, if you deduct the attributes added to it by the energy amethyst. The Manticore King's attributes were equal to 5 times that of the Black Panther Beast, a power of breaking 1,000, plus also having 2 skills like Storm Nebula Crack, Mighty Tiger Heavenly Wings. Sujin all felt that he already had the ability to face the vast majority of level 10 fierce beasts. It was even said that if the Mighty Tiger King was allowed to use the Mighty Tiger Heavenly Wings first, and then use the Storm Nebula Rift afterward, it would be possible to kill most of the 10th level ferocious beasts in seconds. And that's not all. There will be 2 requirements to become a heroic unit. The first is to have skills, and the second is to have team boosting skills. The Manticore King's team boosting skills are really kind of awesome. Increases the strength and agility of your troop units by 20%. Noble percentage plus. He himself currently had 1,000 points of Lord's energy left, and could continue to summon 2 Black Panther Beasts. 18 Panther Beasts get an attribute bonus from the Mighty Tiger King, plus a terrifying attribute like the Mighty Tiger King. Grade 10 copy. It seems like something to really try. Thinking of this, Sujin stood up violently, but when he reached the door he stopped abruptly. Turn around, advance, and sit back down on the couch, because he suddenly remembered something. According to what the Golden Iron Beast had recounted to himself at the time, their worlds possess both the locomotive and the machine beast races. Since the Mighty Tiger King belongs to the King-class heroes, it can be obtained by completing the system's newbie quests. Then, will it still be possible to get Wild Scarlet, Tyrannosaurus Rex, Rush, Thunderbolt, Tornado if you complete the other quests? Thinking of this, Sujin's eyes grew brighter. No one would have too many of these hero-level units that could increase the attributes of all soldiers. He hastily opened the system interface again. Inside, it no longer has the original clean look. Instead, it lists 5 tasks to be taken. Breaking records. Break any copy of the clearance record. Reward, get different amount of Fruit of Knowledge according to the number of records broken, maximum 10. The First Legion, number of troops reached 50, completed 16. Reward for the mission, Lord's Energy 1W, powerful, pass 10 copies. Quest reward, Soldier Awakening Talisman. All eyes on you, participate in the college entrance exam and win the top spot. Reward, Territorial Building Thunder Hall. Life decision, choose your favorite school at the end of the college entrance exam. Reward, Random Armor Battle Set. Still a bit unadjusted to having a system. Almost forgot about it. Sujin shook his head and began to scrutinize the 5 brand new quests. One of the things that intrigued him the most was the quest of all the people. The reward for completing this quest is actually a rare territory building. Regarding the territory's buildings, Sujin naturally should not be too familiar with them. In my previous life, I was also lucky enough to get a territorial building, a machine shop. Its attributes can increase the full attributes of all soldiers under his command by 10%. For lords, the importance of lord buildings is not far from that of hero-level units. Secondly, there is the task of being a force to be reckoned with. The quest rewards the Soldier Awakening Talisman. This reward likewise surprised Sujin beyond measure. 1 more troop type equals more different ways of fighting for the lord, thus allowing him to deal with more aspects of the crisis. Whether it's among the Machine Beast clan, the Ice Wolf Beast that has the ability to fight in the air and cold magic damage, a Black Iron Beast that excels in both defense and attack, or the fighter jet, helicopter, sports car and bulldozer of the biker community. Regardless of which second soldier type was awakened, it was a great enhancement for today's Su Chen. Then there is the task of the First Legion. The importance of the rewarded Lord's energy to the Lord naturally needs no introduction. Not only does summoning soldiers require it, but even some skills require the consumption of Lord energy if you want to cast them. 1W of Lord energy converted to dragon coins is 10W. It's also a lot of money for Jackie. As for the rewards of the remaining 2 quests, Sujin was a bit confused. In his opinion it was a spirit fruit plus armor type of equipment. He didn't mind too much and chose to accept it in passing. Anyway, based on these overall 5 tasks, one's main goal in the short term is still to do well in the entrance exams. Other than that it doesn't matter if it's breaking records, increasing the number of Panther Beasts, or clearing multiple copies. The requirements of such a task are all in the process of increasing one's strength, and one can get it done in passing, especially the task of breaking records. If it was 10 minutes ago, Su Jin wouldn't necessarily have accepted it, because, with his current ability, it was really too difficult to break the record of level 5 copies. The ultimate ferocious beast, he simply had no way to decimate it quickly. The monsters inside the rest of the low-level copies are too low-level, and the experience you can gain from killing them is too little. Plus there's a line for opt-in. This would undoubtedly result in slowing down Seo Jin's growth. But now it's 10 minutes after the fact. When it comes to scraping the bottom of the barrel underscore, a level 5 beast? The King of Tigers gives you a few shots and you have to be without. Heroic units smell so good, Su Jin said with some emotion. Chapter 9 Yang Shoyun and Lu Jingyun. What's smelling good or not? Knocking on the door for a long time without a sound. I thought you hadn't come back yet. Su Jin had just stood up when he heard an urgent voice coming from him. There was a hint of complaint in the voice, mixed with a few moments of concern. Only Yang Shoyun frowned slightly, some anxiety showing in her eyes. No, I've been back for a while. Su Jin hurriedly responded with an apologetic smile on his face. Wasn't it a Steel Temple's pig that I killed in the duplicate today? And I just suddenly thought of Aunt Yang's handiwork when I was handling it. I'm just getting ready to go to Aunt Jan's here, too. Saying that, Su Jin hurriedly took out the Steel Temple's pig's head from the space and displayed it to Yang Shoyun. In fact, there was absolutely no need for Su Jin to explain so much, and he could have chosen not to respond at all. But for Yang Shoyun, Su Jin was grateful and really didn't want to do something as cold as that, because, in his previous life, even if Su Jin had been swinging and disheveled, Yang Shoyun didn't have any dislike for him. An analogy is the same as getting married. When you're young, your parents don't let you fall in love early, but when you reach a certain age, you'll be all kinds of disgusted that you don't talk to anyone and don't get married. The lords are the same. In the beginning they are afraid that you are in danger, don't want you to face the ferocious beasts too early. But at a certain point, many parents are disgusted and feel ashamed when they see that you still don't want to face the ferocious beasts. But Yang Shoyun wasn't like that. No matter what kind of choice Su Jin made, he would be very good to him as always. Su Jin has also always treated Yang Shoyun as a second mother. However, no matter who it was, the existence of such a thing as a system certainly couldn't be exposed. Su Jin also made such a reasonable excuse. Only, he forgot another point. When Yang Shoyun was sure that this was indeed the head of a Steel Temple's pig, she rushed to Su Jin's side and touched the left and looked at the right. Her eyes were filled with worry, making sure that Su Jin really wasn't harmed before her taut nerves relaxed. Only a long breath of relief was seen, the tense look on her face fading away. But it's not over yet. When Su Jin saw Yang Shoyun's expression at this moment, he knew he was going to be finished. Only to see that at this moment, Yang Shoyun changed her face in an instant. Her eyes instantly widened. Her face flushed red. Her hands clenched into fists as she angrily stared at Su Jin, loudly chiding. Su Jin, you don't want to die, do you? That's a Steel Temple's pig, a ferocious beast. You've only just awakened the Lord's core, and you dare to rush in like this without any consequences. What if there's something wrong? Why are you men so reckless? Your Uncle Lu is like this. Your father is like this. And now even you are like this. Yang Shoyun's words were like a succession of cannons as she kept blaming Su Jin. She was pacing back and forth as she spoke and appeared to be very emotional, listening to Yang Shoyun's non-stop chatter all the time. Su Jin was not half dissatisfied in his heart because he knew that the other party was concerned about him. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, his parents entrusted themselves to Yang Shoyun's care before they prepared to head off to slay the Beast King. But the scale of the beast riot was too large, and there were beasts everywhere in the city. At that time, the city's defense force was unable to take care of the whole situation. In order to protect herself, Yang Shoyun likewise died in front of Su Jin's eyes. Thinking of this, Su Jin's heart, while being somewhat moved, once again made up his mind. Must grow up fast. The prerequisite for wanting to guard everything you want to guard is that you are strong enough. Only, Yang Shoyun couldn't seem to stop talking for a while. Thus, Su Jin could only make up another well-intentioned lie to take care of the situation at hand first. You can rest assured. I did speak to Uncle Lu before I went, and when I entered the copy, Uncle Lu had arranged for someone to protect me, so safety can definitely be guaranteed. Hearing these words, Yang Shoyun's slightly furrowed brows slightly stretched, and the anger in her eyes diminished by a few points. You're really scaring me. It's little Wang who went with you, isn't it? I'll talk to your Uncle Lu later and let little Wang follow you for a while first. Upon hearing this, Su Jin scratched his head and didn't deny it. That won't be necessary. Brother Wang has quite a lot on his plate. Moreover, the weakness of the Steel Temple's pig is obvious. I took it down without even Wang making a move this time. so I'll just go on my own in the future. Yang Xiaoyun glanced at Sujin without any good humor. See what you can do, when you get half of your life lost by a ferocious beast just like your Uncle Lu. You won't say that. The two chatted as they headed for the door. When they arrived at Yang Xiaoyun's house, Lu Jinyan and Lu Xiaoyun had been waiting at the dinner table for a long time. Uncle Lu, Sujin greeted politely with a look of respect on his face. Ah, came in just in time. Come and have a drink with me. Seeing Sujin, Lu Jinyan looked very happy and immediately took out a bottle of white wine from the liquor cabinet. What's all the excitement and drinking today? Yang Xiaoyun happened to see this scene after she put some of the meat from the Steel Temple's pig in the kitchen. Happy today. We have another person in Quan City who just awakened the Lord's Core and is able to solo a level 5 copy. Lu Jinyan looked excited and raised an eyebrow at Sujin. He was currently working at the copy management office in Quan Chang, and was naturally very familiar with the achievements that Sujin had made. I'll drink to that. Sujin didn't respond to Lu Jinyun's words and just raised his glass. After the two of them put down their wine glasses, Yang Xiaoyun spoke. Is it that Qin Yan who has the Inferno Soldier type? Without waiting for Lu Jinyun to respond, she continued. Who cares who he is? Our Ajin is no worse than anyone else. The first time I saw a ferocious beast was much stronger than you were then. I heard Ajin tell me that Xiao Wang didn't even put up a fight, and the Steel Temple's pig was defeated by Ajin himself when he found a weakness. Unlike you, whose legs were trembling the first time you saw a ferocious beast. Yang Xiaoyun also truly treated Sujin as if he were her own son, and her voice was filled with pride. It was just that Lu Jinyun's face looked a little strange when he heard this. However, when he saw Sujin's eyes, he also quickly understood. Laughing, he said, Little Wang was sent by me, and he told me about it the first time. Can I not know about this? Sort of rounds it off for now. Hearing this, Sujin was slightly relieved, and the tension on his face dissipated quite a bit. Just then, Lu Xiaoyun's little head suddenly peeked out from the kitchen and said with some surprise, There's so much meat in the kitchen. Is there no need to eat pea pegs from now on? You girl, when did you run to the kitchen? Come and eat. No, you promised me for 3 days. Not, least a week without a pea peg before I eat. Hey, it's backfired on you. You've even learned to threaten me. Chapter 10 Rewards and Gifts. Shocked Lu Jinyun. After the wine and dinner, Lu Jinyun gently patted Sujin's shoulder. Jin, come, talk to me in the study. Sujin nodded slightly and followed Lu Jinyun's footsteps towards the study. The study was filled with a faint aroma of books and ink. After the two were seated, Lu Jinyun didn't dawdle, eyes gazing at Sujin. His tone was a bit strange. Good boy, you are truly capable. Just awakened the Lord's Core and rushed to challenge a level 5 copy. If you wait until you're level 10 or 20, you'll be in heaven. Sujin smiled awkwardly. You're joking, Uncle Lu. I also had the knowledge of the weaknesses of a ferocious beast like the Steel Temple's pig, knowing that it wasn't that difficult to kill, before I dared to go. Lu Jinyun smiled and shook his head, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. It's not that Steel Temple's pigs are easy to deal with, it's that everyone is underestimating you. Everyone at the replica management office couldn't believe it when they found out it was you. A lord who only possesses a black iron-class mechanical clan soldier type can actually do this. After speaking, Lu Jinyan took out a cigarette from the cigarette case on the table. Sujin was very eagle-eyed and picked up the lighter on the side, came over to Lu Jinyun and lit the cigarette for him. The latter took a deep drag on his cigarette and slowly exhaled the smoke, his eyes becoming somewhat deeper. Not to mention the others, even I'm a bit in disbelief. A level 1 lord soloing a level 5 copy. You're even more impressive than your father and I were at the time. But you have to remember that the increase in strength is not something that can be achieved overnight, and you can't rush it. Your father asked me to take care of you, and I'm responsible for you. In the future, anything that you are not more than 90% sure of, you must think carefully and carefully again and consider any situation that could potentially arise. Lu Jinyun's voice seemed a little low in the smoke, but Sujin did not show any hint of impatience as he nodded seriously. Uncle Lu, I know, I'll be careful in the future. For he understood that the other was cautioning himself with his own life experience. Lu Jinyun and Sujin's father used to be comrades in arms. The reason why he would return to work in the springs now was because he once went to face a ferocious beast, felt he could beat it, and then went. Although there was a final decapitation of that ferocious beast, he also lost half of his life. The damage on the surface has subsequently been tempered over, but the strength is difficult to inch up for life. As a result, he also did not remain in the army and chose to return home to continue to shine. And when Lu Jinyun saw the expression on Sujin's face at this moment, he didn't want to make the atmosphere so heavy. He said, somewhat unkindly, come on now, I came from your age group too. When you're young, After experiencing the high amount of experience from fighting monsters across levels, you can still sink your teeth into fighting low-level monsters? As he spoke, he took out a bag from his space and threw it to Su-jin. It's the city's reward for you. Su-jin's eyes were quick to pick it up, and no need to check what this is inside. With that sense of touch that he had even through the bag he could tell. The things in here are energy crystals. The conversion relationship to the Lord's energy is 1 to 1000. Extrapolating from the weight in the hand, there should be 5 pieces in here. That is, enough Lord energy to summon 10 panther beasts. That much? Su-jin was a bit surprised. He never thought that just clearing a copy that simple would actually have so many rewards. It couldn't be that Lu Jinyun had given himself a backdoor. Or did the other guy slip in his personal money too? The reward also has a chance to choose any gold level prop. What do you want? I'll bring it straight back to you tomorrow. While Su-jin was thinking, Lu Jinyun spoke again. And the reward? Gold level? And, still, pick your own? Su-jin's eyes were glowing. Evolution crystals. It didn't even have to be considered. It just came right off the top of my head. Hearing this, Lu Jinyun froze, slightly out of breath. He knows Su-jin's person. Definitely not the kind of insatiable people. Since childhood, no matter what is promised to him, he just need their own most need. It was also clear that Su-jin's troop type was a black iron grade Black Panther beast. Under normal circumstances black iron level soldiers could only evolve up to silver level. The only possibility of choosing a gold level evolution crystal was that he could use it. The Black Panther beast's growing talent. Highest growth class king grade. Seeing that expression of the other party that seemed to have guessed something, Su-jin said these words very seriously. The reason why he would say this would not want to hide it from Lu Jinyun. Rather, if he were to be honest and say that the Black Panther beast could grow to be legendary, mythical, or whatever, who would believe it? Black iron class soldiers possessed a king level growth talent. And such an existence was well documented amongst history, not so much that it was unacceptable. Good. Yes. Lu Jinyun was incredibly excited and said 3 good words in a row. A king-level mechanical clan soldier. He naturally knew what this meant. Like dragons, angels, demons, and many other powerful racial armies have an extremely low probability of appearing as hero-level units. Just like Qin Yan's Inferno Demon, the probability would probably only be 1 in a million, or even 1 in 10 million. But people like Qin Yan would still be envied by many and could be specially recruited by Capital University. The reason for this is that the Inferno's quality is king grade. Even if you don't have the chance to awaken a hero-level unit in your life, you can surpass 99% of the lords by virtue of the quality of your soldiers. Moreover, at the same level of quality, certain advantages of the mechanicals are unrivaled. Looking at Su-jin's back as he left, the excitement in Lu Jinyun's heart did not diminish in the slightest. As an elder, even when he knew that Su-jin had initially awakened the black iron grade Black Panther beast, he did not have any thoughts of dislike. He didn't care what Su-jin's potential actually was. Weak potential. I have some ability to keep you safe. Strong potential and some ability for you to grow. However, as an elder, it is still natural that one would be more interested in seeing one's offspring being good enough, which is human nature. Take it. Step out of the study. Su-jin then had heard Yang Shoyun's voice. He subconsciously took the bag and a string of skeleton bracelets that the other man threw at him and froze slightly. Hurry up and take it back. With enough soldiers plus this equipment, at least you won't die so quickly at the hands of the ferocious beasts. Yang Shoyun, who was still mopping the floor, directly slapped Su-jin's ass with the mop stick in her hand and slapped him out of the house. Boo! Hearing the muffled sound, Su-jin laughed bitterly. I almost forgot. Auntie Yang is also a not-so-weak lord. Whether it's a copy entered by a group or a copy entered by a single person that can be leveled up to how many levels, she knows that very well too. Chapter 11, Thin Burial Bracelet. Mighty Tiger King, it's too brittle. Random seconds. This favor is getting bigger and bigger. Su-jin's gaze was fixed on the equipment in his hand with some emotion. Thin Burial Bracelet, Special Lord's Equipment. Wearing requirements, none. Attributes, none. Additional effect, Ancient Troll Sorcery protects the wearer, rendering him invincible for 10 seconds against lethal damage. Does not take effect on units of level 10 or higher than the lords, and does not take effect on units of level 50 or higher. Cooling time, 24 hours. The value of a special piece of equipment like the Thin Burial Bracelet is really hard to overestimate. Even a random piece of special equipment that has no wearing requirements and serves a general purpose will cost at least 50W on the market. And the value of artifacts like this one, which could save lives, had been linked to life. As soon as equipment with such an effect appeared on the market, those lords with money at home sniffed at it and came. How far those rich people will be willing to go to save their lives is anyone's guess. However, Such a precious piece of special equipment. Yang Shoyun would choose to directly gift it to herself. And by the look of the kind of person who rushed himself out, it was with no intention at all to ask for anything in return, or to deny himself. As for the energy crystals in the bag, there were a total of 100. It converts to a full 10W of Lord Energy. Not only does it allow Seo Jin to pull a full complement of troops, but there's a whole bunch left over. Such help and favors gave Su Jin an inexplicable feeling in his heart. The prerequisite for wanting to be rewarded is still to be capable enough, Su Jin said secretly in his heart. Getting stronger. Still need to get stronger as soon as possible. Only when you are strong enough can you protect the people you want to protect and be able to repay the people who care about you. Su Jin's eyes became firm. He decisively converted all 105 energy crystals into Lord Energy. There were once again 73 more Black Panther beasts in the middle of the Lord's space. At the same time, the first Legion mission was completed, and Su Jin's remaining Lord Energy was once again 10,000 more, reaching 795W. Time slipped by and the quiet of the night was broken by the first rays of the morning sun. At 5 o'clock the next morning, Su Jin opened his eyes on time. He quickly got up, washed up, and then sent a message to Yang Shoyun, moving cleanly without the slightest delay. It only took 5 minutes for Su Jin to finish this and then resolutely left the house. Inside the 24-hour convenience store next to the neighborhood, Su Jin purchased a few bottles of mineral water and some buns, bento, instant noodles and other food. He wasn't planning on going home for the next 2 days, and this water and food would be his main supply for the duration. Immediately afterward, Su Jin nibbled on a bun while waiting for the quick drop to arrive. He had to take advantage of these 2 days to seize the opportunity to improve his strength in order to have a greater grasp of completing the quest. 10,000 attention. Based on the newbie quest First Blood, the rewards for overshooting the quest will be boosted, and all eyes are on this task instructing just the quester. The quester of the Springs is also the quester of the nation. If he could get the national leader, he felt the rewards might get better too. The difficulty of getting to the top of the national high school exams can skyrocket. He had to do everything he could to improve his strength as quickly as possible in the last 2 days of preparation. When Su Jin arrived at the Eastern Trial Ground, the time was also 5:30 in the morning. The early morning sunlight sprinkled on the trial field, giving people a tranquil yet hopeful feeling. Ignoring the gazes of those in front of the entrance of the level 1 to 3 copies that were either a little envious or surprised, he walked directly to the level 5 copy, swiped the Medal of Honor on the console. This time there weren't too many hints and the vortex appeared straight away. Su Jin stepped into it without hesitation. Bang bang bang! 89 Black Panther beasts and mighty Tiger Kings came out of the portals, stomping on the ground with a thumping sound. They formed a square in front of Su Jin with the Manticore King at their head. The entire 90 mechanical units had the beginnings of a mechanical legion. Kill them all. Su Jin gave the order, his voice decisive and resolute. Yes. The Black Panther beast and the Manticore King received the order and immediately transformed into faster beast forms to charge towards the forest. Su Jin rode on the back of another black leopard beast and followed closely behind. Boo-hoo! Congratulations on killing a level 5 wolf. Experience plus 30. The fastest Manticore King had already managed to kill a wild wolf. The gunshot and the system alert acted as a switch. All of a sudden, the entire forest was plunged into a one-sided massacre. Dense kill beeps and gunshots rang around the ears, as if playing a rousing war song. It took less than 5 minutes. The forest has been completely cleared of wolves. It's completely unrecognizable how much faster it is compared to yesterday's speed, despite the fact that the amount of experience that could be gained nowadays had been reduced. With the advantage of its quantity, Su Jin was able to rise to level 4 without any problems. He glanced at the troop seats, 9100, and the Lord's energy balance, 81,700. With a thought, 10 more Black Panther beasts appeared beside him. Accelerate. After doing so, Su Jin patted the black leopard beast's butt. There were still ferocious beasts in the entire copy. The Steel Temple's pig, that hadn't been killed. He had to get over there as soon as possible to see the Manticore King vs Steel Temple's pig scene. Congratulations on killing the level 5 beast, the Steel Sideburn pig, and gaining 200 experience. Congratulations on obtaining 1,000 Lord's energy. Holy, that fast? This is no experience at all for a copy. Hearing the tone ringing in his ears, Su Jin on the back of the Black Panther beast burst out laughing. It's not experiential, but you don't say. It's real cool. I'm sorry, Lord. My lord didn't think a pig that big would be that unforgiving. When Su Jin arrived, he saw the mighty Tiger King standing there in a somewhat dumbfounded pose of helplessness. Next to it was a carcass of a steel-tempered pig. It even says that there isn't a single bullet hole in a pig with steel temples. In other words, The Steel Temple's pig, which he had been close to grinding for half a day yesterday, was directly killed by the mighty Tiger King in seconds. Though statistically, the Manticore King does have the power to do so. However, Su Jin's pupils still could not help but reveal the color of shock. Of course, he didn't wallow in it. After putting away all the troopers and Steel Temple's pig corpses, decidedly left the copy. The moment he stepped out of the copy, the entrance to the level 5 secret realm shone with red, purple, and gold light. The people in front of the entrance to the secret realm were originally either chatting or preparing to enter the copy, but at this moment, they were all stunned by the sudden light. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, and their mouths were slightly open as if they were frozen in place. Broken record. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What are you pinching me for? Asterisk 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 asterisk. So it wasn't a dream. It actually broke the record. After a few moments, a series of asterisk 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 erupted from the crowd. Voices rose and fell, full of surprise and shock, simply because, even if this is just a novice copy record, but in the whole of Quanchang, and even in the whole of China, not even a decade's time would necessarily allow anyone to break it. However, such a thing really and truly happened before their eyes. A lot of people are wondering if they're looking at it wrong, and at this moment, Su Jin completely ignored all of this. There are only 2 days left. Powerful, the sooner this quest is completed, the better. Without the slightest pause, he walked to the nearby entrance of the level 4 secret realm, and the Medal of Honor was once again taken out. Deputy. The broadcast just rang a word. Su Jin had then determined to step into the copy vortex. Chapter 12, breaking 2 copy records in a row. Wait until Su Jin entered the level 4 copy. It was as if the pause button had been pressed on the scene, and then as if a shock bomb had been thrown in. It instantly exploded. Red, purple, and gold. 3 kinds of light flowing. It's true. It's true. The gazes of the crowd were still glued to where the light flowed until it dissipated. Their eyes filled with disbelief. A man's eyes widened and his mouth opened slightly as if he could fit an egg in it. With a trembling voice, he said, This is a newly awakened lord breaking the record with the power of one person? Who the hell is that guy? To actually be able to do this, it's unbelievable. Another person was filled with shock and kept shaking his head. How strong a soldier must be to do this? It's unbelievable. The people next to him also murmured, their faces filled with astonishment. Just then, a man wearing glasses held them up slightly, revealing a look of I've seen it all through long ago. As far as I understand it, the final boss of the level 5 copy is the ferocious beast Steel Temple's pig, a high defense ferocious beast. Novice lords can break records with their individual abilities, or at least have the ability to kill them in seconds. There are only 2 possibilities for being able to do that. His words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 waves. What might expand on that? A group of people gathered their eyes on the man with glasses at the same time. Seeing that the crowd was so expectant, the man with the glasses smiled smugly and continued. Number 1, the person's family has money and is equipped with a multitude of unrestricted equipment, but judging by the gear he's wearing, most of it's part of the coyote suit, which is 90% not valid. Then there is only one possibility for being able to do so. The spectacled man pushed up his glasses, and a white light flashed out of them. Heroic unit. His voice was decisive, as if it was the only answer. Hiss. Hearing this, the surrounding people first froze, then uniformly sucked in a breath of cool air. Some stood wide-eyed and motionless, as if frozen in place. Some covered their mouths for fear that they would let out a gasp. The glasses guy's analysis does make sense. They couldn't think of any other reason for a moment other than the point of a hero-level unit. It was precisely because they couldn't figure it out that they were greatly shocked. Though it is said that heroic units may appear whenever a troop is summoned. But this was only a lord who had just awakened the Lord's crystal. Nowadays it's only been a day. Even if you're practicing 24 hours a day, the highest you can get is 5 levels and you're holding out, right? With a rank like that, and more equipment that increases mental strength, count 200 troop seats. Summoning 200 soldiers to produce a hero-level unit? Even the human soldiers, who were the most likely to have hero-level units, wouldn't be that fast. This kind of talent and luck caused all the lords present to be greatly shocked while at the same time feeling a kind of envy from the bottom of their hearts. However, before they could react, the entrance to the level 4 secret realm similarly emitted red, purple, and gold light. The dazzling light once again attracted the attention of everyone present. One by one, they were almost unbearably dumbfounded and subconsciously turned their heads. Then an uncharacteristic gulp. How long has it been? Has it been 3 minutes? That's how you get through a level 4 copy? No, man. While you can break the record for a level 5 copy, A level 4 copy is nothing in comparison. But can we not be so fast? You're playing so fast. It looks like we're really wasted. Hey. Everyone looked at Su Jin's back as he left with infinite emotions inside. But just then, Su into it. A somewhat skinny tall man stammered as he pointed at Su Jin's back. So his name is Su Jin. Someone gave an oh look. However, other people who had knowledge of Su Jin were wide-eyed. What? He's Su Jin. Are you sure you're not mistaken? The tall, skinny friend grabbed him by the shoulders and shook him up desperately. I won't be wrong. My goddess confessed to him and was rejected by him. I can remember his face even if it turns into ashes. The tall and thin man gritted his teeth a bit and said. Yet, when this was said, it was no one who bothered to laugh at the tall thin man for being a lickspittle. Instead, one of them was confused. Especially the man with the glasses just now was frowning. As Suan was son, although Su Jin's reputation had not reached the point of being known by everyone, there were still quite a few people in Quanchang who knew about this second generation of the military. At the same time, it was also understood that the Lord's Corps he had awakened belonged to the mechanical race, with an initial troop type of black iron grade panther beast. It can't be. How could my deduction be wrong? If it wasn't an awakened heroic level unit, how could that kind of equipment be able to kill a Steel Temple's pig in seconds? But isn't it a well-established fact that the mechanicals don't have hero-level units? Could it be that it's not that the mechanicals don't have hero-level units, but that the mechanicals' hero-level units are among those that are very difficult to awaken? Or does he have a powerful piece of equipment he hasn't taken out? His troop quality isn't black iron grade? Or has he awakened some terrifying skill? One question after another swirled in the spectacled man's mind. It is precisely the existence of these problems that has thrown him into a state of anxiety. Just when he was torn and anxious, Su Jin had already arrived at the entrance to the copy of the proving ground at the western location of Quan City. The overall layout of this place was much more luxurious compared to the eastern trial grounds. At the same time, coupled with the fact that this place was close to Quanchang University, many times students from Quanchang University would come over here to practice. As a result, the number of copies that exist here will be much higher. Not only do you have single copies up to level 50, but you also have a wide variety of combination copies. There are level 1 to 5 copies, level 5 to 10 copies, and level 10 to 15 copies. And the purpose of Su Jin's current visit was precisely the level copy. Its purpose was mainly to challenge various ferocious beasts of different grades to see where their limits really were. It's well known, college students before 6 a.m., well, most can't get up. As a result, the entire trial ground currently looked a bit cold. There's no need to stand in line either. Just swipe the Medal of Honor on the console. After a whole bunch of determinations, the copy vortex appeared, and Su Jin stepped directly into it. This copy is a garrison-type copy. Ancient walls rose high above the massive stones covered with mottled marks and deep scratches. There is a wide but not a drop of water present in a moat under the city walls, and not far in front of the walls was a barren, overgrown field. It was the moment Su Jin was teleported above the city walls. A pillar of light appeared on the barren land. When the light dissipated, about 50 level 5 ferocious beasts suddenly appeared. This includes 25 screaming chickens and 25 pigs with steel temples. The moment they spotted Su Jin, 50 ferocious beasts immediately charged towards the city wall. Chapter 13, Terrifying Upgrade Speed. The difficulty of a level copy is indeed quite high. The monsters inside were divided into 6 waves, of which the first and 6th waves were powerful beasts. Moreover, these ferocious beasts were not simply 1 or 2, their numbers were quite impressive. In this first wave alone, there were as many as 50 whole, and there wasn't just one type of ferocious beast. Not only will we have Army Steel Temple's pigs, we will have Air Force Screaming Chickens. Such a lineup can be characterized as having both numerical superiority and good synergy, with a very high overall quality. Normally, there were only 2 types of people who would choose to enter such a secret realm. In the first case, when college students enter college, a counselor leads an entire class of freshmen who come in for training. In the second case, after enlisting in the army, led by the squad leader, each recruit enters such replicas to work on various abilities. Once upon a time, Su Jin was the one who entered a similar copy to receive training again the day after joining the army. Yet the me of today is able to deal with it easily even if I'm alone. The corners of Su Jin's mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. He waved his arm gently. 99 Black Panther beasts and Manticore Kings instantly appeared on top of the city walls. Squeaking chickens with the ability to fly briefly are significantly faster compared to pigs with steel temples. They approached aggressively, at this point only 100 meters away from the walls. The grotesque appearance was chilling, the sharp beak and razor-sharp claws glinting chillingly in the sunlight. Cluck cluck cluck. Suddenly, they opened their mouths and attacked with waves of screams that were shrill to the core. This is a type of infrasound damage similar to a psychic level attack. It doesn't do too much damage, but it can be used to stimulate the ears, thus causing the brain to go into a trance for that moment. It's just a shame. Such an unbelievably weird attack does not take effect at all against Mechanicus troopers. One by one, the Black Panther Beast Warriors were expressionless, their steel bodies exuding a cold aura. Transform into human form and remove the machine gun in one neat motion. Moment. Da 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 da. The sound of strafing rang out like a rainstorm. Tons of fire spewed from the muzzles of the guns, and dense bullets flew out. Even though these screaming chickens can fly, are versatile in their position in the air, and like to flap around, but the eyes of the Black Panther beasts were incredibly sharp, and as mechanicals there was hardly a time when they would make a mistake. Plus each of them possessed the same top-notch marksmanship as Sujin. Every pull of the trigger was like having an automatic enemy locking plug-in on, always hitting the target all the time. And the numbers floating out of their heads are red, red, red. This is a sign that there is double damage inflicted. Congratulations on killing the level 5 beast screaming chicken. Experience plus 100. Congratulations on obtaining bronze level equipment, screaming chicken sonic gun. Congratulations on obtaining 300 Lord's energy. The screaming chicken's strengths lie in its sonic control, as well as its powerful attack and speed, with a very weak defense. In front of the Black Panther beast that had reached level 4 and had the mighty Tiger King buff bonus, it was simply unbeatable. One screaming chicken kept falling under the weight of this powerful fire. Feathers flew in the sky and blood stained the earth. But the mechanical warriors showed no mercy. They will only follow the Lord's every command carefully. The panther beasts continued to shoot in cold blood until the last of the screaming chickens were also eliminated. Congratulations to the Lord on his promotion to level 5. Spirit plus 100. Constitution plus 20. Strength plus 10. Agility plus 10. The intensive beeping sounded again. The huge amount of experience allowed Sujin to advance to level 5 at this point. And the experience is halfway to being promoted to level 6. This was another purpose for Sujin to choose to enter this kind of combination copy. Combo copies are fought in a completely different way than single copies. Single copies rarely encounter hordes of monsters. The combination copy, however, not only had a representation of the different types of ferocious beasts inside it, but also different levels. More than that, it means that entering this kind of replica should be recommended to the lords to enter in a group, because the monsters in here come in packs. Both quantity and quality will change from less to more. 50 ferocious beasts in the first wave, 100 normal monsters in the second wave, 150 normal monsters in the third wave. By the time the final 6th wave of monsters arrived, one would be faced with a level 10 fierce beast plus 300 level 5 fierce beasts invading at the same time. It could be said that the difficulty of this kind of level combination copy would make it difficult for even an entire class of freshmen in a university to clear it. To ensure the safety of the students, counselors are made to follow in the school. But such a copy would be perfect in Sujin's opinion. Slaying ferocious beasts was going to give you more experience than slaying normal monsters. There will be 2 groups of ferocious beasts in the entire copy. Also, there's no need to go all over the streets actively searching for monsters. They come over and warm up on their own. Looking at this moment, the mighty Tiger King had already leaped off the city wall with his saber teeth in hand, and was killing in the group of Steel Temple's pigs. Sujin laughed dumbly. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This guy really didn't like using firearms a bit too much. But it doesn't matter. White cat, black cat, the one that can catch mice is a good cat. Immediately after, Sujin's mind moved. 10 more Black Panther beasts came out of the portal. They quickly formed into battle formation, ready to engage in combat at a moment's notice. Cover. With Sujin's command, the machine guns in the hands of the 109 Black Panther beasts simultaneously sprayed out tongues of fire. Dense bullets sprayed out like rain, and their target was precisely the eyes of the Steel Temple's pig. However, the scene in front of him caused Sujin to be somewhat surprised, only to see that the fierce Tiger King was simply too arrogant in the group of ferocious beasts. With its super high attack power and agility, it can kill a Steel Temple's pig with almost every strike. Moreover, the mighty Tiger King's body was even more amazing. He moves as if he were in a stream of water, jumping freely over steel-tempered pigs and stepping on their teeth to change his position. This series of incomparably smooth movements was as pleasing to the eye as watching fish and flowers. With the Manticore King full of art, as well as the Black Panther beast's gunfire killing, the steel-tempered pig's numbers had also been completely emptied, even though at this time, Sujin had already risen to level 5. Killing a Steel Temple's pig only gave him 100 points of experience. However, under the number of 25, at this point, Sujin still had a direct promotion to level 6. This made Sujin more and more satisfied with this copy. But he wasn't proud of this rate of growth either. Leveling up a lord is just like playing a game. The experience required for each level up front is not a lot. However, as the level of the lord gets higher and higher, the experience required for each upgrade will increase geometrically. According to his expectations, if he wanted to stand proudly in the college entrance examination and crush others in all aspects, at least get up to level 12 or higher. With less than 2 days left to get to level 12, there's no room for slacking off. With his inner thoughts, Sujin once again exchanged 10 Black Panther beasts out. Chapter 14 Out of Africa and into Europe. The black-feathered hawk is coming. Ta-da-da-da-da. Intense gunfire echoed through the air. Facing the ferocious attack of the second wave of 100 ordinary monsters, the scene was simply lopsided. One round of shooting from 120 mechanical soldiers was like an autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, and all the incoming enemies were easily disposed of. Even though these monsters were not ferocious beasts, the experience value gained from killing them would be relatively lower. But the sheer number of them and the fact that you don't have to actively look for them, the experience boost will still be a lot faster compared to other copies of the city. Plus there was the presence of the mighty Tiger King, a hero-level unit. Being a King's hero-ranked unit, its own attack power was already as high as 1490. Plus heroic units also have the ability to give orders to normal soldiers to command battles. These invading monsters didn't need Sujin to intervene at all. He was also happy to be free, and began to briefly look over some of the gains he had made during this period of time. I have to say, in this life, I've been incredibly lucky. Looking at the large pile of equipment in front of him, Sujin's heart surged with a feeling of unspeakable emotion. He clearly remembers how black he really was in his previous life. Your sisters. It's fine if you don't explode anything by killing small monsters. Even he had the experience of killing a copy boss and nothing dropping. And now what? The Lord's energy gained from killing 50 low-level ferocious beasts was a very sizable number. He had a total of 795 W of Lord's energy remaining before he started upgrading today. The number of Black Panther beasts came from the original 89 to the present day 119. With the increase of the entire 30 Black Panther beasts, his Lord's energy in turn came to 817 W, increasing instead of decreasing. Not only that, but even more so, he was a little surprised. It was just killing such a small amount of monsters, but there were actually so many equipment drops. Not only was there a silver-ranked piece of equipment among them, but there were also as many as 23 pieces of bronze and black iron-ranked equipment in various shapes and sizes. These lower-quality equipment had been hard to get into Sujin's eyes. Perhaps for many civilian newbie lords, some of these gears can even be considered minor extremes, especially the weapon called the Screaming Chicken Sonic Gun. Bronze-level equipment, Screaming Chicken Sonic Gun, strength plus 80. Effect, the bullets fired have a sonic attack, causing mental interference within a certain area. Such equipment is an absolute godsend for most newbie lords, like encountering wolves in the middle of a level 5 copy. This sonic gun acquisition can be the key to turning the tide of battle. The sound waves it emits can bring about a certain degree of mental disturbance to those ferocious wolves, causing them to become slower in their movements and their judgment to be impaired. However, such an ability does not play a particularly notable role for Su Lai. After all, the enemies he was facing right now were mainly ferocious beasts. These guys had no sense of pain, and ferocious beasts that relied on their sense of hearing to target were even more rare. So at this stage of the game, the boost that this equipment can provide him is really minimal. And as for the silver-level equipment, it was a bright spot for Sujin. Silver-level equipment, arrow bag, attribute, strength plus 20 points. Effect, increase the storage limit of crossbow weapons and accelerate the arrow recovery speed of crossbow weapons. Effect fluctuates according to equipment quality. Incidental skill, chain of arrows. For a silver-level equipment, the 20 points of strength attribute attached to this arrow pouch was really a bit poor. However, the effect of the arrow pouch was a real wow factor, which could be said to be perfect for Sujin to use. This was because it could work very perfectly with the steel hair crossbow that Sujin possessed. When Sujin equipped the arrow pouch, the attributes of the steel hair crossbow underwent some changes. First of all, the storage limit of the steel hair crossbow had changed from the original 50 rounds to the current 100 rounds. Secondly, the recovery rate has changed from 1 shot every 2.5 seconds to 1 shot every 1.25 seconds now. In this way, Sujin could fire more arrows continuously in a short period of time. Such an arrow storage limit coupled with the recovery speed, together with the energy amethyst skill, could completely turn the steel hair crossbow into a perpetual shooter with no time for changing ammunition and no consumption whatsoever. Not only that, The arrow bag also has an accompanying skill, chained arrows. Chained arrows, increase damage by 5% for consecutive damage to the same target. Increase damage by 20% for consecutive damage to the same location. The effects from this skill can be quite outstanding for those skilled bowmasters. It's exactly the same as bringing up to 20% extra damage to the target out of thin air. As for Su Jin himself, he was likewise a well-deserved master of the bow. Against a stationary target, he is over 95% sure that every arrow will hit the same part of the body. Even when faced with a moving target, he was 50% sure he could hit the same spot. With new gear and monsters on the side, well, the next step must be to simply test a wave. Think about it. Su Jin gazed firmly into the distance, quietly waiting for the next wave of monsters to descend. Time passes by. It didn't take long before a shrill cry that possessed great penetrating power came from the sky. Woo! Looking up, the originally blue sky was instantly engulfed by a huge black shadow. Fixing my eyes, it was a large flock of eagles with black and gold feathers. These eagles were huge, with wings spread out to be several meters long. The whole thing looked like a raging dark cloud sweeping across the sky. A black-feathered hawk? Kind of interesting. Flying monsters are undoubtedly a headache for most fledgling newbie lords. Compared to land-walking monsters, these guys who can soar through the sky are not only fast and maneuverable, but also have a broader field of vision and attack range. Without some means of response, it was also just a matter of waiting for them to swoop down from the sky to capitalize on that fleeting opportunity for a counterattack. And it's still a black-feathered hawk, a particularly intelligent monster. When they launch an attack, they often use the unique action of their feathers to disrupt their prey's vision. With such a team of black-feathered eagles, even relatively experienced old lords would inevitably be caught in the middle of a passive fight. However, such a powerful enemy did not make Su Jin feel the slightest fear. Instead, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. Immediately after that, he was seen raising his right arm high in the direction where the black-feathered eagle was without any hesitation, and shouting at the top of his voice, "Activate the Leopard Beast Formation." Chapter 15, Leopard Beast Formation. Humanitarian Emperor Soldier. Yes, with Su Jin's command, the 119 Black Panther beasts that were standing by in tight formation instantly looked like they had been set ablaze. With a low growl ringing out, they quickly completed their transformation from humanoid to beast form. A mechanical Black Panther with an athletic body appeared. Panther Beast Formation. 50 units or more of Panther Beasts can be used. Increase air range, air damage, and air defense by 119% for all units in formation after use, up to 1000%. Subsequently, these mighty and incomparable Black Panther beasts began to arrange themselves in a specific formation. They were seen crouching on the ground, supporting their entire bodies with their thick and powerful front limbs, while raising the machine guns behind them high in the air. When the black-feathered eagle entered the Black Panther beast's attack range, the machine guns behind them spewed out angry tongues of fire, frantically firing bullets at the black-feathered eagles in the sky. The rain of bullets was like a curtain, and the black-feathered eagle was immediately routed under this sudden attack. Feathers were flying and blood was splattered. Some black-feathered eagles fell from the air and hit the ground with a dull sound. However, the black-feathered hawk is indeed a very intelligent monster. They won't be like the brainless ferocious beasts who just do it regardless of your 372-1. These guys reacted quickly, realizing that it would be difficult to win a head-on clash with the Black Panther beast's Panther Beast formation, so they immediately adjusted their strategy. It began to scatter in all directions, dodging bullets while quickly charging hard in Su Jin's direction, like a black arrow that cut through the sky. Obviously, they know how to tackle. Attempting to disrupt the Black Panther Beast Legion's formation by attacking Su coming in. Watching this scene, Su Jin did not have a trace of fear in his heart. Instead, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. 3, 2, Su Jin's lips flicked out, and his mouth silently chanted the countdown. His eyes were focused and sharp, locked on the flock of eagles in the air, as that last number 1 slipped between his lips, meaning the target had stepped into his range. In a flash, Su Jin pulled the trigger repeatedly without hesitation. Only an incomparably sharp arrow sped out like lightning, slicing through the sky and emitting sharp and ear-piercing air-breaking sounds. As if these arrows had grown eyes, they flew towards an eagle that was soaring with amazing speed and accuracy. Each arrow struck the eagle's body in a vital place, the eye or the neck, with unerring precision. Such precise shooting skills allow each hit to trigger triple weakness damage. Although at this moment, Su Jin's own attributes were indeed inferior compared to the Black Panther beast. However, thanks to the beneficial effects of multiple pieces of equipment, his strength attribute had also climbed to the heights of 550. With this kind of power, coupled with the bonus of weak point damage, It was easy as pie to kill these black-feathered eagles that weren't at their full strength. Not only that, the mighty Tiger King, who did not participate in the leopard beast formation, also had stayed beside Su Jin. As a king-class hero, its attacks are even more ferocious and overbearing. No matter where his attack hit, a black-feathered eagle would crash to the ground miserably. These black-feathered eagles thought they were being resourceful, but they didn't realize that they had become the very catalyst for their demise. As the saying goes, smart is not smart. In the meantime, even though the group of people in the eastern trial grounds were incredibly confused in their minds that Su Jin could break 2 secret realm records in a row, still, news like this spreads as quickly as a storm. And within the Spring City Lord's mansion, a meeting with Su Jin was underway. This place had already gathered many influential figures in the City of Springs. They either exchanged whispered discussions or meditated silently, each with a serious look on their faces. Just then, the City Lord walked into the conference room with a steady pace. The crowd immediately quieted down, and their gazes went to the City Lord. The City Lord scanned the entire conference room with his eyes like a torch, then said in an unhurried tone, "Gentlemen, for Su Jin's success in breaking the duplicate record, as an official, what kind of reward should we give?" Even though for this question just now they had already thought about it, or discussed it, but when it really came down to it, everyone was sizing each other up, as if they were waiting for someone else to take the lead. Finally, someone couldn't help but speak. "I think that no matter what, we should follow the rules and treat everyone equally." A young man in a magnificent robe also spoke up. "Indeed, and it would be a better incentive for other novice lords." Another white-haired old man nodded slightly. "This is a valid point. The only way to show fairness and justice and inspire more people to strive forward is to treat everyone equally." The majority of the room nodded in agreement with these points. But just then, a voice suddenly plunged the conference room into silence once more. "But today's situation no longer allows us to waste resources." When these words came out, many people secretly sighed, their faces somewhat complicated. Everyone understood the meaning of his words. 95% of the entire Chinese nation believes that the current ferocious beasts are still within control. But in reality the present-day ferocious beasts have begun to appear uncontrollable. August 25, 2024, the Japanese island of Bam was invaded by a large wave of beasts. Close to 100,000 people died in Japan. 16 level 80+ lords fell, and the entire Bam island was close to sinking. September 26, 2024, the beautiful country of Florida is invaded by a large wave of beasts. Half the state is in ruins and the death toll is uncountable. In just 6 months, there have been no less than 20 such incidents worldwide. It was already enough to prove that the feral beast was in an uncontrollable stage. It's just that the state has made a blockade on this aspect of the news in order to avoid causing panic among the people in the country, and most of them don't know about it. In this way, many equipment props have been regarded as strategic resources, and it's a very big deal for a novice lord to break a copy record. Even if China had a large population and a large number of geniuses, there were less than 1,000 of them from the time the novice copy was established within the city until now. 34 provinces, with each province averaging 1 in 17 years. None of these people were the best among the human lords. For such talents, the officials will give very expensive rewards. It can be said that as long as one is able to get such a reward, not only can it accelerate its growth rate by 10%, but it can also increase its combat power by at least 10%, which is completely a strategic resource. Normally, even during such a period, rewards would be issued normally and used to accelerate the growth of geniuses. But by the way, this record breaker is Su Jin. The quality of the initial troop is only black iron grade, plus his lord core still belongs to the mechanical race. Spring City Lord Wang Haitian's fingers gently tapped on the desktop, his face somewhat tangled. The rewards definitely can't be less, but the Humanity Emperor soldier does still need to be carefully considered. Let's do it this way. We'll give Su Jin an unranked platinum grade prop for now, as a reward for breaking the copy record. Of course, if subsequently he is able to prove that he possesses the qualifications to use the Humanity Emperor soldier, we will then go ahead and gift it to him. I believe that as long as he has the ability, this time won't be too long, and it won't affect the effectiveness of the Humanity Emperor soldier's use too much. The city lord's decision was supported by the majority of the people, and the atmosphere in the conference room gradually became warm. Just as everyone agreed that the rewards could be awarded according to the city lord's statement, Lu Jinyun, who had been silent all this time, suddenly dabbled and stood up. He straightened his spine slightly, his hands hanging at his side in gently clenched fists, somewhat meaningfully. "Gentlemen, What makes you think that the current Su Jin will not be able to utilize the Humanity Emperor Soldier to its fullest extent when he gets it? Chapter 16 The shock of a group of bigwigs in Quanchang. Hear this. Wang Haitian coughed lightly. Minister Liu, what do you mean by that? Everyone looked at him uncertainly. Then they began to talk to each other in whisper, guessing what kind of drugs Lu Jinyun was selling in his gourd. There was also a part of him that frowned, his eyes full of doubt, his head unconsciously tilted to the side. They didn't understand why Lu Jinyun would say that, and Lu Jinyun still had that unperturbed look on his face. It was probably a few breaths later. He twisted his head to look at Wang Haitian, who was located in the main seat. Just now, Su Jin has successfully defeated the fourth wave of the Western Trial Ground level copy. Wang Haitian's pupils shrunk violently when he heard this, taking a deep breath before asking with some disbelief, "Are you sure it's a level copy?" Lu Jinyun's face was a mixture of emotions, excitement, shock and relief. He didn't say anything, just nodded his head gently and showed the information he had just gotten in midair. Gulp. Hiss. Upon seeing Lu Jinyun's look that didn't look like a lie, combined with the information floating in the air, someone swallowed a mouthful of water. It's really a level copy, and it's still the fourth wave. Some people are backpedaling and contributing to global warming. How the hell did he do that? Everyone in the room was stunned. This is a level copy. Even if they were able to enter Springs University, they were at least level 10 elite novice lords. There were only a handful of people who were able to pass the fourth wave. It was even said that more than half of the freshmen couldn't even pass the first wave of 50 ferocious beasts. But what did they see? Su Jin actually did pass the fourth wave, and no one thinks such news is false. After all, the level copies were right there, and there was no point in faking them at all. Demon. Another demon has come out of Quanchang. Some of the relatively young lords could no longer help but shout out, their expressions incomparably excited. To be able to do such a thing at such a stage now, what is this not a demon? However, there were still some old lords with relatively stable emotions who looked a bit complicated. Su Jin is indeed an excellent child. But, hey, once these words came out, some of the lords who were originally a bit agitated also calmed down once again. They can all understand what that means. Yeah, even if they were able to pass the fourth wave of the ranked copies, what could they do? Mechanicals, Black Iron class, such an initial troop placement, the quality was simply too low, and even if it was able to grow, there would likewise be a great gap between it and the other lords. The conference room once again fell into a brief silence. Just then, Wang Haitian smiled and looked at Lu Jinyun. Minister Liu, you should stop hiding it from everyone. Giggle. Once again, everyone twisted their heads in unison to look at Lu Jinyun. Someone moved slightly too far, and the chair rubbed against the floor creating a hint of noise. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Jinyun's lips moved slightly. King level. I talked to Jin yesterday, and his initial troop growth quality cap is king level. What? Wang Haitian's face was horrified as his eyes stared dead at Lu Jinyun. The latter nodded thoughtfully to make sure he was right, seeing Lu Jinyun reconfirmed. At this moment, everyone, including Wang Haitian, were all wide-eyed and incomparably excited. Mechanicals, king class, how could they not know the meaning of such 6 words? The great general of the Chinese military, Aili, is in existence with a king-level mechanical soldier. His troop types, Dongfeng missile vehicles, J-20 fighter jets, 055 destroyers. The first 3 have powerful soldiers that have reached the king level, especially the Dongfeng missile vehicle. Because of its presence, Huaxiao was in a distant lead both in terms of global precision strikes and in terms of the speed at which it could consistently destroy beasts on a large scale. Now that he knew that a Su Jin who also possessed a king-level mechanical clan soldier type had actually appeared in Quan City, how could this not excite them? Good. Yes. Wang Haitian said 3 good words in a row, and his voice was slightly trembling because of his excitement. After he took 2 deep breaths and calmed down a little, an order was given. A few moments passed. Haiti and Wang and some of his staff are already preparing application materials. As long as the situation was true, the capital would escort the Humanity Emperor soldier over this evening, while Lu Jinyun and the others had already tentatively headed to the Western Trial Grounds with some of the rewards. The awarding of the record-breaking duplicate would also allow for further verification of exactly where Su Jin's troop growth cap was, as long as it was really possible to determine once again that Su Jin's Black Panther beast possessed king-level potential. Even if there are no hero-level units in the mechanical race troop types, the king-level troop types alone play out the mechanical race's precise operation, powerful sustained firepower output, efficient teamwork, absolute will to fight, and powerful ability to explode troops. With such advantages, as long as Su Jin was able to grow up, he alone could definitely be called one of Huaxia's heavily armored synthetic brigades. Moreover, he was only initially awakening a troop now. Levels 20, 30, and up to 100 will also have at least 9 chances to awaken a troop. If he was a bit more lucky and awakened a mechanical clan troop type that was comparable to General AI's East Wind missile vehicle, then for Huaxia, this person Su Jin is a national strategic resource. Thinking about this, the mood of several people became even hotter. It only took 3 minutes. These powerful lords whose ranks possessed a minimum of level 60 had then appeared in a room in the Western Trial Grounds. With special privileges, he successfully opened the screen in the middle of the copy where Su Jin was. Level 7. That fast. This kind of shooting. This kind of accuracy. Heck, this kid has been practicing guns since his mother's womb? When the picture appeared, the first thing that caught his eye was the figure of the 129 Black Panther beasts, ranked at level 7, Su Jin, as well as, almost a screen full of red damage values with exclamation points. Everyone was dumbfounded. Some even rubbed their eyes, wondering if they had misread. When repeated, they then confirmed this fact. Really? These things are actually real. How the hell did he do that? A middle-aged man muttered somewhat incredulously, though it was clear to them all based on earlier information. Su Jin, who had already broken 2 copies of the record, plus killed all the waves of monsters in so many waves of the leveled copies. Compared to other novice lords, Su Jin's current level would definitely be intimidating, and his battle experience would definitely be far ahead of lords at the same stage. However, when such a thing truly unfolded before their eyes, all of them still couldn't help but stare in disbelief. This is nifty. This is too scary. Even the leader of the Chinese mechanical race soldiers, Aili, wasn't that intimidating in the first place. They were all well aware of the history of General AI's upbringing in the first place. As a mechanical lord, the pre-combat ability is really the weakest class of soldier, because the combat experience of the mechanical's troopers will be completely tied to the lords. Even if the initial troop is of high quality, it will have numerous limitations because of lack of level. It was also because of this that even General AI at the time, the stage where he really powered up, was at level 30. But what about today's Su Jin? It had only just been a day since the awakening of the Lord's Core. In that short amount of time, anyone could not believe that he could now rise to level 7 with such horrific combat experience. The shortcomings of the Mechanicum troopers up front are not shown at all in his case. It's true that a tiger's father has no son. General Su's son is equally outstanding to the point of being excessive. Just as the crowd was lamenting, on the side, Lu Jinyun was the one who pressed the button on the side. Looking at the clearer picture, the apparition said, "Look closely at that gold and purple soldier." Chapter 17. The mechanical race has a heroic rank? Hiss. Following Lu Jinyun's words, everyone cast their eyes on the fierce Tiger King. At once, the temperature in the room rose a hair's breadth. English. Heroic unit. How is this possible? Don't the mechanicals have no hero-level units? Everyone gasped backward in disbelief. That more massive size, that more ornate armor, that more menacing-looking red light in the eyes. Nothing about this suggests that this is a heroic unit. But how is that possible? The mechanical race has no heroes. Isn't this a fact recognized by all the lords since thousands of years ago? It was even said that, due to the presence of Aili in China, the pretty country was very jealous of the excellent performance of the East Wind missile vehicle, a king-class troop type, in many aspects. In order for their country to have such a mass murderer, they were thinking of starting with heroic units. But as it turned out, pretty country spent a whole trillion lords' energies. Let a lord with a Dark Eagle missile vehicle summon 20 million soldiers before and after. Hardwired just didn't get a single heroic unit. From that point on, the fact that the mechanicals had no heroic class was as assured as the sun rising in the east and setting in the west. But the truth that is unfolding before their eyes today is, Su Jin, as a mechanical clan lord, actually did possess a hero class unit. Such news is as incomprehensible as being told the sun will rise in the west. Yet, everything in front of them was clearly real. Su Jin really owns the mechanical heroes. Because of the shock, everyone no longer knew what they should say and froze there for a long time. Next to him, although Lu Jinyun was relatively calm, he was equally surprised inside. With all those years together, he knew that Seo Jin was obsessive-compulsive in some ways. If he hadn't had no choice, he would have tried to keep the number of soldiers in round numbers. But just now, he had seen that Su Jin clearly possessed 1300 spiritual power, and more than 80,000 Lord energy. But upon closer inspection, he had only summoned 129 Black Panther beasts out. When Lu Jinyun learned this, he realized almost instantly that something was wrong. Sure enough, he was certain of this fact when the mighty Tiger King below the city wall was displayed. Su Jin had really broken the confinement of the mechanical race's no heroic class. And this mechanical race hero bears a slight resemblance to the Black Panther beast. The growth potential of the Black Panther beast was at the king level, which meant that this tiger robot had a minimum potential of king level. Such a terrifying talent plus King's Grade Mechanical Clan Troopers plus King's Grade Mechanical Clan Heroic level units. With these alone, he no longer dared to imagine to what extent Su Jin would be able to grow in the future. What Lu Xingyun could think of, others naturally had thought of after they reacted. The crowd who originally had in mind to wait for Su Jin to come out and verify whether or not the growth ceiling of the Black Panther beast had reached the king level. At this point it was a complete absence of such thoughts. Minister Lu, quickly tell the city lord of such a situation, so that the city lord can urgently apply to the capital. Yeah, that's right, mechanical hero units. No need to check at all. The crowd has been urged on by you and me. Lu Xingyun laughed and displayed his chat with Wang Haitian to the crowd. He had delivered the message after determining that the tiger robots were heroic units. The other side seemed to be shocked by the news as well. It took a while before he sent to the Humanity Emperor soldier will be delivered to Su Jin's hands in an hour. The message. Everyone saw the message. Excited laughter filled the room. It was good that the people present were all strong. No matter how excited they were, they knew that they couldn't just emit their aura in a place like this. Otherwise, the glass in this neighborhood will curse them. After the crowd had finished digesting the shock that Su Jin had brought them, they focused their attention on the screen. See only 129 Black Panther beasts crouched on the city wall, their eyes cold and sharp. They clung to their machine guns, their fingers pulling the triggers, and a barrage of bullets poured down like a torrential downpour. Each bullet seemed to have eyes and flew towards the mammoth with precision. Those mammoths were huge, but they were powerless under the sweeping shots of the panther beasts. The bullets kept hitting the mammoth's eyes, head, and other weak points, and the mammoth let out a roar of pain. Blood gushed from his eye sockets as his massive body began to shake. In the meantime, the fierce Tiger King was like a ferocious whirlwind among the beasts. It clutched its saber teeth in both hands, and they glinted coldly in the sunlight. Each swing of the Manticore King's sword teeth was accompanied by a splash of blood mist. It rampaged through the beasts, clearing up not much slower than the Black Panther beast. Despite being just one person, the entire battlefield seemed to have turned into a killing feast. See this scene. A burly man gripped his platinum-grade rifle tightly with some envy and jealousy in his eyes. Talent, this thing is really unconvincing. Our old Lee at least become a lord for more than 40 years. The piece of marksmanship also think that there is a certain talent. But looking at this kid, I can't really say I can bag him in marksmanship. Hearing this, a person next to him tapped Li Yunfei's shoulder and raised his eyebrows. Is old Li's hand itching? I see that Su Jin will be coming out after a while as well. Want to wait for him to come out and you two compete? See who's a better shot. Li Yunfei waved his hand as he peeled away the arm on his shoulder. What about this bullet of 500 Lord Energy apiece for me? It's still worth it to hit the ferocious beasts. I'm sponsoring the contest. I'll give 1 W of Lord Energy to whoever wins. Forget it, what's the point of bullying little kids? Ha ha ha. The room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere, and anyone with a discerning eye knew that Li Yunfei was admitting his weakness. However, for the matter of Su Jin coming out soon, everyone was in unanimous agreement in their hearts. Even at this point, he had already cleared the 5th wave of monsters, but they also had an understanding of what monsters would appear in the 6th wave. In their opinion, those 300 level 5 fierce beasts, Su Jin could easily dispose of them, but that level 10 ferocious beast was an existence he couldn't dispose of. After all, that ferocious beast was named the Steel-Armored Scarlet. It was a terrifying existence whose defense and attack power was comparable to that of a level 15 ordinary ferocious beast. Its defense was so high that even an ordinary level 20 lord would have to work hard to kill it. Even they had a partial understanding of Su Jin's strength. In their opinion, today's Su Jin had a fighting chance against some level 15 elite lords, but ferocious beasts were ferocious beasts after all, and no matter where they attacked, they would only take double damage at the highest. They didn't think that today's Su Jin possessed the ability to defeat the Steel-Armored Scarlet. Chapter 18, Seo Jin Pop-Up. In the midst of the copy that pervades the tension, roar, with a deafening hiss, the crisis came again. The 6th wave of monsters came in like a tidal wave. 30 level 5 fierce beasts, each of them exuding a chilling aura. They come in all shapes and sizes, some resembling wolves with a fierce red light in their eyes, some like leopards, with an athletic and explosive posture. The sharp claws of a host of ferocious beasts scraped the ground with a toothsome sound, as if the music of death was playing. The roars of the 300 ferocious beasts converged into a terrifying wave of sound that seemed to break through the sky. And amongst the group of ferocious beasts, the Steel-Armored Scarlet was even more eye-catching. It was as tall and powerful as a moving mountain. Its entire body was covered with armor like steel. reflecting an icy metallic texture in the faint light. Roar! It was accompanied by a roar that sounded like dull thunder. The 300 ferocious beast muscles behind the steel-armored Scarlet snapped. They were like an unstoppable torrent, surging towards Su Jin with endless killing intent. When will we be able to awaken the swarm attacking soldiers? Seeing this mind-numbing scene in front of him, Su Jin could not help but murmur in a low voice. In fact, with his current Black Panther Beast Legion wanting to deal with these ferocious beasts was not a troublesome matter. It was just that although the number of ferocious beasts was high, their level was too low. He always felt a little less than thrilled when he couldn't clean it up in the fastest time possible. If he could have awakened a troop type similar to Grandpa AI's Dongfeng missile vehicle in this life, or a hero-level unit, against these hordes of ferocious beasts a direct shotdown is simply not too good. However, Su Jin didn't fantasize too much, though in his previous life he never had that opportunity. But in this life he has the system. As long as he accepted and completed more and more quests as he leveled up more and more, he believed that one day he would be able to get what he wanted in his heart. While Su Jin was thinking, the Black Panther Beast and the Manticore King were not the least bit slack. The whole scene presents a Seojin pop-up offense. The fierce Tiger King bravely charged forward, like a sharp lightning bolt, rushing towards those 300 ferocious beasts with a fearless aura. Legions of panther beasts stood at attention on the walls as they calmly and intently fired for cover. Bullets fell like rain. All the bullets were advancing at nearly the same speed. All of the targets hit were the two flanks of the beasts, as well as the front row of units in the beasts. It was like a moving fire barrier, making it possible for the mighty Tiger King to not face too many ferocious beasts at once while opening the way for his charge. The coordination between them was incomparable. Every movement and every attack was just right. The excitement of the entire battle was completely overstated with the word art. Watching him fight is like watching fish and flowers. One look is less than one. An old man gently touched his white beard, his eyes filled with admiration. All nodded in unanimous agreement. Only Lu Xingyin frowned slightly, his mind filled with questions. In the middle of this Lord's World Su Jin pop-ups still exist, though it is said that lords can group up with each other, and when grouped up, lords cannot damage each other's soldiers, but bullets, including some magical troopers releasing skills, consume mental energy or lord energy. In order to minimize consumption, the Seojin pop-up attack was created. And Su Jin's style of play today is very similar to the Su Jin pop-ups that the military will often use. But how did he learn it? When the mighty Tiger King accelerated, the Black Panther Beast's bullet launch would also change, and the two would work together seamlessly. Even some battle-hardened veterans may not be able to play such a perfect match. And how did Su Jin possess this kind of combat experience? Could it be that there really was this kind of genius in the world who was born to fight? Just reading the theory and such and summoning the troops to utilize them rather cleverly straight away? Or is it just because his name is Seojin, so Seojin pop-ups are uneducated? Just as Lu Xingyun was feeling a bit puzzled, Li Yunfei suddenly widened his eyes and cried out with a face full of astonishment. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what does this kid want? Another man followed. He's trying to kill the steel-armored scarab. Lu Xingyun jerked his head up, a wave of nervousness welling up in his heart. Everyone's mood instantly tensed as they stared intently at the screen. See only. At this time, the fierce Tiger King had already arrived not far from the steel-armored Scarlet under the cover of the Black Panther Beast. It lashed out on its hind legs and made a leap across a considerable distance. The saber teeth in his hand collided with the epidermis of the steel armor scarab. Clang! The sound of gold and iron clashing resounded. A spark exploded from the steel-armored scarab's arm, damaging it only slightly. Roar! The steel-armored scarab that took the attack had red eyes and roared angrily. Its arm, which was as hard as steel, swung violently after building up its strength. The powerful force drove the air around him, making a whistling wind sound. However, the mighty Tiger King showed off its high level of agility as a king-class hero. It flickered and dodged sideways with unparalleled agility. Steel-armored Scarlet's arm hit the ground hard. Only a loud boom was heard, and the ground seemed to have been hit by a meteorite. That huge impact formed a crack visible to the naked eye on the ground, spreading in all directions like a spider's web, showing the great damage of this strike. The steel-armored gorilla looked even more grumpy after missing a blow. Roar! It opened its mouth wide and let out a deafening roar. The sound waves contained a powerful force, and even Su Jin, who was far away, had a slight feeling of dizziness. Then, it rushed towards the mighty Tiger King with heavy and powerful strides, its huge arms slapping continuously, and rocks splashed everywhere. It was a pity that its speed was too slow, and there was no way for it to touch the mighty Tiger King for even a fraction of a second. And under Su Jin's orders, the mighty Tiger King was in no hurry to continue tangling with the other party. Instead, he used his agility attribute that far surpassed that of the steel-armored scarab, constantly dodging its attacks and taking advantage of the opportunity to decimate the other ferocious beasts. See this scene. The stone hanging over Lu Xinyan and the others' hearts finally landed, and they breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay if you can't hit it. It's okay if you can't hit it. Yes, if the world's only mechanical race hero level unit were to meet an untimely end now, it would be a huge loss for our China. The best way to deal with it now is for him to use the high agility of this tiger robot to hold the steel-armored scarabs at bay, and let the rest of the troopers deal with the rest of the ferocious beasts. The others nodded in agreement. However, they didn't respond, still staring intently at the screen. After about 3 minutes or so, they were slightly relieved when they saw that Su Jin did not choose to continue his attack on the steel-armored scarab, but instead focused on decimating the other ferocious beasts. But immediately after, light flickered on Su Jin, the Manticore King, and all the Black Panther beast troopers at the same time. For some reason, Lu Xinyan's heart suddenly seized. Chapter 19, Storm Nebula Rift. I have to say that Steel Armor Scarlet is really strong. At just level 10, the physique had already reached 1500. Such a value would not be a simple thing for the vast majority of normal level 20 lords to defeat. Not to mention, the steel-armored Scarlet was not an ordinary ferocious beast and had a better brain than other ferocious beasts. It wouldn't be like most of the ferocious beasts, whose brains were full of mush and just knew to bury their heads in the sand. It made it even more difficult to try to kill it. However, the steel-armored Scarlet's disadvantage was also obvious, despite its strength and constitution. Its agility was low. Even if the mighty Tiger King, who had just been at the 7th level, only needed to spend some more time, he could kill it unharmed. Not to mention that at this time, the mighty Tiger King had already been promoted to the 8th level. Agility and strength are even boosted considerably. I wonder what goodies I can drop by taking you out with my luck in this life. Su Jin stood on top of the city wall, his gaze deep as he watched the battle below the wall. The fierce Tiger King's stance was athletic, and his sharp saber teeth cut a cold light in the air as he swung violently towards the steel-armored Scarlet's head. Seeing this, the steel-armored Scarlet immediately raised his steel-like arm and swung it forcefully at the mighty Tiger King, wanting to adopt the fight of exchanging injury for life. But the Manticore King, as a robot with all of Su Jin's combat experience, could not do as he wished. With just a nimble sideways jump, he dodged the fatal blow. At the same time, the tail was like a steel whip, fiercely lashing at the steel-armored Scarlet's side. With a thud, the steel-armored scarab was struck in the side. However, its armor only made a dull sound and did not suffer too much serious damage. However, ferocious beasts are ferocious beasts after all. A little goes a long way. Even steel-armored scarabs with intelligence. Roar! It growled angrily, its arms plowing through the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Immediately after that, the huge body was like a heavy tank rushing towards the mighty Tiger King. In the face of such a charge, the Manticore King was not afraid in the slightest. It leapt high into the air, arms crossed, hands at shoulder level, and then swung hard. Two spinning saber teeth flew towards the steel-armored scarab with sharp air currents. The steel-armored scarab once again used its arms to protect its vitals, and the air currents chopped at its arms, sending up a cascade of sparks. Immediately after that, it took advantage of that moment when the mighty Tiger King landed on the ground to launch another fierce attack. The huge fist slammed into the mighty Tiger King with the sound of whistling wind. It's also obvious from a few operations like this, the difficulty of the level copy bosses is really high, and the combat experience is more powerful than the vast majority of newbie lords. If someone who didn't know about it went up against it for the first time, they would definitely suffer a lot even if they possessed a powerful heroic class soldier. The purpose of this copy arranging this kind of ferocious beast as a boss was also to make it understandable to the novice lords entering the university. Even the ferocious beasts were not all brainless fellows, and there was absolutely no slacking off in the face of them. It's just a pity that it's all in my hands. Su Jin smiled faintly, and with a thought, he gave an order to the Manticore King, Mighty Tiger Skywing. The Manticore King who received the order quickly transformed into beast form in midair. With the help of the short-lived flight ability after using the Manticore Skywing, he easily dodged the steel-armored Scarlet's attack, and agilely jumped backward to pull away from his opponent. Since the Lord has ordered me to, let's show you my best moves. The fierce Tiger King's sharp eyes stared tightly at the steel-armored Scarlet. As soon as the words fell, the aura on its body changed abruptly. Storm Nebula split. A powerful to the extreme energy erupted from the Manticore King's body. The air around it seemed to be stirred up by its power. Under the nervous gaze of the crowd, it landed on all 4 feet. Its muscles tensed, and it galloped towards the steel-armored Scarlet at an extremely fast speed. Each jump carried a powerful impact, and the ground was plowed with a deep trail by its claws. The The moment he was about to approach Steel Armor Scarlet, Storm Nebula split. The Manticore King transformed into his human form once again and clenched his sword teeth with both hands. The airflow above the sword's teeth was incomparably ferocious, carrying an aura capable of cutting through everything as it ruthlessly chopped down towards the steel-armored Scarlet. The Mighty Tiger King using Mighty Tiger Skywing has received a 200% increase in agility. Its speed was so fast that the steel-armored Scarlet could only see a flash of light in his eyes, and it was too late to make any reaction. Already his ears heard the sound made by the sharp teeth of the sword cutting through his neck. The body and limbs also became unruly. Looking at the steel-armored Scarlet in front of him who had already lost his ability to fight, the Manticore King's eyes were complicated and indistinguishable. It sighed slightly and said in a low voice, "You are not it after all." With the words, the Manticore King pulled his saber teeth out of his opponent's neck. The steel-armored Scarlet's massive body fell heavily to the ground, sending up a cloud of smoke. Congratulations on killing the level 10 beast steel-armored Scarlet. Experience plus 2000. Congratulations on acquiring the skill book, Immovable as a Mountain, Soldier skill book. Congratulations on the acquisition of the Lord's Energy. The moment the beep sounded, a gurgling sound resounded in the room of the Western Trial Ground. The several lords from the official top echelons of the Springs were so shocked that they simply didn't know what to say. Though it was only a level 10 steel armor Scarlet, in their opinion, they could kill them just by blowing their breath casually. But Su Jin had only awakened the Lord's Core for less than 2 days. A large portion of the awakened Lord's Core half a month, or even a month of the Lords didn't even have the qualifications to see the steel-armored Scarlet, not to mention killing it. But as Su Jin, who had awakened the Lord's Core for 2 days, actually did finish it off. And still, it didn't cost a thing, not even any damage. Demon. Arquan City has really produced another demon this time. The moment. Everyone in the room was thrilled. In some cases, the blood was all more raging in the veins, and the heat rushed up to the face, which slowly began to turn red. Lu Jinyun even pushed open the door of the room and took the lead in rushing towards the direction of the entrance of the replica. The others quickly reacted to the situation and followed. The entrance to the replica of the Western Trials. There was originally only a group of Energetic Springs University trainees waiting to enter the replica here. But suddenly, a group of bigwigs from the Springs hurried toward this side. Their pace was brisk and their faces wore a look of excitement and anticipation. The arrival of the crowd broke their original atmosphere. The trainees cast astonished glances and began whispering among themselves. Is there something wrong with any of the copies? Why else would these bigwigs rush over here in person? I don't think so. If anything had gone wrong with the replica, we would have been thrown out already. And it's not like so many bigots are coming when problems arise. Chapter 20, Rising Fiercely? The official reward from Quan Chang. Holy, is this copy actually really out of condition? Just as people were mingling and whispering, suddenly, there was a person with a face full of panic, panicking and stretching out his hand, pointing it straight towards the entrance of that level copy. Shasta. All eyes unanimously followed the direction of his finger. A jaw-dropping scene unfolds. The originally calm and wave-free entrance of the entire replica unexpectedly burst out with dazzling red and purple light without warning. These two colors intertwine and shimmer incessantly. What they represent speaks for itself. OMG. It's starting to get fierce? Someone was so stunned that he couldn't close his mouth and muttered, "Red plus purple? This year's freshly awakened rookie lord managed to break through a level copy by himself? That's not true, is it?" However, just then, you see the look on the faces of the big boys. I don't know who shouted, but everyone turned their heads to look. It didn't matter that everyone couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air at this look. Known to them, Lu Jinyun, Li Yunfei and a host of other leaders of the Springs, who are always calm and collected on weekdays. At this moment, he was actually staring intently at the entrance of the replica with an extraordinarily excited expression. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the crowd could not help but surge with an inexplicable tension and anticipation. Murphy, gulp. The entire trial arena instantly became dead silent. The only sound that came from time to time was the hard swallowing of saliva from the throats of a very few. Everyone present gazed at that direction of the replica's entrance with full attention and concentration. Finally, the dazzling, mesmerizing light gradually dissipated. An extremely handsome figure slowly surfaced in the crowd's field of vision. Su Jin? One of them was so shocked that he almost lost his voice and cried out. His voice overflowed with disbelief. Just this morning, he had received a message from his oldest brother. It said that Su Jin had surprisingly managed to break the records of level 4 and 5 copies of the Eastern Trial Grounds. At that time, he was very interested in this, and deliberately went to search and check the information about Su Jin. However, When he learned that the troop type that Su Jin had awakened was only the black iron rank of the mechanical race, he immediately felt that his brother was playing some kind of joke on him. A mechanical clan lord with an initial troop type of only black iron level wants to break the copy record? It's a fool's errand, but at the moment, this person standing in front of him, whether from the appearance or equipment, really and Su Jin is the same. The man's eyes widened, first glancing down at the screen of the cell phone clutched in his hand. Then he turned his gaze back to Su Jin, who was not far away from the entrance of the replica. His face, which was originally written with the color of surprise, had become stiff and numb, with no expression to speak of. It's straight-up numbness. A strong intuition came to mind. Perhaps, what his own oldest brother said was true. Just then, another slightly older senior yelled out in some excitement. 8, 8, 8. These words caused the originally noisy scene to instantly become silent. Immediately afterward, it was as if a huge stone had been thrown into the surface of a calm lake. None of the trainees present were extremely shocked. This time, this level, this place, newbie lords, level 8s. All of these factors intertwine and invariably point to the same key question. This level copy that 95% of the trainees present were unable to clear alone. It was actually really cleared by Su Jin, who had just awakened the Lord's core not long ago. That means all those rumors are true too. Asterisk 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 really kicked up a storm. This is actually real. Just as the crowd of trainees were still in shock. At this time, however, Su Jin had already followed a few bigwigs to a room located in the trial arena. Good boy, are you really taking what I said yesterday for granted? Just as he entered, Lu Jinyun patted Su Jin's shoulder with a smile on his face. Faced with this questioning, Su Jin responded calmly, No. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile, and he proceeded to explain. Didn't you say at the time that if you were 90% sure or more, you could give it a try? The two of them smiled at each other after the words. Okay, enough about you. Let me introduce you to. As Lu Jinyun spoke, he pulled Su Jin and introduced the people present. Minister of Finance, Xin Xingqian, Minister of Urban Defense, Li Yunfei. According to Lu Jinyun's introduction, Su Jin went from one to another and politely greeted the crowd. At the same time, there was some sighing in my heart. 10 minutes ago, when he had just started to face the fifth wave of monster invasion, he had the feeling that he was being watched. From that time onwards, he knew that the Spring City officials had learned about his breaking of the copy record and had sent someone to award the rewards to come. Therefore, he didn't particularly care. However, Su Jin never expected it. It's amazing that Spring's officials think so highly of themselves. It's amazing that the ministers of this one department would wait here for so long, and so much more. It was completely different from the feeling he had inside the army in his previous life. Discipline is very demanding inside the army. Even if awards are to be given to some of the generals who have made outstanding contributions, many times a leading organization will make a collective award. In this way, not only could it inspire the fighting spirit of other generals, but it was also a way of avoiding the complacency of some geniuses due to special treatment. However, Su Jin didn't think much about it. He knew it in his heart. His country is named Huaxia. Those who are native to this land, whether ordinary lords, military, official, the common wish deep in everyone's heart is to revitalize China. When the country is rich and strong, the people of this land will be safe. By the time Lu Jinyun finished introducing everyone present with Su Jin, Li Yunfei was a lazy bull asterisk 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 tur. He doesn't like to bend and talk about things that don't work, and gets right to the point. We wanted to see your troopers this time itself, whether or not their king-level growth potential coming up. There's no need to look at it now. You can take the reward straight away. It's best not to enter the copy today for now. There's a bigger reward before long. While speaking, Li Yunfei directly gleaned the pre-prepared rewards from the Quanchang officials from Qian Shengqian's hand and threw them to Su Jin. Without waiting for Su Jin to respond, he directly pulled the crowd out of the room. Only Su Jin and Lu Jinyun were left behind. Put it away. These rewards for you are trivial. The truly awesome ones are still to come. Lu Jinyun waved his hand at Su Jin while handing over a cup of water. It's not even a big one? Divides degree. Su Jin froze a bit. Despite the spaced-out band, he didn't know exactly what was contained within. However, he knew that the bag was a space prop. Normally, to be able to use such a precious space prop as a container for awarding rewards, would that reward be less? I don't think I've ever done anything extraordinary, have I? Just breaking 2 records and clearing a level copy, and you're giving out so many rewards? Chapter 21, a generous reward from the Quan City officials. Disturbance. Lu Jinyun simply doesn't know too much about Su Jin. It was obvious at a glance as to what was going on in his mind. At the same time, as soon as he thought of the humanitarian emperor's soldier to be awarded to Su Jin. I can't help but say with slight emotion, that's no lie. When you get that thing in your hands, you know that those resources are really nothing in front of it. Hearing this, the cravings in Su Jin's heart were tickled out. Simply don't be too curious. But before he could open his mouth to inquire, Lu Jinyun spoke again. In the spatial pouch, there are bronze to platinum grade evolution crystals. He paused briefly, then added, although many people don't say it with their mouths, they still feel a little uncomfortable in their hearts. There are no outsiders now, so you can just use it, and I'll record it and report back so I don't end up in the wrong place. Hearing this, Su Jin nodded his head in response, and then he reached out to open the spatial bag. The moment he opened it to see what existed inside, his entire being was struck by lightning. Is this really a reward for being able to a novice lord? Just see. This space bag is divided into 10 compartments. Each compartment holds an item. 1000 energy crystals, bronze, platinum evolution crystal gift pack, platinum lord equipment, lord skill book, soul shock, shadowless, trooper skill book, frenzy status, springs honor badge, unclassified equipment. Su Jin, who had returned from rebirth, naturally had a very good understanding of the value of these things. In his opinion, the cheapest thing in here was 1000 energy crystals. Converted to Lord energy is 100 W. Thank you country. Su Jin thanked him with incomparable sincerity. These 1000 energy crystals alone would allow him to go a long time without having to worry about Lord energy. Not to mention that the other rewards will only get more valuable. Lu Jinyun nodded gratefully. Ah Jin, you have to remember that no matter how far you can go in the future, you will always be a son or daughter of China. Because of your excellence, the state is willing to go ahead and train you. The most important thing you need to do is grow up as fast as you can. Seemingly sensing that it was a bit too early to say this to Su Jin, he did not continue on. Laughing, he teased, okay, not so much with you. Summon the soldiers to evolve early. Thanks to your blessing, the organization gave me a day off, and I have to go home to my wife and kids after I finish reporting later. Su Jin gently nodded his head and first fused the Quan Chang honor badge with the honor badge that his father had left to him, turning it into a full attribute plus 100. From there, you can peak your spiritual power. Adhering to the idea of saving what he could, he first chose to summon 20 panther beasts to bring his troop count up to full. It was then that a black panther beast was summoned out and the evolution crystal gift pack was opened. Under Lu Jinyun's record, silver dash, gold dash, and platinum grade evolution crystals were used one after another. 3 rays of light flashed one after another. The Black Panther beast also had a machete, a short dagger, and a sniper rifle that could be exchanged with a machine gun. Its basic attributes, as well as the attributes that can be grown by leveling up, have been improved. Initial attributes, growth attributes, 100150, 100150, 1001503045, 150225, 2030, 150225, 2030. Correspondingly, the original summoning of a black iron beast only required 500 lord's energy, which had now been raised to 2000. Although in his heart, he was certain that Su Jin would not deceive himself, but when Lu Jinyun saw the Black Panther beast evolve from bronze to platinum level before his eyes, there was still an indescribable thrill in his heart. After calming his heart a little, Lu Jinyun put away the information and said to Su Jin, let's go. Come with me to the unit first and wait for your reward. The group of novice lords who had just arrived in the trial grounds looked at their gradually distant backs and discussed in low voices. In itself, I thought that the matter of Su Jin breaking the record was fake, but I didn't realize that it was actually true. Yeah, and how would it have gotten this kind of attention if it hadn't had the ability to do some amazing things in the replica? It's really human to human. We're still struggling in some low-level copies, while others have already made their mark in high-difficulty copies. Their voices were not loud, but they were full of envy and admiration. Okay, no more chit-chat. It's going to be the college entrance exam soon. We have to work hard too. Try to get good grades. Maybe we can get a reward from the city too. That's right. It's all about 2 eyes and 2 legs. We can't be pulled down too far by Su Jin. Is there a group to enter a level 4 copy? Take one of me. I'm a human archer trooper and can attack at long range. Su Jin, who was completely unaware that what he had done had actually inspired a group of novice lords to rise to the occasion. At this point, however, they are still organizing their harvest. The first 4 skill books including the immovable mountain skill book obtained from killing the steel-armored Scarlet. Soldiering skill, immovable as a mountain. Effect, soldiers can gain 10% strength boost and 30% constitution boost while standing still for 150 seconds. Note, no CD, no consumption. After moving, knocked back, knocked up, stunned, buff disappears. Troop skill, Frenzy. Effect, increases the attack speed of soldiers by 50%, attack power by 20%, and blood absorption by 20%. Note, CD 30 minutes. Duration 10 minutes. Consume the corresponding number of soldiers *2 of the Lord's energy consumption per second when using the skill. Blood absorption in excess of one's own blood will be converted into a shield that can reach up to 200% of one's life value. Overlord skill, Soul Shock. Effect, locks a target with mental power, forcing it to be stunned for 10s and causing it to enter a state of fear for 100% of the time. Note, CD 3 minutes. Consumes 10,000 points of mental energy. Stun duration will be increased or reduced according to the level difference between the two sides. Fear, forced to retreat 10 lengths. Overlord skill, Shadowless. Effect 1, active increase your agility by 100%, dodge by 45%. Effect 2, passive hide all attributes of self and troop. Invalid for more than 20 levels above self. Note, CD 10 minutes. Consumes 20,000 points of mental energy. Active effect lasts 5 minutes. Seeing these 4 skills, Su Jin was excited and embarrassed. Excited because all of these skills he had learned in his previous life, and he had just learned them directly at full level. Whether it's immobility, frenzy state or shadowless, all of them are honored percentage skills, and with the effect 3 of the energy amethyst skill in one's possession, using these skills would be completely without consumption. Of course, what satisfied Su Jin the most was the soul shock. The strength of the control skill needs no introduction at all, even if the control time is only 0.1 seconds, for Su Jin said, it can play a role in interrupting key skills and reversing the ability to occupy. Not to mention that this skill stuns for 10s and has a 100% fear effect. With this skill and then with the Shadowless for their own life-saving ability, really do not know how much to improve. Spring's officials are willing to give away 2 such skills to themselves. It's enough to see that the officials think highly of themselves. Only, what made Su Jin a little embarrassed was his grandma. These skills are straight up full level, seems like it's not so good at times. While all the effects have increased, so has the consumption. Energy Amethyst's effect 3 is only that no mental energy will be deducted for using skills. The 2 skills didn't move for 10,000 or 20,000 mental energy consumption, and he simply didn't have the corresponding mental energy. Such a thing made Su Jin feel quite helpless, but he could only accept it. The biggest dilemma plaguing me right now should be spiritual power. Chapter 22 Breath of the Wild Wind. Fruit of Knowledge. The biggest problem plaguing Su Jin right now was his spiritual power. This statement is not true at all. First of all, being that he was a mechanical lord, exploding soldiers was likewise one of his strengths. To pop soldiers you need enough lord energy and soldier seats. The official rewards from Quan Shine combined with the lord energy that Su Jin originally possessed. He now owns a total of 108.19 which is certainly enough. However, the troop seats are a challenge. There are 2 ways to upgrade the troop seats: lordship buildings and lordship spirituality. Compared to the 2, it would still be relatively simple to increase the number of troop seats by using the latter method. Not only that, using skills likewise requires a mental power cap. Otherwise, with 1,500 mental power to force the use of a skill that consumes 1W mental power. Want to experience brain death? Let's go to the wilderness when we get the rewards that Uncle Lu said. I remember the copy of Scorpion Rock Valley in the south of Quan City, which abounds in equipment that increases mental power. You can check there this afternoon. The mind was made up. Su Jin also stopped thinking about it so much. Put away the immovable mountain skill book that was not quite suitable for a min-attack type robot like the Black Panther beast to learn. The other 3 skill books are directly selected for use. Immediately afterward, Su Jin took out the last reward that he had yet to view. It was a silver-white, high-tech futuristic gun. Its name is Breath of the Gale. Platinum weapon, Breath of the Wind. Wearing requirements, level 15. Attributes, strength plus 500, agility plus 500. Effect 1, can fire wind bullets that ignore 5% of the enemy's defense. Effect 2, 3 firing modes, sniper rifle, machine gun and automatic rifle. Depending on the firing mode, the bullets will consume different amounts of Lord's energy and have different attack power. Additional skills, wind attack, wind barrier, gale extreme attack, consumes 5% mental energy to move the same distance as agility in any direction, during which it is in an unselectable state. CD, 5 minutes. Wind barrier, consumes 5% mental energy to form a transparent barrier made of high-speed rotating air currents in front of you for 5 seconds. Barrier has a fixed 5,000 points of defense, 10W life points, protects against all attacks. CD, 5 minutes. Breath of the Wild Wind. This weapon is definitely an extreme weapon. though it is relatively low in terms of attribute increase compared to other level 15 platinum level equipment, but its base effects and additional skills make up for it perfectly. Bullets that ignore 5% defense. This feature pulls up the damage of the entire weapon at once. The freedom to switch between the 3 shooting styles is what allows the user to deal with different situations. The single burst of the sniper rifle, the sustained damage of the machine gun, and the comprehensive nature of the automatic rifle. Choose different bullet firing methods for different situations. Sujin simply couldn't be more satisfied. It has an additional skill with unselectable effects of displacement plus shield, though not the damage type skill that Sujin preferred. However, it was undeniable that such a skill set definitely belonged to the very best. In the meantime, Sujin's heart was once again rising in gratitude to the officials of Quan Chang. Through the 2 Lord's skill books and the breadth of the Gale piece of equipment, it's easy to see how much the officials value themselves. After all, for the Lords, live to output, there is a future in living. Today's level was still unable to wear it, so Sujin temporarily put it into the Lord's space first. By the time Sujin had finished checking out the rewards the Springs officials had given him, the 2 had already arrived at Lu Jinyun's unit. Seeing Lu Jinyun come over, the doorman hurriedly opened the doorstop. Minister Lu is back. Hard work. Entering the Springs Replica Consolidated Management Office, the pair walked for about another minute to the office area. As soon as their figures appeared, the originally somewhat noisy management office instantly quieted down for a few moments. A group of people had focused their gazes on Sujin's body. Although he didn't speak, his face could still reveal expressions of envy, marvel, and shock. Sit down for a moment while I go arrange something. According to the news, it's almost 10 minutes or so before someone from the capital arrives. Okay, Uncle Lu, you go ahead. Wait until Lu Jinyun leaves the office. A bright light flashed in Sujin's eyes. The key word in Lu Jinyun's sentence, capital city, combined with what he said earlier. That thing was extremely valuable. He already had a guess in his mind about that so-called reward. However, he didn't think too much about it until he was completely sure. Instead, the system interface was opened again, only to see that, apart from the 4 tasks that Sujin had previously taken on that had yet to be completed, once again, 2 quests to be picked up appeared in the list. Spiritual Enrichment, enhance your spiritual attribute to 1W. Quest reward, random gold level heroic unit summoning crystals of the mechanical race. Wilderness exercise, kill the beasts in the field. Pass any field copy. Mission reward, according to the number of killed beasts, pass the number of copies to get different number of wisdom fruits, limit, 10. The 2 quests were directly picked up by Sujin. Meanwhile, through this series of tasks, he also had a better understanding of the system. In his opinion, this system was tantamount to a powerful aid. Quests will be triggered based on what he has in mind to do in the short term, the difficulties he encounters, and so on. After completing the mission, you will be rewarded with an additional bonus. As for whether or not that kind of extremely difficult task would appear later on, he didn't care. The big deal is that you won't take the mission when the time comes. Clicked on the Breaking Records task list and received 2 knowledge fruits first. Fruit of the Spirit, Fruit of Knowledge. Fruits of Knowledge from the Book of Knowledge. You and I from the Tree of Wisdom. Effects, increase the Lord's base mental strength by 100. Base strength by 10. Asterisk 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 is a big loss. See the effect of the Fruit of Knowledge. Sujin slapped his thigh violently. The effect of the Fruit of Knowledge was really fierce for Seo to come in. First of all, the attribute spiritual strength that it could boost was the attribute that he currently needed the most. Secondly, it belonged to a kind of spirit fruit, and after swallowing it the energy in it would diffuse into the Lord's flesh. The attributes that can be increased are base attributes, not additional attributes like equipment or props. Thus, under the effect 2 of energy amethyst, as long as Sujin swallowed it, his existing troop types, the Black Panther Beast and the Fierce Tiger King, as well as the troop types that he would have afterward would all similarly receive the same attribute boost as Sujin. Such an effect could be said to make Sujin very satisfied. I should have known that this thing could increase base mental power. He should have just claimed and eaten the 2 fruits of knowledge before allowing the Black Panther Beast to advance in quality. This guy's 20 Panther Beasts, each with a loss of 1500 Lord's energy. 20, that's 3 billion straight up. It's a bad loss. Chapter 23, The Great General of the Army, Isley. 3 minutes later, inside the office of the Replica Integrated Management Office, staff members are busy with their respective duties. However, they suddenly looked at the doorway in immense surprise. Only a few well-dressed middle-aged lords stood there. One of them, compared to the others, was slightly shorter and leaner, but he stood at the forefront of all of them. His appearance seemed to carry a kind of magical power, and the air around him seemed to freeze instantly. the entire office fell into an unbelievable silence, with only the sound of the snapping keyboard still faintly resonating. He didn't even need to deliberately expose his aura or even open his mouth to say a word. Just by the mere fact that he stood there, a chillingly murderous aura naturally radiated out. That indescribably oppressive feeling was like a heavy mountain pressing down on everyone's heart. Everyone in the office couldn't help but sit upright, their hearts filled with tension and awe, until they felt that suffocating aura slowly disappear. Nor did any of them dare to speak out of turn. They were just timidly typing and communicating in their workgroups in droves. Why does that guy at the front look like General AI to me? Someone in the group cautiously voiced such a question. That's definitely right. It's General AI. Why else would the city lord and several ministers be following behind him? Another person quickly replied, "This stance," and went to the minister's office. "I remember that Su Jin is still in the office. Can't it be that General AI is here for Su Jin?" Another person raised his speculation. "It's possible." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. They saw intense shock in each other's eyes. How could they not have expected that even such a pivotal figure as General AI had actually come in person? Moreover, from the current situation, it seemed that he had come here for Su Jin. This filled everyone's mind with doubt. What kind of amazing things did Seo Jin do in his copy? Anyway, everyone couldn't help but think of the previous matter of Lu Jinyun hiding the information of all the copies that Su Jin had traveled to. They vaguely felt that there must be an unknown connection. The other side, Su Jin, who had just been feeling a lot of emotions, suddenly sensed a familiar aura appearing nearby acutely. His heart snapped and he subconsciously jerked back to look. "Master AI, General AI." Su Jin's voice trembled slightly, and that tone was filled with surprise and excitement. In his former life, he and Exley were incredibly familiar. It can be said that his relatives in the first half of his worldly life were his own parents, Lu Jinyun, Yang Xiuyun and others, and this old man was the only family he had for the rest of his life. In this moment, seeing Ashley again, he almost blurted out, "Grandpa Ashley." However, all the people present were not people with strong strength, and their perceptions were extremely sharp. Although Su Jin changed his words in time, the Grandpa AI that he almost shouted out did not escape the ears of the crowd. However, due to Su Jin's identity, they all thought it was because Su Anguo had told him something relevant before, so it didn't feel out of place. Instead, Exley's face looked very excited, and he laughed heartily. "It's not like I've wanted that Su Anguo kid to be my godson for a day or two, but that kid was so wild. He said that given a few more years he'd surpass me, and dead set on disowning me as his godfather. You all heard it. His son called me Grandpa M himself. Now that's a godson of his I don't care for." The few people beside Ainsley nodded their heads in agreement. Their eyes were filled with envy as they looked at Su Jin. Even Lu Jinyun secretly gave Su Jin a thumbs up. That's a good relationship to recognize. He knew very well that Ainsley was not only a great general of the military, but also the deserved number one of the mechanical clan's military species in the world today. As a fellow mechanical clan lord, having such an elder would be simply immeasurably helpful to Su Jin in his growth process. Not too many pleasantries. With a thought, Ainsley saw a small robot suddenly appear. A ray of energy was emitted from its eyes, surrounding itself and Su Jin. A group of strong people including Wang Haitian. There was no way for them to detect everything that was going on inside. However, everyone was well aware of what was going to happen next, just waiting quietly on the sidelines, talking softly. And at this point, Su Jin looked at the robot that appeared next to Ailey with quite a feeling in his heart. This robot is called the Cloud Computing Robot. Although it is not very capable of fighting, but it is the ultimate in assisting. Number of troops on both sides, damage, weapon effectiveness, vision, terrain, logistics, all kinds of combat calculations, commanding large legions to fight, with it in the complete absence of any manual labor. Come on kid, the humanitarian imperial soldier is about the fate of the country. Show me your troopers. Ainsley resumed his usual seriousness and looked at Su Jin and said in a deep voice, "Humanitarian imperial soldier." Hearing Ainsley's words, even if there was already a guess in mind, Su Jin's heart was still as difficult to calm as the waves of shock. The humanity emperor's soldier. Rather than being a piece of equipment, it was more of a symbol and legacy of the Chinese spirit. It is a special kind of existence nurtured by the long history and deep cultural heritage of China. There are only 36 pieces in the whole of China. Each piece possesses unimaginable abilities. The conditions for wanting it are also very harsh. The worst of the worst are passers of the military's annual warfighter nuclear weapons program test. This kind of super genius will only appear in the entire Chinese military in a year. But now, according to Exley, he's going to get it right away? Almost subconsciously, Su Jin summoned the fierce Tiger King and a Black Panther beast. 2 sweeping rays of light were immediately emitted from the cloud computing robot's pupils, carefully checking up on the attributes of the Manticore King and the Black Panther Beast. Mechanical beasts: Tiger King, King's Hero. Spirit, 4400 plus 1100. Physical fitness, 1690 plus 240. Strength, 1520 plus 140. Agility, 1520 plus 120. Panther Beast, Platinum, Evolvable. Spirit, 1200 plus 1100. Physical fitness, 465 plus 240. Strength, 435 plus 140. Agility, 435 plus 120. Soon, the detailed attributes of the fierce Tiger King and the Black Panther Beast were clearly probed by the cloud computing robot. Even with the Black Panther Beast's characteristic of unlimited quality enhancement, it was unable to probe clearly. But when such a detailed panel was known to Exley, his pupils snapped. I can't believe it's true. The mechanicals actually do have hero-level units. This horrible fact was like a thunderbolt that sent Ainsley into a deep shock. Not only the fierce Tiger King, but also the Panther Beast's Panther Beast formation that could be described as pulling full weight in terms of air-to-air capabilities. The air-to-air capabilities that such a troop type could utilize if their attributes were strong enough and their numbers were large enough were simply terrifying. As a veteran of hundreds of battles, he understood exactly what that meant. It's not just because of the advantages possessed by the mechanical troopers. Or is it because of, well, another unique characteristic of the Mechanicus troop type can be artificially created. The reason why Pretty Country, Sakura Country, including all the countries around the world are so attached to the mechanical race soldier type is precisely for this reason. As a major general in the military, Ainsley knew many of the secrets of China. Today's China is at the forefront of the world. After the research of a group of scientists, their own Dongfeng missile vehicle, the J-20 fighter jet has been researched and prototyped. As long as it can be thoroughly researched. At that time, even if he died in battle in the mouth of a ferocious beast, your own soldiers will not be the same as those of other lords, and you will have to wait for a fated person to unlock and summon them. Rather, they can be artificially created. Even if it was just an ordinary warrior, with the input of energy crystals, he could maneuver the East Wind missile vehicle to deal with the ferocious beasts. And now, Su Jin's soldiers were likewise of extremely high quality. There are even heroic units of the mechanicals. Just wait until he subsequently unlocked more troop types and became strong enough. By parsing the characteristics and abilities of the soldiers they possess, a group of Chinese scientists will be able to create similar mechanical equipment after spending some time. Thinking about it, Ainsley had been completely unable to say what he was feeling. So much so that the movement of taking out the diamond-grade evolution crystal from the Lord's face was slightly trembling. Chapter 24, The Thoroughly Shocked Ailey. Powerful Humanity Emperor Soldier. Take the evolution crystal. Su Jin filled up the troop seats first and then used them directly. A light flashed, and the Black Panther Beast successfully completed its evolution. Black Panther Beast, Diamond Grade, Evolvable. Spirit, 1440 plus 1100. Physical Fitness, 558 plus 240. Strength, 522 plus 140. Agility, 522 plus 120. After being promoted to a diamond-level soldier, the Panther Beast's initial attributes, including its growth attributes, have all been increased by 30% based on its initial values. Correspondingly, it originally took 2,000 to summon a Panther Beast. Now it's a boost to 4,000, which is a direct doubling. The main reason why the prices have changed so much is because they unlock the use of stone throwers. Panther Rock Thrower, Diamond. Type, Ranged Attack Prop. Limitation, requires 5 Panther Beasts to activate at the same time. Effect, projecting gunpowder stones at the target point, causing a knockback effect. Attack distance is troop range times 2 meters. Attack range is troop level divided by 2 meters. Attack damage is troop attack power times 5. And the attack interval is fixed at 2 seconds. Attacking and breaking the walled city, increase the attack power of any building class by 5 times, with a destructive effect, and the damage inflicted cannot be recovered. Consumption, 10 W of Lord's energy is required to exchange for the body, and 1000 Lord's energy is required to fire a gunpowder rock. This made Su Jin feel both happy and uncomfortable at the same time. Happy that the unlocked stone throwers are genuinely powerful. The attack is powerful, has a long range, and is still ranged. The Panther Beast, now at level 8, can deal 4x4 ranged damage if you manipulate it. It was also a stage that satisfied Su Jin's need for ranged damage. The only drawback might be that it takes 2 seconds to throw it once. Also, each shot requires 1,000 points of Lord's energy. But that doesn't seem to be a problem either. So what if you throw once every 2 seconds? I'll exchange 1,000 units directly. 10,000 units. And how will you respond? And each shot requires 1,000 points of Lord's energy. Sorry, I have energy amethyst effect 3. The Lord energy consumed by this type is just free for me. But Lu, panther beasts and panther throwers themselves require a Lord's energy redemption. 4,000 a panther beast, 100,000 a stone thrower. And that's just one soldier. As one gets more and more troop types, troop equipment and even say, Lord buildings, the consumption of the Lord's energy would also be elevated by an unknown number of times. Su Jin instantly felt that the 108.19 W of Lord energy he currently possessed was suddenly so little, and in the meantime, probing capabilities through cloud computing robots. Ainsley was also certain that the Black Panther beast truly possessed king-level growth potential. His hands trembled slightly involuntarily. It was a loss of composure that he had never seen in his years of military service. But soon, a different kind of excitement began to spread through his heart. His brain was already starting to do frantic calculations. King's level heroic unit plus King's level Black Panther beast. If it could reach level 90, what a leap it would bring to China's defense force. With his inner thoughts, Ainsley couldn't help but clench his fists. He took a deep breath and took out the parchment from his arms and handed it to Su Jin. Su Jin received it with both hands and swept his gaze, then looked straight at each other. Right arm bent, right hand clenched in a fist at shoulder level, with a solemn and dignified expression. I grew up in the land of China, Great China, Dragon Soul Shelter. I shall remember the mission of the children of the Yellow Emperor, with my youth, for the people, for China, for the nation. I have no regrets about joining Huaxia in this life. When the words fell, the parchment in Su Jin's hand burst into flames, and the flames didn't enter his body. But Su Jin didn't feel any pain. Instead, his spiritual power grew by a full 1,000. Yes, Ashley sensed Su Jin's firm conviction. I have no regrets about joining Huaxia in this life. With that, he slowly raised his hands. In front of him, the Humanity Emperor's soldier that emitted a majestic aura suddenly appeared. It was a divine seal with a deep bronze color throughout. There were hidden golden lines on it that meandered and flowed like swimming dragons, inscribed with the lines of endless years. Each line contained a mysterious power. A flash of determination flashed in Ainsley's eyes. He began to transform his own power, and the origin of the Humanity Emperor's soldier to which he belonged was transported into it. A brilliant light flashed. The Humanity Emperor's soldier broke away from Ainsley's control and slowly flew towards Su Jin. Su Jin stretched out his hands and solemnly received the Humanity Emperor's soldier. At the moment of contact, he felt the majestic power contained in the Humanity Emperor's soldier from the Humanity Emperor's soldier. It was as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on him, but immediately afterward, that power disappeared, and what followed was a mysterious and familiar power flowing through the body. Ashley looked at Su Jin, his voice low and strong. This is our country's most important weapon, and it is now delivered to you in the hope that you will make good use of it and fight for our common beliefs. Su Jin gripped the Humanity Emperor's soldier tightly and nodded solemnly. I will not bury the glory of China. Ainsley nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, the droid was taken into soldier space, and the energy barrier shattered. Before Wang Haitian and the others could speak, they saw Ainsley's gesture and followed closely behind. Walking out the door, have the questions for this session of the Spring's high school exam been finalized? It has been confirmed. Exam number 23653. Good. Send me a copy of Su Jin's file by the time the college entrance exams are over. Inside the office, Su Jin looked at the Humanity Emperor's soldier in his hand with mixed feelings on his face. Humanitarian Imperial Soldiers, Heavenly Rewards. Where requirements, Chinese ethnicity. Attributes, plus 10% experience gain, plus 10% soldier growth attribute, plus 10% lord growth attribute. Additional skill, Heavenly Rewards. Heaven rewards the diligent, you reap what you sow. A familiar feeling. Su Jin stroked the Humanity Emperor's soldier, bit his finger, and dripped blood to recognize his master. Humanitarian Imperial Soldier, the Heavenly Dao reward was in fact a powerful divine weapon that he had already possessed in his previous life. It's the most mechanic-friendly trooper in existence among the 36. It was because of its existence that the time it took the Su Jin of his previous life to grow up was shortened by at least 50%, plus 10% experience gain, plus 10% soldier growth attribute, plus 10% lord growth attribute. 3 such attributes don't need much introduction at all. With such an effect, such an ability, in the entire Lord's world, there were only 36 pieces, and the effect of this one Humanitarian Imperial Soldier, Heavenly Reward, it's even more terrifying. The reason why Su Jin could have practiced so many skills all the way to full level in his previous life was because of this skill. Normally speaking, many skills to improve proficiency will be easier in the early stages, and then hit various bumps in the middle and late stages. At this point in time you simply can't make it up by virtue of constantly using skills. More than that, it requires the enlightenment of the lords and soldiers themselves, and the skill, heavenly rewards, is perfect for avoiding this. As long as you have him, no matter what skill, if you use it, that proficiency will go up. Moreover, the proficiency thus comprehended would not be different from others. Not only that, after binding the Humanity Emperor's soldier, the skills learned, experience raised, and attributes increased will be retained permanently. It does not affect the old lord in any way because of the subsequent need to pass it on to the next generation of Chinese. There really is nothing to match its value. Su Jin also never expected that this batch of Humanity Emperor soldiers would be transferred so quickly. One aspect of this may be the country's regard for its own Black Panther beast and Manticore King. Secondly, he felt that the signs of the invasion of ferocious beasts were faster than in his previous life. An invisible pressure and sense of responsibility hangs over the mind. Chapter 25 Wild Killing Frenzy in the Wild. Promoted to level 10. Su Jin looked at the time and didn't continue to stay here. As things stand, nowadays, if he wanted to continue to improve his strength, these copies within the city could no longer satisfy. Levels that are too low gain too little experience. The ones that are too high in rank, he can't necessarily beat them if he goes in there. A more suitable combo copy and too much of a waste of time. Therefore, going to the wilderness is undoubtedly the best option. The monsters inside were not only all ferocious beasts with higher experience, but they would also drop more equipment and lord energy. Safety is also not a concern at all. He wouldn't do anything stupid until he had grown up. There was a hilly area to the south of Quanqing City, where the ferocious beasts were generally characterized by thick blood bars and relatively slow movement speeds, with the agility that the present-day mighty Tiger King possesses. When he was in danger and couldn't fight, he escaped. After having decided, Su Jin sent a message to Lu Jingyun, then directly took a taxi to the south gate of Quanchang. Halfway there, he briefly checked the attributes that the mighty Tiger King currently possessed. Suddenly it feels as if you don't have to run. Power, 1737. Agility, 1737. 1737 Strength and Agility. After casting Manticore Skywing, the Storm Nebula Rift can reach an attack power of 6,948. With this kind of attack, when facing a top-level 20 defense-type ferocious beast, a slash would have to go down with most of its life. In a low-level 10 to 20 ferocious beast area like the city's southern hills, self-preservation was definitely a mistake. Still need to get used to hero-level units. Su Jin felt a little emotional inside. After paying the fare, come near the south gate, he paid no attention to the vendors on either side of the road calling out to him, selling their wares. Head straight to the city gates and check out of the city. There was also no need for any tedious formalities when Su Jin took out his badge of honor. The city guards immediately made a solemn military salute. Triumph! Thanks a lot. Su Jin returned the salute. Then, take a step outside the city. Elementary school textbooks say that a city wall divides the inside and outside into two worlds. Inside the city are all the lights. Outside the city are ferocious beasts. Of course, it's all fake. Such a situation may exist abroad, but in China, you can always trust the Chinese soldiers. The city guard also belongs to the Chinese military. As long as they hadn't been sacrificed, no matter which city within China, no ferocious beasts would be able to wade near the city walls. It was about close to a 10-minute walk. The road underfoot turned into a somewhat rough dirt road. The air smelled of earth, grass, and distant mountains. As far as the eye could see, there were rolling green hills, the mountains hidden by a thin layer of mist. Occasionally, one could still see some city guards clearing out the ferocious beasts here. Su Jin's mind moved. 10 Black Panther beasts came out of the summoning space. He looked at a large rock not far away. Finish off the ferocious beast behind the rock. The Black Panther beast moved at the sound. With a clicking sound, the 10 Black Panther beasts transformed into their beast form and acted in a two-sided package of cheese at a rapid pace. Da 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 da. A cunning rabbit that originally wanted to hide behind a rock and wait for Su Jin to approach. There was no reaction at all. The whole body was already densely packed with gunshot holes. Kill level 10 beast cunning rabbit. Experience plus 220. Congratulations on the braised rabbit head. In Su Jin's space, there was instantly a rabbit head hat with a color that was comparable to red meat. Its attributes are also counterintuitive. Not only does it add nothing to its attributes, it also emits a special flavor that possesses the effect of attracting cunning rabbits. Barely a monster-attracting artifact. Su Jin smiled. It would be good to kill a wave of cunning rabbits before finding a wild copy. With a thought of his mind, all 169 Black Panther beasts were released. With Su Jin putting that red meat-like hat on the head of a black leopard beast, he ignored the Black Panther beast's somewhat confused eyes and patted his back. Go ahead and spread the smell of braised rabbit head. Yes, though it felt awkward about having an odd hat on top of its head. But when Su Jin's order was given, it immediately took a step to run towards the distance with all its limbs. Su Jin, on the other hand, was sitting on a black panther beast, slowly advancing in the same direction. Time passed by. About 10 minutes or so, a slight sound came. When he raised his eyes, he saw a dense mass of cunning rabbits coming in like a tidal wave. Numbering about 30 or so, they were successfully attracted by the panther beast and hopped closer. That pair of soulful eyes revealed a strong greed. Boo! No command required. With a gunshot, dense bullets swarmed away like rain. Kill level 10 beast cunning rabbit. Experience plus 220. Congratulations to the Lord on his promotion to level 9. Spirit plus 110. Constitution plus 22. Strength plus 11. Agility plus 11. Kill level 10 beast cunning rabbit. Experience plus 110. Congratulations on acquiring the incisor double blades. The densely packed reminders were like the pop-ups in the 10+ live broadcasting room, making it somewhat difficult for Su Jin to see. It's still cooler this way. A smile surfaced on Su Jin's face once again. Experience value bonus for killing fierce beasts plus humanitarian imperial soldiers at a higher level. It made Su Jin's experience skyrocket. At this rate of progress, there was definitely nothing wrong with advancing oneself to level 15 by tomorrow night. As for higher, then forget it. The experience required to upgrade changes too much when you get to level 10. Plus the time is too short. It's simply not realistic. And the effect of the humanitarian imperial soldier's other lord growth attribute of plus 10%. It's not quite able to show how powerful it really is yet. Though, the additional 10 points of mental strength increase also had the effect of giving Su Jin an extra soldier seat. It also satisfied Su Jin to no end. Immediately after that, he spent 12 for W of Lord Energy and summoned 31 Black Panther beasts out, bringing their number to 200. As for the remaining 80 troop seats, he was intending to complete the task of being a force to be reckoned with. Once you have a second trooper, look at the second trooper before deciding which one to summon. For the next little while, Su Jin still continued to repeat this operation, constantly attracting the cunning rabbits and then killing them. In the meantime, such a commotion naturally had to attract the attention of some of the other lords as well. However, because none of the lords in the middle of this area were of too high a level, in possession of the Lord skill Shadowless Effect 2, they were unable to probe the level and attributes of Su Jin as well as the Black Panther beast. Another sighting of Seo Jin, almost a cunning rabbit a second, and no one said anything, just turned around and left. From there, Su Jin had the ability to kill a sufficient number of cunning rabbits and other ferocious beasts to be able to come directly to level 10. Chapter 26 The Scorpion Pang Valley located at the foot of the 10,000 Buddhas. Almost 3 hours had passed since leaving the springs. 3 hours? From level 8 to level 10. Such an upgrade speed was definitely at the top level in Su Jin's memories of his 2 lives. Of course, he wasn't too proud of it. Despite the strength of one's soldiers, there will always be some enviously lucky people in the world. When they awaken the Lord's Core, they awaken soldiers that are super high quality and have ranged damage. With such an advantage present, it wasn't unheard of for them to level up faster than themselves. Congratulations to the Lord on his promotion to level 10. Spirit plus 220, Constitution plus 44, Strength plus 22, Agility plus 22. Congratulations to the Lord for acquiring the skill, Weakness Strike, promoted to level 10. Going forward, it wasn't just the experience needed to level up that had increased drastically. Even this process of 9 to 10 doubles the amount of growth. The same is true for the types of soldiers owned. However, Su Jin didn't care too much about checking the changes in terms of attributes. In the world of lords, lords will automatically realize an appropriate skill every 10 levels. What really interested him had to be the skills awakened by rising to level 10. Overlord skill, Weakness Strike. Effect, lords and all troops that hit a target's weak point get 20% more damage. No doubt about it. This skill was also a passive skill that Su Jin in his previous life had possessed. It was also because of its existence that Su Jin was so familiar with the weaknesses of most ferocious beasts and how they should be struck. Looking at 20% damage isn't a lot, but don't forget, weakness damage even for ferocious beasts, that's double damage. Double damage is boosted by another 20%, so that's not a bad value at all. It was able to greatly accelerate the speed of killing the ferocious beasts. Level 10, along with Weakness Strike, should be enough to try that secret realm. Su Jin briefly analyzed his strength. Having come to a decision, he didn't linger here too long. He remembered clearly the purpose of his current outing. While leveling up, clear the field copies and get equipment that can increase your spirit power, and successfully unlocked the second troop type. It was nearing 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Jin also did not delay any longer. putting the other Black Panther beasts into space and rushing towards the closest wild copy to this place. Wild copy. Instead of calling it a wild copy, it could be called a secret realm. It is a composite copy with a time limit on its existence. Not only were the monsters in the middle of each secret realm all ferocious beasts, but they were also of different levels. It is equivalent to the normal monsters, elite monsters and bosses among the city copies. As soon as the time limit of a particular secret realm is reached, it shatters. At that time, not only could the lords enter, but even the ferocious beasts inside could come right out. This was one of the reasons why there would be a ferocious beast tidal wave. A large number of secret realms shattered at the same time, and the ferocious beasts inside appeared in the wild. When the food in the wild is devoured, they attack human cities. 10 minutes later, Sujin slowly arrived not far from where the target was. The first thing that catches your eye is the stunning 10,000 statues of Buddha. These statues of Buddha are in different forms. Some are solemn, some have kind brows, and some have solemn precious faces. Sitting or standing, they exude an air of sanctity and antiquity in the sunlight. It was also because of their existence that the secret realm under its feet could exceed the time limit by more than 100 years, and the ferocious beasts inside were still unable to come out. Trooper Goblin Priests. Any teams short on subs? 10 short of 1. Level 15 plus defensive lords to come. Level 24-man squad specialized with first pass. Price is negotiable. As Sujin got closer to the location, a ton of messages about teaming up, bringing the first pass, and other such things came to my ear. One can also see a squad of lords disappearing at the feet of the Buddha, simply because the secret realm located here was called the Scorpion Rock Valley. The poisonous scorpions and thunder rooks inside were all part of a group of ferocious beasts that were extremely difficult to deal with. A person goes in there and gets stung by a scorpion in the cold and electrocuted by a thunder rock, and the situation can be very difficult to deal with. Therefore, most people choose to enter in a group to ensure safety. But, for Seo came in saying that toxin damage and aerial creatures don't work on him at all. Naturally, he wouldn't team up and let others share his experience. Walking to the entrance of the secret realm, Sujin touched the vortex with one hand. Secret World, Valley of the Scorpion Rock. Level, 10 to 20. Secret World Monsters, Poison Scorpion. Thunder Rock. Requirement, kill the purple Thunder Rock Bird. First time entry past 20%. Extra bonus Thunder Feather Boots. 40%, Thunder Feather Pants. 60%, Thunder Feather Top. 80%, Thunder Feather Weapon. 100%, Thunder Feather Jewelry. Team member, Sujin. Are you sure you want to enter Scorpion Rock Valley? Hearing the prompts coming from his mind, Sujin immediately chose to confirm. The vortex erupted with a powerful suction force, absorbing Sujin into it. Seo Jin, how is that possible? Qin Yen, who had just arrived here, murmured in a low voice, his eyes filled with incredulity. How could he not have imagined that today Sujin had actually met the requirements to enter the Scorpion Rock Valley secret realm? Hearing Qin Yan's words, Wang Yan beside him also frowned. Are you sure you're not mistaken? There's no mistaking it. My Inferno medallion took note of his scent. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan's mind was filled with question marks. It was full of questions about how Sujin was able to upgrade so quickly. One must know that even today's Qin Yan, being able to reach level 10 was all due to the fact that he had helped him gather a large number of ferocious beasts for him to carry out uninterrupted bombardment. The result was obtained after being in the wilderness without rest since leaving the level 5 copy that day. But what makes Sujin able to upgrade so fast? If it was also a group, why would he enter the Scorpion Rock Valley alone? Thinking about it, he couldn't figure out why. Forget him, it's just a waste of first pass. Let's go in too. Wang Yan no longer thought much about these have-nots. For him, the most important task at the moment was to bring Qin Yan to grasp the upgrade. In this way, Qin Yan could achieve better results in the college entrance examination, and have face when he said it. In the meantime, within the secret territory of the Scorpion Rock Valley, just as he entered the secret realm, a hot and humid scent hit his face. Sujin habitually surveyed everything around him. It was an long valley surrounded by a light mist. In the sky above the valley, several huge rooks were circling, their feathers spread out to a width of more than 10 meters, casting large shadows. There was a patch of muddy ground underfoot and a mound of dirt not far away. There was no doubt that it was the poisonous scorpion hidden underground. Scanning forward. Panther Beast Formation Hold. Chapter 27. This burst rate is really high. Get the instructions. The Panther Beasts showed amazing execution. 100 Black Panther Beasts switched forms in the blink of an eye. The athletic and explosive form of the beast makes them even more ferocious. Immediately after that, 50 Panther Beasts nimbly jumped onto the bodies of another 50 companions. The Leopard Beast Formation was opened on their backs. forming a movable air-to-air combat fortress. In the meantime, the remaining 99 panther beasts that remained in human form were divided into 9 squads. They all looked cold, holding their machine guns steadily with both hands, focusing on 9 different directions. Its eyes flashed with infrared rays. The rays scanned back and forth across the ground like a fine grid, not sparing any hint of movement. Even a scorpion trying to sneak out of the ground would be immediately and keenly detected by them. See this scene. The corners of Su Jin's mouth, located on the back of the last Black Panther beast, rose slightly. Immune to poison, invincible in the air, and not allowed to sneak in underground. A secret realm like this is simply not too suitable for the Black Panther beast, my lord. Just then, the Manticore King's voice came. Su Jin twisted his head. What about me? For all. Yeah, and there's a Manticore King. It's a hard habit to break after so many years. Su Jin smiled awkwardly, then swept a glance at the current formation. Then to the Manticore King, he suggested, why don't I ride you? Or free movement? You're too big to join in. You'll have a blind spot in your vision. The Manticore King swung his hands outward slightly helplessly. I'd rather be free. It sighed and instantly transformed into beast form, only to see it violently stomping on the ground, like a bolt of lightning racing along the walls of the valley. The stones on the walls crumbled under the force of its powerful stomping, but this could not stop its advance in the slightest. It was whooshing fast, carrying a gust of wind as it whistled through the valley. Within a short time, the mighty Tiger King had stepped into the interior of the valley in a majestic manner. Its huge body and powerful aura instantly caused a huge tremor. The poisonous scorpions that had been lurking quietly were enraged by the sudden intruder. They crawled out of their hiding places in droves. Countless poisonous scorpions surged about, making creepy rustling sounds. The poisonous scorpions raised their venomous tail stings high. The shimmering, chilling tail spikes were particularly blinding in the dimly lit valley. Their pincers also kept opening and closing, as if demonstrating to the Tigress King. The whole valley swished with the atmosphere of battle. The poisonous scorpions surrounded the Manticore King, trying to use their strength of numbers against this powerful foe. However, the mighty Tiger King was not moved in the slightest. It took out its saber teeth somewhat playfully, scraping out a harsh stream of air with each swing. The poisonous scorpion that came charging at it couldn't even come close to within 2 meters of it. Damn it, what's the point of a scanning advance? Won't the scorpions all be drawn out at once? Su Jin let out a bitter smile and waved his hand. The crowd of Black Panther beasts aimed their guns at the poisonous scorpion in unison. Flashes of fire and a large spray of bullets. With the Panther beast's firepower added, the poisonous scorpions died faster. Even these level 12 poisonous scorpions were covered with hard armor. There are times when bullets deflect and don't do too much damage when they hit them, but when these poisonous scorpions came straight towards the direction of the Black Panther beast, their heads faced straight ahead, and almost all bullets hit their eyes, triggering weak point damage. A shower of gunfire swept by, and these poisonous scorpions were no threat at all. Even if some poisonous scorpions dived into the ground, they would be instantly set on fire and directly fall. Su Jin, on the other hand, was leisurely in the middle of the party. From time to time, a cold arrow is released to warm up the hands. Look at your experience value from time to time. Though after reaching level 10, it was more than a little more difficult to upgrade. However, Su Jin had, after all, killed the ferocious beasts by crossing the level while possessing the Humanity Emperor Soldier. The experience gained from each kill was considerable. Plus, this was a large secret realm, and the number of monsters in it was high. In this moment of time, Su Jin's experience still had improved to almost 20% or so. Of course, this secret realm was named Scorpion Rock Valley. In addition to these poisonous scorpions, there would also be thunder rock birds up to level 15 in the sky that were attracted to the area. It's just a shame. The defense of these thunder rock birds itself was not too high. With the advantage of their higher speed and being flying ferocious beasts, it was nothing in front of the Panther Beast's Panther Beast formation. You're fast. At level 15, you're as fast as a bullet? You can fly? The Panther Beast formation's increased damage to the air is understood. The fight is the one that will fly. They could also only be turned into Su Jin's experience and Lord Energy. Congratulations on killing the level 15 Beast Thunder Rock Bird. Experience plus 880. Congratulations on killing the level 12 Beast Poison Scorpion. Experience plus 440. Congratulations on obtaining the Troop Skill Book, Electromagnetic Charge * 2. Congratulations on obtaining the special equipment, Thunder Feather Wings. Is this luck that good? Looking at the two things that suddenly appeared in his hand, Su Jin was in a bit of disbelief. Troop Skill, Electromagnetic Charge. Effect, when used, it briefly increases the trooper's movement speed by 300% and charges forward, dealing 200% damage to the first target it hits. Note, CD 30 minutes. Maximum forward distance 500 meters. This skill cannot be upgraded. The charge state is in a non-selectable state. This skill is a bit fierce. It's just a pity that it only boosts movement speed and not agility. Otherwise it would be a perfect match for the mighty Tiger King. If it's true that EM charge boosts 300% agility as Sujin said, have the Manticore King learn a book that uses manticore wings, then electromagnetic charge, then storm nebula rift. The damage that can ultimately be inflicted is absolutely horrific as it is. However, it didn't. Sujin also had no choice but to put away one book and let the Panther Beast Legion study the other. Thunder Wing, Special Lord's Equipment. Wearing requirements, level 15. Attributes, Strength plus 100. Agility plus 100. Mental Strength plus 500. Effect, Flight. Flight gear, this is good too. The Thunderbirds are really nice people. Flying equipment, as the name suggests, is equipment that gives one the ability to fly directly after wearing it. Flight, a huge temptation for many lords who don't have a flying class. And in the world of lords, lords have to be at least level 50 to have the ability to fly alone. As a result, this category of flight gear can rank T1 in terms of value in the market. It's only slightly less than a life-preserving level of equipment. If it's a regular gold-digging lord, within such a short time of entering the Scorpion Rock Valley copy, you could obtain a Thunder Feather Wing. Then you can say it's not a bad idea to not have to keep striking gold for at least a year. Sure, Sujin didn't go for the idea of selling him off. Not to mention the fact that this was obtained by slaying a ferocious beast by himself, and could be worn directly regardless of the wear level. The more critical point is this: it's handsome. For men, being handsome is a lifelong endeavor. Chapter 28. Entering the interior of Scorpion Rock Valley. After about half an hour or so, Sujin had followed the Black Panther Beast Troop deep into the middle and back stages of the Scorpion Rock Valley. But it has to be said that after stepping into level 10, it really increases the difficulty of trying to level up too much. The number of ferocious beasts that had been decimated by the Black Panther Beast and the Manticore King was not small, but Sujin's current experience was still about 10% short of level 11. But the good thing was that the ferocious beasts in this piece had also improved compared to before, although there was no longer a thunder rock bird in the sky. However, the level 12 poisonous scorpions with the lowest level reached level 15. Not only is strength, fitness, and agility better, even its scorpion tail stinger spread out green, possessing the ability to spray venom remotely. Seeing the arrival of the Manticore King and the Black Panther Beast, the poisonous scorpions also acted instantly. Their knobby, hard shells glistened eerily in the faint light. The eyes of countless poisonous scorpions reveal thick killing intent. Just see them quickly cock their tails. The scorpion tail stinger that was like a dagger was aimed at the mighty Tiger King. Immediately afterward, a green venom sprayed out from the scorpion tail stinger. These venoms arced through the air and flew towards the mighty Tiger King. Despite the Manticore King's high agility, his movements were quite sensitive. But the venom spraying speed of these poisonous scorpions wasn't slow either. Plus their large numbers. There were still quite a few direct hits of venom on the Manticore King, causing a few numbers to float out of his head. The venom that was dodged by the Manticore King, on the other hand, instantly corroded the ground with a small pit, emitting a nuisance sound. You can see how much damage this venom can do. Cross-forward strafing. Turn on the frenzy. Sujin's expression changed slightly, and he immediately changed his strategy. The mighty Tiger King's physique was far higher than the Black Panther Beast's, and it was harmless for it to withstand a couple of poisonous liquids. Being a mechanical soldier facing a venom attack would only take 1 damage at first anyway, and does not take sustained damage from the venom. But even 1 damage, with the Black Panther Beast's physique, being hit multiple times at the same time wouldn't be bearable. The damage is directly 4,000 Lord's energy. Yes, the legions of Panther Beasts that received the order moved quickly. At the same time, a purple crystal was condensed in Sujin's hand. He threw himself violently in the direction of the Manticore King. The amethyst crystal fell into the mighty Tiger King's body, and its state was directly restored as before. Next, the whole scene was once again lopsided. The fact that the Black Panther Beasts had a poorer physique didn't mean that their attack power was poor. The Black Panther Beast that had reached level 10 was buffed by the fierce Tiger King, plus the 20% attack boost from the frenzy state. Nowadays, the Black Panther Beast's strength attribute had reached a terrifying 1139.32, coupled with the fact that the Black Panther Beast possessed a precision that was generally the same as Sujin's, combined with an additional 20% damage from weakness strike. These guys with better defense than those level 12 poisonous scorpions out there. They also simply couldn't carry such a firepower output and fell one after another. Congratulations on killing the level 15 beast poison scorpion. Experience plus 880. Congratulations on killing the level 16 beast poison scorpion. Experience plus 990. Congratulations on obtaining gold level equipment, scorpion tail stinger gloves. Dense beeps rang out. Su Jin's experience and lord energy increased at an astonishing rate. Only after almost 3 minutes or so, the place was then emptied of all poisonous scorpions, and at this time, Su Jin had also successfully promoted to level 11. Accelerate. Su Jin did not feel joyful because of this. After giving the mighty Tiger King another energy amethyst, he immediately ordered the group of soldiers to speed up. After all, the skill frenzy only lasted for 10 minutes. Reducing the attack by 20% will definitely have an impact on the overall rate of advancement if time runs out. With the Manticore King leading the way, after about 2 minutes or so, Su came into the true core area of Scorpion Rock Valley. There were no more poisonous scorpions here. The ground was flat and silent. Looking up, there were many nests of thunder rockbirds hanging from the surrounding mountain walls and tall trees. The surroundings of the nest occasionally flickered with faint lightning rays, which were traces of the thunder rockbird's residual power. It seemed to sense the enemy's aura. A single thunder rock bird, big or small, instantly surged out from amongst these nests of different sizes. Through the scrying technique, Su Jin could clearly learn the attributes of these thunder rockbirds. Among them, the weakest was only level 8, and the strongest had reached level 18. The highest-ranked thunder rock bird, when it slightly lifted its wings, the power of lightning contained within its body was obvious. An arc of electricity jumped and flashed between its feathers, as if countless small, agile snakes. But Su Jin was not intimidated by such an enemy. Activate the leopard beast formation. With a command, all the black leopard beasts transformed into beast form at the same time, and the leopard beast formation was immediately activated. A strange light enveloped them, and the aura of the 199 Black Panther beasts instantly skyrocketed. 199% increase in air-to-air range and 199% increase in air-to-air damage. This was undoubtedly a devastating crisis for the Thunder Rockbird soaring in the sky. It was a devastating blow to the Thunder Rockbird. Da. The muzzles on the backs of the 199 Black Panther beasts flashed fire at the same time. A series of bullets were like ferocious metal locusts, rapidly approaching towards the Thunder Rockbird. Since the frenzy status buff hadn't disappeared at this point, plus the powerful buff of the leopard beast formation, even if these bullets just grazed the feathers of the Thunder Rockbird, they would be able to directly tear a gash in its wings. The bullets that hit the Thunder Rockbird's body were needless to say. A bloody hole was punched directly into them. Miserable. The Thunder Rockbirds chirped in agony as their bodies fell through the air one after another. But the Panther beasts didn't stop firing. The machine guns behind them continued to sprout tongues of fire, and a steady stream of bullets shot into the sky. So much so that there was no heartfelt pity for the baby level 8 Thunder Rockbirds and their nests. Congratulations on killing the 18th level beast Thunder Rockbird. Experience plus 1540. Congratulations on winning the Thunder Feather Necklace. Another explosion of Thunder Feather series equipment? That's a really high burst rate. The moment he heard the drop of the Thunder Feather Necklace, Su Jin looked very excited. He was just about to check the attributes. All of a sudden, fresh, a bird chirping in the utmost anger exploded in his ears. That voice seemed to carry an endless amount of majesty and anger, causing the air to tremble. Immediately after, a huge Thunder Rock bird appeared in view. Its figure was even larger than the average Thunder Rock bird, and its feathers flickered with blue and purple intertwined light. It was as if it was like purple lightning coursing through the feathers. Boss, killing you should drop a lot of good stuff. Chapter 29, Successful Decapitation. Thunder Feathers Set 8-piece set. Scorpion Rock Valley Boss, Purple Thunder Rockbird, Level, 20, Spirit, 50, 000, Body Mass, 6,000, Power, 2,500, Agility, 2,800, Skills, Purple Lightning Strike, Static Barrier, Thunder Rage. One could only say that it was truly worthy of being the final boss of Scorpion Rock Valley. The attributes of the Purple Lightning Thunder Rockbird were astonishing. 6,000 Constitution, 2,005 Attack, 2,008 Agility. Combine this with 3 skills that have fast attack speed, plus defense, and ranged burst. Even if it was some level 20 normal lord group, it would require some strategy to take them down. But for Su Chen, it was only slightly tricky. No order is necessary. The moment he discovered the Purple Lightning Thunder Rockbird, the 199 Black Panther beasts had then aimed their guns. Take advantage of the last few dozen seconds left in the frenzy. They have an attack of 3,406. 5 and can still break defense against their 3,000 defense. A series of bullets shot towards the sky like a rainstorm. Dense numbers floated out from above the head of the Purple Lightning Thunder Rockbird. Its body trembled slightly, and it was obviously in extreme pain. Survival instincts made it react quickly, and it began to move at high speed to avoid it. With his high 2800 agility in play, the purple lightning thunder rockbird was like a purple lightning bolt streaking across the sky. The large number of bullets fired by the Black Panther beasts were dodged by it with agility, and those bullets fell short. However, a small number of bullets still hit its body. This caused its eyes, which were already burning with rage, to become even hotter. The purple lightning thunder rockbird's body flashed with electricity as it directly activated the purple lightning flash skill, only to see that a purple thunderbolt that looked like an eagle soared and coalesced. Just for a moment, the purple thunderbolt then fell straight towards Su Jin's head. Apparently, this guy knows how to tackle too. But at this time, Su Jin, hear the crackling in your ears and feel that powerful sense of oppression. He didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. See only, at the moment of the hit, a -0 popped up on its head. At the same time, since Su Jin had set the judgment target of this attack to be the mighty Tiger King with the highest physique, 2750 to 1410, 5 divided by 201 is equal to 11. 63, a number 11. 63 popped up above the heads of all the Black Panther beasts and Manticore Kings. The strike did not succeed, and due to the anger within, the purple lightning thunder rockbird did not stop moving. It's not all mush in its head. The purple lightning thunder rockbird first quickly covered its body with a layer of electrostatic barrier that shimmered with electric light, to keep themselves safe. Then, it began to concentrate on condensing the powerful thunder rage. The air around them flickered with endless arcs of electricity, so much so that the lightning elements in the middle of the entire Scorpion Rock Valley began to coalesce in this direction. Such a ranged burst skill would certainly be unbeatable if it was allowed to coalesce, but Su Jin would not give it such a chance. With a wave of his hand, the panther beasts were the first to start moving. Without hesitation, they continued to pull the trigger, and the dense bullets poured towards the purple lightning thunder rockbird like a torrential downpour. Damage to the electrostatic barrier applied to its surface. In the meantime, mighty Tiger Skywing, the fierce Tiger King let out an earth-shattering roar, and his body instantly changed into a mighty beast form. With the brief flight ability granted to it by the Manticore Skywing, the Manticore King quickly came to the side of the purple lightning thunder rockbird. At this moment, the electrostatic barrier on the surface of the latter has been broken. The former immediately activated his stance. Storm Nebula split. Only a tiger's whistle could be heard, and the mighty Tiger King had changed into human form. The teeth of the sword in his hand flashed with a harsh, cold light. With unrivaled destructive power, it ruthlessly attacked towards the purple lightning thunder rockbird. Two huge damage numbers floated up from the purple lightning thunder rockbird's head, and its life was emptied in an instant. Boo! Its huge body also fell from the air at great speed, staining the ground red. Congratulations on killing the level 20 beast. Purple lightning thunder rockbird, experience plus 3960. Congratulations on obtaining 1W of Lord's energy. Congratulations on winning the Thunder Feather Set treasure chest of your choice. Congratulations on successfully passing the Scorpion Rock Valley secret realm, and obtaining the Thunder Feather Set parts optional treasure chest *5. Thunder Feather Set optional treasure chest? It still drops this? Once again, Su Jin was surprised by his luck in this life. Although killing the purple lightning thunder rockbird didn't gain skills or anything, but this one Thunder Feather Set optional treasure chest is simply not worth it. As an a la carte treasure chest, it allows you to choose any and all accessories inside the Thunder Feather Set. Such an effect is simply not awesome. The reason is also simple. Collecting all the sets is just like collecting 5 blessings. Do you want to get the first Jingyefu easily? Therefore, this one Thunder Feather Set optional treasure chest is worth more than some regular skill books. Of course, Su Jin didn't have any intention of taking it and selling it. With this chest, combine it with the first pass through the secret world to hand out rewards. He has been able to raise the Thunder Feather Set himself. This kit is pretty wow in terms of increasing mental strength. Without any hesitation, Su Jin immediately opened the 5-part self-selected treasure chests. Make your choices according to the combat uniform you are most familiar with, respectively. As for the jewelry and weapons, the ring and the secondary weapon, the long sword, were chosen. And for the Thunder Feather Set optional treasure chest, the hat was chosen. This choice means that all the accessories do not conflict with each other, nor would it affect the thin burial bracelet that Su Jin originally possessed, and the breath of the gale that he would soon be able to wear. Thunder Feather Set, quantity, 8. Attributes, spirit plus 2500, physique plus 2000, strength plus 800, agility plus 1000. Attribute bonus of the 8-piece set, mental strength plus 1200, strength plus 200, agility plus 200, It's truly worthy of being called one of the strongest sets for lords before level 30. The Thunder Feather set. Although there aren't any additional skills, this attribute really isn't something to sneeze at. Looking at the attributes that his brand new suit had added to him. Once again, Su Jin revealed a satisfied smile. After wearing it, his current spiritual power had reached 6450. It was getting closer to 1W of mental power. Even say with the steel crossbow as the primary weapon and the longsword as the secondary weapon. The strength attribute was also now close to 1800. Such an attack power was going to be even stronger than a diamond-grade Black Panther beast. There's just no one else. Not only that, not only does this set add more attributes, it's ridiculously handsome. Even Su Jin himself. See yourself today through a smooth stone wall. Both can't help but nod. Man depends on his clothes. Buddha depends on his gold. The ancestors truly do not deceive me. And in the meantime, another Scorpion Rock Valley secret realm. 10 huge-bodied inferno demons surrounded the purple lightning thunder rockbird. They exuded blazing flames and kept launching various attacks on the latter. However, the speed of the purple lightning thunder rockbird was simply too fast. Whenever the inferno demon's attack was about to hit, the purple lightning thunder rockbird was always able to instantly dodge away with incredible speed. At the same time, a bolt of lightning would be fired to try to kill Qin Yan, but all of its attacks would be intercepted by the Wanma shield of Wang Yin's human soldiers. With that, the scene was at a standstill for a while. The Infernals roared angrily, constantly adjusting the direction and angle of their attacks, but were never able to hit their targets. The purple lightning thunder rockbird, on the other hand, utilized its speed advantage to continuously weave in and out of the Inferno demon's encirclement, and from time to time, he launched an attack at Qin Yan. The end result is that no one can help anyone. Still want to get it killed on your own? While your Inferno soldier's attack is certainly strong, its attack speed is a big disadvantage. Plus you're completely missing out on the advantage of Inferno's strong burst. Several times the opportunity to give the purple lightning thunder rockbird a heavy blow was not grasped. If you were really the only one facing it, I'm afraid you would have died several times already. Too much pride and arrogance can be a big loss. Hearing Wang Yan's words, Qin Yan sighed heavily. Seeing this, Wang Yan patted his shoulder and comforted him. There is no need to be too discouraged. You're still young, and the road is still one step at a time. With that, Wang Yan waved his hand. Behind it were several soldiers dressed as scholars, whose brushes danced in their hands. A mass of ink transformed into a sharp sword, piercing through the purple lightning thunder rockbird's wings at an extremely fast speed. Boo! With a loud bang, the purple lightning thunder rockbird's huge body fell heavily to the ground. Go ahead and take the last hit. Chapter 30, The Unconquerable Qin Yan. Sudden B-rank incident. When did I finish 8 of these quests? In the Scorpion Rock Valley. Su Jin didn't leave immediately. This kind of secret realm amongst belongs to absolutely no one to explore. So, he took the opportunity to check on the completion of his quest as well. But, this is not to be checked. A check is a shock. Powerful. This requires clearing 10 copies of the quest. I can't believe I don't know when it became 8 out of 10. 1 against 5 in the wild secret realm? Or is the combined copy that you entered before considered 5 different copies? Su Jin was a little less than understanding. However, he didn't think much of it. It wasn't like it would hurt him to get a second soldier sooner. I just don't know what my second soldier will be. Black iron beasts? The ice wolf beast? Black poison beasts? Sports car units? Helicopter units? Fighter units? With the thoughts in Su Jin's mind, all soldiers in the Scorpion Rock Valley disappeared into thin air. Immediately after, Su Jin was also enveloped by a light. Thunder feather suit complete set. What kind of luck is this? This little brother, do you have any extra thunder feather necklaces? The price is negotiable. Just walked out of the Scorpion Rock Valley secret realm. Su Jin was immediately surrounded by a group of people. Most of these were lords who came to Scorpion Rock Valley to strike gold. There were also quite a few merchants who came here to acquire thunder feather sets and sell them abroad. Hearing the chattering voices coming from his ears, Su Jin instantly felt his head spinning. But, luckily, these people were not too high-leveled and had no way to detect Su Jin's current level. Unable to feel the realities, naturally all were very disciplined. Despite the staggering, not a single person came within 3 meters of Su Jin. Sorry guys, I just raised the thunder feather set today as well, and I really don't have any extras. With that, Su Jin nodded to the many lords around him and prepared to leave. He didn't have time to stay here and bull them. Grabbing other secret areas, completing quests, and unlocking the second troop is the way to go. Didn't wait for him to get far. A gasp was heard from behind. Su Su Jin, why are you so fast? Su Jin turned his head to look. Qin Yan, his classmate, and Wang Yin, who he had a brief encounter with, were looking at themselves with astonishment. What a coincidence, meeting again. After greeting him, Su Jin smiled faintly. He came out after killing. After saying that, he also ignored the two people's faces full of incredulity, and then turned around to leave. And the two Qin Yan Wang Yin, after hearing Su Jin's reply, you looked at me and I looked at you, filled with shock. How is that possible? A man. Moreover, it was still a novice lord who had just awakened the Lord's core not long ago. Solo Scorpion Rock Valley Secret. I can't believe it came out so quickly. One must know that even Qin Yan, who possessed the Inferno Soldier type, being able to pass so quickly was only possible with the help of Wang Yin. The small monsters in front of them were surrounded by Wang Yin's ink soldiers by casting Drawing Ground. Then the Inferno troopers unleashed their ranged burst skills to clear them out that quickly. And the final boss, the Purple Thunder Rock Bird. 95% of the damage was even more caused by Wang Yin alone. But even so, Su Jin's clearance speed was actually comparable to theirs? Things like that. It's like a 6th grader solving a difficult arithmetic problem faster than a high school student. It's unbelievable. Could he be lying to us? Qin Yan opened his mouth with a somewhat stiff face and asked. It won't. Wang Yin closed his eyes. He's wearing a thunder feather set, and it's at least a 6-piece set. At these words, Qin Yan shook his head with a bitter smile. Yeah, Su Jin had only just become a lord within how long? If it's a bot thunder feather set, they all need to be at least level 15 to wear them all. That short of time to level 15? Something like this is like an elementary school student getting into Tsinghua University, and the difficulty only gets higher. The two of them looked shocked and froze in place, causing many people around them to stare with some surprise. But the two didn't care. A few moments passed. Qin Yan reacted as a touch of wariness rose in his eyes. Gazing at the direction Su Jin left, he muttered under his breath. I don't believe you're really that strong. Only the equipment that you personally acquired among the high school can be effective. When the time comes, I'm bound to compete with you. Same time, Su Jin, who hadn't left for long, suddenly received a message from the Badge of Honor. Class B incident, beasts in Red Leaf Valley, south of Quan Chang, have gone berserk, fierce beast riot. Seeing these 4 words, infinite coldness flowed from Su Jin's eyes, and when he saw the words Cold Ice Wolf King, the murderous aura emanating from it was almost condensing into substance. He'll never forget it. In his last life, Yang Shouyun had died on top of the sharp claws of the Cold Ice Wolf King in order to protect himself. Manticore King, move forward as fast as you can. Su Jin immediately summoned the mighty Tiger King. At this time, the mighty Tiger King also knew the seriousness of the matter and likewise did not hesitate. Changing into the form of a fierce beast, he carried Su Jin as he flew in the direction of the Red Leaf Valley, and at the same time, a message popped up in the system. Preventive measures. The Red Leaf Valley Secret Realm boss Ice Wolf King has gained unknown power. Please destroy it before it is fully absorbed. Mission reward, 50 units of Panther Beasts mutated Atrandom. But Su Jin didn't care too much, because some things must be done. Not about rewards, not about honor. The Manticore King was fast. It was only 17 or 18 minutes later. He then rushed to a campsite located near Red Leaf Valley. This is the camp where Subterranean Dragon, a branch of the Chinese military, is temporarily stationed. Subterranean Dragon, a member of the Chinese military. The scope of the mission includes, but is not limited to, discovering and dealing with the ferocious beasts rioting outside of each city, preventing danger from occurring before it is too late. The purpose of the team is, even if you are a dragon on the map of China, you have to dive down. There is only one true dragon in China. Stop. Number 597382. Release. When Su Jin approached the camp, he was immediately stopped by 2 soldiers, but after they saw Su Jin take out his badge of honor and burst out the number, it also understood what was going on and let it go immediately. However, when Su Jin walked in close to 20 seconds or so later, one of the soldiers snapped his eyes wide open. 597,382? Isn't that the badge of honor number issued this year? Another soldier also understood the seriousness of the situation and immediately ran to the guard post to report the situation. What? This year's rookie has the nerve to come to a B-level event? Are all young people so brave nowadays? Chapter 31. The easiest task? I had to make it the hardest for him. What's the situation? Still alone? Good man. I would have thought you recruits would have been brave enough to come of your own accord. Turns out I didn't realize there were braver than you guys. As this Chow Meng listened to the soldier's report, the look of appreciation on his face grew. But soon, he immediately changed his face. But if this guy is the son of some noblewoman or other, coming over to gild the lily, Don't blame me for making him carry out the most dangerous missions. Saying that, Chao Meng immediately inquired about Su Jin's relevant information. Just when he saw the prompt on his computer, his entire body suddenly froze. No. 597,382. Info, no right to view. Confidentiality level. I'm a major who doesn't have the authority to view the information of this year's newcomers. 1, 2, 3, 7. How many S is that? System failure? Chao Meng's entire body was instantly confused. Refreshing several times in a row, he didn't respond until the alert window popped up. The change in his face appeared again. Worthy of being our good sons and daughters of China. But courage is courage, and it's not good to have courage without strategy. Chao Meng immediately took out the phone and dialed it. Hey, old Li, it's me, I'm Chao Meng. You tell him what the man looks like. Follow Chao Meng's instructions. The soldier briefly reported the news of Su Jin's arrival at the Red Leaf Valley's temporary quarters. Alright, find out who it is. These youngsters like looking for excitement that much? Just became a lord and they dare to run here. And in the meantime, inside the official conference room at the Springs, Exley was discussing with some of the Springs officials how changes should be made to this year's entrance exams. But just then, a sharp knock on the door suddenly came, interrupting their discussion. Li Yunfei rushed in and said with a hint of apology on his face, I'm sorry, Elder AI. I've just gotten word that Su Jin has traveled to the Red Leaf Valley temporary quarters through a message from the Badge of Honor. However, Ainsley simply asked blandly, is that all? Li Yunfei froze, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Disorganized and undisciplined. Exley frowned, his tone somewhat serious. For the next month, you alone will be responsible for cleaning up the ferocious beasts in the northern part of Quan City near the urban area. After that, he stopped paying attention to Li Yunfei and continued to discuss with the others. Li Yunfei stood in place, his brows furrowed, a hint of helplessness and doubt on his face. I recognize this punishment, but the safety of Su Jin's life is a big deal. Hearing these words, Ainsley smiled slightly and turned his head to look at Lu Jinyun, waving his hand. Lu Jinyun naturally understood what the other party meant and took out his cell phone, sending a screenshot of the chat log to Li Yunfei. It clearly showed the news that Su Jin was alone and had passed through Scorpion Rock Valley in just less than 2 hours. The current Su Jin can't be viewed in the same way as a newcomer. What the hell? Seeing the picture on his cell phone, Li Yunfei froze with a stunned face. He couldn't help but wonder, hadn't Su Jin just awakened the Lord's Core a few days ago? How can we go to Scorpion Rock Valley so soon? And it's still passable? I can't believe it was done by one person? Less than 2 hours? Li Yunfei's mind was instantly occupied by countless question marks. However, when he saw Lu Jinyun's expression that didn't look like a lie, he quickly came back to his senses. Yeah, since Su Jin had the ability to clear the Scorpion Rock Valley copy, then with his strength, it shouldn't be too difficult to keep his life as long as he was a bit more careful after entering the Red Leaf Valley. Figure it out? Figured it out. Don't go and get punished yet. Okay. In the meantime, Su Jin had already been waiting for a long time at the preparation place of the temporary quarters. New lords continued to arrive during this time. They are all the same as Su Jin. He came here to participate in this mission to pacify the ferocious beast riot. Close to 70% of the lords have more or less scars on their bodies. Even the blood on some of the gear had congealed. The remaining portion of the lords, while looking relatively clean, likewise gave off a particularly sophisticated look. Moreover, most of these lords were in groups of 3 or 5. The only personal lord was Su Jin. Naturally, it also made everyone look twice. However, they weren't particularly concerned. In everyone's eyes, Su Jin's impenetrable information and luxurious equipment had proved his strength. All of them. And without making everyone wait too long, Chao Meng walked over. Just the phrase, everyone, including Su Jin, immediately boarded up. Soldiers, please don't treat this mission like child's play. Whenever it is about the task of defending the country and guarding the people, it is a battlefield. Fear does not belong to us. We are Chinese warriors. Speaking here, Chao Meng paused and waved his hand to the side. A team of soldiers delivered a package to each person. Su Jin looked at it, and inside was a bag of compressed cookies that could quickly restore stamina and slowly restore life value respectively. A potion that slowly restores mental energy. There's also a map, a flare gun, and an orb that stretches a protective barrier. Enter Red Leaf Valley. Fire flares at the first sign of danger and use the barrier sphere. As he said this, Chao Meng gave Su Jin a very serious look. It made the latter feel a little that way inside. What does that mean? Think I'm not strong? I'm not going to be assigned the easiest task later, am I? Despite the many thoughts in his heart, Su Jin did not say anything and continued to listen carefully to Chao Meng's arrangements. According to our intelligence, the ferocious beast's range of activity is as follows. Your task is to work from points B, C, D, 7 directions in a steady and gradual manner. Me and the other fighters will clear in from point A and enter Red Leaf Valley as fast as we can. The tasks of all present have been marked on the map and cannot be changed at will. And the lords who have not been marked serve as a reserve, ready for support at any time. Everyone is ready to go. As soon as the words fell, a group of lords opened their maps and contacted their teams. Most people are around level 20, so a lot of them are in groups of 2 to 3 teams for a single spot. And when Su Jin opened his map, it instantly didn't look too good. Under Chow Meng's arrangement, Point H spotting was under his own personal responsibility. It was nice to look at it like this. One person clearing an area of ferocious beasts, but this spot is a cliff away from the core. Trying to enter the core area of Red Leaf Valley would take more time, although such an arrangement makes sense in a sense. But can't get into the core area then. What's the point of killing those ferocious beasts on the periphery? By the time I get to the Valley of the Red Leaves, you'll have been in there for half an hour. Moreover, the Cold Wolf King in the previous life did not die, which means that in the previous life these people did not succeed in killing the Cold Wolf King. Thinking of this, Su Jin frowned. But soon, and he reacted. The cliffs? The Manticore King understands it, and the Thunderfeather Wing understands it. Omega? Asterisk operator. As long as I clean up fast enough, all the ferocious beasts in the core are mine. Chapter 32. Can he fly? Su Jin then proceeded to Point H alone. The level of ferocious beasts at Point H is comparable to other points. They were all ferocious beasts that were originally level 15-20, and when they entered the Berserk state, there was an increase of 20% in their overall strength. And the reason why only one lord is needed here, and not just because it takes longer to get to the core, either. There's also the relatively small number of ferocious beasts here. All such factors, none of which were not showing that Chow Meng did take some care of Su Jin, and arguably for the newcomer. He wanted to work on Seo Jin's abilities while he could, and again, we can ensure Su Jin's safety as much as possible. He probably never expected it. Su Jin didn't follow the rules at all. After rushing to the starting position at Point H, he immediately summoned the 200 Black Panther Beast, and another 80 W of Lord Energy was spent to redeem 200 Black Panther Beasts again. One group of 20. Clean up all the ferocious beasts in this area. Yes, after Su Jin commanded, the 400 Black Panther Beasts immediately transformed into their beast form, split into 20 squads and Carpet Scout. The eyes of each Panther Beast possess thermal imaging capabilities. Even now it's late and slightly dark. The Panther Beasts could also target quickly. Congratulations on killing the level 15 Beast Poison Mist Spider. Gain 1040 experience. Congratulations on killing the level 15 Beast, the Iron Armored Giant Deer, and gaining 1040 experience. Congratulations on getting the Stag's Helmet. Congratulations to the Lord on his promotion to level 12. Spirit plus 220, Constitution plus 44, Strength plus 22, Agility plus 22. It didn't take long. Intense beeps ring in your ears. Su Jin ignored it. On the back of the Manticore King, he flew towards the core area of Red Leaf Valley, and in a chain, he pulled the trigger of his steel-furred crossbow, launching an attack on the ferocious beasts along this route. Wearing a thunder feather suit of 8 pieces, Su Jin's attack power at this point could not be underestimated. In a swoosh of crossbows firing arrows, the sound of the wind driven by the Manticore King's running, and the screams of the ferocious beasts. A ferocious beast fell under the arrows. Together with the fact that these ferocious beasts were all in a berserk state, not only their attributes, but even their experience value was an additional 20%. Combine this with the 10% extra experience bonus of the humanitarian Imperial Soldier. Su Jin's experience bar rose quickly. It was also getting closer to the location of the cliff, and in the meantime, the temporary quarters of the subterranean dragon army. A large number of combatants have gone on mission. The remaining personnel stayed behind, responsible for observing the situation of the ferocious beasts at each point and ready to provide support. A mock sandbox was placed in front of them. This sandbox can be used by connecting barrier balls. Check the speed at which the warriors are advancing and observe the number of ferocious beasts slain. Dragon Seta frowned as he looked at a few points of light on the sand table. With this rate of advancement, perhaps this Red Leaf Valley is more complicated than we thought. Hearing this, Long Tao Ding next to him patted his shoulder. Kid, you're still too young to know many things. Take a closer look. The ones that are slow to advance are not regulars. They are not professionally trained. And even if they were more seasoned, they would not be able to perform this kind of task as fast as our regular army. Dragonette A nodded and looked away. In the next second, he suddenly froze. then snapped out the prearranged task list. Asterisk 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 how is this guy so fast at H point? Point H? That newbie lord? Long Tao Ding hastily twisted his head. See only. The point representing Sujin was almost speeding along at more than 10 meters per second. Compared to other points, it's a ride. It was even faster than point A, the regular army led by Chow Meng. Holy, how did that happen so fast? Long Tao Ding rubbed his eyes and realized that he really hadn't made a mistake, and asked somewhat incredulously. Although the number of ferocious beasts at point H is relatively small, but there's not much difference in the level of the ferocious beasts. Plus, while there are more ferocious beasts at other points, there are more lords going. All of them are at least 10-man teams. With the exception of point A, the difficulty of the task can be said to be exactly the same at all other points, but this is too fast for Sujin. Is this kid just rushing and not clearing the ferocious beasts? Long Tao Ding asked with some incredulity. I've thought about that too. Dragon Seta shook his head with a bitter smile. Then a flat panel that recorded the change in points was shown to Long Tao Ding. Chow Meng, no. 581,532. Points, 926. Sujin, no. 597,382. Points 638. Long Tao Si, no. 589,264. Points, 462. Hiss. See the message displayed on the tablet. Moreover, Sujin's points were still soaring. Long Tao Ding immediately drew in a breath of cold air. What the hell? Are the newcomers this year that strong? My brother Long Tao Si is level 24 and can't even outrun him? By the way, according to Major Chow, wasn't he placed here to prevent him from entering Red Leaf Valley? At this speed he's going, won't he be there soon? Dragon Sete's voice brought Long Tao Ding back to his senses. The latter twisted his head to look at the former. Don't worry, there's a very high cliff there. It's not that simple to get over there. Look, isn't he parked here? Saying that, Long Tao Ding pointed to where Sujin was. It's hard to believe that he can fly that high right now. Hold on tight, my lord. This cliff is not a good place to go. Looking at the towering cliffs in front of him, the Manticore King warned in a low voice. Don't bother. There are a bit too many ferocious beasts at 5 o'clock, so go ahead and help. With that, Sujin jumped straight down from behind the Manticore King. Only a flash of light could be seen on his back, and a pair of splendid thunder feather wings unfolded in a flash. That thunder feather wings flickered with blue arcs of electricity, crackling and snapping. So cool. With the manipulation of mental power, the thunder feather wings stirred up. Sujin's body rose up into the air, his figure flying like an arrow towards the top of the towering cliff. But the cliffs are not as easy as one might think. Just as he kept climbing, from one of the caves in the cliffs, a large poisonous fog suddenly gushed out. Poisonous fog filled the air, and in the midst of the fog, a huge-sized poisonous fog spider quietly appeared. Its long furry legs moved quickly across the cliff face, and its reddish eyes emitted an eerie glow. A spider silk with intense poison shot directly and violently at Sujin, but was quickly dodged by Sujin. Damn! I didn't want to waste time on you. You brought this on yourself. Sujin's eyes flinched as he quickly took out his crossbow, skillfully aiming and pulling the trigger in one fluid motion. With a whoosh sound, the crossbow arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning. With a powerful impact, the poof sound pierced deeply into the vitals of the poisonous mist spider, instantly penetrating. Despite not being able to kill the poison mist spider in seconds, but it sent it tumbling right off the cliff face. Falling that high, the end naturally goes without saying. But just then, a powerful attraction suddenly came from the cave where the poison mist spider was located, and Sujin was simply powerless to resist. Before he could react, his body was directly absorbed into this mysterious force. Debut of the Secret World, the Spider Queen's Treasure. Rank, 15. Premier buff, all beasts drop rate increased by 50%. Experience doubled. First pass reward, special equipment, Spider Silk Soft Armor. Chapter 33 Honorable Percentage Plus. Terrifying real damage. Compared to those few regular copies, the number of copies known as secret areas is extremely large in this world. They are as puzzling as love. No one can predict exactly where they will show up and when. The unfathomable depths of the sea, the vastness of the sky above, the depths of the dense, dark forest. It was even said that there had been instances of secret realms suddenly appearing within some sparsely populated cities, and the debut of the Secret World. As the name suggests, it is a secret realm that first appeared in this world. Just wait for it to be used for openings. No one knows what monsters will appear in it and what the past conditions are. Its instability naturally goes without saying, and it's for that very reason. The rewards you get for entering the premier secret world will also be higher. For example, the secret realm that Sujin is in, the Spider Queen's Treasure. There would be buffs such as a 50% increase in the explosion rate of all the ferocious beasts within the secret area, as well as a doubling of the experience value after killing them. It's as good as it gets. Su-jin smiled with some relief. His current mission mainly lay in traveling to Red Leaf Valley and killing the Cold Ice Wolf King. But the Cold Ice Wolf King, after all, as a wolf species boss, the most terrifying place was the wolves in the middle of the Red Leaf Valley. If we hadn't wiped out these cold wolves in advance, it was too much of a hassle to deal with challenging the Cold Ice Wolf King straight away. Su-jin's original plan was to arrive at Red Leaf Valley as fast as he could and clear some of the Cold Ice Wolves first. In this way, he could raise his level and also weaken the overall strength of the Cold Ice Wolf King. And now, he was absorbed into the premier secret realm. It was nothing more than a change in the way he boosted his strength, and a change in the personnel who handled the Cold Ice Wolves. As long as one passes through the level fast enough, the final Cold Ice Wolf King or himself will still be able to catch up. Along with the inner thoughts, Su-jin directly summoned 50 Black Panther beasts and Manticore Kings back from a distance. The remaining 395 Black Panther beasts were left to clean up the ferocious beasts outside on their own. This is one of the strengths of the mechanical troop types. For other troop types, if there is a strong enough tie between the lord and the trooper, lords are too far away from soldiers, especially when such are not in the same space. The latter would have some chance of defection. But the mechanical's troopers are different. The program they have been set to since they were summoned is lordship supremacy, and there is no way to change it. Onslaught. Su-jin's expression was cold as he raised his arm high and swung it violently. The fierce Tiger King instantly erupted with a stunning aura, letting out a deafening roar as he took the lead and charged into the cave. The 50 Black Panther beasts that followed closely behind were like a raging black tide. They moved neatly, their dull, powerful footsteps echoing through the cave. The moment of entry. The poisonous mist-like stuff wafting through the cave gathered, trying to delay their advance. However, this thing does not work at all with such a slowing effect on mechanical soldiers. The same is true for CO Ray. The moment the damn thing arrives, the slowing effect shifts and the panther beast takes it, nullifying it. Whoosh da-da-da-da-da-da. The sharp sound of saber teeth cutting through the air was intertwined with the roar of a machine gun going up in flames, instantly breaking the tranquility of the valley. The battle was fought like a storm. Immediately afterward, a group of blue poisonous spiders appeared in front of Su-jin's eyes. The countless long, thin legs moved quickly on the ground, making a slight rustling sound. A pair of eyes glittering with cold light revealed ferocity and greed, ready to pounce on their prey. However, in the face of the raging army of Manticore King and Black Panther beasts, they could not be stopped at all. The mighty Tiger King was like a sharp-pointed sword, and every time he swung his saber teeth, a blue poison spider was instantly chopped into two pieces. In the rear, the tongues of fire from the machine guns behind the 50 panther beasts continued to spew. The leaks were dealt with quickly and efficiently, and providing solid fire support to the Manticore King in front of him. The whole team cooperated well and acted neatly, as if it were a sophisticated war machine. Wherever they went, the blue poisonous spiders were defeated and turned into experience. Congratulations on killing a level 15 blue poison spider. Gained experience 1980. Congratulations on obtaining 5,000 Lord's Energy. Congratulations on obtaining silver level equipment, Phantom Blue Poison Blade, Haze Blue Poison Armor, Dark Blue Pants. Congratulations on obtaining the Special Lord's equipment, Charming Blue Poison Charm. Dense beeps ringing in the ears. Let's just say that it really deserves to be a premier secret. The experience doubling buff combined with the 10% experience bonus of the Humane Imperial Soldier. Any level 12 killing a level 15 ferocious beast would gain 1980 experience, which was not even close to the experience of killing a level 20 ferocious beast by crossing level 8. The burst rate piece has done an excellent job of making up for that difference. The beeps of Lord's Energy and silver level equipment didn't stop at all. It even says that there will be special Lord equipment drops. Special Lord's equipment, Charmed Blue Poison Charm. Attribute, Mental Strength plus 5%. Effect, when worn, there is a 20% probability that a Lord's attack will cause an ice poison effect when hitting the target. Ice Poison deals 1% fixed damage to attack power and reduces target's agility by 20% for 3 seconds. Good stuff. Seeing the attributes of the Phantom Blue Poison Talisman, Su-jin's eyes lit up. 5% mental power bonus. Noble percentage. This one attribute alone gave Su-jin a reason to never replace it. Anyway, medals, badges, and skincare as a type of equipment don't conflict with each other, so feel free to wear them as long as you're not afraid to drop them. Not only that, but what's even more outrageous has to be its effectiveness. On an attack hit, there is a 20% chance that it will inflict an ice poison effect on the target. When triggered, it deals 1% of attack power fixed damage. In a sense, this is real damage. even if I only have 2,000 attack points and you have 100 million in defense. The ice poison effect triggers once, and that's 20 points of fixed damage, combined with 100 rounds of Gatling a second. Leaking bloodstains? God kills you too. Sujin hung the phantom blue poison charm on his waist and continued to advance. After about 10 minutes or so, the Black Panther beast that stayed in the area of Point H sent the news that it had cleared out the ferocious beasts. With a thought from Sujin's mind, 350 Black Panther beasts joined the battlefield. Originally just the Manticore King plus 50 Panther beasts would have killed the blue poison spiders in a rout, not to mention the current 400 Black Panther beast. The roar of machine gun fire, the rustle of spider legs quickly erasing the ground, the sound of experience and equipment acquisition, various voices ringing in the ears. Not much later, Sujin's level had already arrived at level 13. Sujin was in a good mood. Originally, he was planning that these 2 days would be enough time to level up to 15. But this sudden ferocious beast riot plus Premier Secret Realm brought about a rich boost in experience value. It's only been a few hours and it's already at level 13. Just, after reaching level 13, kill the level 15 blue venomous spider in the Spider Queen's Treasure, Mystery Realm. The experience rewards gained have been cut so much that they become somewhat inadequate. Accelerate. Chapter 34 Gold Level Treasure Chest. The upgraded Manticore King and Black Panther Beast. The strength attribute is not just simply boosted by 220 points and 79. 2. Also add the 22 points added by Sujin's leveling up. Facing the blue poison spider that was also still level 15 with no change in its attributes, the cleanup was even faster. Just under half an hour, Sujin had then arrived at the very core of the secret realm. With the ticking sound of drool dripping on the ground, a huge-sized poison mist spider queen slowly appeared in Sujin's field of vision. Its hideous appearance was chilling, and its shell was an eerie dark purple color, especially since it was also surrounded by a thick layer of poisonous mist that emitted a pungent odor. With the 8 long hairy legs of the poison mist spider queen, they made a creepy friction sound on the ground. The poisonous mist also floated as if it were alive, as if it were its escort. Poison mist spider queen, rank, 15, spirit, 44,700, body mass, 4,000, power, 2,560, agility, 2,000, skills, spider shield, poison mist shield, poison spider, poison silk, spider shield, poison mist shield, shield defense are 1,500, life value is 10,000, shield is unbreakable, no damage will be dealt to the poison mist spider queen. Poison spider, summons 15 blue poisonous spiders. Blue poisonous spiders are immortal, do not take damage after poisonous spiders, and will slowly recover lifesteal. Shield blood. I have to say, this poison mist spider queen is really disgusting. A poison mist spider queen that was only level 15 actually had a higher strength than even the level 20 purple lightning thunder rockbird. That's not all. Even more outrageous. It actually had 2 armor class skills, spider shield and poison mist shield, combined with the ghost skill of poison spider. To most other lords, it was undoubtedly a terrifying existence that was extremely difficult to deal with. Fear is 99% of the world's level 15 lords. Even level 20 spirit plants would be hit hard by it if they weren't careful. At this point, the atmosphere became tense. The venomous mist spider queen's hideous body began to surge with bizarre energy. It has unleashed its very nasty poison spider skill. Only a black mist was seen lingering around it. Immediately afterward, 15 blue poisonous spiders suddenly appeared beside it as if they had burrowed out of the underworld. However, Sujin remained calm. Kill the summoner first. With a calm and forceful command, the Black Panther beasts reacted quickly. A fierce gleam flashed in his sharp eyes, and the machine gun behind him spewed out fiery tongues of fire. The densely packed bullets were all precisely aimed at these blue poisonous spiders. Under this fierce attack, the blue poison spiders let out bursts of mournful screams. Just the moment all 15 blue venom spiders died, the Manticore King moved. Its athletic body erupted with astonishing strength, and the saber teeth were thrown out viciously by it. With the sound of whistling wind, it rushed towards the poison mist spider queen at an extremely fast speed. Throws a saber tooth, which deals damage with each rotation. -1,200. -1,200. Dense blue numbers floated out from the head of the poison mist spider queen. This is the color of the value shown when the shield takes damage. 1,000 points of defense, 10,000 life points. This seemingly sturdy shield of the poison mist spider queen was simply powerless under the impact of the saber teeth. Plus the panther was covered by bullets as dense as rain. Only 2 crisp breaking sounds were heard. The 2 shields were directly shattered, but the power of the saber teeth did not dissipate. After breaking through the shield, it viciously cut off one of the poison mist spider queen's legs. The poison mist spider queen let out a pained roar. That huge body tripped straight to the ground because it lost its balance. This fall raised a cloud of dust. It also leaves its incredibly soft belly exposed. Su Jin reacted quickly. Right after the poison mist spider queen tripped, a crossbow arrow shot out with a whoosh. In the meantime, the Black Panther beast and the Manticore King didn't slack off in the slightest either. The former's powerful firepower was like a storm, constantly pounding the poison mist spider queen's abdomen. And the Manticore King threw another saber tooth again. The saber teeth spun at high speed in the air, carrying a harsh sound of breaking wind, and flew precisely towards the poison mist spider queen. The moment the saber teeth struck the poison mist spider queen, it was as if the entire secret realm had suddenly lurched in the middle of it. Immediately after, boom! It was accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion. The huge body of the poison mist spider queen was instantly torn apart, with green venom and broken limbs splashing around. Congratulations on killing the level 15 boss poison mist spider queen. Gained experience 2240. Congratulations on obtaining 5,000 Lord's energy. Your sisters, you are truly disgusting. Su Jin spat as he used the energy amethyst on a group of Black Panther beasts. Tell me about it. If you're dead, you're dead. What's with the explosion before you die and the damage from the explosion? If it explodes, and none of the soldiers die anyway. But what's the point of just giving 5,000 Lord energy? A piece of equipment, a skill book that doesn't even give. As to be so petty? Moreover, there was only 240 experience for killing this one level 15 boss. That's a little too stupid. Though it was clear in his mind that the experience value gain would be cut down a lot when the difference in level wasn't very big. Still, Su Jin was somewhat unable to resist the urge to spit and spit. Next, when a dozen or so severely injured Black Panther beasts had been treated by the energy amethyst, Su Jin was about to take back a bunch of soldiers into the Lord's space. Suddenly it came to mind that this secret place is called Spider Queen's Treasure. And it also occurred to me that the rewards for the secret pass were not given either. Is this copy still a treasure-type copy? Su Jin snapped back to his senses. With a wave of his hand, he told the Black Panther beast to carefully explore the area of space where the poison mist spider queen was located. About 30 seconds later, my lord, there's a treasure chest here. A black leopard beast pointed at a broken wall and said to Su Jin. Indeed, and it's a gold-level treasure chest. Su Jin's face was delighted. In the Age of Lords, there are some secret areas that are treasure-type secret areas. Treasure chests will exist among such secret places. After opening the treasure chest, there is a certain chance to obtain skills, special equipment, territory buildings or energy crystals. Treasure chests have a minimum level of black iron and a maximum of mythic. Even a black iron level treasure chest had the probability of opening something as powerful as a territory building. They are all very expensive in the market, with a minimum of 10 dragon coins. Not to mention it's a gold level treasure chest. This was an existence where there was a 100% probability of opening a gold level item, and there would even be a 1% probability of opening a king level item. Gold level treasure chest. In his previous life, Su Jin, as an African, he had never even seen it. Chapter 35, Vulcan Howitzer. Flare, Crisis. That's great. An excited smile spread across Su Jin's face. Filled with joy, he slowly walked over to the treasure chest that gave off a mysterious aura. Of course, he didn't rush to open the treasure chest out of eagerness. After all, this was the first time in 2 lifetimes that he had encountered such a precious gold-level treasure chest. Such an important moment definitely calls for a special touch of ceremony. And so, Su Jin methodically began to get ready. He first took out a bottle of water from his space, a couple of bottle caps, and 3 sticks that were originally inserted with grilled sausages. Immediately after, he used the 3 sticks as sacrificial incense, the bottle caps as bowls of wine, and the bread as an offering. Carefully place them each in their proper place. When everything is ready, Su Jin began to slowly pour water into the cap of the bottle. Finally, with a pious expression, Su Jin mouthed the words, Chinese ancestors, please bless the descendant Su Jin to be able to open good things in this treasure chest. Conditions are limited. Pardon me, pardon me. Then, he raised the bottle in his hand and said loudly, the juniors are dry, and all the elders are at liberty. After a respectful salute was in place, Su Jin tilted his head and drank the water from the bottle in his hand. Immediately after, with anticipation and excitement, he slowly placed his hand on the top of the treasure chest that was emitting a mysterious luster. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in his head. Did you spend 3 points of Lord's energy to open the golden chest? Without the slightest hesitation, Su Jin said decisively, open. In his opinion, 30,000 points of Lord energy was nothing at all. After all, inside this one secret realm, he had gained far more than 30,000 Lord energies. Even after spending 30k, he now has 1645W, which is perfectly adequate. Ka-ching! With a crisp and pleasant opening sound, as if the golden treasure chest had been awakened, it emitted a dazzling golden-colored light. Immediately afterward, a series of system beeps sounded in Su Jin's mind. Congratulations on obtaining the Lord's energy, 10W. Congratulations on obtaining the King's special item, Vulcan Howitzer. Congratulations on clearing the Spider Queen's treasure and obtaining the special equipment, Spider Silk Armor. What the hell? 3W to open a chest and 10W straight back? A 1% chance of actually opening a king-level prop? And, still, special props. Su Jin's eyes widened with disbelief. After coming back to his senses, Su Jin hurriedly bowed deeply to the east a few times once again, and gratefully said, "Thank you to all the ancestors of Wasia." Then, only then did he begin to scrutinize the attributes of the two newly acquired new items. First up was the impressive Vulcan Howitzer. Special props, Vulcan Howitzer. Function, may be used to modify mechanical troop types to transform them into howitzer ports. Modify to fire the Vulcan Howitzer, with an attack distance of troop range divided by 10 meters, an attack range of troop level divided by 2, an attack damage of troop attack power times 2, and a fixed interval of 1.5 seconds between attacks. Additional skill, Chained Firecracker, doubles the attack power, distance and range of the Vulcan Howitzer and changes the attack interval to 0.5 seconds for 10 seconds. Consumption, when the corresponding troop type is used, the price of the troop type exchange will be plus 5,000 Lord's energy, and each howitzer will consume 200 Lord's energy. This is too awesome. Su Jin looked at the attributes of the Vulcan Howitzer and was taken aback. Although it was said that, as a king-grade prop, on the surface, many of its attributes were not as good as the diamond-grade Panther Thrower, but things should never be taken at face value. The Panther Thrower was required to be maneuvered by 5 Panther Beasts at the same time. This Vulcan Howitzer, however, was capable of transforming the gun muzzles of the mechanical race soldiers into powerful howitzer muzzles. Su Jin's mind couldn't help but recall the troop type he had unlocked in his previous life, the Headwind Helicopter. In human form, it boasts 6 bullet firing holes in one shoulder, and 2 shoulders is 12. If they were allowed to use the Vulcan Howitzer, the effect would be simply unimaginable. With something like a howitzer, it strikes at more of a lateral distance. If fired from the air, which was a vertical distance, the attack distance would be at least many times greater. And, the Vulcan Howitzer also has an additional skill of chained artillery. The 12 firing ports last for 10 seconds at a rate of 0.5 seconds per shot. If there were 1,000 helicopters out there at the same time, what a spectacle that would be. Su Jin felt a little feverish just thinking about it, and even dared not imagine it. The next step is to wait for the right kind of soldiers to show up for the transformation. Watch as just one more copy needs to be cleared to get the Soldier Awakening charm. Su Jin's heart grew more and more expectant. Immediately after, he took out the special equipment he had obtained after clearing the secret realm again, the Spider Silk Soft Armor. Special Lord's Equipment, Spider Silk Soft Armor. Attributes, Physical Strength plus 1000, Mental Strength plus 500. Effect, reduces elemental damage taken by 5%. 5% elemental damage reduction is definitely a good thing for most lords. After all, 9,999% of mage attacks are elemental damage. What is said to be a 5% reduction in elemental damage can actually be said to be a reduction in spell damage. But this thing was just as effective for CO to come in. With Energy Amethyst Effect 4, he wasn't particularly concerned even about damage reduction. But it's a good thing that this Spider Silk Soft Armor also has a 500-point mental strength bonus. So Su Jin didn't dislike it too much. And it's part of the inner armor, which doesn't conflict with the top of the Thunder Feather suit. So Su Jin directly put it on his body. As for the rest of his equipment haul, he was already too lazy to check it out. The highest is gold level equipment. He can't look at it. When the time comes to donate it directly, it's done. Next, Su Jin opened the system interface again and looked at the Prevention of Weaknesses mission situation. At this point, the Ice Wolf King has absorbed 40% of the energy. Su Jin's eyes stared and his gaze became sharp. He quickly retrieved all of his soldiers and then resolutely left the secret realm. In the moment of departure, that pair of thunder feather wings had clearly appeared. This time, there were no more ferocious beasts blocking the way. That strong current of air propelled his body, and he soon managed to cross the high and treacherous cliff. It was at that crucial moment when he had just crossed the cliff. The bright light of the red flare stood out against the dark background. Su Jin's pupils contracted violently when he saw the flare. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately summoned the fierce Tiger King. Forward as fast as you can. Chapter 36, The Extremely Terrifying Cold Ice Wolf King. Up. Su-jin rode steadily on the mighty Tiger King's back, eyes sharpened in the direction the flare had risen. The Manticore King's strong and powerful limbs flew across the ground alternately. Each step on the ground stirs up a cloud of dust. The kind of cliffs that resembled flat surfaces were a little difficult for the Manticore King to get to right away. But this way down, it's a fast one. No matter what road conditions lie ahead, a single jump will solve the problem. Su-jin tightly grasped the device on the Manticore King's shoulder. The body swayed slightly to the rhythm of the Manticore King's running. As he watched the progress of the Cold Ice Wolf King's absorption on the Quest interface get faster and faster, his heart became more and more anxious. The wind whistled in his ears, blowing his shirt around. Su-jin bent down slightly and shouted at the Manticore King. Faster, Manticore King! Yes! The fierce Tiger King let out a low and majestic roar, and his speed increased by a few more points. The scenery around them rapidly receded beside them, as if it had turned into a blur of light. The ferocious beasts he encountered on the road, he didn't care about. Whenever encountered, only a few panther beasts were left to clean up, and there was only one thought in his own and the Manticore King's mind. Get to the location where the flare was fired as fast as you can, even if it's just a second faster. All have the potential to save one more life. In the meantime, the temporary quarters of the subterranean dragon army. The moment the bright light of the flare shone in the night sky, 90% of the lords among the entire garrison had already set off at top speed. Only Dragon Set A and Dragon Tao Ding were responsible for staying behind and observing the situation. He really doesn't want to die. Is this a situation he can go to? Dragon Seta looked at the sandbox and stared in disbelief, only to see that the white point of light representing Su-jin had already entered the interior of the Red Leaf Valley. Moreover, at this moment, Su-jin was flying forward at a speed that the Dragon Set armor could not understand. According to this direction, it must be the location of the Cold Ice Wolf King. That was a powerful existence that even Xiao Meng needed to call for rescue. What does Su-jin, a novice lord, have the right to do? That's too reckless. Nonsense. Young people these days are real nonsense. Dragon Set A was a little annoyed, and in the face of Dragon Set A's tirade, Long Tao Ding, who was on the side, could only softly comfort him. Don't worry, our backup has arrived. Trust Major Chow. Trust Company Commander Een. That being said, but Long Tao Ding's heart was still like a rough sea that could not be calmed. His brows were locked, and his eyes revealed a deep sense of helplessness and resignation. He only hated that he was too mediocre to have outstanding talent. Despite his efforts to slay the ferocious beasts, his rank seemed to be stuck in a deadlock by an invisible hand. No matter how much he fought, how much he waved his sweat and blood on the battlefield, he still couldn't break through the bottleneck to advance to level 20. And because of that, even if he was a soldier, the same blood and determination to protect our country, but his comrades kept him in the rear out of protection. His mind was full of struggles in that relatively safe, yet tormented, backwater. How he wished he could be with his comrades in the face of danger, instead of having to do it from the back, as is the case now. However, the helplessness of reality was like a heavy mountain pressing on his shoulders. He could only stand silently in the rear, watching his comrades engage in battle, and it was a deep sense of powerlessness. Be sure to return safely. Long Tao Ding clenched his fists so tightly that his nails were deeply embedded into his palms. And at this point, deep in the Red Leaf Valley, the situation is more complicated than one might think. Xiao Meng was already seriously injured and fell to the side of the battlefield. A dozen or so warriors with athletic postures and an aura of perseverance were battling the Ice Wolf King. Fearlessness was written all over their faces, and they clutched their weapons in their hands as they joined their respective troopers in launching an attack on the Cold Ice Wolf King. And beside them, the 36 or so lords who had come to support them all summoned their own troops. There were infantrymen in heavy armor and wielding huge axes, orc warriors, with heavy steps. They rushed towards the Cold Ice Wolf King again and again, trying to leave scars on its body with their giant axes. There are also long-range soldiers who are agile and armed with bows and guns. They kept shooting swords and firing bullets. The thousands of soldiers summoned by the 50 people even surrounded the battlefield. However, surprisingly, despite having such a large number of troops and a powerful offense, the Ice-Cold Wolf King was still at ease. The tall and majestic body of the Cold Ice Wolf King stood out on the battlefield. The ice-like crystal body shimmered with an icy luster in the sunlight. It appeared unconcerned in the face of the many lords and soldiers attacking it. The orc warrior's huge axe slashed and merely grazed a few sparks on its fur. When the bullets and arrows rained down on it, it just gave a slight shake and those sharp arrows were flicked away. Weak ants, obediently become my sustenance. The cold ice Wolf King let out a growl. The roar contained a powerful force of cold ice. It made any soldier that came near it freeze and become slow to move. Taking advantage of this time, the ice-cold Wolf King moved. The huge body was like an instantaneous movement, instantly appearing in front of the orc warriors who had already retreated. With just a simple slap of the claws, the 3 orc warriors who had reached level 23 directly became a bloody mist. The figures that ran wildly, just in a breath of time. The entire 150 orc warriors, 37 of them died directly. Take back the soldiers quickly. Seeing that tragic scene on the battlefield, Chow Ming's face turned pale. However, he still forced himself to endure the pain that came to his body like a tidal wave and roared out with all his strength. Those lords who had just come to support them immediately reacted quickly after hearing Chow Ming's roar. For a while, the battlefield flickered with light, and the figures of the orc warriors gradually disappeared. Get in the way. The cold and ferocious voice of the ice-cold Wolf King echoed across the battlefield. It had just greedily devoured the dozens of blood mists that filled the battlefield with the scent of blood. Those ghostly blue eyes stared at Chow Ming dead in the face. Its huge body leapt up violently, carrying a biting cold wind as it attacked Chow Ming ferociously and incomparably. Just in the nick of time, Ian Shark's athletic figure rushed over like a bolt of lightning. Without hesitation, he stepped in front of Chow Ming and blocked this fatal blow from the cold ice Wolf King. Your opponent is me. Ian Shark raised his hand and wiped the blood that kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. His gaze was unyielding and determined as he stared dead-on at the ice-cold Wolf King. His chest rose and fell violently as he gasped for air. The attack that had just stopped the ice-cold Wolf King had caused him to suffer a considerable amount of injuries. The difficulty of this mission is extraordinary, Ian Shark pondered in his mind as he realized that this time, they had severely underestimated the strength of the cold ice Wolf King. He gritted his teeth and decisively shouted, "Mission cancelled. All troops retreat." Chapter 37, The Extremely Terrifying Frozen Wolf King. Next, mission cancelled. All troops retreat. That's an order. Ian Shark's voice echoed across the battlefield. It was a hopeless but necessary decision. After a short encounter, he had realized that the strength of the cold ice Wolf King was absolutely strong and terrifying. It was no longer a presence that those of them could face. Captain Yoon, carrying out orders is a soldier's vocation. Despite their reluctance, all the warriors who were still on the battlefield escorted the injured Chow Ming and began to evacuate in an orderly manner. The current crowd were all sacrifices in the eyes of the cold ice Wolf King to allow him to raise his strength, and how it would allow them to escape. Ow! Only a loud wolf growl could be heard. The huge body of the ice-cold Wolf King had appeared in front of the crowd. I told you, your opponent is me. Ian Shark summoned his own heroic tier soldier, the red inferno tiger, Xian Yan, and rode on its back. Roar! The red flame tiger let out a roar and charged towards the cold ice Wolf King. Ian Shark held a gold-level battle sword in his hand, and flames burned on the blade. A heavy slash, with a swift and thunderous momentum, chopped at the ice-cold Wolf King's leg. But the imagined scene of the flame meeting the cold ice and melting it did not play out. With the sound of click condensation, a cold aura came from the ice Wolf King, directly freezing the flames on the battle sword. Powerful frost power was transmitted to Ian Shark's arm. Even the red flame tiger on his crotch felt a wave of discomfort and quickly backed away. We're no match for it. But I'm a soldier. Ian Shark's expression was resolute. How could he not know such things? The strike he had just made could have easily decapitated a level 30 ferocious beast. However, when facing the cold ice Wolf King, he was unable to leave even a trace for it. This is the horror of the ferocious beast. There were ferocious beasts that could not be viewed in terms of rank at all. Even if he was level 31 nowadays, he would still feel a sense of powerlessness when faced with the cold ice Wolf King that was only level 25. But so what? If I escape, what will my comrades do? Xian Yan. What's the odds of stopping it for 3 minutes? 60%. What about seriously injuring it? 20%. Enough. The red flame tiger deeply understood Ian Shark's heart. Over the years, it has spent time with the Ian Shark. Even though it is just a tiger, it has its own pride and dignity. It's equally not a pussy. Melting soldiers, Ian Shark shouted. Roar! With an earth-shattering whine, the sound seemed to penetrate the clouds. Immediately afterward, the magic happens. The red flame tiger's body began to change as it gradually became illusory. It then transformed into a suit of armor that shone with a fiery light and appeared precisely on Ian Shark's body. The armor exuded a burning flame aura, as if it had been crafted from the purest of flames. Each piece of armor fit perfectly with Ian Shark's body, giving Ian Shark an instant boost in his aura. The cold ice on the original blade instantly melted. It's going up. Ian Shark wasn't the least bit afraid as he charged up against the cold ice Wolf King. The moment he was close to the ice-cold Wolf King, he swung out a blade violently. The blazing aura and the cold aura from the Ice Wolf King collided with each other, emitting a nuisance sound. The flames on the red flame tiger armor also became more vigorous at this moment, as if it was fueling Yin Shark. The ice-cold Wolf King was knocked back several steps by Yin Shark's attack, but it quickly adjusted itself. It opened its bloody mouth and spewed out an extremely cold breath that shot towards Yin Shark like an ice arrow. Yin Shark dodged sideways to avoid the ice arrow's attack. Then he quickly circled around to the flank of the cold Ice Wolf King and attacked again. His long knives, fists, and knees were used in tandem, and each attack carried a blazing fire. A series of damage numbers floated out from above the cold Ice Wolf King's head. Annoying rats. The cold Ice Wolf King was also not willing to show weakness and cursed angrily. Its tail swept across like a steel whip, but Yin Shark just leaped and jumped, and dodged easily. Then he executed a beautiful turn in the air and slashed at the head of the ice-cold Wolf King. This strike caused the slowly increasing attributes of the cold Ice Wolf King to come to an abrupt end. Ow! The cold Ice Wolf King was completely enraged. It glanced at the group of warriors who were about to be out of sight. Boo! As the cold ice power surged out from the Ice Wolf King, the raging air currents driven by a single frost giant wolf, with a terrifying momentum, he attacked towards Yin Shark. Yin Shark, who couldn't dodge, could only cross his sword in front of him. Ka-chow! 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 The sound of the frost giant wolf shattering resounded across the battlefield, but there were too many of these giant wolves. Yin Shark was unable to block them all. His body was like a kite with broken strings, retreating all the way back. It smashed on top of a cold boulder, exploding the ice in all directions. I'll clean you up later. The ice-cold Wolf King gave Yin Shark a contemptuous look, quickly turned around, and ran wildly in the direction the warriors had left. It's fast, especially on ice, and gets a movement speed bonus. Yin Company Commander he. Asterisk. Feeling the terrifying aura coming from behind, the crowd of warriors never expected it. That company commander who had the strength to easily decapitate level 30 ferocious beasts, who had never missed a beat in 30 B-ranked missions, and who was treated as a religion by them, in front of the cold Ice Wolf King, which was only level 25, it would be defeated so quickly. One warrior reacted extremely quickly. His eyes sharply scanned the many lords who had come to the mission. Without hesitation, he delivered the wounded Chow Meng on his back into their hands. Gentlemen, please, he said in a sincere and solemn tone. After saying that, he then violently twisted his head around and shouted with all his strength, "The subterranean dragon army obeys. Prepare to meet the enemy." His voice echoed across the battlefield like a bell. Yes, the warriors replied in unison. Their expressions were unbelievably resolute, and it was a kind of courage that looked at death as if it were their own. As they responded, a single powerful soldier appeared from beside them, standing by, ready to fight the enemy to the death. "You horse must, Lu busy, really take me for a cripple." Chow Meng cursed angrily as he desperately struggled and tried to break free from the Lord's grasp. His face was red and the veins on his neck were rippling. "Put me down. I can still fight." However, no matter how much he cursed and struggled, no one around him listened to him. They knew that at this point, Chow Meng's state was no longer suitable for fighting. The warriors behind him were more than deaf. The moment the cold Ice Wolf King entered the attack range, it didn't matter if they could cause damage to the other party. They only wanted to delay for a while so that Chow Meng and the others could escape. However, they still underestimated the cold Ice Wolf King's defense too much. Hundreds of soldiers' attacks landed on the cold Ice Wolf King's body, making it drop a minuscule amount of blood doesn't do much at all. But the warriors also knew what the cold Ice Wolf King was capable of. When the blow failed, they withdrew their troops. They intend to stall for time with their own lives. At the same time, it didn't allow the cold Ice Wolf King's strength to be further increased. Even knowing that all of them are dying in battle today, and none of them are cowards, dare to show your sword even when you know you are unbeatable. Hot-blooded stupidity. A hint of disdain flashed in the cold Ice Wolf King's eyes. Only hearing the sound of bang 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 bang, the figures of a dozen or so fighters flew out. This guy is a very special beast with a very smart brain. It didn't just get these fighters killed. Instead, he turned around and made a move to chase after Chow Meng and the others, trying to use this to force these warriors to summon soldiers to increase their strength even more drastically. Asterisk. Seeing this scene, the warriors' faces were incomparably ugly, and there was some despair within them. But just at this time, an incomparably domineering voice came from not far away. Storm Nebula Split. Chapter 38 Panther Stonethrower. The greatly shocked warriors. The atmosphere on the battlefield was tense to the extreme. Suddenly, a golden saber tooth appeared like a bolt of lightning. There was a horrifying airflow mixed on top of those sword teeth, causing the sound of cutting to come from the air. The saber teeth flashed in the warrior's pupils, as fast as they could go. In the cold ice wolf king's eyes that were the size of basketballs, Sabertooth's figure gradually enlarged. The ice-cold wolf king didn't even seem to have reacted, and there was still some consternation in those icy eyes. In the next second, there was a poof sound. The saber teeth viciously shattered one of the eyeballs of the chill wolf king. The moment the eyeball ruptured, green liquid splashed in all directions. The saber teeth went unabated and continued to slash a deep wound on the ice-cold wolf king's face. The wound was hideous and horrible, and blood gurgled out of it, staining its white body red. And at this point, behind the Manticore King, Sujin looked at the cold ice wolf king in front of him, but he couldn't help but let out a soft giggle. That hard? It was important to realize that Sujin was not the type of person who was very reckless. He's not going to get in over his head and just come over. After leaving the Spider Queen's treasure's secret realm, his experience wasn't too far from level 14, plus the level 20 fierce beasts that the Black Panther beast had killed on the road. He was also successfully promoted to level 14. The attributes of the mighty Tiger King, as well as Sujin's own basic attributes, had been boosted. Plus, he had already submitted the quest option for the wilderness adventure and was rewarded with 10 fruits of wisdom. Eating the 10 fruits of wisdom down, his spirit and strength, respectively, received an increase of 1,000 points and 100 points. Multiple aspects add up. At this point, the mighty Tiger King's strength had reached 3,091. And his agility had come to 2,971. The attack power you can achieve with Storm Nebula Rift is the sum of the two. That's 3,091 plus 2,971 is equal to 6,062. With this kind of attack power, a level 30 ferocious beast could almost be killed in seconds, but he really didn't expect it. This one level 25 cold ice wolf king would actually be that meaty. Although its eyeballs were also shattered by the mighty Tiger King, deep cuts also appeared on his face. What was suffered was also multiple injuries, but it had lost just under a quarter of its blood. One really can't underestimate the world's ferocious beasts. Sujin sighed softly, and in the meantime, the warriors on the sidelines were outright dumbfounded. As the saying goes, there is no statement without an investigation. They were the ones who had fought with the cold ice wolf king. It was natural for the opponent to know how terrifying their defense was. The damage dealt by so many of its own people hadn't even caused it to drop 5% of its blood. But when this young man came, he snapped and shattered one of the cold ice wolf king's eyeballs. And, by the sound of that tone, it was a little less than satisfactory. Are all young people so fierce nowadays? Or is this an old man pretending to be young? While the warriors were in reverie and speculation. Roar! The cold ice wolf king let out a roar, and that roar echoed over the entire battlefield. Filled with rage, I've become a one-eyed wolf. Can't stand it. Him. The ice-cold wolf king's body surface that was already exuding coldness became even colder and more piercing. Cold ice formed and quickly covered its entire body. Human! Die! The ice-cold wolf king roared with fury, his four hooves snapping, and with a freezing sound, he charged violently towards Sujin. As it ran, whether it was under its feet or behind it, it constantly produced ice cones to strengthen its aura. Look out! Een Shark, who had eased up a little, had just arrived just in time to see the scene. His heart clenched violently. Subconsciously, he used all his strength to run wildly in Sujin's direction, but the ice-cold wolf king's speed was simply too fast. The distance between Een Shark and them was again relatively long. He could only watch as the cold ice wolf dynasty lunged at Sujin. In that moment, it was as if his heart was in his throat. Tension and despair spread through him. However, Sujin is not a defenseless lamb to be slaughtered. I saw his eyes sharp and calm, and he yelled, "Fire!" Behind him, the 10 Black Panther beasts moved quickly. With skillful movements, they maneuvered the 2 panther projectiles and began to launch them. The huge gunpowder rocks smashed into the cold ice wolf king like meteors. The stone block carried a strong impact and the power of the gunpowder explosion, and ruthlessly struck the cold ice wolf king. The ferocious pouncing momentum of the cold ice wolf king was repelled hard, and the cold ice armor on his body was instantly shattered. Immediately after, light! 2 deafening explosions rang out. The power of that explosion was immense and caused a large amount of damage to the cold ice wolf king. The fire from the explosion drowned out the figure of the cold ice wolf king. Its huge body turned into countless fragments. The ground around them was blown out in deep craters. Dust mixed with blood flew and splattered everywhere. Looking at the cold ice wolf king that had become a fragment, Een Shark was a bit lost for a moment. Dead? The one that, with just one skill, had beaten himself nearly incapacitated. The ice-cold wolf king that could barely knock out 1/5 of its blood by itself by using all its strength. and that's how he got it? Looking at that stone thrower that displayed such great power and caused such horrific damage, Ian Shark couldn't help but secretly think in his heart, this must all be diamond level equipment at least. Our company, when did we get this type of equipment? Or is it that the lords brought it? No, those lords should have already evacuated the battlefield with Chow Meng. Analyze by elimination. In other words, the person who operated this stone thrower was the newcomer that Chow Meng and Li Yunfei were talking about. He sucked in a breath of cold air. A newcomer actually had the ability to put to death the cold ice wolf king that he couldn't even defeat. Are all the newbie lords that fierce nowadays? And at this point, looking at the Black Panther stone thrower that he had exchanged for 20W of Lord Energy, Su Jin was also quite satisfied. This was the final card he had prepared for the cold ice wolf king, Panther Thrower, which actually does its damage in 3 separate instances. Once is the impact caused by a gunpowder rock hitting a target, which can do about 30% damage. One time is the damage generated when it explodes, which can cause 100% damage. Once is the burning damage from the explosion, which is relatively low, almost 5% or so sustained damage. With such an extreme, decapitating the cold ice wolf king with 2 cannons really wasn't a matter. After all, its attack power is Panther Beast X5. The panel strength attribute of the Panther Beast base today is 1318-6, together with the Mighty Tiger King's passive, Frenzy, which boosted the strength attribute by 40%, that would be 1846-04. A 5-fold attack would be 9232. Such an attack power was more than 3000 attacks higher than even the Mighty Tiger King's use of Storm Nebula Split. It was too normal to be able to kill the Cold Ice Wolf King when faced with only about half of it left. After lamenting, Su Jin also looked at the reward he had received from killing the Cold Ice Wolf King. That's a bit of a generous reward. Chapter 39 Special Troop Equipment, Fury Blood, Troop Skill, Swarm Shadow Attack. Congratulations on killing the 25th level Platinum level beast, Ice Wolf King, gaining 19,800 experience. Congratulations on gaining 5W of Lord's Energy. Congratulations on acquiring the Special Troop Equipment, Fury Blood. Congratulations on acquiring the Troop Skill Book, Swarm Shadow Attack. A series of prompt messages came like a tidal wave, leaving Su Jin overwhelmed. Although the Cold Ice Wolf King was indeed killed by him, but the other fighters had done some damage to it earlier, which had cut the experience value. Otherwise, he had a feeling that just one Cold Ice Wolf King could promote him to level 15. However, Su Jin didn't care too much about this point. What made him even happier at this time had to be the other rewards from killing the Cold Ice Wolf King. There were a full 50,000 Lord Energies alone. There is also a Special Troop Equipment, and a Troop Skill Book. Special Trooper equipment is somewhat similar to Special Lord equipment in that it is an incomparably rare existence. Take for example the thin burial bracelet that Yang Shoyun had previously gifted to himself. Su Jin hurriedly looked at this special soldier equipment named Fury Blood. Fury Blood, Special Troop Equipment. Requirements, any type of soldier. Attribute, plus 20% blood absorption. Additional effect, Bloodbath of the Underworld. If you kill an enemy after wearing it, you can absorb the enemy's blood and soul to enhance your own attributes. Breakage state, the maximum number of absorbable attributes is, Spirit 5000, Physique 5000, Strength 1000, Agility 1000. Note, after the death of a soldier, all additional attributes will be zeroed out, and this equipment will endure a certain degree of breakage. Su Jin sighed in his heart. Good stuff. If he wasn't wrong, a large part of the reason why the Cold Ice Wolf King could be so powerful was because of this special equipment. Otherwise, how could a platinum level ferocious beast have beaten so many warriors like this? And the death of the Cold Ice Wolf King just happened to come with this equipment getting broken to a certain extent. Although it had been somewhat broken, it still had a strong attribute ability. If you put it on the Mighty Tiger King, it would allow the Mighty Tiger King to kill more ferocious beasts. That's a straight 1000 point increase in both strength and agility attributes. Close to a 50% increase in attributes now. And, for how this special soldier equipment should be fixed, the reborn and returned Su Jin also knew the way. It's that strong now, and if it can be fixed, it'll definitely be even more awesome. Troop Skill, Swarm Shadow Attack. Effect, summons a soldier's shadow with spirit power divided by 1000 to attack the enemy. Trooper Void has 80% of a trooper's attack power and 120% agility. Note, cooldown time 30 minutes. Each summoned shadow consumes 1000 points of mental energy. This skill is also a bit of a slam dunk, if it is used for the Mighty Tiger King. With the Manticore King's high agility and high attack power, that's 14 void attacks that can be summoned every half hour that have 80% of the Manticore King's attack and agility. Combined with Energy Amethyst's effect 3, there is not a single ounce of consumption at all. Moreover, this skill had not been acquired by Su Jin in his previous life. That said, the current phantom inheritance attribute is not the highest. If it was combined with the heavenly reward effect of the humanitarian imperial soldier, it would raise this skill to the highest level. Maybe it's a phantom with 160% attack and agility. Such a skillbook is absolutely awesome plath. 2 things for the Manticore King. Su Jin decided on the ownership of this one special troop equipment and skill book almost immediately. Of course, killing the Cold Ice Wolf King wasn't entirely his own doing. The warriors had contributed as well. Su Jin was also not the type of person who was very insatiable and selfish. He planned to give them all the other things dropped by the Cold Ice Wolf King, along with some of the gold and silver ranked equipment he had obtained earlier. After Su Jin had finished checking out these things, it actually only took a dozen seconds or so. At this point, it's not just Een Shark. The other group of warriors also had a look of disbelief. This was because they had witnessed the Cold Ice Wolf King, just in these few blinks of an eye, being killed by Su Jin. It's a little too surreal. Especially the warriors who had fought the Cold Ice Wolf King from the beginning were shaken to the core. They had a total of dozens of lords before them, including Chao Meng, who was also level 29, and none of them had landed a single benefit from the Chilled Wolf King. Even the blood that is knocked out can be sucked back in the blink of an eye. To say it didn't fall halfway to the ground would be an understatement. To be more specific, I should say not a single hair was hurt. It also boosted the attributes of the Cold Ice Wolf King by an unknown amount. But despite this young man could still kill him so easily. So much so that the warriors were at a loss for words of praise at this point. There is gratitude, admiration and excitement in the eyes that look at Su Jin. In the meantime, Chao Meng, who was still on the back of one of the lords. Originally, his consciousness was a bit blurred, but suddenly, his spirit jolted. He jumped down without hesitation, and as soon as his feet hit the ground, he shouted, asterisk 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 asterisk, who killed that wolf cub? The voice was full of surprise and curiosity that echoed through the air. The other lords were surprised when they heard Chao Meng's shout. They all turned their heads, their eyes focusing on Chao Meng. It was only that the Chao Meng at this moment exuded an aura that was different from that of before. He had recovered most of his originally serious injuries. The face was no longer pale, but in its place was a healthy flush. This is clearly an effect that only upgrades can bring. Asterisk 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 asterisk, that Cold Ice Wolf King is really dead? A lord's eyes widened with disbelief. It should be, or Major Chao shouldn't have recovered so quickly. Also, my experience bar has moved a bit. The other lord looked at his experience bar. He had just dealt a hint of effective damage to the Cold Ice Wolf King as well. Did Company Commander Yun kill it? The surrounding lords were both surprised and puzzled as they watched Chao Meng's change. They exchanged words and speculated about who was so powerful that they were able to kill that ferocious Cold Ice Wolf King. However, Chao Meng's face suddenly became a bit ugly. Een Shark was stronger than himself though, but he himself has fought with Een Shark. The two are nothing more than a 4-6 split, but there was only a 30-70 split between himself and that Cold Ice Wolf King, and it's still the kind of thing that passes 3 minutes past its own head 7. If there really wasn't another powerful lord to step in and help, with Een Shark's strength alone, even if he could kill the Cold Ice Wolf King, the price he would have to bear. Thinking about this, Chao Meng's face became more and more ugly. He immediately summoned his own troop type, the Tiger and Leopard Beast. Without hesitation, Chao Meng straddled the Tiger and Leopard Beast and ran furiously towards the location of the Cold Ice Wolf King as fast as he could. The Tiger and Leopard Beasts had windy hooves and sped across the earth, raising a cloud of dust. Chao Meng tightly grasped the fur of the Tiger and Leopard Beast, his eyes filled with anxiety and worry. He had to get to the scene as soon as possible and figure out what was going on. Chapter 40, The Gratitude of the Generals. And at this point, Su Jin had already roughly organized the harvest he obtained after killing the Cold Ice Wolf King. He walked slowly to Een Shark with a steady pace. Under Een Shark's gaze that was filled with surprise, Su Jin dashingly waved his hand, only to see a large pile of equipment appearing above the ground like a magic trick. Among that pile of equipment were the Phantom Blue Poison Blade, Han Blue Poison Armor, and Deep Blue Pants that Su Jin had previously acquired through hardship. On top of that, there were other precious equipment dropped by the Cold Ice Wolf King. There was even a lance that had reached the gold level. This was a decision that Su Jin had made a long time ago. He was so lucky in his own life. Killing ferocious beasts outdropped equipment. A lot of the gear you can't use yourself. If you sell it, you're not that far off yourself. Plus there's no telling if it will fall into some unscrupulous hands. Might as well just gift it to these warriors in China. Make the most of all this gear. What are you doing? Een Shark frowned slightly, his expression serious to the core. His voice was powerful, with an undeniable firmness. It is our principle not to take a stitch from the people. And, without you, the warriors are afraid to die here. Whatever the cold ice wolf king has dropped, you deserve it. Before Su Jin could open his mouth to explain his intentions, In Shark then had already guessed Su Jin's thoughts with his sharp intuition. He said to Su Jin with a straight face, that serious expression as if he was holding on to an impenetrable line of defense. The warriors around them were all thinking the same thing. There was determination and persistence in each of their eyes. Every heart knew very well the reason why they were able to survive from the hands of the cold ice wolf king. They opened their mouths, signaling Su Jin to take the things back. Listen to the sincere words of the warriors. Even though Su Jin had long predicted this ending, his heart was still filled with pride. This is the unique charm of Chinese soldiers. They deserve the unreserved trust of every Chinese people. No matter who the person standing here was, no matter what kind of strength he or she possessed, what his or her background was, and no matter how great a value these 110 pieces of equipment had, these warriors who struggled on the front lines against the ferocious beasts would stick to their principles and never violate them. But this situation would be very different if it were the soldiers of many other countries. They don't give a about this or that. If you give it, they dare to take it. There will even be soldiers from countries that are not in their right mind. Because I can't beat you, I probably won't say anything now, but if you don't give it to them, when they return to the army, they will immediately report it to their superiors. After subsequent investigations, if you are found to have no powerful background, or amazing talent, well, whatever you got, you'll have to be a good boy and spit out a piece of it. However, since Su Jin had chosen to go about it this way, he naturally had already thought of a way to deal with it. He quickly walked next to In Shark, slightly lowered his head, and whispered a few words in In Shark's ear. The warriors next to him perked up their ears, but they could not hear anything and could only see In Shark's expression change dramatically. That expression was first one of surprise, then one of contemplation, and finally one of dawning realization. A few moments passed. On behalf of the warriors, I thank you, sir, for the gift. With a respectful face, In Shark gave a standard military salute to Su Jin. Su Jin also returned the salute in a hurry, his movements clean. After briefly greeting the other party, Su Jin turned around and rode the Black Panther beast away in style. The incident in Red Leaf Valley had ended, and there were no ferocious beasts present around. Next, Su Jin would have to find another copy to raise his level. Wait until Su Jin walks away. Company Commander In. This? The warriors were all filled with puzzlement, their eyes filled with curiosity and disbelief. They desperately wanted to know what exactly Su Jin had said to In Shark that could actually make him make such a decision. Receiving equipment resources from the people of China is a violation of military discipline, and the consequences of being caught will be very serious. Special confidentiality. You are not authorized to know. Put the gear away. Everyone picks one. All the rest goes to the organization. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the warriors, In Shark did not explain too much. He simply waved his hand, signaling the warriors to pick out the equipment that suited them. Yet, despite his going at it, no one took the lead. In Shark laughed and shook his head, only able to say sideways, there are times, when a reward from above and a donation from the people are not the same thing. After saying that, he picked out a silver-grade battle armor and slowly put it on his body as an example. And this scene was just seen by Chow Meng, who hurriedly arrived. Gold In, did you really kill that wolf cub? Chow Meng's eyes widened with disbelief. He hurriedly walked quickly to In Shark's side. Look left, look right, until In Shark somewhat helplessly peeled away Chow Meng's hands that wanted to peel open his mouth to see if he had suffered any internal injuries. It was only then that Chow Meng completely put his heart down, and with a skeptical look on his face, he asked, when the heck did you become so strong? In Shark said without a word of humor. Off. I'm just better than you. Chow Meng bristled. Che, the current me is not necessarily afraid of you. Come on, tell me, how did you do it? In Shark smiled and whispered 4 words in Chow Meng's ear: humanitarian emperor soldier. Chow Meng instantly widened his eyes and said with a face full of shock, that new dingbat? In Shark nodded vigorously. This was exactly what Su Jin had just told him. At the same time, that's why he would tell the warriors that the equipment was a reward from above. An existence that possessed a humanity emperor soldier was born with the rank of brigadier general. Hiss. Seeing In Shark nod his head, Chow Meng immediately drew a breath of cold air. Then, he looked at the equipment in In Shark's hand and then at the pile of equipment around him, and instantly understood everything. He took 3 steps and quickly walked over to the pile of equipment, nonchalantly picking up a lance that had reached gold level. If I had this equipment back then, with these extra 200 points of strength, I would have been able to poke that wolf cub. See this scene. The other warriors glanced at each other, and with a few veterans leading the way, all of them swarmed forward. Asterisk 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 so much silver level equipment. Got new shoes to wear. Old Lou, this underwear suits you better. Asterisk 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 off. I'm a normal man. Ha ha ha. And in the meantime, Su Jin, who was originally still excited and planning to spend this last day and night before the college entrance exams without sleeping and upgrading all the time, after leaving the confines of the Red Leaf Valley, seeing the visitor instantly gave him a bad feeling. Chapter 41, Shocked Lu Jinyun and War Centaurs. Second troop type, Flying Units. Uncle Lu, what brings you here? Su Jin looked at Lu Jinyun, who was riding on the back of a warhorse in front of him, and asked with some surprise, look at the direction you're going. If you don't come, I'm afraid you're going to die on the shores of Lake Naga. Lu Jinyun said somewhat unenthusiastically. Su Jin hemmed and hawed. That's true. His thoughts really made Lu Jinyun right. Leaving Red Leaf Valley, he was really planning to go to Naga Lake next. The ferocious beasts there were only level 20 though, but the numbers are plentiful. Not only is it a quick upgrade, but it's also suitable for allowing the Manticore King to stack the Breaking Blood attribute as soon as possible. Seeing this expression on Su Jin's face, Lu Jinyun knew that he had guessed correctly, but before he could speak, the warhorse at his hip then blared. Thought I was mistaken. Using the axe in his hand, he gently knocked on Lu Jinyun's head. SS. Waiting for Lu Jinyun to suck in a breath of cool air from the pain, it just shouted out. Level 14. Old Lu, are you sure he's the newcomer who awakened the Lord's Core this year? Lu Jinyun, who inexplicably took a blow to the head. Haven't had a chance to punch it yet. Just hear the shouts of warring men and horses. The movement of his hands jerked to a halt. It also looked fiercely at Su Jin. An incredulous look appeared on his face. It's really level 14. Doesn't the humanitarian imperial soldier only increase experience gain by 10%? How the hell did that happen? Thinking back again to who I once was, looking at the relaxed Su Jin, Lu Jinyun was half speechless. You should know that even the former self and Su Anguo, on the second day of awakening the Lord's Core, getting up to level 10 and 12 took a lot of work. I don't know if it wasn't clear in my mind. Lu Jinyun was a bit skeptical that someone had brought Su Jin to upgrade. This was the power of Diamond-class mechanical race soldiers and King-class mechanical race heroes. Looking at the teenager riding on the black leopard beast beside him, Lu Jinyun seemed to see a new star that was rising. This is likewise a gift of the mechanicals. For many lords, the rate of leveling up is just a growth talent for a lord. Those with high talent may only need 10W of experience to level up, and those with low talent may need 100W of experience to level up. The later you get, the slower many lords will level up. There are even lords who can't move up a level for a year or two, but the mechanicals are different. He could never forget a video of the original General AI when he was promoted to level 90. Need more experience? Can't get upgraded? Dongfeng missile trucks are parked along the coast for continuous bombardment. J-20 fighter jets and 055 destroyers are in the air, and in the ocean continuing to exterminate marine ferocious beasts, by virtue of the fact that mechanical soldiers don't get tired. So what if it takes more experience to upgrade? Fewer beasts in the ocean? I bombed it consistently for 10 days and half a month, and had enough experience. Not enough? Reclaiming the sea and land, the coastline of China continues to be extended. Besides, he didn't think that Su Jin, who could summon a soldier with king-level potential from his initial soldier, would be poorly endowed. In Lu Jinyun's opinion, Su Jin's first threshold will be at least at level 50. By the way, Jin, what college are you going to? On the way back to the springs, Lu Jinyun remembered what AI Sealy had told him before he left. National Defense University. Su Jin blurted out directly, though he felt sure that if he made a request now, the military would simply gift him the skill book he wanted. Still, he didn't hesitate to make that choice. Compared to other colleges that are similar to the over-the-top, inside the copy teaching methods, the kind of teaching style of the National Defense University, which would organize cadets to go into the den of ferocious beasts without moving, was more to his liking. Yes. Hearing Su Jin's answer, Lu Jinyun was pleased. Let's see if you can break your father's record. Become the youngest lieutenant general in the new era of China. It was late at night when we returned to the springs. Su Jin was eating a late-night snack after receiving a scolding from Yang Shoyun. That's what got me home. Sure, it's impossible to sleep straight through. Open the system interface and comprehend the rewards of the quest. Prevention of weaknesses. With a flash of light, the rewards were officially handed out. 50 Black Panther beasts began to mutate amongst the Lord's space. First, the bodies of the 25 Black Panther beasts gradually colored a deep blue and became Blue Panther beasts. Their eyes are sharper and their strength attribute is increased by 15%. Then, 5 more Black Panther beasts turned into Green Panther beasts. A green glow runs through them, causing a 15% increase in constitution. Then, a purple light appeared, and the 5 Black Panther beasts successfully mutated into Purple Panther beasts. The purple leopard beasts were noble and mysterious, and their bodies exuded a powerful aura. Strength and agility both receive an 8% attribute boost. Finally, 15 orange leopard beasts were also born in the light. Its agility has got a 15% increase compared to a normal panther beast. Looking at these mutated black leopard beasts, Su Jin's heart was filled with joy. This was undoubtedly another boost to his strength. It's just that this random is kind of not fun. If he could choose freely, Su Jin would definitely choose all of the purple leopard beasts. 8% strength, 8% agility, all perfect for the panther beast troop type. The attack is higher and the machine gun shoots faster. But, thinking that the system would still enact quests, he still had many chances to get the purple leopard beast. Su Jin then had a burst of anticipation. However, just as Su Jin was about to exit, suddenly, I realized that the quest potent as a bamboo has also been shown as complete. ********* A secret realm like Redleaf Valley, which has been shattered, is also counted? Su Jin was a bit surprised. Try to collect the mission rewards. A soldier-type awakening talisman appeared in his hand. Special props, soldier-type awakening charms. Requirements for use, none. Additional Lord's awakening troops. Winky face? See the introduction to Soldier Awakening. Su Jin's face was filled with question marks, and then a thick shock. He had originally thought that the soldier-type awakening talisman was a type of talisman that could awaken the second soldier type in advance for the Lord, or props that make it possible for the Lord to unlock 100% of new troop types after reaching a certain level. But when he saw the introduction of the soldier-type awakening talisman, it instantly felt wrong. According to this introduction, using this thing doesn't seem to affect his original ascension to level 20, 30, and other stages when he can awaken his soldiers. That is to say, even if one gets 100 soldier-type awakening talismans from the system here, you can then awaken 100 troop types, and it won't affect the 10 troop types that can be awakened in total when the Lord advances to level 100. This is just great. Su Jin was overjoyed, and immediately used the Soldier Awakening Charm. It was completely different from the last time the Black Panther Beast was awakened. This time, a mysterious vortex slowly emerged in the air. Su Jin's eyes instantly widened and his heartbeat involuntarily sped up. Flight units, the thought flashed through his mind. Immediately after, there was a roar of an airplane in flight. That sound of breaking air was like thunder ringing in the ears. It's really a flying unit. A wave of ecstasy surged through him. Just then, a silvery white fighter jet slowly emerged from the vortex. Chapter 42 Wind and Snow Fighters. Air Combat Units. Its body shines with a metallic sheen and its lines are smooth and graceful. The blue lines on the wings shimmered mysteriously in the light, as if they were imprints of ice. The head of the airplane resembles a fierce falcon and exudes a powerful aura. In particular, the bullet launching ports on the wings highlight its powerful means of offense. Su Jin stared blankly at the Wind and Snow Fighter, his heart filled with shock. Air units. You're only level 14 and you get air units? And, still, it's a fighter jet. Doesn't it mean that one can travel in a fighter jet in the future? My lord! The Wind and Snow Fighter transformed into its robot form, kneeling on one knee in a respectful manner. Su Jin woke up like a dream. Hastily, he looked to his second troop type, the Wind and Snow Fighter. Majestic sky. The enemy will prostrate himself at my feet. In his previous life, Su Jin had remained cold, emotionless and silent since the death of his parents and relatives. Maybe there's a chance to make up for the regrets. He's become less pointless. 2. Occasionally, I hit a point too. It is more in line with the state of contemporary youth. Wind and Snow Fighter. According to the Golden Iron Beast, this was a warrior belonging to the city of Wind and Snow. Among the world of machine beasts, it is among the fastest and powerful units. Once, together with a piece of the Against the Wind helicopter unit, they had annihilated the Blue Venom Beast's army of Black Venom Beasts. Meanwhile, they are led by the strongest warrior of the biker race, Supersonic. Supersonic? Su Jin caught the keyword. Since he had summoned the Black Panther Beast himself, the Manticore King can be summoned through the system. Now summoning the Wind and Snow Fighters. Will it also be possible to summon supersonic speeds through the system? That incomparably lonely existence that was claimed to be the strongest warrior of the locomotive race. Its masterstroke, the Breaking Ice Slash, is also quite powerful. Moreover, as a hero-level unit, it should have the same buff as the Fierce Tiger King, which could add attributes to all soldiers. If you can actually get supersonic, then one's strength would surely receive another rather terrifying boost. But Su Jin didn't mimic it too much. He didn't think the strongest warrior of the biker race would be that easy to obtain. At the very least, gold-level hero summoning crystals definitely couldn't be summoned. So, he wasn't in too much of a hurry. Begin to appreciate the superb attributes of the Wind and Snow Fighter. Wind and Snow Fighter, Silver Class, Evolvable, Cap Mythic, Spirit, 2288 plus 4525. 5, Lord's Bonus, Physique, 737 plus 482. Strength, 515 plus 361 plus 211. Tiger King Bonus. Agility, 774 plus 241 plus 203. Mighty Tiger King Bonus. Equipment, Greatsword, 4-barrel high-speed machine gun. Unlocked equipment, Wing Missiles, unlockable. 3. Skill, Backup Hidden Energy, 500% increase in all attributes at the cost of life. Majestic Sky, passive enhance your strength and agility attributes by 5% and 5%, respectively. Passive skills, top swordsmanship, top marksmanship, top missile launching technology. Being a fighter, its initial quality is silver, which is pretty wow. In terms of attributes, it had the same disadvantage in terms of mental strength and physique, and compared to the Black Panther beast, its attack power was also slightly lower. However, Su Jin did not care too much about these flaws. Su Jin, who possessed the energy amethyst, didn't care at all about the spirit and physique of the soldiers. Using skills doesn't consume mental energy anyway, so I don't care if you're high or not. The same goes for the physique, as long as you don't get spiked. An energy amethyst restores it straight to full, just enough to get by, and not too high. As for the attack being relatively low, again, not a big deal. Wind and Snow Fighters have such horrible agility. High agility equals not only fast movement speed, but also fast attack speed. High attack speed plus 4 barrels of high-speed machine guns. The frequency of attacks per second is simply scary. This damage if still horrible. That's too much of a bully. What's more, in possession of the passive boost from Storming the Sky and the aura boost from the Fierce Tiger King, its attack really can't be considered low either. It's quite enough for a troop type that fights guerrilla warfare. Completely by virtue of its superior movement speed and range, it can destroy enemy formations faster. It can also be used to pull hate from enemies faster by having a high movement speed. If the quality continues to get improved, you can also unlock Wing Missiles, a flying soldier with high movement speed and a large range of damage. Definitely the key to Su Jin's mastery of air control on the battlefield in the future. In short, the Wind and Snow Fighter, the second troop type. Su Jin was very satisfied. The price of satisfaction, this stuff is expensive. At just silver level, redeeming one requires 200 Lord's energy. Su Jin looked at his remaining Lord energy, 1145W. Another look at his troop seats, 401/905. Panel mental strength is 4310, and the increased attribute of the soldier is 4310 times 105 because of the 5% bonus from the charming blue poison charm. The 5% bonus of the phantom blue poison charm calculates the attributes of the equipment worn. So the personal mental strength is 4310 plus 4300 x 105 equals 9040. 5. Rounded up to 905. Hey, money comes in handy. Looking at the total of 50 Wind and Snow Fighters he had in his space, he also looked at the remaining 500 Lord energy. Su Jin felt a tremendous drop. Last day before the entrance exam, Su Jin had lost the right to travel to the wilderness to upgrade. Therefore, he chose to complete the record-breaking, as well as the energized tasks in this last time. Just break the 8-copy record again. You'll get 8 Fruit of Knowledge, which boosts the spiritual attribute by 800. No matter how low the experience of the monsters within the copy is, you can at least level up to 15 by fighting them for a day. The mental power boost you could get from both sides would just about amount to about 10,000. In this way, gold-level hero unit summoning crystals can also be obtained. Sure, to reduce the time it takes to transfer copies. Also to avoid queues, Su Jin also entered Lu Jinyan and a group of bigwigs in Quan Chang, who gave him a special approval for a comprehensive copy of Quan Chang. Simply put, entering this copy is the same as being able to enter any copy within the springs at any time. Of course, in order to ensure safety, Lu Jinyun only opened up access to the highest level 25 copy to Su Jin. Enter the selection mode. Su Jin first chose the level 15 copy of the Raging Bull tribe. The purpose is to ensure that you can pass the level in the fastest time possible and break the copy record. Selection complete. The surrounding scene was instantly displaced. The air became somewhat oppressive, and the earth seemed to be trembling slightly. Looking up, hundreds of raging bulls emerged like a raging tide. They were huge and muscular, and their hooves sounded like thunder, shaking the ground. Raised dust filled the air, blurring vision. Summon the Wind and Snow Fighter. Chapter 43, Breaking 8 Records in a Row. Gold Grade Hero Summoning Crystals. The moment the savage berserker appeared, 50 wind and snow fighters and 400 panther beasts were summoned. All I heard was a sound. The barrel of the 600 shot a ferocious snake of fire, and the bullets cut through the air like meteors. In an instant, a bullet accurately struck the savage berserker's eye. An angry hissing sound rang out, and the huge body of a savage berserker bull trembled violently. The wounded berserker's vision was instantly lost, and it began to flap its head wildly, scurrying around in panic. Hooves stamped haphazardly on the ground, raising gusts of dust, and accidentally hit the cow next to him. This sudden turn of events instantly caused the entire berserk bull herd to be in disarray. Some of the savage berserkers began to run to the rear, but the four-legged ones were faster than the flying ones. All I heard was a whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind and snow fighter erupted with unrivaled speed, almost instantly arriving at the back of the berserk bull herd. Together with the Black Panther beast, they surrounded the berserk bull herd in a massacre. A level 15 savage berserker is an unattainable existence for 99% of newbie lords, but for CO to come in, at most, he could only survive 2 seconds in his line of sight before falling to the ground with a thud, turned into experience as well as lordly energy. As the lord's energy grows, the number of wind and snow fighters is also increasing wildly. 51, 52, 55, that is, until the number of windstorm fighters reached 58. There was no longer a single savage berserker in the entire copy. Retrieve your troops, return to the selection space, and choose the level 15 copy, the Twisted Jungle. A movement in one fell swoop. The scene changes, twisted tree spirits appear. The killing continues. In the meantime, located at the entrance to the replica of the trials grounds in the western part of the springs. Today is the day before the entrance exam after all. It's not soon enough to be in a position to do so, even at this relatively high level of advanced copies. It also gathered a large number of novice lords who were preparing for their high school exams. The entire group was vast, stretching from in front of the entrance of the replica all the way to the street outside the trial arena. Heads were going from one to the other and the whole scene was a cacophony. Suddenly, the entrance to the level 15 copy of the Berserk Bull tribe suddenly lit up. Red, purple, gold, 3 colors flow. Everyone's eyes shifted over at the same time, eyes full of disbelief. Newbie Lord, all by himself, breaks level 15 copy record. These words are so easy to understand on their own in one piece, but linked together, how does it feel so strange? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is that awesome? Novice Lord breaks level 15 copy record. Still alone. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Sect? Rise fierce. The many lords were stunned. When you make a level 10 copy yourself now, you have to form a group in order to guarantee a pass. And look at the others. Solo breaking the record for a level 15 copy? But before all the lords could react, the level 15 copy of the Twisted Jungle next to it also flickered with the same light as the Raging Bull tribe. Why do I feel like there's some deja vu in this situation? A lord who had one of the eastern trial grounds 2 days ago muttered under his breath. The originally somewhat quiet western trial grounds became even quieter. For the next hour, in front of one level 15 copy of the trial grounds in the 4 directions of the springs, every 7 or 8 minutes, up to about 10 minutes, it will flash red, gold and purple. The entire Springs network is literally exploding. Everywhere is filled with topics that are vastly different. In just 1 hour and 15 minutes, the record of 8 level 15 replicas in Quan City was broken by the novice lords. Shocked, the rookie lord who broke the copy record is actually him. List 3 reasons why the novice lord, Su Jin, is the one who broke multiple copy records. Not only Quan Chang, but the entire Qilu land, and even the entire Chinese territory. Various places on the web, there are all such similar news. Asterisk 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 fake it. These unscrupulous media outlets really make up anything for traffic. Come on, Big Brother, let's get real. Obviously, for news like this, even if there is a picture of the truth, there will still be a large number of lords who feel that this is false. This is a level 15 copy after all. It's not as if there are no novice lords in the country who can pass, but newbie lords breaking the record for level 15 copies just feels a bit fake. So, despite how many lords within the Springs who have seen it with their own eyes have left messages below, the vast majority of the lords still maintain an attitude of disbelief and jest. And for all that, Su Jin, who was still in the choice space at this time, also have read about these on the internet. Boring. Su Jin shook his head and didn't want to pay attention to these useless things. Pick up the 8 fruits of knowledge and swallow them directly. Immediately after, the surrounding scene appears to change. Su-jin directly chose to enter the level 25 copy of the Python mountain range. The monsters inside were all level 25 fierce beasts, brute stone pythons. As the name suggests, it is a python-type ferocious beast with extremely high strength and physique attributes and a huge body size. Moreover, the stones that were devoured by this thing would be transformed into energy crystals within its body. The burst rate of Lord's energy is also extremely high. It was full of ferocious beasts, with high experience and high explosive rate, which was simply too good for Su-jin to say. The only drawback, perhaps, was that the number of ferocious beasts inside was relatively small, requiring multiple entries. After entering the copy, 73 wind and snow fighters and Manticore Kings were summoned. Su-jin took a few steps and entered the cockpit of the wind and snow fighter. Buzz! With a loud bang, 73 wind and snow fighters soared for takeoff. Immediately after, tons of fire spewed out and bullets landed from the sky, striking the 7 inches of the savage stone python. The brute stone python looked very angry when its weak spot was hit. It's just a shame that you're a python though. The size has to be more than 30 meters long, and I fly hundreds of meters in the air. What can you do to me? Fighting the mighty Tiger King? Are you sure you're not here to give away your head? To be sure, if Su-jin took such a video and posted it on the internet, all those so-called skepticisms will surely disappear without a trace. But Su-jin's mind was not here. As experience is gained, lordly energy is gained. The number of wind and snow fighters also continues to grow. 73 units, 80, 90 frames, 100 frames, side passes, continue entry, faster passes, continue entry, that's all. Upon entering for the third time and killing 2 brute stone pythons, the long-awaited beep finally sounded. Congratulations to the Lord on his promotion to level 15. Spirit plus 220, Constitution plus 44, Strength plus 22, Agility plus 22. After the upgrade, Su-jin's mental power attribute at this moment had already reached 10111. 5. Spiritually charged mission accomplished. Gold level hero unit summoning crystals appeared in Su-jin's hand. Chapter 44, Golden Iron Beast. Su-jin, whose strength had increased again before the college entrance exam, used the summoning crystals. Su-jin, who had originally looked a little shriveled up due to boredom, immediately, he became energized. Boo! The summoning crystals suddenly flashed with a dazzling light detaching from Su-jin's palm. Then with a bang it shattered open. Su-jin stared intently at the bright light, his heart filled with tension and anticipation. It felt like a father waiting for his child to be born. As the light continued to flicker, a figure gradually appeared. The Golden Iron Beast. Upon seeing the figure, Su-jin's eyes widened, his emotions incomparably complex, only to see that the tall and powerful body of the Golden Iron Beast was emitting a metallic luster. The yellow mech gleamed in the light. The head was like the head of a ferocious snake, and the red eyes were incredibly sharp. Above his shoulders, 2 small machine guns loomed majestically. On the hands were 3 sharp claws that shone with a cold light. Just by standing there, he exuded a powerful sense of oppression. The Golden Iron Beast. How is this possible? Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar figure in front of him, Su-jin's thoughts were numb. In his previous life, he had also summoned the Golden Iron Beast, a type of soldier. However, back then, the Golden Iron Beast was just an elite-level basic soldier. Despite having the jutsu, it's the lack of a team bonus that prevents it from being a hero. But Su-jin never expected it. In this life, the Golden Iron Beast actually did become a hero-level unit. Could it be? Su-jin suddenly thought of something. In a hurry, he began to check the attribute panel of the Golden Iron Beast. Beasts of the Machine Clan, Golden Iron Beasts, Gold-level heroes. Spirit, 7,200. Body mass, 7,600. Power, 2040. Agility, 1,500. Equipment, machine gun, golden claw. Active skills, pull back up hidden energy, astral array, aurora kamikaze claws. Second form, extreme backup hidden energy, when the Lord encounters a crisis. Boosts all attributes by 750% at the cost of his life. Star Mansion Formation, crippled version causes all Black Iron Beasts to form a 6-star mansion formation, increasing their constitution by 100%, and increasing their active damage immunity by 5%. Aurora Kamikaze Claw converts an additional 50% physique attribute into attack power and 40% physique into agility, does not cause a reduction in one's own physique attribute. Second form, the Golden Iron Beast turns itself into a sphere to attack its opponent, boosting its 3D attributes by 20% and consuming 6% mental energy per minute. Passive skills, top claw use skills, top gunnery skills. Note, when the starry arrow formation is gradually perfected, the Golden Iron Beast will be upgraded to Diamond Hero Unit. Indeed. See the skill Star Mine Formation. Su-jin instantly understood everything. In his previous life, Su-jin also had a piece with the golden iron beast, and had drilled the star array. It's just a shame that with the invasion of ferocious beasts, they simply don't have much time to drill. In the end, the golden iron beast did not become a heroic unit. In this life, the golden iron beast that Su-jin had summoned should have been a golden iron beast from the late stage of the machine beast world. At this point in time, it had already achieved a small degree of success in the study of the star mantle formation. When the star mine formation spreads to take effect for all soldiers, it's the day the golden iron beast is promoted to diamond class hero. My lord, General Jean Tai Beast, please rise. 30 minutes later, Su-jin had arrived at a secret room. Upgrade a gross level, upgrade when you can't. Definitely taking advantage of the present. The free time is still relatively more. Grabbing and concentrating on researching and studying formations. Getting the golden iron beast to diamond level is the key. Possessing the humanitarian imperial soldier, Su-jin of Heaven's Way. It's simply not too easy to train a skill to the top, given a long enough period of time. The whole room came to look like this. The Manticore King was on the sidelines using swarm shadow attack every half hour. Su-jin and the golden iron beast studied the formation-related information piece by piece, and every now and then, we explore it. Formation proficiency plus 5. Swarm shadow attack proficiency plus 300. Formation proficiency plus 100. Finally, at 6 o'clock the next morning, Su-jin and the golden iron beast's formation proficiency had already reached the top level. Starry Mansion Formation Effect 1 causes all black iron beasts to form a 6-starry mansion formation, increasing their constitution by 300%, and increasing their damage immunity by 15%. Effect 2, increase the active damage immunity effect of all soldiers by 10%. The attributes that can be added to the Starmine array that reaches full level are quite powerful. Increases active immunity by 10% for all troops. A 10% increase in active immunity is significantly more effective than increasing the defense of the entire force. Immunity is divided into active immunity and passive immunity. The former is an enemy attack that hits and cuts the attacker directly from the attack by 10%. The latter is a 10% reduction in damage received by the attacked party when an enemy attack hits. The former is significantly stronger for a sensitive attacking troop like the Panther Beast or the Wind and Snow Fighter. The only thing that's more of a shame. The Starry Arrow formation's bonuses to the Black Iron Beasts were the fiercest of all. The current Su-jin didn't have the Black Iron Beast as a troop type yet, and the effect of the Starry Mansion formation I could only be ignored for the time being. It's not just the Starburst formation. The Manticore King's Swarm Shadow attack skill is also quite close to full level. Trooper Void has 120% of a trooper's attack power and 140% agility. Just have the mighty Tiger King use this skill more often during subsequent battles. It's also a breeze to get to full proficiency. This was the terror of the humanitarian imperial soldier, the Heavenly Dao. With it, remove the skills that have level restrictions. For all other skills, trying to raise your proficiency to full level is as easy as breathing for a whole day. There are a total of 10 high schools in Springs, and all the students who are going to take the college entrance exam are going to add up to almost 25,000 students. Plus there will be quite a few in every city that didn't opt for state education. Only wait until after awakening the Lord's Core to take the high school entrance exam for novice lords. In just one Springs city alone, the number of novice lords who took the entrance exam was close to 30,000. Of course, these 30,000 people also included lords of the living type and the supporting type. And they would take the exam in a different place than the lords of the fighting type. The exam room for the combat type lords is at the largest gym in the Springs. Shall I don't want anything else from you, just don't die inside. Son, don't worry about the exam. We have the background. Rudraksh, or the goddess of mercy? Broomstick. Think about it, surely no one worships a broomstick. It's not easy to come to a believer. He surely won't let you die inside. Come to the gym door. Su-jin then had seen many parents making last-minute instructions to their children. He was not envious in his heart. He knew exactly what his parents were doing. There is a country before there is a home. Just as he was about to step into the gym, Jin, this way, a voice suddenly rang out. Su-jin was slightly stunned, stopping his footsteps that were about to step into the gymnasium and subconsciously twisting his head. Auntie Yang, what brings you here? Only a short distance away. The large and small figures of Yang Xiaoyun and Lu Xiaoyun came into view. Yang Xiaoyun blankly glanced at Su-jin, with a little bit of anger in her eyes, and said in a somewhat unfavorable manner, "If I don't come, I'm afraid it'll be hard to see you later." There was a mixture of complaint and a hint of imperceptible concern in her tone. Su-jin scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing how to respond for a moment. "Alright, I won't say anything else. If you don't send yourself to death, This college entrance exam won't be hard for you. Yang Xiaoyun frowned slightly and said in a serious tone, strive to be a provincial scholar. Su Jin received the breakfast that the other party prepared for him, and a warm current surged in his heart. I'll try, that being said, but deep down in his heart, for this time, he was bound to win the first prize. It's not just about getting the job done, even more so because of the extra rewards given in the city and in the school after getting the provincial scholarship. Those rewards can add up to at least 200 W of Lord energy. With all that lordly energy, even if the remaining troop seats were pulled full, there would still be hundreds of thousands left over. Chapter 45, The Official Start. The first level of the test is speed? Who is this guy, talking so pretentious? The conversation between Su Jin and Yang Xiaoyun was not deliberately concealed, and their words just floated through the air. Many of the people around us heard such arrogant language. All of them couldn't help but cast curious gazes at one another, taking a couple more glances at them. I guess it's some family's son, thinking that having a good outfit is flipping out. A thieving lord stared intently at the thunder feathers set on Su Jin's body. There was both a desire for good equipment and a hint of resignation and resentment in those eyes. Maybe, he really does have the strength. They recognized Su Jin and thought of some news about him. Neither Su Jin nor Yang Xiaoyun cared about these words. The reason is also simple. You don't get mad when a person calls you ugly because you know you're not ugly. But when a person calls you poor, you get angry because you know you're really poor. Lies don't hurt. It's the truth that pokes at the heart the most. Su Jin laughed softly, a touch of calmness and composure in his smile. After he said goodbye to Yang Xiaoyun, he walked into the gymnasium with a firm step. Space compression technology was used throughout the stadium. It looks just as big on the outside, but inside it's ridiculously big. Almost 10,000 people had gathered by now, yet it didn't seem crowded at all. The spaciousness of the space does not feel the slightest bit oppressive. Everyone knows the importance of high school entrance exams. In a venue of 10,000 people, there was an oppressive silence on the scene. There was only the occasional rustling of some books flipping through the weaknesses of ferocious beasts, and the occasional sound of low voices encouraging each other. With the passage of time, the number of novice lords in the stadium is growing. Ding dong! The 8 o'clock alarm went off right on time. All eyes were drawn to the podium that had suddenly risen on one side of the stadium. At the top, sat a group of high officials from the Springs, Lu Jinyun, Li Yunfei and all the others. Instead, the one sitting at the front was a lean old man with a somewhat short stature. That one at the front is the Capital Ministry of Education's Ji Zheng burglar, right? Someone said softly, with a hint of uncertainty in his voice. That's right, I remember that he was the examiner of Magic City last year. Why would he come to Springs this year? Another person responded, his tone filled with doubt. Asterisk 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 devil examiner. Why do I feel that this year's exam questions will be perverted? Someone couldn't help but complain, a worried look on his face. Seasonal chapter breaker, from the Capital Ministry of Education, is a level 85 lord. According to the previous information, as long as he is the chief examiner, the difficulty of the examination in the city will be geometrically increased. And so, many of the lords' faces turned white with a bad premonition when they saw Ji Zhangtran appear. Throughout the stadium, there were dense sounds of deflation coming from everywhere. Even Su Jin, who originally didn't care about the content of the college entrance exam, it was hard to avoid a few moments of curiosity at this point. According to what's inside some novels, whenever the entrance exam is different from previous years, 80% of the time there will be a bit of a surprise. Either a powerful ferocious beast will come, or a large group of ferocious beasts will suddenly get out of the trap. I don't know if it's true or not. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Su Jin's face. Come to some unforeseen circumstance, it's better to activate a quest by accident. Just as Su Jin fell into infinite reverie. Quiet! Ji Zhang broke in with a slight movement of his lips, and his voice clearly reached everyone's ears. His aura did not emanate, yet it made everyone feel a pressure. Throughout the stadium, the lords who were still whispering instantly shut their mouths. Immediately after that, Ji Zhang broke into his mind, and a token instantly appeared in front of each person. I'm the chief examiner of the Cao, Ji Zhang Bao. The exam begins. Ji Zhang broke in without much ado. After the introductions were made, it was time for the one-sentence exam to begin. It made a lot of people stare. No dude, is this high school exam that random? What rules don't apply? How am I supposed to know what grades are passing when you screw up like that? Many lords were instantly dumbfounded, their hearts filled with confusion and disbelief. But before they could open their mouths to inquire, the tokens in each person's hand emitted light. Everyone instantly disappeared in place. At the same time, on a raised platform in the middle of the stadium, The crowd's eyes retracted from the candidates who had just disappeared. Everyone seemed to be accustomed to Ji Zhangbao's style of behavior and was not surprised. They then began to talk in low voices. You guys, how many people will be eliminated at the first level? Someone was the first to ask, with curiosity in his tone. Li Yunfei pondered slightly for a moment, his eyes deep as if he was weighing the possibilities. Then slowly, I think it will be at least half. Upon hearing this, Chen Shengchen froze slightly and frowned. I don't think there will be that many. After all, it's not like the first level tests their combat prowess. His words were filled with doubts, questioning Li Yunfei's judgment. There shouldn't be that many. This year, because of Ajin's record-breaking, many novice lords have gotten bold, Lu Jinyun said nonchalantly. A hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes when he mentioned Su Jin. Hearing the crowd talk about Su Jin, Ji Zhang broke in and couldn't help but be curious. A wave of the hand. The images of all the candidates appeared in front of the crowd. At the same time, the footage was transmitted, via some technology, to the major universities, as well as to a few special places, and in the meantime, all of the candidates had arrived at a selection space similar to the one Su Jin had entered yesterday. The only thing that's different is that the panel where you can freely select different copies has been replaced with a leaderboard. The leaderboard lists the names of 346 candidates. There are 2 more lines of lettering at the top. The test can only be used with the equipment you have been given. The rest of the equipment will be temporarily disabled. The drop rate of killing ferocious beasts in the examination is increased. For such 2 rules, Su Jin did not care too much. The first rule is simply to put some civilian lords on relatively fair terms with the second generation of lords. But there is no absolute fairness in the world. As long as your family's awesome to the top, ability to wear a ton of special unranked equipment. Take for example the thin burial bracelet on Su Jin's body. There's no way to check it out in the appraisal space, and it will work just the same. And the second rule, it's not actually about increasing the drop rate. Rather, after killing a ferocious beast, you'll get a certain amount of the Lord's energy you've consumed back. The purpose was to keep out geniuses whose attacks required the consumption of the Lord's energy. It's just a miserable failure because of insufficient lordship energy. Let's just say, what would be the math in my case? Su Jin scratched his head. He was really a bit confused. All of your own troopers need to consume Lord energy to fire bullets, but owning energy amethyst, the consumption itself can be seen as a 100% return. In that case, how will this space be inventoried? In the return of 1? Or is it just gone? Just as Su Jin was lost in thought because of this question. The first test is about to begin. Requirements, walk to the white light. An icy voice rang out. Hearing this voice, Su Jin was a bit surprised. Walking to the white spot of light? Could it be that this first level tests speed? Chapter 46 Test of Guts. Just as Su Jin was curious, a roar suddenly came. The voice was deafening, carrying an endless pressure and ferocious aura that made people's hearts tremble. The scene around them suddenly changed. The earth began to tremble as if 1,000 armies were galloping. The sky also grew dim, as if a storm was coming. Su Jin looked around, only to see, densely packed, a total of 50 ferocious beasts emerged like a tidal wave. These ferocious beasts come in all shapes and sizes, some tall and powerful, some small and delicate, but without exception, their eyes were filled with ferocity and brutality, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. However, these ferocious beasts were blocked by a mysterious curtain of light. The light curtain looked fragile, but it contained a powerful force, making it impossible for the ferocious beasts to pass half a step no matter how much they impacted. So the first level tests guts. Looking at the points of light in the group of ferocious beasts, Su Jin instantly understood the purpose of the first level of examination, if he hadn't guessed wrong. Waiting for the official selection to begin, this curtain of light transforms into a protective mechanism. As long as you don't get scared by this dense population of ferocious beasts, you'll be considered cleared if you walk to the point of light. With a little guts, it can be a breeze to get through. But, a hint of laughter flashed in Su Jin's eyes. I won't let go of these experiences. He looked at the attributes of these ferocious beasts. Large-billed sawtooth bird, level 12. Wild crocodile, level 15. Devil tiger, level 15. Well, there's nothing to see in the attributes. All of them are average. It's totally one of those things that looks blustery on the outside and has a pretty wow factor. But the strength was average, with the highest being level 15. Not even close to the difficulty of Scorpion Rock Valley. It wouldn't take long to kill them all. 3, 2, the countdown sounded in my ears. When the numbers count to 1, first level of examination, 400 Black Panther beasts appeared instantly. They were neatly organized like black ghosts. The loaded machine guns were instantly activated. Tongues of fire spewed out, and bullets poured out like a torrential downpour. A round of sweeping shots passed, then disappeared in an instant as if it had never been there. The 50 ferocious beasts didn't even let out a single wail and instantly turned into experience. Immediately afterward, Su Jin took a step into the white point of light and his figure disappeared. It was a quick move, so much so that the detailed rules of the first level of the test were not even played out. At this point, the gym podium, everyone, including Ji Zhangbao, stared at the same time. No? Did he really listen to the rules of this first level? Whoosh and it's over? And the first level of the test didn't say to let kill these ferocious beasts. Asterisk 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 this young man, the ferocious beast has been killed. What now? What else can I do? It's not equally passable. Ji Zhang broke in and shook his head. If this is still only a pass, it's a bit unfair to him. The tone was full of surprise. As the Devil's Examiner, the entrance exams with him as the chief examiner were all at the top level of difficulty. He had seen his fair share of stunning and incomparable novice lords before. There will likewise be some powerful novice lords who like to go off the beaten path, but like Su Jin, it can take that fast. Kill all 50 ferocious beasts with an average level of 15. And yet, it has never been seen. Along with his inner feelings, Ji Zhangbao continued to speak. I suggest that if there are any more lords who engage in such behavior, a bonus point strategy could be implemented. A special extra, 100 extra points for being the first lord to make such a move. The crowd chimed in. Agreed. About half an hour later, amidst the chatter of the crowd of examiners, a white light appeared on the light screen. It was also officially announced that the first examination was all over. First place, Su Jin, points, 159. Second place, Ji Beichang, points, 51. Third place, Qin Yan, points, 51. Fourth place, Shangguan Waner, points, 51. There are quite a few lords with backbone this year, and there are quite a lot of people who dare to slay the ferocious beasts. Well, the number of passers did turn out to be more than I expected. It's just a shame that the world is still dominated by ordinary people. Let's get ready to schedule a second exam and see if there's still gold in the sand. As soon as the words fell, several people left the podium, pulling a group of lords who had been eliminated from the field to leave. Even though none of these newbie lords passed the first level, it's actually safe to declare their potential to be just that. After all, it would be hard for a lord with a little bit of eyesight, a little bit of strength, and a little bit of potential to not be able to adjust in half an hour's time and discover the light screen and the ferocious beasts. But there are inevitably special circumstances. Some of them are really the kind of people who are capable, but cowardly as hell. Therefore, at the end of the first test, there is also an additional small screening of these losers. Let no potential go to waste. And in the meantime, the ranking of the first test was also displayed on the leaderboard within the choice space. 100 points for the first reward. 50 points for killing all 50 ferocious beasts, 9 points for the second completed test. This Su Jin is actually really that strong. Ji Beichang's eyes widened. He suddenly realized that the rumors about Su Jin on the internet might all be true. Another place in the space of choice. A trace of gravity flashed in Qin Yan's eyes. He really hadn't thought about it. Just on the first pass, he himself was then pulled apart by 108 points by Xiao Jin. But soon, the powerful battle intent transformed into a blazing flame that burned on his body. And at this point, among a host of choice spaces, close to 80% of the candidates don't understand why this ranking is the way it is. Asterisk 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 am I reading this wrong? 159 out of 51. Where did that score come from? Shady? Even the college entrance exams aren't fair anymore? 50 ferocious beasts. There are points for killing ferocious beasts too? Some candidates have responded. But the first test was over. They no longer have the opportunity to re-challenge. And at this point, Su Jin was slightly surprised as he looked at the ranking information in front of him. Sure enough, one still can't underestimate the people of the world too much. I'm actually not the first one to get through at this speed? Su Jin shook his head and didn't think any more about it. Wait patiently for the second level of the test to begin. The second level of the test, guarding the town. Mission, candidates will be transported to a town that is about to be invaded by ferocious beasts. Protect the town with all the power at your disposal. Enemy, level 20 Fierce Beasts. NPC, level 25 Treeman Warrior. Level 25 Griffin Cavalier. Level 25 Dwarf Mage. I always feel like this level should be called Humanity. Chapter 47 The Test of Humanity. Drawing on the strength of others is also a way. When Su Jin read the details of the entire second examination, 4 big words instantly came to his mind. The human condition. The reason is also simple. For the second level of the test, the enemy faced was a swarm of level 20 fierce beasts. 499. 99% of newbie lords. A level 20 ferocious beast is a nightmare. Totally. Bye mom. I'm going to be cool today. Not to mention that this was a herd of ferocious beasts. Even those lords who had the strength to deal with level 20 ferocious beasts, when faced with such a huge number of ferocious beasts, it will also be many against few. You're not a martial artist. It's nifty. It's totally not trying to get newbie lords through. However, the solution is actually in the rules. Among the last NPC-related information, not only are there a ton of troop names that reach level 25, there are also the daily habits, lifestyles, character traits, hobbies, and even some of the statuses of the loved ones of these soldiers. Combine that with the mission's content. Protect the town using all the forces at your disposal. Isn't it obvious that the contestants are trying to figure out how to ask these NPCs for help? At the same time, it's telling newbie lords a thing or two. Don't think about getting yourself killed if you encounter an enemy you can't beat until you're developed. Seek help from others first, and utilize their abilities to help you solve your problems. However, all of this didn't have to be so troublesome at all for Su Chen. There was only one thing on his mind right now. All of them are level 20 ferocious beasts, or a wave of ferocious beasts. After killing them all, you can at least get to level 16. As the thoughts within him continued to emerge, Su Jin did not hesitate to directly activate the teleportation. Wait for the surroundings to change. He had arrived in the middle of a quiet and peaceful town. The town is full of life, with pedestrians coming and going in the streets and a patchwork of houses. It was just that. Although these pedestrians were not of a very high level, all of them were undoubtedly soldiers. It even says that some of the bosses and whatnot inside the stores are elite soldiers. Su Jin was immediately sure that things were really what he thought they were, and after seeing Su Jin appear, a panda with a wine gourd said somewhat drunkenly, "Hey, that human brat, did you bring any wine? Give your brother a jug of wine and he'll take you flying," it said, and tapped the ground with the bamboo pole in its hand. A crack began to spread, forming the word wine. Not right now. There should be a bamboo green snake inside the ferocious beast if there is one. Su Jin responded indifferently. Panda pa? Asterisk 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 asterisk? You want to whore yourself out for nothing? Po's eyes were wide with disbelief. Pa rattled off a bunch of things. The words mean just that. You find a way to get me some wine. I'll help you later when the ferocious beasts invade. Guaranteed to get you through. However, no matter what it said, it never got a response. Sensing that something was wrong, Pa glanced up. Su Jin's figure was seen advancing in the direction of the town's walls. Asterisk 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 this young man is so tigerish? Pa hurried to follow. This he bears a pussy. He came here on a mission. If a participant died in the copy, there would be big trouble. Outside gym. Through the screen, everyone can watch the candidate's every move in the copy. Quarterly North Chief, a collection of websites from his backpack to present to the Kobold Knight Chief. Ji Zhang broke his face. Shame on our old Ji family. This kid is resourceful enough to know about kobolds. Ha ha ha. Qin Yan, the flame of the inferno, the husband of the dwarf mage, given to the dwarf mage for smithing. Shangguan Wanner, encouragement after the Griffin cavalry's failed confession. See what the two did. Many of the examiners nodded in satisfaction. They're all smart, being able to quickly figure out what the key to the second test is, and utilizing various ways to get on good terms with these hero-level units that have reached level 25. Regardless of the final score, the test is definitely passable. But just as the mirror image on the screen slowly appeared to change and came to Su Jin's side, Su Jin is heading directly to the town's city wall, with Panda Pa anxious to catch up behind him. What's going on here? What kind of good wine did he use to get Pa to do that? Play it back and see. Asterisk 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 is this kid that tigerish? That's a minus. Many examiners frowned. The difficulty of this test was clear to them all. A level 20 ferocious beast swarm was just an existence that could be killed with their hands to them. But for these people who had just awakened the Lord's Core for 3 days, it was an absolute nightmare. This is likewise the significance of the second test, complementary to the first test. The first test told them to have the courage to face the ferocious beasts. The second test, on the other hand, was to let them know that there were times when they not only had to have courage, but also enough strength. Learn to draw on the strength of others when your own strength is temporarily insufficient. Simply put, this level was never intended to allow these candidates to pass on their own. Even Ji Zhangbao frowned and shook his head. Still too young, still needs to be honed. Obviously, he didn't think highly of Su Jin's current strength either. Don't think he can get through on his own. After all, a level 20 Fierce Beast Swarm and a level 20 Fierce Beast were two completely different concepts. But with Pa behind him, he didn't worry too much about Su Jin's safety. However, Lu Jinyun, Li Yunfei and the others, who had a slight understanding of Su Jin's strength, had remained silent. Their eyes were glued to the screen with some anticipation in their eyes. And that's when it happened. Rumble. When Su Jin had just walked to the city wall, he heard a rumbling sound from outside. Deep in the meadow outside the town, one strange-shaped ferocious beast appeared one after another, running wildly towards the location of the city wall. That aura was like a raging tide that made people tremble with fear. Hearing the commotion, Panda Pa, who had followed Su Jin into the city wall, patted his chest. How about calling me brother and brother will help you? No, thanks. With a wave of Su Jin's hand, 400 Black Panther beasts appeared at the same time and jumped onto the battlements on the city wall. Hey, that's a level 20 ferocious beast. And it's still a whole bunch of them. Are you sure you can do it alone? Congratulations on killing the level 20 Black Silk Monkey and obtaining the Black Silk Wine. The machine gun on the back of the panther beast continuously sprayed out tongues of fire, and the sound of da-da-da-da was like the rapid beat of a drum. Pa, on the other hand, was chattering away, his words like a barrage, and the beeps of killing the ferocious beasts rang out from time to time, crisp and loud. 3 different voices intertwined in Su Jin's ears, messy and distracting. Just then, Su Jin's gaze swept across his face, saw the extra thing called Black Silk Bubbly. His eyebrows raised slightly, and without the slightest hesitation, he directly threw it to Pa. Pa hastily caught it, his eyes instantly lighting up. Good wine, Pa exclaimed excitedly, then a somewhat intoxicated sniff of the uniquely scented wine. That's right, Pa said with satisfaction. Give me a bottle of wine and I'll make sure you're the first to pass. With that, he turned his head to look at the Black Panther beast next to him. This brother Machine Panther, please make way and save a spot for brother. Immediately after, Pa used an inexplicable power, causing himself to exchange positions with the Black Panther beast in front of him. Then, with a sharp jump, he jumped to the battlements of the city wall and looked in the direction of the ferocious beast. Gulp! I didn't see it coming. Chapter 48 Genius is just the threshold. Pa gulped, his face full of shock. The Black Panther beast that had reached level 15. It was simply not too easy to deal with these level 20 ordinary ferocious beasts. There was no need for the Manticore King or the Wind and Snow Fighter to make a move at all. With the Panther beast's firepower suppression alone, these level 20 ordinary ferocious beasts were simply unable to advance 20 meters within their range. Pa, the panda who originally had 1,000 words to say, at this point it was mute. Every now and then he takes a sip of wine and is full of emotion. It's rather like the only man who knows his days in a drunken stupor. Time passes by. Su Jin really felt a bit bored. This so-called ferocious beast tide was nothing more than the same combination of copies that had been challenged before. The incoming ferocious beasts came in waves and were relatively numerous. There was absolutely no sense of oppression like that of a real beast tide. But he could understand. It's just the exam. After all, still have to get used to most of the newbie lords to make it work. The real purpose is to screen for good lords, not to weed out candidates. And so, Su Jin directly had the Black Panther beasts jump under the city wall and walk to the refreshment point of the ferocious beasts, come on a wave of spring abuse, and on a raised platform in the gym. Seeing Su Jin's Black Panther beast on the battlefield was like a torrent of black steel, crazily abusing the ferocious beasts. The crowd of examiners were so surprised that their eyes widened with disbelief. Many of them originally thought that Su Jin's move was too reckless. Without utilizing the power of those level 25 soldiers, facing a group of level 20 fierce beasts alone would inevitably lead to a predicament. However, the scene before them was completely beyond their expectations. One of the examiners opened his mouth wide. No, this is a level 20 ferocious beast, and the abusive spring is even here? The other examiner's brow was furrowed, his gaze fixed on the battle images on the screen, murmuring, why does this Black Panther beast have such terrifying combat power? Similar words ring out from time to time. They are all examiners this time though. However, due to his insufficient status, he did not know too much about Su Jin. Watching the scene on the screen, they realized they might have underestimated the young man. Ji Zhongbang was similarly filled with surprise as he squinted his eyes slightly, carefully observing the fighting style of Su Jin's Black Panther beast. Mental note, 95% plus weak point hit rate. This young man is indeed not simple. It seems that my previous judgment was a bit hasty. Lu Jinyun and Li Yunfei and the others, on the other hand, revealed gratified smiles. They were not surprised that Su Jin had behaved in such a manner. In amazement, it does look a little less than stellar to be in such an abusive situation, and they slowly lost interest in watching it. Begin to turn your eyes to the other contestants. In other lords' copies of the test, facing the level 20 ferocious beasts that came in like a tidal wave, 90% of the candidates were beyond frantic. Degree. Right after their troopers literally had no ability to block, the NPC soldiers within the replica side enacted as the main force in killing the ferocious beasts. There's more or less something wrong with this class of young men. They can't fight and they won't say a word. Useless pride tends to die the fastest when it comes to real danger. Come on, after all, they're still kids and have a long way to go. Compared to them, people like Qin Yan and Ji Bei Chang looked incredibly relaxed. They have a good relationship with the NPC troopers ahead of time. When the ferocious beasts invaded, the NPC troopers rushed straight out to start the slaughter. Qin Yan and the others were more like a support. Assist the NPC troopers who are responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. You can also pick up the slack every now and then and kill one or two big crippling ferocious beasts, though it doesn't look like much of a spectacle either. But at least there is some fun to be had. Unlike Su Jin's side, all abusive from start to finish, screwing up a level 25 hero unit, Panda Pai can only snap 666 in the back. Time passes by. Soon, it was also time for the second level of the test to end. There was a flash of light on the leaderboard. The final rankings are fresh. Almost all of the candidates stared almost in unison, because this ranking is unbelievable. First place, Su Jin, points, 509. Second place, Shangguan Waner, points, 205. Third place, Qin Yan, points, 186. Fourth place, Ji Bei Chang, points, 183. In the copy that Su Jin was in, all 250 ferocious beasts were killed by himself, and he was rewarded with 350 points, still maintaining the number one spot. Shangguan Waner and Qin Yan, on the other hand, had personally killed a greater number of ferocious beasts than Ji Bei Chang, and their rankings had surpassed Ji Bei Chang. Just the moment the candidates saw Su Jin's score, it was as if the pause button had been pressed on all the choice space. Their gazes flicked to the screen that displayed Su Jin's score, their eyes filled with disbelief. Su Jin, 509 points. How is this possible? His score is actually this high? A candidate exclaimed in a low voice, his voice filled with surprise and jealousy. How the hell does this score add up? It's nifty. It's scary. Other candidates were frowning, trying to find the reason why he had received such a high score. Could it be that 250 level 20 ferocious beasts were all killed by him alone, with no help from the NPC soldiers? No matter how, no one cares about that anymore, since the scores can pop up like that and so much time has passed without the examiner revising them. It would have confirmed the accuracy of the grades. Almost at the same time, all the candidates couldn't help but remember the rumors on the internet yesterday. Many people hastened to admonish themselves in their minds. Go back later and hurry up and delete those bad reviews, especially those who used to feel that Su Jin was blowing awesome at the entrance of the gym. At this point the toes are about to pick out the 3 rooms. Young people are good looking, saying people can't to their faces. Turns out you can't. How humiliating. Then these scores are not too high. It was those who thought they were great that appreciated the gap between them and Su Jin even more. As the saying goes, the gap between genius and genius only gets bigger. For example, Shangguan Waner. How is this possible? His score is so high. She had originally thought that she had personally slain enough ferocious beasts, the best of all candidates, yet it paled in comparison to Su Jin's score. Other side, Qin Yan even didn't utter a single word for an old half day. Seeing Su Jin get 159 points in the first level was a bit of a surprise though, but he didn't feel particularly surprised. After all, he had seen with his own eyes that Su Jin possessed the strength to pass through Scorpion Rock Valley alone. Being able to kill these ferocious beasts that were only level 15 at the highest was not a problem at all. But, second level, this is a level 20 ferocious beast, and 50 at a time, as many as 250. Su Jin actually managed to kill all of them without the help of the NPC's strength, using only his own strength? Murphy, did he use some kind of card in advance? Qin Yan felt as if he had discovered the essence of the matter. If that's true, I'll be rude next. And the other side. Su Jin looked at Shangguan Waner's name on top of the leaderboard. It always felt a little familiar, but it didn't bother me too much. Scanned lightly and paid no more attention, redeeming the Lord's energy he got from killing the fierce beasts for 10 wind and snow fighters. Looking at his balance of only 2,100, he softly lamented, poor, and that's when it happened. The third test surfaced. The third test, staying green is not afraid of being burned. Mission description, level 30 elite beast 2-headed ogre will continue to bombard the town for 30 minutes, and at the end of the bombardment, the ogre will be dispatched to hunt down and kill. Please organize the escape of the town members and guard all members of the town. The death of all members of the town before the end of the mission is considered a mission failure. Points are ultimately determined by the number of surviving town members. Please select the challenge difficulty, 10 minutes to kill, 20 minutes to kill, 30 minutes to kill. Chapter 49, Switching Home Tactics. Without even thinking about it, Qin Yan resolutely chose the 30-minute difficulty. In his opinion, the number of ferocious beasts that would be killed with this level of difficulty was definitely higher. As long as you kill enough, even if you don't manage to guard all the inhabitants, the points you can get in the end will be higher. He clenched his teeth and secretly vowed to surpass Su Jin in this examination. Su Jin, even if you have a higher score in front of you than me, I'll still catch up. A strong fighting spirit surged in Qin Yan's heart, and his body burned with a blazing flame. He didn't hesitate to enter the test right away, becoming the first lord to choose the 30-minute difficulty. Qin Yan, level 13, troop type, Demon Inferno. The king-class soldier, Inferno, is a very powerful soldier even though it can no longer advance. Only, with his rank, he shouldn't be able to summon too many soldiers. This is thinking of relying on killing ferocious beasts to obtain a large amount of points. This is not impossible. The crowd laughed and shook their heads. They too had sensed what was in the heart of this brat Qin Yan, but they also understand that everyone has their own strategies and choices in this kind of test. Although Qin Yan's choice was risky, it was not unreasonable. They didn't continue to say anything more, just quietly watching the other candidates' choices. Immediately after that, Shangwan Weiner chose the 10-minute difficulty. Her troop is a spell spike type and only has the strength to play one set of bursts. The ability to sustain combat without assistance is relatively poor. Shangwan Weiner, level 13, troop type, human poetess. Smart choice, with the level still low and not enough troops. Her troops really aren't very good for sustained combat. It's not surprising that women tend to be more focused on stability. Just then, two more lords who chose the 30-minute difficulty appeared. Seasonal North Chief, level 14, troop, Orc Bull Warrior. Quibda, level 12, troop, Orc Clapper Bear. The examiners likewise looked twice more at the two brothers with the very special name. When they saw that Ji Bei Chang's rank was already as high as level 14, many examiners gasped out in awe. To rise to level 14 in just 3 days, this speed was truly terrifying. Their gazes were filled with surprise and admiration. However, when they saw Ji Bei Chang's troop type, Bull Warrior, they also came to a realization. The Bull Warrior, which can be described as a pentagonal soldier, has meat, control, group output ability, high stamina, and the consumption of releasing skills is still low. With this advantage, the upgrade rate will indeed be quite a bit faster than other troop types. I wonder what difficulty Su Jin will choose. The hearts of the crowd were filled with curiosity and anticipation. Until now, most of the noteworthy lords had already made their choices, leaving only Su Jin. And at this time, Su Jin, after listening to the rules of the third test, suddenly a very powerful tactic in Chinese history came to mind. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that kind of tactic could be applied here. Thus, Su Jin decisively chose the 30-minute difficulty with the most ferocious beasts. Su Jin, level 16, troop information, not authorized to view, confidentiality level. There's still no way to view as troop types with Gaucho's access? This result made the examiners look at each other with confusion and shock. They looked at me and I looked at you, both seeing the same shock in each other's eyes. In previous examinations, there had never been such a situation where the examiner had insufficient authority to view the candidate's troop type. Even Ji Zhangba was stunned. His mind was filled with doubt and confusion. It shouldn't be. The level of authority of the Gao Gao is so high that even the owner of a humanity emperor soldier can likewise inquire. The secrecy authority of this Su Jin soldier type is actually that high? Seasonal chapter breaks in 100 times. But looking at the serious faces of the few executives at the Springs, he also knew that they wouldn't tell him, and not a single one of them opened their mouths to ask. Just then, one person's gaze inadvertently swept over Su Jin's rank information. The rank number that was displayed left him shocked and speechless once again. 16. How can this rank be so high? An examiner said with a trembling voice. The other examiners nodded their heads as well, looking at the number dead on, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. They knew how incredible it was to have such a high rank at this stage. Even with the 10% experience bonus of the Humanity Emperor Soldier, it wasn't that fast. See a glimpse of what the person next to you is doing. Lu Jinyun, Li Yunfei and the others who had a better understanding of Su Jin, however, could not help but have the corners of their mouths rise slightly. They were eager to see how else they would behave when they truly knew Su Jin's true strength. In the meantime, Su Jin had already entered that familiar town once again. Hello hiccup, hello again. The moment he saw Su Jin, Panda gave a drunken greeting. There was a hint of lethargy and casualness in its eyes, as if it was not surprised by this young man who had reappeared. without waiting for Su Jin to respond. A few human soldiers who had taken burn damage came forward in a hurry. Their bodies carried slight traces of scorched blackness, and their faces were filled with anxiety. These human soldiers quickly came to Su Jin and couldn't wait to tell him what they were about to face. "My lord, the situation is very bad for us now," one of the human soldiers gasped and said. "The level 30 fierce beast two-headed ogre will soon attack our town." Another human soldier went on to say, "The range of its incendiary flask attack is so large that it's expected to cover the entire town, and we don't have the means to counter it. The big deal is to fight them. Even if we die, we'll rip off a piece of meat." "That's right, Lord, you run first. We'll use our lives to catalyze the spell formation and fight the ferocious beast." With the impending crisis, they were inevitably a little nervous, but all were not afraid. Seeing that Su Jin hadn't responded, Panda Pa also came over and tried. "Little brother, do you have some other plans?" At those words, the gazes of the other human soldiers couldn't help but gather over. Su Jin nodded. "Yes, so what are we going to do? There's 29 minutes left before that ugly bastard casts the incendiary bottle. That damage was horrible. There was no way we could block it." Su Jin shook his head and asked seriously, "That fierce beast skill has a CD, right?" "Yeah, 2 hours CD. How long will it take us to reach the land of the ferocious beasts?" 10 minutes. "Very well, that's enough." Immediately afterward, Su Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. "Rally all personnel in the town in 10 minutes. Assemble and proceed to the junction with the feral beast's territory. Wait until the level 30 ferocious beast releases the flask and kill the ferocious beast territory. Since the town is uninhabitable, kill the ferocious beasts clean and live in their homes." Chapter 50. The examiners who were completely numbed by the shock. Hearing Su Jin's strategy, it wasn't just the human soldiers and Panda Pa who were present. Even Lu, Li, and Ji outside the arena were filled with question marks. The implementability of such an approach is really high. But the problem is that we don't seem to have the ability to kill that level 30 ferocious beast, right? The one-man soldier forced down his inner waves and scratched his head. Does the two-headed ogre have any other powerful skills besides the one long-range skill of incendiary flask? None other than a skill that boosts the attack speed of the ogres under his command, as well as multiple attacks at close range. But with its short attack range and slow movement speed, coupled with its own poor physical attributes, it's not as good as some level 25 ferocious beasts. As long as we hit the pull, what's to stop it from hitting until the cooldown on the incendiary flask is over? Su Jin said without thinking. He couldn't have been more familiar with the two-headed ogre. After understanding its proficiency with flasks and clearing the cooldown time, as long as he pulled and fought, he was confident in trying to get it killed. Panda Pa also reacted. Awesome. I'll take care of that ugly bastard when the time comes. Level 25 Panda Pa versus two-headed ogre that only has level 25 defense despite being level 30. Looking at it this way, it seems like a real possibility for a comeback. The crowd of soldiers in the small town listened with fervor, incredibly excited to begin gathering the residents within the town. A raised platform in the stadium. It was also as if a shot bomb had been dropped at this point. The crowd of examiners were filled with admiration. At first, most people thought that Su Jin was a candidate who was powerful but lacked strategy. When he heard Su Jin's strategy, he felt again, hey, this kid is really good. It's just a little bit not fully thought out. But just after Su Jin had finished that speech, they had completely changed their opinion of Su Jin. At a young age, not only was he strong, but his control of the situation and knowledge of the ferocious beasts was spot on. Plus the precision of the shots shown during the fight. One of the examiners couldn't help but mutter, how the hell did this kid's brain grow? His eyes were filled with awe. He had a feeling about it all. Even though he was close to 50 years old, he couldn't compare to Su Jin in many ways. Another examiner nodded uncontrollably and lamented. There are times when such people really deserve to excel. Damn it, I wouldn't have thought of that if it were me. Just as the examiners were still expressing their admiration for Su Jin's performance, the 30 minutes are up. Roar! Let me roar! The two-headed ogre let out a guttural roar. That hideous face looked even more terrifying in the light of the flask of burning in his hand. Its arms were bruised, and it hurled one of the incendiary flasks as hard as it could. The flasks arced through the air and poured down towards the town. The moment it broke, flames spread quickly, blazing tongues of fire licking everything. The entire town was instantly enveloped in a sea of fire. Houses began to crumble and the heat and smoke filled the streets. The originally quiet and peaceful town has now turned into an apocalyptic scene. And at this point, as Su Jin and the crowd of soldiers looked at the scene before them, a boundless anger welled up in their hearts. Kill! With a command, a human soldier resolutely blew the horn in his hand. The signal, made up of a few short but powerful notes, instantly stirred in the air like the drumbeat of battle. The stirring sound of the trumpet seemed to possess an incomparable magic. It made the hot blood in the hearts of all the ethnic soldiers instantly boil. Their eyes were burning with the fire of battle, like wild horses that had taken off their reins, and they charged into the territory of the ferocious beasts with murderous vigor. Su Jin likewise did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, all the soldiers were released through and through. The fierce Tiger King led the Black Panther beast to act as the main force. The Golden Iron Beast as well as the Wind and Snow Fighters were responsible for guarding the human warriors. Da 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 da. Numerous muzzles sprayed tongues of fire. Release the arrows, the Golden Iron Beast shouted. Whoosh. Getting the order, the human troopers, archers started firing arrows. There were even some warriors that picked up rocks from the ground and rolled them. Spread out in formation. Prepare to clear. The Golden Iron Beast continued to shout. The human soldiers who received the order acted immediately. They quickly dispersed in trained maneuvers, forming a tight battle formation. As the formation unfolded, a powerful aura emanated from them. This is the power of a top-notch formation, even if it's not your own soldier. Just listen to the Golden Iron Beast with all your heart. The Starburst formation can be equally effective. In just a simple exchange of a few rounds, the ogres died or were injured by the hundreds. And under the command of the Golden Iron Beast, the human soldiers didn't have any love affair, hitting a set and running. The Wind and Snow Fighters surveyed the enemy, while the Manticore King and Panther Beasts were responsible for the main cleanup tasks. The whole set looks as pleasing to the eye as watching fish and flowers. The crowd of examiners looked stunned, and not just because of this series of combat arts, more so because of Su Jin's troop type. The crowd's eyes first fell on Su Jin's second troop type, the second troop type Wind and Snow Fighter. That one fighter jet soared in the sky like a steel eagle, its streamlined body full of technology. They hovered in the air, and the weaponry on their wings was even more intimidating. Everyone's eyes were wide and their mouths were open, but they simply didn't know what words to use to express their inner thoughts. Asterisk 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 asterisk, times x9. Only one sound exits one after another. Even Lu Jinyun and Li Yunfei, these people who have some knowledge of Su Jin, all equally so. A single question filled the mind. No, shouldn't a lord be level 20 the second time he awakens a trooper? How did Su Jin have a summon out at this level now? Could it be that this also be a special effect of the Humanity Emperor soldier? Also, this second troop is directly a flying unit? Those are missiles on that wing, right? Is that the one with the big mushroom smoke straight? Ever nuclear sunset missile? Holy, some even rubbed their eyes involuntarily, unable to believe what they were seeing. Not only that, after the Manticore King and the Golden Iron Beast began to show their respective uniqueness, everyone also realized that this was clearly the kind of performance that only a hero-level unit could have. The mechanicals actually have hero-level units? Lu Jinyun, Li Yunfei and the others. When did Su Jin possess two hero-level soldiers? Everyone else, the mechanicals actually have a hero-level unit. Everyone was dumbfounded. One aged lord had even summoned his own soldiers. Have the soldier species take the medication out of his own pocket and assist himself while he feeds himself. I can't do it without medication. This little heart is beating too fast. The others weren't much better. Ji Zhangbao took several deep breaths, but still couldn't calm down. Trying to say something, the words just don't come out. After all, what was in front of him was just too amazing. Just say it. Simply by virtue of all this that Su Jin has shown so far, the follow-up, with a little bit of effort, can maintain the current 50% of the talent to continue to develop. Even. No, it's a certainty. It will surely be able to influence the world landscape as much as general AI. That's the upper limit of the Mechanicus troop type. Just then, Ji Zhang broke in and calmed down a little. Still, speaking with some trembling. Shall we sign a confidentiality pact? Chapter 51, Pay, Nobody? What am I doing here? Just as Ji Zhang broke in and uttered those words, a lean man appeared on the high platform. General AI, what brings you here? Everyone immediately rose and saluted the visitor. The visitor was none other than Exley. Since his departure the night before, he had remained in the northern war zone near the springs. When the examination began, the first time he had learned about Su Jin's soldier information, it also immediately arranged its affairs and came this way. Exley waved his hand and flirted. I've come to see my grandson. The crowd smiled knowingly. After laughing, Lu Jinyun immediately became serious and told AI Seely what had just happened. The smile on Ainsley's face instantly disappeared after hearing this, and was replaced by a serious face. He said in a deep voice, our generation prostrated itself in order to make the motherland strong. It will allow the future generations of our country to stand up. There's no need to hide, like we do. And if there's anything good, You have to hide it for fear of letting others know. At that, he paused, his eyes a little deeper. Not so much now. The Wasia of now is not the Wasia of old. The current young lords are not the beat generation either. It is a contribution for ordinary lords, not to initiate trouble and not to cause trouble for the country. Lords with high potential are more than capable of stepping up to the plate. They don't want to hide in the shadows like we do, suffering in silence and building on the pressure. Instead, I hope to stand in the clear and tell everyone that today's China stands up. That's a choice we should honor. After all, the current Huaxia has enough strength and backbone to be able to protect them. As he said this, a smirk spread across the corners of Ainsley's mouth, a sly glint in his eyes. He said softly, "Of course, that doesn't mean we'll reveal all our cards without reservation. In this complex and ever-changing world, proper retention and strategic hiding are necessary. Only, such a burden is not yet to be borne by these young men. The need for good secrecy is still a job for us old-timers at the moment." And in the meantime, Su Jin had already led the Black Iron Beast army, the group of fighters, and the human soldiers towards the core of the Fierce Beast territory. "Old Bean, you just killed a couple. 5. You're not very good. I've killed 8 of them. I'm your father. Yo, on the battlefield, being a father is not as good as being a son. Lousy, that's just letting him go. When we get to the core area later, you'll see how many I kill. Ha ha ha." At this moment, the human soldiers' faces were flashing with excitement. The eyes that looked at Su Jin were even tinged with a kind of gratitude. They have two identities. First, the soldiers, the human soldiers, and second, the NPCs of the gaucho space, the ones being protected. As yellow-skinned, black-haired human soldiers, they had the blood of warriors flowing through their veins. Though the body is strong, the will is not disabled. Though old, the heart is not old. They likewise wanted to fight and slay the ferocious beasts. Just, after so many years of acting as an NPC inside the high school space, everyone just treats them like they're being protected. All the lords are afraid that they will die, and when they do it will have an effect on the score. None of the candidates wanted to expose them to combat. Only Seo Jin read them, willing to let them follow along in battle piece by piece. Though because of his humble strength, he could only act as a support, but they were quite content. At least, Su Jin gave them a feeling that they were still needed by them, that they were still useful. It was also because of the recognition that a group of warriors had for Su Jin. Once again, the hidden mechanisms of the test were accidentally triggered. It made Su Jin's score increase by another 100 points. However, as for the increase in points, today's Su Jin would not be able to know about it for the time being. As the line moves forward, the crowd had come to a broken wall. Masonry full of red-hot masonry and scorched black marks spread all around were the general setting of the place. What makes it feel surprising is this. Here, there were no ferocious beasts all over the place as Su Jin and the human soldiers thought. There was only a fat blue guy with 2 heads who was half lying there. At this time, it is sleeping. Su Jin first checked its attributes. Elite Boss, 2-headed ogre, level 30, Spirit, 10W, Body Mass, 8,000, Power, 8,000, Agility, 1,000, Skills, Explosive Blast, Incendiary Flask, Bloodlust. Note, since it has 2 heads, all skills are 100% double cast for double damage, 80% triple, 50% quad. This guy is definitely a Jedi brother. Bias is a bit severe. With a mere level 30, it has a power of 8,000, combined with the 100% double damage it has. Not to mention these novice lords who took the entrance exam. Even some lords that had reached level 30, or even level 40, would be miserable when hit by its attacks. Only, for me, it doesn't seem like much of a challenge. The corners of Su Jin's mouth rose slightly. A wave of the hand. The Manticore King violently threw the saber teeth in his hand. Who is it? That ungrateful one disturbed my lord's sleep? The 2-headed ogre's blood bar instantly dropped by a small amount. It does have an average physique. The current mighty Tiger King who had reached level 16 and possessed the equipment Fury Blood. Normal attacks alone were enough to break defense, but the 2-headed ogre didn't know this point. Compared to the other ferocious beasts, this guy's brain was quite good, but that's about it. Still at a nascent stage of intelligence. Picked up a side of the wolf tooth stick, stepped towards Su Jin charge. It's the little short-legged runner coming through. Lords and lords, duck. See this scene. The faces of the crowd of soldiers instantly turned white, their eyes revealing undisguised panic, but they didn't hesitate for a second. One by one, they acted swiftly, and without hesitation, they hurriedly stopped in front of Su Jin. The movements were hurried, but full of firmness and determination. There was a death-defying light in his eyes, and he wanted to use his body to build a solid line of defense for Su Jin. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing this scene, Su Jin, who was originally a bit disinterested, was immediately energized. He didn't expect these human soldiers to actually be willing to make such a move for a passerby like himself. Su Jin didn't hesitate either. Mindfulness. Let a bunch of soldiers rush out. Instantly, the Golden Iron Beast, Black Panther Beast, Wind and Snow Fighter, and other troop types responded quickly. Cannon fire poured down like a torrential downpour, and the dense network of firepower enveloped the two-headed ogre. And right under this intense fire coverage, the mighty Tiger King even showed its powerful strength as a king-level hero. Storm Nebula split. It only saw its figure flashing as it rushed towards the two-headed ogre like lightning and executed its best move. Storm Nebula split. A pair of saber teeth flashed with a dazzling light, carrying great power and speed as they traced a splendid arc in the air. Boom, boom, boom. There was a loud bang as the saber teeth made multiple contacts with the two-headed ogre. It simply couldn't withstand such a powerful attack. Even because the agility was really low, this guy couldn't even touch a single hair of the mighty Tiger King. After a set of silky little combos, the battlefield fell silent. Only smoke was left behind. Following closely behind were the cheers of the many human warriors. As well, Pa the Panda said, somewhat dully, "No, dude, boss, that's gone? Where's the promised handover? I haven't even made a move yet." Su Jin patted Po's shoulder. "It's fine. You still have many opportunities to face such a ferocious beast. And I'm not so sure. Let me do it first this time." After saying that, he didn't pay any attention to Pa, who had 2 black spots in his eyes and turned into an emoji. Start checking the rewards you received for killing the level 30 elite fierce beast, the two-handed ogre. Chapter 52, Soldiering Skills Multiple Casting. The other candidates. Congratulations on killing the level 30 elite beast, the two-headed ogre, and gaining a lot of experience. Congratulations on obtaining 10W of Lord's Energy. Congratulations on acquiring the troop skill book, Multiple Spellcasting. This time there were certainly not a lot of prompt messages, just 3, but every single one of them is amazing. Beyond level 14 crossing to kill elite ferocious beasts plus experience from previously clearing normal ogres plus humanitarian imperial soldier experience bonus. All the experience values added up directly promoted Su Jin to level 17. All of the Lord's energies add up to a whopping 13W as well. Sure, these rewards are child's play. What really made Su Jin feel a bit surprised had to be getting the soldier skill book, Multiple Spellcasting. Force skill, Multiple Spellcasting. Effect, causes a soldier to have a 3% chance of double casting and a 2% chance of triple casting when releasing all skills. Note, no cooldown, no consumption. It is said that there are 3 heads that can reach 6 heavy casting. Oh, hiss. When Su Jin saw this skill, he really couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Give to global warming and contribute your small share. Actually, I don't blame him for being so excited. This skill clearly belonged to the two-headed ogre's natural skill. The fact that it was able to pop up was surprising in itself. As a natural skill, the strength naturally rang true. Let's not talk about the so-called 6-fold casting, the 3% probability of double casting alone. As the skill level increases, it might even become 15%. In other words, it's a 15% chance to do double damage, and it's still extra double damage. It doesn't conflict at all with weakness damage, bludgeoning damage, burst bonus, and other nonsense. For this skill, Su Jin could only use 2 words to evaluate it: divine skill. However, there was another problem before him now. That is, who exactly is this skill going to be used for? He hadn't gotten a similar skill in his previous life. It's not quite clear what type of troop it would be most valuable when given to. At the same time, I wonder if there are any machine beasts among the machine beast world that have more heads like a 3-headed shark or a hydra. In case you let the mighty Tiger King use it now, and then you really get it and have no use for it, wouldn't that be a big loss? So he was still going to put it away for now. Anyway, with Heaven's Reward himself, no matter what skills he gets, it's a breeze to get to full level. In the meantime, in other people's copies of the test, faced with an onslaught of numerous ogres, and a crowd of warriors clamoring for a fight against the ferocious beasts, 99% of the candidates were annoyed as hell. Egu, my old ancestor, can't you just stay honest? Those ogres are so much better than you, why should they die for nothing? A lord said tearfully to a human warrior in front of him with a broken arm. With that said, he forced his troopers to protect this injured human warrior from going back out to fight. Looking at the back of the young lord who continued into the battle, the wounded human warrior looked at the rifle in his hand with mixed emotions. But, once upon a time, no matter how powerful an enemy we faced, we never thought of retreating. We, really not working? Similar situations occur everywhere. Wait 10 minutes for the lowest difficulty time to come up. A few people are happy and a few people are sad. Some candidates passed the test and were transported to the choice space. There were also candidates who did not pass the test and were directly transported back to the gym. Whose true projections are those? How can you stop them? They have to go up and die. Who said it is not a careless, that no matter men and women, young and old, all rushed up, the result is directly killed in seconds. A number of candidates sputtered somewhat grudgingly. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. But, weren't all the former Chinese warriors like them? No matter what the danger, no matter how powerful the enemy is, they are always the first to rush up. If the country was in trouble and my own beloved home was destroyed, I believe I would do the same. I don't hate them for acting like this. I just hate myself for not being able to. A few words echoed slowly through the air. Everyone froze instantly, and the air seemed to grow heavy. Their expressions gradually changed from initial bewilderment to contemplation and then shame. In the end, they all clenched their fists and swore darkly. Look at the state of the many novice lords on the stage today. Several people on the stage nodded silently as well. The children of China, from ancient times to the present, have never lacked commitment. Just, would it be too early for them? Extraordinary times, extraordinary treatment. Those who can reach this level are the best of the best, and when we can't even fight anymore, these young people will be the backbone of our country. The examiners nodded, then looked at the other candidates' copies. The focus is on the few who chose the 30-minute difficulty. Wrath of Yen, burn everything, flames roar, destruction descends. Qin Yan commanded the Inferno troopers to activate their skills. The flames on the latter's body blazed, and a powerful flame shockwave erupted from his mouth. The amazing flame shockwave raged through the ogre group, instantly rushing the ogre's formation into pieces. Some ogres were burned right to the ground, and those ogres who managed to escape also suffered heavy injuries and their fighting strength was greatly reduced. The Inferno soldiers do have a strong burst. Well, it's a talent, except that he was so eager to do it that I watched him get slightly affected by the demonic aura. It should be that Su Jin is giving him too much pressure. When he reaches the university there will be a mentor to guide him. Just guide him slowly. It's not a big problem. They were followed by brothers Ji Bei Chang and Ji Boda, who also chose the 30-minute difficulty. The two also faced ogre attacks with ease due to their troop types. The bull warriors and clapbears were then responsible for surrounding the human soldiers beyond, relying on strong defense and not bad attack power. As soon as the ogre came over, the pillar in the bull warrior's hand and the clapping bear's paw went over. The former had no way of getting close. One round to watch. Almost all the examiners had the strengths and weaknesses of a single lord recorded before them. When the exam is over, this information will be sent to each candidate's chosen institution. Let the mentors in the school take care of these issues and help these novice lords grow better. This is why even in the age of lords, why there is also a reason why universities exist. Most newbie lords are commoners. They have no special background or potential. To be successful, you really need a fairy to show you the way. And the instructors at the university are basically the most powerful and knowledgeable lords that the vast majority of lords can come into contact with in their lifetime. With their help, it will undoubtedly make these lords go through a lot less. Chapter 53, the gap is getting wider and wider. The fourth test, one by one, with the passage of time, seeing that this examination was coming to an end, whether the candidates were transported to the choice space or the gymnasium, there was also some anticipation at this time. They were eager to see the top candidates, especially how many points Su Jin can get in the end. Of course, it's more important to determine your score. Can you get into the college of your choice? It's also a good way to see if you've ed your good buddy down. As the saying goes, both the fear of a brother's suffering and the fear of a brother's driving a Land Rover. It didn't take long. As soon as the time comes, the leaderboard has changed again. First place, Su Jin, points, 1,709. Second place, Ji Bei Chang, points, 783. Third place, Qin Yan, points, 686. Fourth place, Jibda, points, 640. Fifth place, Shangguan Waner, points, 605. Even though it was already clear in his heart that Su Jin could still remain number one, still, the score caused a stir. Asterisk with 1,709 points. That's a straight increase of 200 points on this level. How did that add up? According to the scores, there should be 500 points for killing all the ogres, 100 points for all the human warriors who didn't die. And how did the remaining 600 points come about? It's hard to believe he killed the level 32-headed ogre. Gulp. Almost anyone who uses their brain has thought of such a fact. Su Jin had actually killed the level 32-headed ogre. No, his troop type is really black iron grade? What's this to play with him? With such a score, I'm afraid that the national top scorer is booked. This time, it doesn't matter if it's a candidate who has already been eliminated in the gym or a candidate who has passed in the choice space. All of them were in a state of shock at this fact. Their mentality is a bit like Mr. Lay's classmates at the time. We are all at the same age level and in the same schools. But while most people are still spending what their parents give them to live on, Mr. Ray has made his first million in life. It's not just them. Even Ji Bei Chang, Qin Yan and other such people who have earned $100,000. No, man, I just made $100,000 here. Why are you suddenly $1 million? Why is the gap widening? And, even more difficult for them to accept, they feel that they can make $10,000 because they can only make so much. And Su Jin can earn $100,000, completely in the environment that can only earn $50,000, extra double. With such a fact in front of them, it left many young boys and girls who were hailed as geniuses with mixed feelings in their hearts. And at this time, Su Jin, the same feeling of some excitement after seeing your score. Of course, the point of his excitement was the system quest, 10,000 attractions. As long as you can complete this quest, you can obtain the territory building Thunder Hall. And now, according to his current score, as soon as the exam is over, the task is designated to be completed properly. He was already building on the territory he had once acquired in his previous life, to deduce the attributes and abilities of the Thunder Hall now. And soon, the rules of the fourth examination appeared, interrupting Su Jin's thoughts. The fourth test, 1 by 1. Introduction. 9 level 20 blue-winged bats under the level 30 beast purple-winged bat king will join the purple-winged bat king after half an hour of rest, and the seal will be broken by the purple-winged bat king after the successful joining. Mandate, all candidates. Mission reward, different scores for team contribution. MVP extra bonus bronze treasure chest. Note, due to the difficulty of this level, all equipment is allowed to be used. Team-based assessment. And there's the bonus of a bronze treasure chest. Su Jin's eyes lit up and he was quite impressed. The gold-grade treasure chest he had previously obtained had opened a king-grade special prop, the Vulcan howitzer. Even if the treasure chest rewarded this time was only bronze level, with a bit of luck, there is also a 1% chance of opening a platinum item. It's hard not to let him be. As for the last comment about the difficulty being too high, he didn't give it a second thought. As for the group of examiners on the podium outside the arena, all of them were focusing their eyes on Su Jin's body at this moment. When they saw Su Jin behaving like this, they had some guesses as to what he had in mind. One of the examiners narrowed his eyes slightly and brushed his hand over his chin, smiling thoughtfully and shaking his head. This kid, look at him. This is thinking that the MVP award is already a must-have. Next to him, Li Yunfei clasped his hands in front of his chest and nodded slightly. If we can get through, who else can the MVP be but him? However, at that moment, another examiner frowned slightly, shook his head with a grave expression, and said in a deep voice, "But the problem is that the difficulty of this copy is so high that they really don't know how to pass it." This statement was echoed by many examiners. The purple-winged bat king wasn't a highly flawed ferocious beast like the two-headed ogre, crowned with the word king, the level 30 rating, plus the advantage of being an aerial beast. Even if only one blue-winged bat wasn't killed, its seal would be lifted. Also, you will get a 20% bonus to all attributes, even if it was a team copy. Even with Su Jin present, there were quite a few examiners who felt that it would be difficult for them to pass, simply because this copy is not as easy as it seems. Even if everyone was split into 9 teams, they wouldn't necessarily be able to kill all 9 blue-winged bats in half an hour. At this time, Lu Jinyun was smiling mysteriously. That said, did you guys forget about Su Jin's mechanical race flying troopers? In the meantime, Su Jin and all the candidates who had passed the third examination only felt a flash of light before their eyes. In the next moment, they were transported together by a mysterious force into the middle of the copy. The sight in front of them stunned them slightly. Only 10 tall towers stood in this copy space. A purple tower was particularly eye-catching, emitting a mysterious light and standing like a king in the very center of the copy, while the other 9 blue towers surrounded the area, separated from the purple towers. In front of some of the towers was a vast, endless ocean, the water so sparkling that the naked eye could not even surmise the distance. There was also a tall tower located on a cliff next to them. The cliffs plunged straight into the sky, with no end in sight, and surrounded by steep and treacherous cliffs. There was no way to go up at all, and at the same time, a large series of introductions rang in everyone's ears. Detailed description of the copy, omits several hundred words. After listening, Su Jin nodded slightly and instantly understood why this copy required all the candidates to team up. At the same time, he had already projected the way to pass the barrier in his mind. The rest of the candidates, on the other hand, all exploded. Regardless of whether it was geniuses such as Qin Yan or other ordinary novice lords, it was more or less difficult to be taught inside. How the hell is this going to pass? You have to cross an ocean to kill these 9 ferocious beasts? Over cliffs? Through the swamp? It won't even be possible to pass in half an hour. My soldier Rockwalker is a great climber, but this cliff is so high that I'm not sure I can make it in half an hour. Just as everyone was blushing and feeling incomparably embarrassed, Shangwanwaner saw Su Jin, who still had a calm face. She slightly raised her chin and moved her lotus steps gently, walking over to Su Jin's side. You must be Su Jin, right? Everyone is having a hard time with this, but you are so calm. Could it be that you have a good solution? Chapter 54, Flying Over Isn't Good Enough. A feeling of déjà vu instantly surged through his heart when he saw the clear face in front of him. Su Jin frowned slightly, searching hard in his mind for the source of this sense of familiarity. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. So it's her. A wave of emotion surged through Su Jin's heart as he remembered the other party. In the last life when Huaxia held joint military exercises with Eagle Sauce, Little Day, Woolly Bear, White Elephant and many other countries, Shangwanwaner is her own comrade in arms, and her codename, Empress. Only, Su Jin's behavior of staring straight at Shangwanwaner like that just now, in the latter's case, it was entirely because she did not want to tell her what was in her mind. Shangwanwaner's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She didn't want her tone to come across as too hard. After all, everyone needed to stick together at this critical time. There are ways. However, before she could open her mouth to speak, Su Jin's voice had already come over. With a hint of apology on his face, Su Jin slowly said, I'm sorry, something just suddenly occurred to me. When Shangwanwaner heard Su Jin's words, the words that were originally on her lips were swallowed hard. She looked at Xiao Jin, waiting for him to tell her further about his approach. The candidates next to them also cast attentive gazes when they heard Su Jin's words. Some of them looked surprised, as if they had seen a ray of hope. Some are half-hearted. After all, the issue at hand is really tricky. Just now they had conferred briefly. This is despite the fact that there are a lot of them and there are soldiers in their ranks that can cross cliffs and oceans. But no matter how much they racked their brains, they couldn't find a way to kill 9 blue-winged bats in half an hour's time. Nevertheless, when he heard Su Jin say that there was a way, everyone was uncharacteristically quiet, expecting Su Jin to give a feasible solution. One of the candidates couldn't help but ask, Brother Su Jin, do you really have a solution? As far as I know, the 5th test of the entrance exam is fixed every year. It's for teams from each province that pass the 4th test to compete against other provinces. If LU doesn't pass the 4th hurdle this year, then, even though he didn't finish, everyone understood what he meant. At this moment, everyone looked at Su Jin with anticipation and nervousness in their eyes. Su Jin also had an understanding of what that candidate had just said. He nodded slightly and spoke directly to his solution. It wouldn't be better to fly there. No matter how complex his environment is and how many obstacles there are, the sky is clean. With that, he mentally moved. Only a flash of light was seen, and a mighty wind and snow fighter appeared in the sky in turn. The fuselage lines of these fighters were incredibly smooth, and the wings shone metallic in the sunlight. They lined up neatly in the air, emitting a slight roar as if they were a group of warriors poised for battle. A second ago, many people had scoffed at Su Jin's words. And fly over? How do you fly? Wasn't your initial troop type the panther beast? But the next second, everyone present was dumbfounded, looking at one of the fighters that slowly landed in midair, slowly transforming into a humanoid form and allowing itself to shrink. Everyone's eyes widened. Qin Yan rubbed his eyes in some disbelief. This is your troop type? When did you become level 20? All those who knew something about Su Jin had also thought of this crucial point. As we all know, a lord should have a total of 10 chances to awaken his soldiers, other than once at level 1. That's 9 times between levels 20 and 100. Su Jin's troop type was the Black Panther Beast, and this news was known to quite a few people. Even though there were people who didn't know, they all knew about it just now during the discussion. Although after this college entrance examination, everyone had already quite recognized Su Jin's strength. However, they really didn't expect that Su Jin had actually summoned the second troop type right now. Doesn't that mean he's reached level 20? Almost everyone froze at the thought, an incredulous look on their faces. A few moments passed. Shangwanwaner suddenly thought of something and opened her mouth to ask, You mean to say that you'll let your troopers carry us there? Su Jin nodded slightly and swept his gaze over everyone before slowly stating his plan. Leave the remaining 3 spots to me. Of course, in order to ensure fairness, after everyone has killed the blue-winged bats, they will gather at the central tower, and then each of them will be judged on their own merits. After listening to Su Jin's strategy, Ji Bo Chang spoke up. Brother Su is talking out of his ass. Everyone's already satisfied that you're taking us through. We're going to get the clearance points and just let Lu have the clearance. Take the reward for killing the boss brother. No one will rob it from you. All the others agreed. Listening to the words of the crowd, Su Jin waved his hand and said indifferently, "It's fine. When the time comes, you guys can brush up on your damage and add more points as well. You guys don't share much experience with that little damage anyway." Everyone's hearts were filled with gratitude as they said in unison, "Thank you, brother, father, Su." Departure. No need to maneuver. The fighter will fly by itself. Su Jin's voice rang out. At that, everyone was incredibly excited to land on the fighter. When logged in, 10, 7, 4, 1, as the countdown ended, the copy officially began. Buzz. Immediately afterward, there was a roar from the engines of the 72 wind and snow fighters. They rose up like steel dragons on dry land, and the powerful thrust of the fuselage instantly broke through the air. As the altitude continued to climb, the people inside let out a gasp as they looked at the blue sky and white clouds that seemed to be all around them. Asterisk 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 is so high. Damn, there's no suffocation in here at all. Hey. Ah. Exciting. Although the wind and snow fighter was only silver ranked, it still had high agility. Add to that the fact that it's a flying unit, which doesn't translate into movement speed at quite the same rate as regular soldiers, and it's even a few points faster. So-called obstacles like what is called the ocean swamps, cannot stop them from advancing at all. Looking at the fading crowd, Su Jin waved his hand and summoned the fierce Tiger King and the Golden Iron Beast. He tied ropes to each of them and then tied the other end of the rope to the fighter. By doing so, the Manticore King and the Golden Iron Beast would be able to be in charge of a tower in one direction each. Of course, in order to avoid them falling down, Su Jin still barked at the 4 fighters. When we get to heaven, you'll move in groups, 2 at their feet and 2 on either side of them for them to hold on to, but don't let them fall off. King Manticore, can't I just fly over there by myself? Su Jin, Mighty Tiger Skywing is an undercard. Keep it for now. Kintetsu Beast, can't I just roll over on my own? Seo Jin, it's either a swamp or an ocean. What if it gets into the water? Snowfighter, so, I'm the only one who's hurt. And these 2 guys, they're both measured in tons, and I'm a fighter, not a transport. Shujin, cut the crap and go. Okay. Finally, Su Jin landed the last fighter. Similarly, he also rose up from the dry land and flew vertically towards the top of the cliff. Chapter 55, Jams. Fighter jets are fast. Before long, Su Jin had reached the top of the cliff. He scanned the circle out of habit, observing his surroundings. Here a tower loomed as if to pierce the heavens. The body of the tower is made of ancient stones and exudes an air of mystery and vicissitude. Su Jin revealed a mysterious smile, then tilted his head slightly. At the top of the tower, a giant blue bat stands silently. Its body was massive, its blue fur shimmering mysteriously in the sunlight, and its sharp claws gripping the edge of the top of the tower. Seeing Su Jin's arrival, the blue-winged bat roared in anger, and the sound was like a thunderous explosion that echoed from the top of the cliff. The huge wings flapped violently, bringing up a gust of wind and immediately rushing down towards Su Jin. An angry flame flickered in its eyes, like it wanted to get Su Jin killed immediately. As the blue-winged bat swooped down, powerful air currents came crashing down. Su Jin's clothes were blown around, but he didn't panic. Quickly removed the platinum-level weapon, Breath of the Wind. The high-tech, silver-white body of the gun shimmers mysteriously in the sunlight. The moment the blue-winged bat approached, Su Jin immediately activated the Gale Extreme Attack skill. His body transformed into a blue light, weaving through the air at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at a special location in the high tower. Then, Su Jin provocatively hooked his finger at the bat. The blue-winged bat became even angrier when it saw Su Jin's provocative behavior. It let out another roar and its wings flapped violently as it came charging madly once more. That huge body was like a cannonball flying at high speed, carrying an endless might. However, Su Jin was prepared. He dodged the blue-winged bat's attack with just a slight step back. Not only that, but the latter was also for entering the place that Su Jin wanted it to enter. The huge body was stuck directly there. These brainless ferocious beasts are no fun to fight. Su Jin shook his head, and instantly activated the wind barrier skill. A huge barrier made up of high-speed rotating air currents instantly rose up, directly blocking the blue-winged bat completely in place. Its wings fluttered wildly as it tried to break free of the hold. However, the wind barrier was as immovable as a bronze wall. 5,000 points of defense, 10 W points of life value of the wind barrier. You'll be damned if you can hit it. Su Jin stood not far away, looking at the trapped blue-winged bat. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile of victory. This is a very common tactic used by some senior lords. Jam. As long as the environment was suitable, it was completely possible to kill around 95% of the ferocious beasts without injury using such a technique. Obviously, the current blue-winged bat has come to a position from which it cannot disengage. Well, next, Su came into a spot where he could hit 100% of the blue-winged bat's heads. Then, Breath of the Wind is transformed into machine gun mode. At this time, Su Jin's attack power itself was not low, plus in machine gun mode, he could trigger the ice poison effect of the phantom blue poison charm at a higher frequency. Only a little while later, the blue-winged bat had then lost its ability to fight. Congratulations on killing the level 20 beast, the blue-winged bat, and gaining 660 experience. Congratulations on the acquisition of 600 Lord's energy. Congratulations to Lord Su Jin for being the first Lord to kill the blue-winged bat. Extra 5W of Lord's energy rewarded. And the added bonus? That's nice. And at this time on the high platform, several people saw the entire process of Su Jin's battle. In the beginning, many people who knew Su Jin better felt that he should be summoning the Black Panther Beast. Using the Panther Beast's Panther Beast formation, eliminating the blue-winged bats will be easy, but it was completely unexpected that Su Jin would be so bold. As a lord, you don't let your soldiers fight, you go it alone. That one time made them inevitably feel a little worried in their hearts, but as they watched Su Jin's entire battle, once again, I can't help but let out an audible sigh of relief. This battle sense of his is truly awesome. I am ashamed of myself. Li Yunfei shook his head slightly, his eyes filled with admiration. Indeed, at a young age, this kind of battle sense is already comparable to that of a soldier king. Exley nodded softly, rubbing his chin with his right hand. His eyes were similarly filled with awe, and his slightly narrowed eyes revealed his appreciation for Su Jin. Lu Xingyan suddenly thought of the Su Jin bombardment that Su Jin had performed earlier. With some emotion, he said, maybe there really are born fighting wizards in this world. Amidst the sentiments of the crowd, soon, there were other teams that managed to reach the target location. Downward strokes of the brush are thunderous. 10,000 hairs of force, silver hooks and iron strokes, lift, press and stutter. The pen falls down to set the three ends of the world. The ink writes white and clear to fulfill the mystery of the six arts. Shangguan Wan'er commanded the poetess to catalyze her skills. Only a mysterious ink-colored glow emanated from the 200 poetesses. With a single line, all of them transformed into an inky light, approaching the blue-winged bat with great speed. The moment they approached the blue-winged bats, the poetesses went into unselectable status. Immediately after, countless ink bombs poured out like rain, hitting the blue-winged bats one after another. As the ink bombs continued to hit, the blue-winged bat's breath diminished until it died. The other side, the wind and snow fighters whistled as they transported the golden iron beast to near a tall tower. The moment the blue-winged bat was seen, a cold look appeared in the golden iron beast's reddish glowing eyes. With moving on, let go here, the low and powerful voice of the golden iron beast rang out. The surrounding fighters immediately scattered in all directions. The golden iron beast instantly breaks free from the ropes and transforms into a spherical state. The body spun up at high speed like a huge metal cannonball. With the force of gravity, the golden iron beast fell at an extremely fast speed. The air was torn apart by its high-speed rotating body, emitting a sharp whistling sound. When it smashed into the blue-winged bat, it was as if a meteor had fallen. The blue-winged bat didn't even have time to react before it was directly smashed to death by this powerful impact of the golden iron beast. The golden iron beast landed firmly on the ground, its body re-stretching. Looking at the blue-winged bat that he had smashed to pieces, there was not the slightest ripple in his eyes. The other side, the wind and snow fighter that the most staffed lord's party was traveling in slowly came over a tall tower. The leader of the group looked down with determined eyes at the tower below and the blue-winged bats atop it. Loudly, he said, based on the strategy just described, open up. Roger, Roger. The crowd responded in unison, fighting spirit in their voices. As the fighters landed, a group of lords summoned their troops. In a flash, various forms of soldiers appeared. Some lords summoned tall and powerful orc warriors, some summoned nimble and agile elven archers, and some summoned mysterious and unpredictable magical creatures. Without the slightest hesitation, the crowd immediately launched a swarming attack on the blue-winged bats. The orc warriors acted as meat shields to block the attacks. Behind it, the elven archers, as well as the magical creatures, were constantly sending out various attacks to deal damage to the blue-winged bats. Blue-winged bat was surrounded by people left and right. Although it fought back, don't forget that there are still wind and snow fighters here. The 4-barrel machine gun clattered and sprayed tongues of fire. This one bat also quickly dissolved into nothingness. Chapter 56, You directly secured a level 30 beast? Is this a newbie lord? The battle continues, with the wind and snow fighters transporting the major lords to the location of the operation. One by one, the blue-winged bats also died. The examiners who had originally said that even with Su Jin around, it would be difficult for them to pass had already withdrawn what they had just said. From the current situation, this class of candidates is already 100% able to pass, because that's what the rules of this copy are. Just kill the 9 blue-winged bats in half an hour. The final boss, the level 30 ferocious beast purple-winged bat king, will be restricted by the power of the central tower. Just make it deduct blood faster than it returns, and take more time to grind it down. Just when everyone had been certain of this fact, the fighters had transported the team of Ji brothers to the final tower. Brother Bei Chang, are you sure you're sure? If we don't get a hit, we'll have to wait another 10 minutes, and then the pressure will be too much. In the fighter jet, Wu Linchang asked Ji Beichang with a face full of suspicion. Messing with it for half an hour I can't do. 3 or 5 minutes is still no problem. Ji Beichang responded with a proud face, and opposed that everything is under my control. On the side, Jibda chimed in. Trust me little old me, although he doesn't last long at a time, he's a lot of times, and it adds up to a good amount of pipe and an okay amount of time. I'm your brother. Also, you're the one who doesn't last. Others. In the midst of the Ji brothers' conversation, the fighter jet landed with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. Prepare. Ji Beichang quickly jumped out and immediately summoned his own troop of bull warriors. Quantity totals 180. 179 of them have been lined up. A bull warrior who was 2 times bigger than the other soldiers came to Wu Linchang's side, looking at the big guy in front of him, whose one arm was bigger than his own. Wu Linchang nodded, and then immediately catalyzed his special ability, teleported the big guy instantly next to the blue-winged bat. Before being teleported, the bull warrior was ready to attack. Just after teleporting over, the pillar in his hand was already flashing out a channel of runes. Although the blue-winged bat was a ferocious beast, it also had the word bat in its name. Ultrasound can be utilized for localization and navigation, sensing the surrounding. By such an ability, it has definitively learned the distance, size, and shape of the bull warrior as well as the pillar in its hand. Distance, 0.1 centimeter. Size, shape, doesn't matter. With a bang, the blue-winged bat's little brain came into close contact with the pillar in the cow warrior's hand. The powerful impact, and the special power on the runes, it caused the blue-winged bat to be smashed straight into unconsciousness. The body also lost control and fell from the top of the tower at great speed before landing heavily on the ground. Asterisk 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 it while it lasts. The words were not yet spoken. The first bull warrior walked over to the blue-winged bat, raised the pole high, and slammed it down. Bang! With a loud bang, the pillar slammed heavily on the blue-winged bat. The blue-winged bat's consciousness, which was already on the verge of coming to its senses, once again fell into chaos under this blow. A stun icon rose momentarily above its head. Immediately afterward, a second bull warrior stepped forward and swung down the pole just as hard. There was another dull thud, and the blue-winged bat's body shuddered slightly. A second stun icon appears, and so it went, as bullfighter after bullfighter took their turn. A bull and a pillar smashed into a blue-winged bat. The blue-winged bat didn't have any resistance at all. One can only lie on the ground and take round after round of attacks from the bull warriors as well as other soldiers. A few moments passed. With the death of this one blue-winged bat, all 9 blue-winged bats had been eliminated. The light on the 9 towers dimmed instantly. The mysterious link between them and the central tower was broken. On the central tower, the energy chains that were already slightly loose became more and more solid. The chains shining with mysterious light tightly bound the purple-winged bat king, making it completely unable to break free. The purple-winged bat king angrily struggled and let out a roar, but to no avail. The podium in the gym. The crowd of examiners looked at such a scene and smiled with relief. They knew that the copy had been declared a pass. Every candidate who is able to make it this far will at least be able to enter an institution of higher learning. However, they are also aware that the entrance exam is not actually over. The college entrance exams in Huaxia are nationwide and are conducted simultaneously on a province-by-province basis. And there's an unwritten rule for every year of high school. All the candidates who pass the 4th test among each province will have a team-based friendly competition. Based on the rankings, all candidates are rewarded with extra points. At the same time, it's a way to motivate. At the end of the cut, it doesn't matter if they are ranked at the bottom or at the top. All must work twice as hard to catch up with the ones in front of them and not let the ones behind them overtake them. Unsurprisingly, this time will be the first region to pass the 4th test. Li Yunfei clasped his hands in front of his chest, his eyes revealing confidence and anticipation. You can't talk too soon. it's better to wait for the results. After all, we're not sure about the progress of out-of-state candidates. Lu Jinyun shook his head slightly, looking more cautious. However, he suddenly painted a meaningful smile. However, the first place in this grand competition will definitely be Lu Province without a doubt. With Su Jin alone, I don't even know how the teams from the provinces are going to cope. When these words came out, almost everyone in the room revealed a smile of certainty with a light in their eyes. It was as if they had already seen Su Jin leading his team to win the grand competition. And at this point, Su Jin and the other candidates had also arrived at the central tower. There's nothing special about this place either, except that there's a much larger tower trapping a purple bat. Humans, get off my land. Seeing Su Jin and the others, the purple-winged bat's huge wings flapped violently, but it could only set off a breeze, unable to cause any harm to the crowd at all. The scene almost made everyone laugh. Immediately after that, all the other candidates spoke almost simultaneously. Brother Su, you take the shot. We won't move, or it'll be bad if we accidentally grab a head. Hearing this, Su Jin waved his hand. It's fine, everyone can be appeased. No, we're happy enough to get the clearance points. Yes, when the time comes, we'll still be counting on brother to lead us to achieve first place in the grand competition. Hearing such a voice, Su Jin did not say anything more. With a thought, 400 Black Panther beasts appeared at the same time. The Panther Beast formation unfolded and machine guns sprayed tongues of fire. 1 second later, the purple-winged Bat King that was still alive and kicking was already riddled with holes and lost its vitality. Seeing this, some candidates swallowed what they wanted to say. Wide-eyed and open-mouthed, they looked at Su Jin at the same time. This is a ING novice lord that just awakened 3 days ago? Chapter 57. A remote and powerful strength. The Bay's divergence. As for whether or not Su Jin had the strength to kill a level 30 ferocious beast alone, everyone has a positive attitude. After all, it was clear to all, though not explicitly stated. In the third examination, the reason why Su Jin was able to get such a high score was definitely because he had killed the two-headed ogre. This was undoubtedly proof that Su Jin possessed the ability to kill a level 30 fierce beast. But what is it now? We haven't even reacted yet. And Xiao Jin just took it in seconds? A newbie lord who had just awakened for 3 days, killing level 30 ferocious beasts in seconds. Does that really make sense? Is Purple-Winged Bat King weak? It really wasn't weak. Although being a flying creature, it didn't have a particularly high physique, and coupled with being restricted by the tower, it couldn't do damage to the crowd. There were quite a few people present who could grind it down, but even Qin Yen, who had the highest burst of soldiers, they were all sure that it would take at least 3 minutes to kill the Purple-Winged Bat King. But what about Su Jin? Just less than 3 seconds. Just a round of shots from the Panther Beast, and it straight up seconded it? Didn't even use a skill. For a moment, all the candidates present stared with wide eyes and open mouths, filled with incredulity. Some even unconsciously rubbed their eyes, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Silence enveloped the grounds. It was only after a few moments that a gasp rang out. This is too awesome. Isn't the Black Panther Beast a black iron grade soldier? How could it be so powerful? Unbelievable. The hearts of the crowd were filled with shock and awe, having a whole new understanding of Su Jin's strength. If I were to describe it, it would be unfathomable, scary as hell, and way ahead of the curve. It's not just them. Even on the high platform of the gymnasium, those examiners from various departments of the Springs, looking at the handsome figure in the middle of the Black Iron Beast group, their eyes were filled with admiration and appreciation. This was because they realized that even if they were in their place, if they wanted to kill the Purple-Winged Bat King, it would be difficult for them to be any faster than Su Jin, and it was even possible that they wouldn't be able to do so. I don't even feel like a level 30 ferocious beast is worth his full strength, Lu Jinyun said with some emotion. Through the whole before and after the college entrance exam, they observed every move of Su Jin. He had a deeper understanding of Su Jin's strength in his heart. At the same time, it is also believed that Su Jin already has enough strength to face greater challenges and opportunities. Dog, you're ing lucky. You're great yourself and your son is great too. Lu Jinyun smiled and shook his head, his mind already made up. And at this point, although everyone was shocked because Su Jin killed the Purple-Winged Bat King in seconds, however, Su Jin himself did not feel surprised at all. After all, this was the Panther Beast's Panther Beast formation. The current most ordinary Black Panther Beasts now possessed a strength attribute close to 2000, not to mention the different colored Black Panther Beasts whose attributes had received a bonus. The 400 Black Panther Beasts combined to form the Panther Beast formation, which increases air damage by 400%. Facing this kind of level 30 flying ferocious beast that did not have an advantageous physique, It would be a surprise if it could not be killed in seconds. The only thing that's more of a shame is, probably because of the tower restriction, the experience gained from killing this thing wasn't particularly high. The equipment and skill books are even nothing. Luckily, though, there's also an extra 10W of Lord's energy gained from killing it. Plus the MVP of the entire fourth test is certainly unquestionable. Such a harvest Sujin was also quite satisfied. As for the bronze treasure chest, he did not intend to open it now, just used 19.8W of Lord's energy first to get his wind and snow fighter count to 200. Then, Sujin looked at the crowd of candidates around him and slightly raised his chin. Let's go. Prepare for the fifth examination. Even though it's all family, we have to tell them who's the big brother this year. After saying these words, Sujin's mind moved and his figure instantly disappeared in place. China, Bay. Since ancient times, the Bay has been an inseparable part of the territory of China. Although the unification has not been completely completed for various reasons, but as China grows stronger, the voices of the crowds that clamor for the independence of the Bay are diminishing. And this year is a year of great historical significance. This is because this is the first time that the Gulf has organized a college entrance examination together with mainland China. It also means that the Bay's team of candidates will likewise be involved in friendly sparring with teams of candidates from other provinces in China. And at this point, Bay Island, a huge sandbox is in front of it. An imposingly strong man stood with his arms folded. He gazed deep into the sandbox. After a moment had passed, Linny slightly sidled his head and inquired to the person next to him, "Has everything been checked? This is our first joint entrance exam with the mainland. There can't be any mistakes." The person next to him bowed slightly and replied respectfully, "Please rest assured, General Lin, there are no problems connecting the passageways. When our candidates pass, they will be able to have friendly sparring sessions with the Chinese candidates." Linny frowned slightly and said seriously, "Hey, it's not like there's any of those annoying old things here. Talking about Huaxia, talking about the motherland." The man also reacted quickly and quickly nodded his head. "Yes, General Lin is right to teach him a lesson. Our Bay Province candidates will soon be able to compete with candidates from other provinces of our country." Hearing these words, Lin Yi nodded slightly, a satisfied expression appearing in his eyes. Then, continued to look intently at the sandbox. At this moment, the team of candidates from the Bay had already gathered in front of the final examination boss. The boss here is a shark with 3 heads, and its huge body exudes a chilling aura, but due to being restricted, it has a limited amount of strength it can utilize. Nonetheless, the scene was inevitably a little tense. The people in the candidates team all stared intently at the sealed 3-headed shark in front of them. With the efforts of the group of candidates, the blood level of the 3-headed shark was getting lower and lower. Many candidates already had smiles of excitement and anticipation on their faces. However, just at this time, a figure appeared a bit abrupt in the crowd. It was a young man with a cold face, his eyes flickering with an imperceptible hint of cunning. He lowered his head slightly, scanning the people around him with his afterglow to make sure no one noticed his movements. Then, he slowly raised his right hand, only to see a red dot style thing lying quietly in the center of his palm. This red dot style item is strange. It looks like a tampon and feels like a flag of some country. The young man gripped the object tightly, his fingers slightly white with tension. His heartbeat involuntarily sped up, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. No good. Linny was in front of the sandbox, and his keen eyes instantly caught this unusual move. His heart snapped and his face suddenly changed as he cried out in dismay. But it was too late for that. That red dot style item seemed to be a key that instantly activated some kind of powerful prohibition. An invisible force spread out quickly like a raging tide, and the entire space was firmly blocked. Linny's eyes widened as he anxiously tried to break through the blockade. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not enter that blocked space. In the meantime, that originally sealed 3-headed shark was completely unsealed under the impact of this force. Its massive body twisted violently, its 3 huge heads raised high, emitting a deafening roar. Sharp teeth glinted chillingly in the darkness, and that young man didn't even have the slightest intention of running away after activating the item. Instead, they shouted, "For the unification of the motherland, finish it off." After saying that, a kind of bizarre smile appeared on his face as he rushed straight towards the 3-headed shark. The 3-headed shark opened its bloody mouth and took a bite out of the young man. The young man's body was easily torn apart in the mouth of the 3-headed shark, blood splattering everywhere. His life came to a screeching halt at that moment, but he still had that eerie smile on his face, as if his death was part of his plan. Chapter 58, Seal-Breaking 3-Headed Shark. The state machine runs. With the unsealing of the 3-headed shark, that powerful and terrifying aura instantly filled the air. The originally orderly line of candidates was suddenly thrown into extreme chaos. Everyone panicked and their faces were filled with fear. Some of the candidates ran around screaming. They panicked and just wanted to get away from this horrible monster as soon as possible. And some candidates tried to organize a counterattack. They mustered their courage and raised their weapons in their hands, bringing their soldiers forward, ready to fight the three-headed shark to the death. However, the strength of the three-headed shark that had lifted the seal was too strong. The examiner's attacks fell on its body like hitting a stone with an egg, unable to break its defense at all, even if some of the candidates are relatively strong and can do it considerable damage. However, the three-headed shark merely sucked in a large mouth, and several soldiers were swallowed into its stomach. Their status directly recovered. Moreover, it seemed that this guy was still guided by an inexplicable power, and he didn't attack these candidates either. Its three huge heads turned from time to time. There was an eerie glint in his eyes, as if he was waiting for some moment. The whole scene fell into an eerie silence. The hearts of all the candidates were in their throats, not knowing what terrible things would happen next. Seeing this chaotic scene in front of me, Linny could only feel a surge of anger rising violently from the bottom of his heart. His eyes instantly widened, his furious gaze fixed on the rampant and open-hearted three-headed shark within the blocked space. His cheeks puffed up slightly with anger and made a cackling sound. These ING guys, just pulling these unseemly stunts. Linny squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, his voice filled with anger. At such an important time, a critical moment when the Gulf Island and the motherland are jointly organizing the college entrance examination and promoting cross-strait exchanges and integration. It's amazing that this could happen, and the purpose of the manipulators behind it has become obvious. And it has become clear what the meaning behind the fact that such a spy can take the entrance exam. Think about it. It was as if Linny had already seen the ugly faces of those conspirators, hands tightly clenched into fists, nails deep into the palm, but do not feel the slightest pain, only that endless anger in the heart overflowing, and that's when it happened. The master in charge of testing the formations in it, after some careful testing, with a gloomy expression, he reported to Lin Yi, General Lin, it's detected, it's a rule-based formation. The current rule is that only lords below level 20 are allowed to enter. If the formation is sabotaged and the rules are violated, the three-headed sharks will go on a killing spree. According to the current strength of the three-headed shark, these candidates will all be wiped out within a minute. But if it can't be cracked, the three-headed sharks will likewise attack after half an hour and have a certain probability of teleporting to the examination space through the connecting channel with the continent. What? When Lin Yi heard this, his anger instantly deepened even further. He really didn't think that those sons of ES would be able to take things this far. I can't believe they would threaten the lives of so many novice lords. But he knew very well that now was not the time to be angry. Lin Yi quickly calmed down and hurriedly gave orders to the person in charge of communications. Immediately report the situation here to the mainland and request emergency support. Be sure to ensure that the information is accurately conveyed. And immediately convened a team of think tanks to urgently discuss countermeasures. The capital of China, Yanjing, as the political and cultural center of China. More so, it carries the core mission and great responsibility of the country. As a result, it brings together the top decision makers and countless elite talents of China. And the Lord's Higher Education Examination is undoubtedly a crucial platform for the new generation of lords to show their strength. Everyone knew the importance of this test, and every candidate would go all out to show their talents and potential. And those of them who perform well are the future of the country in the eyes of the top brass, especially after receiving a message from the Springs. Many people gathered in a large, brightly lit room. This room is solemnly and elegantly decorated with a serious atmosphere. The crowd was sitting around with a look of excitement and appreciation on their faces. This son of Su Anguo is even more outstanding than he was at that time. An old man with white hair nodded slightly, his eyes filled with relief. Yes, this kind of performance is amazing, both in terms of strength and intellect. They are far beyond their peers. Another middle-aged man in military uniform also nodded and praised. What's more, not only is he an excellent lord, the qualities he displays are extremely impressive. It's not hard to see from amongst the fourth examination that he clearly has the ability to pass alone. Despite this, he remains comfortable in his approach, which ensures that his own interests are not compromised, but also gives all candidates a sense of participation and is recognized by all. A government official also expressed his views. You don't have a word for it, do you? I have to say something at least. Lines. The crowd was full of praise for Su Jin. But suddenly, news of the Bay Island incident came in. It was as if the whole room had been instantly pressed with a tension button. The leaders were stony-faced. How could they not be aware of the seriousness of this incident? It is not only about the safety and security of the Bay Island candidates, but also about the unity and stability of the motherland. MD, It always feels like it's Eagle Jam and Footloose Chicken behind it again. But we don't have clear evidence. We'll talk about it at these times. Right now the most important thing is to organize forces as soon as possible and study ways to break the formation. At the same time, pay close attention to changes in the international situation to prevent other forces from taking advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters. The leaders talked and discussed strategies to deal with the Bay Island incident. Order after order was given, and the entire Yinjing rapidly operated like a precise and gigantic machine. Inside the Springs Gym, the examiners were originally still immersed in Su Jin's outstanding performance in the Lord's examination, excitedly discussing all his feats. However, right at this moment, a group of powerful people with extraordinary auras suddenly barged in. Their bodies exuded a powerful aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The examiners instantly snapped out of their excitement, and a wave of nervousness welled up in their hearts. The crowd looked at these sudden intruders of power and recognized their identities. They are leaders and experts from a higher level that are rare to see on a regular basis. At this moment, their appearance filled the examiners' minds with doubt and uneasiness. What happened? Li Yunfei asked nervously. The others also cast concerned gazes and waited for these powerful men to answer. The faces of this group of powerhouses were grave, their eyes revealing an urgency and seriousness. One of the leading powerhouses frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "I'm Yi Lingfeng, the head of the Special Operations Group of the Northern War Zone of China. There is a major incident on Bay Island and the situation is critical. The situation, if it continues to be serious, will have a certain probability of affecting all candidates. Currently only the Springs have a hit on United Space, and we need to get in right away." Upon hearing this news, everyone's hearts tightened. Lu Jinyun immediately took action and modified the assessment space level according to the instructions. At the same time he prayed silently in his heart, "Don't let anything happen. These candidates are the future of the country. They can't afford any slip-ups." Seeing the faces of the crowd filled with worry, Yi Lingfeng slightly straightened his body and said calmly and forcefully, "There is no need for everyone to be so alarmed and worried. Trust the state. We are more than capable of meeting the challenges today." His words were like a C-pin, causing the originally panicked hearts of the crowd to gradually settle down. Immediately afterward, as Lu Jinyun finished his operation, under Yi Lingfeng's leadership, all members of the Special Operations Team entered the examination space. Chapter 59. If faith had a color, it would be red. Fifth appraisal space. Of course, one could also say that this is a real world created according to the Chinese version. When in a non-combat state, the place can also be freely created as the entrance sees fit. When Su Jin and the others entered, the sights around them made them incredibly excited. Most of the candidates, after a short period of marveling, each manifested the appearance of their own homes according to the ideas in their minds. Lying in bed, trying to regain strength and energy in between stressful exams, and Su Jin, naturally, didn't engage in any of this nonsense. He came to a relatively quiet place and constructed a room. After entering, he took out the bronze treasure chest he had obtained in the fourth examination from the space. Immediately after, Su Jin once again carried out the operation he did last time in the middle of the Spider Queen's treasure mystery realm. Of course, this one is certainly more formal than the last. After getting this done, Su Jin directly spent 10,000 Lord energy to open the treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the one-time special prop, instantaneous talisman. One-time special props, space class? Su Jin hastily looked at its attributes. Instant charm, one-time special item. Requirements for use, lords below level 30. Attributes, none. Effect, when used, it will instantly teleport to 30 meters around the nearest beast. Su Jin was silent. He had thought the prop was strong. And that's it? Instantly teleporting around the nearest ferocious beast? What's the point? The ferocious beasts that could be fought over, and basically couldn't escape, couldn't use this at all. If you can't defeat a ferocious beast, aren't you looking for death by using this? Keep it for now, in case you need it sometime. Su Jin shook his head somewhat helplessly. Just then, the examination space suddenly experienced a violent disturbance. First, the earth trembled violently, and the mountains began to crumble, boulders rolling down and raising dust in the sky. The originally clear lake water, as if pulled by a mysterious force, unexpectedly began to flow backwards, forming a strange whirlpool. The clouds in the sky also surged violently as if they were being stirred by a gale, and their colors became dark and depressing. Those buildings that originally came out of fantasies instantly disappeared without a trace in this powerful anomaly, as if they had never existed. Immediately afterward, a powerful aura came from all directions, carrying a palpitating sense of oppression. Su Jin's heart tightened as he immediately realized that the situation was not good. He quickly put the instantaneous talisman into his space and ran towards the crowd without hesitation. What's going on? Asterisk 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 my ass hurts. What's going on here? Along the way, Su Jin saw the other candidates fleeing around in panic. Some of them were pale. Some of them staggered as if the world was coming to an end. A strong uneasiness also welled up in Su Jin's heart, but he knew that now was not the time to panic. Rushing back to the crowd, Su Jin quickly summoned all of his soldiers while shouting, "All men summon troops to defend themselves." His voice was firm and strong, extraordinarily clear in the cacophony. Seeing Su Jin and hearing his voice, everyone seemed to have found their backbone. A glimmer of hope flashed in their originally panicked eyes as they summoned their soldiers out. For a while, various powerful soldiers appeared around the crowd, forming a solid line of defense. Then, everyone's gazes were directed towards the bizarre vortex that suddenly appeared in the sky. The vortex exuded a mysterious and terrifying aura that sent shivers down one's spine. What happened? Shang Wanwaner, Qin Yen, and the others came to Su Jin's side, their faces similarly written with worry and doubt. Su Jin shook his head. Do what we need to do. Trust the country. This kind of scene similar to that in a novel. Su Jin was a bit nervous at first. After all, such a sudden change was too sudden and shocking. But soon, he reacted. Simply because, this is China. This great mother will protect her children and will not let her children be harmed. The aura of the strong does have an effect on the weak. Like in a regular office, when the boss is angry, the entire office atmosphere becomes instantly tense and depressing. Employees will unconsciously curb their behavior, carefully avoiding any move that might trigger the boss's ire. It's the same now. Su Jin's calmness and the confidence on his face infected many people. Everyone is also gradually getting out of their initial panic. They began to re-examine the situation before them and prepare for the challenges to come. Immediately afterward, a few figures slowly appeared in the middle of that weird vortex in the sky. The gazes of the crowd were instantly drawn over, gazing nervously at the mysterious figures. As the figures became clearer, they were seen to be wearing green camouflage uniforms, and the splash of red on the camouflage uniform looked especially bright in the sunlight. All can't help but feel a sense of peace of mind at the sight of such a scene, seeing soldiers all over the place, and seeing each and every one of the candidates kept in fighting condition, ready to deal with any danger that might arise. Yiling Feng's gaze slowly swept through the crowd and finally landed on Su Jin. Su Jin, with his upright posture and firm eyes, was particularly conspicuous in the crowd. Yiling Feng's eyes revealed a hint of admiration. It was rare for this young man to remain so calm and bold in such a critical moment. However, Yiling Feng was also aware that this was a special moment, and there was no room for delay or slackness. Without saying anything more, he immediately ordered, "Number 6, arrange for the candidates to withdraw in an orderly manner." Yes, a team member immediately responded and began to organize the candidates to evacuate the assessment space in an orderly manner. Candidates were a little puzzled though in their minds as to why there was a sudden evacuation, but they have absolute trust in the Chinese soldiers. The candidates then followed the instructions and began to retreat in an organized manner. When everyone is safely evacuated, Su Jin walked over to Yiling Feng with a determined look and solemnly took out his badge of honor. Number 597382, owner of the Humanity Emperor Soldier. The right to know the whole story when it comes to emergencies. I know the situation is critical, but I want to do my part, and I can only cooperate better with the operation if I understand the situation clearly. His gaze was fixed on Yiling Feng, waiting for the other party's response. Su Jin didn't make this move for no reason, nor did he want to add to the chaos. Only, he suddenly received a system mission. Show truth, eagle sauce, foot chicken. Assist the warriors to break the formation and kill the three-headed sharks. Reward, Lords building windswept city. Seeing this task, he realized that he could help in this event. At the same time, he remembered what he had learned from Isley in his previous life about fragments of some of the things experienced. Su Jin understood in his heart that he should go and do something. This is the responsibility of being a citizen of China. More so, it is the obligation of the owner of the humanitarian imperial soldier. Chapter 60, the instantaneous talisman is to be used here. Yiling Feng looked at Su Jin with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "There is a major crisis on Bay Island, and the situation is urgent, and we need to focus our efforts to deal with it. The Lord's High Examination is temporarily suspended. You will first evacuate with us to a safe zone and wait for further instructions." Yiling Feng paused and then continued, "You are all the future of the country, and at this critical moment, your safety must be ensured. Now is not the time to explain too much. When the situation has stabilized, the specifics will be explained to you." His words revealed a resolute attitude of not wanting Su Jin to go forward. The warriors next to him didn't say anything, but their slightly furrowed brows and tense expressions clearly showed the same move. They were well aware of the danger of this mission and did not want to risk someone as young and promising as Su Jin. Before Su Jin could speak, Yi Lingfeng was about to re-emphasize the importance of not allowing Su Jin to participate in this operation. Suddenly, his complexion moved slightly, as if he had received some special information. A moment later, Yi Lingfeng's expression became somewhat complicated. He had just suddenly received a transmission from Exley. Let him go. This instruction surprised Yi Lingfeng a little, but he also understood that AI Sealy must have had a deep meaning in making this decision. Yi Lingfeng looked at Su Jin with both worry and a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "In that case, Su Jin, you can go, but you must remember to protect yourself. Your well-being is at stake." When the soldiers next to them heard this decision, they could only obey the order even though they still had concerns in their hearts. At the same time, Yanjing, an atmosphere of tension and seriousness pervades this ancient and stately city. Due to the importance of this Bay Island incident, the right to view the entire assessment space has been transferred to Yanjing. Inside Yanjing's command center, a huge electronic screen clearly displayed every move within the assessment space. Leaders at all levels and powerful lords from all fields sat around, staring at the screen with concentration and gravity. Ainsley, who had already left from the springs before the start of the fourth examination, was among them. He looked serious and seemed to be explaining something to the others. Su Jin has a heavenly reward that can be useful at critical moments. The leaders and lords around them listened to Ailey's words and fell into a brief moment of contemplation. How could they not know the true meaning of Exley's words? Help? How can I help? His decision to let Su Jin go forward was nothing more than using Su Jin as his last card. If Yi Lingfeng's squad was unable to break the formation, candidates who want to protect the Bay province are only entered by spiritual planters below level 20. Exley was using Su Jin as his last card. The danger level of such a mission is too high, and the slightest mishap can have very serious consequences. However, at such a critical moment, they also knew that keeping one of these backhanders was not a good thing. After some discussion and weighing, they ultimately decided to follow Ainsley's advice and gave Su Jin the opportunity to participate in the operation and did not allow him to return. Various contingency plans are also in place. Ensure that Su Jin's safety can be protected when he must be needed to enter under special circumstances. Appraisal space. Along the way, Yi Lingfeng looked grave as he recounted to Su Jin all the things that had happened on the Bay Island. His words were concise and clear, dissecting the complexity of the situation. Formations. Three-headed shark. Bay province candidates. After listening, Su Jin also understood why the system had enacted such a task. This is an event where one can really help. Formation. My top formation master is joking with you? A few moments passed. The crowd passed through the special passageway of the examination space and instantly arrived at the Bay Island area. A phalanx locked onto an area within Bay Island. The atmosphere in the locked area was heavy and oppressive. There seemed to be a pervasive smell of blood and smoke. Yi Lingfeng looked serious and gave an order. Everyone summon their soldiers and look for where the formation is perfectly broken. His voice was firm and strong, echoing through the area. The warriors immediately sprang into action as they summoned their soldiers. There are human formation masters wearing green robes and holding compasses, as well as rune warriors wearing silver battle armor with mysterious runes carved on their foreheads, and elves wearing purple robes and hoods. These soldiers are very knowledgeable about formations. Everyone and all troop types were focused on their tasks, busily searching for a break in the formation. Everything seemed as if Su Jin did not exist. However, Su Jin did not care about this feeling of being ignored. He summoned the Golden Iron Beast, and together with the Golden Iron Beast, he began to observe the formation's energy fluctuations, the way it operated, and tried to find the loopholes in it. Time passes slowly. Both the people who are in the assessment space, or is it the senior Chinese officials who are in Yanjing observing the situation over here, or perhaps a Bay Island candidate in crisis? Everyone was immersed in an atmosphere of extreme tension, and that's when it happened. The Golden Iron Beast suddenly spoke. Lord. Its voice broke the silence that had been there. Everyone was instantly attracted to their attention and stopped what they were doing. The Golden Iron Beast continued. This formation is not the original body, and it has a great deal of crippling. Therefore, it is not perfectly cracked. There are 3 ways this can be resolved. The first. Immediately after that, the Golden Iron Beast spoke out all 3 solutions. After listening to the Golden Iron Beast's analysis, Su Jin's eyes instantly lit up. Good lord, this instantaneous talisman turns out to be used here? Yi Lingfeng, on the other hand, instantly widened his eyes and immediately shouted, hurry up and verify. The surrounding warriors heard Yi Lingfeng's order and acted quickly. This time, with the Golden Iron Beast's solution, It was just a matter of finding the problem against the answer. And the work went very quickly. The results of the tests are coming in one by one. The group of soldiers nodded to their respective lords, certain that what the golden iron beast had said was true, all the while looking at the golden iron beast with a look of disbelief. How could they not have imagined that they, as soldiers who relied on formations for their livelihood, scouting with so many of your own siblings in one piece, can't find a single thing wrong with it after looking it up for a long time? But this golden iron lump actually managed to find 3 solutions in such a short time. And, also TM all correct. This has been a bit of a big blow to these troopers. In the meantime, Yanjing's think tank also made various analyses of each of the 3 scenarios described by the golden iron beast in the shortest possible time. The second solution is undoubtedly the best so far. The crowd gathered around and discussed it with grave expressions. One of them nodded slightly and said affirmatively, "Indeed, it can allow high-level lords to enter it with the highest safety factor." However, another frowned and noted worriedly, "Only, the problem now is that the teleportation will be done randomly after entering. Our personnel will inevitably cause casualties among some of the Bay Island candidates if they are too far away to arrive quickly." A brief silence fell over the crowd, and a heavy atmosphere filled the air. After a few breaths, someone else said, "But this is the most proper way. There's not much time left." The others chimed in, whispering. Eventually, an authoritative voice rang out, "Lord's casualties are inevitable. Late is late. Execute." Chapter 61, How to Play This. There's no blood loss. Soon, this decision was quickly passed on to Yi Lingfeng. Yi Lingfeng's expression became even more resolute after receiving the order. He well understood the enormity of going about it that way. It is also understood that this is the most appropriate approach at this time, though there may be some unavoidable casualties. Yi Lingfeng took a deep breath, then turned around and said loudly to the warriors and various soldiers around him, "Use the second option and start processing the formation." His voice was firm and strong, echoing through the area. The fighters acted immediately. A group of soldiers began to work on the formation according to the established program. The human formation master soldiers gazed at the formation more intently, the light of the compasses in their hands flickering non-stop. The speed at which the rune warrior troopers were outlining runic patterns in the air also reached an extreme. The mystic soldiers, on the other hand, continued to shoot out mysterious rays of light, analyzing and interfering with the formation on a deeper level. Su Jin and the Golden Iron Beast weren't idle either. The Golden Iron Beast had just proved its skill in the area of formations. Therefore, their task was to cut off the induction between the formation and the main body. Arguably this is the most complex task. The slightest mishap could provoke a reaction from a 3-headed shark, which could lead to even more serious consequences. In these tense moments, everyone is giving it their all. They knew that time was running out and there was no room for slacking off. The only way to save as many Bay Island candidates as possible is to deal with the formation as soon as possible. In the meantime, in front of the sandbox on Bay Island, Lin Yi's face was filled with anxiety, and his gaze was firmly fixed on the situation in the middle of the examination space. His hands were clenched into fists, and fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. The worries in his heart kept coming up like a tidal wave. At this point, the last 3 minutes were left before the half-hour deadline, but there was nothing he could do but keep praying in his mind. Hopefully, in these last 3 minutes, a miracle will happen and this crisis will be successfully resolved. And in the examination space, candidates on the Bay Island after a long period of psychological stress can't stand this sitting duck any longer. They gathered, their eyes revealing determination and courage. "We can't just wait around. We have to try." "That's right. From what I've observed, this 3-headed shark won't actively attack us. It's more like it's waiting for something. We can totally use this point to try and get a kill." The others nodded in agreement. Discussion of possible approaches began. Despite the fear in your heart, after all, you have to be brave enough to try to get out of it. Their voices were a little shaky, but they were full of firm determination. When the deliberation is over, Bay Island candidates moved quickly. One soldier after another appeared. The defense-class soldiers resolutely stood at the front of the line. They looked grave, gripping their shields and other defense equipment in their hands, their whole bodies tensed, ready for the onslaught. The long-range attacking soldiers are firmly in the rear. Their fingers tightened on the triggers of their bows, or they clutched their staffs and stared at the 3-headed sharks with torched eyes. Asterisk 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 it. With a call to arms, the long-range attack troopers shouted in unison. The various weapons in his hands erupted with powerful force. Arrows whistled out like flying locusts, interweaving into a dense rain of arrows in the air. Magic rays flashed in the air like brilliant fireworks, containing powerful energy. However, frustrating, these seemingly powerful attacks landed on the 3-headed shark. It's a complete mudslide and doesn't do anything at all. So much so that the huge body of the three-headed shark didn't even move. Its three heads were raised high, a cold gleam in its eyes. A scene in front of me. It makes the hearts of the candidates sink to the bottom instantly. How can I fight this nigga, who doesn't even drop blood? Although they knew that the strength of the unsealed three-headed shark was definitely not an existence that they could deal with now. But what the hell is a bunch of -0 and -0 when so many troops attack at the same time? At least show some respect and do a little single-digit damage. The glimmer of hope they had originally kindled was also mercilessly extinguished at this moment. At this time, the three-headed shark had already absorbed enough water elements. The three heads were aimed at the crowd at the same time, violently spewing out powerful water elemental attacks. The water arrows poured down like a torrential downpour, carrying a huge impact and destructive power. The defense-class soldiers were prepared though, but in front of this powerful attack, their defense seemed so weak. The water arrows instantly penetrated their shields and armor. It was too late to even let out a single scream before they were all killed. Their bodies were like fallen leaves swept by a gale, falling down one after another, their blood staining the ground. But fortunately, the three-headed shark did not attack the Lord. It seems to be restrained by something. It just relentlessly continued to spew out streams of water, killing all those long-range soldiers. I don't believe it. Dong Tai, the strongest candidate in the Bay Island, roared. The unwillingness and determination in his heart completely exploded at this moment. The shark troopers also appeared instantly. They are well built and carry sharp steel forks. Under Dong Tai's command, the sharks brandished their weapons and quickly rushed towards the three-headed shark. Blades and swords flashed in the air, with the light of magic mixed in. However, when these attacks landed on the three-headed shark, and yet it only did very poor triple-digit damage. Such a number was pitifully low in front of the huge life value of the three-headed shark. Dong Tai's heart sank instantly. This was the strongest attack of his own shark troopers. Even level 25 ferocious beasts possessed the ability to decimate them. However, when facing this three-headed shark, it could only cause such weak damage. Boo! As the three-headed shark flung its blade-like tail fin, the violent air currents driven by it swept towards the shark soldiers with a terrifying momentum. In the face of such a swift and fierce attack, the sailor soldier species simply couldn't dodge in time, and could only cross their forks in front of them. Ka-ching! The sound of a steel fork breaking suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, a large swath of shark soldier bloodstains were instantly emptied. Dong Tai cursed angrily, but he could only do nothing about it. Only the remaining sailor soldiers could be retrieved. Fear, like a cold tide, once again surged into the hearts of every candidate present. Just at this moment of great urgency, under the efforts of Su Jin and others, the original rules of the formation had changed. A powerful force began to surge through the formation. The complex runes shimmered with a strange light, and the lines began to rearrange and combine as if they were alive. The original assessment space, which only allowed entry below level 20, had been modified to have no upper limit at this point. Such a situation caused Su Jin and the others to be shaken in spirit. They didn't have any hesitation, and with Yi Lingfeng as the leader, all of them entered them in turn. Chapter 62, Complex and Changing Situation. Su Jin, who arrived in time. General Lin, the rules of the formation have been changed. In front of the sand tablet of Bay Island, that formation master was the first to notice the change. Words. The originally anxious and uneasy faces of the people present instantly revealed a look of surprise. Linny was so excited that his hands trembled slightly, his eyes tightly fixed on the internal situation of the formation displayed on the sand disk. In a somewhat shaky voice, he said, "Great, they're in." The others next to them were talking excitedly. "There's hope now. It's the Chinese warriors. They can definitely solve this crisis." "Yeah, I don't know why, but whenever I see them, I feel an inexplicable sense of security in my heart. Hopefully they'll get there soon and save those candidates." Everyone had a word for you and a word for me, and their words were filled with expectations for Su Jin and the others and a desire to solve the crisis. At such a tense time, the successful entry of Su Jin and the others, it was like a ray of hope in the darkness, relaxing their originally heavy mood a little. However, when they turned their eyes to the sandbox, the change came suddenly, since Yi Lingfeng and the others were simply too powerful, and there is a limit to the amount of power that the assessment space can withstand. They caused a violent reaction in space instantly upon entering. The originally relatively stable space began to become misplaced. It was as if the surface of a lake into which a boulder had been thrown, sending up layers of chaotic ripples. This sudden change tightened the hearts of the crowd. The look of surprise that had just surfaced on his face was instantly replaced by worry. Not good. This space is shaking so badly that it will definitely affect the progress of the rescue, a person said with a trembling voice. Linny hurriedly and nervously checked how far Yilingfeng and the others were from the candidate's location. Someone was making quick calculations, fine beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. A moment later, he cried out in despair, "It's too far away. It'll take at least a minute to get there." There was a sense of unease in the air at this news. The other man clenched his hands into fists, his face full of resentment. A minute is too long. If the three-headed sharks are enraged by this, at least half of the candidates will die. What can we do about this? Someone asked with a worried face, his voice filled with helplessness. One can only pray that this doesn't go crazy so quickly and that they can hold out a little longer. Everyone was helpless. Their eyes were glued to the sandbox. At this point, the three-headed shark that was still relatively calm was also startled by the powerful aura and the disorganized space. A few moments later, without hesitation, the three-headed shark began to fight back. Its huge and terrifying body trembled slightly. Three heads were raised high, anger and determination shining in their eyes. The surrounding seawater seemed to be pulled by an invisible gravitational force, rapidly converging towards it. A huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the ocean, and the current was turbulent, emitting a roaring sound. The Bay Island candidates watched this scene in horror, their faces as pale as paper, their eyes filled with despair. Some of them shuddered involuntarily. Some gripped the weapons in their hands tightly, as if that would give them a hint of security. What can we do about this? Are we really going to die here? A candidate said with a trembling voice. Don't be afraid. We have to believe in miracles. The other candidate tried to reassure everyone, although his heart was also filled with fear. However, in front of this powerful three-headed shark, their words seemed so pale and powerless. They watched in despair as the turbulence in the ocean grew stronger. That huge water tornado was like a pillar of judgment at the end of time, twisting wildly in the ocean. The water lashed out with a mountainous force, carrying with it a suffocating pressure. The candidates didn't just sit back and wait. They summoned their own soldiers and tried to block the impending doom. Various types of soldiers instantly appeared in front of them. There were tall and powerful warriors, nimble and agile archers, and mysterious and unpredictable magicians. They bravely meet that raging current. However, their resistance seemed so insignificant in the face of this raging force of nature. The water mercilessly swooped through, and countless soldiers were directly drowned before they could even let out a single scream. Their figures instantly disappeared in the current as if they had never existed. The sea became murkier and smelled of death. And at this moment, the energy in the mouth of the three-headed shark was about to gather successfully. That terrible light flickered between its three heads. It was as if it could explode into a heaven-destroying power at any moment. The hearts of the candidates sank into the abyss of despair. They didn't know what else they could do but watch as death approached step by step. Just when all hearts were in despair, suddenly, a figure suddenly crashed into the ocean. The person who came was none other than Su Jin, who relied on the instantaneous talisman that he had obtained from among the bronze treasure chest. At an alarming speed, he came to 30 meters next to the three-headed shark. However, he was a little less lucky. It just fell into the edge of a vortex, and his body swirled back and forth with the currents of the vortex. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Jin exclaimed in his heart. I told you this wasn't good, and this ing grandma still gets passed around. But he had rich combat experience after all, and calmed down instantly. Cool silver and white fighter jets appeared next to him. Su Jin did not hesitate to enter it, and the fighter jet flew up into the sky like a white lightning. During the ascent, Su Jin spat out the water he had accidentally choked on while quickly adjusting his form. His eyes became incomparably determined as he stared intently at the three-headed shark below. Without hesitation, he used soul shock on the three-headed shark. A powerful spiritual force erupted from him, like an invisible shockwave, towards the three-headed shark. This force played a vital role at this critical time. The terrifying skill that the three-headed shark was originally about to unleash was hard interrupted. Its huge body shook violently, as if it had been struck by a huge invisible force. Immediately afterward, stun markers appeared on the three-headed shark's head. The three hideous heads also became a little wobbly. At the same time, it was affected by the state of fear and swam backward unnaturally. The scene stunned everyone. Candidates had thought they were in a desperate situation. However, he didn't expect that in the nick of time, Su Jin's appearance would turn the situation around. The fire of hope was rekindled in the eyes of the candidates. They stared closely at Su Jin and the three-headed shark, their hearts filled with anticipation. Off-site, seeing Su Jin's arrival, a surge of joy surged through Linny and the others. Their eyes glittered with hope and they unconsciously glanced at each other. In each other's faces they saw a look of surprise. However, the joy didn't last long. Suddenly, Someone pointed to the level display next to them and said with a slightly trembling voice, 10, 17 levels, Chapter 63, you don't have air-to-air means. The cry attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked to the sandbox, only to see that amongst the level 33 three-headed sharks and a group of level 13 candidates, a level 17 figure was particularly conspicuous. At this moment, everyone's mood instantly hit rock bottom again. Grade 17. Facing a powerful three-headed shark that had reached level 33. What could a level 17 lord do? Everyone was on the same roller coaster. It went from original surprise to fear in an instant. Level 17? What's a level like that going to stop a three-headed shark? A man said with a face full of incredulity, his voice filled with despair. Yeah, the three-headed shark is so powerful, he doesn't have the ability to fight against it at all. The other man echoed with a heavy tone, shaking his head. However, it was at this time, Lin Yi's firm voice rang out. No, we have to believe in the motherland. Since the Chinese officials are willing to involve him, they must be capable enough. Anymore, he should be able to stall for a while until the others arrive. In the meantime, in the assessment space, a candidate with special abilities and sharp eyes had already seen Su Jin. Well, sword eyebrows and starry eyes, three-dimensional distinctive features, is a handsome young man. So young and so handsome, does he really have that strength? He couldn't have just stumbled in by mistake, could he? The man muttered in a small voice, his tone full of uncertainty. He had expected the visitor to be a powerful and experienced senior, being able to crush the terrifying three-headed shark with absolute strength, instantly turning the situation around and saving them from the fire. However, seeing that Su Jin turned out to be such a young and handsome one, the doubts in his heart grew wildly like weeds. Then look at the three-headed shark that has recovered. Its huge body seemed like a moving mountain. Each movement caused a violent tremor in the sea. Three hideous heads were raised high, their blood-red eyes glittering with cruelty. Either place reveals horror. Young handsome guy versus guys like this. Anyone who feels the former has no advantage at all. Okay. However, he wasn't too pessimistic. Maybe he just looks young looking and super strong, and that's all. Su Jin didn't know that. Even if he had known the Bay Island candidates were skeptical of him, he would have been fine with that. After all, in his opinion, actions were the best proof. Besides, the man complimented him on his good looks. Hey, you've complimented me on my good looks, so it doesn't matter if you say I'm a vegetable again. Not to mention, the current Su Jin was still fully engaged in the confrontation with the three-headed shark. This big guy was truly the most powerful enemy he had encountered since his rebirth. Let's not talk about the densely packed skills. The attribute panel alone is proof of its power. Attacks from the wind and snow fighter hit it and only do single-digit damage, and it was afraid that if its attack hit the fighter, it would instantly fall apart. But, as long as you can lose blood, you don't have much in the way of air-to-air tactics, so I can grind you to death. Su Jin smiled, a confident glint in his eyes. Without hesitation, he summoned the remaining 199 fighters. These fighters flew through the air like giant birds of steel, their metal fuselages shining coldly in the sunlight. They quickly flew towards the three-headed shark, the roar of their engines seeming to be a battle cry. When it entered the range of about 300 meters, Su Jin decisively gave the order. Use EM charge in batches. Receiving the order, the fighters instantly accelerated and sped out like arrows from a string. The foremost fighter jet changed direction, its entire body flashing out silver streams of light, rushing towards the three-headed shark with an unrelenting momentum. Then, in a graceful arc, it continued to fly up into the clouds, away from the three-headed shark. With that, one by one, the fighters whizzed past one after another, leaving a silver trajectory in the air. Roar! Times 3. Being provoked in such a chain, the three-headed shark was furious. Its huge body twisted violently, its three heads swinging wildly. After roaring, a powerful wave of energy erupted from his mouth. However, the distance of its attack Su Jin had understood very clearly. All fighters that come into range then immediately catalyze an electromagnetic charge. Enter the unselectable state. Let the three-headed shark's attacks repeatedly fall short. The three-headed shark was furious. Its huge body twisted violently, and the eyes on its three heads flashed with anger. It swam closely after the foremost wind and snow fighter, so fast that it created huge waves in the seawater. Immediately after, the three-headed shark leapt out of the water, its massive body glowing horribly in the sunlight. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing teeth as sharp as knives, and attempted to bite the wind and snow fighter. However, the wind and snow fighter was as nimble as an agile swallow, quickly changing directions in the air. He easily dodged the attacks of the three-headed shark. The three-headed shark lunged again and again, but each time it only managed to pounce. Its anger had reached its peak. It kept jumping and pouncing, each movement carrying a tremendous amount of power that made the air around it tremble. The sea was churned up by it and the waves splashed into the air. However, the Wind and Snow Fighter always maintained a high level of vigilance, utilizing its agility and speed to its advantage, dodging its attacks time and time again. Other fighters kept flying around. Baptism of fire, electromagnetic charge. Although the damage dealt each time wasn't too high, their presence was putting some pressure on the three-headed sharks. For their part, the Bay Island candidates watched this nervously with a mixture of anticipation and concern. You're strong, but I fly high, so what's the point if you can't hit it? Su-jin shook his head with a smile on his face. He also knew that the goal this time was still primarily to protect these candidates on Bay Island. So a group of fighters broke off from the group in the dark and headed in the opposite direction. The candidates, who were still nervously following the battle, suddenly saw fighter jets flying towards them, landed and flew open the hatch. Dong Tai was the first to react, and he greeted everyone loudly. Hurry, get on the airplane. The candidates were first stunned, then a look of surprise appeared on their faces. They were running towards the fighters as if they had grabbed a lifeline. Candidates quickly boarded the plane with gratitude in their hearts. Outside the arena, Linny and the others had been nervously focusing on the situation within the examination space. When they saw the scene of the three-headed shark attacking without success and the candidates successfully boarding the fighter jet and taking off, a strong sense of reassurance sprang up in their hearts. At the same time, emotions of excitement, gratitude, and apology spread. One man was the first to speak, his voice carrying a deep apology. I doubted his ability before. I really shouldn't. Yes, we were really wrong. Without him, these candidates might have been in danger. The crowd nodded, their hearts filled with emotion. According to the current situation, it didn't matter if Su-jin could succeed in killing the three-headed shark or not. His own safety, as well as that of all the candidates, has been assured. Lin Yi's heart was similarly filled with emotion. He had just gotten word from Yanjing and learned that this level 17 lord was this year's candidate from Quanshang, Su-jin. It suddenly occurred to him that his good brother Suangua's son seemed to be named Su-jin as well, and was also from Quanshang. The coincidence surprised him, and a feeling of inexplicable affinity welled up in his heart. And so, Lin Yi looked at Dong Yu next to him and raised an eyebrow. Someone else saved your son. You don't show it? Chapter 64. I really want to upgrade too much. Hear this. Dong Yu was slightly stunned, then reacted. That guy is. Lin Yi smiled faintly. If I'm not wrong, he should be Big Brother Su's son. Dong Yu's eyes instantly became complicated with surprise, emotion, and a hint of guilt towards Su-jin. His heart was filled with remorse as he recalled the past he had once had with Suangua and his initial suspicion of Su-jin. He muttered, I really didn't expect. He's actually Big Brother Su's son. Maybe this is fate. Lin Yi said with emotion, looking at Su-jin in the examination space. His heart was filled with thoughts. Dong Yu nodded solemnly. In his heart, he secretly decided that he must repay Su-jin for saving his son. At the same time, he was sincerely happy and proud that Suangua had such a brave and excellent son. In the meantime, the three-headed shark was getting more and more anxious as it chained multiple attacks on the surface but never hit the fighter. Its three hideous heads bobbed continuously, and its blood-red eyes flashed with anger and agitation. Each lunge made its anger grow a little more intense. It didn't understand why these tiny flying machines were so elusive. Suddenly, it thought of the candidates on the shore who were otherwise in a state of shock. A brutal pleasure surged through it, and it was going to make these hateful humans pay. Thus, the three-headed shark reversed its direction and began to quickly return to the shore, ready to kill those candidates to vent its anger. It swam extremely fast in the seawater, creating huge waves. You could tell that the three-headed shark couldn't wait to see the horrified faces of those humans. However, when it reached the shore, only to be surprised to find that everyone had already boarded their fighters and taken off, the three-headed shark stared in disbelief at the scene in front of him. Roar! ×3. Watching the fighters that were fading away, it growled angrily, its voice echoing across the sea. However, there was nothing it could do at all. It could only roll over unwillingly in the sea. The huge body crashed against the sea, but it could not change the situation in front of it. Just then, Yilingfang and the others arrived at the scene in a flurry of wind and fire, and at a glance, they saw the angry three-headed shark. That huge and hideous body with three heads flickering with anger made Yilingfang's heart wonder a little. However, Yilingfang, as an experienced powerhouse, he quickly adjusted his state, prepared to strike to kill the three-headed shark to solve the current danger. But just as he was about to strike, he heard Su-jin's firm voice, Team Leader Yi, don't make a move. Yilingfang's movement stopped instantly as he looked in Su-jin's direction, a hint of doubt in his eyes. At this moment, Su Jin was sitting steadily in the fighter jet, and after seeing Yi Lingfeng, he waved his hand at him. Yi Lingfeng first smiled slightly when he saw Su Jin's movements. Sight swept across the sky, instantly realizing what had probably happened here, but immediately afterward, his eyes suddenly widened and a shocked look appeared on his face. Flying soldiers? Yi Lingfeng secretly marveled in his heart. He looked at the fighter jets circling in the sky, his heart filled with doubt and surprise. These fighters were nothing like the golden lump he had seen before. Yi Lingfeng couldn't help but start thinking, how many types of soldiers does Su Jin actually possess? How strong is he? Yi Lingfeng's heart was filled with curiosity and anticipation. At the same time, because the current situation is fully under control, he also decided to keep watching to see what other amazing abilities Su Jin would display in this battle. And at this time, Su Jin also had his own calculations in his mind. If it were any other ferocious beast, he might have planned to be a support, and mixing this amount of damage would have been fine. But this three-headed shark, he seems to be able to grind it down. If he had killed it as the main force, the experience gained would definitely be higher. I really want to upgrade so badly. Su Jin's gaze locked onto the three-headed shark below. Switch Breath of the Wind into machine gun form and open the window. Da 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 da. Breath of the Gale sprayed powerful firepower, and bullets poured down towards the three-headed shark like rain. Meanwhile, the other fighters were not idle. They were still spewing bullets. Countless bullets were like an impermeable firepower net, enveloping the three-headed shark from all directions. The densely packed bullets kept hitting the three-headed shark with a dull sound. As the bullets continued to hit, the ice poison effect of the phantom blue poison charm was successfully triggered. Under the suppression of this powerful firepower, the three-headed shark was in an extreme predicament. The blood level was wailing down like a drowning flood. It growled angrily and kept twisting its massive body in an attempt to dodge. However, since the meth effect also has a slowing effect attached to it, this makes the situation of the three-headed shark more and more difficult. The attack that was already difficult to avoid had now become even more difficult to escape. The three-headed shark dashed left and right through this dense network of fire, but was never able to escape the bullets. And, because it's just so big, even when diving, there is a tail fin exposed to the surface. It was like an eye-catching target for the fighters to target easily. No matter how much the three-headed shark struggled, it was taking damage all the time. The amount of blood that kept falling seemed to be declaring that its defeat was assured. However, the three-headed shark was still unwilling, and it frantically twisted its body in an attempt to make a final resistance. Its three heads tilted up to the sky and let out a deafening roar. The scales on his body suddenly stood up, as if to bounce all the bullets back. Immediately after, it lashed its tail, creating a huge wave that swooped towards the group of fighters. However, these waves are really a limited threat to fighter jets soaring at high altitudes. They easily avoided the onslaught of the waves and continued to maintain their fighting stance in the sky. Keep attacking. Su Jin looked at the futilely struggling three-headed shark below and shook his head with a smile. The swarm of fighters once again spewed out a dense hail of bullets. The three-headed shark's roar gradually became weaker under this sustained attack. The movements were getting slower and slower, and the sparkle was fading from his eyes. Finally, under another intense round of bullet attacks, a huge white glow floated out above the three-headed shark's massive body. Congratulations on killing the level 33 ferocious beast. The three-headed shark gained experience. Lord's energy. Congratulations on acquiring the troop skill, Vortex Mastery. Congratulations on acquiring platinum equipment, Raging Stream Sprayer. Chapter 65, A Good Harvest. Gratitude. In the meantime, these Bay Island candidates who had witnessed the entire process of Su Jin killing the three-headed shark had waves in their hearts. They felt immensely blessed. Thankfully, Seo Jin shows up and saves them at a critical moment. Before this battle, so many of them had faced this terrifying three-headed shark without being able to do anything at all. The terrifying defense of the three-headed shark as well as its powerful attack made them feel deeply desperate and powerless. There are even a number of people who feel that they can no longer escape this disaster and have done their worst. However, the appearance of Su Jin changed everything. It was completely the entire time that the three-headed shark was killed unharmed by his own strength. This feeling of having survived the calamity filled them with deep gratitude towards Su Jin. At the same time, there is no harm without comparison. The huge gap between the two sides shown when facing the three-headed shark. It makes them feel a strong sense of shame. And at this time, Su Jin didn't care at all about the expressions on these people's faces. He was still looking prettily at his rapidly rising experience bar. Level 17 kills a level 33 ferocious beast, and almost 99% of the damage is self-inflicted. The experience value directly caused Su Jin, who was originally on the verge of advancing to level 18, to come to level 19. just one level away from reaching level 20 and unlocking a chance to awaken a soldier. And there's so much going on with this three-headed shark. Seals, formations, unsealing. The lordly energy contained within its body is truly wow. It was a full 200,000. Suffice it to say, even if these were the only rewards this time around, it had already made Su Jin satisfied. And at this point, Yilingfeng looked at Su Jin's figure as he left the fighter, his face filled with emotion. He shook his head slightly, marveling in his heart. To have this kind of strength at such a young age is incredible. Yilingfeng was well aware of the power and preciousness of the Humanity Emperor's soldier. Being able to become the possessor of a Humanity Emperor's soldier meant having extraordinary talent and potential in itself. And not only did Su Jin possess a Humanity Emperor's soldier, he was also able to display such great strength at such a young age. This made him even more impressed with Su Jin. This was because, including Su Jin, he had seen a total of 3 Emperor armor possessors of the younger generation, respectively, Heavenly Reward, Virtue and Generosity. Seal the Wolves. In this, no matter which aspect, Su Jin's strength was considered the strongest. It could even be said that the strength had completely crossed a grade. This three-headed sharks. Just as Yilingfeng was somewhat emotional, Su Jin's voice came. He took out the skill book, Vortex Mastery, which he had obtained from killing the three-headed shark, as well as the platinum-level outfit, Fury Stream Spinner, and showed it to a few people. After all, he had been inserted into this mission out of the blue. As a rule, missions will be divided equally according to merit. Although he was the main force in killing the three-headed shark, without Yilingfeng and the others handling the formation in concert, it would have been impossible for him to arrive so quickly. Besides, he had already gotten so much experience in territorial building Windswept City that he was already satisfied. The goal of our mission is to protect the Bay Island candidates. What does this three-headed shark have to do with us? Yilingfeng instantly understood what Su Jin meant. Continuing, he said, the rewards from the completion of the mission will subsequently be converted into contribution value. With the Badge of Honor, you can exchange equipment props at major armament offices. Hearing this, Su Jin hemmed and hawed. If it had been evenly distributed, he would not have had anything else in mind. Of course, he would naturally be happier if it was all for himself, because the strength of the stuff in both of these is there for the taking, and no one will mind. Troop skill, Vortex Mastery. Restrictions, water attribute hero level units. Effect, summons a powerful vortex of water, attracting all enemies within a certain range to move towards the center of the vortex. Once enemies are sucked into the center of the vortex, they will be unable to move and deal 80% damage per second. Range, 5 meter radius. Control time, 3 seconds. Vortex duration, 8 seconds. Cooling time, 30 minutes. This skill doesn't even need to be mentioned. The damage isn't great, but it has control and monster gathering, if combined with a wide range of attacks. For example, after the release, Panther Rock Throwers come in for a bit. Wind and Snow Fighters Unlocked Missiles come in for a bit. That scene, it must have been spectacular. However, right now, Su Jin didn't have any hero-level units with the water elemental attribute. This skill will just have to be pressed into service for the time being. Platinum Weapon, Raging Stream Sprayer, High-Capacity Automatic Shotgun. Requirements for wearing, Strength attribute of 800 or more. Attribute, Strength plus 3,300. Effect, can fire up to 9 powerful water-scattering bullets at one time. Shizuka Shotgun, contains 33 projectiles. Additional skills, Shock, Tidal Wave of Rage. Impact, draws on the power of the water element to unleash a powerful water impact that deals 400% damage and inflicts a knockback effect on your party and the target. CD, 30 minutes. Tidal Wave of Rage, draws on water elemental power, causing a temporary increase in the Raging Stream Sprayer's loaded number of rounds and causing each shot to unleash a greater scattershot coverage. Effect, increase in the number of rounds loaded from 33 to 50. 30% increase in scattershot coverage equals 33 bullets 43 bullets. When used, it will allow only one loose bullet to be fired at a time. This weapon was the treasure that caught Su Jin's eye. The increased strength attribute of 3,300 was already almost comparable to the current Mighty Tiger King. And, it's also a shotgun. What does a shotgun mean? Use Breath of the Wind to unleash the Gale Extreme attack to get close to the face, and quickly switch to the Raging Stream Sprayer to unleash the Tide of Rage with a single shot. That's 43 damage hits at once. Such an effect feels very wow just imagining it. Although nowadays they are all temporarily unavailable. But for two such things, Su Jin was still very satisfied. Thank you, warriors, for stepping up at a critical time. Just then, Dong Yu's words came. Su, Yi and the others looked back, only to see that Lin Yi, Dongyu and the others had already taken care of things and entered the examination space. The two were full of sincerity as they thanked the crowd. Yi Lingfeng, on the other hand, waved his hand slightly and said with a calm demeanor, "Duty calls, you all don't have to be polite. Besides, you and I are a family, and when our own children are in danger, how can the motherland stand idly by?" Yeah, family doesn't talk. Lin Yi and Dongyu agreed with Yi Lingfeng's words. Still, they enthusiastically retained the crowd. "Everyone, please honor us with a meal together today anyway, so that we can show our slightest appreciation." "Yeah, it's just dinner together. I don't think it's going to break the rules." Yi Lingfeng, however, decisively refused. "There's no need. This mission has been completed. It's time for us to return." When he finished, he barked out an order. "All present, mission accomplished, return." After receiving Yi Lingfeng's order, all the warriors immediately took action. Their pace was firm and they demonstrated a high degree of discipline and execution. Neat footsteps echoed through the air, stepping one after the other into the vortex of returning to the springs. Su Jin, just as Su Jin was about to enter, Dongyu suddenly shouted. Su Jin subconsciously stopped and turned his head to look. He only saw Dongyu violently throw something over, and Su Jin subconsciously reached out to catch it. Before he could see what it was, he was swept into the vortex by a force. With his departure, calm was restored to the scene. Dongyu looked at the direction in which the crowd had left, especially at the back of Su Jin's departure. His heart was filled with emotions. He murmured softly, what a likeness! Brother Su saved my life at that time. Brother Su's son saved my son's life." Chapter 66 Return. Vibration. A few moments passed. The atmosphere was tense and heavy in the middle of the Springs Gymnasium. All eyes were fixed on the mysterious vortex off to the side. Their eyes were filled with anticipation, worry and anxiety, and their hearts beat faster and faster as time passed. Based on what was learned from Qin Yan, Yi Lingfeng and the others, Lu Jinyun and the others were well aware that Su Jin was involved in an extremely dangerous mission. Even though he knew that there were powerful warriors like Yi Lingfeng, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't anxious. Many people muttered inwardly, "How old are you? Awakening the Lord's core is just a few days away, and you haven't even reached level 20 to get involved in such a big event." Several people on the podium paced back and forth anxiously, both worried about Su Jin's safety and comforted by Su Jin's bravery and commitment. However, at this moment in time, there was nothing they could do. Acting blindly may cause more trouble or even help. Thus, they could only silently pray for Su Jin's safe return. Finally, after a few dozen more breaths, suddenly, a flash of green came from the vortex, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Immediately after that, a single silhouette slowly stepped out. Lu Jinyun and the others immediately stepped forward, their faces filled with eagerness and anticipation. "Thanks a lot." Yi Lingfeng saluted the crowd to show how much you all helped them in this mission. Immediately afterward, the crowd exchanged brief pleasantries. Yi Lingfeng spoke to Su Jin. Contribution points will be distributed later according to contribution. Then, it led a group of warriors away. "No injuries?" At that moment, Lu Jinyun's voice came. His level was too much higher than Su Jin's, so he could naturally see the change in Su Jin's level. With such a level up, coupled with Yi Lingfeng's words just now, it didn't take much thought to realize that Su Jin was designated to play a key role in this. Su Jin smiled faintly. "It's fine to do it a few more times, brat." Hearing Su Jin say this, Lu Jinyun also smiled and shook his head. However, he was still uneasy and used his probing technique on Su Jin, carefully checking if Su Jin had received any curses or anything like that on his body. After all, it doesn't take much to figure out which ill-intentioned people are responsible for such an event. Those people are insidious and vicious and have to be guarded against. And below the podium, Qin Yan and the others who saw Su Jin return safely also began to talk. Su Jin is flying high this time, being able to participate in such a big event. Yeah, maybe it'll go down in history. Even without that yardstick, with his strength he couldn't have flown the coop? Seems so. For a moment, there was an outpouring of emotion. Though exactly what happened they weren't terribly sure. But these people are no cuties either. It is also evident from the details of some of the things that specify something of great importance. Otherwise, there would be no need for the Northern Theater of Operations to deploy a special operations team. It was also just as the crowd was feeling a lot of emotions. Spring City Lord Wang Haitian arrived with a somewhat tired, but still hard to hide his excitement. His eyes glittered with excitement, as if he carried the honor and pride of the entire Springs with him. Due to special circumstances, the college entrance exam is officially over. His voice was loud and firm, echoing in the gymnasium. As the first city in the country to pass the 4th assessment difficulty, all candidates who pass the 4th level will receive an additional bonus ranging from 30 to 500 points. The excitement on the faces of the many candidates who heard the words was simply indescribable. Is really a plus? Did I hear you right? 30 to 500 points? Seriously? It said that when the original Jinling City High School exams ran into unexpected circumstances, killing a Lord of the Footpads chicken could add an extra 5 points. What the hell is going on this time? The minimum are 30 points? Who cares? If I can get extra points anyway, with these 30 points, I might be able to go to Mordor University. Everyone's emotions were instantly ignited as excitement and surprise spread through the crowd. Extra credit means more opportunities and a better future for them. Of course, as for the 30 to 500 that Wang Haitian said, it is a person who knows how to do it. 500 points is for Xiao Jin. Everyone else only has 30 points, but even that couldn't stop their excitement. Wang Haitian looked at the excited candidates and had a pleased smile on his face. This time because of Su Jin and these lovely candidates, the Quansheng can be said to be nationally famous. Even that Qingdao, who was making noise every day about wanting to be the capital of Lu province, was honestly called Big Brother. He's got this in his heart. Thieves are comfortable. It didn't take long. In concert with a host of official personnel and military types, the final rankings of the spring scores, as well as the rankings for the entire Lu province, are out. Springs, first place, Su Jin, points, 3009. Second place, Qin Yan, points, 916. Third place, Shangguan Waner, points, 905. Lu, first place, Su Jin, points, 3009. Quanchang, second place, Ryu Dinyo, points, 1210. Dongwon, third place, Qin Yan, points, 916. Quanchang, there was no doubt that no matter if it was Quanchang, or the entire Lu province, Su Jin's score was a fault-crushing first. The favorite, Qin Yan, only finished second to Springs. Even in the entire Lu province, he was taken out by a character named Lu Daniu. When this score ranking was published one after another in every city in Ru province, except for the Springs candidates who knew what was going on, candidates from all the other cities blew up. I'm sorry, 3,000 points? Asterisk. Is it hard to believe that all the news on the internet is true? That said, isn't his initial troop type Black Iron Grade? How the hell did this happen? Black Iron Grade? Let's see. The growth potential of this soldier is a bit outrageous. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve this level even if it was raised to gold level. Not only these candidates, but in the 5 minutes that followed, Springs Su Jin, the college entrance examination score of 3009. Such news spread throughout the network. This one is no better than the last. Score rankings with national logos, official logos of Ru provinces. No one thinks it's fake, especially the major universities. They were like wolves who saw mutton and wailed their way to the Springs. And at this point, the Springs, which is the main character's home, isn't as big a deal as the rest of the world. After all, how to say it, the examiner, as well as the senior management of the Springs, had long guessed at such an outcome. And knowing exactly what was going on here, naturally it didn't feel too surprising. As for the Springs candidates, they also feel deserving. There are even those who feel used to it. As a city, the test questions are the same. The difference may not be particularly noticeable from the first test, but the second game was passed without the help of NPC soldiers. The third game killed the two-headed ogre. The fourth game's fighter soldiers, and the Black Panther beast killed the purple-winged Bat King in one round of flat A. It also included the mission that Su Jin had to go on. All of this, both proved that there was a huge gap between Su Jin and them. Even Qin Yan, who originally wanted to compete with Su Jin, at this time, he was also completely convinced. Chapter 67, Mass Production Generation, Development Generation, Pre-Research Generation. After the results have been posted, the time had come to 5:30 in the afternoon. There is a slight coolness to the Springs in the fall. The sun was no longer warm, and the crowd thinned as the candidates left the field one by one. Lu Xinyan and Su Jin walked together in the direction of their home. It was close to 6 o'clock when I reached home. Lu Xinyan and Su Jin walked through the door together. Instantly, the voices of Yang Xiaoyun's mother and daughter resounded in the room. Brother Jin. Lu Xiaoyun's call with full intimacy and joy rang out first. Immediately afterward, Yang Xiaoyun also said enthusiastically, "Ah, Jin is back? The meal is almost ready. Sit and wait for a while first." However, this cozy scene left Lu Xinyan, who was on the sidelines, with a black line on his face. As he stood there, feeling as if he had become transparent, an inexplicable aggression and dissatisfaction welled up in his heart. No, I'm such a big living person. You can't see it here? Lu Jinyun raised his volume in an attempt to get their attention. Lu Xiaoyun mischievously spat her tongue at him and made a face. Slightly, then quickly ran away. The perky looked both adorable and a little helpless. Yang Xiaoyun, on the other hand, frowned and glared at Lu Jinyun, saying in a reproachful tone, "How old are you? Do I still need to teach you this? Why don't you come over and help?" Although Lu Jinyun was unwilling in his heart, he could only helplessly respond, "Okay." He mumbled something under his breath as he walked towards the kitchen door. Seeing this, Su Jin quickly said, "I'll do it." Yang Xiaoyun hurriedly stopped him and said with a smile, "No need. There's no such thing as letting a scholar boy work." Su Jin smiled awkwardly, somewhat embarrassed, and quickly waved his hand. "Aunt Young, don't say that." Yang Xiaoyun smiled and shook her head, saying, "Don't be modest. Ah, Jin, you are the pride of our Quan Chang." Hearing this from the kitchen doorway, Lu Jinyun couldn't help but roll his eyes and mutter, "Humph, you just know how to praise him." Still, he went into the kitchen and began to help prepare the meal. In the meantime, Yanjing, a serious discussion is raging. In response to the events on Bay Island, various people gathered. After in-depth analysis and investigation, it has been 100% determined that footpad chicken and eagle sauce are behind this incident. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy, and people's expressions were very serious. They are delusional in their attempts to contain us in this way, one participant said with righteous indignation, his fists clenched. His grandmother. The other man was so emotional that he slammed the table, shaking the papers on the table slightly. His eyes widened angrily, veins rippling on his forehead. "Old me will explode first, ha. This time, chicken little better not surrender. I'm going to shake the yolks off their family eggs." "See, you're getting excited again, aren't you?" Ainsley frowned slightly and intoned, "The evidence is in our possession, just as it should be." Then, after a slight pause, he continued with a grave expression, "But then, if we strike directly now, maybe the other side has already prepared for it." The crowd nodded in agreement as they listened to Ainsley's words. It's clear to everyone, faced with such a complex situation, it is important to remain calm and rational, and to carefully strategize your response. You can't be swayed by emotions to act rashly. Finally, after intensive deliberation on many fronts, a major conclusion was solemnly reached. It only takes about a month or so. The Dongfang 11 missile, the man-made mythical mechanical equipment that has caught the world's attention, can enter the mass production stage. The Dongfeng 15 will also be successfully developed, while the Dongfeng 16 likewise enters the study. Against this backdrop, it will be decided that a test of the power of the Dongfeng 11 will be launched at the border of the footbath chicken. Of course, after all, this is our new research equipment, at the forefront of the world. There will be more or less a deviation when the time comes, and we won't be able to control it then, will we? Exley's tone grew more and more grandiose, as if he had already seen the shocking scene. A great man once said that as far as the east wind goes, so goes our territory. It's just that, right now, our country's combined national power can't guarantee the safety of so many people in so many areas. So, next, we're going to continue to strengthen our investment in novice lords, as well as specialize in artificial mechanical equipment. We are different from all other countries. They are trying to move to the top of the world, and it's getting back on top of the world. With one uplifting word coming out of Ainsley's mouth, everyone's spirits were shaken. Those seasoned veterans were even more excited and filled with tears. They thought back to the hard times they had had. Something like this, once upon a time, they really didn't even dare to think about. Once upon a time, the landscape of the world was very different than it is today. In the beginning, the whole world was not the age of the lords, but belonged to the glorious period of the professionals. In those days, it was a common belief in every country that there is strength in numbers. A more powerful professional, even if he was super strong, would eventually be slowly exhausted by tens of thousands of professionals. At that time, Huaxia, with its many outstanding professionals and the spirit of unity, became the strongest country recognized by the world. However, twists of fate always creep in. During the critical period of transition to the Age of Lords, HWA was a step slow. This one-step difference caused China to suffer many unspeakable disgraces during that time. A professional is no more than a stronger soldier. There was no way to compare it to a lord who could summon thousands of soldiers. Such a fall from grace seems to overshadow what was once glorious. But nowadays, everything has changed drastically. Huaxia has returned to the top of the world with its tenacious fighting spirit and tireless efforts. Moreover, Huaxia also possessed the most advanced power in the world, man-made mechanical equipment, successfully at the forefront of the world. Such rapid development has stirred to the core the emotions of the elderly who have witnessed the ups and downs of the country. Words really can't describe how they feel anymore. It was a complex mix of pride, relief, emotion and excitement. Watched the country grow stronger. They possessed a gleam in their eyes. It was as if he saw the glory that had once been blossomed into light again. It also sees the light of a brighter and more glorious future for the country. Age has left its mark on their faces, but the fire of hope in their eyes burns brighter and brighter. In the meantime, at this time, Su Jin had already returned home. He sat quietly in the room, his eyes fixed on the safe in his hands. The face was both surprised and full of anticipation. This safe is something Su Jin's parents left him. According to what Lu Xinyan said, if Su Jin chose to take the route of Lord, and when Lu Xinyan felt that he was strong enough, he could deliver this safe to him. Su Jin couldn't help but feel a trace of doubt in his heart. The two of them will still leave something for me? His thoughts drifted far away, remembering bits and pieces of his parents. The code LLLLLLLLLI was even more mysterious to him. That password is something, Su Jin murmured in a low voice. With great anticipation, he slowly reached out his hand and began to enter his password. Each button press seems to carry a special sense of ritual. The safe made a slight click as the last button was pressed. Su Jin took a deep breath and slowly opened it. Chapter 68, Mechanics. Letter from the Old Man to the Son, Bloodline Lock. Bloodline locks, only viewable by biological bloodline. By the time you read this, you kid will be about as strong as you can be. If you want money, I'm sure I don't have it. I'm so expensive that I don't have enough money to spend on myself. So how can I afford to give it to you? Of course, being the son of an old man, hungry, surely you won't starve. But, if you want to be some rich kid, forget it. I didn't rely on your grandpa to get me to where I am now. You're also being leaned on by the old man. Get what you want for yourself. Of course, you are the son of the old man after all. I can't treat you badly. Hidden space, is it open? Look at the letter. It's true, right? Su Jin shook his head with some tears and laughter. He didn't really know any other general besides his own father who would look like this. But, when he saw the hidden space on the final envelope, there was a glint in his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, it should be those two things. Su Jin took a deep breath and chose to turn it on. With a faint flash of light, the hidden space slowly opened. Inside lay something similar to an invitation and a crystal stone quietly. Su Jin picked up the invitation first. The material of the invitation seemed to be very special, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Invitation to the trials of the 10,000 clans. Enter the trials of the 10,000 clans after level 30 with this invitation. Message, those guys' Lord's system is developing fast. Get them, get money fast. To put it simply, the 10,000 tribes trial to which this invitation letter pointed was a secret realm full of creation, where the strong become stronger and the weak are reduced to the rations of the strong. Simply because in this secret realm, killing another lord will gain all the lord energy on the other person, and will gain 3 times the experience equal to that of a ferocious beast of the same level. Lords who survive to the end will also receive a powerful buff, +1 quality for all troops under their command. In his previous life, Su Jin was the reason why he entered the trial of 10,000 races at level 30 and successfully cleared it, to reach level 90 in such a short period of time. Moreover, back then, he was still only barely getting through, and he was able to get that much of a boost. It could be imagined what a terrifying boost one would have if they were able to get the top few places in the trial. Only, this thing restricts entry to level 30. Now that I have it in my hands, I can only use it as a presser for the time being. Su Jin temporarily put it away and looked at the other crystals. The crystal was crystal clear, as if it was condensed from the purest energy. Under the light, there seemed to be countless tiny rays of light flickering and flowing inside it, like a bright starry sky. Occupation crystal, when used, it causes the Lord's body to receive the occupation template. The value of this career crystal is simply outrageous. Because of the interrupted heritage, there are now far fewer stocks in the entire world. As the saying goes, things are rare, and their value is naturally self-evident. The so-called professionals can simply be understood as human soldiers. The profession crystal, on the other hand, allows the Lord to get the profession template and have the power of a human soldier. When used, the Lord himself not only has the ability to summon soldiers to battle, it also allows for better use of Lord skills as well as Lord equipment, enables the Lord's single combat ability to be drastically improved. The same level up, you get at least a double boost. It goes without saying how while this effect is naturally. Imagine a time when the ferocious beasts or the enemy thought that killing the Lord would easily overwhelm the army of soldiers, but was surprised to find that the Lord was no longer in the traditional role of hiding behind his soldiers and commanding them. Rather, they are able to fight alongside the troopers and even become the centerpiece of the battle. This contrast will catch the enemy off guard and disrupt their battle plans. Of course, this is only for other lords. To Su Qin, the value of this thing was even more immeasurable, because he has the skill energy amethyst. Effect 2 is that it allows all soldiers to receive the lord's own attributes, and having a profession will at least double the growth attributes after upgrading. According to the profession marksman that Su Jin had awakened in his previous life, both have up to 5x improvement compared to now. Hey, it seems like the strength is going up again if I'm not careful. Su Jin looked at the career crystals in his hands. Without hesitation, Su Jin instantly used the profession crystal. At that very moment, the system prompt suddenly rang out, the sound echoing in his mind. Special conditions are detected to be fulfilled. An evolution of occupation occurs. This sudden prompt caused Su Jin's heart to shake with anticipation. Immediately afterward, another prompt came. Professional Gunner, Platinum, certified by Mechanical Frenzy. Upgraded to Mechanic, no rank. Su Jin's eyes widened. His eyes filled with surprise. The brand new profession name of Mechanic made him feel a powerful force surging within him. Although it was currently showing no rank, he could sense the great potential of this profession. Name, Su Jin, Mechanic, Lord. Spirit, 11035150015. Body mass, 380244002. Power, 204124441. Agility, 215125551. Active skills, Ultimate Backup Hidden Energy, Energy Amethyst. Mechanical Armament, Mechanical Ascension. Mechanical arming. Mechanical units are armed in disguise and are attached to the mechanic, causing the mechanic to be substantially strengthened. Mechanical ascension can be used on any mechanical unit to strengthen it in all aspects, and its appearance and skills will undergo unknown changes. Duration, 150 seconds. CD, 7 days. Note, it can bind mechanical products, making the enhancement of its own attributes and growth attributes. Hiss. Seeing the changes in his panel after becoming a mechanic, Su Jin sucked in a breath of cool air. Whether it's mental strength, physical fitness, or strength and agility, the boost that comes from it is really big. Especially the growth attributes, compared to before, have all increased by a minimum of 3 times. And, follow the notes at the end. The profession of mechanic also seems to be able to bind with mechanical products to continue to improve their own attributes as well as growth attributes. Su Jin had just been tested, and soldiers such as the Manticore King were not able to be bound. Is it hard to believe that this needs to be bound to the combat armor set? For some reason, Su Jin suddenly thought of the life choice quest he had once taken on. Completion rewards the armored combat set. The armor should be a mechanical product as well. Sure, it wasn't just this that surprised Su Jin the most. There are also skills that are automatically realized when you turn into a mechanic. The skill Mechanical Armament is similar to Mecha Fusion. Only, the combat unit was changed from a mechanical soldier to Su Jin itself. What made Su Jin feel even more awesome plus had to be the mechanical soaring skill. The reason is also simple. It's got a long cooldown. It can only be used once every 7 days. Even if it wasn't quite clear how much it would be enhanced nowadays, Su Jin had a feeling that it was definitely very wow. Of course, these things are just tidbits of the day. It can also be described as a windfall. The 2 territorial buildings that still really needed attention were the City of Wind and Snow and the Hall of Thunder, as well as what Dongyu threw at him before he left Bay Island. Chapter 69, Heart of the Sea. Sea, Land, and Air Combat Arms Coming Together? Su Jin first opened what Dongyu had thrown at him. Presented were 3 energy cores, a blue gem, and a note. Su Jin picked up the note. It had nothing more than a bunch of thank yous written on it. There were also some stories about what happened between the other party and Su Jin's father and their relationship, and he specifically instructed Su Jin to make sure not to refuse. Finally, there was a sentence. I know what kind of character your father has, and I don't have that much lord energy on me for the time being, so you can use these first, and look for uncle to ask for it when you don't have it later. Contact information is attached. When Su Jin finished reading the note, he was already certain in his heart that Dongyu was certain that he knew his father. Only, that's a bit too polite. Su Jin first picked up the 3 energy cores. The so-called energy core is an evolved version of the energy crystal. The ratio to the Lord's energy is 1 to 1 million. 3 energy cores equals 3 million Lord's energy. It was already completely possible for Su Jin to spend lavishly for a period of time, and that blue gem is beyond precious. It was blue all over, like a deep ocean. There was a glow coursing through the interior of the gem, emitting an aura of serenity and mystery. Special one-time prop, Heart of the Ocean. Effects, when used, the Lord will summon 100% water attribute troop units and make the quality of the summoned troop units +1. The value of the Heart of the Ocean is immeasurable, because Each lord can also only summon 100% of his soldiers the first time. The 9 subsequent chances at levels 20 through 100 are probabilistic. Therefore, this category of props that can boost the probability to 100% is very expensive. Not to mention that using the Heart of the Ocean also gives +1 to the quality of the next summoned troop. The value that can be placed on such a characteristic is simply incalculable. It just so happened that Su Jin would soon reach level 20 and could have a chance to summon soldiers. You can then use the Heart of the Ocean to increase your success rate. At the same time, Su Jin couldn't help but think, using the Heart of the Ocean will give you 100% water attribute troopers, new troopers plus panther beasts plus wind and snow fighters. Maybe the air, sea and land forces will be assembled soon. Hey, thinking of this, Su Jin's heart was filled with anticipation. Perhaps it was also because of Su Jin's thoughts that a quest suddenly appeared in the system. Commanding the 3 armies, possessing the Army, Air Force, and Navy, 2/3, mission reward, random diamond level hero unit summoning crystals. Good lord, this is going to speed up the pace of leveling up to 20. Su Jin laughed dumbly, his eyes glittering with excitement. However, he quickly calmed down again, knowing full well that such things could not be rushed either. He understood in his heart that the most important thing at the moment was to receive the rewards of the other 2 missions. Territorial buildings, the City of Wind and Snow as well as the Hall of Thunder. After Su Jin received his reward, a strong vibration suddenly came from the territory space. Immediately afterward, 2 huge buildings slowly rose. The first thing that comes into view is the City of Wind and Snow. It towered as a majestic iceberg. The walls of the city were made of sturdy, cold ice, emitting a piercing chill. The walls of the city shimmered with a blue light, as if the magic of ice and snow were flowing through them. The huge gates of the city were tightly closed, giving it an impenetrable feel. Territory building, City of Wind and Snow, summonable, 150 flying units, 1/10 of a lord's troop seat. 2. Increase attack power of all flying units by 20% and agility by 20%. 3. Hovering cities, which will be difficult to involve non-flying units without a powerful means of counter-aircraft. Subsequently, the Thunder Hall was also displayed. It is divided into 2 floors, and the roof of the temple is in the shape of a spire, like a majestic tower, on which there is also a device similar to a lightning rod. The golden energy sphere at the top was surrounded by lightning, forming a powerful lightning defense system, which was powerful between the flashes of electricity. The overall color is dark gray, black and other dark colors, solemn and mysterious. Territory building, Thunder Hall, summonable, 500 troops, 1/3 of the Lord's troop seats. 2. Absorb the power of thunder and lightning to form a defense net, 50 times for the Lord's physique. 3. Release lightning strength, inflicting sustained damage to the target, possessing 4 times the Lord's attack power, and can be attached with a paralyzing effect. 4. Have the price of Panther Beast troop types and their weapons and equipment. Looking at the appearance of the 2 territorial buildings, Su Jin's heart was filled with emotion. These 2 buildings would undoubtedly become a powerful aid in his path to lordship. Regardless of whether it was the City of Wind and Snow or the Thunder Hall, both possessed great strategic significance. First, the 2 territorial buildings combined provide 650 troop seats. If you combine that with the 501 troop seats he now has, that's a straight 2151, a less than level 20 lord with over 2,000 soldiers. If this wasn't seen with his own eyes, Su Jin himself couldn't believe it. The large troop strength will provide him with strong support in all kinds of battles. Secondly, both buildings had qualitatively improved Su Jin's current strength. It goes without saying that the percentage bonus of Windswept City is immensely powerful, and the Thunder Temple can make the price of the Black Panther Beast and all weapons and equipment halved, which is the most powerful part. After all, a lord can actually be seen as a nation. When a country goes to war, the economy is certainly essential. With this advantage of the Thunder Hall, Su Jin would be more comfortable in resource deployment and development. Finally, these 2 territorial buildings are summonable. For other lords, summoning territorial buildings and troops is different. It costs nothing at all to try to summon soldiers. However, summoning a territory building will require a huge amount of lord energy to be consumed every second. But Su Jin was different. Having energy amethyst effect 3 didn't bother him like that at all. It was entirely possible for him to summon the 2 structures together, all the way to battle, if he wanted to. It was conceivable that when Su Jin encountered an enemy he couldn't defeat, he could summon the City of Wind and Snow, and ordinary enemies would be helpless, even if the enemy has powerful air-to-air means, or flying units. 50x physique, 4x attack power. Thunder Temple understanding. It won't kill you. Of course, even now there are enough troop seats and plenty of lord energy. Su Jin also didn't rush to pull up the full complement of soldiers. How just now during dinner. Lu Xingyun had told him, the reward for the Lord's energy originally promised by the springs has been changed this time. From the original reward of 1 million Lord energies, it had become that all the Lord energies needed by Su Jin at the current stage would be borne by Quan Chang, and will be rewarded with other evolutionary stones and such. Su Jin naturally agreed readily. After all, he now needed at least 1,033,000 Lord energy to fill up the 2 newly owned territory buildings alone with soldiers. If we were to fill all the current troop seats again, it seems like it's at least $5 million. It's better to whore yourself out first. Why pay out of pocket when you can get a free ride? Chapter 70. The top colleges and universities are coming to town. Day 2. The sun poured through the clouds, bringing a hint of warmth. This is the day when the official national high school rankings are released. Countless people were on tenterhooks waiting for this momentous occasion. The moment the official news was announced, Su Jin's name once again became a hot topic. That amazing achievement and performance sparked heated discussions and admiration from netizens. Taking advantage of this wave of heat, if Su Jin chose to sell his goods or something, he would have to earn him at least $100 million. However, Su Jin was not too concerned about all this outside clamor. After he spoke briefly with Lu Xingyun, he simply turned off his cell phone, isolating himself from the tumultuous world. Afterward, Su Jin went straight to the copy with anticipation in his eyes. His purpose is also simple. Today he was that much closer to level 20. He couldn't wait to see what his new troopers were. New troopers, if they are strong enough, then he'll have a better idea of how the troop seats are going to be organized today. From there, you can get a further boost in strength. In the level 30 copy of the Misty Swamp in the Western Trials, this copy is probably where 80% of the lords don't want to come. Being a swampy terrain, there will also be a pervasive mist. Who would not be confused when coming here? Who knows what dangers lurk behind the mists? There could be a ferocious beast owing you a bite the next second. There's no telling when you'll be in the middle of a swamp. The level of danger can be extremely high, but for Xiao Rei, such a place is no different. A swamp? Excuse me, I have fighter jets. Misty? Thermal imaging to understand. A quick battle. With Su Jin's command, 200 fighters in the sky displayed a powerful might like steel eagles. The roar of the engine was as deafening as thunder. As the battle is fought, the weapon system is activated. Crisp firing sounds rang through the air, and the bullets traced a dazzling trajectory, shooting towards the enemy with the breath of death. And above the battlefield, the suspended city of wind and snow looked like an aerial fortress. As the battle started, the 400 Black Panther beasts on the walls didn't hesitate to pull the triggers. And in the middle of the Black Panther beasts, the mighty Tiger King's tall and powerful figure was particularly eye-catching. As much as it dislikes guns, there are things you can live without, but not without. The Golden Iron Beast did not show any weakness either. It commanded the Panther Beasts to attack in an orderly manner as it did so. Meanwhile, it keeps firing bullets of its own. Bullets poured down like a torrential downpour, forming an impenetrable network of firepower. With such powerful fire coverage, the Swamp Crocodile, which was only level 30, was no good at all. Dense beeps ringing in the ears. Su Jin looked at his current experience bar and murmured softly, passing this copy should be enough to level up to 20. In the meantime, Springs West Proving Ground. Admissions directors from several colleges and universities have also gotten word from Lu Xingyun and are waiting here. And it was evident in their clenched fists and the way they paced back and forth. They're nervous now. If it were any other candidate, they wouldn't be like this. After all, as an admissions director at a top college, status is still required. But this time when the person he was facing was Su Jin, it was completely different. As a top university, they have knowledge of the specific events of this high school exam. Just whichever college can recruit Xiao Jin to their school. The name of their school will appear on Su Jin's resume. The benefits that come with it are simply too great. As a result, every admissions director in the room was thinking about what it would take to stand out in this fierce competition and successfully recruit Su Jin. Next to the enrollment directors waiting anxiously, some of the lords also recognized the admissions directors. Holy, isn't that the capital university's director of admissions? What kind of genius can actually make him come over personally? A young lord lowered his voice, his eyes filled with surprise. Not only that, Mordor University, Yanjing University, and Wuzhan University. Except for National Defense University, people from all the famous colleges and universities are here. This is all for Su Jin, isn't it? Envy is so great that you have to say vomit. The other lord nodded slightly, a hint of envy in his tone. Wow. Su Jin is also too powerful to make the admission directors of several major universities personally wait for him here. A female lord covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide open. That's not true. if only I were that powerful. The lord next to him sighed softly, a look of longing in his eyes. Similar conversations were heard everywhere throughout the trial grounds. The sound, though not loud, filled the air like the sound of buzzing bees. These lords watched the nervous looks of these big shots while they did so, while imagining just how powerful Su Jin would be to make these people come in person. After about a couple minutes, Lu Jinyun's figure appeared in the Western trial arena. His face held a hint of helplessness. In fact, he had already told these people about Su Jin's desire to enter the National Defense University. But who knows, they just won't die. There wasn't much he could do. Just the moment Lu Jinyun's figure appeared, all the admissions directors turned their eyes to him in unison like iron filings attracted by a magnet. It was followed by an uncharacteristically quick huddle. Li Minghui, the director of admissions from Capital University, rushed to the front as if he were an arrow out of a string. An eager and expectant smile bloomed on his face, and he spoke in an anxious tone. Mr. Lu, please inform us, when exactly will Su Jin come out? We've been waiting here for a long time. Zhou Tao, the admissions director from Mordor University, was not to be outdone and followed closely behind. Mr. Lu, our school can be considered extremely important to Su Jin. As long as he is willing to step through the doors of our school, we will definitely do our best to give him the most generous resources and unrivaled treatment. There was also an admissions director who even pulled out his school's promotional materials directly from his pocket and handed them forward respectfully with both hands. Enthusiastically, he introduced, Mr. Lu, you can see the many advantages of our school. Like a pack of hungry wolves, these admissions directors clung to Lu Jinyun's side. 7 words of sincerity and anticipation. Their words intertwined, and the air blazed with the moment. Lu Jinyun smiled helplessly, a smile that carried a bit of understanding and a bit of helplessness. He looked at the eager admissions directors in front of him and spoke slowly. Teachers, I know what you're thinking. This boy Su Jin is truly outstanding. You guys see his potential. This I understand, but as Seo Jin's elder, I can't interfere with the child's thoughts either. Then, Lu Jinyun turned his head slightly sideways and looked to the side before continuing. However, if we talk about it here, there will inevitably be some repercussions. It's not a good place for us to have a deep conversation with people coming and going. How about this? All of you wait with me in the room next to me. It's relatively quieter there, and we can discuss it properly. His offer was both reasonable and thoughtful, making it impossible to refuse. The enrollment directors nodded their heads in agreement at Lu Jinyun's words. They knew that Lu Jinyun had a point, and it really wasn't very convenient here. Thus, they walked towards the room next to them under Lu Jinyun's leadership, their hearts still filled with anticipation for Su Jin. Chapter 71. A troop type that can form an aircraft carrier, spirit boats. Lu Jinyun led the crowd to a room and asked the staff here to help serve tea. Teachers, sit down for a while. Su Jin will probably not arrive for another 10 minutes or so. I'll take care of business on my end first. It's fine, Minister Lu. You go ahead and get busy. We'll just wait here for a while. Li Minghui had a somewhat respectful expression. Even as the director of admissions for Capital University, he didn't dare to be too unbridled when facing Lu Jinyun. Let's not talk about the fact that he was Su Jin's elder, even if it wasn't. As a powerful cadre in the capital city of the province, his status was higher than him. An admissions director. Wait until Lu Jinyun leaves. Li Minghui picked up the teacup and gently sipped the tea. Then raising his head slightly, his gaze slowly swept over the other few people, a faint smile appearing on his face. Guys, I don't think we've met like this in a long time. Alright, you oldly don't say anything polite. Zhou Tao waved his hand, a hint of impatience on his face. The purpose of everyone coming here this time is clear. Everything is based on strength. It was as if the words were announcing his determination to the others. It's also a reminder that the competition will be fierce this time around. Perhaps also frightened by Zhou Tao's wealthy and generous appearance, many people muttered in their hearts, started speculating on what exactly Mordor University had promised this time. The scene fell silent. However, it didn't take long for Qian Hanru from Wuzhan University to laugh. There are times when it's better to be right. As he spoke, he pulled out a picture. Su Jin's father, General Su Anguo, as well as his wife, met and fell in love at that time at our Wuzhan University. As a descendant of our school's best graduates, our school's policy. Hearing this, it was obvious that many school representatives had a bad feeling in their hearts. Li Minghui also couldn't help but rub his temples when he saw this. Nima, that's really kind of hard to get, even though it is said that as a capital city university, they have a strong heritage. But not people's parents are graduates of Wakayama University. Years of study time can certainly be emotional. If it was mentioned from time to time when Su Jin was a child, he would have a certain impression in his mind. What's more, Wakayama University is not weaker than them at all. Thinking of this, Li Minghui hurriedly took out his cell phone to apply for a higher subsidy from the college. And just about everyone else made pretty much the same move. The director from Quancheng University suddenly smiled. Gentlemen, don't you know that Su Jin's goal is the National Defense University? Who doesn't know that? Zhou Tao still had the same self-confident look. It's a beautiful goal with a goalie if we're sincere enough. At these words, the entire room was silent, the only sound being the tapping of fingers on the keyboard. Looking at Zhou Tao's behavior like this, what Mordor University had prepared was definitely not to be missed. This has forced some schools that still want to fight for it to continue to increase their subsidies. And in the meantime, congratulations to the Lord on his promotion to level 20. Mental strength plus 1760, constitution plus 330, strength plus 176, agility plus 132. Whether or not to expend 1W of Lord's energy to summon a new troop type. With the beep, Su Jin officially stepped into the ranks of level 20. Of course, there was no rush for him to call in new soldiers. First, he took out the heart of the ocean and used it. Direct confirmation. With the heart of the ocean transformed into a stream of light. This time, the situation was completely different from the previous 2 times of summoning soldiers. Only a screen that only Su Jin himself could see appeared before his eyes. Su Jin's eyes widened as he gave his full attention to the image in front of him. It was a vast ocean with blue water and rough waves. One strangely styled boat fights its way through the waves, battling a pack of ferocious sharks. Fishing boats are at a distinct disadvantage in terms of size and strength. The sharks kept pounding the boat with their bloody mouths open, but the small boats did not flinch, they stubbornly resisted, using various weapons on their hulls to try to strafe. Just then, the roar of fighter jets came from the sky. The sound was deafening from far away. Immediately after, as if they had gotten a signal, these fishing boats, which were originally at a disadvantage, quickly gathered together in one piece. Their movements were neat and tidy, as if they had been rehearsed countless times. As the fishing boats gathered, a huge battleship gradually took shape. The battleship was imposing, its massive body casting a huge shadow over the sea. There is also a wide platform on the battleship. The fighters landed precisely on the platform and quickly transformed into human form to enter combat. This can't be an aircraft carrier. Su Jin was deeply shocked by the sight before him. He didn't know what kind of soldiers this image portended, but his heart was filled with anticipation. Just when Su Jin was incomparably excited. End of screen. A vortex appeared in front of Su Jin. Immediately afterward, a small boat slowly emerged from the vortex. The boat has a very peculiar appearance. The hull took on a silvery gray metallic texture that shimmered coldly in the sunlight. The hull has smooth lines and a clean and powerful shape. The bow of the ship rose slightly, as if it were a sharp blade ready to split the waves. There are also splints that extend out on both sides, the kind that come piece by piece and can be arranged and combined at any time. Not only that, but it's got a bit of an awesome weapon loadout. Propulsion, anti-aircraft guns, radar, missile launchers. Its name, Spirit Boat. Just the boat. Small ships that can be combined to form aircraft carriers. Lao Tzu's troopers have aircraft carriers. My lord, the Spirit Boat transformed into its robot form with a respectful attitude. Spirit Skyboat, Platinum, Evolvable, Cap Mythic, Spirit, 5430, all bonuses not counted. Body mass, 4850, Power, 678, Agility, 678, Equipment, Anchor Hammer, Flak Cannon, Spirit Shield, Skills, Backup Hidden Energy, Shield Guard Formation, 100 units in formation, 200% body mass increase, 500 units can form an aircraft carrier, 1000% body mass increase. The Spirit Boat, in robot form, displays a shocking and unique look. It is upright, yet slightly bulky due to the many weapons it is equipped with. Yet it exudes a formidable and powerful aura as a result. The anti-aircraft guns on the back are like giant wings of steel. The missile launchers halfway down one side of the shoulder are like mighty shoulder pads. The shield held in his left hand was thick and solid. The anchor clutched in his right hand was more like a mighty warhammer, heavy and powerful. Su Jin was really looking dumbfounded for a long time. It's actually a spirit boat. The Golden Iron Beast and the Manticore King subconsciously opened their mouths. Su Jin jerked his head around. You guys know each other? The Golden Iron Beast nodded and began to narrate. Simply put, there are 3 major forces among the Machine Beast Ocean. During Capital, Sharkland City, and Crocodile Scale Pool, and the Spirit Boat is the little soldier inside the Galandu. The chiefs are Destroyer, Jinlong Yuan, Frigate, Sea Protector Plume, Cruiser, Windbreaker Gnarl. Jinlong Yuan, Sea Protector Plume, Windbreaker Gnarl, Launch Shadow Fury, Crocodile Armor General, plus the originally known Mechanical 6+1 and Manticore 3+2. Damn, that's really a lot of unsummoned hero-level units. Keep going. Looking at the completed Calling the Three Armies quest, Su-jin immediately chose to receive it. Chapter 72 Supersonic. After Su-jin obtained the reward for his comprehension quest, his gaze was fixed on the summoning crystal in his hand. He took a deep breath, his heart filled with anticipation. Afterwards, he didn't hesitate to use the summoning crystals again. Only the summoning crystals were seen trembling slightly in his hands. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst out from the crystal. Immediately afterward, the crystals instantly shattered and turned into countless brilliant streams of light. These streams of light danced in the air as if they were a group of agile elves. Just then, a shocking roar rang out. Majestic sky, the enemy will fall prostrate at my feet. That voice echoed in the air like thunder, full of majesty and dominance. With that roar, a biker warrior, Supersonic, made his entrance. Supersonic stood tall, his whole body exuding a powerful aura. The body shines with silver, the lines are smooth and graceful, and the eyes are firm and sharp. Good lord, the city lord of the city of wind and snow is running here when he sees that his home is gone? Su-jin had a smile on his face and started checking out the panel of Supersonic. Bikers, Supersonic, Diamond Class Heroes. Spirit, 14,830. Body Mass, 4,724. Power, 3,240. Agility, 4,722. Equipment, Greatsword, 4-barrel high-speed machine gun. Wing missile. Active skills, backup hidden energy. Breaking ice slash. Wind and snow ice kill. Pilot. Breaking Ice Slash, swings energy greatsword for a mixed physical/magical attack, 200% physical plus 50% ice damage. Wind and Snow Chill Kill, chain fire bombardment of wind and snow missiles for sustained damage, 150% physical plus 30% chill damage. Pilot, increases the agility of all soldiers by 30%. With this agility, the probability of being able to escape when encountering an enemy you can't beat is greatly improved. Seeing Supersonic's attributes, Su-jin couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Supersonic, true to its name, its agility attribute was surprisingly 500 higher than the king-level hero unit Manticore King, plus the heroic aura he carries himself. The ability to further enhance the agility attribute undoubtedly maximizes mobility. Not only that, both the appearance of the spirit boat and the attributes attached to the supersonic speed, the changes that can be brought about are really big. You can form an aircraft carrier by redeeming 500 spirit boats. Such a fighting fortress can make a huge difference in the middle of the ocean. It could completely cooperate with the panther beasts and fighters, thus controlling air control. Of course, the skill Su-jin obtained from the three-headed shark could also be used for the spirit skyboat. The spirit boat unleashed the skill vortex control, gathering the ferocious beasts in one piece. Supersonic can then fire ranged damage missiles for large group damage. Tactics like this where soldiers can work with each other for greater strength. Su-jin's mind had appeared very much. It was as if he could see the scene on the battlefield in the future, where his troops would beat the enemy to death with perfect coordination. Anyway, for the new troop types as well as hero units that you unlock by leveling up to 20, Su-jin was quite satisfied. So, next, go replenish your troops. With a flash of light, Su-jin left the copy with satisfaction. The mind was ready to exchange those troop types. Just as he was thinking and moving forward, suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye. Su-jin quickly stepped forward. Uncle Lu, why are you here? Lu Jinyun laughed somewhat helplessly. It's not because of you. You kid is smart. Just turn your cell phone off. Those people can't find you. The phone calls are coming to me. Lu Jinyun's tone carried a slight grumble, but more pride. From the enrollment office? Su-jin asked with a guess in his heart, frowning slightly. Well, all the major colleges and universities from Capital University, Yenjing University, and Magic City University are here. Lu Jinyun nodded. These colleges and universities are all top-notch in the country, and the importance they place on Su-jin is evident. Didn't I volunteer for the National Defense University? How come I'm still coming over? Su-jin was a bit puzzled. His goal all along was the National Defense University. Such news should be known to other universities. He was surprised by the arrival of other colleges. Go over there first. Lu Jinyun didn't answer Su-jin's question directly, but instead proposed to meet those people from the enrollment office first. Su-jin nodded and followed. A few moments passed. The two walked into the reception room. With the sound of the door opening, the reception room, which had been somewhat noisy, instantly quieted down. A group of people cast their eyes over. The strength of these enrollment directors was not bad, so naturally, they could tell Su-jin's rank. Level 20. After seeing Su-jin's rank, different people had different reactions. Some of them were filled with doubt and frowned slightly. They had all learned some relevant information about Su Jin. It was clear that Su Jin had exposed both the fighter and panther beast troop types during the third examination. Such talent, coupled with the ferocious beasts slain in the fourth examination, and the experience gained in Bay Island, it shouldn't be that low. While some showed surprise, their eyes widened, their mouths opened, and they let out a slight gasp. At such an age and at such a time, 99.999% of the lords were estimated to be hovering around level 15, or even below, but Su Jin had already reached level 20, and such strength was truly terrifying. For a while, the atmosphere in the reception room became more tense and subtle. These admissions directors from major universities were reassessing Su Jin's value and potential, and at that moment, Su Jin was similarly in a state of surprise. His gaze slowly swept over the people present, his heart secretly marveling. Originally, he thought there might only be a handful of college admissions officers coming, but I didn't expect so many people to come, and each one of them was not strong. Though not shedding too much light, he could feel an air of extreme danger. Needless to say, take out any one of them and you won't be able to beat them yourself. Lu Jinyun looked at the crowd's reaction, coughed lightly, and began to introduce Su Jin to all the admissions directors present. Su Jin, this is Director Li, the enrollment director of Capital University. This is Director Qian of Hishan University. And this is Director Zhou of Mordor University. Lu Jinyun introduced them in turn, while Su Jin listened attentively, nodding his head slightly from time to time. After the introduction, Su Jin politely greeted the admissions directors. Hello, teachers. His voice was calm and strong, and his eyes revealed confidence and humility. There was no constraint because the crowd was strong. Fellow student Su, we've all seen your performance in the college entrance exam. Li Minghui was the first to speak with a smile on his face. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes full of appreciation. Experienced in combat, very strong, and wow leadership. However, I have a question. Li Minghui did not mince words and praised Su Jin from the inside out. However, after speaking, as if he suddenly thought of something, his words came to an abrupt end and the question was left unspoken. Looking at Su Jin, he revealed an apologetic smile, as if embarrassed for his abruptness. What Li Minghui didn't finish saying, Su Jin naturally knew clearly. In response, Su Jin, who had prepared for this, also spoke directly. There's nothing I can't say. At that time, I came across a treasure class premier secret realm in Red Leaf Valley. Accidentally opened a territory building in a treasure chest. This territorial building just so happens to have an accompanying troop. Chapter 73, The Battle of the Snatchers. Open a random treasure chest and you get a territorial building. And it's a territorial building with attached soldiers. Su Jin's words sent everyone present into shock. Everyone looked at each other and saw deep shock in each other's eyes. Before coming, for Su Jin, everyone present had done their homework thoroughly. They knew that Su Jin had participated in the Red Leaf Valley operation. There's a lot of recognition for that kind of statement, too, but the more you recognize it, the more you feel out of place. They wondered in their minds how many treasure chests they had opened. Not to say hundreds, grow that big, dozens of hundreds should be there, but will there really be anything good in the treasure chest? Just as most people were internally spitting and envying, Zhou Tao, however, was brightening up. He violently took out an object from his space and forcefully shoved it at Su Jin. Student Su should have just risen to level 20 and hasn't summoned any new soldiers yet, right? It just so happens that I have a special prop here. It can increase the summoning success rate by 80%, and also grants a 10% increase in the physical attributes of the new soldier. Zhou Tao's tone was eager and sincere. Such a good thing is suitable for a talent like you. Hearing Zhou Tao's words, Li Minghui and the others screamed in their hearts that it was not good. They didn't expect Zhou Tao to be so decisive, directly taking out such precious special props to attract Su Jin. A hint of remorse showed in their eyes, regretting that they hadn't prepared a more attractive gift in advance. At the same time, they were shocked by the wealth of Mordor University. Special props like this don't just come out of nowhere. Mordor University had put in a lot of effort to recruit Su Jin. They can't help but begin to think about how they should respond so that they don't lose out in this fierce competition. However, seeing the brownish-green crystal in his hand, Su Jin was a little embarrassed. I don't know if I should take it or not. After all, one's goal was still the National Defense University, and there really wasn't much interest in Mordor University. Taking someone else's stuff for no reason can be a little embarrassing. And so, Su Jin said cautiously, is there a possibility that I've summoned new soldiers? Saying that, he showed the panel of the spirit ship. Spirit ship platinum level. Spirit 5430, Constitution 4850, Strength 678, Agility 678. Of course, Sujin only showed the basic panel. The panel after layering, including skills and whatnot, is not shown. Platinum. What a high physique. Everyone was shocked. Beginning quality platinum level, which is already a very high quality level, and it was a mechanicum unit, and everyone in the room knew exactly what that represented. Moreover, the physique attribute was too high. At just level 20, you have a body mass of 4850. This is unbelievable. Although there was still a considerable gap between it and some boss level ferocious beasts, but comparisons can't go like that. No matter how strong a boss level ferocious beast was, it could only be counted as one, and soldiers can be summoned in multiples, so comparisons should only be done with other troop types. 4850 physical attributes. Many platinum level defense classes that reach level 25, or even level 30, are not necessarily attainable. But Sujin's spirit ship actually had it at level 20? How could this not shock the people present? Qianhanru from Wuzhan University was even more green-eyed and grabbed the first opportunity to speak. Fellow student Su, as long as you come to our Wuzhan University, the enrollment subsidy is 1,000 W of Lord Energy, plus a full set of platinum-grade equipment. In addition, all the skill books you need among our school, we provide them all for free, and our school also has 1,000 W of Lord's Energy. Lu Jinyun, who was on the side, saw this figure and felt some bitterness in his heart. The spring's reward was at least 200 W, and now it's 1,000 W. These colleges and universities really don't treat money like money in order to recruit Sujin. And free skill books, so many perks. All of this has caused Lu Jinyun some regret. Regret what? When he first believed Suan was bull *******, he had to engage in some kind of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Pressure first, save up, then suddenly explode. As it turned out, there's really no way to describe that misery in the early days. Things didn't get better until close to level 30, and then look at Sujin. Just a little bit of performance and so many free favors were delivered to his door. If I could do it all over again, I wouldn't be in bed with that bastard Anguo. Lu Jinyun thought darkly in his mind, his eyes somewhat complicated. Fellow student Su, don't be in a hurry to make a decision. Listen to our conditions first. Li Minghui looked at the slightly surprised Sujin and said with a smile, if you come to our capital university, not only can we provide you with all kinds of skill books and equipment, in addition, we'll give you 1500 W of lordship energy, as well as mechanical clan territory buildings. Capital University, located in the capital, is very wealthy. Such a condition has already made many people choose to give up. After all, they just couldn't get such generous terms. Still, a number of people bite the bullet and name their school's conditions, thinking of starting in other ways. Our school can provide you with state-of-the-art training facilities and a team of professional instructors. By coming to our school, you will have the opportunity to participate in a variety of high-level, hands-on exercises. All sorts of statements are being uttered by admissions directors at one college or another. As the room quieted down, Zhou Tao, who hadn't said anything, smiled contemptuously and stated his school's conditions. How dare you take out that little thing of yours? If Su chooses our school, this year's Magic City Dragon breeding program slot will be given to you directly. His words were like a heavy bomb, causing a stir in the room. Everyone looked at each other and saw the wide-eyed expression on the other's face. It's not. Foster the Dragon program spots are given outright. You're just going to throw a bomb? Who can rob you of this? Not to mention Lu Jinyun and the other directors. Even Sujin felt like he couldn't hold on anymore. The Dragon breeding program, he had also heard of it. It's a tournament jointly organized by the University of Mordor and Mordor. Achieve first place and you'll be eligible for the Dragon Foster Program subsidy. The specifics of this subsidy are, whatever you want, just say it. What Mordor has is given directly, and what Mordor doesn't have, we'll go figure out how to find for you. It could be argued that the Raising Dragons program is in some way superior to the Warfighter nuclear weapons program. It was just that this program, if he remembered correctly, was the first one implemented in 2026 in his previous life. Nowadays, for their own sake, they would actually implement it ahead of time. It was enough to see how much Mordor University valued itself. Sujin was really a bit torn in his heart. This condition is really too tempting. Alright, the conditions of each family have been reported. Which one does student Su want to choose? Everyone's eyes focused on Sujin at the same time, waiting for him to make a choice. Chapter 74 Final Choice, National Defense University. Su Jin fell into the middle of his contemplation. The reason he had previously wanted to enter the National Defense University, other than for the sake of wanting to get Mecha Fusion as a skill book, there were actually two other reasons. The first is resources. The National Defense University is linked to the military. The best cadets inside have the qualifications to participate in the military's one-man nuclear weapons program. Through selection, the military will assist you with the resources you need on your path to growth. Next is the fight. The National Defense University is the only college in the country where the mortality rate is greater than the graduation rate. Because, after 3 months of training after entering, 99% of the students are going into battle to slay the ferocious beasts. Two such advantages would certainly allow one to grow faster. But now, the conditions at Mordor University are really no worse than entering the National Defense University. Resource-wise, Mordor is rich. Combat-wise, the Magic City was by the sea, and there were many ferocious beasts in the ocean. Even if it was a skill book, through the Mordor government, asking for it from the military, the other party would certainly not refuse. The atmosphere in the room was tense and expectant. Everyone's eyes were focused on Su Jin. They were all waiting for Su Jin's reply. Knock knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The crisp sound stood out in the quiet room. The gazes of the crowd turned to the door with curiosity in their hearts. The door was slowly pushed open and a man walked in. The person was tall and wore a straight military uniform that made her look valiant. After she stood still, her gaze slowly swept over the people present and finally landed on Su Jin. Slightly raising her chin, her voice was clear and strong as she said, "To introduce myself, I'm the admissions director of the National Defense University. My name is Lin Yu." Then, she looked at Su Jin with a hint of appreciation and expectation in her eyes. "Student Su Jin, I've heard a lot about you. On behalf of the National Defense University, I cordially invite you to join us." Lin Yu's appearance made the already tense atmosphere even more subtle. The admissions directors of the other colleges looked at each other with a bad feeling in their hearts. "I believe you have already stated your respective conditions, and we at the National Defense University speak only from strength. If student Su Jin can pass the Warfighter Nuclear Weapons Program test." Her voice was slightly lowered so that only Su Jin could hear the next words. "Humanitarian Emperor's soldier, destroy the world." When Su Jin heard this, his pupils contracted violently, completely unable to believe his ears. Humanitarian Imperial soldier. He never expected that the National Defense University would come up with such an offer. But, Su Jin thought of another problem. Can a person have two Humanity Emperor soldiers? Lin Yu keenly saw Su Jin's doubt. She nodded slightly and said solemnly, "Student Su Jin, what I have said is absolutely not false." The reason why she came so late was to discuss matters related to the military, as well as the capital side. After discussion, the three parties decided that as long as Su Jin was able to achieve first place in the examination, just let Su Jin make an exception and become the owner of the dual Humanity Dao Emperor soldier. Getting such a decision, Lin Yu hoofed it over. And at this moment, Su Jin, hearing Lin Yu's words, had a decision in his heart. "I choose National Defense University." Now there would be no need to dwell on it at all. The effect of the Humanity Emperor soldier was simply too strong. The effect from the 10% extra experience gain alone was enough to crush everything. Or not. Zhou Tao couldn't help but sigh. Though it was unknown what conditions Lin Yu had finally offered. But it doesn't take much guessing to realize that it must be something that all of their schools can't afford to give. Otherwise, it was unlikely that Su Jin would be so determined. Director Chao, looking at Zhou Tao who got up and was ready to leave, Su Jin took out the crystals. But before he could finish, Zhou Tao understood what Su Jin meant. "Here you keep it. Regardless of which college you choose, you are ultimately an outstanding latecomer to my huaxia. What's wrong with preparing some gifts for your latecomer as a senior? The foreigner next door will see it and think we can't afford it." After saying that, Zhou Tao patted Su Jin's shoulder and turned to leave. The first target Su Jin did not choose the Magic City University. The Ji family brothers and Shangguan Waner talent is also good. Can also go by the way. They certainly haven't left to report for duty yet anyway. Just spend the extra money to grab it. Gentlemen, take your time. Lin Yu sent a few teachers away with a smile, then turned her head to look at Su Jin, and handed over the badge of honor that had been prepared in advance. "Student Su Jin, I don't need to say much about the role of the badge. In our school, he can. As for the Warfighter Nuclear Weapons Program test, the necessary formality still needs to be gone through." Su Jin nodded. This is a point he naturally understands. But for him, it's not even a thing. He took the badge and made it fuse with his own, making the attribute a full attribute of plus 200. After making sure there was no problem, Lin Yu continued to add, "Plus, you have a week to take care of other things. I'll stay at the springs for the rest of the week and report to school with you then. Just contact me directly when you're leaving. Even though Lin Yu was a woman, she did things crisply. After leaving his contact information, he didn't stay long and got up to leave. And so, only Su Jin and Lu Jingyun were left in the room. Your kid is really powerful. If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to resist agreeing to join Mordor University. Lu Jingyun was a bit emotional. Then, while took out his cell phone and sent a message to Money-Born Money. While turning to Su Jin, he said, "Go, I'll accompany you piece by piece to the Ministry of Finance to replenish what you need now." Along the way, Su Jin's mood was a bit complicated. In his mind, he was still recalling what Lin Yu had said and the astonishing conditions. Humanitarian imperial soldier, destroying the world. If Su Jin remembered correctly, it could also be called the best antidote to underfire phobia. However, he didn't think much of it. Anyway, this is something that will be available a little later, so there's no use thinking about it too much now. Under Lu Jinyun's leadership, the two quickly arrived at the Quanchang Finance Department. It's a less than impressive-looking building. The appearance is solemn, with walls made of stone blocks that shimmer with the light of formations. It was wide and clean all around, and it was quiet without too many people walking around. However, everyone here exuded a powerful aura. Each security guard either walked with a calm and steady gait or had deep eyes, all of them displaying the demeanor of a strong man. The head of security is an old man. Though he looked ordinary, the occasional flashes of brilliance in those slightly narrowed eyes were not to be underestimated. If Su Jin remembered correctly, the boss's name was Zhao Haishan, and he was a level 65 powerhouse. Go in. Your current clearance allows you to enter the first level. A flash of admiration flashed in Zhao Haishan's eyes as he waved his hand for Su Jin to enter. Thank you, Senpai. Su Jin arched his hand and took a step towards the inside of the Ministry of Finance. While walking, Su Jin calculated the amount of Lord energy he needed nowadays. The spiritual power was now at 16,968, plus 565 troop seats in the Thunder Temple and 170 troop seats in the City of Wind and Snow. A total of 1,829 troops are still needed to fill it up. The spirit ship is more expensive, requiring 5,000 Lord's energy to redeem. With some more panther throwers, 7 or 8 million Lord's energy should be enough. Of course, Su Jin didn't think about whoring all of it out for nothing, though at the moment it's most crucial to grow yourself up as quickly as possible. But the improvement of the overall strength of the human race still needs to be done. Played so many copies, killed so many ferocious beasts in the high school. With the luck of this life, there was also a large hall of equipment. He can't look at this equipment. It would be better to just register it and throw it in there for other lords in the springs who needed it to redeem it. Chapter 75 Inflammable Dragon Armor. Black Panther Beast, Diamond 1267. Thunder Temple, 1090. Snow Fighter, Platinum 1000. Snow City, 327. Spirit Ship, Platinum 1000. Panther Rock Thrower, 100. Heroic Units, King Manticore, Golden Iron Beast, Supersonic. Half an hour later, Su Jin stood there, his eyes slowly sweeping over the many troop types that he had already occupied the troop seats. First up is the Panther Stone Thrower that numbered 100. Of course, one could also call it a walking 500W. Then, Su Jin's gaze fell on the Wind and Snow Fighter whose quality had reached the platinum level. There were not only sufficient energy crystals in the middle of the first floor, there are quite a few evolutionary stones as well. After the exchange was completed, Su Jin also had the Wind and Snow Fighter promoted to platinum grade, successfully made it unlock cruise missiles. Looking at these powerful soldiers, Su Jin's heart felt slightly more secure. The main reason why you can have so many soldiers is because of the Inferno Dragon armor. Since Su Jin has chosen the National Defense University, the National Defense University has been very efficient and has taken care of some formalities first. Not long after Su Jin entered the Ministry of Finance, he received a prompt that the life choice mission had been completed. The reward of a random armor set gave Su Jin the Inferno Dragon armor. Inferno Dragon armor, quality, King, includes full set of armor, flaming sword, flaming dart, flaming bow, and flaming dragon pony. Attributes, spirit plus 30%, physique plus 30%, strength plus 30%, agility plus 30%, skills, demon sealing chop, flame fist, seal of zen, super speed up, seal of fearlessness, seal of demon subjugation, infinite flame dart. Note, the 5 elements of the fire of the Inferno Dragon armor. Collect all 5 sets of armor can be formed into the Emperor armor. The power of this armor is simply amazing. All 4-dimensional attributes it possesses are noble percentage bonuses, and it adds up to 30%. Such a super high bonus is rare in the real world. The pile of dazzling skills and various styles of equipment even made Sujin once again feel that his sense of security had been greatly increased. Of course, what's even better about the Inferno Dragon armor is that it can be completed bound to a mechanic. After completing the binding, it could cause the attributes of Sujin's body to increase. For example, the base panel mental strength is directly doubled. Excluding the attributes granted by the equipment, all of them can reach 23520. Plus the armor won't clash with the Spider Silk Soft Armor, Badge of Honor, and Charmed Blue Poison Charm. The mental power attribute is 23520 plus 500 plus 200, x1. 35 is equal to 32,697. It was because of these powerful attributes and special abilities of the Inferno Dragon armor. It was only then that Sujin was provided with the prerequisites to be able to exchange so many types of soldiers. Not only that, after completing the binding, Sujin was pleasantly surprised to find that his basic panel attributes had surpassed most of the soldier types. It certainly solves a big problem for a lord. And all of these attributes can be passed on to the crowd of soldiers through the energy amethyst's effect too. The increase in attributes that makes each troop type get is nothing short of horrific. It's like a chain reaction. Sujin's power drove the power of the soldiers under his command. The strength of the soldiers in turn further boosted Sujin's strength. Let's just say that the gold content of the three, the mechanic, the Inferno Dragon armor, and the energy amethyst is still rising. Sure, such a large-scale exchange cost a total of 10 million lord energies. If he took it away directly, Sujin always felt that it would be a bit awkward. After all, the acquisition of these resources is definitely not easy either. He also didn't want to just take it out of thin air innocently and directly. Therefore, the Thunder Feather suit, which could no longer be worn, including some other equipment, was also registered and left at the Ministry of Finance by Sujin. These also include the highest-priced Thunder Feather wings. After all, how do you say? The Inferno Foal can fire bullets from its eyes, lasers from its mouth, and it can fly. In comparison, riding an Inferno Dragon colt could be much more handsome than wings. 10 minutes later, when Sujin completed the registration, he slowly left the Ministry of Finance and walked in the direction of the school. Prepare to receive that 100W of Lord's energy. At this time, Minister of Finance Qian Xingxian stood there, looking at Lu Jinyun with a hint of emotion on his face. He shook his head slightly and said slowly, "This kid is quite the preacher." Then, he frowned slightly. "It's this kind of consumption for this kind of level. The average person can't really afford to raise it." When these words came out, Lu Jinyun also smiled somewhat helplessly. Indeed, a level 20 lord with no waste. It costs millions of lord's energy to fill up the troop types. Who would believe it? However, Lu Jinyun also knew that money begets money didn't care about that. After all, these lordly energies could be considered investments in a sense. Investing is nothing more than putting in up front and seeing a return later. Investing resources in Sujin is a sure thing. Like, Lu Jinyun said somewhat flirtatiously, "Your old Qian is not a master of suffering." He raised his chin slightly, gesturing to the gear that was in the treasury. "That Thunder Feather set, especially the Thunder Feather wings, you shall not make a heavenly price out of it." The corners of Qian Shengqian's mouth rose slightly, revealing a shrewd smile. He clasped his hands to his chest confidently. "No one will give it to anyone right now. When this kid's reputation breaks out a little bigger, when it's time to package it a little, the value will at least double a few times." Lu Jinyun looked at Qian Shengqian's smug look and for a moment didn't know what to say. One could only shake his head helplessly and let out a long sigh. "Good man, that's really something." And at this point, Seojin has arrived at the high school he attends. As soon as he entered the campus, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. The principal and all the major teachers have been waiting here for a long time. The moment he saw Sujin, he hurriedly greeted him. Obviously, this reward really isn't that easy to come by. Photos with principals and teachers, promotional video, a series of things came one after another, leaving Sujin overwhelmed. These things got a whole lot of hours, especially the group photo with all the teachers. Sujin all feel that this photo they can eat for a lifetime. Of course, Sujin didn't feel bored or anything. The reason is also simple. People pay. Getting paid to work, isn't that the way it should be? Sujin's mind was at peace. He knew that this was his due obligation. After leaving the school, Sujin went to the market again and purchased some mechanical parts. In the time since then he has used his special abilities as a mechanic to build a small robot in conjunction with the Golden Iron Beast. Because of the rush and the fact that a lot of the material was not available, this robot isn't particularly effective either. Only video calling, internet access, gaming, and medical care are available. The protection mode contained therein could only defeat ferocious beasts of around level 8. However, Such a feature would be enough for a small child. Su Jin plans to use this as a parting gift to Lu Xiaoyun. After doing this, the time was also close to 6 o'clock. Putting away the golden iron beast and taking the robot, Su Jin walked out of the house. Chapter 76 Departure. Arrival at the National Defense University. Early morning 2 days later, under the watchful eyes of Lu Jinyun's family, Su Jin, Lin Yu, Shangwan Waner, and the other 3 students who had chosen to join the National Defense University slowly left the spring. The sunlight poured down on them as if it had covered them with a golden glow. In this world where ferocious beasts are rampant and very dangerous, even in safer China, traveling across town, especially across provinces, is no easy task, until a certain level is reached. Whether flying, on land, or even underground, it possesses a certain amount of risk, and teleportation spells are too expensive to run. Apart from special circumstances, the number of times it is opened each month is limited on normal days. The next time it opens is going to be in 3 days. That was why Lin Yu chose to stay in Quanchang and escort Su Jin and the others to the National Defense University to ensure safety. Looking at the few people who were gradually leaving, Lu Jinyun was somewhat emotional. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked into the distance as he slowly said, "The next time we meet, he'll surprise everyone, let alone the next time. Right now I am." Yang Xiaoyun said, looking at Lu Xiaoyun. "I saw that Lu Xiaoyun was playing with her classmate Xiaoyun." "Yun-san, Master, I am." Xiaoyun's classmate's clear voice rang out as if responding to Lu Xiaoyun's call. Lu Xiaoyun squatted down and gently stroked his classmate Xiaoyun's head, his eyes full of love. It was a scene that would have felt more cozy to the casual observer, but in the eyes of the 2 Lu Yangs, it was incomparably shocking, simply because Yun-san is just too strong. Just by consuming 50 lords' energy and letting a little girl with unbound hands use it, she has the ability to kill a level 8 ferocious beast. Moreover, this was something that Su Jin had only spent half a day creating using some basic mechanical parts. If we waited for Su Jin to be stronger and use stronger materials, what that could create, they could not even imagine. Same time, in the procession to the National Defense University, Lin Yu was originally preparing to teach the crowd some general knowledge about surviving in the wild. Suddenly, her eyes were drawn to the Black Panther beast that was preparing to kill the jungle. She froze slightly, then carefully sensed the Black Panther beast's aura, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Turning his head to look at Su Jin, his eyes were filled with surprise. Level 21. Lin Yu's voice carried a hint of awe. "You actually upgraded again." Su Jin nodded slightly. His expression was calm, but the corner of his mouth carried a faint smile. A carelessness. Although Su Jin hadn't gone out in the past 2 days, he hadn't fallen behind in the aspect of leveling up. All sorts of copies he's gone on to challenge. It wasn't very strong, but it did allow him to successfully rise to level 21. And Shangwan Waner and the others who saw the scene had mixed feelings in their hearts. They looked at Su Jin with both admiration and helplessness in their eyes. People who are better than you work harder than you. Is that even fun? A wave of defiance surged through one of them. Subconsciously, he wanted to summon his own soldiers to try and catch up with Su Jin. Just then, Lin Yu was keenly aware of the man's movements, and immediately spoke up to stop it. "Stop, you're not fit to do this right now." At those words, that person's movements instantly froze. Looking at Lin Yu with some confusion, Lin Yu looked around the crowd and explained seriously, "You're not a mechanical soldier, and the time you've spent in contact with the soldier at this stage is too short. Once a trooper gets too far away from the Lord, it's easy to lose control. Moreover, there are ferocious beasts in this area that have reached level 26, so if they are in danger, it is expected that they will be gone without support." When the crowd heard Lin Yu's words, although there was some resentment in their hearts, they also understood that her words made sense. In a world full of dangers, especially in the wilderness, acting rashly can have unintended consequences. The man could only helplessly put away the impulse in his heart. At the same time, the eyes that looked at Su Jin became more complicated. Lin Yu did not stop Su Jin's actions for reasons he understood. Su Jin's soldiers would not be in danger in this area, but the more you understand, the more your heart falls. MD, all lords of about the same age. Other people can casually kill level 26 ferocious beasts, but they themselves, hey, people are more angry than people. Don't compare, you'll have to live with it. Just when all the people had big differences in their minds to produce such thoughts, Lin Yu, on the other hand, looked at Su Jin somewhat helplessly. The latter smiled awkwardly. Lin Yu didn't say much either. She knew that this current situation was no longer suitable for teaching. And so, with a thought, a ray of light flashed and she summoned her troop type, the Spirit Feather Guards. This is a soldier from the elven race. They were dressed in gorgeous battle armor, and the feathered wings on their backs flapped gently, exuding a powerful aura. Come on, get there early, there are other things to arrange. Lin Yu looked serious, and with a greeting, several spirit feather guards immediately led the way. Their bodies moved and they quickly came to the side of the crowd. Then, effortlessly grabbing Su Jin, Shangguanwaner and the others present, he then lifted his wings and flew into the sky. The spirit feather guards flew extremely fast and smoothly. As they flew, the spirit feather guards generated a transparent shield around them. Not only does it protect against strong winds, but it also provides a degree of protection against possible attacks. Lin Yu, on the other hand, followed beside the spirit feather guards, always keeping an eye on the surroundings to ensure the safety of the crowd. They moved quickly through the sky, heading in the direction of the National Defense University. After about 3 hours or so, the crowd, escorted by the spirit feather guards, finally arrived at the National Defense University near Yanjing. With Lin Yu around, there was no danger encountered along the way. As the crowd looked at the National Defense University campus that was gradually becoming clearer below, a different kind of emotion welled up in their hearts. The National Defense University is also affiliated with Yanjing, though, however, due to its uniqueness, it was not established within the city. It is situated in a relatively separate area, surrounded by dense woods and rolling hills. The architectural style of the campus is solemn and atmospheric, full of the majesty and solemnity of a military academy. From the air, the entire campus is neatly planned. Various training facilities and teaching buildings are scattered in a staggered manner. One gets a sense of a strong academic and military atmosphere. Since flights over the National Defense University are prohibited without special circumstances, the crowd slowly landed in front of the National Defense University. No sooner had their feet touched the ground than they seemed to be attracted by an invisible force. The eyes couldn't help but be gripped by the sight before them. Su Jin also curiously surveyed the academy he was about to enter. 2 words, awesome. On the side, Shangguanwaner and the others were equally shocked by the grandeur of the National Defense University. They were wide-eyed, looking around, here and there, as if trying to take in every corner. Come on, there's nothing to see. I'll take you through the formalities first. With the enrollment director in place, Su Jin and the others went through the various procedures very quickly. In less than 5 minutes, everything had been processed. Su Jin and Shangguanwaner, the former being the first in Quanchang and the latter being the third in Quanchang, had both been assigned to apartment-style dormitories. The others, on the other hand, were assigned to 6-room dormitories. Led by the squad leader, Su Jin quickly arrived in front of his dormitory door. Along the way, the squad leader, Wang Wei, had also explained some of the precautions of the National Defense University to Su Jin. Unsurprisingly, you'll be assigned to our class. Here's my contact information, so you can contact me first if anything happens. Thanks, squad leader. After leaving his contact information, Wang Wei left directly. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, I'm still a little excited to go to college. When Wang Wei left, Su Jin shook his head and pushed the door open. Although it is a 2-person dormitory, each person has their own relatively independent space. It is fully furnished with air conditioning, refrigerator, and a separate bathroom. After finishing organizing his things, it was time for the noon meal. Let's have dinner first, and then we have to make a trip to Grandpa M's afterward. Chapter 77 Food that increases attributes. Improved robot. National Defense University is vastly different from other ordinary universities. As a result of that earlier meaningful reform, all the students would basically leave the campus after 3 months to head to the front lines and meet the ferocious beasts. In this way, the amount of time students are able to stay in school is not particularly high in comparison. In light of this, the original number of cafeterias at the National Defense University was as many as 50. After some tweaking, it has been drastically cut down to just 10. The cafeteria that Su went into was the closest one to the dormitory building. He had just walked to the entrance of the cafeteria when a rich, mellow meat aroma hit his nose like a raging tide. The food at the National Defense University is simply amazingly good. Both vegetables and meat are able to add some attributes to the person who consumes them if they are consumed over a long period of time. Such unique and extraordinary characteristics naturally make these dishes not cheap at all. If these dishes are put to the outside world, after the middleman layer after layer of dumping, plus transportation costs, processing costs and a series of costs are added, its value is very expensive. Even at the National Defense University, there is no middleman who dares to make a difference. Plus there are state subsidies in many areas. A lunch would all cost at least roughly 1 contribution point. The 300 contribution points given to new students when they entered the school were only enough to eat for 3 months. Thus, The freshman handbook has this extraordinarily striking phrase, "Trying to be lazy at the National Defense University? You can't even afford to eat in the cafeteria." However, Soo-jin was certainly not bothered by this. The contribution points thing seemed like a pretty large amount for him. In the midst of the Red Leaf Valley incident, he received 1,000 contribution points, and in the Bay Island incident, the contribution points he had received had reached as much as 30,000, plus the 1,000 contribution points rewarded for enrollment. Leaving other things aside, realizing freedom in the area of eating alone is certainly something that can be done easily. Soo-jin shook his head slightly, his eyes scanning through the many delicacies. In the end, I chose a juice that can increase my mental strength when taken over time, and a beef and rice meal that can increase my physique and strength. The meal consumed a total of 1.2 contribution points. As for the flavor, what can I say? Eating too fast, didn't remember. So, he didn't hesitate to order another deluxe set meal. The deluxe package is not only large and filling, but also takes effect extremely quickly. 10 minutes later, mental strength plus 5, strength plus 1, physical strength plus 1. Soo-jin ate and drank his fill and got up to leave the cafeteria with satisfaction. Exley is more than just a military general. He is likewise a highly respected visiting professor at the National Defense University. The university authorities have also made a special effort to arrange a comfortable and pleasant residence for him here. Soo-jin finished eating. It took about 20 minutes to get to the place where Ainsley lived. The architectural style of the houses here is simple and generous without losing the sense of grandeur. The surrounding area is dotted with just the right amount of flowers and trees to give it a peaceful and cozy feel. Soo-jin came straight to the front door of Ashley's house. There was no telling what the other side was doing in there, and every now and then a low rumble appeared. It even induced Soo-jin to be able to faintly feel the vibrations under his feet. "You're finally here." Before Soo-jin could knock on the door, he heard Ainsley's calm and powerful voice coming from inside the house. Immediately afterward, the door to the room opened automatically. At the same time, there was an inexplicable force, as if a large invisible hand was pulling Soo-jin into the house. Soo-jin was slightly stunned, his heart filled with doubts. It was completely unknown why the other party was acting in such a hurry. Led by this mysterious force, Soo-jin slowly entered a room. Inside the room, the first thing that caught his eye was two men standing in front of a large pile of mechanical parts. One of them was tall and upright, dressed in a simple white lab coat, a head of short hair black and neat, slightly gray temples added a few years of precipitation. The other is relatively young, slightly slimmer but energetic. He was dressed in a set of blue coveralls covered with the marks of various tools. Both of them were frowning slightly at this moment, holding various mechanical parts in their hands and scrutinizing them. The words were still coming out of his mouth. Automatic identification, protective barriers, damage determination. This design is so subtle, it's almost ingenious. The person who created this robot is definitely a genius. It's just that we're making imitations almost one-to-one, and the level of killing level 15 ferocious beasts can be achieved. So why wouldn't it work to upgrade again? And Ainsley, who was standing behind the two men, seeing this scene, Soo-jin instantly understood everything. It's just that he didn't expect it to come so quickly at all. Come, Jean, come and look. Seeing Soo-jin come, a smile appeared on Ainsley's face. With that, he pointed to the robot on the side and gestured for Soo-jin to come over. At that moment, those two also sensed Soo-jin's arrival. They looked up in unison, confusion in their eyes. Ailey looked at Soo-jin and said in a calm tone, "Ah, Jean, I called you here today because I want you to take a look at this robot." The doubts in those two's minds increased when they heard these words from Ainsley. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with suspicion toward Soo-jin. In their eyes, Soo-jin was nothing more than a young student who was just starting out. How is it possible to be capable of solving such a difficult problem? After all, even they, the experienced ones, couldn't find the problem after close to 30 hours of research. However, they didn't say much because of Ainsley's status and position. It was just that their distrust of Soo-jin could also be seen in their expressions. However, Soo-jin looked calm. He slowly moved forward, his gaze calmly sweeping over the already rather fledgling robot. With just one glance, Soo-jin could see the problem. Simply put, the entire robot has improved material hardware and software, but the coordination between them is not up to par. Without the slightest hesitation, Soo-jin quickly extended his hand, adjusted the position of one part, gently twisted another, and added some parts. After a series of seemingly complicated, but actually not at all simple operations. "Hello, master, please give me a name." In an instant, it was as if new life had been breathed into the otherwise clueless machinery. The seemingly disorganized parts began to function in an orderly fashion. and the robot made a slight humming sound. See this scene. The expressions on those two's faces had quickly finished switching. Instantly wide-eyed, he stared blankly at Sujin, his face full of unbelief. Let's go. Go experiment a bit. Ainsley's originally composed face now revealed a look of surprise, and with a decisive wave of his hand, everyone instantly disappeared in place. 1 second later, a bright light appeared in front of Sujin's eyes once again. He found himself in a place where he could scare a child to tears. The whole room was very spacious, and a single cage was arranged here. Inside, all sorts of fierce beasts in hideous forms were either pacing anxiously or roaring angrily, and the highest leveled ones had already reached level 40. I've already learned about the stats of student Xiao Yun, and I've seen the video of being able to kill a level 8 ferocious beast. Come on, let's see how far this modified robot can go. Chapter 78 Liang Shou and Louis, Commitment of the Institute. Ashley stood there, looking at Sujin with some anticipation in her gaze. He received a message from Lu Jinyun early on. It was a video of a little girl with no hands using Little Cloud's classmate to clear a level 5 copy. Throughout the entire video, Xiao Yun's students in the protection kills played is simply perfect. Seeing the video, Ainsley thought it was fake at first. It's Lu Jinyun fooling him for fun. After all, even the Dongfeng missiles that Huaxia had spent years working on, based on his Dongfeng missile car, nowadays, all of them require at least 1,000 people to power up at the same time and consume hundreds of millions of energy before they can be effective. And it's still the kind that doesn't distinguish between enemy and self and can't effectively determine hostile targets. Despite the kill difference, the tech comparison gap between the two is a bit large, and after the military went behind it, validated it in many ways, replicated the data model, copied it, and tested it many times, he had established that fact, and had been waiting for Xiao Jin to arrive. If it wasn't for the fact that the capital was currently occupied, he would have hated to personally go over and tie Sujin over. And in the face of Ainsley's request, Sujin couldn't wait before he catalyzed the second-generation robot. Offense mode. Lock on target. Da-da-da-da-da. Accompanied by the gun barrels extending from the robot's arms, densely packed energy bullets were fired out. Congratulations on killing level 15 beasts, level 16 beasts, level 17 beasts, and level 18 beasts. Congratulations on killing the 25th level beast, the Tsong Wolf, and gaining 1320 experience. Seeing this scene, several people had different reactions. Exley's eyes widened with shock and surprise. He didn't expect the robot to become so powerful after Sujin's adjustments. It was already possible to easily defeat a level 25 fierce beast. A strong excitement welled up in his heart, as if he had seen hope for the future. The taller old man, on the other hand, had his mouth wide open, his face full of incredulity. Admiration flowed from his eyes as he secretly sighed in his heart at Sujin's power. The relatively young one jumped up and down with excitement. He waved his fists and cheered loudly. Autonomous operation. Easily killing a level 25 ferocious beast. It's too powerful. This technique is simply unrivaled. The shout brought the two men back to their senses. This little friend. Ah, the old man here must solemnly say sorry to you. The old man Liangshu slowly opened his mouth, his voice filled with guilt and sincerity. He owed a slight bow to Sujin, a look of sincerity written all over his face. When Sujin saw this, he was shocked and hurriedly stepped forward. Both hands reached out and held Liangshu steadily. Elder Liang, you're too discounting me. My knowledge of this is really nothing more than luck. To get to where we are now, that's a result of everyone working together. I believe that even without me, with your ability, Elder Liang, you will be able to find a solution sooner or later. Sujin's eyes were as clear as water, which were full of sincerity, without the slightest hint of arrogance or complacency. It even exuded a deep respect for the old man in front of him. Hearing Sujin's words, the smile on Ainsley's face grew stronger. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, filled with relief, as if to say in a silent voice, "See, there's my good grandson." And Liang Code was slightly stunned, with some surprise on his face as he asked, "You know me?" Sujin nodded his head vigorously and smiled heatedly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "My father, Su Anguo, was once beaten by your old man. He has often spoken of you in the presence of my late father, and my late father has learned some of your glorious deeds from my father and mother. Compared to these insignificant little things that my juniors are tinkering with, the one that you presided over researching, Elder Liang, is truly a national weapon." Sujin's tone was filled with admiration and admiration. When Liangshu heard Sujin's words, a hint of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. Then he laughed out loud. "So it's that kid Anguo's son. I didn't expect it to have grown so big. You are a humble and courteous boy, much more stable than your father could have been back then." Sujin hurriedly waved his hand. You are too kind, Elder Liang. Liang Shou shook his head slightly. Young people can't be presumptuous. The two chatted some more. Then, he looked at Su Jin with anticipation in his eyes and asked somewhat eagerly, "Come on, tell me why it won't start when we do that. What's the problem?" Hearing this, Louis on the side also looked at Su Jin with anticipation, waiting for his response. Su Jin slightly pondered and slowly opened his mouth after organizing his words. The two Liang Shou listened extremely carefully. From time to time, he nodded, the pen in his hand jotting down quick points in his notebook. When Su Jin finished his explanation, Lu Yi inquired, "Little friend Su Jin, then what should we do to continue to make the robot improve?" Su Jin shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly. "This junior is not clear. All of this knowledge is the result of career crystals that my late father received as a gift from my family's father. By a fluke, it reacted with a late-blooming soldier and thus transformed into a mechanic. Latecomer's current level is still low, his spiritual power is insufficient, and there is still a lot of knowledge that hasn't been fully unlocked. If it is improved, it can only reach a maximum strength of killing ferocious beasts around level 35, but that consumes." The three people present were all national treasures, and for them, Su Jin had no idea of hiding. Slightly modified to say all that could be said. Afterwards, several people had an in-depth and passionate discussion around Dongfeng missiles, air force weapons, naval weapons including mecha and robots, and many other aspects. Su Jin, after all, had returned from rebirth and possessed many memories in his mind of technologies that had already been realized in the future of China, plus having a career as a mechanic. In many ways, the views presented had a way of catching the eyes of both men. Halfway through the day, Liang Shou stood up and said in a firm tone, "After that, if you can't pass the single nuclear weapon program, come to me, and all the resources you need. Our institute wraps it up." After saying that, he took the notes that were full of records and left with Louis with a steady pace. In the large room, only Su Jin and Aili were left behind, along with half a room of chillingly ferocious beasts. This old Liang, when it comes to these, he can't stop. Looking at Liang Shou's departing direction, Ainsley's eyes were filled with admiration. He shook his head slightly. Then, with a smile on his face, he looked at Su Jin. "How about it? Is your grandpa AI fast enough?" With old Liang around, the owner of Destroyer has basically been confirmed. Su Jin hemmed and hawed and didn't deny it. After all, that was a humanity emperor's soldier, and the things involved were vast and complex. Even with Aili around, even with the National Defense University behind him, he didn't have the full confidence in his heart. Therefore, in order to be able to make what Lin Yu had told him in the first place completely true, he then came up with the idea of utilizing the little cloud robot to help him get as much help as possible. It's just that he really didn't expect that Lu Jinyan and AI Sealy would move so quickly. "You boys are indeed more resourceful than your father, and no one will say anything if you do this. If it were your father, he could block someone's doorstep if they agreed to do something, and when the time came, someone didn't agree." Saying that, Ainsley patted Su Jin's shoulder rather favorably. "Do you have time in the evening? I'll call up some old friends for a meal together to put you at ease again. There's no need for dinner, is there? You're enough with Grandpa AI." Saying that, Su Jin pointed at the ferocious beasts and looked at Aili with some embarrassment. "Look at these ferocious beasts. It's all yours." Ainsley immediately understood Su Jin's meaning and said without hesitation, "Kill as many as you can. I'll pay for the contribution points. Thanks Grandpa AI." When Su Jin heard this, he gently nodded his head, his heart filled with gratitude. Then, he turned his head to look at those ferocious beasts, an incomparable excitement flowing from his eyes. That's a lot of experience for nothing. Chapter 79 Promotion to Level 23. Ainsley's suggestion. With permission, Su Jin licked his lips as a wave of excitement and anticipation surged within him. With a movement of his mind, a powerful power fluctuation instantly filled the air. Immediately after that, 3 hero-level units, the Manticore King, the Supersonic, and the Golden Iron Beast, were summoned. Good thing this room is really big enough, and because it's in the Age of Lords, to prevent some people from accidentally summoning troops in the room and causing it to burst. 99% of the buildings are built with special technology that allows soldiers to be reduced in size. The original 10-meter-high Manticore King, Supersonic, is only about 2 meters here, and it's perfectly castable. At the same time, the original black combat suit on Su Jin's body also surfaced with a flash of red light. Immediately after, flames surged out from all parts of Su Jin's body like raging waves, and a blazing aura filled the air. The blazing flames seemed to be alive, constantly pulsing and changing. The fire dragon took shape and closed in on Su Jin. Inferno Dragon Armor Ensemble. The fight broke out instantly, and the scene was unusually relaxed. the mighty Tiger King's saber teeth, the supersonic greatsword, the golden iron beast's sharp claws, and Su Jin's flaming blade. Flames, lightning, and the sound of metal clashing intertwined. The ferocious beasts in the cages had no resistance at all against the powerful offense of Su Jin and the 3 hero-level units. Some of the ferocious beasts tried to fight back. However, as soon as they make a move, they suffer the confinement of the cage. The sturdy cage seemed like an impenetrable barrier, rendering the ferocious beasts' counterattacks useless. They growled angrily but could only struggle futilely in their cages. This kid is truly blessed. Seeing the scene in front of him, Ainsley's heart was overwhelmed with emotion. Although his troop type was also the mechanical race, even as a level 98 lord with millions of troops, even if one just casually used a combat soldier, based on their aura alone, they would be able to instantly kill all the ferocious beasts present. But his soldiers couldn't manage to subconsciously dodge the maneuver like Supersonic did anyway. Such a gap simply cannot be bridged by rank. At the same time, when Ashley saw the armor that Su Jin was wearing, as well as his current attributes, more than that, there was a sense of foreboding. Even if one returns to level 30, no, even level 40, if one doesn't put up a fight, once he was approached by Su Jin, he would definitely lose, even if he had likewise seen countless impressive geniuses in the past. However, the strength and potential displayed by Su Jin in front of him still made him feel incomparably shocked. After about 10 minutes or so, at this point, only the last fierce beast that had reached level 40 remained in the room. It seemed to sense the approach of death as well, pacing back and forth in the cage restlessly, a low growl escaping its mouth. However, its fate was sealed. There is no seat for the weak before the strong. A cold aura flashed in Supersonic's eyes, and his body instantly transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, only to see it leaping up high. The light of the sharp blade in its hand was so bright that an extremely cold aura instantly filled the air. Breaking ice slash. Supersonic bellowed, his sharp blade slashing down hard with an endless cold aura towards that level 40 ferocious beast. The air seemed to be frozen as the cold aura cut through like lightning. That ferocious beast didn't even have time to make any reaction. There was a loud bang. The ferocious beast's huge body fell to the ground with a loud thud, never moving again. Congratulations on slaying a level 40 beast and gaining 360 experience. Congratulations to the Lord for leveling up to 23. Spirit plus 1760. Physique plus 330. Strength plus 176. Agility plus 132. A large number of high-grade ferocious beasts were killed one by one. Plus, Su Jin had previously killed quite a few ferocious beasts on his way here. The experience provided by such a huge number of ferocious beasts directly caused Su Jin to successfully advance to level 23. Since these ferocious beasts had been under the restriction of the suppression array, when you kill them, you don't get Lord energy as well as equipment drops as normal. It could even be argued that such a move is strictly limited by the rules. The experience gained in this way raises the level. Attribute points added to the Lord and his troop types are also cut in half. And, depending on the level of the slain ferocious beast, within a certain period of time, Su Jin must once again kill a ferocious beast of the same level alone in order to receive the return of these slashed attributes. Needless to say, such upgrades are simply too risky and are not advocated. But then, for Su Chen to say, he himself possessed the ability to kill a level 40 ferocious beast alone, so for such a restriction, he didn't give it a second thought. And, isn't it a good thing that you can trigger a quest by messing up like this? The corner of Su Jin's mouth rose slightly as his gaze fell on the newly triggered mission in the system. Checking and mending, killing level 22 to 40 beasts to make up for the missing attributes of level 22 and 23. Mission reward, 10W of Lord's energy. Thanks Grandpa AI. Su Jin once again thanked Ashley, his tone filled with sincerity. Instead, Ainsley revealed a somewhat meaningful expression and slowly said, Jin, I suggest that you can temporarily delay your increase in the number of soldiers. In the absence of hero-level units, more soldiers are definitely better. And the greater the number, the greater the role they can play in battle. But you're different. You have 3 hero-level units right now, and you'll probably have more in the future. There are times when focusing on hero-level units and equipping them with a full set of troop equipment can be an effective way to boost strength. When he finished speaking, Ainsley gave a slight pause, then smiled. Of course, if you found the right path for you, then keep going. Even if you encounter setbacks and problems that you can't solve, you have me to cover for you, so don't be afraid. When Su Jin heard this, a warm current surged in his heart. Grandpa AI, you are right. I will seriously consider your suggestion and adjust my development direction. Exley nodded slightly, a look of relief in his eyes. At the same time, he took out his cell phone and tapped on the screen to send Su Jin a contact information. Somewhat tongue-in-cheek, he said, "There are still a few days before the official start of school. You don't have anything to do for the next 2 days, so you can go with this little guy to open up the land. More communication between young people will do you good." By now, other than thanking him, Su-jin really didn't know what he should say anymore. Capitals, openings, young people. The meaning behind such a combination of 3 words has become obvious. Simply put, progress. Okay, it's getting late. Go back. Exley pushed out the door, followed closely by Su-jin. The two separate at the next intersection. Chapter 80. My name is Hu Feiwei. Hu Feiwei. Honestly, to Ainsley's suggestion, although Su-jin answered that way at the time, whether he did it or not could be his own thing. Though one has to admit that Exley's advice is sound. With the exception of a very few special types of soldiers, the consequences of death for other types of soldiers are extremely serious. It's not just as simple as corresponding to a hit of lordly energy. There will even be a very high probability that the Lord's seat occupied by the trooper will collapse. Once the Lord's seat collapsed, the Lord's spiritual power would lose its vital support, which in turn could lead to its dissipation. Over the course of a long history, there have been many instances of direct brain death due to too many troop deaths, resulting in the Lord's mental energy being emptied. As a result, many lords reduce the number of ordinary soldiers they call upon when they get hero-level units. Only, for Su Lai to speak, these so-called rules and regulations were somewhat less suitable for him, especially after getting the mechanic profession and binding it to the Inferno Dragon armor. His current base panel was horrifying. Mental, 30565. Physical, 4581. Strength, 2935. Agility, 2294. With such attributes, the attack power was already comparable to supersonic. That is to say, for every soldier he summons, he can increase his supersonic attribute by 1. Not playing the Stormtrooper stream? Isn't that a waste? Sure, Exley's suggestion is also a clear path. There are times when a lot of resources are invested in fewer heroic units. It can greatly increase the ceiling of the Lord and increase the ability to fight monsters over the level. Therefore, the path Su-jin finally chose was also very simple. All of them, both exploding soldiers and focusing on hero-level units. As for Ainsley's last comment about group openings, Su-jin didn't refuse either. There are 3 reasons for this. First, the human condition. Humans are advanced group animals, and there is no shortage of people to deal with. Even with the country behind them looking over their shoulders, it was definitely better to have as many connections as possible for something like this. Second, it's an opening. Hey, secret opening equals doubled experience equals increased burst rate equals riches. Anyway, Su-jin was very confident. Between people his own age, even if they are 2 years older than him, he was confident that he could obtain more than 90% of the experience within the copy whenever he wanted. Third, system tasks. Sunset, successfully open the team's secret world. Sunset, reward, Diamond Evolutionary Crystal. Hidden challenge, kill the hidden boss in Sunset Glow. Reward, King's Hero Evolution Crystal. You can get that many rewards for clearing a secret realm? So where do you find a good deal? Mental strength +5. Strength +1. Agility +1. Having eaten and drank his fill once again, Su-jin was quite satisfied as he got up and left the cafeteria, heading in the direction of the dormitory. Walking back to the dormitory building, just before reaching the door of his dormitory, Su-jin realized that the door was open. That fast? He was slightly taken aback. Originally, Su-jin thought that his roommate would be just like the other freshmen, waiting until the teleportation spells were opened before coming to report. However, a slight thought made him realize, students who are able to live in an apartment-style dormitory during their freshman year, all of them are the best of the best who have fought their way out from among the thousands of novice lords. It's not unusual that there would be a school teacher traveling to escort them. I hope it's not an arrogant guy, or else. Su-jin smiled slightly, and the moment he pushed open the door, he realized that there was an unfamiliar figure in the dormitory. The man was tall, full of arrogance, a cocky and somewhat gangly man sitting on the sofa. When he saw Su-jin enter, he only slightly raised his eyelids. Yo, you're my roommate? There was a hint of carelessness in his tone. Get acquainted. Hu Feiwei. Who as in hustle. Hustle as in non-hustle. Su-jin frowned slightly, but still responded politely. Su-jin. After that, he was ready to leave. You're Su-jin, the bearer of Lu Province? Hu Feiwei sat up instantly after hearing Su-jin's name, his eyes staring tightly at Su-jin, his eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. At the same time, the mouth whispered, strength should be enough to have the strength to be my roommate. Su-jin shook his head inside, not really wanting to pay attention to this flamboyant fellow. Walking to the door of his room, he was about to reach out and open the door to go in. when Hu Feiwei's voice came from behind him. Hey, Su Jin, don't rush off yet. Hu Feiwei's tone still carried that arrogance. Su Jin frowned and turned around, looking at Hu Feiwei. What else? I'm like this. I'm used to talking and doing arrogant things, so if there's anything that offends you, you put up with it. After saying that, Hu Feiwei took out a bag from the space and casually threw it to Su Jin. Su Jin subconsciously caught the bag and looked at Hu Feiwei with a puzzled face. The corners of Hu Feiwei's mouth rose slightly, revealing an unruly smile as he said, "This is my arrogance fee for a month." Su Jin opened the bag to take a look, only to see a flickering light inside. A prompt sounded in his head instantly, Lord's Energy plus 30W. The words Su Jin originally wanted to say were directly swallowed back. Thoughts tumbled through his mind as he remembered who it was that had this style of acting. Arrogant character, moving to insult people with money. Surname Hu, National Defense University, son of Hu Dafu, the richest man in China. Operation codename, Brother Ping 2. At the same time, like Shangwan Wan'er, Hu Feiwei was one of his own teammates in that joint military exercise. Later on, according to his introduction, he has had an arrogant personality on display since he was 3 years old. From the beginning of my life, I knew that my family had money, and I was given the great honor of spreading money. It was also because he wanted his son's arrogant and domineering character to be a little more restrained that Hu Dafu forced him to join the National Defense University. The Hu Feiwei at this time, seeing Su Jin look like he wanted to speak, he waved his hand with full concern. Here you take it, I'm afraid of a beating today and I'm fairly restrained. I can't help it if I get mixed up. Hu Feiwei's tone was full of confidence and casualness. Tell me when you can't stand it. I'll open SVIP. As Su Jin looked at Hu Feiwei's arrogant yet spontaneous appearance, he couldn't help but feel a trace of complex emotions welling up in his heart. On the one hand, he felt a bit helpless about this reckless behavior of Hu Feiwei. On the other hand, one has to admit that this guy does have a few distinctive qualities. At the same time, there are some expectations. The future Hu Feiwei has been weakened by 50% even though this style of acting has not completely changed. Su Jin was curious as to what Hu Feiwei had endured during these 3 months, how many beatings he had received. It's what's going to change him so much. Chapter 81, The Open Range Squad meets up. Early the next morning, a sharp knock on the door woke up the sleeping Su Jin. Su Jin was sleepy and looked at the time, wondering in his mind, leaving so early? Before Su Jin could think much about it, Hu Feiwei's grumpy voice rang out like thunder. What son of a won't let me sleep? Su Jin shook his head helplessly and got up to go out. The door had just opened a crack when Hu Feiwei was heard yelling outside while walking towards the door. Who the hell is it? It's early in the morning. Let people live. The person who came was a muscular and strong man named Lei Jintian. He stood in the doorway like an iron tower giving a strong sense of oppression. Lei Jintian frowned slightly, as if he felt some dissatisfaction with Hu Feiwei's words just now. I'm damn sure I don't want to take you boys with me in the open. His voice rang out like muffled thunder, his words not hiding his reluctance. When Hu Feiwei heard this, but he didn't get angry. Instead he shrugged his shoulders full of concern. Che, you think I want to be with you? I'm not going to bother with a four-legged, simple-minded guy like you. With that, he took out another bag from his space and threw it over. The bag arced through the air and landed accurately in the other's hand. There is no doubt that this is another coin toss. Seeing the bag disappear from Lei Jintian's hands, the corner of Hu Feiwei's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug smile. His cocky look seemed to proclaim his victory. Can the opening be delayed for a while? Hu Feiwei raised his chin and asked in a commanding tone. Lei Jintian originally wanted to refuse, but when he thought about the benefits he had just received, it didn't seem like it would be impossible to wait a little longer. Yes, Hu Feiwei got the better of him and continued. Can you help me wash my hair? When Lei Jintian heard this, he immediately opened his eyes in anger. You, Hu Feiwei, however, did not panic and once again took out a bag from the space and shook it in his hand. Spread the coins. Lei Jintian looked at the bag, the anger on his face fading. Please, we're all brothers. What's wrong with helping out with a wash and blow dry? Su Jin watched the scene from the sidelines and couldn't help but feel emotion in his heart. This style of behavior of Hu Feiwei is really irritating and funny. On the one hand, his arrogance and recklessness make people frown at him for being too capricious. On the other hand, his forthrightness and boldness brought a twinge of admiration at some points. In many people's opinion, it doesn't matter how rich his dad is. There is something very wrong with Huffy's character and the way he handles things like that. His arrogance and insolence, his way of solving everything with money, seems to run counter to generally accepted values. However, those who can understand him, and those who can see through it, know, these coins he's spreading are really nothing to his dad. The wealth of the Hu family is unimaginable. Hu Feiwei squandering will not have a substantial impact on the family business. And, as Huffy for all sorts of cussing out his own family's property, that display of sincerity made him a sign of their family as well, instead making him seem real and believable. This unique way of publicizing their industry has in turn invariably made it more powerful and more profitable. There is also something to be said for including who Huffy is spreading the coins for. On the one hand, there are lords who have status and can play with him. For these people, Hu Fei's way of doing so somehow deepens the connection between the two sides instead. It also creates opportunities for his dad to talk to the other parent. The next most common are still some civilian genius lords. This way, many times it can help them with their immediate needs. Plus, the scope of this spreading of money is broader. 1 out of 100 can grow up and know how to return the favor, all of which brings some help to the Hu family. I don't know how many times I can make back the coins I previously scattered. Hu Feiwei's seemingly absurd behavior actually inadvertently weaves a huge network of contacts for the family. The water of Mian Lake in the northeastern part of Yanjing was sparkling. On the shore of the lake, a vortex spins quietly. The vortex was strangely gorgeous in the midst of the setting sun. In front of this vortex, a woman and a man were gathered, discussing something in a low voice. One of them looked slightly bored. At this moment, Lei Zhentian brought Su Jin and Hu Feiwei over with him in quick steps. The sound of their footsteps shattered the tranquility of the lake, causing both men to turn their heads and look. 3 big men grinding away like pussies. A woman complained with a frown. She had a graceful figure and a pretty face, her long hair fluttering in the wind, her eyes revealing a hint of impatience. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Which dog? Seeing the person who spoke, Hu Feiwei's eyes instantly widened before he could finish his sentence. Full of astonishment, he cried, asterisk 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 Sun Ernyang. His voice revealed obvious fear. Only a slight tremor was seen in his body as he subconsciously took a small step backward. Su Jin stood on the sidelines and sighed in his heart as he watched the fireworks between the two during this period. Looks like this opening trip won't be too easy. However, he didn't say much. After all, it's just a level 30 secret opening. In front of the strong battle power of his own soldiers, no matter what situation he encountered, he had the confidence to solve it. Lei Zhentian, on the other hand, frowned, seemingly a little displeased with Hu Feiwei's loss of composure at a time like this. He was a little concerned that such a situation would affect the process of opening the land. When Sun Cora heard Hu Feiwei's name calling, her willow eyebrows rose and she looked at Hu Feiwei angrily. Mustache, if you keep screaming believe it or not I'll rip your mouth off. Hu Feiwei looked around at a few people, and his tense expression instantly lit up before his eyes. He quickly walked next to Su Jin and lowered his voice. Dude, help me educate her later. 50W. Hu Feiwei had some aspects to understand some of Su Jin's strength. At this moment, it was clear that Su Jin had already been treated as his savior. Although Hu Feiwei's voice was not loud, all the people present were lords, and their hearing was naturally very good, so they all heard it clearly. Sun Kor looked at Hu Feiwei with disdain. I said how dare the mustache guy talk to me like this today? So that's all you've got? You still want to find someone to teach me a lesson? Don't even look at your own weight. There was contempt in her eyes and mockery in her tone. Hu Feiwei's face became a bit ugly, but he didn't dare to retort and could only stand there awkwardly. What a jolly pair. As Su Jin watched the interaction between the two, he felt more and more amused in his heart. If it wasn't for the return of rebirth, no one would have believed that such two people would come together. Lei Zhentian, on the other hand, frowned and coughed lightly. Stop it all. We have business to attend to. His voice was not loud, but at this moment, it carried a kind of majesty, causing both Sun Kor and Hu Feiwei to quiet down. The secret realm opens up to a high level of danger, and all must remain on high alert. Lei Zhentian said seriously, I'm a bit older than you guys, and I'm responsible for your safety. All of you introduce yourselves first, and then I'll arrange a strategy of action based on your situation. I'll go first. Lei Zhentian, level 30, troop type, Swift Thunder Elf, Furious Thunder Elf, Thunder Shadow Swarmer, better at bursting, swarming, and speed. Lei Zhentian's voice was calm and strong, making people feel his confidence and strength the moment they heard it. His eyes scanned the crowd firmly, as if waiting for a response from the others. At that moment, another man with a cold face stood out, and he said with a slight nod, Sun Dinghong, level 29, troop types Glacier Mammoth and Ice Crystal Giant Turtle, specializes in charging and defense. Then, Hu Feiwei said in a dangling manner, Hu Feiwei, level 18, troop type is Golden Armored Warlord and Magic Missile Envoy, able to resist and fight. Sun Kor was also not willing to show weakness. Clasping her hands in front of her chest and raising her chin, she said, Sun Kor, level 18, troop type is Heavy Artillery Archer, specializes in single burst and armor reduction. Finally, Su Jin stepped forward with a calm expression. Su Jin, level 23, troop type, Black Leopard Beast, Wind and Snow Fighter, Spirit Skyship, specializes in, I seem to be pretty good at everything. Chapter 82, Entering the Secret Realm. Slaughter. When Su Jin finished introducing his rank and troop type in a flat tone, Hu Feiwei's expression still didn't have any noticeable change. As the son of the richest man in China, Hu Feiwei possesses rich resources and powerful cards that are unimaginable to ordinary people. Not only do they have a variety of rare treasures and equipment, but they also possess many powerful skills. This includes the special skill of being able to see through other people's levels. Because of this, he had a certain degree of understanding of Su Jin's strength. However, in stark contrast to Hu Feiwei's calmness, the others looked at Su Jin with surprise on their faces after hearing his introduction. Whether it was Lei Zhentian, the experienced and powerful big brother, or the two young and talented lords, the Sun family siblings, both of whom had shock and doubt written all over their faces. Why there were 3 troop types at level 23? They had some guesses, but that's a bit too high of a rating. Sun Kor's eyes widened with disbelief. Her bright eyes were filled with astonishment, as if she had seen something completely beyond her imagination. Level 23. No, handsome, you're not kidding. There was a hint of trembling in her voice, obviously deeply shaken by Su Jin's rank. Didn't you also just become a lord not long ago? How did you upgrade so quickly? Sun Keir really couldn't believe that Su Jin's rank was so high. In her perception, the fact that she was able to reach level 18 by now was already a great thing. Despite the fact that Su Jin was the top scholar of Quan Chang, he felt that he would be a little better than himself, but she never expected it to be anywhere near a point. Handsome, how on earth did you do it? Upgrading so fast. Any secrets? Sun Kor spoke while staring closely at Su Jin, her eyes filled with curiosity. Hu Feiwei frowned slightly when he saw this appearance of Sun Kor, muttering in his heart that this Sun Ernyang was really curious. He glanced at Su Jin, then twisted his head to look at Sun Kor, revealing a slightly mocking smile. Humph, Sun Ernyang, don't pry. It's someone else's ability to have this skill. Su Jin, you think anyone can be as staggering as you are? Sun Kor wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Sun Jinghong's voice. Don't be ridiculous. There was a hint of reproach in Sun Jinghong's tone. He frowned slightly and looked at Sun Kor with helplessness in his eyes. My old ancestor, if you can't speak, let's not speak. When Sun Kor was stopped by her brother like this, she was a bit aggravated and pouted her lips to say something else. But seeing Sun Jinghong's serious expression, he eventually swallowed back the words that were on his lips. Sun Jinghong turned his head to look at Su Jin with an apologetic smile on his face. His eyes were full of sincerity, as if he was feeling guilty for his sister's reckless behavior. Slightly bowing, she said, my little sister is too young to speak. Please don't take it to heart, fellow Su Jin. His posture is so low that it's hard to get mad at him. Su Jin nodded slightly, indicating that he didn't care. After all, how to say it? Why he upgraded so fast? Even if he said it, others couldn't imitate it. Lei Zhentian coughed lightly, breaking the slightly awkward atmosphere. Then he swept a circle around the people present and slowly spoke. Now that everyone has introduced themselves, I'll formulate an action strategy now. 3 minutes later, a few people completed their grouping and walked to the secret realm door, immediately opening the teleportation. Debut Team Secret, Sunset, rank, 15 to 30, Premier Buff, experience doubled, all beasts drop rate increased by 50%, random quality treasure chests will be awarded for killing bosses, reward for the first pass, Black Iron Golden Treasure Chest, distributed according to contribution. Team members, Lei Zhentian, Su Jin. Lei Zhentian's line of sight swept over the crowd, and after determining that there were no problems with any of them, he immediately chose to enter. With a flash of light, the figures of several people instantly disappeared in place. At the same time, inside Yanjing City, in a luxurious building, Hu Dafu looked at Aili across from him with a somewhat worried look on his face. Is it really okay to have just Tiny and Jinghong around? His hands were slightly interlocked, as if he was worried about his son Hu Feiwei and the actions of Su Jin and the others. After all, this was a level 30 secret realm and it was still open. There were too many dangers and surprises. Exley smiled and shook his head. Old Hu, don't worry too much. With Lei Zhentian leading the team, along with Su Jin, there definitely won't be too much of a problem. Ainsley's words were thick with confidence. He had to know that yesterday. He had seen with his own eyes that Su Jin already possessed the ability to decapitate a level 40 ferocious beast. The Panther Beast's powerful air-to-air capabilities coupled with the fighter troopers are fully capable of taking control of the air. In the midst of this kind of low-grade secret realm, Mastering air control was equivalent to absolute safety. At this moment, Su-jin and the others had already entered the Sunset Afterglow mystic realm. Asterisk 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 it's ing beautiful, Hu Feiwei shouted as he looked at the scene in front of him, only to see, unfolding in front of their eyes was a vast and boundless ocean, with the waves gently lapping against the shore, making a gurgling sound of waves. The sun hung over the sea level, emitting a warm, soft afterglow that shimmered across the surface. It's hard to imagine that this is actually a secret place and not a tourist attraction. Su-jin narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze slowly sweeping over the surroundings with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. He knew very well that the prettier something was, the more dangerous it was. Ocean, sky, land. This secret realm is much more complicated than expected. The experienced Lei Zhentian likewise noticed the white spots in the distant sky, as well as the bubbles on the surface of the sea. His complexion became grave and he immediately reminded the crowd, everyone stay alert and be ready to deal with unexpected situations. The crowd hasn't had a chance to respond. The white griffin in the sky had been revealed to the crowd. They spread their huge wings and hovered high in the sky, their eyes revealing ferocity and greed. In the ocean, the corpse dolphins are starting to show themselves as well. The sea of dark gray bodies weaved in and out, sending up waves and emitting a sickening scent. On land, a pride of lions came roaring in. They were majestic and aggressive, as if they wanted to devour the crowd. Lei Zhentian quickly summoned his own soldiers and shouted, everyone, don't panic, act according to the strategy you set out earlier. But Su-jin had already discovered all this in advance and prepared for it. 2,000 Black Panther beasts and 1,000 wind and snow fighters were already in combat mode. Instantly, the sound of did rang out like a sudden rain. Tons of fire spewed out as if to set the air on fire, and blazing rays of light flickered across the battlefield. The leopard beast formation formed by 1,000 black leopard beasts flickered with streams of light. Each bullet that hits a griffin can cause unparalleled and horrific damage. The original arrogant aura of the griffins was instantly suppressed. A huge body fell from the sky and smashed into the sea. The muzzles of the other 1,000 Black Panther beasts continued to spew fire. A dense network of firepower intertwined, bullets slicing through the air like meteors. The lions let out an angry roar, but they also had to hold back in the face of this powerful firepower. In the meantime, 1,000 fighters whizzed through the sky, their silhouettes as swift as lightning. Missiles from the fighter jets rained down on the sea, sending up huge splashes and explosions. The sea was suddenly choppy and the waves were splashing. That powerful explosion killed and wounded the corpse dolphins. 3,000 soldiers pouring fire at the same time has been quite a fire suppression. The entire battlefield was enveloped by this powerful firepower. The roars, explosions and roars were intertwined to form a thrilling music of war. Out of the nuclear day when there is none, the enemy of Han will be slaughtered under the nucleus. Hu Feiwei couldn't help but murmur when he saw the formidable combat power of Su-jin's soldiers and the attack posture that was like a raging storm. His voice was soft but full of shock and emotion. Chapter 83 Aircraft Carriers and Fighters. A few people who were shocked. Out of the nuclear day when there is none, the enemy of Han will be slaughtered under the nucleus. Su-jin couldn't help but light up when he heard this. He thought that was just not wow. It is similar to Big Mushroom Smoke Strait, Othancore Sunset Plains. The intense aura, the profound meaning seemed tailor-made for him and his soldiers. However, Su-jin still looked unperturbed on the surface. He narrowed his eyes slightly, those deep eyes revealing calmness and wisdom. After observing the situation clearly, with a thought, the 1,000 spirit skyship instantly appeared on the surface of the water. The appearance of these spirit ships was like divine soldiers descending from the sky, carrying a powerful sense of oppression. They flew together in combinations and arrangements, moving neatly as if they had been rehearsed countless times. Each spirit ship accurately found its own position, cooperating with each other without the slightest bit of confusion. As they combined, a huge aircraft carrier gradually took shape. That huge body was like a moving steel fortress, emitting a chilling aura. The sturdy hulls, towering towers, and shimmering weapons all displayed its mighty power. The appearance of the aircraft carriers changed the whole situation of the battlefield once again. Boom, boom, boom. The anti-aircraft guns were unleashed with a roar. The intense vibration seemed as if it was going to tear the entire sky apart. The dense artillery fire was like a web of death, enveloping the griffins in the sky. The griffins had originally been beaten back by the panther beast formation. At this moment, facing the powerful firepower of the anti-aircraft guns, the fall was even faster. A huge griffin corpse fell like a meteor, carrying despair and unwillingness. At the same time, an aircraft carrier made up of 1,000 spirit ships could likewise activate vortex control. The powerful current force instantly surged, forming an oversized current vortex on the surface of the sea. The vortex was like a huge black hole, emitting a mysterious and dangerous aura. A large number of corpse dolphins were attracted by this powerful current vortex. Their bodies tumbled and collided in the vortex, but it was as if they were caught in a nightmare from which there was no escape. The sea was in chaos as the corpse dolphins let out guttural cries of despair, while the ferocious beasts are gathered. Fighter jets in the sky poured missiles wildly into the center of the vortex. Light! 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 The missiles rained down, exploding with precision in the vortex. That powerful impact made the current in the whirlpool even more turbulent. A large number of corpse dolphins died instantly in this violent explosion. Their bodies were blown to smithereens, blood and flesh flying everywhere. The corpses of the cadaver dolphins tumbled with the current, and blood filled the waters, mixing with the nitrous smoke and causing the whirlpool to change color. The originally clear seawater became turbid, taking on a bizarre color of dark red intertwined with gray. Immediately after, when a fighter jet's missiles were dumped, the fighters traced a graceful arc in the air, rapidly closing in on the massive aircraft carrier. Their movements are agile and decisive, like birds returning to their nests. As it descended, the fuselage shimmered and the transformation began. The shape of the originally streamlined fighter gradually changed, and the mechanical parts rapidly reorganized. When landing, stop in human form. These droid warriors are majestic with their greatswords. As the corpse dolphins coming up enthusiastically around the mothership approached, without hesitation, he would swing his sword and slash. The greatsword waved in the air, bringing up a streak of harsh light. Each swing accurately hits the corpse dolphins, knocking them back or decapitating them. In the meantime, aircraft carriers have another very powerful effect. It can form a perfect fit with fighters and is capable of reloading missiles for fighters. A light flashed as the missiles were quickly replenished one by one to the fighters. The fighters, whose missiles had been replenished, took off again and continued the bombing. The entire process was efficient and organized, showing Su Jin's ability to efficiently synergize between his soldiers. See the scene before you. Hu Feiwei's eyes were filled with shock as he stared in disbelief at what he saw before him. Su Jin's soldiers showed strength far beyond his imagination. That ferocious firepower, decisive action, and efficient coordination. It left him, the well-informed son of the richest man in the world, in awe. While the shock on Lei Jintian and Sun Jinghong's faces, the emotion in their hearts was even greater. They were a year ahead of Xiao Jin becoming a leader, but the powerful firepower output possessed by the Shu Jin soldiers in front of him, they think they can't compete, especially Lei Jintian, who was also a student of the National Defense University. There was also some special training with the military. He also saw that Su Jin's soldier type's control of the battlefield situation and their cooperation with each other was simply a well-trained division of steel. Even some of the chiefs. No, it's the divisional lords that don't always do that well. Damn, there's a big difference between people. Lei Jintian's originally serious face was now covered in shock, and his heart was filled with emotion. Sun Qier, on the other hand, was shocked by the terrifying hit rate of Su Jin's soldiers. Her originally soulful eyes were now wide open, filled with an unbelievable expression, simply because, in her sight, all of Su Jin's soldiers, whether they were killing sea creatures, land creatures, or sky creatures, whether it's a stationary target or a moving target, except for the empty guns due to the deaths of ferocious beasts, all the bullets, none of them hit empty. The guns hit the nail on the head. Such a terrifying fact caused a strong shock to well up in the heart of a lord like Sun Qier, who also possessed a soldier type that used guns as a means of attack. She inquired to the trooper beside her, "Aroma, can you do this if you're in good shape?" It was as if Sun Qier was eager to get a positive answer from her own soldier. However, the response she received was a bit disappointing. A gunshot to the head without a single miss. "I can't do it yet." Sun Shangxian's voice was a bit low, and her tone was filled with helplessness. This time, everyone had to admit that in the midst of this secret opening, there was no way for them to compete with Su Jin for the top of the output list and the top of the contribution list. However, all of you present are young people after all. The body is full of youthful vigor and vitality, and that unconquerable energy flows in the blood. They are confident about their future. Upon seeing the powerful performance of Su Jin's soldiers, they weren't discouraged by this, but instead, they were inspired to fight for a few moments. "We can't be too far behind," Lei Jintian shouted seriously as he looked at the several people. A few others nodded heavily, their eyes shining with the same determination. "Begin commanding your soldiers and launching various attacks against the ferocious beasts." For a while, the battlefield was once again bustling with activity. Different types of soldiers showed their own characteristics and strengths, and fought fiercely with the ferocious beasts. "Cheer together. I'll take care of the air units and the distant sea units, and you can take care of the rest." Su Jin smiled. He also had no desire to monopolize the experience in the secret realm. The 143 panther beasts were redeemed first, making it a full 2,500. With the addition of the new Black Panther beast, the entire team's aura was even stronger. Then, with a command, Su Jin had the 2,500 Black Panther beasts simultaneously catalyze the Panther Beast formation. Aircraft carriers as well as fighter groups were also under Su Jin's command heading towards the distant sea. The ferocious beasts on land as well as near the sea. Su Jin left to the 4 of them. It's going to take a whole lot more of a plan. Lei Zhentian smiled somewhat helplessly. The situation has come to this. The plan of action he had planned before entering the secret realm had been disrupted by Su Jin alone. However, he didn't think anything bad about it. After all, for an all-around player like Su Jin, Lei Zhentian had assigned him the task of playing at will and supporting him at any time. Over time, the incoming ferocious beasts were getting higher and higher in rank. From the very beginning, the level 15 ferocious beasts slowly came to the level 20 ferocious beasts. For Hu Feiwei and Sun Kor, it had become slightly more challenging, and the killing speed had significantly slowed down. But in front of the troopers of Su Jin, Lei Zhentian, and Sun Dinghong, it's still a bit underwhelming. Despite the fact that Su Jin was in a slightly suppressed situation, he alone was still able to clean up faster than the other 4 combined. Such a situation naturally drew another gasp from the crowd. Of course, the most envious one had to be seeing Su Jin just enjoying the scenery in a leisurely manner. A white light flashed across his body. Ow, we can't envy such an advantage in terms of troop types, Lei Zhentian said with some emotion. I've decided, this time when I go back, I'm going to smash out a heroic unit. Hu Feiwei clenched his fists, his eyes revealing a firm determination. Since troop superiority cannot be envied, smash hero-level units and let hero troopers command the battle. Just then, Sun Kor suddenly shouted, Brother Jin, Brother Tian, it seems like a boss has appeared. Chapter 84, Hu Feiwei plus Sun Kor vs Lion and Tiger Beasts. A boss has appeared? The hearts of all the people were shocked. The Sunset Afterglow Mystic Realm had 3 different kinds of ferocious beasts from the sea, land and air. Theoretically there should be 3 mini-bosses, and a final big boss. But how long have they only entered the secret realm now? Is it 10 minutes? The boss just showed up? It was totally beyond their expectations. They had thought that the bosses would appear only after they had gone deeper into the secret realm and gone through a lot of difficulties. But now this situation has taken them by surprise. It should be because Su Jin killed too quickly and too much. The thought came to the minds of the crowd in unison. They turned their eyes toward Su Jin. At this moment, Su Jin had a bland face, still chewing the bread slowly and methodically, as if he didn't care about the situation in front of him. Are you guys going to eat? Su Jin looked at the gazes cast by the crowd and raised the bread in his hand. He sounded like he was asking about something perfectly normal, not the least bit nervous about the upcoming boss. Lei Zhentian shook his head slightly and laughed. You eat first. The first boss shouldn't be very strong. Let Hu Feiwei and Sun Kor exercise first. His voice wasn't as serious as it used to be. Instead, it carried a yin-jing flavor, and that distinctive accent was especially kind at this time. This was because he had a certain understanding of Su Jin's strength. Knowing that Su Jin was there, he would be able to cope even if an unexpected situation arose. Therefore, he no longer placed the secret realm too much in his eyes, and his mind became more relaxed. When Su Jin heard Lei Zhentian's words, he slightly nodded in agreement. After all, this was a group, and someone else had discovered this secret realm first. If you want everything for yourself, you will certainly feel uncomfortable in your heart even if you don't say anything about it. He's not one of those young men who doesn't know anything. Hu Feiwei and Sun Kor heard Lei Zhentian tell them to deal with the first boss. The 2 men's eyes met momentarily, and it was as if a spark flickered in the air. Hu Feiwei was the first to speak, raising his head slightly, his voice filled with arrogance. Humph, this first boss will definitely be in my pocket. Watch me easily kill it. Unwilling to show weakness, Sun Kor raised her willow eyebrows and retorted. Mustache, don't be too cocky. It's not certain who can kill this boss. I'm the one who can defeat it. Hu Feiwei gave Sun Kor a disdainful look before revealing a confident smile. Just by you? Sun Yang, you'd better stay honest. I'm confident that I can solve this boss in the shortest possible time. Sun Kor snorted coldly. Anyone can say big words. When the time comes, we'll see the real thing under the hands and see who is actually more powerful. Neither one of the two is convinced by the other. Both were adamant that they would be able to kill this suddenly appearing boss. As Su Jin and the others watched the two of them argue, they felt both amusement and anticipation in their hearts. Because of Su Jin's presence, unconsciously, all of them were free from the psychological pressure of opening the land. And at this point, the boss figure became clearer and clearer. The gazes of the crowd were locked onto the huge body that was gradually approaching. This was a lion and tiger beast that appeared on land, and it was extremely majestic looking, like a tiger, but with some of the characteristics of a lion. It had a huge head and fierce eyes, strong body, fur-like armor, thick and strong limbs, claws like hooks, tail like a steel whip. The crowd cast their probing means. Lion and tiger beast, rank, 25, spirit, 55,000, body mass, 9,000, power, 3,500, agility, 2,800, skills, earth-splitting strike, physical damage, raging roar, control, flaming shockwave, spell damage, berserk transformation, increase. This is the first boss in the secret world of Sunset. Physical and legal dual cultivation. Both physical and spell attacks can be used freely. High physique, high attack, high sensitivity, can be described as meat and output. Even scarier. This griffin triggers a berserk transformation when it is hit in a certain state. Not only is it immune to any control effects, at the same time, its attack power will be increased by 20%. Undoubtedly, it was again increasing the difficulty of trying to kill it. Hu Feiwei and Sun Core's expressions had become serious. The previous arguments and rivalries were all behind us at the moment. They realized that this was no time to fool around. With Su Jin and the others not making a move, they would have to work together and utilize the advantages of their respective troop types in order to kill them at the smallest possible cost. And at this moment, Su Jin looked at his panel and couldn't help but feel some emotion in his heart. No comparison hurts. Back a few days ago, when facing the level 20 purple lightning thunder rock bird, he had to make a slight effort to kill it. But what about now? Not to mention the Manticore King and the other soldiers. Just Su Jin's basic panel attributes alone were already comparable to the lion tiger beast in terms of strength and agility, casually taking each other out. Just as Su Jin was secretly lamenting, fighting has broken out. The golden armored war god owned by Hu Feiwei had taken the lead. This is an extremely special type of soldier. Its quality is legendary. Not a heroic unit, but better than a heroic unit, simply because it has an overpowered passive. Individuals occupying 1% of the troop seats will have a 1% attribute bonus, up to 50%. Because of this, despite the fact that the golden armored war god was only at level 18, fighting against that powerful level 25 lion and tiger beast was not at all a disadvantage. They parried the various attacks of the liger beasts left and right with agility and precision. Each block was just right, neutralizing the lion and tiger beast's attacks. At the same time, whenever the golden armored war god's attack hit the lion and tiger beast, all of that powerful impact would cause the lion and tiger beast's body to jolt slightly, briefly losing its balance. And this time, the magic missile envoys that Hu Feiwei had summoned through the territorial buildings as well as Sun Core's heavy artillery shooters would take advantage of the opportunity to attack. Ready for my magical baptism? A powerful magic missile whizzed out. Come on, let's see who has more firepower. A heavy shell was ejected. Deceleration, armor reduction, stun, knockback, various displays, as well as damage numbers popped up from the top of the lion and tiger beast's head. Facing such a fierce attack from the two soldiers, the lion and tiger beast let out a roar of rage to the extreme. Its huge body tried to dodge, but all of them would be seized by the golden armored war god and blocked. Combined with the magic missiles and heavy artillery attacks raining down, it made it difficult for the lion and tiger beasts to dodge them completely. The lion and tiger beasts looked a bit woeful under this powerful attack, but it is, after all, the boss that reaches level 25 in the opening copy, not the kind of little caramels whose attributes have been cut down for high school. Without strength that could absolutely crush it, it was difficult to defeat it easily. Over time, as the lion and tiger beast's blood level was beaten down to only 30% remaining, it steeply triggered the berserk transformation. Its aura rose as violently as a raging wave, chilling one to the bone. Immediately after that, it executed a cracking slam. The powerful force impacted the ground and immediately shook the two golden armored war gods next to him back a long way. Those two golden armored war gods were unsteady under the impact of this huge force and fell backward in a sorry state. The lion and tiger beast then unleashed a shocking roar. An intense sound wave spread out, instantly stunning the surrounding soldiers. In the meantime, flames began to coalesce on its body, and the blazing fire seemed as if it was going to burn the entire world to the ground. This sudden turn of events caused the two to panic a bit, even though they knew in their hearts that the lion and tiger beasts would go into a berserk state. But this berserk state will also zero out all skill CDs? Just as Lei Zhentian and Sun Jinghong wanted to get their soldiers to make a move, Su Jin's calm and powerful voice suddenly rang out. Attack the lion tigress's foreleg calves and apply gravity to its head. Chapter 85. Another advantage of the mechanical race soldier type. Brushing the boss as a small monster. Su Jin's words were concise and clear, yet they seemed to carry a convincing power. Hu Feiwei immediately reacted. Start commanding your troops to change their attack patterns and redirect their attacks. In the name of justice, never retreat. The sword of justice never breaks. The two golden-armored war gods reacted quickly and roared, charging forward at a fast pace. They wielded their great swords with great vigor. One aimed at one of the lion and tiger beast's legs and slashed down hard. Golden light flashed above the great sword, slashing at the lion and tiger beast's calf with a powerful force. Meanwhile, the magic missile envoys were fully utilizing their falling stone spells to smash the head of the lion-tiger beast. A huge block of stone whistled down from the air like a meteor falling, smashing into the lion and tiger beast with heavy pressure. Their attacks were precise and swift, catching the lion and tiger beasts off guard. At the time of the hit, the lion and tiger beast's body slammed forward. The flame shockwave that had originally coalesced in his mouth lost its aim as a result. This sudden turn of events angered the lion and tiger beast. It roared up to the sky, and that angry roar seemed to shatter one's eardrums, and frantically began to twist and turn, trying to adjust his body to renew his attack. However, just then, Su Jin's voice had come again. Explosive attack. Attack its back. Su Jin's words were concise and powerful, like military orders on the battlefield. Sun Qi did not hesitate for a second when she heard Su Jin's instructions. Immediately command your troopers to follow instructions. Heroic unit Sun Shangxiang decisively cast Red Lotus Explosion. A bomb burning with blazing flames flew towards the lion and tiger beast like a meteor, carrying a powerful destructive force and impact. A group of heavy artillery shooters quickly changed the direction of attack of the heavy artillery in their hands. They were fully focused on adjusting the angle and strength. With a deafening roar, a chain of parabolic heavy cannons fired whistled out. It drew a graceful arc in the air and smashed towards the back of the lion and tiger beast with precision. After releasing the skill, the lion and tiger beast's hair on their backs briefly skimmed up and their defense was drastically reduced. Under this fierce attack, it was simply impossible to resist and died directly. Mom, it's gone? Not even a scratch? Seeing this scene, Hu Feiwei's eyes widened with incredulity. I can't believe we were able to decimate the lion and tiger beasts unharmed. Sun Qi was similarly surprised, and the two were in rare agreement. They had originally thought that when facing the lion and tiger beast in its berserk state, they would inevitably still have to pay some price in order to kill it. Even the two of them, Lei Zhentian and Sun Dinghong, were ready to strike, intending to quickly kill the lion and tiger beast. But just because of two short commands from Su Jin, the lion and tiger beasts were just gone? This shocked and puzzled several people. Sun Jinghong asked with a face full of curiosity, Su Jin, how did you come up with the idea of using this method? Also, how did you know that the lion and tiger beast's weakness is in its back? The crowd's gazes were tightly focused on Su Jin, looking forward to his answer. Faced with the question thrown out by Sun Dinghong, Su Jin carefully organized his language. There's a world of difference between facing a ferocious beast in reality and an unreal simulated challenge. In the illusory simulation challenge, everything may follow the established data and rules more, but in reality, there will be the state of movement of the muscles, the environmental factors around them, the way the ferocious beasts exert their power, and many other aspects. Take the battle just now. Even if the lion and tiger beasts were in a control-free state, but when the power is focused on the upper body and head, the calves will be relatively weak and a hard hit will make the body lean forward, and the flame shockwave that the lion and tiger beast just condensed, its power source is mainly in the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Despite the release, there are remnants of energy in its head, which allows for localized defense. However, at this time the energy of the internal organs has not been quickly replenished. Local defenses are naturally weakened. In this case, its back is the weakest part that can be hit with the greatest ease. Su Jin's explanation can be described as clear and logical. The doubts in the hearts of the crowd opened one by one. When everyone heard this, a look of realization appeared on their faces. I really didn't realize there were so many doors. I thought before that as long as the value was enough, I could easily crush Lu. At this time, Hu Feiwei was no longer as arrogant and domineering as he used to be. As he listened to Su Jin, he nodded his head vigorously with admiration in his eyes. Among them, the two most admired were Lei Zhentian and Sun Jinghong. They were 1 year older than the 3 Su Jin, and were considered experienced seniors in the academy. These theories that Su Jin was talking about had actually been taught by their mentors. But a theory is a theory, and guidance is guidance. There are times when it is difficult to actually operate. Plus, this was their first contact with a lion and tiger beast. It was even more difficult to see through the characteristics and weaknesses of this brand new ferocious beast in such a short period of time. If I'd known you had this kind of skill, why would I have been a captain? Lei Zhentian gave Su Jin a thumbs up. his words full of appreciation. Su Jin humbly said, "Big brother Lei is joking." His face wore a faint smile, and his eyes revealed humility and composure. "I'm taking a cue from the mechanicals troopers. After all, energy can be seen as a form of heat." Saying that, Su Jin pointed at the Black Panther beast's eyes that were flashing red. The crowd followed the direction of his finger. First, he was slightly stunned, and then realization dawned on him. Thermal imaging. So that's what happened. I said, what about those awesome squads? How come there's basically a mechanical clan lord? Sun Kor's bright eyes were filled with a sudden realization, and her tone carried a hint of emotion. This time when I go back, I'll make sure to ask my father to get me a territory building that can summon mechanical race soldiers. Hu Feiwei clenched his fists, his tone incomparably firm. It doesn't have to be the mechanicals. There are scouting class soldiers that can do the same. Sun Dinghong smiled. Clearly, he had definite plans for his third soldier. The mind already seemed to be conceptualizing strategies in future battles. I'm not as well off as you guys. My family isn't as rich as yours. Up to level 40? That's still a long way off. Lei Jintian shrugged helplessly, a bitter smile on his face. He thought he had the perfect mix of soldiers. There are group attacks, speed attacks, and single bursts. But after Su Jin said so, he also felt that he could undoubtedly raise the ceiling again if he added a scouting type of soldier. At this point, the ferocious beast next to him had strangely disappeared. Because Su Jin was there, they weren't too worried. The four were discussing the advantages and application scenarios of the mechanical and probe types of soldiers enthusiastically. We all expressed our own views. Congratulations on killing the level 25 boss corpse whale, juvenile. Congratulations on getting the black iron treasure chest. Congratulations on killing the level 25 boss bloodthirsty griffin. Congratulations on getting the golden treasure chest. It was also just as a few people were talking about it. A beep suddenly sounded in Su Jin's ears. That. Su Jin looked at the several people with a somewhat embarrassed look on his face. Scratching his head, he continued. It seems like my troopers accidentally swiped the other two bosses as small monsters. Chapter 86, Heterogeneous Double-Ended Mystery. A level 30, 10-man squad from John Bull. Several people heard Su Jin's words. Instantly it froze as if a spell had been cast on it. Their mouths were slightly open and their eyes were wide with shock and incredulity. Hu Feiwei's jaw dropped to the ground as he stammered with wide eyes. What? What did you say? You swiped the other two bosses like they were little monsters? How is this possible? How can it be that fast? Sun Kor was also so surprised that she covered her mouth, and those big beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Lei Jintian and Sun Jinghong glanced at each other, both seeing the same shock in the other's eyes. How could they not have imagined that while they were having a lively discussion, Su Jin's soldiers surprisingly took care of the other two bosses silently? Normally speaking, the boss of such secret realms appeared one by one. After the land bosses are killed, the bosses in the ocean and sky will appear one after another. In other words, in that short period of time, Su Jin's soldiers took care of the other two bosses one after the other? Hu Feiwei plus Sun Koal versus Lion and Tiger Beast equals half an hour. Su Jin versus Corpse Whale plus Golden Griffin equals 1 minute? The strength is too terrifying. A strong shock welled up in the hearts of several people. There was a new understanding of Su Jin's strength and his troop types. A few moments passed. Lei Jintian took a deep breath to calm himself down as quickly as possible. His eyes slowly swept over his surroundings before he slowly opened his mouth. Let's split up into two squads to find the final boss. This will increase efficiency and widen the search area. In the meantime, a level 30, 10-member squad from the John Bull Royal Academy is preparing to step into a mysterious secret realm. The members of this squad were all solemn, their eyes revealing determination and confidence. They were dressed in uniform college attire, well-equipped, and exuded a powerful aura. And around them, a group of academy leaders and imperial executives gazed at them with grave expressions. Your Excellency the Minister. After testing the other end of this secret realm is China. Benjamin Clare, President of the Royal Academy of John Bull, respectfully addressed the man in front of him. Henry Collins narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking for a moment before asking, can you be confident of getting through the secret realm before the panda does? It won't be a problem. With Irving leading the way, even if the Chinese lord enters 40 minutes before us, it won't be a problem, Benjamin said, reaching out and pointing to a young guy at the head of the group. This man's name is Evan Locke, and he's the strongest of John Bull's contemporary lords in the last 2 years. Its troop type is the Royal Griffin, and he'd even summoned a hero-level unit, the Ultra Mighty Griffin. It belongs to the legendary troop type and possesses an incomparably terrifying aerial combat ability. If we can accomplish this at this time, everyone will be rewarded. There's a flash of excitement in Henry Collins' eyes, a big wave of his hand, and a tone of bravado in his voice. The surrounding academy leaders and imperial executives also showed their excitement. They had faith in the squad and believed they would be able to accomplish their mission and bring honor to John Bull. Amidst the chatter of the crowd, Irving's face was expressionless, but his eyes revealed determination and confidence. He gave a calm wave of his hand and moved cleanly. The 9 lords behind him followed behind him with anticipation in their hearts. Irvine led this powerful team and slowly walked towards the entrance of the secret realm. Entrance. The huge vortex was still slowly rotating, and the sight of the setting sun was like a dream. Just the moment they entered the secret realm, far away in Yanjing, the Huaxia Secret World Integrated Management Office, one man was staring intently at the surveillance screen. Suddenly, a certain signal on the screen flickered. The man's pupils contracted violently, immediately realizing the gravity of the matter. He quickly grabbed his communication device and delivered the shocking news to his superiors. The news traveled swiftly through Yanjing like an electric current, one level upwards. Everyone who received the news looked grave, not daring to delay in the slightest. Time passed in a tense atmosphere. Sunset, offside double-ended combo secret, other-ended John Bull, 10-man level 30 squad, now accessible. A mere 30 seconds. Ainsley, who was still chatting with Hu Dafu, then got the news. His face changed slightly and he frowned slightly, his eyes revealing deep contemplation and worry. The so-called offside double-ended combination secret realm, as the name suggests, has 2 ports that can enter the secret realm, and the ends are often very oddly placed. They may be a meter apart or half a blue star apart. Now, for example, one end is in Yanjing, China, and the other end is in John Bull Sea. The reason why HWA officials didn't detect the presence of John Bull's end at first, it's entirely because of the slow movement on John Bull's side. Ainsley couldn't help but curse in his heart. His grandmother, we found the secret realm yesterday afternoon, and you John Bulls found it at noon the next day? At the same time, Exley understood what the news meant. This is no longer a simple secret opening. Rather, it is a fierce competition for national resources. Whichever side is able to get through the level faster than the other and find the link node, you can enter the other end of the secret world to get rich resources. There will also be powerful buff additions such as doubling the experience value and increasing the drop rate of ferocious beasts by 100%. If the final boss of the other side is killed, the other end of the secret area will become a permanent resident. Even if it's not an opening, subsequent entries will have at least a 30% bonus to all resources. Although for a country, the resources generated by a level 30 secret realm was a drop in the bucket. But it's not just about resources, it's about the face of a nation. It took John Bull that long to discover this secret place. It also knows in advance of Wasia that it's an off-world, double-ended secret world. It is also known that the other end of the spectrum is Wahoo. In such a case, they also sent out top 10-man squads that had reached level 30. The purpose of this is obvious. If we do lose to John Bull, Ainsley's frown tightened at the thought. But soon, he suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. He quickly took out his cell phone, fingers flying across the screen, and sent a message. About 10 seconds later, in the midst of the secret realm of the setting sun, the Humanity Emperor soldier on Su Jin's body suddenly shook slightly, followed by a message. Otherworldly double-ended mystery. John Bull, full power. Su Jin lowered his head to check the message, and his eyes first flashed with a hint of surprise, before realization dawned on him. Seeing this message, he finally understood why the system would give such a precious reward for killing a hidden boss. He slowly raised his head and glanced at the two people, Sun Dinghan and Lei Jintian, who had come to his vicinity in the ice crystal giant tortoise. The expression became serious, and the tone was somewhat grave. Everyone, I'm sorry that I can't continue to keep my hand on this boss. Chapter 87, Instantaneous Seconds to Level 30 Fierce Beasts. The arrogant John Bull Royal Squad. Hearing Su Jin's words, several people were slightly stunned. They sensed the seriousness of the matter from Su Jin's tone, and the doubts in their hearts grew stronger. Looking at each other, both saw the doubt and worry in the other's eyes. Lei Jintian frowned and asked, Su Jin, what happened? Su Jin didn't answer immediately, but instead, with a thought, he summoned the fierce Tiger King, Supersonic, and Golden Iron Beasts. 3 powerful hero-level units instantly appeared in front of the crowd, exuding a powerful aura. Afterward, Su Jin opened his mouth and explained, just now, I got the news that this secret realm belongs to the otherworldly double-ended secret realm. The other end is at John Bull, and they've sent a level 30 squad of 10 into the secret world. As he spoke, the aircraft carrier, the Black Panther Beast, the fighters, and the 3 hero-level units had struck at the same time. In an instant, cannon fire erupted and a deafening roar echoed through the secret realm. Dense bullets were launched into the air like a rainstorm, and the powerful firepower was chilling. Sun Jinghong and Lei Jintian's faces also became serious when they heard Su Jin's words. They realized that there was a lot at stake and that it was no longer just a matter of personal interest. Lei Jintian nodded and said, "Damn it, Su Jin, aren't you underestimating us too much? Making it seem like we can't help." Sun Jinghong also clenched his fist and said, "That's right, only." He hadn't finished his sentence, only to see a flying spinning saber tooth had returned to the mighty Tiger King's hand. Immediately after that, a head fell in front of Sun Jinghong's eyes. That was the head belonging to the Secret Realm's final boss, the Golden-Winged Lion King. Seeing this scene, the four of them stared wide-eyed, their pupils even trembling a little. "Congratulations on killing the level 30 beast, the Golden-Winged Lion King. Congratulations on the gold-level treasure chest. Congratulations to Lord Mechanic Su Jin on his promotion to level 25. Spirit plus 3,520, Physique plus 660, Strength plus 352, Agility plus 264. The densely packed beeps sounded again. Su Jin turned a deaf ear, his gaze firm and determined. With a wave of his hand, the massive aircraft carrier instantly split apart, transforming into countless spirit ships. Meanwhile, the wind and snow fighters moving quickly in all directions. The search for link nodes began. John Bull, I hope you guys can hurry up or I'll make it so you can't grab a single boss. Asterisk. Until then, it was only then that Hu Feiwei reacted, and that mouth was open enough to stuff an egg. Is this really the same roommate as me? I didn't even see how it was done. And the level 30 boss is gone? Lei Jintian and Sun Jinghong, who had just spoken, looked at each other as if they were making a silent exchange. Thunderclap, do you see it? Sun Jinghong, no da. Thunderclap, how long would it take you to defeat that thing in your place? Sun Jinghong, I can't fight, but I can resist for half an hour. Can you? Thunderclap, grind slowly, grind for half an hour. The silence was deafening. The two senior level figures were directly numbed by the shock. In the meantime, the Lord Squad from John Bull has also officially entered the secret realm. Unlike the Chinese squad, they didn't have Su Jin's kind of powerful to shocking firepower. Just after stepping into the secret realm, the faces of the squad members revealed a look of gravity, and their expressions were all rather tense. After all, this is part of the open field. Everything is unknown, and every step needs to be taken with extra care. However, they had all reached an average level of 30 after all. This level is also stuck at the level cap for the Sunset Afterglow secret. Moreover, these people were clearly not the kind of temporary team that Su Jin and the others had formed. The coordination is quite perfect, both between lords and between soldiers and soldiers. Facing these fierce lions that appeared in the early days, they also appear to be well-traveled. There was also no need for particularly complex coordination, and the ferocious beasts encountered in the early stages could be easily killed with the hard power of the soldiers alone. Just as they were steadily advancing, sigh, a sharp cry of a cry suddenly rang out. Hundreds of griffins appeared in the sky, spreading their huge wings and circling the sky. The levels of these griffins ranged from 15 to 25, and their strength was not to be underestimated. The sharp eyes of the griffins locked onto the Lord's squad below. Then like an arrow off the string, it attacked towards the bottom. "Oh, your people are provoking your majesty?" Seeing this scene, the corner of Irving's mouth rose slightly. With a hint of flirtation, he said to an ultraviolet griffin beside him with its eyes tightly closed and lying quietly on the ground. That ultra-mighty griffin slowly stood up as if it had understood Irvine's words. The massive body stretches out like a heavy truck, just as the crowd craned over, expecting it to strike. Instead, the ultra-mighty griffin merely glanced overhead before raising its chin slightly, a look of disdain on its face. With a light grunt, he said, "An uninteresting enemy is not worthy of my hand." As soon as the words left his mouth, the massive body slumped down again. Who in the family understands? My own heroes and soldiers are being disobedient and acting out. Irvine was so angry and amused when he looked at the look on the ultra-mighty griffin's face. What can he do? He's helpless, too. However, he quickly adjusted. Fighting spirit rekindled in his eyes. "I'll take care of the air. You guys on the ground," Evan said calmly. With that, he waved his hands and summoned the royal griffin. Hundreds of griffins were seen rushing into the sky like golden lightning, their speed so fast that it dazzled the eyes. That golden light shone in the sky as if it were a splendid landscape. In just a few tens of seconds, the first batch of small monsters were cleaned up. The other members of the squad were not to be outdone as they quickly dealt with the ferocious beasts on the ground. Under their tacit cooperation, the ferocious beasts on the ground were also defeated. "Gentlemen, we need to speed up. The Chinese squad entered the secret realm before us," a man in golden armor said with a grave expression. His gaze slowly swept over the crowd, his eyes revealing deep concern. If they steal the show, the royal honor will be tarnished. We must not let this happen. Hear that? The other man said with a sense of concern. Don't worry, there's only one level 30 lord in that squad. Do you still think they can outrun us? A hint of disdain appeared on his face, as if he didn't put the Chinese squad in his eyes at all. The eyes revealed a sense of condescension and confidence. A Chinese squad? Humph, they're just a bunch of rabble. We have powerful soldiers and perfect coordination. How can they possibly match us? That's right. What's the point of being so nervous? All we have to do is play normally and that's their limit. Almost everyone in the room had a relaxed face and an easy and casual tone. After all, it's a hard power gap. 30 plus 29 plus 18 times 2 plus 23 vs 30 times 10. And while the former was a temporary squad, the latter was an elite squad with a tacit understanding. It's clear who wins and who loses. Hearing such words from the crowd, the vice captain in golden armor nodded as well. Roar! It was also at this time that a deafening roar came like thunder. The crowd was startled, and they all looked in the direction from which the voice came, only to see a huge and majestic level 25 boss lion and tiger beast appear in the middle of everyone's line of sight. Here comes the boss. Only level 25. This secret realm is easier than expected. This should just be the first one. Pick up the pace and finish it off as soon as possible. As soon as the words fell, the royal squad reacted quickly. A bunch of soldiers struck out, and all kinds of powerful skills and attacks surged towards the lion and tiger beasts like a tidal wave. They were going to kill the lion and tiger beasts by directly inflicting wounds with their powerful firepower. But just then, there was a trance in space. It was as if a boulder had been thrown into the surface of a calm lake, sending up layers of ripples. Immediately afterward, the roar of fighter jets came like thunder. A cold light flashed, and the saber teeth flew across, carrying an incomparably stern aura. Chapter 88 John Bull Royal Lord? Feeling a bit rookie. Congratulations on killing the level 25 boss lion tiger beast. Congratulations on the gold level treasure chest. Congratulations on acquiring the troop skill book, or its splitting strike. Su Jin looked at the prompt message in front of him and was slightly stunned. Thought how powerful this royal squad was? This just hit the first boss? When he received the news that was transmitted on the Humanity Emperor soldier, he was really quite panicked. Reach level 30 in an elite 10-man squad. Against this kind of weak secret realm, if they were a little slower, they might have come over. But now it seems like a bit of a dish. I said how I never heard of them in my previous life. Su Jin shook his head, his original nervousness gradually calming down. Boom! That's when the attack launched by the royal squad troopers arrived like a raging storm. The various attacks intertwined together and instantly exploded, the huge impact kicking up rolling smoke and enveloping everything around them. Dead? I don't think so. I didn't gain experience. I didn't obtain it either. It seems that this boss isn't that simple. They originally had a relaxed look on their faces, thinking that they could easily defeat the lion and tiger beasts with their powerful firepower. However, now their expressions became serious, realizing that this boss might be much more powerful than they thought. Just as the crowd was talking, there was something wrong with Evan's face, for the ultraviolet griffin beside him stood up, eyes locked in that direction. The ultra-mighty griffin didn't have any reaction when the griffin beast appeared just now, but now it was actually interested and even shivering a bit. That is to say, thinking about this, Irving's face became more and more ugly. He stared intently in that direction, a strong uneasiness welling up in his heart. As the smoke gradually cleared, the crowd finally got a good look at the scene in front of them, only to see that the lion and tiger beast's head had fallen off, dripping with blood and dying in a miserable state. Apparently it's too dead to be true. And in front of the corpse of the lion and tiger beast, there stood a man wearing fiery red armor. His posture was as straight as a pine, and his aura was as majestic as a mountain, as if he was a god of war coming out of the battlefield. Beside him, a robot with gold, purple, and green colors held a saber tooth that shone with a cold light as if it could easily cut through steel. The other blue and white robot was holding a large sword with a wide and thick blade that exuded a powerful sense of oppression. The crowd looked at this scene, their hearts filled with astonishment. Who is he? 123. 10 of us are here. How did it get to 11? 10 people in, 11 people out. Chinese ghost stories. Are we seeing ghosts? Something's not right. Everyone on alert. Instead, their tone was filled with unease. The only thing these people had been taught since childhood was to fight, cooperate, and kill ferocious beasts. The brain's adaptability is clearly lacking elsewhere. Seeing Su Jin's sudden appearance, he was obviously a bit confused. They didn't know who this man in the fiery red armor was, and I don't know why he's here. But what they could be sure of was that the man and his robot soldiers were clearly not one of their own. suspicious and nervous. Several people were also instantly on guard. The gold content of the phrase being able to live on your own continues to rise. Su Jin shook his head, a helpless smile on his face. His gaze swept over the royal lords of the John Bulls with contempt in his heart. That's John Bull's elite squad? A little situation and that's it? It's the lords of China. Hearing the Chinese spoken in Su's mouth, Irving confirmed his inner thoughts. His face instantly turned ironic, and his body was shaking slightly. How is that possible? How could they be that fast? At this moment, everyone's eyes widened with disbelief. Just now, when they mentioned the Chinese team, they held a look-down attitude, thinking that all they have to do is just randomly strike and that's their limit. But they never expected it. Su Jin could arrive so quickly with the Manticore King and Supersonic. Moreover, this person could actually strike at the same time with so many of them, or they were the first to do so. It's also possible to grab boss kills at their hands. What that means is already self-evident, coupled with the fact that Su Jin possessed the skill shadowless and traceless. The attributes of himself and his soldiers were impossible for them to see through. The members of the John Bull Royal Squad were all stony-faced, their eyes filled with vigilance and scorn. They gripped the weapons in their hands tightly, their bodies tensed, but none of them dared to strike first, because they understand. Once you strike, there is no turning back. And Su Jin looked a bit strong. The outcome of this fight they couldn't predict. These guys look pretty rich. At this moment, Su Jin was likewise in no hurry to strike. Instead, they narrowed their eyes and sized up the other party as if they were scrutinizing prey. According to the joint convention, if the two lords meet in the middle of a foreign double-ended secret realm and one of them is killed, the country where the team is from shall not be pestered by this. But the problem lies in the fact that when a lord kills a lord, the lord's energy on the killed person and the equipment and props in the lord's space will directly disappear. The only thing that came out of it was the equipment they were wearing. Such a harvest Su Jin felt a little bit less. Therefore, he intends to implement a different model. Wind and snow cold ice kill. With Seojin's inner thoughts, Suplex took the lead. The 6 barrels on either side behind his shoulders spewed out energy fluctuations of wind and snow attributes, causing a wintry frost to hang around him. Immediately after, a single blue-white missile landed with lightning speed on the distant group of soldiers. In possession of Su Jin's basic panel attributes stacked on top of the supersonic speed, the attacks unleashed were incredibly powerful. These soldiers that were merely level 30 were completely unable to withstand in front of such a powerful attack. Boom! Times XN. Several explosions sounded in a row, and a strong shockwave spread in all directions. Hundreds of soldiers instantly turned directly into ashes, leaving only a few craters covered in ice and snow. This scene happened really fast. Supersonic's amazing agility attribute is just too high. The lords of the royal squad were completely unresponsive. One could only feel a blur before his eyes, followed by a series of explosions resounding through the sky. A large number of soldiers were killed in an instant. About 3 royal lords felt a sudden trance in their spirits at this sudden blow. It was as if they had been hit in the head with a heavy hammer and their minds went blank. The intense mental trauma sent them into a brief state of disorientation. Asterisk. We are outnumbered and have more soldiers than him. We can wear him down even if he is stronger. Several other lords responded. They roared and commanded their soldiers to start counterattacking. A mighty lion roared up to the sky as the knights clad in heavy armor charged. The royal griffins in the air let out a sharp cry and swooped down like lightning. There were also arrows, ice picks, and flaming bullets like rain from behind. The center of Su Jin's vision was instantly enveloped by various attacks. He had also changed his mind about this so-called Royal Lords Regiment. One had to admit that these guys were really okay in terms of strength when they fought. With such a performance, there are few enemies in level 30. However, this still didn't help Su Lai. He was seen waving his hand in a large, decisive and powerful motion. In an instant, hundreds of spirit ships appeared in robot form in horizontal rows in front of them. These spirit ships were majestically shaped and exuded a powerful aura. Shield guard formation activated. At Su Jin's command, a huge light screen shield quickly unfolded. The shield was like an impenetrable wall, emitting a mysterious light. The lions, knights, and royal griffins only felt like they had hit an unseen wall of light. The momentum of their charge was instantly curbed, and the powerful impact made them dizzy. Subsequent long-range attacks were also completely blocked. Those arrows, flames and ice picks crashed into the shield without making any waves. There are times when just the amount isn't enough. Su Jin's voice was steady and powerful, clearly reaching everyone's ears in this chaotic battlefield. And quality. The words just fell. Rumble. Wow. Tap tap tap. There was a noise in the sky, in the ocean, and all around the ground. The sound was like rolling thunder, like raging waves, and like 10,000 horses galloping, incomparably shocking. Only in the sky, the wind and snow fighters came roaring like steel eagles. In the ocean, the spirit skyship broke through the waves. Its huge hull was like a moving fortress, impregnable. And on the ground, the Black Panther beasts came in like a black tide. A bunch of soldiers directly took the area where all the royal lords were. Surrounded. Chapter 89 Desperate Ultraviolet Griffin. Suicide 11. What? How is this possible? Seeing that the attacks of his own soldiers didn't work at all, the faces of the people in the John Bull Royal Squad suddenly changed. Although it was originally known that the strength of this Chinese lord in front of him would be terrifying, but I never thought it would be that strong. The attack they just launched. Don't say 30 troopers. It was impossible for even a level 40 ferocious beast with a higher physique to remain unharmed, but the truth that unfolded before their eyes was, the impenetrable light curtain shield of the spirit skyship was like an insurmountable mountain, making all their attacks turn into futility. Well, I still think too highly of you guys, no matter how many resources there are. With that kind of battle sense you can't grow. Su Jin shook his head slightly, a look of disappointment in his eyes. From the way they had just acted on offense, he had thought these guys had something. Could be a strong opponent as well. It could bring back the feeling of fighting a lord. It's just that these guys really don't seem to work. Weak combat awareness, lack of resilience, and appearing to panic in the face of adversity. Forget it, I'm not playing with you guys. Su Jin sighed slightly, then said in a cold voice, kill all the soldiers, and capture the rest alive. Yes, times XN. Su Jin's order was given. A large number of responding voices sounded at the same time, and that voice resounded like thunder. The group of people acted swiftly and launched an attack according to Su Jin's orders. The entire scene was suddenly filled with killing sounds. The roar of various weapons and the wails of soldiers were intertwined. Until then, it took these small groups of royal lords from John Bull to see what was going on around them. Densely packed soldiers had surrounded them from 3 directions. The aura that was so powerful and chilling on each soldier made their faces pale like paper. Some of the human and beast soldiers also felt the rhythm that they were about to cool off. Many were already regretting that they had to come in and brush up on their credits. But it's too late for regrets. They could only face this upcoming stormy attack with a hard head. Fight him. Several of the lords had red eyes and were filled with determination. One by one, troopers appeared, and an undercard was used. They know that this is a critical moment of life and death. The only thing left to do is to let go and maybe there is a chance of survival. Evan, also red-eyed with impatience, cried out, Wei, kill him and I'll let you into my father's treasury. His voice was filled with eagerness and longing, pinning all his hopes on the ultra-mighty griffin. Ultra-mighty griffin. However, he waited a long time for a reply. A wave of uneasiness welled up in Irving's heart, and he hastily twisted his head to take a look. Omega Omega, where's my big griffin? Irving's lordship space, ultraviolet griffin, get thee out of your stinking high. Don't summon me. I'm not going out there. It doesn't matter if you die. I can still be summoned by the other lords. If my brother dies, he's really dead. This do griffin I have 3 not to fight. I don't fight the ones that are too weak, and when I do, it's not fulfilling and a waste of stamina. I don't fight the ones that are too strong because I can't beat them and I'm afraid to die. I don't fight the ones that are similar to me because I am good. The ultra-mighty griffin is firmly committed to its principles. Risks are never taken lightly in such dangerous situations. After all, survival is all that matters. It didn't want to put its life on the line for an unreliable lord. Just as Irvine was filled with anxiety, he communicated with the ultra-mighty griffin. The whole situation was a completely lopsided battle. The other lords from John Bull were filled with despair, their eyes filled with helplessness and fear. They had thought they had summoned their ace in the hole. Various undercards have even been used. Let's not even talk about being able to easily defeat the weaker-looking black nothings. Can we at least have an even match? But the reality that presented itself was incredibly harsh. A host of soldiers they summoned. It was like a fragile bubble in front of the endless firepower and was easily broken. Just one round of fire coverage. Less than 30 seconds. Already 5 of the lords felt a stabbing pain in their minds, as if they had been hit hard by a heavy hammer. The 3 who had originally felt this way directly fainted in place because the soldiers had died too many times to withstand the mental trauma. However, Su Jin didn't have any pity, and his eyes remained cold. Speed up. We have to clean up the secret realm after beating them. His voice was firm and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. One must never be merciful to the enemy. But Lu, the background of these few wastes feels a bit powerful. It would be a shame to kill it myself. It would be better to kill their soldiers and remove the threat, then use it as a bargaining chip, and maybe get another one out of the people behind them. Just as Su Jin was pondering within himself, the battle on the field had ended at an alarming rate. only to see that there were already 8 lords who were mentally traumatized by too many troop deaths and fainted in place, their lives and deaths unknown. There was another lord who saw Su Jin looking towards him. He smiled and retrieved his soldiers. Then, snap, he gave himself a blow to the head and then lay straight on the ground. Yo, that's a smart one. Su Jin smiled and shook his head, a hint of appreciation passing through his eyes. This guy obviously knew that he still had value to use and chose to tell Su Jin that he was no longer a threat in this way. Will you strike out on your own, or shall I help you? Afterwards, Su Jin slightly twisted his head and looked at Irvine, who was frozen there because the soldiers were not listening. Instead, he saw Evan's face pale, his eyes filled with despair and helplessness. His body trembled slightly, as if a fierce struggle was going on inside. A few moments later, Evan slowly raised his hand, a sharp dagger clenched in his hand. His eyes became hollow and determined, as if he had lost all attachment to the world. Suddenly, Avon slammed the dagger into his neck. In that instant, blood spurted out, staining the armor on his body red. Su Jin sighed softly and was speechless. Gotta, the biggest bargaining chip is gone. There was some regret in his heart. The guy who was clearly the strongest, maybe the leader, actually killed himself. It's exactly the same as having the key person with the most powerful background who can be traded for greater benefits gone. However, Su Jin didn't dwell on it too much. After all, the battle was over and he had more important things to do. He turned to look at his troopers. Cleanup mode, kill the beast. Big brother Golden Iron Beast. How is Su Jin's situation? Hu Feiwei, who had stopped at the Sunset Afterglow Mystic Realm and was riding on the Ice Crystal Giant Tortoise, looking at the Golden Iron Beast that stayed behind to protect a few people, he asked with an anxious face. Lei Jintian and the Sun family siblings also looked nervously at the Golden Iron Beast. They had the same worried look in their eyes, waiting for its response. Although several people already had a preliminary understanding of Su Jin's strength, but the other party was, after all, a 10-man squad with an average level of 30, and it's still the John Bull Royal Squad. Their status means they have an abundance of resources and underpinnings. This had to be a source of concern for the crowd. Hearing Hu Feiwei's inquiry, the Golden Iron Beast's originally tightly closed eyes slowly opened. Get ready. Enter the link node and kill monsters to upgrade. Chapter 90, Soaring Cloud Shattering Heavily Teeth. Early champagne? When the crowd heard this, they were first stunned, and a puzzled look appeared on their faces. It was not understood why the Golden Iron Beast would suddenly say such a thing. However, after just a moment, they snapped back to their senses. Although the contact time was not long, the Golden Iron Beast was after all Su Jin's soldier type. The Golden Iron Beast's tone was so flat, and he even said something like this. Doesn't this mean that Su Jin must have already disposed of John Bull's team so fast? Several people stared in disbelief. They had thought it was going to be a tough and long fight. After all, the other team was John Bull's Royal Squad, with an average level of 30. It also has an abundance of resources and undercurrents. But did Su Jin really take care of all those lords in such a short period of time? Alright, don't stay stupid. A little later the ferocious beasts will all be gone. The Golden Iron Beast urged at Sun Jinghong. The link node of this secret realm was in the center of the ocean, a very special location. Plus, due to the fact that when Su Jin entered, he was a little worried that John Bull would use some special prop to directly teleport over, so let them stay farther away from the link node. You have to travel some distance to get past it. The Golden Iron Beast couldn't swim, which made it somewhat helpless in the face of this situation. Let's just not go over there. After a few people looked at each other, Lei Jintian scratched his head and said, after all, the dangerous situation there was handled by Xiao Jin alone. Those ferocious beasts he can handle himself. Are we not robbing experience by going over there now? Sun Core also responded. Yeah, we didn't do anything, and it doesn't always feel good to go over and take benefits for nothing. A few of the men recounted it in your own words. Neither felt they should go over there at this time. The other side, through the Golden and Iron Beast, a few people responded in this way. Su Jin didn't say much either. He just said indifferently, clean up with all your might. No need to hold back. Yes, the Black Panther beasts responded in unison, their voices resounding. After a few moments passed, an intensive beeping tone resounded in his ears. Congratulations on killing the level 25 boss Bloodthirsty Griffin. Congratulations on the silver treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining platinum level equipment, Bloodthirsty Thunderblade. The series of beeps made Su Jin's mood extraordinarily pleasant. The entire sky had been completely cleared of ferocious beasts. Just then, a majestic green leopard beast walked up to Su Jin with a steady pace. It bowed its head slightly and said respectfully, Lord. Su Jin raised his eyebrows slightly and let out a questioning huh? The green leopard beast raised its head with a hint of doubt and asked, by definition, This is the territory that the Lords of the Lords fought off. But why? Then, would the Lord want others to share in the fruits of victory? Su Jin shook his head slightly and patiently explained. You don't understand. Sometimes it's their business if they come or not. It's my business if I say it or not. It's called the human condition. The green leopard beast was silent, obviously still not understanding Su Jin's meaning. Su Jin smiled and continued. Just say it. With them around, we can have a chance to enter this secret realm, and there are times when doing it right once is followed by countless others. In fact, Su Jin still had something to say that he hadn't said. Ashley didn't make it clear to him either, but he knew it in his heart. This time, teaming up with a few of them, among other things, was an opportunity. If you can get things done, being able to play through a few people and the network behind them, those people would definitely think of themselves if they found a suitable open secret realm or other resources behind them. That's the follow-up benefit. If not, even if pressure is applied through some other means, it can make them think of themselves once or twice. But if they don't get some benefit, others will be uncomfortable in their minds. It will be born with other ideas and simply go to someone else who can do it. His own strength was unrivaled in his age group though. However, a secret realm like this one could be cleared just as quickly by finding a few level 30 elite lords. Find someone else, more than a few, who are able to receive the corresponding benefits. Finding yourself doesn't get you anything, so why do you need to find yourself? In the world of adults, it's not enough to have a relationship, but also to have interests to sustain it. Some focus on the future and some on the immediate. Su Jin shook his head and began to properly categorize some of the things he had obtained from the secret realm that he did not need. Part of it was kept and donated, part of it went to the Hu family, part of it went to the Sun family, and part of it went to the Lei family. Humans are still complicated. Hearing Su Jin's words, the green leopard beast nodded thoughtfully. Su Jin jerked his head back, a strong doubt surging in his heart. Isn't the green panther beast its own soldier? There are times when the mind is basically connected. For sure these memories and thoughts that you have no defense against can be inquired about on their own. But why does it even ask? Could it be? Su Jin subconsciously opened the green leopard beast's panel, only to see such a skill appear on the green leopard beast's skill panel. Xiangyan shattering heavenly teeth, swing the sword teeth to deal high damage, attack power is strength plus 30% constitution, up to 3 consecutive hits. Sure enough, Su Jin's face suddenly changed, and he drew a breath of cold air. His eyes were filled with shock and surprise. It was similar to the golden iron beast's comprehension of the Aurora wind god Claw in its previous life. In this life it was the green leopard beast that had comprehended the soaring cloud shattering heavenly teeth. This discovery caused Su Jin's heartbeat to instantly accelerate, and all sorts of thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. Su Jin knew deep down that this meant that the green leopard beast possessed even greater strength and potential. If the green leopard beast could, like the golden iron beast, comprehend another team's sustained game type aura skill, then it will be promoted to a heroic tier of soldiers. Just like the golden iron beast, it can give the whole team a bigger boost. At John Bull by the sea, the group of people remained in front of the entrance to the Sunset Afterglow Mystic Realm. At this point, 70% of that originally splendid sunset scene in the vortex had disappeared. This situation undoubtedly represents precisely the fact that the progress of the secret passage has reached 70%. And the sight was still dissipating at an alarming rate. This kind of speed, it really deserves to be a royal squad. A satisfied smile appeared on Henry's face. Then he slightly raised his chin. With a hint of contempt in his tone, the Chinese lords aren't as strong as they thought. That's right, they got in before us and it took over half an hour to reach 70% progress. We'll just go in and get to 70% in less than 10 minutes. Plus the final boss is the hardest point. With Irving here, our side's clearance will surely be faster than the Chinese squad. Benjamin said excitedly as well, his eyes shining with anticipation. Your Excellency the Minister, shall we prepare a celebration in advance? At this rate our warriors will soon return. Another man suggested, his face beaming with joy. Granted. Henry smiled and waved his hand, and a table appeared all around him. It's also topped with John Bull's top wine, gold medal Zuni. Everyone in the room had confidence and excitement written all over their faces. After all, since an unknown number of years ago, they, John Bull, had been on the losing side every single time they were in the middle of the otherworldly double-ended secret realm. But this time it's different, and they're about to be victorious. And this one is much more difficult, not only because the other side is the fastest growing and most prosperous country in the world over the years, China. Secondly, they enter slower than Wacha and clear customs faster than Wacha. If they can succeed, they will witness history. Chapter 91 The Shame of John Bull. 80%. Straight up 100%? Is this the final boss in seconds? It must be the ultraviolet griffin. Evan is awesome. At this rate, we John Bulls will surely surpass the pandas. The crowd from John Bull cheered. Their faces were beaming with pride and joy, simply because they people are about to witness history. Everyone was incredibly excited that a beautifully prepared dish had been put on the table. These dishes are colorful and have a tantalizing aroma. People couldn't wait to sit around the table and raise their glasses, ready to celebrate this impending victory. They imagined the scene of the warriors' triumphant return, and their hearts were filled with anticipation. Some have even begun to fantasize about John Bull returning to its former glory. Click. But just as everyone was excited beyond belief, a crisp sound suddenly came from the entrance of the secret realm. This sudden turn of events caused the hearts of the crowd to tighten, and the originally high emotions were instantly replaced by uneasiness. Immediately afterward, the entire entrance suddenly dimmed, as if enveloped by a layer of shadow. The original thickness of the entrance to the secret realm, which was about 40 centimeters thick, was only 20 centimeters at this point. Everyone's mood, just like the stocks in the past 2 days, was like riding a roller coaster of ups and downs. The huge drop-off was unbelievable to some, and their faces were written with shock and bewilderment. What's going on here? How did the secret realm suddenly look like this? Could it be that the secret realm is about to collapse just after it appears? Didn't Evan and the others already beat the level? Everything was fine just now, the crowd murmured, excitement no longer in their voices. Instead, it's full of anxiety and worry. Pop! Just then, the glass fell from Henry's hand with a pop. The crisp sound stung in the suddenly quiet atmosphere. His face instantly became extremely ugly, and his eyes were filled with complex emotions such as anger and shame. Henry stared blankly at the dimming and thinning entrance to the secret realm, an unspeakable bitterness welling up in his heart. How could he not be aware of what this situation represented? As an offside double-ended secret, different passes will yield different results. One of the most serious consequences of this is, one party is reduced to being the resident who bears all the risks. Like right now, Su Jin killed all the secret bosses on John Bull's side. Then John Bull's side is going to suffer immensely. For one thing, John Bull's side can't access the secret realm for any resources. Instead, the Chinese side could enter the secret realms of both sides and obtain resources to their heart's content. Secondly, the entrance channel of the secret realm has changed. The entrance to the secret realm on John Bull's side had now turned into a door that could be completely freely manipulated by the Chinese side. As long as the Chinese side has the will to do so, they were able to pass through this gate to John Bull's territory with complete ease. Only level 30 lords can come over though. But what country isn't working on weapons of mass destruction that can be used without having to look at the lord's level right now? Even worse, Huaxia could even allow the ferocious beasts inside to leave the secret realm through this door. This meant that the Huaxia side could obtain all the resources in the two ends of the secret realm without any hindrance. Moreover, the risk of the secret realm collapsing would be completely borne by John Bull alone. It's not even an exaggeration at all. This area, which belongs to John Bull, has practically become the backyard of China. For John Bull, it was a huge shame that stuck in his throat. So desperate was the situation that Henry felt an uncontrollable surge of heat in the middle of his chest. His face became extremely ugly, his eyes filled with remorse and anger. At first, he was filled with the thought that with the mighty strength of the Royal Lord Squad, totally capable of getting through the secret world as fast as possible, and find the linking node to give the Chinese side a heavy facepalm. From there, it would allow John Bull to harvest rich enough resources in the secret realm to elevate the country's status. But now, the harsh reality is in front of us. They could only watch as the Chinese side enjoyed this opportunity alone, while their own side could do nothing about it. What was even more frightening was that the Royal Lord's squad that they had originally placed high hopes on. I can't believe I didn't even kill a single boss in the middle of the secret realm. This would be the equivalent of the professional regulars that your own well-trained army has been beaten to a complete zero by the team of punks that you've always despised. At the thought, Henry could no longer suppress the anger and humiliation within him. A mouthful of blood spurted out directly. His body trembled slightly, as if he couldn't accept this cruel reality. Everyone around them also understood exactly what had happened. There were looks of horror on their faces. They knew that this time, it was more than just a loss for John Bull. It's more of a straight-up pillar of shame. Henry calmed down a little, trying to calm himself down. The anger in his eyes was still hard to completely extinguish. He glared hard at Benjamin. The stern gaze seemed to be able to penetrate one's soul, frightening Benjamin into trembling. Benjamin lowered his head, not daring to meet Henry's eyes, fine beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. Henry grunted and was about to leave, but just then, His Excellency the Minister. The assistant walked up to Henry with an ugly face and lowered his voice to say something. Henry's already grim face became even uglier. Henry angrily cursed Benjamin. This is the genius that your academy has carefully cultivated? What do these losers need them for? His voice trembled with anger, his eyes full of disappointment and rage. Everyone around them looked nervously at Henry. I wonder what happened to make this minister look so bad. The air seemed to freeze, and the tension was oppressive. Unlike the others, Benjamin, as the president of the First Academy, he was highly powerful, so he naturally had heard what the assistant had just said. With some embarrassment he stated, "Your Excellency the Minister, this, I'm afraid not." It turns out that this so-called Royal Lords squad, there were actually only a handful of 2 or 3 regulars. The others are all powerful sons of John Bull in various fields. If they are not allowed to come back, and they are forcibly blocked from coming back by Henry, the consequences of this. Henry was furious, and a series of angry curses poured out like a raging storm. "You jerk! You idiot! You e asterisk asterisk me asterisk asterisk you asterisk asterisk." His face was red and his eyes burned with rage. Each word seemed to carry an endless rage that sent shivers down one's spine. Benjamin's face was pale, and fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead, but he dared not respond, and could only lower his head and suffer Henry's anger in silence. In his heart, he secretly regretted that he shouldn't have let these rich kids participate in this operation in the first place. And at this point, Su Jin, who had been waiting for a response in the middle of the secret realm, was a little impatient. "What the hell? You guys don't want these people anymore?" Su Jin said as he raised his hand and dropped his sword. He cut off the arm of one of the lords, who was still sleeping. With a thought, he opened the portal and threw that arm out without hesitation. Su Jin frowned, calculating in his mind. If John Bull's people didn't respond again, he didn't mind taking a tougher line. Chapter 92, Benjamin who vomited blood. Su Jin, earned bad. "So, big guy, you've been stagnant in rank because..." Hu Feiwei frowned slightly, a puzzled look in his eyes. Hearing Hu Feiwei's inquiry, Lei Zhentian nodded heavily. Just now, Su Jin cut off the arm from one of the lords of John Bull and threw it out. Hu Feiwei and the others also arrived just in time. Lei Zhentian instantly recognized one of the lords controlled by Su Jin. He was a scion of the family from the Duke of John Bull Gloucester, and the lord who cast a family curse on Lei Zhentian last year at the multinational recruit lords joint military exercise was from the Gloucester family. The curse is odd, though not life-threatening, but it can stagnate one's rank. For example, the current Lei Zhentian had enough experience value to level up to around level 40, but was never able to advance half a step. However, due to the special rules of joint military exercises, even if a lord was killed, he could only endure it. Not to mention just a curse that won't harm your life. So even though there had been pressure from Hua Xia on John Bull, the curse had never been solved. While hearing these words, Su Jin smiled faintly. "That's a good one." The corners of Su Jin's mouth rose slightly, and a flash of decisiveness flashed in his eyes. With that, he once again raised his hand and cleanly cut off the lord's arm. Then, Su Jin tied the Gloucester family crest with a note attached and directly threw it out. That action was done in a single motion, without the slightest delay. After doing so, Su Jin smiled easily at the few people and said, "I'm just an ordinary Chinese lord now. I am not in violation of the joint military exercise regulations in doing so, and the most John Bull can do is condemn me in other ways." There was a hint of flirtation in his tone, as if he didn't take John Bull's reaction to heart. "If I'm confined back there, Big Brother Lei will have to visit me often." Su Jin looked towards Lei Zhentian, his eyes filled with laughter. A warm current surged in Lei Zhentian's heart. The entire person froze directly in place. His mouth was slightly open, but he didn't know how he should express his inner gratitude. He took a big step forward and gave Su Jin a strong bear hug. "Brother Su, I, Lei Zhentian, will remember this favor, but if there's anything I can do to help, just ask." And at this point, Sun Jinghong saw Hu Feiwei, who was looking at him with a strange, encouraging look next to him, both helplessly and amusedly. He said, "What do you mean by that look? My path is different from yours. I am not practicing that much." Hearing this, Hu Feiwei scratched his head. "So that's how it is. I thought that you were also being used in some underhanded way, which has led to a year and a rank that little." Hu Feiwei continued, his tone very blunt. Sun Dinghong shook his head helplessly. "If you can't speak, let's talk less. Hey, I'm not like you guys. I don't talk like you. I hide here and choke there. This young master always says what he has to say." Hu Feiwei raised his chin in a righteous manner. With that, he slapped the lord, who had come to his senses from the pain, and knocked him out. That action was crisp and clean, without the slightest hesitation. A hint of smugness appeared on Hu Feiwei's face, as if he was proud of his decisive behavior. Sun Dinghong, on the other hand, was helplessly looking at Hu Feiwei, feeling a bit helpless about his blabbering and impulsive behavior. but he also knew that Hu Feiwei was such a character, straightforward and would not beat around the bush. In the meantime, John Bull's side of the ocean was silent. The sea breeze blew gently, but it could not dissipate the tension in the air. A group of people looked at the two arms that were successively thrown out. Their faces all became extremely ugly, and the scene was somewhat gloomy. Their gazes were fixed on the two severed arms, their hearts filled with shock and anger. It was not just anger at the behavior of the Chinese lords, but also concern about the current situation. They all knew very well that this matter, if not handled well, would cause great trouble for John Bull. Who knows what those powerful people will do because their sons are gone? Can we put pressure on the Chinese side? Benjamin asked cautiously, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Does it work? You know exactly what's on the other side, so someone else wouldn't just find a random death row inmate instead? Besides, this is the youngest son of the Lord of Gloucester. If anything goes wrong, can you afford it? Henry couldn't stop his body from shivering, and his face was horribly grim. He knew in his heart that under such circumstances, pressurizing Huaxia would probably not have any effect. Instead, it might make John Bull lose even more face internationally and would make the situation even worse. A few moments later, Henry uttered the words almost through gritted teeth. Do as they ask. He knew that at the moment they had no better choice but to compromise for the time being in order to avoid greater losses. Upon hearing Henry's decision, Benjamin, though reluctant in his heart, knew that this was the only way for now. One could only silently accept this decision and start preparing to act according to Su Jin's request. John Bull's territory is small. It's not that difficult to try to cross an entire country. It didn't take long. The Gloucester family, as well as the heads of several other powerful families, were present. Their faces were grim, and their eyes revealed suppressed anger. One by one, they took away the sons and daughters of their own families who had entered the secret realm. They didn't say a word the entire time, but the heavy atmosphere seemed to crush everything. Benjamin looked at their departing backs with despair in his heart. He knew that he was definitely finished. The wrath of these powerful families will inevitably be poured out on him. His future is dark. No, where's the future in that? Benjamin knows exactly how he got this deanship. He had some strength, but not much, and nowhere near enough to be highly regarded. What awaits you, I fear, is that you will somehow die. Benjamin's face was as pale as paper, and his body trembled involuntarily, as if he had already seen his miserable end. He racked his brain on what he could do to stay alive. Suddenly, he thought of Evan. Yeah, Evan and I are the closest of the guys. If he paid a certain price and Irving helped himself, with the ultra-mighty Griffin's face, he would at least be able to save his life. Thinking of this, Benjamin was like he had found a lifesaver, and the light of hope instantly lit up in his eyes. He began to frantically throw his remaining savings inside the entrance of the secret realm. At this moment, Benjamin could no longer care about his wealth. He only thought about being able to save his life. However, things were not at all like he thought they would be. One by one, the lords were thrown out by Su Jin, but there was no Evan in it. Benjamin's heart sank more and more as he anxiously looked at the entrance to the secret realm, expecting Irving to appear. It wasn't until 3 minutes after the throw that the entire secret passage was closed. Benjamin sat straight down on the ground with despair in his eyes. A mouthful of old blood was directly spat out. Sunset in the secret world. Su Jin and the others were stunned speechless as they looked at the resources and treasures all over the ground. The dazzling treasures emitted a mesmerizing light, and the piles of resources dazzled the eyes. Even the greatly wealthy Hu Feiwei felt a bit unreal. No, if I were kidnapped, would my father take that much to ransom me? Sun Kor blankly glanced at Hu Feiwei and said unflinchingly, I don't think so, uncle who is still young and can still give birth. The two instantly turned on their dislike for each other, and the atmosphere instantly became lighter. Although their words were tinged with flirtation, they also reflected their marvel at the huge amount of wealth in front of them. This John Bull's aristocrat, it's more powerful than imagined. These batches of things in the back, I guess it's which guy is greedy. After some emotion, Su Jin was also on his way back. Let a few people share what they had acquired this time, that they didn't need. A few people had wanted to push back, but see Su Jin insist. At Sun Jinghong's reminder, he also agreed, but they didn't take it for nothing. These things, which Su Jin regarded as rags, also allowed him to gain close to 500 W of Lord energy once again. Look at these people who don't take money for granted. Once again, it made Su Jin a little emotional. It's true that your own old beans aren't quite the same as someone else's, but the good thing is that you are competitive enough. Today's trip to the secret realm was truly a badly earned one. Chapter 93, Void Coding. Various troop types are reinforced. Night. The inky sky covered the land like a huge velvet curtain. The bright stars were like countless jewels dotted on it. tonight's Yanjing city seemed exceptionally unsettled. Su Jin's actions have already seen results. Research Institute, National Defense University, Hu family, Sun family, Lei family. With the help of multiple organizations and families working together, the humanitarian imperial soldier originally located in Jinling City in the Eastern War Zone, devastated. It is being nervously transported to Yanjing overnight. A powerful lord, an old man who has weathered the storm. At this moment, they looked at the message sent by their old friend. Watch as one soldier puts on the equipment acquired from the John Bull area. Looking at the portal that belonged to China but existed on John Bull's land, their faces were filled with smiles of relief and pride. And at this point, Su Jin, who had already returned to the dormitory and washed up, he also began to organize the gains from this trip to the Sunset Afterglow Mystic Realm. The rewards for this one really are simply wow. The first is experience, open land, off-site, and humanitarian imperial soldier bonuses. The combined efforts of the three brought Su Jin's level directly to level 26. It's just a hair shy of level 27, if it wasn't for the subsequent leveling up of Su Jin. Thus, there was no experience bonus for killing those ferocious beasts that crossed the level. He didn't even feel like he'd have any problems rising to level 28 this time. Of course, getting that much experience in one day, Su Jin was already very satisfied. In addition to the experience, the Lord Energy was what really surprised Su Jin. He originally had about 480W of Lord Energy, plus close to 500W gifted by Huffy and others, plus the stolen money from Benjamin. At this moment, Su Jin already had 6980W of Lord's Energy in his hand. This huge sum of money made Su Jin's heart flutter with excitement. However, the feeling didn't last long, simply because Su Jin looked at his current troop seats and troop prices. After much deliberation, he spent 2370, 96W to exchange 1428 fighters, 2428 panther beasts, 1000 spirit ships, and 100 stone throwers. An exchange left Su Jin with only 4609, 59W of Lord Energy left. Casual spending is over $20 million. If we wait for the increase in troop seats and territory buildings later, the Lord's energy consumption will naturally rise. This made Su Jin more or less feel as if this little bit of Lord Energy wasn't quite enough to spend. After all, one's own troop types are only mid-range in price in a sense. Though, the most expensive troop type is the Wind and Snow Fighter, which now uses Diamond Evolution crystals to reach Diamond level. It's also only 1W, but the problem lay in the fact that each time Su Jin needed to exchange too much. Even if Su Jin had made the exchange at the Platinum level, exchanging 1428 at a time, it takes close to 9 million at a time. And the reason why boosting those levels allows for so many more troop seats, it was mainly because after switching to mechanic and binding the Inferno Dragon armor, Su Jin's mental power growth attribute was too high. Plus, the equipment props exploded from John Bull's side, as well as the secret realm once again enhanced Su Jin's spiritual attributes. What John Bull got: Shakespeare's words, ring, spiritual strength plus 15%. John Bull acquired, St. George's courage, bracelet mental strength plus 5%. Strength plus 5%, Constitution plus 5%, Unyielding Will. When the wearer's blood level falls below 50%, she will receive 1% blood recovery per second for 3 minutes. Cooldown, 10 days, acquired in the secret world, Protector of Dreams, knee pads mental strength plus 5,000, Agility plus 1,000. These three pieces of equipment once again granted Su Jin a super high mental power bonus, especially the courage of St. George. The attributes it added, the value that the accompanying skills possessed, were priceless. Of course, there is much more to this line than that. Other gear props and stuff, just don't have too much. But since most of them clash with the Inferno Dragon armor, Su Jin couldn't afford to discard the powerful strategic significance of the Inferno Dragon armor and directly donated them in exchange for hundreds of thousands of contribution points. And in the end, there were quite a few things that Su Jin had left behind that he could use himself. The first is the equipment props on the soldier side. Troop props, void coating, requirements for wear, any type of soldier, can be used in groups. Attribute, agility plus 5%. Additional effect, voiding. When used, it causes the soldier to be vaporized, improves agility attributes, slightly reduces strength attributes, and is exposed when attacked. The vanishing coating, rather than being an equipment prop, is more of a skin. Skins that give soldiers a 5% agility bonus and the ability to deflate. And it's the kind of thing that, once used, allows an entire troop to be effective. There is certainly no need to hesitate about who the user is for this. Bouquet can also be seen as invisibility. The strategic significance of stealth fighters is truly frightening. Being at a high altitude makes it inherently less likely to be hit. combined with the vaporized state, it was even harder to hit. As long as you don't get hit, you can stay in the vanilla state, just right for the low-blooded, but agile and fast-firing wind and snow fighters. Again, as their own soldier, since the Winds Now fighter has its own new ability, Panther Beast, Spirit Boat, Supersonic, and Golden Iron Beast, they have naturally been given a new boost. Black Panther Beast, Skill Book, Bearing the Air, effect, passively increases damage to air by 10%. This skill is gained from killing the Golden Winged Lion King, increases damage to air by 10%, which in combination with the Leopard Beast formation can have a very scary effect. The Black Panther Beast will be much more powerful in air-to-air combat when it gets this skill. Spirit Boat, Skill Book, Earth-Splitting Slam, effect, launches a fierce attack against the ground for 100% attack power plus 10% constitution plus 20% of damage taken, and stuns based on the weight difference between itself and the target. Note, 30-minute CD and up to 12 hours of stun. This skill is gained from killing the Lion and Tiger Beast. The moment he saw it, Sujin decisively gave it to the Spirit Boat. Physical fitness and bearing wounds. This was undoubtedly the strong point of the Spirit Boat. At the same time, the weight of the Spirit Ship was also the heaviest among Sujin's current troop types. If combined into an aircraft carrier, that weight is even more impressive. Undoubtedly, you can make the most out of the Rift Slam. Golden Iron Beast. Troop equipment, gold armor. Attributes, increases armor breaking by 10%, increases defense by 10%. This one was also obtained from killing the Golden Winged Lion King. It is part of the single-wear military equipment. Whether it was from its color, or its attributes, this thing went well with the Golden Iron Beast. Sure, hey, if Wild Scarlet is summoned later, you can also transfer this equipment to Wild Scarlet if necessary. Supersonic, I'm on King. Supersonic, on the other hand, was given a King-level Heroic Evolution Crystal by Sujin. The boost received is a pretty straightforward all-attribute boost. It's going to be close to a 30% all-around increase from what it was before. If I can do this every day, give me a year or two and I might be able to match my previous life. Sujin muttered darkly in his heart. Of course he also knew that it was basically impossible. The harvest from just this one day today was already more than an ordinary lord could obtain in several lifetimes, because there are so many factors involved. Secret opening, offside double-ended secret, kidnapping Lord John Bull, one-man swag on that side of John Bull. There's just so much involved in it. Being able to come across this one time, Sujin was already satisfied. But are you going to say it's over? And no, only Sujin waved his hand. For treasure chests glittering with golden light appeared in the room. One of them is part of the first pass bonus. Sujin's contribution was the highest, so he received the golden treasure chest. The other three, on the other hand, were lucky enough to have drops from killing bosses. In fact, the treasure chest that Sujin obtained today was more than that. There are a few other black iron, bronze, and silver level treasure chests, but today Sujin was on his way back. Just a brief inventory of what was harvested revealed that it was simply bad money. A little arrogant. Those lower rated treasure chests are kind of hard to see. The road just opens them right up. This may be because the corresponding unboxing step was not performed. It turned out badly. It's all some crap, crying face. So yeah, it's better to shower and dress and burn incense for things like opening boxes. Chapter 94 Reinforced Increaser. Modification Workshop Type X. Wash your hands, change your clothes, and burn incense. When this series of operations had been completed, Sujin's heart was filled with anticipation. Spend 12W of Lord Energy directly and decisively open the 4 gold treasure chests straight away. As the treasure chest opened, a brilliant light shone out. Congratulations on obtaining 130W of Lord's Energy. Congratulations on obtaining the gold level equipment, the Peaceful Bird. Congratulations on obtaining the special Lord's item, Strengthening Increaser. Congratulations on the acquisition of the Territorial Building, Remodeling Workshop Type X. A flash of joy flashed across Sujin's eyes as he couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, something like opening a box still requires a bit of metaphysics. It's just 4 gold treasure chests that can actually open special Lord props in territory buildings. There's really no one else with that kind of luck. Especially the territory buildings. The value of any territory building was comparable to a hero-level unit. It is an all-round enhancement of the Lord's strength. Its value speaks for itself. Sujin hurriedly began to check the attribute effects of these 3 things one by one. Overlord's gear, settling birds. Attributes, none. Effect, protect your little brother from any damage. No pain when attacked. Sujin looked at this strange equipment in his heart. This thing seems pretty strong too. After all, how can I say this? For a man, if he is hurt in that way, the pain is simply indescribable. Even Sujin, who possessed the energy amethyst, had no way to immunize himself from pain. Without any hesitation, Su Jin immediately fused this light cluster-like equipment with his underwear. Special Lord's Prop, Strengthening Increaser, binds all of the Lord's troops. Effect 1, when all soldiers go into battle, they will randomly receive 10% bonus to Constitution, Spirit, Strength and Agility, which cannot be changed within 24 hours. Example, at 6 a.m., randomized to plus 10% Constitution, until 6 a.m. the next day. The summon troop can only enjoy a 10% Constitution bonus anyway. Effect 2, increase the energy output power of all troop types, and increase gun and elemental attacks by 10%. Effect 3, increase the durability of all soldiers, up to a maximum of 24 hours of combat without fatigue. A bit fierce, Su Jin couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. A reinforcement increaser, or you could say a troop prop that applies to all troop types. Also see it as a lower quality heroic unit. Effect 1, whenever you summon a trooper, you can randomly gain a random 10% attribute bonus. Although, if it was randomized to the spiritual attribute, it would be the same as having no bonus at all for Sukai. But spiritual attributes only have a 25% probability. After all, Su Jin didn't think that with his luck in this life, he would randomly get this thing often. Effect 2, for CO to come in, is a complete whoring of the 10% attack power bonus. After all of his troopers have gun-type attacks. Suppression by fire had always been his favorite method of attack. Su Jin could already imagine. Your own soldiers are in combat with this extra attack bonus. It is able to exert more firepower and deal a greater blow to the enemy. And then he thought about the effect of the Humanity Emperor soldier destroying the world. The anticipation in his heart intensified. Effect 3, even if the Black Panther beasts and the Golden Iron beasts, they would have the same physical exertion in the Machine Beast world and would feel tired. But this is the Lord's world. One of the properties given to the mechanicals by the rules of the world is that they don't get tired. This effect did not Territorial Building, Remodeling Workshop Type X. 1. Feral Beast Corpse plus Lord's Energy plus Equipment / Mechanism / Props equals Mechanical Soldier. The transformed soldier may not be upgraded. Levels, attributes, skills, combat experience, related to before being transformed, participating in the transformation of the item. The higher the difference between the level of the beast and that of the Lord, the longer it will take to transform, and the longer it will not be able to enjoy all the bonus attributes. 2. Can accommodate 2 types of troops. Lord's level divided by 10, exceeds limits, will be present at the troop seat with some risk of defection. Hiss. After seeing the effects of the remodeling workshop, Su Jin directly sucked in a breath of cool air. It's really kind of outrageous in its intensity. To use an analogy, it was like the level 30 boss Golden Winged Lion King that Su Jin had killed in the Sunset Afterglow Secret Realm. Even though it was only one, for the vast majority of level 30 lords, it would be incredibly difficult to defeat. If Su Jin brings its body, combined with platinum level equipment that you can't wear yourself, plus some guns special props whatever to transform it, the final product that comes out, Su Jin is a little afraid to imagine. Even if they couldn't enjoy the effect bonus from the energy amethyst, it was estimated that they could still be comparable to hero-level units such as the Golden Iron Beast. Therefore, in order to limit its intensity, such a troop would be limited in number. It's just that this restriction doesn't seem to work for me. The corner of Su Jin's mouth curled into a smile. As a mechanic, he had absolute control over machinery. What if it would make the machinery you've transformed defect? Day 2. The early morning sunlight poured over the earth, bringing a touch of warmth and life to the whole world. Su Jin got up early in the morning and went to the market in high spirits. It then proceeded to the armament office within the city of Yanjing, purchased and exchanged some materials that could be useful when transforming ferocious beasts. Needless to say, the gold content of contribution points is still rising. Many things are simply not allowed to be sold in the market. It can only be exchanged from the armament through contribution points, and you also have to label how to use it and fill out various application forms. The whole process is indeed a bit cumbersome. This is where a good relationship with the Institute comes into play. As soon as Su Jin identified himself, the staff of the armament division said that the Institute had already greeted him. Some materials are allowed for Su Jin's private use and are supplied at internal prices. After getting these materials, the plan to transform the ferocious beasts was still a long way from needing key high-level boss-level ferocious beast corpses. Su Jin did not hesitate to use contribution points to issue a commission. In the commission, he detailed his needs, searching for the corpses of high-level boss-level ferocious beasts, requesting that the corpses be kept intact as much as possible, with a minimum level of 60 or above. And it went that way for one main reason. He couldn't fight the ferocious beasts of too high a level. and as the ferocious beasts that he could easily fight were a little too weak, Su-jin was a little less satisfied. As for ferocious beasts that can be fought, but not easily, the fight can still end? Can you still keep the body? So yeah, it's a no-brainer to go this way. And coincidentally, just a few tens of seconds after Su-jin had enacted his mission, before he could walk out of the house, the staff called out to him, stating that the mission had been accomplished. After acceptance, it was a crimson crane that had reached level 65. The only damage to the entire carcass, other than the hair being gone, was a broken lower beak. Such a question naturally has little impact. Su-jin was also satisfied as he left with the red crane's corpse. Back at the hostel, Su-jin then couldn't wait to start the remodeling. Chapter 95, The Ridiculously Long Transformation Time. Head modification, energy conducting titanium alloy, sharpened crystals. Suko recited the words in his mouth, and the movements in his hands were unceasing. Body modifications, kinetic energy jets, fire elemental transfer tubes. He was fully focused on making adjustments to the materials in his hands with the help of the operating table provided by the transformation workshop. Finish the job and take the pinch. With a cheer, Su-jin quickly prepared some remodeling implements and combined them with the red crane's corpse and sent them to the final remodeling site. Ferocious beast corpse validation passed, transformation program passed, serious energy loss. After estimation, the mechanical crimson crane level is around level 50. Estimated time required, 120 days. Countdown begins. Tips appear on the remodeling workshop, because the red crane's corpse was more complete, along with the fact that the parts Su-jin had paired it with were very much in line with the requirements. All sorts of audits had passed almost instantly. Only, what Su-jin did not expect was that the red crane, which had originally reached level 65, because the corpses had been stored for too long, too much flesh activity and energy had been lost, and the transformation came out at only about level 50. Moreover, there was a difference of 24 levels between level 50 and Su-jin at this time, and it actually took 120 days for the transformation to be completed. For other level 26 lords, 120 days of having a troop that was comparable to the battle power of a level 50 boss fierce beast would probably make them happy. But for Su-jin, this time was indeed a bit too long. After all, he seemed to have the qualifications to fight a level 50 boss fierce beast right now. It wouldn't take 120 days at all, and he might have the ability to beat him easily. Su-jin sighed lightly, and although he had some regrets, he could only accept this result. The next 2 days were calm and full, with nothing special happening. Su-jin was almost always with Hu Feiwei and Sun Qi, traveled to various secret areas in the wild to upgrade. Of course, he has no love for babysitting. The secret realms they entered were basically some special secret realms. All of them are the kind of secret areas that are divided into several levels. In these secret realms, ferocious beasts of lower levels were handled by Hu Feiwei and Sun Qi. Fierce beasts with higher grades and strong attributes were shot by Su-jin. Each person was responsible for their own ferocious beasts and gained their own experience, not interfering with each other yet collaborating with each other. And when one doesn't need to make a move, Su-jin opened the remodeling workshop from time to time and also made a new discovery. The remodeling speed of the remodeling workshop is a green font. Changes can occur. After testing, Su-jin found he could completely manipulate the remodeling workshop with his mental power, causing the speed to increase. At the same time, if some of the mechanics knowledge is shared with the troopers, from there, it makes the troopers act as laborers, which not only speeds up the transformation, but also raises the final strength cap. The discovery surprised Su-jin. Thus, even in the middle of the secret realm, Su-jin did not slack off. Has been working with numerous panther beasts, assisting the remodeling workshop in the remodeling of the mechanical red crane, and with the golden iron beast watching over the outside world, security could be equally guaranteed. Time passed quietly, and the 2 days passed by in a flash. This is despite not focusing on upgrading or heading to some of the secret areas with particularly high experience. Su-jin's experience also had reached over half of level 27. Of course, what made him feel most excited was the progress of the transformation of the mechanical crimson crane. From the original 120 days, it has been cut to 90 days. Even the original predicted rating has changed. From level 50, it was raised to level 55, reaching the peak cap for corpses and materials. As expected, if in the case that Su-jin is not involved in the remodeling, with the combined efforts of 50 Black Panther beasts, it would take about 9 days to harvest a mechanical red crane that had reached level 55, thus making Su-jin one more bottom card that could be controlled at any time. I have a feeling we'd better not practice together in the future. Brother Jin is too strong. He's not on the same level as us at all, and it's too safe to be with him. Even if they can grow up and rank high, their combat experience and experience in dealing with crises will be far different from other lords. Sun Kor gently furrowed her brows, a hint of helplessness and emotion in her tone. Hu Feiwei also quite agreed with Sun Kor's idea. A complicated look came over his face as well. On the one hand, he knew that Su Jin's great strength could bring them security, but on the other hand, he understands being under such protection, their growth may be somewhat limited. Facing more challenges and difficulties firsthand is the only way to really hone yourself and improve. Hearing the sentiment of the two, Su Jin teased, "Che, you guys probably won't have a chance to team up with me starting tomorrow." After these 2 or 3 days of contact, they had slowly become familiar with each other, speaking a little more casually. The two of them twisted their heads to look at Su Jin with some doubts in their eyes. Tomorrow, the nation's colleges and universities will start classes uniformly. Military schools will have freshman training, and other colleges and universities will have tests to assign mentors. Saying that, Su Jin glanced at Hu Feiwei with some laughter in his eyes. If he wasn't wrong, Hu Feiwei should be staging a PvP between him and the class president in the next 2 days. It's going to take some beating. Hu Feiwei immediately reacted as soon as he heard Su Jin's words. He raised his chin and looked at Sun Kor, who was on the sidelines. Sun Yang, just wait, when I go through 3 months of training, I'll beat you to death then, so that you won't have any face in front of your relatives in the new year. Sun Kor was also not willing to show weakness, crossing her arms and glaring at Hu Feiwei. Mustache guy, you blow awesome kung fu for strength. No one in the world is your opponent. On the way back, the two of them once again disliked each other in a way that neither of them was convinced. Their eyes are burning with fighting spirit, as if they have already seen the scene of the duel 3 months later. Su Jin looked at them with a look of vigor and also laughed and shook his head. He wasn't sure what Sun Kor would become in 3 months, but these 3 months were definitely a qualitative change for Hu Feiwei. Whether or not he'll still be the same person then as he is now is still an open question. As we get closer to the school, Su Jin saw more and more people along the way, especially when you enter the gates of the campus and come under the dormitory building. The campus, which was slightly chilly 2 days ago, became lively. Many people are surveying the place where they will be staying for a long time to come. Other students' parents came along with their children, their faces full of concern and anticipation, waiting for the duo to return to the door of the dormitory. Wang Wei, Su Jin's class president, happened to send a few students up. Seeing the two, a reminder was given. Training starts the day after tomorrow. Don't be late, there are serious consequences, especially when he said the second half of his sentence. He even gave Hu Feiwei a special look. Su Jin nodded, indicating that he knew. He understood very well that training in military school, especially the first day, was the time to catch the typical. If we make some kind of mess at this time, it will be the same chicken that made an example of us. Wait until Wang Wei is gone. Hu Feiwei came up next to Su Jin. Brother Jin, I guess the campus replica is going to open tomorrow. Do you want to go and break a few records for fun? Su Jin shook his head. Forget it, it's all low-level copies. It's not much fun. Also, it's not good to hit those future classmates too hard. Hu Feiwei nodded and continued to ask, then what are we going to do tomorrow? Continue to go to the wild secret realm? A student who can get into the National Defense University has a talent that ranks high in the country. So you're not going to spread your coins when you have such a great opportunity? Su Jin didn't answer the question head-on, just showing Huffy the way. He himself, on the other hand, had to prepare for the next test of the Warfighter Nuclear Weapons Program. Chapter 96, Xiao Jun, Fong Hongwei, Application for Examination. Noon the next day, warm sunlight pours through the windows, giving the room a peaceful and cozy feel. Su Jin slowly opened his eyes, excitement flashing in his eyes. He looked at the mechanical crimson crane whose progress had been accelerated once again, and a pleased smile appeared on his face. Ka-ching! Su Jin stood up and moved his body slightly. After a brief wash and lunch in the cafeteria, he got up and headed to the tutor's accommodation. Compared to the student dormitories today, this side of the building seems extraordinarily cold. The place Su Jin is going to is the residence of Xiao Jun, the president of the National Defense University. Xiao Jun, not only is the president of the National Defense University holds the rank of general, he was also the approving officer for the National Defense University's student participation in the Warfighter Nuclear Weapons Program. Only with his approval do they have the right to participate in the assessment. When Su came in front of Xiao Jun's courtyard, he was about to inform the guards of the purpose of his visit. A slightly surprised voice was heard from beside him. Are you here to apply for the test as well? Su Jin turned his head to look at the sound, and there was a youth a dozen meters behind himself. The man, who had a straight posture and resolute face, stood there looking at Su Jin with a hint of curiosity and scrutiny in his eyes. Exactly. Su Jin nodded slightly. This person he recognized, named Fong Hongwei, was last year's top student in Central Plains Province. At the same time, it was also one of Su Jin's comrades in arms in his previous life. Without himself, it seemed like he had achieved first place in this year's Warfighter Nuclear Weapons Program test. But I'm coming, brother, you can wait another year. I'm sorry. Fong Hongwei frowned slightly as he recognized Su Jin's identity, but he still inquired with some disbelief. Su Jin? This year's top student of the Lu Province College entrance examination? Aha! Su Jin looked calm. He was not at all surprised that the other party was able to recognize him, because one of the equipment on the other party's body was donated by Su Jin 2 days ago. I'd say so. There are only a few people in our school who are qualified to apply for the test. You're the only one among the freshmen who's eligible to apply. Fong Hongwei nodded slightly, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. That smile was full of imperative confidence. This is being underestimated. Su Jin shook his head and didn't say anything more. Turning around, he walked over to the guards and identified himself as coming. Both of you please follow me. General Xiao has already given me notice, the guard said with some respect. He then led Su Jin and Fong Hongwei towards the courtyard. Looking at the guards with such an attitude, Fong Hongwei couldn't help but say in his heart, his grandma, it's still a face to open the border. Sure DeLong can have this kind of attitude. Why can't I meet another secret passage abroad that becomes incidental? Fong Hongwei's heart was filled with envy and a hint of resentment. He then glanced at Su Jin, who was slightly more forward, and revealed an apologetic smile. Sorry bro, even though you're fighting for your country, I can't really let this kind of thing go. Fong Hongwei said silently to Su Jin in his mind. He was aware of some of the accomplishments that Su Jin had made, but he also had his own pursuits and determination in front of this examination. With a mind of their own, the two men followed the guard's footsteps into the courtyard. Entering the courtyard living room, Su Jin saw two people sitting on the sofa. The one on the right was a young handsome guy whose handsomeness was comparable to Su Jin's. On the left was a middle-aged man, not angry. He was dressed in a straight uniform, the stars on his epaulets glittering to emphasize his status and position. Just sitting there quietly sipping tea gave people a powerful sense of oppression. Su Jin knew that this person was Xiao Jun, the president of the National Defense University. He immediately straightened his body and respectfully gave a military salute to the middle-aged man. Xiao Jun nodded slightly and stood up, looking at Su Jin with a smile on his face. You're Su Jin, right? I know all about it. Those old friends of mine have been telling me a lot about you the last couple days. After saying that, Xiao Jun's expression became serious and continued. But rules are rules, and others will be unconvinced if the rules are broken. Contributions, deeds, and strengths, you have met the standard. But the same cannot be said of the skills that a soldier should master. Su Jin straightened his body, looked at Xiao Jun with firm eyes, and said, General Xiao, I'm ready to accept any test. Xiao Jun nodded slightly, then looked at the young man next to him. Xiao Zhang, take Su Jin over there and assess him according to the highest standards. Staff Officer Zhang immediately stood up and saluted Xiao Jun. Yes, General Xiao. Then he turned to Su Jin and said, Student Su Jin, please follow me. Su Jin nodded and followed Staff Officer Zhang out of the living room. After the two left, a smile once again appeared on Fong Hongwei's face. He had noticed the keyword in Xiao Jun's words just now, highest standard assessment. That kind of standard is not the standard that most people are aware of. Even I had to train for a month to accomplish it in the first place. As for Su Jin, he just joined the National Defense University just a few days ago. Trying to pass the test can be nearly impossible. And the rest of the applicants from the National Defense University got themselves beat. That is to say, this time one has no opponent. The pass rate for the application test is infinitely close to 100%. Thinking of this, Fong Hongwei was about to stifle his laughter. 1 year, a whole year. Do you know how I've spent the last 2 years? We, Hongwei Fong, can finally meet the application criteria? Fong Hongwei's heart was filled with joy and anticipation. It was as if he had already seen himself successfully passing the examination application, going all the way through and achieving the first place in the examination. Seeing Fong Hongwei in this state, Xiao Jun gave him a look without any humor. If it weren't for the fact that I wanted to let Su Jin hone his temperament for a while. Xiao Jun shook his head slightly, a hint of deep meaning in his tone. You're not really sure you can beat him steadily now. Xiao Jun's words caused Fong Hongwei to faintly stare, and the smile on his face tightened a bit. Although he didn't say anything, there was still a hint of doubt and disbelief in his eyes. Xiao Jun smiled and continued, The current Su Jin already possesses the strength to kill level 40 ferocious beasts. He has extraordinary talent in many ways. Even if I let him take the test now, he passes it with a steady hand. But I think he can get stronger and he has hopes of finishing first in the test. Fang Hongwei listened to Xiao Jun's words and fell into deep thought. A lord who hasn't even been awakened for half a month can already single-handedly brush a level 40 beast? This Nima. He would not have believed such a thing if it had been anyone else. However, he knew that Xiao Jun would not easily exaggerate a person's strength. Since the words had already been said, it meant that Su Jin was indeed really that strong. What else was he doing at the time when he had just joined the National Defense University? It seems like a level 30 ferocious beast got into the water and didn't dare to come out. In the end, one can only exit the copy to save one's life. When Fang Hongwei recalled his own experience back then, and then compared it to Su Jin's current performance, his heart couldn't help but surge with a complex emotion. He felt both surprise and admiration, and a touch of resignation and stress. After about 10 minutes or so, just as Fang Hongwei was thinking, Staff Sergeant Zhang took Su Jin back to the living room and reported the assessment to Xiao Jun. General Xiao, student Su Jin's performance was outstanding. He showed a very high level of performance in all the tests, far exceeding our expectations in terms of fitness, shooting, tactical literacy and other aspects. Staff Sergeant Zhang's voice was a little excited, and his eyes were filled with appreciation as he looked at Su Jin. Chapter 97, Friendship Cutting. Xiao Jun and Fang Hongwei were shocked when they heard Staff Sergeant Zhang's report. They had never expected that Su Jin would be able to pass the highest standard of assessment. Moreover, it could be accomplished in such a short period of time and could be highly praised by Staff Sergeant Zhang. Thinking about Xiao Jun's praise of Su Jin just now, Fang Hongwei suddenly had a bad feeling. He had originally thought that he should have gotten 9 out of 10 for this application assessment, but now it seemed that Su Jin's appearance had shattered his confidence. He realized that he couldn't take it lightly anymore, or else, he might really be eliminated by Su Jin. Xiao Jun, on the other hand, was more than a little puzzled. At first it felt like Young was having a letdown, but when he listened to Su Jin's accomplishments, he immediately denied the idea. His mind was filled with doubt, curious how Xiao Jin was able to reach such a high level in such a short period of time. Suddenly, he thought of Su Jin's parents. He guessed that perhaps Su Jin's parents had taught him the relevant knowledge and skills. There had been advanced preparation beforehand, which was why this time it was possible for him to have such an outstanding performance in the examination. There's no such thing as a genius. It's all about other people secretly working hard where you can't see them. Xiao Jun looked at Su Jin with a pleased smile in his eyes. However, he thought about some of the news he had gotten over the past few days. Still, he wanted to let Su Jin continue to hone, so that Su Jin could have a higher success rate in obtaining the Humanity Emperor's armor, Destruction. Xiao Jun slightly pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. Su Jin, Fang Hongwei, both of you possess extraordinary strength and potential, but the Warfighter Nuclear Weapons Program test is extremely rigorous. Xiao Jun's expression was serious, and his gaze revealed a deep gravity. He spoke slowly, his voice echoing in the quiet living room. The 5 major military regions, the 2 major military schools, and the 35 military service academies can only have 10 entries per year, and there is only 1 slot to represent the National Defense University in the Warfighter Nuclear Weapons Program test. Xiao Jun paused slightly and looked at Su Jin and Fang Hongwei, both of whom were focused and nervously waiting for the following. So, you will have one last test, and the winner will get this precious opportunity. When Su Jin and Fang Hongwei heard the words, their complexions flinched and they listened to Xiao Jun's words with full attention. There was a determined glint in their eyes, eager for this opportunity. Xiao Jun continued, this test is for the 2 of you to engage in a friendly sparring match. Xiao Zhang will be the referee for this sparring match. With him around, you guys can show off your strength and skills to your heart's content. Xiao Jun said a lot, all about letting the 2 learn from each other in sparring, facing with a peaceful mindset and so on. Finally, the corners of Xiao Jun's mouth rose slightly. It just so happens that tomorrow is the official opening day of our school. Tell you what, tonight is also the night when the most new and old students are in school. This cut will be placed just before the freshman assembly at 7 p.m. The location will be set at the school's training grounds. Hearing this, Su Jin and Fang Hongwei both looked at each other. Both saw the fighting spirit burning in each other's eyes. The importance of this cut naturally goes without saying. Su Jin secretly pondered in his heart. Fang Hongwei was last year's top scorer in Central Plains Province, and with a year of honing, his strength should not be underestimated. Plus there's the fact that there's a duel in front of so many freshmen, so in order not to lose face, he'll definitely put up a fight. However, if we win against him, It shouldn't be difficult to achieve first place in the Maneuvering Nuclear Weapons Program examination. Just then, Friendship Duel, defeat Fong Hongwei. Reward, random 500 units of Black Panther beasts mutated. Destroyed, obtain the Humanitarian Imperial Soldier destroyed. Reward, designated king-level hero unit summoning crystals, choose one of 4. 2 quests suddenly appeared in the middle of the system. Su Jin's gaze was instantly attracted, and when he saw the quest reward, the battle intent in his pupils increased. Specify the king's hero unit summoning crystal, the highest single attack and meatiest wild scarab. The Tyrannosaurus Rex god who has the strongest overall personal battle power and possesses the most powerful personal moves. He can choose any way he wants. A strong desire surged in Su Jin's heart. This battle, there was one more reason why it had to be won, and at this point, Fong Hongwei was likewise calculating in his mind. General Shao must have something to offer if he was able to make that kind of comment about Su Jin. Plus we have to spar in front of so many freshmen, so if we don't win beautifully, we'll probably all lose face. I have to bring out my full strength for this cut. Xiao Jun nodded slightly as he looked at the two men's fighting spirit-filled looks. His heart was equally filled with anticipation for this cut. If Su Jin lost, then after settling down for a year, with Su Jin's talent and hard work, the first place in next year's examination would definitely be his. And if Su Jin won and was able to defeat Fong Hongwei, that would be enough to prove that he had some strength to achieve first place in the examination. Regardless of the outcome, the Master of the Humanity Emperor Soldier's destruction would not change. Each of these three had their own thoughts in mind as they began to make the final preparations for this duel in the evening. Su Jin and Fong Hongwei decisively entered among the copies of the National Defense University. The former enters a copy that is all mosquitoes. Su Jin's purpose was not to simply upgrade. Instead, they wanted to collect the corpses of the mosquito feral beasts. Mosquitoes plus self-explosive devices equals what naturally goes without saying through the modification workshop. He was going to use this last half day to improve his strength in many ways. The latter, Fong Hongwei, had entered a copy with a higher level and a flying target. Through the news passed out by the candidates in Quanchang, Fong Hongwei knew that Su Jin possessed a flying unit troop type. He understood that he had to increase his air-to-air means along with his upgrades. This would allow him to better deal with the various tactics that Su Jin might use in the cut. Xiao Jun, on the other hand, strolled the news of this cut. It made the entire National Defense University filled with an atmosphere of tension and excitement. Fong Hongwei, I know him, last year's top student of the college entrance exam in Central Plains Province. It's kind of interesting to see last year's top Midlander and this year's state cutter from Chilu. Don't you guys think that this kind of sparring is unnecessary? Both of them are scholar. Their potential talent shouldn't be too far apart. Fong Hongwei is going to become a lord 1 year earlier than Su Jin. Hey, that's where you're wrong. There are times when the gap between geniuses and geniuses tends to be bigger. I have a feeling that Su Jin will give us a surprise. Freshmen, returning veterans, including instructors at the college. Everyone was looking forward to this upcoming cut. Chapter 98 Pre-War Preparations. The city copy of the Springs is serving the entire Springs population of 6 to 7 million people. National Defense University, NDU, on the other hand, has its own copy of the campus that serves only a handful of NDU freshmen. However, this side of the campus replica is anything but small. The reason for this is mainly due to the high mortality rate of students at the National Defense University. After 3 months of training, they basically had to go head-on to meet the ferocious beasts. To ensure that all students are able to deal with ferocious beasts, during the 3 months of freshman training, the National Defense University will make sure that every class, and even every squad, no matter when you go to your copy, there's no need to wait in line. In this way, the students will be able to improve their real-world skills. Of course, there's one other thing that sets this place apart from the Springs copy. Outside every copy of the National Defense University, there is a leaderboard. The leaderboard was densely packed with a bunch of names followed by a string of numbers, and one of the names at the top of the leaderboard, glittering with dazzling golden light, was particularly eye-catching. All National Defense University students are proud to be on the list. Not only is it a badge of honor, even more so because those who make the list will also receive more resources. And at this point, it's in the back of the National Defense University, at the entrance to the replica. The students here stared blankly at the figure coming in and out of the room. Eyes glanced at the leaderboards outside the replica again from time to time. With each entry and exit of that figure, the information on the leaderboard changed again and again. The students were filled with shock and couldn't believe their eyes. First place, Su Jin, 9 hours 58 minutes and 14 seconds. Second place, Yang Wei, 11 hours 54 minutes and 31 seconds. First place, Su Jin, 13 minutes, 14 seconds. 52 seconds. Second place, Chen Bo, 13 hours 59 minutes and 48 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. This Su Jin is a demon, isn't he? Where does he play like this? Somehow someone in the crowd let out this exclamation. It's just a freshman. Is he trying to turn all the rankings upside down? An older student's eyes widened with disbelief. The crowd watched the figure that continued to move in and out. Every entry, every exit was like a storm that violently stirred the order of the leaderboards. The students began to mingle and talk, their words incomparably shocked. You know, this ranking has existed since 100 years ago. It can be said that the entire leaderboard holds the results obtained by all the students who entered the replica before and after the entire school. The first place on any leaderboard was a genius among geniuses back in the day. For example, Chen Bo and the others who survived to this day possessed the strength of one person to destroy a small country. This shows how difficult such a record really is to break. Many of the older students vaguely remembered the last time the record had been broken. Now, the record of 5 or 6 consecutive copies was actually being broken one after another. And, by the looks of things, the operation has not ended. The man who started it all, Su Jin, is still just a freshman. How could such a fact not shock the crowd that stayed here? Originally, many of the older students felt that the duel between Su Jin and Fang Hongwei would definitely be one that Fang Hongwei would easily take. But after seeing this situation, some people have already expressed different opinions in their own little groups. They suddenly felt that even if Fang Hongwei could win this time, it wouldn't be that easy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Didn't you say no? Pretend not to bring me. Hu Feiwei, who had already taken his place in the training ground, looking at the school's forum with a few more consecutive fiery posts, his eyes widened with astonishment. In the morning he also headed to the academy replica with confidence for the challenge. I thought I could easily take a level 20 copy of the record. However, he never expected that even with all his cards in hand, the results he got were about 1 minute slower than the original list one. Even that could cause a small stir. It was also the first time that Hu Feiwei saw that other people were not casting envious, admiring gazes because he was rich. I have to say, that feeling he really liked. And like Su Jin, enter a copy and break a record. He couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of expressions those people would actually have. Wanner, look, isn't this one of the main characters tonight? He's so awesome. Inside the girls' dormitory, Shangwan Wanner, who had just packed up and was ready to head to the training ground, was called by her roommate, Unmushi. Shangwan Wanner stopped her steps and looked suspiciously in the direction in Moxie was pointing, only to see that Moxie was excitedly pointing at the screen of her cell phone. It showed a post on the school forum about Su Jin's amazing performance in the copy. Shangwan Wanner looked closer and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. But soon, the surprise in her eyes was replaced by doubt. She didn't understand that at a time like this when there was an imminent cut, what was the point of Su Jin entering such a low-grade secret realm? If it was for the sake of experience and upgrading, with his strength he should have entered at least a level 30 copy. To break the record? It shouldn't be. She didn't think Su Jin was the kind of person who liked to pretend. Nor did he think that Su Jin would care about some of the benefits that could be gained from breaking the record as much as anyone else. Don't stare one air. Let's quickly go and take a seat. Tonight's cut will definitely be exciting. And Moxie said with a face full of anticipation. Shangwan Wanner nodded her head slightly, and her heart also had a few more points of anticipation for this duel. She had a feeling the doubts in her mind would be revealed in tonight's cut. In the meantime, in the midst of a level 30 copy of The Crypt and Forest, Su Jin contentedly looked at his space has been more than 500 self-exploding locusts, 500 self-exploding mosquitoes. These mechanical ferocious beasts weren't very high-ranked. Under the combined transformation of Su Jin plus Black Panther Beast, it was almost as if a dozen could be produced in a minute. Just because the transformation is fast doesn't mean they're weak. These mechanical ferocious beasts had an average attack power of 1800. And every single one of them possessed the self-destruct skill, can deal attack power x2, 5 ranged damage. 4000 and 5000 ranged explosion damage could already threaten a level 30 boss level ferocious beast. Plus they are more numerous and move in many different ways, all of them flying in the sky, crawling on the ground, and burrowing in the dirt. It might just pop up at some point and leave you defenseless. It's definitely a great tool to use for cutting between you and the lords. Just as Su Jin lamented, the Golden Iron Beast had majestically led its army to completely empty the entire secret realm. On the battlefield, smoke filled the air with the scent of victory. Congratulations to the Lord for leveling up to 28, Spirit plus 3520, Physique plus 660, Strength plus 352, Agility plus 264. A crisp beat sounded in Su Jin's ears. At this time, Su Jin had already managed to advance to level 28. Preparations complete. He raised his head slightly, his gaze revealing a touch of confidence. Immediately afterward, Su Jin quietly looked at the troop seats and the Lord energies. Spend another 823W of Lord's energy to replenish existing troops. Black Panther Beasts, number 5870. Panther Rock Throwers, quantity 300. Snow Fighters, number 2861. Spirit Ships, number 2000. Self-Exploding Mechanical Beasts, number 3548. Fong Hongwei, with the firepower suppression of tens of thousands of soldiers. I don't know if you can withstand it. Damn. The thought of that Su Jin being a mechanical soldier is so annoying. In the midst of the level 45 secret realm, Fong Hongwei looked at his harvest from this trip with an annoyed face. His soldiers were of the dragon race, regardless of whether it was the Inferno Prison Tyrannosaurus, Thunder Shadow Stegosaurus, or Poison Mist Spiny Dragon. The strength they possessed was incomparably terrifying. Possesses effective countermeasures against more than 90% of opponents. However, when he thought that Su Jin's troop types had fighters, Fong Hongwei felt an immense headache. Those fighters can not only fly in the sky and clatter and shoot, but they can also fire missiles in the light of day. Unlike other flying units, the attack range is short and you need to land at low altitude to launch an attack. Trying to launch an attack with the help of the attack's forward swing simply doesn't work. Of course, Fong Hongwei also possessed another means of countering the air. When the Inferno-held Tyrannosaurus roars, the opponent is basically shaken down. But will this approach work for mechanical units? Fong Hongwei knew it very well in his heart. Therefore, he purposely came to this copy to try his luck. See if you can get a skill book called Falling Thunder, in order to increase their chances of winning against Su Jin's mechanical soldiers. However, God did not favor Fong Hongwei. It looked like there was still more than half an hour to go before it was time to cut. He still didn't get what he wanted. When a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. Fong Hongwei let out a long sigh and took out an object from space. It was a wing that wasn't particularly large in size and emitted a mysterious glow. Its function is to increase the probability of awakening a flying unit by 50%. There were a total of 5 props like this one on him. Originally, he had planned to wait until the start of the Warfighter nuclear weapons program test. If you run into a particularly difficult enemy, go back to targeting and summoning troops that can restrain the opponent. But now in this situation he had to use it in advance. With the inner thoughts, the small wings transformed into a ray of light. Between the flashes of light, a vortex slowly appeared. Fong Hongwei stared nervously at the vortex, his heart filled with anticipation. Finally, the 4th troop type was successfully summoned. The moment he saw his 4th soldier, the corners of Fong Hongwei's mouth rose as he said confidently, "This time, I don't know how I'm going to lose." Chapter 99, Life Preservation Props Gone at the start of the battle? 7 o'clock in the evening. At this time, the National Defense University Training Ground audience has been densely packed with heads, vibrant freshmen, slightly more subdued older students. Even the instructors of the academy converged here. There was a lot of anticipation in his heart for this cut tonight. Chilu's top student from this year's college entrance exam. Central Plains' top student from last year's college entrance exam. This battle should be very interesting. I don't think so. Fong Hongwei has one more year than Su Jin. The gap between the two sides is too big. Not necessarily. The strength Su Jin showed this afternoon is tricky even for me. And it won't be that simple for Fong Hongwei to win. You're overthinking it. If you give Su Jin another year. No, give him half a year. I would have thought that he could win. But now it's better to forget about it. There was a lot of talk and voices among the students. 80% of the students felt that Fong Hongwei would have a better chance of winning. After all, Fong Hongwei would have one more year of practicing than Su Jin. The high rank gap is a difficult chasm to overcome. And the remaining 20% had some knowledge of Su Jin and Fong Hongwei's troop types. They believed that as long as Su Jin was at a high altitude, Fong Hongwei simply had no means to help Su Jin. Just as the crowd was talking, Zhang Guangji's calm and powerful voice resounded like a flood bell. Students, this cut must be watched carefully. It's not just a competition between two students. It's a valuable opportunity for everyone to learn and learn from. Carefully observe their tactical use, troop coordination, and ability to respond to crises, and I believe you will gain much from it. Zhang Guangji's words were like a C-pin, causing the originally noisy training ground to instantly quiet down. It's about to start. Such words flashed through everyone's mind. Unexpectedly, he focused his eyes on Zhang Guangji. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, Zhang Guangji slightly waved his hand, and a button not far away flashed a red light. Immediately after, a ring slowly rises. This ring is a special prop, with nearly about one-third of an island nation on it. It would give both lords plenty of room to maneuver. Meanwhile, the entire ring boasts countless cameras. Any exciting moments of the entire battle can be shown to all viewers. And at that moment, everyone could clearly see the two men who had already made preparations. In the picture, Su-jin is wearing a combat uniform, with a straight posture and a relaxed and confident expression. The whole person was like a sword out of its sheath, exuding a sharp aura. TCH steady. Seeing this expression on Su-jin's face, Hu Feiwei in the audience could not help but let out a sigh of relief. His gaze was firmly fixed on Su-jin, and in his heart, he already had a prediction of how this battle would end. Although he hadn't known Su-jin for a long time, but he knew very well that Su-jin would never show such an expression of easy confidence for something if he did not have the certainty of victory. It's not just Huffy. Many of the people present were also surprised and curious when they saw Su-jin in such a relaxed manner. Some of the students began to mingle and talk. Look at Su-jin's expression. Is he very sure of himself? It's hard to say. Fang Hongwei isn't a weakling either. The outcome of this duel is really hard to predict. But if Su-jin is so confident, he must have his backbone, so maybe he'll do something unexpected. The mentors also narrowed their eyes slightly, carefully sizing up Su-jin, secretly speculating about his strength and strategy in their hearts. The atmosphere of the entire training ground became more tense and full of anticipation because of Su-jin's relaxed expression. Everyone can't wait to see how this cut will actually play out. In contrast, Fang Hongwei opposite Su-jin received less attention. He stood there, though he also exuded an aura of strength. However, in front of Su-jin, who had lived 2 lives, his aura was obviously a bit dimmed. There are times when it's better to look at the results, Fang Hongwei said in his heart. Although he was unable to see through Su-jin's information, he could clearly feel that Su-jin's strength was stronger than the last time they met. However, the change in his mindset was only from a 100% win rate, down to 99%. Level 28 Mechanical Lord Su-jin, please enlighten me. Level 41 Dragon Lord Fang Hongwei, please enlighten me. Seeing that both sides are ready, Zhang Guangji's mind moved, and a voice resounded like a flood bell beside Su-jin and Fang Hongwei's ears. Let me remind you again. With me here, the two of you feel free to strike without worrying about hurting each other. Soldiers who have been incapacitated are not allowed to continue fighting. The reason why he was so confident was mainly due to his native lord skill. Hiroki save me, within a certain range. Targets recognized by Hiroki as his own will be sheltered by Hiroki in times of life and death crisis. In his opinion, this skill of his was enough to ensure that the cut was made in a safe manner. Understood. Su-jin and Fang Hongwei nodded at the same time. Don't give yourself any regrets. Get ready to start. Zhang Guangji waved his hand and a countdown appeared in the center of the 2, 3, 2, 1. Begin. The moment the countdown ended, the protective light screen between the two instantly disappeared. Su-jin reacted extremely quickly. His figure was like a swift red light, instantly arriving beside Fang Hongwei. His fists burned with a blazing flame, and powerful forces converged on them. A fist blasted out and landed hard on top of Fang Hongwei's chest. Although he hadn't transformed into his armor, he was still incredibly powerful now. Fang Hongwei had no time to react, and only felt a blur before his eyes. The next moment, a huge force crashed into his chest. With the sound of bang and click, Fang Hongwei's body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. The props on his body made a shattering sound at the critical moment, sparing him the fatal damage of the blow. If not, he was just about to be punched through the chest by Su-jin. However, the pain in the body remained strong. He only felt a hot current surge in his chest, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, Su-jin's figure was also subjected to an inexplicable force, unconsciously retreating close to 100 meters away. Seeing this scene, the new and old students in the audience were wide-eyed and filled with shock. They couldn't believe the scene they were seeing. Su-jin's speed and strength was surprisingly so amazing that he instantly sent Fang Hongwei flying out. If the latter didn't possess life-saving props on his body, I'm afraid he's going to lose his soldiers before he can even release them. Is this an attribute a new lord should have? This Su-jin is really a bit scary. At the same time, Zhang Guangji's voice rang out. As a lord, soldiers are a lord's primary means of combat. But at the end of the day, the lords themselves are the most important existences. And if the lords are killed, there's nothing that can be done with even the strongest soldiers. Mr. Su-jin gave us a good lesson. His voice was a little shaky for the first half of his voice, and only gradually regained its composure later on. Obviously, he was also shocked by Su-jin's strong personal strength. Fang Hongwei was equally shocked in his heart. He did not expect that Su-jin possessed such powerful agility and strength on his own. Cost yourself an undercard right off the bat. But, a lord is a lord. After all, the strength of the military occupies more than 80%. Fang Hongwei endured the pain and quickly summoned the soldiers. The Inferno Prison Tyrant Dragon's flames rose. The Thunder Shadow Sword Dragon's lightning flashed, and the Poison Mist Spinosaurus emitted a bizarre poisonous mist. The terrifying face of one soldier after another was presented to the crowd through a special way. Some of the freshmen in the audience felt like they were being targeted by some great terror. The shock was so great that they all had some urge to back away. If I didn't have a special prop to save my life, I guess I would have been killed by you in seconds just now. It's just a pity that you no longer have any chance of winning. I'll add another chapter during the day. It's a bit watery. Chapter 100 Missile Baptism. It's indeed a bit of a shame that I didn't get you in seconds. Hearing Fang Hongwei's words, Su Jin secretly pondered in his heart. Perhaps it was because his perception was stronger. He could faintly detect a blazing gaze from outside the arena that was watching him closely. Since it was unclear whether the owner of these gazes was a man or a woman, Su Jin inexplicably felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He then thought to make the first move and tackle. Directly give Fang Hongwei a direct second to end this fight as soon as possible. However, he never expected that the life-preserving props on his opponent actually possessed a knockback effect. This caused him to end up only allowing himself to blast out a single punch from the chain of attacks he was originally aiming for. But, it doesn't matter. It's just a few more minutes wasted. Su Jin quickly adjusted his mindset. He glanced at Fang Hongwei, who was atop the head of the Poison Mist Spiny Dragon, and shook his head slightly. For most people, the other side of this position is really safe, surrounded by 6 soldiers guarding the area. Plus there's the protection of the poisonous mist. You can protect yourself well from being attacked. It's just a shame that such seemingly tenacious protection is so full of holes in its own face. Su Jin possessed a dozen ways to directly hit Fang Hongwei, but he chooses the one that is the most enjoyable and favorite. Along with his inner thoughts, the corners of Su Jin's mouth rose slightly. Everyone in the audience held their breath and watched the ring with rapt attention. Tension was instantly diffused. Next, both sides struck at the same time. Without hesitation, Fang Hongwei commanded the soldiers to attack. The Inferno Prison Tyrannosaurus Rex was the first to let out an earth-shattering roar as blazing flames erupted from its mouth. The Thunder Shadow Sword Dragon's body was like electricity, and a streak of powerful lightning shot out from its body. The Poison Mist Spinosaurus was also spewing out dense poisonous mist, changing the venue and interfering with Su Jin's line of sight. Enhancement Booster activated. Agility increased by 10%. Su Jin reacted extremely quickly. He instantly entered the supersonic cabin and quickly ascended into the air at an astonishing speed, perfectly dodging the Dao's attacks. At the same time, 861 fighters appeared in the air like a torrent of steel. They were neatly aligned, majestic, and exuded a chilling aura. However, because of having the voiding coating, there was no figure of them amongst Fang Hongwei's line of sight. Mechanical ferocious beast soldiers such as self-exploding ants and self-exploding earthworms had also appeared above the ring. These tiny mechanical creatures had a weird red light flashing in their eyes, as if they were messengers from hell. Follow the level of simplicity initially set. They approached towards Fang Hongwei in their own unique ways. No good. Fang Hongwei was also a battle-hardened warrior. His keen combat instincts allowed him to detect a hint of something wrong at the critical moment. Even though there were no fighters in sight, that vague sense of crisis alerted him instantly. Subconsciously, he let an Inferno Prison Tyrannosaurus jump on his head. This action just saved his life. Light, light, light. Without Fang Hongwei being able to see it at all, a missile was launched like a meteor aimed at his position. Immediately afterward, deafening explosions rang out in quick succession. The powerful impact made the air around them seem to tremble, and flames rose to the sky, filling the air with smoke. Fang Hongwei was secretly glad that he reacted in time. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. He stared tightly at the sky, his eyes filled with vigilance as he tried to look for traces of Su Jin. However, at that moment, the Inferno Prison Tyrannosaurus had long since left his head. At that very instant, a missile fell on him with the precision of a bolt of lightning. Ka-ching! The sound of shattering resounded again, and another life-preserving prop was shattered under this powerful impact. Fang Hongwei's heart sank as a strong sense of crisis surged through his mind. He rolled down in a hurry and hid under the Poison Mist Spinosaurus with great speed. To ensure his safety, he dared not slack off. A few protect-yourself lordship skills were cast in succession. A ray of light flashed as a powerful energy shield formed around him, protecting him tightly. However, just when he thought he was safe, the self-exploding earthworm had already brought the self-exploding ants quietly to where he was. As mechanical ferocious beasts, they had no fear of poisonous fog at all. Poison mist? Sorry, immunized. And so, light, Light! Light! One self-destructing mechanical ferocious beast instantly exploded. The powerful impact and destructive force made the shield on Feng Hongwei's body look very fragile. The blood was swishing off. At this time, Feng Hongwei only felt that he was truly suffocating. From the very beginning of the battle, he had been completely taken by Su Jin, and the entire battle was being pinched by Su Jin. But this time there was no time for any hesitation at all. For your own safety, Feng Hongwei had to order an Inferno Prison Tyrannosaurus Rex to come over and carry him away. He used this to quickly duck into the mouth of the Inferno Prison Tyrannosaurus Rex. His heart filled with helplessness and unwillingness. Feng Hongwei knew very well that he was now in a very dangerous situation. Without knowing the enemy's location, he didn't even dare to let the Inferno Prison Tyrannosaurus open its mouth to use it to summon his fourth troop. Being in such a situation made his face very ugly. If he didn't come up with a countermeasure as soon as possible, he would soon lose this cut. To be able to last that long undefeated, no wonder you were able to achieve first place in your previous life. Su Jin nodded slightly, having to admit that Feng Hongwei was the toughest opponent in this life so far. Missile saturation strike. As these 6 words clearly spat out from Su Jin's mouth, a fighter jet showed its figure in the sky, darkening the entire sky of the ring space in an instant. A low rumbling sound, from far and near, like rolling muffled thunder echoed in the sky. Immediately afterward, countless dazzling flames pierced the darkness. That was the moment the missile was launched. Missiles rained down, one after another like blue and white steel dragons, whistling and dropping from the clouds. Their figures shimmered with the cold light of metal, so fast that one could not see the trajectory. The air seemed to tremble, creating a white trail of air where the missile passed. It's as if the sky is all sniffly. The missiles were getting closer and closer, and the roar was becoming more and more deafening to Feng Hongwei's ears. The dragon soldiers on the ground felt an aura of death. They look up in horror. Only the sky was covered with densely packed missiles, its tail flames intertwined, forming a sea of brilliant and terrifying fire, reflecting the reddened bodies of all the soldiers. Boom! The missiles slammed down and the ground shook. Loud explosions followed. The flames rose to the sky, instantly engulfing everything around them in rolling smoke and flames. As strong as the dragon soldier's physique was, the wind and snow fighters' attack power still wasn't bad either. Under this barrage of missiles, the Thunder Shadow Stegosaurus, whose defense was relatively low, was the first to let out a miserable hiss. However, under this chain of missile explosions, its voice couldn't even be transmitted, and it was instantly drowned out by the deafening explosions. Only a small Hiroshi void appeared above their heads, unfurling a curtain of light and carrying them away from the battlefield. The rain of missiles continues unabated. Each missile explosion was like a small sun erupting, releasing unimaginable amounts of energy. Intense light and blazing flames intertwined. The shockwave spreads rapidly in all directions, causing secondary damage. An Inferno Prison Tyrannosaurus Rex and a Poison Mist Spinosaurus also followed closely in the footsteps of the Thunder Shadow Sword Dragon. They could hardly resist even in front of this powerful attack, and they were saved by Guangji and sent away from the battlefield. The entire battlefield seemed to have turned into an apocalyptic scene that made people tremble with fear. Moments passed when the sound of explosions finally ended. The battlefield was a mess of smoke and dust. Even though the Inferno Prison Tyrannosaurus Rex that Feng Hongwei was in was given key protection, however, under that attack like a raging storm, its body was still dripping with blood and shaking. Boo! The breath of the gale in Su Jin's hand had transformed into a sniper rifle, and a bullet shot out like lightning. The last Inferno Prison Tyrannosaurus Rex was also taken away from the battlefield by Hiroshi. Feng Hongwei's figure then fell to the ground. Chapter 101, The Shock of Crowds. Reversal? Crushing. This is total crushing. I don't know who in the audience took the lead in shouting out these words, instantly breaking the silence that seemed to be frozen. It was like a boulder thrown into the surface of a calm lake, causing the entire audience to boil. Unstoppable means of defense. Intensive baptism of artillery fire. Is this the mechanical race troopers? This is too terrifying. Another person couldn't help but let out an exclamation, his voice filled with shock and awe. The crowd nodded their heads, their gazes fixed on the battlefield as if they were still reminiscing about the thrilling battle scene they had just witnessed. Moreover, the current Su Jin is only level 28. Some people lamented Su Jin's powerful strength that did not match his rank. As soon as these words were uttered, the older students around them fell into deep thought. At level 28, it might not stand out particularly among them, yet Su Jin had displayed such terrifying combat power. If you switch the two numbers around, Su Jin, class of 82, it's estimated to be capable of extermination level strength. In the entire battle just now, not a single person in the audience made a single sound. Everyone was captivated by the battle scene in front of them. A rain of missiles like a natural disaster. It really catches the eye too much. Some people even stood up directly because the scene in front of them was so shocking. Eyes were glued to the battlefield without blinking, afraid of missing any of the exciting moments. But just before this battle began, everyone thought that Feng Hongwei was definitely stronger than Su Jin. After all, the class advantage is there. Level 41 versus level 28, that's a huge difference. Even though they all knew that Su Jin's strength must not be weak, otherwise it would not have been possible for him to be promoted to level 28 in such a short period of time. But it only made some people feel that Feng Hongwei would have a tougher fight, and that the two sides would fight back and forth, fiercely. But now the situation is completely reversed. Under Su Jin's terrifying suppressive power, Feng Hongwei had no way to show his strength at all. If it wasn't for the life preservation props, it seemed like Feng Hongwei wouldn't even have the chance to summon a soldier. Even if the soldiers were summoned, the entire situation of the battle was under Su Jin's control. It even said that Su Jin didn't even seem to be using his skills. Troop skills, lord skills, none of them seemed to be used. Awesome. For a moment, everyone in the audience no longer knew what words to use to describe Su Jin. They looked at Su Jin with awe and admiration in their eyes. What's even scarier is that his fighter troopers seem to have a stealthy, silencing technique. An older student's voice trembled slightly as his eyes were filled with shock and unease. In the beginning, Feng Hongwei simply couldn't find where Su Jin's soldiers were, which is why he looked so wretched. This kind of defense is too terrifying. As he spoke, his body seemed to be trembling slightly from the memory of the battle scene just now. Because he had substituted himself for Feng Hongwei, he realized that if he had put himself in that situation, there was no way he could have survived. The fact that Feng Hongwei could actually hold out until the arrival of the missile baptism had already fully proved his strength. I do think that Su Jin's soldier attacks are somewhat strong to the point of perversion, another student said with some emotion. According to the briefings from both sides before the battle, everyone knew that Su Jin's level was 28. Even though everyone was shocked by the fact that Su Jin was able to rise to level 28 in such a short period of time. But what made them feel even more outrageous had to be the fact that a level 28 soldier could so easily kill all the level 41 dragon soldiers, with such terrifying attack power and ranged damage. Perhaps that's why he leveled up so quickly. Damn! Suddenly I feel that the mechanical race soldiers are so strong. This is the romance of a man. Is it possible that it's just Su Jin's soldiers that are strong? The sound of discussion throughout the audience didn't stop at all. Everyone was filled with curiosity and awe at Su Jin's troop type and the strength he displayed. Thought I could see a little more into the brother show a little strength Lu. This Feng Hongwei also cannot off. Hu Feiwei in the audience suddenly felt a bit meaningless. Fire suppression, missile saturation strikes, stone thrower coverage attacks. He had seen too many of Su Jin's methods 2 days ago. I had thought that this Feng Hongwei could make Su Jin give more power and let him appreciate it. And it turns out just one missile saturation strike won't do it? The Ring, Zhang Guangji, who acted as the referee and was responsible for commentating and explaining, also all kept silent and did not commentate. The reason is also simple. How is this going to be explained? What else is there to say? Full suppression, artillery coverage, missile wash. How are others going to learn this fighting style? Even if it is explained? Zhang Guangji's heart was filled with shock as he looked at Su Jin, a complex look in his eyes. Su Jin's performance was simply amazing, completely exceeding everyone's expectations. Such a great terror. If coupled with the destruction of the Humanity Emperor's soldiers, he will become a nightmare for all his enemies. Zhang Guangji secretly sighed in his heart. Su Jin's future is unlimited. Can we announce the results of the match? His voice rang in Feng Hongwei's ears. At this moment, Feng Hongwei was still lying there in a sorry state, his heart filled with shock and unwillingness. The development of this battle was completely beyond his expectations. How could he not expect Su Jin to be so powerful? He himself was almost powerless before him. I lost this cut, and I can afford to lose. Feng Hongwei's voice was a bit hoarse. He knew very well that he was now in an extremely difficult situation, and it was almost impossible to reverse the situation. If Su Jin hadn't stayed his hand, he would have been taken away by Guangji by now. But Feng Hongwei gritted his teeth and tried to make an effort to stand up. However, I have one more request. But no matter how hard he tried, his body couldn't help shaking. He raised his head and looked at Su Jin in the air with a hint of stubbornness in his eyes. I admit, I have a bottom card just for you. Feng Hongwei's tone carried a hint of remorse. But I still underestimated you a little too much and didn't show it at first. Yes. Before Feng Hongwei could finish his words, Su Jin's voice had already sounded. Feng Hongwei froze. He completely did not expect Su Jin to agree to his request so dryly. He had originally thought that Su Jin would hesitate for a moment or put forth some conditions, but Su Jin's decisive response caught him a bit off guard. The entire room fell silent once again. Everyone was shocked by Su Jin's decision. They had originally thought that this cut was over, but they didn't expect a new twist. The audience's gazes were firmly fixed on Feng Hongwei and Su Jin, their hearts filled with anticipation. They wanted to know what exactly Feng Hongwei's bottom card was, and how Su Jin would respond. I don't know what reason to stop a warrior who still has the ability to fight from continuing to run into battle. Su Jin smiled, walked over to Feng Hongwei and extended his hand. If it was on the battlefield, Feng Hongwei wouldn't have another chance to talk to him, but this is just a cut and thrust. After all, he also wanted to see his opponent's bottom card. Let him lose. What's more, he used just a drop of his preparation. A test sandbag is here. It's a shame not to borrow it. Regardless of the outcome, I lost. Feng Hongwei paused, then said with a serious face, if there's a chance, I'll take a bullet for you. It's a man's promise. Chapter 102, it's just a matter of a few more seconds. Su Jin smiled with a hint of calmness and confidence, but did not respond to Feng Hongwei's words. He gently reached out and pulled Feng Hongwei up with one hand. The two once again stood 1,000 meters apart, as if they were two opposing peaks, exuding different auras. In the meantime, the self-destructing earthworms and self-destructing ants in the land under Feng Hongwei's feet also slowly retreated, and the ground was black above. Those creatures that were originally full of threats were now receding like a tidal wave, leaving behind only a messy ground. Seeing such a scene, Feng Hongwei once again sucked in a breath of cool air. Su Jin is really too scary. To the casual observer, such an average combat maneuver might just be due to hard power, which isn't particularly impressive. Even many are confident that they can do so. But if you are in the position of his opponent, you can only feel the despair of being counted at every level, and no matter what awaits you is a dead end. It was as if he was just a puppet on strings, at the mercy of Su Jin's repression and fear. Feel the despair and face the fear head-on. Feng Hongwei took a deep breath. He knew that if he stalled this time, he might have to do this for the rest of his life. Just for a moment, a flash of determination flashed in Feng Hongwei's eyes. Above the sky, it was as if a mysterious power had been awakened. A gigantic beast with an astonishingly large figure steeply appeared. The wingspans of these giant beasts were tens of meters long, and their mighty bodies were covered with scales that possess storm runes. The membranous portion of the wing takes on a blue color as deep as the night sky. There were whirlwinds constantly flowing above it, ready to whip up a raging storm. This, then, was Feng Hongwei's fourth troop type, the dragon troop type, the storm pterodactyl. As soon as the storm pterodactyl appeared, the sky was instantly enveloped by an oppressive feeling so strong that it was suffocating. They flapped their wings powerfully, each flap bringing up gusts of wind. That wild wind whistled and quickly formed a roll of small tornadoes, wreaking havoc in the heavens and earth. Just then, a distinctive storm pterodactyl slowly landed. Its head was borne with an incomparably sharp unicorn horn, emitting energy fluctuations that were so powerful as to be chilling. Its wings took on a mysterious purple color, and there were electric arcs constantly circling around it, making a nuisance sound. This was the hero-level unit that appeared amongst Feng Hongwei's fourth troop type, the Thunderstorm Pterodactyl. As the Thunderstorm Pterodactyl landed behind Feng Hongwei, a mysterious connection immediately appeared between the two. It was as if a bond of destiny held them together. In the next second, Feng Hongwei's figure quickly ascended into the air. A set of purple armor emerged on his body, and stood majestically on the back of the Thunderstorm Pterodactyl. The Thunderstorm Pterodactyl let out a roar, and the sound was incomparably piercing with the penetrating nature of lightning. The gazes of the one man and the dragon were firmly fixed on Su Jin, poised and ready to attack at any time. This storm pterodactyl's row is really big. No thanks to being an overlord-level existence in the sky, Feng Hongwei hit it deep enough to actually have hero-level units. This time Su Jin is afraid that he's in trouble. The students in the audience once again held their breath and nervously watched the situation in the arena. Storm pterodactyl, a dinosaur species of elemental-based flying monopods. Not only does it have all the advantages that a flying unit should have, it was once known as the Sky Dominator. Moreover, as a dragon species, its physical defense was not even remotely bad, not to mention the fact that this actually had a hero-level unit in it, making Feng Hongwei well protected. While the crowd marveled at how deeply Feng Hongwei was hiding, many people were also curious. How is this situation Su Jin going to be able to crack? A lot of people know that Su Jin's fighters fired missiles that did a lot of damage. Even a dragon species like the poison mist Spinosaurus, which possessed a certain amount of damage immunity, couldn't carry it. However, it is now too short a time since the last large-scale launch, and it is presumably still recovering from the cooling-off period. Fighter jets possess no more than machine gun fire. It's probably hard to break defense with that kind of damage. With such a situation, they didn't know how Su-jin could turn the tide. The atmosphere was starting to get a little tense, and every heart was filled with anticipation. And that's when it happened. Inside the ring space, Su-jin also made a move. Just hear boom, boom, boom. The loud bangs rang out one after another. Shasta, densely packed black leopard beasts emerged like a tidal wave and appeared around Su-jin. These panther beasts are athletic and full of power. They were neatly arranged, emanating a powerful and ferocious aura. It was as if they were a well-trained division of steel. The sheer number of them enveloped the earth in a black mass, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Begin! Both sides nodded at the same time, their eyes filled with determination and resolve. Next moment, one by one, the Black Panther beasts quickly arranged themselves into a square formation, their dark barrels facing the sky in unison. There are still people who don't see the situation at all. All that could be heard was da-da-da-da-da-da. The sound was as dense and urgent as a storm. And then, boom, 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 there was a sound. It was the sound of a storm pterodactyl making contact with the ground. By the time those people responded, the whole sky has been quite clean. Only the thunderstorm pterodactyl was left to put up a stubborn resistance by releasing the lightning barrier. Seconds. One round of shooting and it's over. So strong. Be that raw. In the face of this scene, so many people were a bit dumbfounded. You know that's a dragon soldier. As a dragon race, the strength of their physique was innate. Even the seemingly weak pterodactyls were comparable to some lesser quality defense types in terms of defense. But Su-jin's Black Panther beast just took care of them all with one round of sweeping shots? How is this possible? Fang Hongwei inside the ring space was also in a bit of disbelief. This is your own card, and it's gone in the blink of an eye? Out of focus in the middle of a fight. Combat awareness isn't there yet. Su-jin shook his head slightly. He was suddenly a little disappointed. I thought Fang Hongwei could give him a little surprise, but unfortunately, flying troops, get yourself in the gun's mouth. Only this thunderstorm pterodactyl skill is somewhat interesting. It's actually immune to 90% of ground damage, but sadly, it still doesn't do much good. Immediately after, only a low cry could be heard. Breaking cold ice slash. Supersonic came to the thunderstorm pterodactyl in an instant at a staggering speed. At this point he had taken on a robotic form. A clicking and freezing sound came from above that 4 or 5 meter long greatsword. Silky cold air continued to gush out, as if it could freeze everything around it. Between the swinging of the great sword, a piercing coldness quickly spread out, and with an unstoppable might, it instantly chopped fiercely towards the thunderstorm pterodactyl. The powerful impact made it impossible for the thunderstorm pterodactyl to resist, and it was instantly crippled and shaken. Boo! A crisp gunshot rang out abruptly, echoing in the still air. The shot rang out like an announcement of the end of the battle. Hiroki's figure appeared. Fang Hongwei and the thunderstorm dragon's figures disappeared into the ring space. The whole fight looked as if it was quite long, but from the time Supersonic executed the breaking ice slash to Su-jin's shot that ended the fight, only a few seconds had passed since all this had happened. Gulp! Hiss! In the audience, a sound of swallowing saliva and sucking in cool air was endless. Chapter 103 Conclusion. Crushing, or crushing, this is too strong. Just for a moment, why does it feel like an adult hitting a child? And, that fighter that just turned into a robot is a hero-level unit. Right. The crowd murmured, their words all marveling at Su-jin's strength. When Fang Hongwei summoned the Storm Pterodactyl and Thunderstorm Pterodactyl, many people felt that he could win this time. After all, in the midst of a battle between low-ranked lords, mastering air control would basically establish the victory. A level 41 Storm Pterodactyl against a level 28 fighter with missiles on cooldown. By all accounts, the former has a good chance of winning. However, the result was surprisingly still a lopsided crushing of Su-jin. It even gives the feeling that you're getting seconds anyway, so I'm fine if I'm on me. And the most amazing thing was the breaking ice slash that Su-jin had Supersonic perform at the end. There were quite a few knowledgeable lords who recognized it as a hero-level unit. That slash was so incredibly powerful that it almost killed the Thunderstorm Pterodactyl in an instant. It was just that some of the lords of the same mechanical race troop type were immersed in a question at this time. I thought the mechanicals didn't have a hero class? This Su-jin has shown a big tiger robot before, and a golden lump, and now a fighter. Such a question echoed in the minds of one mechanical lord after another. It's just that there's no one to answer their questions. Everyone was basically reveling in the cut they had just made and voicing their feelings. And in one corner of the audience, listening to the voices of the people around him discussing, Hu Feiwei was unable to stop himself from muttering, "It's still a water release." He had seen the true power of the supersonic stance. and even a level 35 dragon species defense class ferocious beast could come close to being killed in a single slash. This level 41 pterodactyl soldier type must have been a direct second kill to be right, but all anyone saw was a slash and maim. To say that Su Jin didn't let go of the water, Hu Feiwei doesn't believe it. Unlike the cheering on the training ground, it was quiet outside. Sure enough, I still can't beat it, Fong Hongwei murmured softly, a hint of helplessness and emotion in his tone. This time, he lost convincingly. As an opponent, he was also able to clearly feel that Su Jin was letting go. After all, even just a sweeping shot from a Black Panther beast could cause extremely serious damage to the thunderstorm pterodactyl at that time. A little more fighting and he would surely lose. He had a feeling that the reason why Su Jin did this was that he didn't want to make his loss so ugly that some of the people would focus their attention on Supersonic. And, with the battle over, Fong Hongwei also recalled how he had acted when he first met Su Jin at noon today. He smiled a little to himself, and there was a touch of helplessness and emotion in that smile. I thought I could take it at will, but I didn't realize there would be a role reversal. Is it a shame to lose to him? Fong Hongwei silently asked himself in his mind. Soon he gave his answer. No shame. Recognizing the strength of your opponent does not mean that you are weak. After about 10 minutes or so, the older students and some of the instructors on the training ground had already withdrawn. At this point, the entire training ground consisted of only a handful of squad leaders, as well as the freshmen, who had the largest demographic weight. First of all, I would like to welcome all of you to choose our National Defense University. A teacher stood on the stage, his voice booming. The words were full of welcome and anticipation for the new students. That's all I'm going to say about that. Next we'll start dividing up the classes. With the teacher's command, the separation of classes was carried out in an organized manner. After the friendly sparring match between Su Jin and Hongwei Fong, the freshmen's enthusiasm was fully ignited and they were full of expectations for their future college life. Class placement and a few other things were also all taken care of in about 20 minutes time. Immediately afterward, the individual squad leaders gathered their teams together. Uniforms were handed out and people in their classes were allowed to get to know each other. The atmosphere was very cordial as the new students talked excitedly and introduced themselves to each other. When that was done, close to another half hour had passed. Brother Jean, you let go of the water in the cut just now. As the students began to leave the stage, Hu Feiwei found Su Jin and asked with some curiosity. It's just a sparring match. It's not a real enemy. Su Jin responded lightly, his tone calm and natural. Isn't it protected by, Hiroki save me? Hu Feiwei was still a bit puzzled. He really didn't understand why Su Jin was letting go of the water. In his opinion, with the protection mechanism of wide wisdom saves me, there was no need to worry about any unexpected situation. He felt as if this release was unnecessary. Its thunderstorm pterodactyl has a special immunity, and the Hiroki save me ruling will be problematic. Plus with Fong Hongwei on the pterodactyl as well, it's going to be risky. Su Jin patiently explained. And there was no need to hide anything. It's just that what he's talking about isn't the same thing as what Huffy understands as a release. Just as Hu Feiwei was trying to clearly express his thoughts, the two had already left the training ground. Student Su Jin, after the freshman training, are you interested in joining our squad? A small group of about 5 people came before Su Jin. At the head of the group was a burly man, and it was he who had just said the words. The man looked at Su Jin with anticipation in his eyes, waiting for his response. The other team members also looked at Su Jin with friendly smiles on their faces. Freshmen can still team up with older students? Su Jin was a bit puzzled. In his perception, the National Defense University should be similar to the Army. When he was in the Army in his previous life, he didn't know that there was such a thing as a freshman being able to team up with an older student. It had always been the case that people of the same stage formed teams to facilitate simultaneous entry into secret realms and the like. Oh, yeah, same stage. According to his current rank and strength, he was long gone from the same stage as these new students. I'll think about it for a while. Su Jin gave the man an apologetic smile. The thing about teammates is that you can do without them, but you have to have them when you have to use them. After all, a lot of secret areas it annoys the hell out of me. Even though one can easily beat it, there's nothing you can do about it not letting you in. Moreover, the rewards of all these secret realms were still very high. If you don't go, you might lose millions. Therefore, Su Jin was also in need of a few teammates who would not drag his feet. This will enable you to be more comfortable in the face of various situations. And teammates who won't drag their feet, those in front of them clearly don't qualify. Su Jin looked at those people and pondered in his heart. It's been a year and they're still ranked like this. It's a pain in the ass to have to change it again before long. Subsequently, Su Jin then separated from Hu Feiwei halfway to the courtyard of Headmaster Xiao Jun. In the courtyard living room, Zhang Guangji had already been waiting here for a while. Let's go. General Xiao has everything ready in the study. When he saw Su Jin come over, Zhang Guangji took him directly to the study. On the road, Zhang Guangji's face still wore a few tones of emotion. He flirted. The Humanity Emperor's soldier has long since arrived in Yanjing, and its owner probably can't run away. Su Jin was slightly stunned, then revealed an awkward smile. He naturally understood the meaning of Zhang Guangji's words, and yet, I don't know how I should respond. After entering the study, Zhang Guangji quietly retreated. Xiao Jun looked at Su Jin, who came in with a look of emotion, his eyes full of appreciation and marvel. I honestly didn't think you could win, and that it would be so easy. Su Jin responded humbly, it was just a fluke. Xiao Jun smiled and didn't continue to talk about the topic. He took out an application form and a token from the drawer and handed it to Su Jin. This year's examination will be held the day after tomorrow, and you can enter with this token then, Xiao Jun explained. This is the application form for getting out of freshman training. Just give it to your class president when you get a chance. Chapter 104 Joint Military Exercises. Come back with a championship. You're a student of the National Defense University. I'm the president of the National Defense University, and in a sense, you're half a student of mine. It's good for me as a teacher to have a student get a good grade. If the teacher has a face, you know. Xiao Jun looked at Su Jin with a smile on his face and anticipation in his gaze. To the best of my ability. Su Jin's words weren't said to death. The two smiled at each other, and it was all in the air. There's one more thing I feel the need to inform you of in advance. Immediately afterward, Xiao Jun immediately changed his face to look at Su Jin with a serious look. Su Jin couldn't help but look aghast. His gaze locked onto the other man's eyes. Xiao Jun continued. The last time you did those things in the Sunset Afterglow secret realm, John Bull went looking for their eagle father to tell them off. The international situation is so chaotic right now that I guess there will be a multinational, multifaceted joint military exercise soon. Unsurprisingly, you'll be representing the recruit lords as well. After the examination, some of the undercards with a longer cooldown time try to keep them first, so it's good to light up your muscles when the time comes. Hearing this, Su Jin's face showed some surprise. And John Bull is going to sue? What's wrong with you? But when he heard about the joint military exercises, he became very interested. Military drills are military drills after all, and there are times when casualties are unavoidable. Just take them out before they surrender. Thinking of this, Su Jin couldn't help but have a smile appear on his face. And as for Xiao Jun's comment about keeping his cards, what bottom card do I have now? Isn't this all about flat A tactics? Xiao Jun could see Su Jin's inner thoughts, and said somewhat unkindly, don't you mess around. Although we're not afraid of things, there are things we can't go too far until we're strong enough. In case you push someone, there will be a lot of trouble. Su Jin nodded. He naturally understood the meaning of Xiao Jun's words. The thousands of years of Chinese history have told every Chinese, all that exists between nations is interest, not friendship. Therefore, Xia trusts only himself, no matter what the circumstances. Xia's hypothetical enemy has never been one person versus the entire world. And right now, China is not strong enough to go to war with the whole world. Therefore, very often it is as far as possible to ensure their own interests, not to push others too far, to leave a piece of shade for the other side. Just respond normally when the time comes. After all, we are peace-loving and do not advocate the use of force. It's only because we use most of our force to deal with ferocious beasts, and above all to defend the safety of our people. Fear that because of the war, the internal ferocious beast riots cannot be dealt with. But that doesn't mean we don't have enough force. I believe that as long as this military exercise is not done too much or too obviously, no one will dare to say anything more. Xiao Jun had an incredibly confident smile on his face. Without waiting for Su Jin to speak, he continued, alright, there's no need to think too much right now. It's getting late. Go home early. When Su Jin left, the time had already reached 9 o'clock in the evening. He hadn't thought much about the joint military exercises along the way. After all, it was still early. And the most important thing now was the matter of the examination the day after tomorrow. When returning to the dormitory building, the entire dormitory building was still brightly lit and bustling with activity. Su Jin also saw a lot of people and the squad leader in a piece of hook shoulders, chatting this and that, face overflowing with relaxed and happy smile. I guess soon your evenings won't be that happy anymore. Watching this scene, Su Jin couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions in his heart. He thought of his former comrades who had been in the same stage as them. Su Jin smiled faintly and continued walking towards his dormitory. When he returned to his dormitory, he found the door open. His own class president, Wang Wei, was also in his dormitory. Next to him was not only Hu Feiwei, but also other students from his own class who were in this dormitory building. At this point, they were still chatting feverishly. I don't have any idea about applying for the military school. It's just that my father told me that if there's a war the soldier should be the first one to go. It would be nice to kill a few more enemies in battle, preferably the first to ascend to enemy territory. By then my sister, my future wife and children will be able to live a good life. The speaker was a tall, incredibly muscular boy. His face was dark and his eyes revealed simplicity and determination. Yo, didn't you still have this idea? I thought you are as the second of Chilu. Want to PK with me into brother? Find over Lu. Hu Feiwei had a teasing smile on his face. Eyes moved back and forth between the boy who was talking and Xiao Jin who had just come to the door. Had. I did have that thought before. If I could beat him, I'd definitely get focused training faster. The boy called Dinyo scratched his head in embarrassment, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. I just don't have that idea now. I can't beat him. Although there was a hint of regret in Lu Danio's tone, it was more of a candid one, said the man, and everyone laughed. After the laughter subsided, Wang Wei spoke. I don't know how I should evaluate this idea of yours. However, when our country really needs to use war tactics to solve problems, and don't you newbies think about being the first to go into battle? We're just old and not dead yet. Although Wang Wei's tone was casual, anyone could see the seriousness in his eyes and a firm sense of responsibility. After saying that, without waiting for the crowd to reply, Wang Wei looked at Su Jin, who was walking over, and a smile appeared on his face. The main character of the night is here. You guys just ask the main character directly if you still don't understand any of the questions, and rest early if you're almost done chatting. His tone was relaxed, as if reminding everyone to cherish this rare opportunity to connect. The gazes of the crowd turned to Su Jin, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Even though they had all gone to watch the sparring match between Su Jin and Fang Hongwei and knew that Su Jin was very powerful, but having just gone through the squad leader's detailed breakdown, they realized just how powerful some of Su Jin's operations were. Let's not talk about stealthy silenced fighters and missile bombing. Just the fact that the Black Panther beast fired out bullets that possessed almost 100% hits on weak spots was enough for many people to learn for a year or two. And for many of these doorways, how to quickly get your correspondence leveled up. Naturally, it became a question in their minds. The atmosphere in the dormitory became slightly tense all of a sudden. Everyone looked at me, I looked at you, and a hint of hesitation showed in their eyes. Because we are not very familiar with each other and are still at the stage of just getting to know each other. No one is sure about each other's character in person. In this case, no one knows if some of these techniques and whatnot are Su Jin's unspoken secrets. If he were to open the question at random, in case he touched Su Jin's taboo, it would inevitably be a bit awkward. The minds of the crowd weighed and pondered how to speak without sounding presumptuous. Just then, Hu Feiwei stood out with a big grin and threw Su Jin a bottle of water. Jin is not the kind of person who is petty. As long as you are not curious about the length of Xiao Su Jin or anything like that, feel free to ask about the rest. Su Jin gave Hu Feiwei a look without a good reason, a seemingly borderline joke, but it made the atmosphere in the entire dormitory much lighter and more pleasant, and everyone couldn't help but laugh. The concerns in the hearts of the people gradually dissipated. One question was asked after another. Some students informed Su Jin of their troop types and abilities, asking themselves how they should solve some situations if they encountered them. Of course, more students are still more concerned about Su Jin's training style, is how to do those techniques used in cutting. Su Jin didn't hide anything about this series of questions, because he knew that there were times when his own strength alone wouldn't solve all the problems. Allowing more people to grow is equally a way to solve the problem. He listened attentively to each question, and then answered them all with slight modifications according to some of the experiences he himself had utilized and learned in his previous life. Its words are concise and easy to understand, and many people benefit from them. The crowd listened attentively, nodding their heads from time to time in understanding and appreciation. As for more targeted and specific training, this is the job of the mentors and squad leaders, so I won't steal their jobs. Su Jin smiled. With that statement, the night's chat came to a close. When the crowd left, quiet returned to the dormitory. Su Jin returned to his room and began to receive the rewards for the tasks he had accomplished today. As the light flickered, the rewards began to be handed out. 500 units of Black Panther beasts mutated in the Lord's space. Among them, the number of blue leopard beasts totaled 75, the number of green leopard beasts 47, the number of purple leopard beasts 178, and the number of orange leopard beasts was the highest, reaching a full 200. Immediately after, Su Jin also logged into a website based on the token Xiao Jun handed him. After a multifaceted identity check, start looking at what you'll be up against this time around in the Warfighter nuclear weapons program. Chapter 105, Butterfly Effect. Sense of urgency. Undead, human, dragon, demon, orc. There are a few that look familiar. Su-jin looked at the query and murmured softly under his breath. The mind began to recall the familiar figures, making some assessments. He doesn't think many of these people are worth caring about in particular. The strength of these people was not even comparable to the current Fang Hongwei. With his current strength, it could be said that it was easy to defeat them. However, Su-jin's heart did not have the slightest sense of relief, because among these people, there was one person he knew extremely well. That was a strong opponent that one could never afford to ignore. This person's name was Long Qianqian, and her initial troop type was Xian Poison Imperial Dragon. This troop can definitely be said to be able to restrain close to 90% of its own means. The Xenotoxic Imperial Dragon has wings that fly and is extremely agile. It is, however, an ultra-low altitude flight and can be considered a hovering unit. This characteristic caused Su-jin's leopard beast formation to deal a great deal of damage to it. At the same time, the Xian Poison Imperial Dragon's attack method also made Su-jin feel very tricky. Its attack was venomous, but it was a special kind of venom that was able to lower the target's defense. This venom is equally effective against mechanical troopers. What made Su-jin feel even more disgusted was that the Xian Poison Imperial Dragon not only had a special attack power, it was also meaty as hell. It is immune to 25% magic damage and has a 25% counter effect to physical damage. At the same time, the target of the counter wound will also be 100% poisoned, causing its defense to be further cut down and its life to drain away. The combination of these two abilities made it very difficult for Su-jin to face the Xian Poison Imperial Dragon. After all, his current rank was already lower. Even with the energy amethyst's effect bonus, the difference in attributes between the two sides wouldn't be too far. Add to that the fact that the Wind and Snow Fighters and Panther Beasts, two of the more powerful attacking troopers, have low body mass. When facing the Xian Poison Imperial Dragon, once one did not have a good grasp of the situation, it would bring about great losses. Plus, the opponent also had the Ice and Fire Twin-Headed Dragon, which had particularly high normal skill damage. It can pose a significant threat to both individual and group targets. At the same time, Long Qianqian also has the troop-type Fairy Dragon. This trooper has an outrageous means of ranged damage augmentation and a very impressive amount of personal damage, as well as the Shield Armor Dragon Rider with a rather outrageous constitution, control, and damage. With such a pairing of troops, even Su-jin did not dare to say that he could easily win. Not to mention the fact that this person himself belonged to the Dragon family of China, which was an incomparably powerful family. Many people from the Long family were in high positions in the business, political, and military sectors of China. With such a background, Long Qianqian's bottom card is even more unpredictable to Su-jin, and as he kept thinking inside, Su-jin suddenly remembered something. In her previous life, it seems that Long Qianqian wasn't the one-man nuclear weapons program test that she participated in this year, plus early arrival of multinational joint military exercises. The butterfly effect? Su-jin couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Long Qianqian's appearance undoubtedly gave him a huge warning. He began to consult some information and analyze some of the current situation and the various scenarios that might come up in the future. If it really was the butterfly effect at work, then much of the future direction would deviate from Su-jin's memory. War, feral beast riots, beast dynasty. These are big events that are highly likely to happen in the future. Today it seems that it may be changed by the deviations of this world, also available at early arrival. Thinking of this, Su-jin couldn't help but take a deep breath. A gruesome picture began to emerge in his mind. Just thinking about it made him shudder, especially the Beast Emperor. It was an incomparably terrifying existence. A strong sense of urgency surged in Su-jin's heart as he recalled the scene. Was he really weak at the time? Not really weak. With a group of soldiers that had the energy amethyst effect boosted, it was easy to single-handedly take on even a large country. However, in front of that Beast Emperor, with just one strike, he himself was almost killed in seconds. What a terrifying power that is. Even if all their soldiers get a 5 times full attribute boost from being hidden energy after using it first, then use the ultimate backup hidden energy source by yourself. It made the strength of all the soldiers exceed 50 times compared to before. But even so, they were still no match in front of the Beast Emperor. Think of these immensely scary situations. Su-jin suddenly realized a very serious problem in himself. Returning from rebirth, with skill proficiency retained, and with the help of the system, he also possessed mechanical race hero-level units, territorial buildings, and mechanics, plus the upcoming 2-person Dao Emperor soldier. It all went too well, so much so that Su-jin, who has been reborn and returned to the world, inevitably had the idea that I am the protagonist, I will be able to solve all the problems I encounter. Under the influence of this thought, he gradually drifted a little. Thinking about this, Su-jin was inevitably a little frightened. Perhaps my current self has grown up fast in the eyes of many, but Su-jin knew very well that this speed was not enough. If one has been following this idea continuously, such a major problem was discovered a little later. A scene from a previous life is likely to be reenacted. At that point, he might not be able to change anything but watch the tragedy unfold once again. Su-jin took a deep breath. He knew that he could no longer be swayed by this idea of blind confidence. The determination grew in his eyes. 10 minutes later, the time was nearing 11:30 at night. The night was like ink, and the cool moonlight sprinkled on the earth, adding a mysterious atmosphere to the whole campus. The replica entrance at the back of the academy seemed extraordinarily quiet. There were and are only one or two older students still entering copies one by one. Su-jin slowly walked to the entrance of the level 40 copy and swiped his badge of honor towards the instrument, only to hear the instrument emit the sound of special privileges. Identity confirmation. Permission to enter. Immediately after that, the vortex at the entrance of the replica slowly appeared. Without the slightest hesitation, Su-jin stepped into it with resolute eyes. As his figure disappeared into the vortex faded away. Just shortly after the vortex disappeared, a few students who had just left from their copies walked out, their faces wearing fatigue. Why do I feel like that guy just now looks like Su-jin? I feel a little like that too. But isn't he a freshman? We have training tomorrow, and the hosts won't let him out, right? Do you think that with his current strength, plus the fact that he's still sparring with Fang Hongwei, he still needs to participate in freshman training and learn those things? Also, that means that person is really Su-jin? A student reconfirmed. Guess so. Sure enough, some people are good for a reason, and he is secretly working hard where others can't see. Level 40 copy of Trouble in the Dragon's Nest. After Su-jin stepped into the copy, he found himself in a world that was like a fairyland, surrounded by jagged rocks and dense vegetation. In the distance, huge peaks towered into the clouds, and the mountains were surrounded by clouds and mist, just like a fairyland. But there was a faint smell of sulfur in the air, as well as a low growl that could be faintly heard, hinting that this place wasn't as wonderful as one might think. As Su-jin walked, the entrance to a huge cave appeared in front of him. Two dragon species ferocious beasts that were not very large, but possessed levels 38 and 39 rushed towards Su-jin. Chapter 106 Dragon's Nest Trouble Record Broken. Enhancement Booster activated. Troop agility increased by 10%. As this prompt rang out, in an instant, densely packed black panther beasts appeared around Su-jin like a black tide. They are athletic and agile, and they exude coldness. The silence was broken by the crisp, sharp sound of a gunshot. The muzzle of the gun behind the black panther beast sprayed dazzling sparks. Dense bullets whistled out like a rainstorm, accurately hitting the eyes and necks of the two young dragons one after another, causing weak damage. The bullet collided with the body of the young dragon, making a sharp sound and sparks flying. The flame young dragon and the wind-winged little dragon were obviously caught off guard by this sudden attack. They growled and struggled to fight back. However, the attacks from the black panther beasts were as continuous as a raging storm, not giving them any chance to catch their breath. In a matter of seconds, the two young dragons were transformed into experiences. Congratulations on killing level 38 Flame Young Dragon and level 39 Wind-Winged Little Dragon. Experience plus 11. 550. Congratulations on acquiring silver level equipment. Storm Dart. Experience tips and item drop tips rang out, causing Su-jin to nod slightly. Compared to other ferocious beasts, the dragon species ferocious beasts would undoubtedly be more difficult to kill. It's safe to say that even if it's just a level 40 copy, all 90% of National Defense University sophomores can't get through on their own. However, this was a good place for Su-chen to say, based on the principle of equivalence. Harder to kill means higher experience gain. Just two small dragons alone could bring over 10,000 experience. If the number of monsters in this copy is large enough, it's basically no problem to get to level 30. Fire missiles into the depths. Su-jin waved his hand, his tone firm and decisive. With his command, a wind and snow fighter was summoned like a steel eagle. They hovered in mid-air with a roar. Yes, the missile launchers under the wings began to warm up and aim in the direction of the cave. When all was ready, the missile whistled out, trailing a long tail flame, toward the middle of the cavern. Immediately afterward, as the missiles went deeper, one exploded. Boom, boom, boom. Loud explosions rose and fell, deafening the ears. The strong shockwave spread in all directions, causing the rocks around the cave to shake. Firelight rose to the sky, illuminating the entrance to the cave. Congratulations on killing level 38 Flame Young Dragon and level 39 Winged Little Dragon. Experience plus 11. 550. Congratulations on killing level 40 Thunderground Dragon. Experience plus 6,600. The intensive beeping sounded again, like a sharp drumbeat. However, Su Jin turned a deaf ear as he looked focused and turned his hand. All the soldiers appeared instantly and surrounded the outside of the cave tightly. All get ready. Come out and kill one. Su Jin's voice was firm and strong. With a command, the Golden Iron Beast, Manticore King, Supersonic, and a bunch of soldiers were ready to attack. Their posture was upright and their weapons were clenched, revealing a strong will to fight. This is despite the fact that the missile exploded inside the cave and the resulting smoke and dust would have obstructed visibility. But all this is no problem at all with thermal imaging. This is Su Jin's battle strategy. Cave-type replicas like this one, with limited space inside, are really unfriendly to some lords whose soldiers are too big and too many in number. However, ferocious beasts were ferocious beasts after all, and their brutal and irritable nature could not be changed. Just a few shots into their homes like this and these guys will be charging out the door like crazy. It also saves you from having to find monsters on your own, which is great. Da-da-da-da. Swoosh. Mouth. Roar. Ow mouth. The figure of the ferocious beast had just appeared in range when all the soldiers opened fire without hesitation. For a while, the sounds of gunfire, cannons, and the whistling of energy beams were intertwined. The ferocious beast had originally roared aggressively to tear the intruder to pieces. However, their roar came to an abrupt end only halfway through. Countless attacks fell on them like a raging storm. In front of the powerful firepower, they could only fall helplessly, becoming another victim of Su Jin's efforts to gain experience and loot. Su Jin looked at the beeps that once again sounded intensively, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. As long as he maintained this pace of fighting, this copy was definitely an excellent place for him to quickly upgrade. However, at this point there was also a problem that made it slightly harder for him. The corpses of all those slain ferocious beasts were still piled up inside the cave, together with the corpses in front of them blocking the way. The ferocious beasts in the back would cause damage to the corpses in front of them if they tried to come over. After all, now that he had the transformation workshop, the corpses of dragon breed ferocious beasts could definitely be called high-end materials. These corpses, if collected in their entirety, would surely be of great use in the transformation workshop, but the situation of the battle at hand made it difficult for him to do both. Who made me not think of it at first? I'll collect it next time I enter. Although there was some regret in Su Jin's heart, he also understood that in the current situation, a trade-off had to be made. Early the next morning, the sunlight poured over the replica entrance at the back of the academy, with green trees and a gentle breeze. There are already quite a few veterans of the National Defense University coming this way. They were either discussing copy strategies in groups of 3 or 2, or looking serious as they made pre-battle preparations. A lively yet tense atmosphere filled the air. The Dragon's Nest trouble record has been broken. Suddenly, a veteran student was surprised to find the level 40 copy record broken. This statement drew sideways glances from the crowd. Trouble in the Dragon's Nest. As the most difficult existence among the level 40 copies of the National Defense University, it has always been a challenge for many students. Someone once said that if anyone could beat the record for this copy within 40 levels, well, the record breaker can be said to be unrivaled within level 40. And now that the record has been broken, it makes them wonder about the person who broke it. First place, Su Jin, 4 hours, 28 minutes, 19 seconds. Second place, Hulahi, 4 hours, 40 minutes, 25 seconds. When they turned their attention to the leaderboard, the crowd was in an uproar. Mo-mei, Co Jin? Renamed? How else did he get in the copy? You think being a genius among geniuses can't come with a few privileges? Also, that means he already has the strength to be able to break the record for a level 40 copy? A level less than 30 and invincible within level 40? Look at the time it took him to pass, let alone level 40, level 45. 50% of the lords within level 50 are not his match. I'm okay with level 45. Let's forget about level 50. The gap is too big. Just as the crowd was lamenting, suddenly, an energy vortex appears at the entrance to the trouble in the Dragon's Nest replica. The crowd's gazes were instantly drawn over, only to see the tired but smiling Su Jin walk out from inside. His hair was also slightly matted, but the bright eyes and confident smile gave him a unique charm. The crowd looked at Su Jin, the shock in their hearts unable to be calmed for a long time. Chapter 107, Summoning a Heroic Unit Directly? Power Heavens. Meanwhile, the time on the leaderboard changed again. The original 4 hours, 28 minutes and 19 seconds has now become 3 hours, 58 minutes and 01 seconds. It was close to half an hour faster than before. This change caused the crowd to be so shocked that their mouths opened wide and they were unable to speak for a while. Originally, when someone said that Su Jin could beat most level 50 lords, there were still people who didn't quite believe it. After all, the preceding level difference is not at all the same thing as the following level difference. For the vast majority of troop types, the attributes added by leveling up one in the later stages can add up to more than the previous 10 levels combined. Such a situation is laid out here. It made it hard to imagine that Su Jin could be so powerful, but when this amazing score came up, many in the room were convinced. It's an hour faster than the original record, which definitely counts as crushing strength. And how strong is the original record holder? Holehi? Let's put it this way. At that time, he had already had the honor of challenging a level 50 lord and winning by fluke at level 39. And this copy record was still broken when he summoned the 4th troop type at level 40, thus breaking it. This shows the strength of Holy Shay and the gold content of this copy record. However, Su Jin was able to break his record by such a huge margin. This forced them to re-examine Su Jin's strength and potential once again. Looking at Su Jin, who was gradually moving away, the crowd marveled in their hearts. This young man's future accomplishments are unlimited. It is destined to leave a colorful mark in the history of the National Defense University, and even in the history of China. And at this point, Su Jin was also quite excited. In total, he had entered 2 copies of the Trouble in the Dragon's Nest. For the first time, kill all the monsters and level up to level 29.5 plus a bunch of equipment materials. For the second time, all the monsters were killed and leveled up to level 30 plus a large pile of equipment materials plus the corpses of all the dragon species ferocious beasts. Having reached level 30, the attributes are now very different from usual. He could clearly feel a qualitative leap in his strength. Name, Su Jin, Lord. Mechanic. Rank, 30. Spirit, 62. 250, unequipped. No percentage bonus. Body mass, 9,201. Power, 6,104. Agility, 4,671. After reaching level 30, Su Jin's strength attribute had reached a terrifying 6,104. That's a shocking number. Let's put it this way. The attacks of some ferocious beasts of the same level were not as high as Su Jin. Moreover, such an attribute can be passed on to all troop types through the energy amethyst's effect too. The changes brought about by this are horrifying in the extreme. It can be an instant spike in the strength of the entire fighting team. With such an addition, it can be said that it is a difficult thing for regular people to cross the level of the challenge. But for Su Lai to speak, it's only abnormal if he can't cross the challenge. At the same time, the most important thing about reaching level 30 is that you can unlock new troop types again. Su Jin wore a smile on his face, and there was an expectant glint in his eyes. He took out the brownish-green crystal stone that Zhou Tao had gifted to him earlier. A light flashed and the crystals disappeared. At the same time, a vortex appeared in the Lord's space. A sound like track tires in action came from it. The voice came from far away, with a steady, powerful rhythm. As the sound became clearer, it was as if a powerful force was approaching. Tracks? Su Jin had a guess in his heart as he listened to the voice. Just then, a dirt-colored shovel appears in the middle of the vortex. Immediately afterward, a bulldozer slowly became visible. The bulldozer was massive, its sturdy tracks turning slowly, exuding a calm and powerful aura. Its earth-colored shovel was shimmering with a metallic sheen, as if it could easily bulldoze through any obstacle. Moreover, this soldier type gave Su Jin a slightly different feeling. After transforming into a robot, it gave Su Jin a naive feeling. Su Jin's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously clicked on the bulldozer's attribute panel. Bikers Rickbaton, Diamond Class Heroes. Spirit, 37,122. Body Mass, 17,700. Power, 8,894. Agility, 3,080. Equipment, two-handed shovel, pulse-powered arm. Skills, backup hidden energy. Tarzan Crash. Throwing, Heart of Steel. Tarzan Meteorite Fall, deduct 80% of your agility. Convert 5 times into strength attribute, and unleash a powerful blow on the enemy. As your weight increases, the multiplier increases. Throwing, Force Buster can coalesce the earth element to form a boulder and throw it at the enemy. The final damage is determined by the size of the cohesion gathered. Minimum 100% attack damage, no special effect. 200% attack power damage, 50% chance to inflict knockback. 300% attack power damage, 100% chance to inflict knockback. 50% chance to inflict stun. Heart of Steel increases the strength attribute of all soldiers by 20%. Indeed, just the first time I summoned a troop type, a hero-level unit appeared straight away. Su Jin couldn't help but squeeze his fists after reading Force Battler's attributes. his eyes were filled with excitement, and the joy in his heart was hard to express. Many lords have had such marvelous experiences on successfully unlocking a brand new troop type. With unbelievable luck, it's straightforward to summon a hero-level unit of that troop type. However, such a thing had never happened in the mechanical race of soldiers. Even Su Jin himself, before that, had always thought, the only way to get a heroic unit is through a special reward from the system. Or maybe it's like the Green Panther beast, which somehow comprehends skills. He had never imagined that one day he would be able to summon hero-level units through the means of summoning. However, the appearance of Li Batian completely changed Su Jin's thoughts. As it turns out, you can also directly summon hero-level units through summoning yourself. What is the reason for this? Is the probability greater because the Hercules family is sparsely populated? Or are there other unknown factors at play? Su Jin couldn't help but fall into deep thought. However, he didn't dwell on the issue for too long. Anyway, it was an established fact that Rikubaten had appeared. It wasn't like it was a bad thing. Looking at the Li Batian in space, Su Jin was filled with emotion. The mere diamond-ranked force battler had displayed a shocking power attribute. Its power was able to rival that of a king-level mighty Tiger King. This is certainly an amazing thing to see. You know, the difference between the different qualities can really make a world of difference. A diamond-grade soldier has 80% more attributes than a black iron grade. And the attributes of a king-class soldier are 130% higher than a black iron class. The gap between the two is huge. Instead, Rick Batten crosses the chasm with diamond-level quality. If Force Buster can be upgraded to king level as well as supersonic, then there was no doubt that its power attribute would 100% surpass that of the mighty Tiger King. Only, this guy's agility is just too low. As a heroic unit, its agility was not even comparable to the Black Panther beast, which was also ranked at level 30. This is really a pretty serious shortcoming. In addition, Rikubaten's Masterstroke Tarzan Meteorite Drop also deducts agility and converts it into attack power. This definitely showed that there was a problem, and that was that Rikubaten's stance could easily miss people. But it doesn't matter. Many troop types will possess their own flaws, and no troop type is perfect. And a good lord will have different battle plans for different types of soldiers. Power Buster's stance can't hit anyone? It didn't matter. Then it was just a matter of controlling the opposite side so that the enemy couldn't dodge Force Buster's attacks. Or find a way to send your opponent to Rikbakutan so that you can still miss? Su Jin's mind had already begun to conceptualize various battle plans. He believed that as long as it was utilized properly, the mighty power of the Force battling sky would definitely be of great use in battle. Chapter 108 Expensive Hercules Family Bulldozer. Traveling to Yenjing Military Region. When Su Jin finished checking the attributes of Force Battler, taking a deep breath, he calmed himself down. Then, again, he couldn't wait to check out the troop types he had unlocked this time. That is, it belongs to the Hercules family of Rikubaten. Troops, Hercules Family Bulldozer, Platinum, price, 30,000 Lord's Energy. That price would be a bit expensive. Su Jin frowned slightly, a hint of helplessness on his face, but for this he had actually expected it in his mind. Normally speaking, the cost of a bulldozer and an aircraft carrier really can't be compared. The large and complex structure of aircraft carriers, as well as their powerful combat capabilities, make them expensive to build. And bulldozers, while unique in some ways, really can't compete with carriers in terms of overall size and function. However, the price of a troop can't be calculated in such a simple way. It's not like bulldozers fire bullets or missiles. When you buy it, you are following up with little to no secondary spending. But fighters are different. Every bullet this thing fires, every missile it fires, drains the Lord's energy. For many lords, it is the Lord's energy consumed in battle that takes up the major bulk. Lords need to keep putting in energy to keep fighting, but Su Jin has the energy amethyst. Effect 3 can ignore such a drain. Therefore, for 3WA Hercules Family Bulldozer, he was genuinely feeling so expensive. According to the only Lord energy now can only buy 1,000. After buying 1,000, there will be no money left. But not buying 1,000 bars and still counting the exploding soldier? This thing had thick blood and high attack, and it was a base card against Long Chenqian's Xian Poison Imperial Dragon. After a short period of tangent, Su Jin gritted his teeth and decisively chose to redeem 1,000 bulldozers. Lord's Energy, 886W. Looking at the only 886W of Lord Energy he had left, Su Jin once again felt like a thief pulling himself into poverty. With 192 generic troop seats, Thunder Temple plus Windswept City add up to 417 troop seats, adding up to a total of 609. A mere 886W of Lord's Energy is simply not enough to fill it up. This is like, one is standing in front of a huge treasure, but one can only look at it with bated breath, unable to pocket all of it. But he also knew that this was only a temporary dilemma, because tomorrow is when the Warfighter nuclear weapons program test begins. Completing the test, resources like Lord Energy don't even have to worry about themselves, and the location of this examination was in the military area near Yanjing. The location is not too far from the National Defense University. If you don't choose to have a high-level lord escort you, with Su Jin's own strength killing all the way there, it was almost 7 or 8 hours. In this way, halfway through, not only could you gain enough experience, but you could also validate some battle strategies against the Hercules family. Arrive and get some rest to adjust. The test starts early tomorrow morning, just in time. After a short period of reflection and planning for the trip, Su Jin first advanced in the direction of Xiao Jun's office. Of course, that doesn't count as overstepping the mark. First of all, Su Jin was not considered a regular soldier for the time being, and some of the rules and restrictions were not very deep yet. Secondly, he had already forwarded the application form to Wang Wei, the immediate upper squad leader, during last night. Upon arrival, he knocked gently on the door, and after receiving a response, slowly pushed it open and stepped inside. Inside the office, the simplicity of the arrangement reveals a rigorous atmosphere. Su Jin stood in front of Xiao Jun with an upright posture and succinctly explained his plan. Feeling the pressure? Xiao Jun obviously expected Su Jin's intention, nodded slightly and opened his mouth to inquire. In an instant, Su Jin understood something. He mused slightly, then nodded. Go ahead. It's good to have some manageable setbacks at times. Xiao Jun smiled and gently waved his hand, signaling Su Jin to let go. He was not worried about Su Jin going on his own. After all, this was Yanjing. As the capital of China, there were almost no dangerous ferocious beasts present nearby. When Su Jin exited the room, he murmured softly, "Smart kid," though I don't know exactly how Su Jin could see that something was wrong. However, Xiao Jun looked at the direction Su Jin left, his eyes filled with appreciation. This is a decision made by a group of senior executives from Huaxia after discussion. The authorities are in the dark, the onlookers are in the dark. Just after a few short days of observation, these powerful and well-read old men had the ability to see the problems that existed in Su Jin. They all knew very well that as long as they were young people, once they possessed such natural talent and strength, possessing arrogance was an inevitable result. But that's bad. Pride can make people become blindly confident and lose the proper understanding of themselves. It can easily lead to more setbacks and difficulties down the road. There have been many such examples over the course of history. Over the long years, countless geniuses had risen like bright stars, and they shone brightly in their respective eras, all the way through, unimpeded. He suppressed the contemporary era with an invincible posture and became the center of attention. However, when these people encounter problems that they cannot handle, there will be a number of people who will not be able to accept the blow of reality and will never be able to get over it and die out. Everyone didn't want Xiao Jin to become like this. Therefore, Long Qianqian was arranged to enter this examination. Its purpose was to create an almost unbeatable opponent for Su Jin. It allows Su Jin to recognize himself more and understand that he is not invincible, so that he can develop better. Only, this bureau has just been laid, and he has seen through it. The outcome this time may be beyond anyone's expectations, Xiao Jun said softly, his eyes glittering with thought. As the sound faded, the entire office fell silent once again. The rustling sound of the pen tip rubbing against the writing was especially clear in the tranquil atmosphere. It didn't take long. Su Jin had then already left the vast expanse of the National Defense University, even though at this moment, he was in the realm belonging to Yanjing City and was very safe. However, there would still be some ferocious beasts for the lords to practice as well as exercise that quietly existed in this neighborhood. Only a slight wave of his hand was seen. 15 even swifter orange leopard beasts appeared beside them. The small team then moved firmly towards the target point. Along the way, the wind was calm and nothing special happened. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner as Su Jin had expected. Time passes as if it were a white horse. 5:15 p.m. Su Jin had arrived near his destination smoothly and safely. Chapter 109. Arriving at the military region. The examination is about to begin. The Lord's growth path has similarities to the game in some ways. In the early stages, when just starting out, upgrading is really extremely easy. Each battle and the effort put into it can quickly lead to visible progress, and as the level rises, every 10th level, or even every level up, becomes a difficult hurdle to cross. Level 30 is likewise such a hurdle. Plus, Su Jin's journey was from Yanjing to the military region. The number of ferocious beasts that could be encountered during such a stretch of road was extremely rare. As a result, during such a long period of time, Su Jin's rank never showed any changes. However, he did not regret his choice to do so, nor did he think he was wasting his time. In the middle of this journey, Su Jin, based on some of his existing troop types, combined with some of the mechanical beasts created by the collection of transformation workshops, developed and experimented with a number of extremely practical combat methods for his new troop type, the Hercules Bulldozer. It could be said that before this, Su Jin's confidence in defeating Long Chanxian was only 60%, and now that confidence is at 100%. This is not arrogance. Rather, it was based on the fact that he had a clear perception of his own strength, as well as careful preparation. The military has clear rules. The region to which it belongs may not summon soldiers at will when not necessary, especially some of the soldiers that looked similar to ferocious beasts. It was mainly to protect the Lord so that these soldiers would not be too far away and be killed as ferocious beasts. Therefore, in the latter part of the journey, Su Jin chose a unique way, driving a bulldozer. Track tires plus shovels in front give bulldozers the conditions to run roughshod. 10 minutes later, Su Jin slowly arrived at the entrance of the military area. The atmosphere here is solemn and austere, and the guard can be as tight as can be. The soldiers standing guard were all as straight as pines. Even though some people recognized Su Jin, their eyes remained wary, as if they were examining a potential threat. Su Jin also understood their duties and did not have any grievances. That was until he displayed the token Xiao Jun had given himself. An imposing officer gestured slightly at the soldiers, and only then did the group of soldiers slowly lower their guard. Entering the military area, Su Jin looked around. At this time, it was already close to the mealtime, but the military area was still bustling, presenting a busy scene. All sorts of training noises rose and fell, and shouts of murder echoed through the air. There was a nerve-wracking tension in the air. It's as if they're in a state of heightened combat readiness, the officer explained. You should know this, there will be a joint military exercise soon, and everyone is working hard to improve themselves so that they can pass the selection by then. Su Jin nodded. He understands very well the doorways in there. For regular people, a military exercise might just be a larger scale drill. It is a demonstration of military power and tactical cooperation. But there are actually a lot of doors here. For example, if a country predicts a war at point A, which is the gateway to the country, if there is a failure, the threat to national security is great. However, some of the weapons, equipment and formations owned by this country that can't be put into the space are in point B. And this point AB is far away from each other and point A is not part of this country's territory. If a war conflict will really break out at point A, and this country wants to support it, the transportation of equipment will become one aspect of the problem. And such a question can be cleverly aided by the name of military exercises. When my men go over to a military exercise, surely they must bring weapons and equipment. In this way, even if war suddenly breaks out, once the personnel of this country arrive, they can directly use the equipment that has been transported in advance. And so-called multinational joint military exercises like this one, is it really just a mere military exercise? Whether it's an exercise or a war is only up to us. At that moment, Ainsley walked over with a steady pace and a strong sense of confidence on his face. Come on, let's get some rest first. Ashley looked at Su Jin and said in a calm tone. He knew that Su Jin had fought a night before he arrived, and with the exhaustion of traveling all the way here, he didn't engage in too much communication. Take Su Jin away from the lively and tense activity area. Moving steadily along the way, he gradually entered the lodging area among the military region that was specially prepared for the participants of the examination. In front of the building in the lodging area, besides Su Jin, there were also two people who had just arrived at this time. Su Jin's gaze fell on them, and through the information he had inquired about yesterday, he quickly recognized their identities. One of them was a contestant from the Southern War Zone, Demon Lord Advocate Chun-Lei. Only his face was cold and his eyes revealed a hint of mystery and danger. The other was a contestant from the Western War Zone, Orc Lord Xiao Pang. He was a big man, and exuded a feral strength. The three competitors met and stared at each other. For a moment, it was as if the air was bubbling with intense sparks. It was as if an invisible contest had begun. But as we all know, the real fight hasn't started yet. After briefly getting to know their opponents, they each went to their rooms. That guy is kind of strong and scary. In a quiet room, Zhang Chunlei slowly sat down. He kept recalling the scene of the encounter with Su Jin just now in his mind, and his expression appeared a bit grave. As a demon lord, the soldiers he possessed naturally belonged to the demon clan. This clan has always been known for its cruel laws of survival, which can be said to bring the idea of the weak and the strong into full play. In the world of demons, only the strong survive, and the weak can only fall prey to the strong. Therefore, no matter what type of demon it was very sensitive to the scent of a strong person. As a demon lord, his perception of the piece of breath and attributes could be considered extremely strong, and just at the moment when he had just met up with Su Jin, he sensed an aura of terror straight from the abyss from Su Jin. However, this examination competes for more than just strength. The test is like a battlefield. As long as you can win and don't violate the rules, you can use any means, right? Zhang Chunlei looked at the information labeled on the rules of the examination and a smile appeared on his face. Scene 1, Chaos. A person who is knocked out of the battle space is considered eliminated. Rules. But don't blame me for not speaking martial virtues. Who made you and that Long Chanxian too strong? It's hard for me not to eliminate you too early. And at this point, Su Jin was sitting in his room, having just finished reading the rules for this year's assessment of the maneuvering nuclear weapons program. He frowned slightly, a thoughtful look in his eyes. 2 of the 5 tests were directly eliminated, and even the original 3rd and 4th were directly combined in one piece. Is it because the joint military exercises are about to begin? The thought flashed through his mind. The importance of joint military exercises cannot be overstated. In order to better prepare for the military exercise, it makes sense that the rules of the test are adjusted accordingly so that it can be concluded in the shortest possible time. The corners of Su Jin's mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. That's good. The first test will eliminate all of you. Chapter 110, All Parties Gather. Dato's House. Multinational Delegation. In the Yenjing military region, there were 10 training grounds. Each training ground has amazing array facilities. You don't even have to worry about dying when you train here. I don't need Zheng Guangji's Guangji to save me. As long as their lives are threatened at the training ground, the formation will simply protect them. At this time, in training ground number 1, although Su Jin and the other group of contestants participating in the examination had yet to arrive, there were already quite a few people sitting in the audience. These audiences also included energetic new recruits and seasoned veterans. There were also a number of officers who were on leave and had traveled from other places to watch. Yu-Hu Old Wang, long time no see. A lanky officer grinned broadly and opened his arms, lunging toward another officer to launch a bear hug. This hug seemed to carry the force of 1,000 pounds, and the number -5,000 instantly appeared on the opponent's head, and his body shook a few times. Don't touch me, don't you know how strong you are? The officer who was hugged complained with a helpless face. Ha ha ha, old Lu is overworking himself. The lanky officer let go of the other man and someone beside him laughed and teased. After a brief catch-up, a question was raised. What do you guys say? If we throw out that girl from the Long family this time, who will finish first? At these words, the crowd fell into deep thought, and then spoke their own insights. I guess there's no way to run. You know, the reason why that girl from the Long family was invited to compete was to make Su Jin suffer a little setback. I think so. It's not as if the original seeded players of the National Defense University were all beaten by him without a fight. I don't think that's necessarily true. According to the frontal strength, Su Jin is indeed second to none. But the test is like a battlefield. Everything is about victory. In this regard, Su Jin is still too young. I'm more optimistic about Zhang Chunlei from the Southern Theater. This kid has a lot of intrigue. At this point, the examination had not yet begun, and the audience was buzzing with low murmurs. People are eagerly talking about what they think about this test. Among these speeches were removed a number of officers who had heard something of the cause of the affair. The vast majority of other people thought that the first place this time was designated to Long Chanxian. The reason is also quite simple. Dragon soldiers were already immensely powerful, and could be called natural hexagonal warriors. Plus she was the highest level 45 of all the participants. Moreover, the awesome family history gives her superb cards to deal with all kinds of situations. With this configuration, it does make a lot of people wonder how she's supposed to lose. The scales of victory seem to be tipping in her favor from the start. In the room labeled Deluxe Super VIP Viewing Room, the 2 men slowly took their seats. One of them wore a white turban on his head, which was held in place by a black headband, giving him a dignified and noble appearance. After this person sat down, he frowned slightly, a hint of doubt and dissatisfaction showing in his eyes. At the same time a faint look of disappointment appeared on his face. Elder brother AI, what I want to see is the designer of the little cloud robot. And yet why did you bring me here? This is not where I expected to be. He shook his head gently as he said this, the crease in his brow deepening a few more points. Then he continued, your country's man-portable nuclear weapons program is something I harbor some interest in though. However, it's not like you're going to be able to hire people into my country, and I really don't have much interest in watching this test. Between his words, it was clear that he had come here with a clear purpose. For this examination in front of him, he couldn't raise his interest from the bottom of his heart. and the expression on his face became somewhat indifferent. In the face of the big family's somewhat jaded words, Exley slightly raised the corners of his mouth and laughed softly. The same people you're meeting are also participants in this test. There was an imperceptible glint in Ainsley's eyes, as if he were calculating something. He couldn't help but mutter in his mind, Su-jin, Su-jin, I was too late to tell you. You must fight beautifully. The more beautifully you fight, the more money this big house will give. However, with your intelligence you should be able to understand it. Thinking about this, Ainsley's mind gradually settled down a lot. He could know the deeper meaning of this examination. Wasia can be so short of money these days. The research on the Dongfeng missile vehicle requires a large amount of capital investment, and the input research on various formations is equally costly, as well as the research on autonomous combat robots. Research grants of all kinds are spent faster than they burn. There's not a lot of places to come up with money fast in Wachovia under these circumstances. So then, one also had to look to the big house. The technology provided by Su-jin was recommended to the Dato family, and an autonomous combat-type robot was developed by the Institute. However, it is true that the big families are interested in it, but the other side has a request. Wanted the chief designer to personally design a distinctive autonomous combat robot for the Dato family's royal family, and the other party gave a high price that was hard to refuse. The combat data of the little cloud robot, however, actually originated from Su-jin's soldiers. As long as Su-jin's troop types could show strong, excellent combat abilities in this competition of assessment, the end result doesn't matter if you can finish first or not. The robots will all be worth more. We'll all make more money when the time comes, over time, except for the new and old soldiers and officers who were watching, and such persons as the great families who came with a purpose. Representatives from countries around the world that have a certain amount of strength and have more friendly relations with China were also invited along. The representatives of these countries were dressed in the distinctive costumes of their respective countries. There was both curiosity about the event and respect for the strength of Huaxia in his expression, though it is said that HWA has always believed only in itself. But then, in this situation of international tension, it's still important to make a proper show of strength to the outside world, or at least not make more countries enemies, and there are certain techniques for demonstrating strength. Too strong to show, slightly weaker, I guess, and some countries he has. So yeah, we show off the younger generation of powerful lords, tell them that not only do we have a strong enough base, but we also have a group of young lords with unlimited possibilities. That's what this test is about on a deeper level. Once all country representatives were seated in a large viewing room, the receptionist from Huaxia smiled and exchanged words with the representatives of the countries, introducing them to the purpose and process of this examination. Distinguished guests, this is the site of our Warfighter nuclear weapons program test. Some of the country representatives listened and nodded frequently, their eyes revealing their anticipation for this examination. Among them, some of the young people who had followed their elders were even showing their eagerness to try. In that connection, the representative of the state from PAK made a statement. This examination in your country is so wonderful, and some of us have brought excellent young talents from our country. I wonder if there is an opportunity for them to have a friendly sparring match with your country's participants. It's also good for young people to learn from each other and get better together. This statement caused a lot of people's attention. Delegates from various countries have expressed their expectations. They began to discuss the strengths and characteristics of young talent in their respective countries. One young man in particular, from Woolly Bear, had a look on his face that bordered on fanaticism. His eyes burned with a strong fighting spirit, as if he couldn't wait to compete with the Chinese contestant. The Chinese receptionist got a response from his superior, then smiled and replied, "That's a very good offer. We also welcome the best talents from all countries to exchange ideas with our participants. However, the flow of the game that has been set up cannot be changed. When the examination is over, all of you can feel free to challenge each other if you are interested." The delegates listened and nodded their understanding. The young man from Woolly Bear, on the other hand, was somewhat disinterested. In his opinion, the strengths of the participants in this examination were similar. If you want to win, you're bound to use some of your cards. By the time the test was over, even if the status of itself and all of its soldiers had been restored, losing some of their undercards, they weren't at full strength either, and it just wasn't fun to fight. The Chinese receptionist keenly noticed the disinterested expression of the young man from Woolly Bear. Looking at his slightly furrowed brow and slightly disappointed eyes, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly in his heart. That's a bit of confidence for the lad. Hopefully you'll still look the same as you do now when we see the game later. You think I don't want you guys to fight? Any random contestant can abuse you. We're afraid you won't be able to get off the stage. Chapter 111, Winner Takes All. Winner takes all. accompanied by the sounds of murmuring from various places throughout the training grounds. One after another, the participants of the examination arrived. They were either focused or slightly tense and grave. Everyone stepped into this challenging venue with different emotions. Great guy, VIP box, a big family, foreigners, or some important person coming over too? Walking into the training ground, Sujin immediately sensed someone from inside the room on the second floor of the training ground. Being a soldier in his previous life, he understood very well what this meant. By show of strength, do you mean in this regard? The other contestants also had some speculation. When they had come over to take the test, the leaders of their military region and school had revealed a hint of information to them. Now that they saw such a situation, their eyes glittered with contemplation, thinking about the deeper meaning behind this test and the challenges you are about to face. Amidst the gazes of the crowd that were either thoughtful, wary, or filled with wariness, time passed quietly, and it soon came to the time when the examination began. And that's when it happened. Gentlemen, a steady, powerful shout rang out abruptly. There was no movement. No one noticed a hint of something wrong. In the next moment, a high platform appeared on the training ground as if it had appeared out of thin air. On top of the high platform stood a man in bloody armor. His stance was upright, and that blood-colored armor shimmered strangely under the sunlight, emitting a chilling aura. The man's eyes possessed an endless murderous aura, as if it could penetrate one's soul and make one shudder. Central Warzone Grand Admiral God of Slayers Night Rend, Level 98 Lord, Su Jin, who was in an open space, recognized the identity of the other party at a glance, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Looking at this situation, the test was actually him being the referee. In that case, the people in those rooms were foreigners. This test is also showing part of Wasia's strength to the outside world. Su Jin had a look of understanding on his face as he secretly pondered in his heart. As a great general of the Central War Zone, Night Render had always been known for his powerful strength and cold methods. It is also one of the most wanted people in other countries to make Wasia disappear. His appearance caused the entire training ground to fall silent, as if time had frozen at this moment. All eyes were focused on him. Even some of the representatives of other countries in the box were shocked by his terrifying killing aura. They sat there quietly, a complicated look in their eyes, not knowing what was going through their minds. Perhaps they are marveling at the great strength of Huaxia, or perhaps they are thinking about how their own country is going to deal with its relationship with Huaxia. Introduce yourself. My name is Night Render, Grand Admiral of the Central Theater. Night Rend's voice was steady and powerful, echoing like a flood bell in the training ground. According to the national arrangement, I hereby act as the chief examiner as well as the referee for this examination. The Warfighter nuclear weapons program has a long history, with over 30 members of all participating tests reaching level 90 or higher in existence to date. Like level 70 and 80 lords are even more numerous. You could say that the few of you who have made it here are already the best of the best, with a promising future. Night Render's gaze slowly swept over the 10 contestants present. His eyes were no longer cold, but full of expectation and encouragement. Su Jin and the others' faces didn't change much, still maintaining their composure and calmness, but many of the new veterans in the audience were heartened. Level 70, Level 80, Level 90. This one rank number was like a bright star, hanging high above their hearts. That's what 99% of the world's lords aspire to. However, they are also well aware that such heights may be unattainable for most people for the rest of their lives. Life is like a battlefield. There is no fairness here, only justice. Night Rend's voice sounded again, like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of the crowd. The winner takes all. The strongest enjoys all resources. The same applies to the one-man test. The ultimate winner enjoys everything. When those words were finished, the atmosphere of the group that Su Jin and the other 10 people were in instantly became tense. Everyone's eyes became firm and fiery, as if they were burning with a blazing fire, and the air seemed to be filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. This is the Warfighter nuclear weapons program. Like a sharp double-edged sword, it is full of both opportunities and great challenges, focusing a lot of resources on one person. This desperate attempt to raise more powerful lords in the fastest time possible. It is not just the need for a national strategy. More so, it is a bold decision for the survival and development of the country in a world full of competition and crisis. Of course, an entrant who doesn't end up winning isn't the same as being completely abandoned. The resources left over from other people's meals were not as good as that most generous reward, but they were likewise enough for them to improve their own strength. However, no one likes to eat someone else's leftovers, and no one wants to be left behind in the competition. This is a competition I have to win for a reason. This was a common thought within the hearts of all the participants, including Su Jin. There was a determined gleam in their eyes, a persistent pursuit of victory. I'm sure you're all aware of the rules of the first win, leftover, game. I'm going to briefly restate here that the venue for the match is in the ring space of the training grounds. The entire ring space is divided into 10 zones, each of which will have a contestant stationed in the city. Each participant will face an attacker made up of 500 recruits. For each victory over an opponent, different points are awarded according to the opponent's strength, and knocking all opponents out of the ring space is considered a pass. After you pass the level, you can choose to just leave, or remain in the sparring space to do what you want. In a word, this is a battlefield, and the real winner is the one who wins and survives to the end. Knight Render's voice sounded again, steady and strong, clearly into the ears of everyone present. So what if our team wins? Someone in the crowd of recruits murmured this in a low voice. The voice was small but clear in the quiet atmosphere. The crowd's eyes were instantly drawn to it. A lot of new recruits think like this. These contestants are strong. I can't beat them alone. Can't you beat 500 people? But when the eyes of the crowd were focused on them, these recruits looked at each other with some doubt and uneasiness in their eyes. Most of them had just joined the army and were not too sure about a lot of the doors. A faint smile appeared on the faces of some of the veterans, as if they were remembering the youthful years they had had. They all had it then too. But which of the contestants present didn't have the ability to fight 1 against 100? Winning the fight? Nightfall had also heard the words. His face was a mixture of appreciation for the fearlessness of these new recruits and a smirk at this unrealistic fantasy of theirs. I told you, this is a battlefield. In battle, the winner enjoys everything. Knight Render said word for word, while sweeping an expectant gaze over the group of recruits. If it was in previous years, everyone knew that thousands of recruits would not necessarily be able to beat a single participant in the test. But this year, many people saw Su Jin, this new recruit with terrific strength and potential. It was a bit unrealistic, but what if another Seo Jin appeared among the other recruits? Not to mention the second one, if a recruit with half of Su Jin's strength appeared, they would earn bad money. If any of your groups can win the fight, your entire team will replace him as the new contestant. The resources ultimately received are distributed according to each individual's performance. After Knight Ren's words, almost all of the new recruits brightened up and began to pump their fists. At this moment, they also had somewhat similar thoughts in their hearts as Su Jin and the others. Asterisk. Who doesn't have 2 shoulders and 1 head? Them. Chapter 112, the examination begins. The foreigner's shock. These young people, they are really brave. An officer in the audience couldn't help but shake his head in exclamation. A hint of complexity passed through his eyes. There is a mixture of appreciation for the courage of the recruits and concern that they may face setbacks and thus fall flat on their faces. Let's hope it won't hit them when the time comes. He frowned slightly, pondering in his mind. This is the age of the lords, not a time when numbers are high and win rates are high. A random troop of a powerful lord is a boss in the eyes of other ordinary lords, especially like Su Jin and others. These members who can participate in the assessment of the man-powered nuclear weapons program, which is not handpicked on all fronts, an existence that has gone through multiple tests. These recruits want to win? The odds are too low. Isn't that the purpose of the warfighter program being so organized? Another officer took up the conversation. Let these new recruits feel what it means to be desperate, and then beat the crap out of them. And there will always be a percentage of the best ones that come out on top. With that, the crowd looked at each other with knowing smiles on their faces. They are well aware that such an arrangement, though cruel, is also an effective way to screen talents. Just then, Su Jin and the others had already stepped into the ring space. In an instant, a total of 10 panels of the screen like a scroll slowly unfolded in the sight of the crowd. The test is about to begin. 5,000 recruits will be randomly grouped into teams. As the words just fell, Knight Render raised his large hand and gently waved it, and that movement seemed to carry a kind of magical power. Only the 5,000 recruits at the scene appeared in the ring space instantly as if they were pulled by a mysterious force. They were dressed in uniform, straight and dignified, with a look of nervousness mixed with full of expectation. Some clenched their fists tightly, secretly cheering themselves on. Some looked around curiously, scrutinizing their teammates. The entire ring space was filled with tension. It's as if the calm before the storm makes one's heart beat faster. I'll emphasize again, you can strike without fear in the ring space, and you will be automatically teleported out when your life is in danger. With your physiques, any military doctor in the room would be able to make you recover instantly. After saying the final exhortation, Knight Ranch's mind moved as if it had touched some mysterious switch. A 60-second countdown rang in everyone's head in the ring space. The sound thumped like a war drum, urging the crowd to get ready for the fierce battle to come. The crowd summoned their soldiers out. For a time, the entire ring space seemed to have turned into a fantasy world. the recruits summoned a dizzying variety of soldiers. After all, it was 5,000 recruits, and naturally there were quite a few lords with high-quality soldiers among them. The troop type with new recruits is a four-winged archangel. That holy figure was like a deity descending, holding a sword with a cold light flashing. The four large wings on his back flapped slightly, each flap bringing up a burst of divine light. Other recruits summoned tanks like steel behemoths. That thick armor was like a solid fortress, and the mighty barrels of the guns were raised high in the air, showing off their powerful attack. There are also recruits whose troopers are strong minotaurs. They were stout, their muscles bulging like small mountains, and they held huge axes, the blades of which shone with a cold light and were full of power. There were even recruits who summoned walkers. They were slow-moving, yet numerous, and exuded an eerie aura. Those hollow eyes stared deathly at the other flesh and blood troopers beside them. If it wasn't for the fact that the Lord was at the controls, I'm afraid that these zombies would have been unable to hold back and pounced on their teammates around them. Good Lord, old Luo, isn't that a soldier under your hand? Angel soldiers? I didn't even know about it. Hiding it deep enough. This is the treasure of our regiment. How can I let you know about it? If this little guy grows up, having this troop in the fight will be no weaker than a necromancer. Fluke fluke fluke. This little guy didn't even get into college last year. Suddenly I got the hang of it when I chose to join the military this year. And the second soldier summoned this thing. The assortment of soldiers made the ring space instantly lively. And the audience outside the arena was also buzzing. Especially those foreign friends. They were even more wide-eyed. Those eyes full of shock and incredulity. In their country, lords who could awaken a troop type like angels and tanks could be talents. Coupled with their levels, all of them could reach level 25 on average. And the individual top-notch ones had even reached level 30. This is put in their country. It can be a key training object. And yet, in China, these are just ordinary recruits? Just a presence for those taking the test. As a stepping stone? Many people couldn't help but think, the pedals are that fierce. Just how strong will those contestants be? The minute was over quickly. The 5,000 recruits were instantly divided into 10 squads, piece by piece with their respective soldiers. They were teleported to the front of a single city, and the troop types of those taking the test came into view. Undead Knight, Bone Dragon, Archmage, Fairy Dragon, Hell's Triton, Bull Demon, Fighter. The aura emanating from one soldier after another was far different from the previous ones. Whoever it was, they could tell at a glance that the strength of these soldiers in the back was clearly a cut above. Fighting soon broke out. The first image given was that of Long Chanshan. At this moment, there was a fairy dragon and 10 two-headed dragons at each of the 4 gates of her city. The fairy dragon has an elegant posture, like a dancing elf, emitting a mysterious and fascinating light. The 10 two-headed dragons, on the other hand, looked powerful and intimidating. The fairy dragon was the first to attack as the group of recruits came into attack range, only to see dust containing powerful energy fluctuations instantly appear above the sky. The dust drifted away like a dream, like a brilliant firework, but with a deadly threat. Some of the lower-ranked soldiers as well as the lords who didn't have time to defend themselves were sent straight out of the field. Before they even had time to react, they were already disqualified from continuing to fight. The other soldiers also entered a silent state in a moment, unable to use their skills. This sudden turn of events alarmed the recruits. Immediately after that, they didn't wait for them to react at all. With the fairy dragon as the center, a dreamlike world of flowers spread out. The sea of flowers was so colorful that it seemed to be from fairyland, and each flower radiated an enchanting light. Within the sea of flowers, all your units' magic damage is strengthened and boosted by 25% magic damage blast. With such a boost, the two-headed dragon could be a fish out of water. The two heads spat out cold and flaming spit respectively. The spit is like a storm of destruction, enveloping all the enemies in front of you with very explosive damage. In just an instant, all the new recruits and Long Chanshan's figure disappeared in place. You pass. My hair. Is this the legendary full legendary soldier elf dragon? There's also the king-class troop-type twin-headed dragon. This girl doll is not to be trifled with. Is this the true strength of the participants in the Chinese warfighter nuclear weapons program? This land has bred some of the finest people in the world. The crowd of foreign friends were as if they had never seen the world before, and their faces were filled with shock. They exchanged words and whispered, their words filled with marvel and envy. Actually, I don't blame them for behaving that way. Many of the friends present were from countries where the land is sparsely populated. They also have some strong battle power though, but because of the lack of population, not to mention legendary troopers, even lords with king-level soldiers were quite rare. And in China, there were 9 other lords in general with Long Chanshan, and that's just this year's military participants. If you count folk, If you count among the colleges, if you count previous years. The whole room fell eerily silent at the thought. Even Peter, the woolly bear lord who originally wanted to compete with these contestants, couldn't help but tremble a little, because he realized that if he were to replace himself with one of those recruits, it didn't seem to be any better. It won't. It's not like that. This must be the strongest among these 9. The others certainly don't have that kind of strength. Yes, it must be. Peter kept reassuring himself in his mind, trying to shake off the deep shock and fear. With his inner thoughts, he shifted his gaze to the other sections. The bone dragon soared in the sky, its huge bone wings covering the sky and bringing up a gust of wind with every flap. An eerie light flickered in its hollow eyes, and a chilling growl escaped from its mouth from time to time. The archmage catalyzed a group damage magic that was enough to cover the sky, and brilliant magical rays bloomed in the sky like fireworks. Countless magical runes danced in the air, as if they were woven into a great web of destruction. Each of the 3 heads of the 3-headed dog of hell spat out flames of different colors, interweaving into a sea of destructive fire. The bull demon held an axe, and when it came down, the mountains crumbled. How can it be that strong? Impossible, impossible, it can't all be that strong, Peter muttered, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. His heart was filled with resignation, unable to accept what he saw in front of him. He then gritted his teeth and forced his eyes to shift to the final image. It was the city that belonged to where Su Jin was. At this point Peter was both nervous and expectant inside. He hoped to see something different here in Su Jin, something that would give him back a little confidence. However, when he saw Su Jin's performance, he was no longer stunned, but a deep fear. Chapter 113, The Source of the Calamity, Oxbow Mountain. Enhancement booster activated. Troop strength increased by 10%. The tone belonging to the reinforcement increaser rang out crisply, echoing in his ears. Su Jin on the city wall gently waved his hand, his movements elegant and decisive, as if he was a general commanding thousands of troops. As he did, the densely packed panther beasts and fighters began to move. They split into 4 groups and flew towards the 4 city gates in a swift and orderly manner. When the countdown ends, the tension seemed to be instantly ignited. Su Jin, who was still resting with his eyes closed, snapped his eyes open, his eyes sharp and bright. Good lord, I'm having a bit of bad luck here. 3 of the unbeatable guys have come to my place. Su Jin smiled and shook his head, and although his tone carried a hint of helplessness, it was more confident and calm. Only a shocking picture appeared before his eyes. In the sky, the archangel waved his huge wings and held a great sword, possessing a holy and sacred feeling. On the ground, the zombie hordes surged like a tidal wave, each with teeth and claws, emitting roars like demonic whispers. And in the midst of the corpses, there was a tiger tank, like a ferocious steel beast. This little guy, he seems to have a bit of bad luck. This is the cruelty of the battlefield, and the enemy on the battlefield won't tell you that. Also, without knowing the exact strength of the opposite side, everyone would choose to pick the lowest ranked fight. Even if he's Su Jin, it's going to take some effort to eat him this time. Murmurs filled all corners of the audience. Almost 80% of the audience focused their eyes on Su Jin's side. Different people look at such a situation differently. Some of the officers and generals who had some knowledge of Su Jin's strength were curious in their hearts. What kind of way would Su Jin choose to use to resolve such a situation? They stared intently at the direction where Su Jin was, their eyes filled with anticipation. The few new recruits, veterans, and foreign friends who did not know much about Su Jin's strength, and it was a cold sweat for him. A group of level 25 plus a few level 30 plus recruits versus 30 Lord Su Jin. They believe that this situation is very difficult for Su Jin to break through and may be eliminated. But after a lecture from the person next to me, none of them thought it was unreasonable. After all, it's just like what Knight Render has been saying all along. Appraisal is like a battlefield. On the battlefield, picking the weakest to fight first and breaking them down one by one is also a tactic. However, what you think you found a soft persimmon may be a granado. Looking at the expression on the face of that one recruit as if he had picked up a treasure before entering the tiger tank, Su Jin's face, however, did not have any ripples and remained as calm as water. He slowly took out his breath of the gale and transformed it into a sniper rifle, his movements calm and skillful, holding his breath, aiming and shooting. A set of actions flowed smoothly as if they had been rehearsed countless times. All that was heard was boom. The sound of a gunshot was crisp and loud. One of the lords who hadn't yet had the chance to enter among the tiger tanks was directly shot in the head, and his figure instantly disappeared from the crowd's line of sight. The gunshot sounded as if it was a signal to start a war, instantly breaking the original tranquility. The densely packed panther beasts, and the large number of fighters in the sky, opened fire. Bullets poured down like rain. Fire and smoke filled the sky. Facing such an enemy, Jin did not need to use any complicated strategies at all. Using only the simplest method, suppression by fire is sufficient to solve it. Angel, you're flying in the sky, aren't you? Panther beast formation. Understand. The countless black panther beasts quickly assembled, forming a tight formation like an impenetrable city wall. The densely packed bullets instantly cleared all the angels. Tank? Sorry, but my current panther beast has broken 10,000 with the stacking bonus of 1 attribute. Don't say it's just a level 30 tank troop. Level 40 kills it in the same second. A zombie? Being unarmed against this stuff is a real pain in the ass. Getting scratched will infect you with the zombie virus. It's just a pity. Can you carry the bullets in the sky? What's more, the present you are not the source of future calamities. It's just a little level 29 Karami. There was no strategy, just pure firepower suppression. Each bullet will surely take care of an enemy. Every number that floats out of the top of your head is weakness damage. The entire battlefield was an absolute feast for the eyes. In front of Jin's powerful firepower, these new recruits looked so small and vulnerable. However, Jin still somewhat underestimated these guys' determination to win. The Black Panther beasts and fighters that were still spraying bullets were suddenly affected by some kind of powerful force, and their movements came to a screeching halt. That originally intense battle scene instantly fell into an eerie silence. Offense calls timeout. The beep sounded abruptly. General Knight Rend, we request to cancel the protection mechanism for some of the troop types. On the side of the new recruits, a representative was sent to make a request to Knight Rend. The representative's eyes were full of determination and resolve, as if he was ready for anything. Knight Render's eyes swept over the zombie soldiers on the field, and a hint of realization and appreciation flashed in his eyes. Made a good decision? Aha! The recruit representative nodded heavily. No regrets? Knight Render asked again, his gaze locked on them. You said that this is a battlefield, and on the battlefield, we are willing to make sacrifices as long as we can defeat the enemy. That's right, the crowd of recruits chimed in, their voices loud and firm, full of fighting spirit and courage. Okay, fulfill your requests. Go and don't leave yourself with regrets. Knight Render nodded slightly and agreed to their request with a wave of his hand. While the battle continues, there was a disturbance in the square of recruits, only to see dozens of tiger tanks as well as densely packed, huge-bodied soldiers rushing across the front like steel beasts. But such a formation still couldn't break through the fire suppression of the panther beasts as well as the fighters. Dense bullets poured down like a torrential downpour, carrying a sharp whistling sound. However, the soldiers that were killed this time were strangely not disappearing. Instead, the head was penetrated and the body fell heavily to the ground. Even the only remaining tiger tank exploded in place. The loud roar was deafening, and the wreckage splashed around and piled up in place, without a moment's effort. A fortress-like mountain of corpses had formed between Jin and a group of recruits. Corpses lay in layers, beasts with their heads run through, mangled remnants of tanks, and massive soldiers with twisted limbs. Blood pooled on the ground in dark red rivers, giving off a pungent odor of blood and death. It even says that there are tunnels dug by the lords in the rear, to be used to avoid aerial fire suppression by fighter jets. I see, not bad for your style. Seeing this scene, Jin revealed a look of realization. He thought of the possessor of the zombie soldier species, the future Oxenberg, known as the source of calamity. It also occurred to me why, in his previous life, this source of calamity, as well as his team, was considered by many, doing whatever it took to achieve victory. However, despite understanding their intentions, one has the means to put a stop to it. But Jin still didn't choose to do that. There are 2 reasons for this. First, even if a bunch of their soldiers had been modified and strengthened by the zombie virus, he was equally unafraid. Second, it's not just a test to win for the sake of winning. It is more of an opportunity to show foreign friends the spirit of Chinese warriors. Chinese soldiers, as the most unique existence in the world. They have a spirit that all national soldiers don't have. An army that won't break up with a battle loss rate of over 95%. Such a spirit would likewise frighten and shock other nations. At the same time, this test is an opportunity for these new recruits. Jin recalled the various performances of this troop among the memories of his previous life. What reason did he have not to let them progress? Plus more. 2600 plus 2400 plus 2900 plus 2400. 10,000 shifts today. Chapter 114. China has never had a collapsed generation. Let's do it. With the reinforcement of the zombie virus, our soldiers will be stronger. That's right, time waits for no one. My troopers have observed that fighter has missile weapons. If he finds out and gives us a missile, we'll be wiped out. Yeah, get started. Don't hesitate. A little mental damage is just a little. It's not like it will affect us much. That's right, if we lose, We won't be able to patch up the soldiers with all this empty spiritual power. In case if we win, we might even get a treasure to mend the trauma of our spiritual power. Listening to the urging of one recruit after another in his ear, Bull Run nodded heavily, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Immediately, he summoned his own hero-level troop, the Zombie Mother Emperor. As soon as that Zombie Mother Emperor appeared, she exuded a terrifying aura. Its body was huge and twisted, and it exuded an eerie aura. Behind the mountain of corpses, one by one, the zombies all had the power to get even more powerful, becoming even more crazy and ferocious. So much so that among the mountains of corpses there were some flesh and blood types of soldiers with more intact corpses. All of them are gradually coming back to life in their bodies under the spreading zombie virus. Immediately after, Bullseye was fully focused on maneuvering the Zombie Mother Emperor. The huge and terrifying body of the Zombie Mother Emperor moved slightly, and it released a raging zombie virus. The virus spread quickly like an invisible tide, infecting a host of other recruits. Those virus-infected soldiers instantly underwent bizarre changes, becoming even more hideous and berserk. The soldiers, which were originally only level 25, were directly raised to level 33. It was even said that their attributes were already no less than some level 33 ferocious beasts, and some of the new recruits, because the soldiers are infected by the virus, no longer belong. They felt a sudden trance. Before he could react more, he was detected by Night Ranch and quickly sent out of space. Over time, among the entire camp of recruits, only the figure of Nyoban Mountain alone remained in existence. He stood there, surrounded by soldiers controlled by the zombie virus, exuding a chilling aura. Nyolanchaan's eyes flashed with madness and determination, as if he wanted to fight Su Jin to the death. Nonsense! This is just a test. The other side is our compatriots. They're cheapening themselves. Seeing this scene, old Jiang in the audience exited angrily. His face was red, his eyes full of anger and pain. They were just following orders. Carry out the orders of your superiors. Carry out the orders that this is a war. Old Luo's eyes revealed a hint of complexity. At these words, a silence fell over the scene. A few moments later, someone spoke up. No matter what time of the day it is, we Chinese warriors are not short of such people, aren't we? There was a hint of emotion in the man's voice, as if he recalled those fighting years he had once had. Asterisk. I don't care. This is a test, and the troops are obligated to save any injuries sustained during the test. Ginger gritted his teeth, his tone firm and strong. These are my soldiers, and if my superiors don't agree, I'll make a scene at the court-martial. And in the large viewing room, representatives from various countries, after seeing this scene, a deep awe flowed from their eyes. They stared blankly at the scene in the picture, an unspeakable shock welling up in their hearts. Some thought of the images that had been left behind by the warriors of China. Those images showed Chinese warriors fighting their way through the intense onslaught of the enemy, not flinching at the edge of life and death. They built an impregnable great wall with their flesh and blood to guard the country and its people. Those heroic and fearless figures who sacrificed their lives seemed to come back to life. It caused an unspeakable shock to well up in their hearts. Actually, before this scene was seen, some would have thought that such a spirit no longer exists in the contemporary youth of China. That kind of an ironclad division is history. They had thought that as times changed, people would become more appreciative of life. There is more focus on personal gain and no longer this spirit of daring to sacrifice everything. But now, they realized they were wrong. Dead wrong. No matter what time of year it is, there will always be that group of people in this ancient land that has been passed down for thousands of years. They may be young, they may be tender, but the same fire burns in their hearts, carrying on the spirit of their forefathers. At this moment, the whole room was silent. It was as if the mute button had been pressed on the large training ground, and there was not a single sound. Everyone stood up and watched this battle, which was not a war, but more like a war, with great concentration and seriousness. Everyone's face was written with gravity and awe. In the ring space, Nyoban Shan looked at the serious and focused Su Jin on the city wall, and a complex emotion welled up in his heart. He bowed deeply, a look of gratitude in his eyes. He knew that Su Jin had given them this opportunity to show their worth in this battle. Then, charge! A shout, as if it were a battlefield horn, broke the silence. All the zombies rushed like a tidal wave, and the momentum was as unstoppable as a dike-breaking flood. Even under the dual firepower of the panther beast and the fighters, these beefed-up zombie soldiers are still inching forward. The bullets fell like rain, hitting the zombies and splattering them with a splash of blood, but they didn't back off. The zombies in front used their flesh to carry more bullets and open the way for their companions behind them. The zombie in the back, in his empty eyes, seemed to be flickering with a hint of grief, but they don't stop and move on. A sound of shouting and killing, hissing like a slogan, and the sound of gunfire resounded throughout the space. The sound was deafening, as if it could penetrate one's soul. As time passed, under Su Jin's intentional control, dragging his body, which was about to faint almost immediately, Oxbridge stepped on the corpses of the zombies and ascended the city wall, step by step, with a heavy and determined pace. The moment he ascended the city wall and locked eyes with Su Jin, time seemed to freeze. The two men's eyes met as if 1,000 words were flowing through them. Su Jin looked at Nyolan Mountain and slowly said, "You guys did it." Nyoban Shan smiled slightly bitterly. "But, after all, you still can't win, can you?" Su Jin shook his head, his eyes firm. "No, at the moment you knew you would lose and would still continue to move forward. You have already done it." A flash of movement flashed in Oxen's eyes. "Thank you." When he finished, he wore a smile on his face before slowly collapsing. With a thought from Night Ranch, the group of candidates who had originally been teleported out and had been able to recover mentally were teleported back in. He looked at the warriors and inquired, "If you were to do it all over again, would you still choose this? Will you continue to move forward even when you know you cannot win?" They didn't speak, they just watched the fallen Oxbow in silence. They only felt an inexplicable flame ignite in their hearts. The flames blazed and made their blood boil. Each one of them had frightening eyes, staring intently at Su Jin. In the next second, all the remaining soldiers were summoned and attacked towards Su Jin. The raging aura seemed as if it was going to destroy everything. Such a performance has taken the place of their answer. His grandma, demonic, this is your countryman, not the enemy. Nightren looked at these recruits who had fallen into a frenzied state of attack and shook his head helplessly, a bitter smile on his face. He then waved his hand and sent the crowd all back. Like I accidentally became a villain? Su Jin couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Chapter 115, 1v8. The advantage is mine. There was silence in the ring space, after the many new recruits as well as Night Render had left. Led by Zhang Chulei and Xiaopeng, the 8 examination participants appeared outside Su Jin City. In fact, they had arrived here very early and had been hiding their forms, silently observing the development of the situation. They should have been able to launch an attack on Su Jin, along with Oxen Mountain, but they didn't go about it that way. It's their choice. It's a choice that you are willing to make knowing the folly of your actions. Su Jin naturally understood where they were coming from. You have already lost your best chance to attack. You have your choice. We have ours. Zhang Chulei quietly looked at Su Jin with a touch of extremely complicated emotions in his eyes. The strength of the zombie army that Oxen Mountain had just manipulated was truly frightening. It was as if those zombies didn't know what pain was or what exhaustion felt like, unless the head is cut off sharply and powerfully. Otherwise, even if their life value had already gone to zero, they would still be able to sprint forward madly for some distance. If he were to face such an army of zombies on his own, Zhang Chunlei thought that he could withstand it. However, that would necessarily come at a rather heavy price. Perhaps losing a large number of soldiers, or perhaps even putting yourself in an extremely dangerous desperate situation that requires the use of your bottom card. But what about Su Jin? The entire battle seemed to be completely under his firm control. All of the troopers didn't use any flashy skills, just the most common flat A's, just to be able to beat that ferocious zombie army into such a miserable state. Such a powerful strength made Zhang Chunlei feel deeply shocked and in awe. He clearly understood that there was a huge gap between himself and Su Jin. But how will we know who wins or loses unless we try? Zhang Chunlei's confidence is growing. We are not fighting alone now. 8 lords, and still 8 warriors who have passed all kinds of tests and undergone all kinds of training. They have different types of soldiers and unique skills. Despite not being trained together, masters can understand each other's meaning with a single glance. 8 people can work with each other and complement each other's strengths to achieve a 1 + 1 + 1, greater than 8 effect. That's right, if we were fighting alone any of us probably wouldn't be a match for you. Xiaopeng continued, his eyes glittering with determination. But now, 8 against 1, the advantage is ours. The other 6 agreed. Su Jin, don't blame us. Your strength is too strong. If we don't combine our efforts to defeat you, we will have no chance of victory. Tactics are tactics, and we have our own principles, so we'll give you some time to recover. That's right, you've got 10 minutes to rally your troops, recover your ammo, and face the 8 of us then. The 8 of them stood side by side, their tones full of confidence, as if victory was already in their grasp. Su Jin, however, replied flatly, the battlefield is all about surprise and victory, and the enemy won't give me such an opportunity. Although his tone was calm, his words still possessed an incomparably strong confidence. Think of this place as a battlefield, so we chose to join forces to tackle our strongest opponents. Consider this as a test. As compatriots, we chose not to take advantage of the situation and give you time to recover. That's our choice, Zhang Chunlei continued. After that, they stepped backward. There was another person whose gaze was fixed on Su Jin, fearing that he would simply choose to end the challenge now. Su Jin smiled slightly helplessly. Afraid I'll run away? I'm not running. According to the previous plan, Su Jin himself intended to find the door and eliminate them one by one as early as possible. But I didn't expect the accident of the Oxfordshire, which delayed it slightly. He had thought these people had opted out. However, these people had the same thoughts as Su Jin. Wouldn't that just eliminate them all in one piece? It's just a pity that Long Chanshan didn't know where she ran off to. Otherwise, just eliminate all 9 of them and end it early. Seeing such a scene in the ring space, it doesn't matter if it's a new recruit, a veteran, or some general. Their faces showed no surprise. Special treatment for special times. In this kind of test, which is full of challenges and opportunities, each participant has his or her own choices and strategies. There were even some generals who had noticed Zhang Chunlei's movements and let out a gasp. This Chunlei is something. He really let him unite all these people. Yes, being able to get several proud geniuses to join forces against Su Jin is not something an ordinary person can do. I'm afraid Su Jin will be in a bit of trouble this time. At first these people were a bit reluctant. Even though they came, they didn't necessarily cooperate, but now TSK but in the large viewing room, it's a very different story. Some foreigners saw this scene, but they felt bad about the situation. My hair, and a cluster asterisk. Isn't that a foul? A foreign friend's eyes were wide with shock and disbelief. His voice was filled with skepticism, as if he was incredulous at this method of assessment. Yes, since it's a test, the strongest being should be selected. Right, playing like this, isn't this mechanical little brother bound to lose? Another foreigner frowned, worried. His eyes showed sympathy for Su Jin, believing that he had no chance of winning in such a situation. 8 of them together. Who could beat them? Others chimed in. After just observing, these people also had a preliminary understanding of the strength of the test contestants, though inside they were also eager to quickly see the exciting sparring between these players. However, they are really hard to accept this behavior of 8v1 on the field and are very resistant to it. They feel that such an assessment is unfair and goes against their perception of fair play. That's how the rules of the tournament are. The ring is like a battlefield, and all participants can use any means as long as they can win. The Chinese receptionist shook his head. Uniting and cooperating, lending a hand, is just as much a way to win. That's the brutality of the Warfighter Nuclear Weapons Program test, which is designed to elect the whole package. What is being cultivated is not the strongest, but the ability to utilize anything and everything that is available to you to keep yourself alive and to give yourself a chance to be the strongest. When he finished, he added, "This is also the attitude of our Huaxia in the face of a foreign enemy. Once it is determined to be an enemy and a war is determined to break out, we will use all means to crush it." The words were not loud. It sounded like a thunderbolt to some ears. It made the entire reception room silent, including in the other room. Muhammad from a large family had a somewhat unhappy face. He had just seen the battle of the little cloud robot designer, and that wonderful scene left him wanting more. Haven't you seen enough? Is that how these guys play? Can't play? Obviously. Even if he had seen part of the strength Su Jin had displayed, he did not think that Su Jin could win in such a situation. After all, Zhang Chunlei and the other 8 members of the team were simply a handful when they wanted to eat a level 30 existence. In his opinion, it was a fight that he knew the outcome of, with no suspense whatsoever. But thinking about it, Muhammad's face suddenly changed. He looked at Aili on the side and said, "Elder brother AI, I can make the call. If little brother Mechanical is unable to win this time, no other resources can be guaranteed. The Lord's energy will be enough." "But don't." Ashley refused in a huff. "It's not a good idea to talk about such things." "I didn't mean that," Muhammad explained hastily. "I mean, Mechanical Chan is basically a surefire loser anyway, and we're willing to pay to train. Of course, how it needs to operate in the middle of this, you execute the arrangement. Others can continue to stay in Huaxia. All it takes is for Mechanical little brother to give us some help when necessary when our country is in danger." Hearing this, Exley glanced at Muhammad with some surprise. This guy really knows his stuff. The amount of Lord energy consumed to try to raise Jin is not low. That's true. According to the news from Quan Chang's side, the last time Su Jin was merely still at the beginning of level 20. The amount of Lord energy consumed amounted to 10 million. Already 99% of the Lords won't earn enough Lord energy in their lifetime. Moreover, such consumption would increase geometrically as he leveled up. According to his estimation, not to mention getting to level 90, 80, even getting to level 50. The amount of Lord energy consumed would be enough to arm a level 50 army numbering up to 3,000. You know, elder brother AI, our country is very tech-savvy, and it costs money to be tech-savvy, Muhammad said sincerely. Exley lapsed into silence. After a moment, he said slowly, when the time comes, we'll discuss it among many parties. After all, it's not a small matter. Chapter 116, what makes you think I'm at a disadvantage? At this time, everyone was staring intently at the picture in the middle of the ring space, their gazes filled with tension and anticipation. On one side were 8 top lords selected from various military regions and military schools. They could be considered the pride of a place, each possessing exceptional talent and great strength. Now united together, it's like a team of 8 pros in a MOBA-type game screwing the remaining 2. In many people's opinion, it is very simple to win the game with such a configuration. And now, one of the 2 remaining people, Long Qianqian, had also dropped out, leaving only Su Jin alone. In this way, it seemed that the ending would not be unexpected. After all, it was too difficult to fight 8 with 1. But there are still some who hold a different view. They were secretly pondering in their minds, in front of Su Jin, is there really an advantage in numbers? The calm and confident feeling radiating from Su Jin's body. Unconsciously, it infected some of the recruits who were less capable in their own right. It also has many people expecting a miracle. This anticipation was spreading in their hearts, making them stare even more intently at the images in the ring space. At this moment, the atmosphere in the ring space was tense and heavy. While looking at the 8 people in front of him, Su Jin's thoughts suddenly drifted far away. He suddenly remembered a lord he had encountered in his previous life when he entered the trials of the 10,000 races. It was a monkey, the topmost genius from a power called the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits. There is only one of its soldiers, the spirit Brightstone monkey. That monkey had a saying that would often be on his lips, and at the moment, the phrase is perfect for the situation at hand. The so-called geniuses who came here after thousands of ascending people end up as the 100,000 elite soldiers surrounding me. Thinking of this, Su Jin couldn't help but shake his head. Perhaps it was because this life was so fast and there were so many places to improve strength. He had almost forgotten that he still had an invitation to the 10,000 tribes trial, which allowed him to enter the 10,000 tribes trial to compete with other 10,000 lords for the opportunity. The restricted entry level for the trials of the 10,000 clans is level 30. By the time we finish this examination and get the reward of destruction, we should have a chance to achieve the top few places in the 10,000 races trial by then. A hint of anticipation flashed in Su Jin's eyes. The trial of the 10,000 clans has a powerful buff of +1 quality for all soldiers under your command as long as you come out alive. King tier Manticore King, Supersonic, plus the soon-to-be available Destroyer quest reward. He himself would soon have 3 hero units that had reached the king's level. If you get that buff, at the very least, you'll all have 3 heroic soldiers that have reached legendary quality. But, it's still important to get rid of these 8 guys first now. Su Jin collected his mind and refocused his attention on this battlefield. At this moment, Zhang Chunlei and the others' figures had gradually appeared within the range of vision. Their posture was upright and their eyes revealed a strong sense of confidence. 10 minutes have expired and we apologize. Sorry, you think I'm at a disadvantage now? Su Jin raised his eyebrows and a confident smile appeared on his face. The military's ring space can be ridiculously large, comparable to the entire island. Don't look at his place as just a city, but it's actually ridiculously large. Plus the entire space also has the ability to freely reduce the size of soldiers. Not to mention the fact that these people made a point of leaving him time to prepare. If he didn't prepare properly and let them feel what it meant to be desperate, Su Jin felt a bit overwhelmed. Therefore, Su Jin was also well prepared. The city wall he was underneath was already densely filled with 2,000 spirit skyships. On top of the city wall, 5,000 Black Panther beasts were standing by, ready to go. In the sky, 2,500 fighter planes were like ghosts, hiding in the void, ready to give the enemy a fatal blow. Behind the spirit skyship, there were also 200 blue leopard beasts and purple leopard beasts. They were divided into 40 squads, each of which maneuvered a panther catapult. That stone-throwing vehicle was uniquely shaped, and its black metal shell exuded a cold luster. At this point in time, the stone-throwing trough had already coalesced with gunpowder stones that were like lava. As long as Su Jin gave the order, it could be thrown at any time and explode with amazing power. With such a formation, he would be confident in stopping even a large group of level 50 ordinary ferocious beasts from attacking the city. Not to mention that the opponents this time were only 8 level 40 plus lords. Quickly, get the defense types on top. And don't forget the air defense. And everyone else take care to spread out their positions and protect themselves. The moment he saw the stone thrower coalesce with gunpowder stones, a very strong crisis surged steeply in Zhang Chunlei's heart, weighing him down to the point where he could barely breathe. His face instantly became grave, his eyes filled with vigilance. The few people present were all experts, all geniuses from various places. They possess excellent combat awareness and rich combat experience. Without waiting for Zhang Chunlei to finish his words, they had already begun to move in droves. It was so fast that it seemed like an instinctive reaction. Even after shrinking, there was still a 5-meter tall and hill-like bull demon holding an axe at the forefront. That huge body was like a solid fortress, giving people a strong sense of security. The bull demon's left hand raised, and a mysterious power emanated from it, adding a certain amount of time to the double resistance of all friendly troops. The undead knight dismounted, riding a bone dragon with his shield held long in his hand. The huge wings of the bone dragon flapped, bringing up gusts of wind. The undead knights were ready to block the attack of the catapults in the air. The defense is done. You guys do the rest. Clean up with long-range attacks first to buy time to break in. He's already level 30. Keep some extra backup and watch out for that new trooper of his. When some of the soldiers in charge of defense had set up their formations, without the slightest hesitation, all the others simultaneously had their soldiers launch an attack on Su Jin. The whole picture became a bit noisy. The three-headed dog of hell gave a low roar and spewed flames from its mouth. The shark held a steel fork and water gushed out. The elf archer shot green arrows that cut through the sky. The 8 men combined had summoned a total of tens of thousands of soldiers and launched various attacks on one man at the same time. The scene was as shocking as a great war. Not just the soldiers, the strength of Zhang Chunlei and the others in their own bodies should not be underestimated. One by one, the overlord skills were cast. A ray of light flickered in the ring space. Some are buffs that are stacked on the 8 soldiers, giving them an instant increase in strength. There were also those that were on Su Jin's spirit ship, making physical cuts, attack cuts, and countless other negative statuses such as slowing down, retardation, weakness, and so on. The light was like an invisible rope that bound Su Jin's soldiers, causing their strength to be greatly reduced. Have they really never teamed up before? Wind borrowing the power of fire, water and ice intersecting, and such a match was made straight away? Can Su Jin stop such an offense? Impossible. I'm level 54 now and have 2 defense class troop types. I'm not even confident that I'll be intact in this situation. At this time, everyone in the audience held their breath and watched this scene with rapt attention. The ox demon's huge body was like a solid wall, fending off damage in front of it. The figures of bone dragons plus undead knights soared in the sky like guardian angels, responsible for blocking the stone throwers. The other soldiers crossed over to unleash their long-range means of attack, and that brilliant light was like fireworks, illuminating the entire ring space. Such a match, such a multitude of soldiers attacking. Almost 70% of the people in the room couldn't carry it. How are you going to respond to that? Even Long Qianqian, who had long since passed, was murmuring softly. Her eyes were filled with curiosity and anticipation as she wondered how Su Jin would deal with such a predicament. In fact, the reason why Long Qianqian chose to end the battle so quickly and leave the ring space, it was having guessed that these people would choose to surround themselves. She couldn't think of any means she possessed to deal with the siege of several people, but Long Qianqian had noticed. At this moment, Su Jin actually did not have any panic on his face when faced with this situation. It's like, it's all in his hands. This made her heart desperately want to see what means Su Jin had to block this kind of means that was enough to exterminate an ordinary level 60 ferocious beast. Chapter 117, Spirit Ship's Great Display of Power. Strong indeed. No wonder you guys are so confident. Looking at the dense densities in front of him, with all the target points being dense skills in his direction, Su Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. Unfortunately, you guys really shouldn't have given me time to prepare. This kind of seemingly powerful, but actually scattered attack really doesn't pose much of a threat to me. While everyone in the audience was staring intently at the screen, Su Jin's mind moved. The shield of spirit sky, unbreakable. With our bodies, we forge walls of steel. It was accompanied by the spirit ship shouting such 2 lines in unison. They move quickly, their bodies half crouching, the shield they hold in their left hand standing heavily on the ground. The launcher on his shoulder began to pump energy into the top of the shield. That energy shimmered with a mysterious light, causing the shield to gradually become somewhat illusory. Immediately afterward, the shields in the hands of the 2,000 spirit skyships connected with each other, as if forming an impenetrable steel wall. Next moment, an incomparably huge curtain of light that was large enough to completely block off the area between Su Jin and the 8-man army suddenly appeared. A lot of people simply don't know how it works. A loud bang could be heard. echoing in the ring space. Countless attacks fell on top of the light curtain shield formed by the spirit skyship like a raging storm. One by one, numbers of only 3 or 4 digits floated up on the head of each spirit ship. Blocked? What the hell is going on here? When did that curtain of light appear? Asterisk. Is this still a level 0 troop? The defense is fiercer than even Lousy's level 54 troop? Seeing this scene, everyone in the audience was a bit dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with shock and doubt, and they were overwhelmed by the strength of Su Jin's soldiers. As the one general just said, Zhang Chunlei's 8 people's joint attack. Even his level 54 defense class soldiers didn't dare to say that they could block it unharmed. Faced with this situation, some experienced lords, they would choose to put their soldiers away for the time being, then use some invincible and uncheckable skills to dodge, and then find a way to counter. But Su Jin was different. He simply did not choose to do so. Just that large robot shield slammed downward. A curtain of light appeared with an owl, directly stopping these attacks. Is this where the little cloud robot protection mode comes from? It's just 2 pants hot. Inside the VIP box, Muhammad was incomparably excited. His hands trembled non-stop, and he had even stood up. His eyes were filled with excitement and admiration, and he was extremely satisfied with Su Jin's performance. Steady. Aside, Ainsley's mind darkened. As one of the strongest duo present, both he and Night Render had seen a pattern in this defense tactic of Su Jin's. This light screen defense is like an egg. Although Zhang Chunlei and the other soldier attacks were fierce, they were ranged strikes against a defense pattern of the type of egg. Spreading out the attack is obviously not very effective. However, even after seeing such a defense pattern, the two of them marveled at Su Jin's strength. As strong as the egg's defense mode is, it doesn't always carry it when it encounters an immense grip. It also requires the eggs themselves to be of superb quality. Translated here, it meant that any level 30 spirit ship in here could block the attack of any of the 8 Zhang Chunlei's troopers. This superlative physical attribute caused the two to already see the end of the battle. The ending that the two powerhouses had surmised Zhang Chunlei and the others would not know. At this point, they thought that this was just a special tactic of Su Jin's military species. As soon as the time is up, or if it takes too much damage, it will shatter. They were still continuing to catalyze the soldiers to launch an attack. Bullwinkle fought his way forward to fend off the bullet onslaught. Its body trembled continuously, but it still resisted at the forefront. A single -0-0-0-0 number popped up above his head. This is a support troop that belongs to one of the lords, and puts a shield of stage immunity to damage on all bull demons. The fiery flames spewing from the mouths of the 3-headed dogs of hell kept hitting the light curtain with crackling sounds. The sharks held steel forks, and water spurted out, ruthlessly impacting the light curtain, but they were unable to shake it in the slightest. The green arrows shot by the elven archers fell like rain, but they were all easily blocked by the light curtain. No matter how their soldiers attack, the light curtain formed by the spirit skyship was always as firm as a rock, not shaken in the slightest. The curtain of light seemed like an insurmountable chasm, blocking out all of Zhang Chunlei and the others' attacks. It spread out. This light curtain has the ability to spread out attacks. We need to focus on breaking one place. Suddenly, someone saw some characteristics of the spirit skyship's shield guard formation. There was eagerness and excitement in his voice. It was as if he had found the key to cracking this powerful defense. The others responded in an instant. Just as they were trying to convey the order for the hero-level units to unleash their stance, another lord shouted, "My aura of invincibility." Before he could finish, boom, boom, a series of deafening sounds echoed out in the ring space. Dense bullets formed fire suppression like a rainstorm. It was completely different from the beginning, incredibly dense and rapid, making it impossible to avoid. The bull demon, who originally seemed to be very resistant, instantly disappeared without a trace under this powerful fire attack. It was as if its huge body had never existed, leaving only an empty ground. Even the bone dragon plus undead rider, who had already prepared themselves for airborne damage, had their formation instantly disrupted. One by one, unseen fighters fired a torrent of bullets, as overwhelming as a raging flood. The bone dragon was unable to resist under this powerful attack and instantly disappeared in place. The undead knight on the bone dragon dropped straight down and similarly disappeared into thin air. There were also undead knights whose shields in their hands caught the gunpowder rocks that were like balls of lava, but they simply couldn't carry the huge impact. Only a loud bang was heard, and they also disappeared into thin air. The formation originally set up by Zhang Chunlei's 8 soldiers was instantly broken. The originally neat and orderly queue became scattered under this sudden attack. How is this possible? The 8 people in the ring space exclaimed in shock, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. They stared at the chaotic scene in front of them with wide eyes, simply unable to accept such an outcome. However, what responded to them was Su Jin's still calm voice. Nothing's impossible. A few of you just had your hearts messed up. If I had stayed calm and found a breakthrough while the aura was still in place, it could have been me who lost. Su Jin's voice was like a calm lake without the slightest ripple. The words just fell. One could only see all the spirit ships standing up, and the anchor in their right hand that was like a war hammer radiated light. The chain made a crisp sound, and the anchor drew a graceful arc through the air before slamming into the ground. There was a loud bang, and the ground shook, as if the entire ring space was trembling violently. That powerful impact was like a raging sea wave, spreading out rapidly in all directions. A huge crack appeared on the ground, spreading rapidly like a spider's web. Some of the closer objects were shaken up by the powerful vibrations and then fell heavily. The whole scene was as frightening as if the end had come. This was the earth-splitting slam that the spirit skyship had catalyzed. Not only does it deal a high amount of damage at 100% attack power plus 10% body, and there's also a damage grant of 20% of all damage, making this attack even more terrifying. Even though the attack from the tens of thousands of soldiers just now didn't have much of an impact on the spirit skyship, because those attacks have been decentralized and taken separately. When stacking those attacks and focusing on one piece, the destructive power generated is horrifying even if it is only 20%. And along with Zhang Chunlei's 8 figures disappearing from the ring space, in that instant, the entire space seemed to freeze. The entire audience was silent at first, so quiet that it was as if you could hear everyone's heartbeat. A few moments later, the audience was like a heavy bomb had been thrown into the room, causing an uproar. Chapter 118, Who is putting pressure on whom? It's truly outrageous. A defense that tens of thousands of soldiers can't break with their combined efforts. An attack that can decimate defense-class soldiers with just a few random shots. Is this really the kind of soldier a level 30 lord should have? 8 guys against 1 guy, not giving a damn about the pressure? Numbers really don't seem to have any advantage in front of him. These tens of thousands of soldiers, each with a machine gun, firepower suppression. It's horrible. But don't forget that there are still soldiers equipped with stone throwers, and his fighter soldiers aren't using missiles yet. The crowd murmured, voices rising and falling, and the entire audience was noisy. When Zhang Chunlei's 8 men gathered together, many people felt that Su Jin was already bound to lose. But when the battle was over, such a result was a slap in the face of many people. Moreover, throughout Su Jin's performance in normal combat, none of the 8 Zhang Chunlei had been able to bring any pressure to bear on him. There's an appropriate quote for this time of year. Can you play when 8 guys beat 1 and get countered? This statement, although with a hint of flirtation, truly reflected the outcome of the battle. And originally it was because today there was a sighting of a bunch of talented Chinese lords. The foreign friends who felt glad that their country and China still had good relations were even more mindful of a thought. With this person in place, as long as he grows up, the splendor of Huaxia will continue for an unknown number of years, because they all knew very well what the mechanical race troop types meant. Just as the reforms of the age of the professionals shifted to the age of the lords, some of the equipment and weapons extended by the mechanical soldiering will be the next future. Especially Peter, the young man who had previously tried to spar with a few of the people taking the test. At this time, it was the lips that trembled slightly, and a strong fear welled up in his heart. He had literally never seen such power among his peers. The strength of these contestants was far beyond his imagination. It looks like the weakest of them all, and it won't be a problem to beat 1.5 of yourself. It looks the strongest, like it can beat tens of thousands of itself. Such a fact filled Peter's heart with bitterness, and his original confidence was completely shattered at this moment. He realized that there was a huge gap between himself and these Chinese contestants, a gap that made him feel an overwhelming sense of despair. There was also Long Chanxian who shared similar thoughts with him. She murmured somewhat bitterly, "Blow him? I'm afraid it's not a blow to me." A helpless smile appeared on Long Chanxian's face. She really didn't know how she was going to accomplish her mission, and she really didn't know what she should do to defeat Su Jin. Facing the light curtain of the spirit ship, she had no way to break the defense, but according to the killing power of Su Jin's soldiers, it wasn't easy to break through the defense of his own soldiers, but it wasn't difficult either. How is she going to win in this situation? Inside the VIP box, Muhammad had become so excited that he was incoherent, and had not been able to slow down his grip on Exley's hand for a long time. Elder brother AI, please make sure Mechanical Jr. accepts our friendship and our investment. It's not just them. Even Knight Rend, who had long predicted this outcome, couldn't help but be a little curious at this point. Curious about Su Jin's true strength. Due to his identity, Knight Ranch also had a slight understanding of Su Jin through some information. However, even the Chinese officials who had the most comprehensive information nowadays did not know to what extent Su Jin's strength could reach nowadays, including, say, the The light curtain defense that the spirit skyship had just displayed was the first time anyone had seen it. The drop that is now exposed surprises and frightens everyone. Plus, with Night Render's eyesight, he could tell that in the face of a siege of 8 people, Su Jin hadn't used too many means. This made Night Ren seem even more interested in Su Jin's true strength. Only, when he turned his gaze to Long Qianqian, he realized that her face was a bit grave. Well, this little ninny doesn't even seem to be able to defeat the strength that Su Jin is displaying right now. Trying to count on her to detect it is better to forget about it. But a joint military exercise in a while would be a good idea to put him on another team and let those guys be sandbags. Despite the numerous thoughts in his mind, Night Render did not forget the main task of the day. He organized his thoughts slightly, and his expression became solemn. Coughing lightly, the voice was not loud, but it seemed to carry an invisible power, making the scene instantly quiet. Afterward, he said aloud, "The first stage of the examination is over. Passers Long Qianqian and Su Jin." When he finished, he paused slightly, just when he wanted to say the next specific matter. Long Qianqian was the one who raised her hand and shouted a report. That crisp voice instantly attracted everyone's attention, and everyone turned their gazes to her. Only Long Qianqian took a deep breath as if she was trying to calm herself. Her eyes revealed determination and candor before she slowly spoke. "I choose to delay the duel." Her voice was small but full of determination. "I'm no match for him now. Among the rules is this one, the final duel. If one side thinks they can't defeat the other, they can choose to delay the duel." The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. People were mingling and talking, with surprised expressions on their faces. Long Qianqian, such a choice is both reasonable and unexpected by many people. Sentimentally, it was wise for her to make such a choice after seeing Su Jin's powerful strength. After all, no one wants to go into a showdown with no chance of winning, and there is such an item in the rules. When only the last 2 are left, one side may choose to delay the duel if they feel outmatched. Wait to re-engage in the challenge when you think you are confident of defeating your opponent. During this period, the relinquishing party may not participate in other rounds of the maneuvering nuclear weapons program examination within the age range. The other side, on the other hand, normally enjoys the resources that a champion should enjoy, until the forfeited party makes a continuation challenge. The privilege is cancelled upon being taken down. However, many also did not expect her to be so decisive in choosing to delay the showdown. After all, she was also a powerful lord, and such a choice seemed to be a bit of a sign of weakness. Even Su Jin felt a bit surprised. However, he could also understand when he thought of Long Qianqian's surname. Unlike herself, others don't seem to lack resources. "Do you choose a duel delay during which?" Night Ren stared tightly at Long Qianqian, with seriousness and earnestness in his gaze, once again confirming. "Okay," Long Qianqian replied without hesitation. "With the first tough choice, the second won't be as difficult." This time, there was spontaneity and decisiveness in her tone. She was well aware of the gap between her own strength and Su Jin's, and making such a choice at this time was the wisest. That's all the purpose of taking the Warfighter nuclear weapons program test anyway. Resources. It's not like she's short on resources. Humanitarian imperial soldier, the finishing touch is also on her. Her participation in the Warfighter nuclear weapons program was nothing more than a national arrangement, letting her, almost as a peer, suppress Su Jin in terms of strength and put some pressure on him. But now lo, in the end who gives who on the pressure? If I can't beat you, what's wrong with me forfeiting? Do I have to take a beating? Anyway, whoever it was could tell I couldn't beat him. I didn't surrender either. I'm one of those who stayed in the game. No one will say anything about me. Chapter 119. The end. Couldn't find the question to rate. After Long Qianqian once again confirmed the postponement of the duel, the atmosphere of the scene became somewhat subtle. Even though Su Jin knew she was doing the right thing, with a clear power differential, it would be wise to opt for a delayed matchup, but he still felt some mixed emotions coming over him. Originally, Su Jin had always regarded Long Qianqian as a tricky opponent. He knew deep down that there was no way to end the fight quickly when he cut his teeth with his opponent. As such, he had carefully prepared a series of undercards for this duel to ensure a win. It's not just the new troopers, the Hercules family bulldozers. There were also some ferocious beast corpses that had been transformed through the transformation workshop, created powerful combat units such as the Jetstorm mechanical dragon and the flame-breathing mechanical dragon. However, now Long Qianqian's choice made none of these preparations useful. Su Jin's heart was still more or less lost. Those carefully prepared undercards failed to show their power in this duel, making him feel a bit regretful. But he also understood that this was the uncertainty of the battle, and it was possible that one person's seemingly random move could change the direction of the battle. Anyway, it turned out well, and that's good enough. Su Jin stood still and waited for the arrangement behind him. Meanwhile, in the viewing room, the receptionist had received a message from Knight's End. A smirk appeared on his face, one that seemed to carry a bit of mischief in it. He slowly scanned over the few juniors present, and that gaze seemed to carry an invisible pressure. Several people subconsciously took a few steps back, a feeling of uneasiness welling up in their hearts. Without waiting for the receptionist to speak, someone spoke up early. This 2-day trip to China has really opened our eyes. General Knight and the others are strong through and through. Your country's youthful grace is also a disgrace. The man's tone was filled with admiration and praise, and at the same time, there was hidden scorn and fear. There was a rare metal deposit discovered in my country some time ago, and the reserves are staggering. However, there are high-level ferocious beasts stationed in that neighborhood, and we are afraid that we cannot eat them with our own strength. This guy's a drag. How can you play like this? How dare you raise the price? The meaning of this statement is naturally well understood by everyone here. The so-called can't eat is just a pretext. Joint development and cooperation is the real purpose. The people present were not cuties, and they knew it very well in their hearts. The situation at hand could well be seen as gift-giving, and in front of everyone. At this point in time, others don't necessarily care who gave the gift and how much it was worth, but who didn't deliver. That's remembered exactly. Even though you won't get cleaned up for it, people will definitely grow a heart and a secret eye on you behind the scenes. And so, words of a partnership, parity, cheap imports, and so on echoed through the room. This is how nations interact with each other. Where are the real friends? It's all about benefits. The deeper the interests of both parties are bound, the stronger and longer that relationship will be. So many things I'm afraid I can't handle it alone. The receptionist frowned slightly before laughing. Tell you what, let's go to dinner together, and afterward we'll discuss the specifics together. Though as a receptionist capable of receiving so many foreign guests, his status could not be too low, but he really didn't have that much authority over such a thing on his own. With that, the group left while chatting, smiles on both faces, and the exotic young lords represented by Peter. Their original ambition had long since completely disappeared and they ran faster than anyone else. Fight? What the hell? Both sides are about the same strength, or they are stronger than the other side. Then it can still be called a sparring match, and there can still be a fight. It's called masochism when you know the other person is much better than you. Whoever wants to be abused goes alone. Don't yell at me, Peter muttered under his breath and left without looking back. In the meantime, Knight Render, who was the referee, was also making his final speech at this time. His voice was steady and strong, echoing throughout the space. Oxfam, Zhou Yang, and Duo. One by one, Knight Render read out the names of those recruits. He had a serious expression that made it impossible to see what he was trying to say. On the training ground, many people couldn't help but mutter in their hearts, is this going to be a reward, or is it going to be a punishment? A puzzled look came over the faces of the crowd, eyes locked on Knight Render, trying to find a clue in his expression. A few of the recruits who were named in particular had varying expressions on their faces. Some were still resigned, some shook their heads and smiled bitterly, while others had a straight face. Yet none of them regretted their actions. Without waiting for them to think more, Knight Ranch paused slightly, and a smirk suddenly appeared on his face. The above people, as challengers, who gave up their lives and looked on death as if they were at home, showing the fearlessness of our generals and fighting for the glory of our country, shall be rewarded. Buzz. At once, the entire training ground let out a gasp of surprise and murmurs. The sound was like a raging sea wave, rising and falling. In particular, the immediate superior of the Oxfam and the others couldn't keep the corners of their mouths down. But soon, Knight Render's somewhat icy voice came. But, life is not child's play. To act in such a manner is no different from sending someone to their death. Don't think it's a good thing. We don't need or want to trade the lives of our warriors for victory right now. No one in this country wants to see any soldier die needlessly. His tone was serious and his gaze swept over everyone present. The words were both as harsh as the cold wind, but also felt respected and cherished by many warriors. The crowd had mixed feelings in their hearts, but the scene was incredibly quiet. Only the voice of the Knight's End continued to echo. Therefore, what has been meritorious, will be meritorious. Reward downgraded, awarding all members with a first-class merit award, and all injuries during the test will be borne by the military. This decision was undoubtedly recognized by all present. Though brave and fearless, Bull Run and the others were ultimately a bit reckless and their behavior was risky. The reward downgrade to a collective first-class award is both an affirmation and a warning. At the same time, by the military to bear all the damage during the examination, there is also a reflection of the country's care and protection of the generals. Immediately after, Knight Ren began to make comments on Zhang Chunlei, Xiao Peng, Long Qianxian, and the other 9 lords one by one. Knight Render's strength was extremely terrifying. Just through this small amount of time, he could then already pinpoint each person's strengths and weaknesses, and a number of valuable suggestions on which direction to go in the future would make it stronger and more solid. Several people looked serious and focused, nodding their heads in appreciation every now and then. Everyone knows that a strong person who grows up, their life experience growing up is incredibly valuable. Getting critiques and advice from strong people will also play a vital role in their future growth process. And during this entire process, the entire room was silent and everyone was incredibly focused. For such 9 lords are, in fact, the former times of many in the scene, and the future of many in the stage. Their experiences, growth trajectory, and direction of development were of great significance to the crowd present. It was also a rare learning process for all of them through Knight Render's critique and guidance to them. Everyone was silently thinking about their shortcomings, and how to draw on the experience of these lords to become stronger. When Knight Ren's mouth said for Long Chanshan's evaluation over, he froze in place, lost in thought. It was only after a moment that he slowly spoke. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I really don't know how I should evaluate the first place this time. This kid, I guess, hides so deep that I guess a lot of people on the scene can see it. He didn't show the true strength of the individual, even saying that some of the little nuances are known to him. This situation, I will not make any comments. I also learned from Comrade Long Chanshan, delayed judgment. Once Knight Ren's words came out, for a moment, many people's faces throughout the training ground showed a somewhat shocked expression. Su Jin's strength, his toughness was obvious to everyone, but powerful is defined differently to everyone. Many people originally thought that Su Jin just had nothing wrong with him in his own eyes and was strong all around, but I didn't expect the same, even in the eyes of the Knight's End, a great general. There was no way to see the problems that Su Jin had and regarded it as perfect. This caused the evaluation of Su Jin to rise again in many people's hearts. Chapter 120, Destroying the Bug Like Mighty. Immediately after, Knight Ren's gaze locked onto Su Jin as he slowly spoke. If you wish, you can come to me privately. Let's see if my old general has a chance to give you some advice. On the training ground, the eyes of the crowd focused on Su Jin in unison. That gaze was filled with incomparable envy. They all longed for such an opportunity for themselves as well, because they all know exactly what that means. It is a world full of crises and challenges of all kinds, though there will be those instances where a person grows up through hard work and with their own talent. However, that number is really small. The reason why countless strong people can become strong, their back is basically not without one, or even several strong people to guide the way. After all, oftentimes the path you've traveled is one that someone else has already traveled. They know exactly where the path will lead, where there may be setbacks, how they will have to solve them, and what the outcome will be at the end of the journey. That's why it's often the case that a single nudge from one of these powerful people can make a person take many fewer detours. It can help young lords grow faster and more steadily, avoiding those unnecessary mistakes and setbacks. Thus, when the crowd heard Knight Render's words, they simply couldn't be more envious. But before Su Jin could open his mouth to reply, another voice came. The voice was loud and powerful, instantly attracting the attention of the crowd. Good boy, that's what you've been playing at for a while? The crowd sniffed and looked, only to see Ainsley heading this way. After he came to Su Jin's side, he looked at Knight Ranch and continued, I don't believe that you can't see that Jin's fight has a few shades of me. Hearing this, Su Jin couldn't help but secretly nod his head as well. This was actually quite normal. A lot of one's combat experience was learned from following the other side in his previous life, and it was natural that this life would be somewhat similar. This thing was like the Pigeon family's Kuan Pai Kung Fu, and those who knew it would recognize it at a glance. And the crowd of generals who saw Ainsley arrive, at this time, it was even more full of complexity, completely at a loss as to what should be said. They looked at Su Jin and Ai Seely, their eyes showing a mixture of envy, emotion and helplessness. Many people yearn for one-on-one instruction from a strong person. For many, this is a dream opportunity. However, at this moment, what they desperately wanted to obtain seemed to be something that was readily available at Su Jin's place. Even Su Jin didn't seem to show too much eagerness. It caused an unspeakable taste to well up in their hearts. Let's just say that people are not the same, and the trajectory of their destinies varies widely. People are more angry than people. After the results have been announced, the participants and a group of generals also left separately one after another. The atmosphere of the scene gradually regained its calmness, as if the intense examination just now was just a short and wonderful dream. As for awards and such, they don't need to be presented on the spot. First of all, appraisal rewards are just a permission. Winners will be able to pick up as many resources as they need at the major quartermaster's offices at no cost to them. And the scope of this authority is nationwide. As for the second reward, at this moment, Su Jin was also on his way to buying the Humanity Emperor's armor, Destroy the Dead. Think of the terrible effect of destroying the world. At this time, Su Jin's mood could be described as incomparable. About 10 minutes passed. After a myriad of tedious verifications of their identities and the lifting of restrictions, the two came to a door. Exley stopped and turned his head to look at Su Jin. Go ahead, it's in here. Su Jin took a deep breath, calmed his inner excitement, and slowly nodded his head. His hand rested lightly on the door. Feeling the cool, hard touch, the door slowly opened and a dazzling light instantly shot out. Su Jin squinted his eyes slightly, adjusting to the sudden glare. As his vision cleared, he saw a huge space. The surrounding walls flickered with mysterious runic light, which was an incomparably powerful spell formation responsible for suppressing the destruction. On top of that, there were metal molds of all sorts of guns, artillery, missiles, and the like hanging around. In the center of the space, a weapon that emitted a powerful aura was suspended. It was an incomparably bizarre ball of light. It changed its appearance 100 times, turning into a fireball that burned and burst, a missile that exploded into a mushroom cloud of visions, and a gatling that clattered with blue fire and spewed bullets. Su Jin knew that this was the humanitarian imperial armament, destroying the world. When Su took a step towards it, her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up, and each step seemed to carry 1,000 pounds. When he finally stood in front of the Humanity Emperor's soldier, he could feel the powerful force calling to him. He slowly reached out his hand and gently touched it on. The blood dripped in, and the Imperial soldier recognized its owner. A powerful energy instantly surged into Su Jin's body, causing his body to tremble slightly. Humane Imperial soldier, destroyed. Wear requirements, Chinese ethnicity. Attributes, non-stackable. Additional skills, suppression of fire, life in heaven and earth. Suppressive fire, all long-range attacks will be randomly doubled in number. Damage, range, etc. Current level, up to 3x. Life in heaven and earth. One of the keys to unlocking life in heaven and earth. Passive effect, ignore, can ignore enemy immunity, hegemony, vaporization, unable to select, and any other status. This is the horror of destruction. Even if the regular attributes of the two Humanity Emperor soldiers could not be applied to one person, and yet, it simply couldn't hide its chilling power. Its accompanying skill fire suppression is the existence of all long-range soldiers' dream. With any luck, you can have up to 3x the range, 3x the damage, 3x the amount, and 3x the damage range at your current level. At first glance these numbers don't seem high, but this passive is available to all soldiers. Today's Su Jin had tens of thousands of soldiers, all of which could trigger such an effect, not to mention the 861 fighters alone, one of which can fire 6 missiles, now totaling 166 missiles. With any luck, with such a bonus, that's 498 missiles with triple the damage and triple the blast range. To be specific, the damage that can be inflicted has been doubled by a factor of 9 at the very least. Moreover, such an effect will continue to increase as you level up. Its intensity simply could not be described in any words. It was a terrifying power that was enough to make everyone tremble. The only downside is that the consumption will skyrocket as well. However, such a flaw was not a problem at all with Su Jin. Energy Amethyst ignores this problem perfectly. The other skill, Heaven and Earth Together, was also incomparably terrifying. It can ignore the enemy's immunity, hegemony, voiding, unselectable, and any other status. As an example, 2 days ago, Su Jin was having a friendly sparring session with Fan Hongwei. It was because Fan Hongwei possessed life-preserving props on his body that Su Jin was unable to kill him instantly in seconds at first. And with this effect, Fan Hongwei's life-preserving props would be ineffective against Su Jin. There was also the invincible aura that someone among those 8 contestants had just cast. The same resulted in the then Su Jin being unable to damage their soldiers for a certain period of time. Now it's a different story. Again, just ignore it outright. Just include the inability to select a state. Such a state is really buggy at times. While it may be a bit counterintuitive, Destroyer can really ignore this effect. Su Jin had witnessed it in his previous life. A spectral tiger with close to 8 skills that made itself unhittable all over its body. This damn thing made even the then Su Jin suffer a lot, but at that time, the possessor who had been given this Humanity Emperor soldier had only used a megagroup ranged skill. It directly covered all the places where the spectral tiger could possibly exist and directly killed it in seconds. This is the terror of destruction. As for the fact that the attributes possessed by the 2 Humanity Emperor soldiers could not be stacked, it was normal. After all, if it's stackable, and not to mention 36 puts, the country only needs to find 3 trusted geniuses with awesome talent. Each person is divided into 12 handles, which allows each person to have a 120% bonus to additional Lord in troop growth attributes, slay a ferocious beast and gain an additional 120% experience. That way, no one else has to play at all. The balance of the entire world will be completely upset. Chapter 121 takes you to wool gathering. Su-jin took a deep breath and then exhaled it slowly, trying to use it to calm his mood that was as turbulent as waves. This time, his heart was much more excited than the last time he got a heavenly reward. After all, the two imperial soldiers were different manifestations of intensity. The intensity of the divine principle is unseen and unnoticeable, and requires effort to reap results. It is like a representation of the ordinary people of China, whose efforts are rewarded. And the intensity of the destruction is hard on the surface. Just blatantly tell you that I'm strong. Don't mess with me. After calming down, Su-jin turned around and slowly walked out of the room. Ainsley was standing outside the door, his gaze fixed on Su-jin, watching Su-jin's expression with a smirk on his face. Heaven's Way can be suitable for all mechanical clan lords, and Destroyer is probably the only one in the world that you can use perfectly. Ainsley's voice was steady and strong, with an undeniable certainty. You see it? Su-jin scratched his head, a shy smile on his face. Nonsense, you're the only one whose lord energy didn't decrease after a whole battle. It's not like I'm blind. Ashley gave Su-jin a blank look, with a hint of flirtation in her tone. Su-jin heatedly smiled, and there was a hint of innocence and joy in that smile. Ashley laughed too, his laugh bright and clear, even though he didn't know why. From the moment he met Su-jin, he felt that Su-jin was a bit too mature for his own good. Whether it's combat experience or the human side of dealing with people, it's not at all like an 18-year-old kid. It was only when it was like this that Ainsley could feel that childishness in Su-jin. That pure, innocent aura made him feel as if he was seeing an ordinary teenager, not that mighty lord on the battlefield. What's next? After walking out, Ainsley's voice lingered in Su-jin's ears. Without the slightest hesitation, Su-jin's eyes revealed a firm and incomparable light and said decisively, "My father left me an invitation to the 10,000 races trial. If there's nothing else going on, I'd like to give it a go. And I should be at the JSA almost as soon as I get back. I should improve faster there." Upon hearing the words 10,000 races trial, a complex look flashed in Ainsley's eyes, as if recalling some distant past. He tilted his head slightly and looked at the distant sky with some emotion. That's a good place to be. Those Fae are developing faster than we are in this aspect of lordship. There was a hint of admiration in his voice, and a hint of helplessness. The development of those Fae in the realm of the lords is truly amazing. They have unique talents and resources that have allowed them to achieve great things in this field. Humans, on the other hand, are still slightly lacking in some areas, although they are also trying their best. If there weren't, Exley wanted to say something, as if he had something difficult to say. A hint of hesitation appeared on his face, as if he was considering whether or not to continue. But in the end, he shook his head. Forget it, these are things you're not really fit to know right now. It's enough for you to know what your father told you. Su-jin nodded silently. He understood AIC Lee's good intentions, and knew what it was that Exley hadn't finished saying. 9,999% of the world's population thought that the current civilization of the human race was the highest in the history of the human race. But that's only for some human civilizations. They, Huaxia, had not been on the way to glory, but had been restoring their former glory. The once Chinese civilization didn't just exist on the blue planet. And the reason why he understood this was because Su-jin in his previous life had witnessed and heard it with his own ears. There was a relic in the trials of the 10,000 races called Fusang. The Fusang divine tree, tall and majestic, with its flourishing branches and leaves, was like a huge flamboyant cover that covered the sky. On it were 10 golden crows that had been transformed into bronze statues. All of this was witnessed by Su-jin in his previous life. The shocking scene is still seared into his mind. Zhu Hua, the strongest lord in Huaxia today, had led a team of lords to explore the moon a few years ago. In that mysterious land, they surprisingly found something similar to the remnants of the Qing dynasty period, and among them were Su-jin's parents. This was something that Su-jin in his previous life had heard from the mouth of the state when he reached a certain level, but before he could continue to grow and continue to delve deeper to understand clearly what secrets were hidden, the Beast Emperor swept in like a sudden storm, and he's not getting to find out because of it. In any case, it's safe to assume that the world is more complicated than anyone could have imagined, and the prerequisite for knowing all this is strength. For example, the Beast Wave 10 years later, the appearance of the Beast Emperor. Without strength, even if you know this kind of thing will happen, what can you do? There is nothing to do but watch the disaster unfold. See, again? Exley frowned slightly, a hint of helplessness and rancor in that look. He watched as Su Jin's face became grave once more and said somewhat unkindly, "What's the point of putting so much pressure on yourself at such a young age? The ones that entered are all level 30 lords. What kind of trouble did you run into with your current strength? Can you still run away if you can't fight?" Exley's eyes revealed his confidence in Su Jin. He knew that the current human race was in many ways inferior to some of the foreign races. But what does this have to do with the younger generation of lords? In his opinion, with Su Jin's current strength, even among the 10,000 races' celestial pride, he was considered to be at the top level. Even if you run into any trouble, you'll have enough to get out in one piece. Looking at Ainsley's expression, Su Jin froze slightly before a bitter smile appeared on his face. He was tempted to say he was worried about something other than that, but he really didn't know if he should go into it now. And I don't know how to express it in a way that can convince people that those are real events. It had to be faced in such a way. Just then, a mysterious smile suddenly appeared on Exley's face. "Come on, let's get you to some wool gathering." A big family? Su Jin instantly realized, and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. "You're making me look bad by guessing everything." Exley feigned anger, but the corners of his mouth turned up slightly in an imperceptible smile. "The VIP boxes are all out. I can't think of anyone else besides them," Su Jin said with a smile, his heart filled with anticipation. "But the others aren't cuties either. Resources that can really develop their own people won't be released. From my point of view, this one can only come with some lordly energies at most. That's also enough to fill the troop seats, which should also boost strength by 30%. Chapter 122, Muhammad's Big Spending. The two of them, Su Jin and Aili, chatted while they did so, while walking slowly under the latter's leadership. Along the way, Ainsley had also told Su Jin something about the 10,000 races trial. For example, his former military service was not actually the familiar Dongfeng missile vehicles, J-20s, 055 destroyers, and other military services. Instead, it's a very ordinary crate cannon, a remote control airplane, and a broken fishing boat. Only he was exploring the secret world one day, lucky enough to enter a premier secret, or one that resembles a relic in general. At that time, he had gotten an invitation to the 10,000 races trial from inside. Upon entering, it caused one's troop to be extremely sublimated before it morphed into the troop it is today. And what we are all familiar with is just a series of packages that went to be made with the push of the state. Therefore, I also approve of you traveling to the 10,000 races trial to break in. Ainsley turned his head to look at Su Jin with anticipation in his eyes. After all, your current troop is scary enough. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to the extreme sublimation of your soldier type. That must be an incomparably terrifying existence. At those words, Su Jin nodded seriously. To this he naturally understood. Extreme sublimation is also a kind of elevation among the trials of the 10,000 races. In his previous life, he had likewise gained the extremely sublimated form of the Golden Iron Beast, the Golden Claw God, the extremely sublimated form of the Black Panther Beast, the Black Lion Tiger. Its strength was many times more powerful than its present form. He also looked forward to how terrifying the Manticore King and Supersonic he had now obtained would be in their extremely sublimated forms, especially the extremely sublimated stance. The Storm Nebula split might actually allow the mighty Tiger King to exert a terrifying power sufficient to break the nebula. Su Jin didn't fall into a reverie for too long either. Soon they came to the door of a room. Elder brother AI, little brother Su, you guys have finally come. You really made me wait. Before they could push open the door, they heard the unmistakable anxious voice of Muhammad. He was seen quickly pulling the door open, his face filled with eagerness, and he kept urging the two to hurry inside. He looked like he had the words come grips. "I've got the money. I'm ready" written right on his face. Su Jin and Aili looked at each other, and a hint of a smile appeared on both of their faces. "To introduce you, this is Muhammad of the Dato family." Exley opened his mouth to introduce him. "Senpai," Su Jin shouted with slight respect. It's the most basic respect for someone you can't currently beat. "This is..." Ashley was about to continue introducing Su Jin, but he was interrupted by Muhammad. "Elder brother AI doesn't have to be polite to me." "I know," Muhammad said with a smile, a shrewd glint in his eye. With that, he took out a bag directly from his space and threw it to Su Jin without hesitation. "You called me a senior. We can't lose face." A small meet and greet gift at ease. Muhammad's tone was brash and generous, as if he didn't care what was in the bag. "Lord's Energy plus 100W. Congratulations on obtaining the special item, Red Inferno Crystal." Su Jin's gaze fell on the information of the item in his hand, and in his heart, he secretly pondered. This scene, it seems to be a bit of déjà vu. One has to marvel at the fact that it's not a big deal. Casually, It was millions of Lord's energy and special awakening props. This kind of broad-mindedness is really amazing. Seeing Ainsley aside, he cast a winking gesture. Su-jin also did not wriggle, generously accepted the bag. In a sincere and respectful tone, he said, "Many thanks, senior. Little brother Su, how have you considered it?" Mohammed is an extremely fastidious person, always disliked those curved doorways, directly opened the door to say his purpose. His eyes revealed a color full of anticipation, desperately hoping that Su-jin would be able to give a reply that would satisfy him. "If you open your mouth if you agree, I can make the decision myself and give you the first investments first." Mohammed's words were crisp and clear, without the slightest hint of procrastination, showing his bold and atmospheric character. It seems like he didn't even need to go wool gathering himself. He just took the initiative to come over. Su-jin muttered secretly in his heart. The purpose of the other party had just been told to him in detail by Ainsley. He really couldn't find any reason to disagree with this. After all, according to Ainsley, there is a need to go through this process with the state in order to allow for certain means of publicity for large families. So much for looking at it as one more place to collect brokerage fees. It's actually a strong safeguard as well. If the other side has a need to use Su-jin, and he cannot solve it himself, there is still the country behind as a solid backing. If one is capable of solving the problem oneself, then one is not at a disadvantage if one takes money from others to solve their problems. Either way, he had no reason to refuse. Before Su-jin could speak, Ashley took the lead and said, "We've already discussed this. For mutual development and synergy between us, definitely reaching out to help our friends when necessary." However, when he said this, he paused slightly, a hint of hesitation in his tone. Just what? Just mention any conditions?" Mohammed asked eagerly. "Jin will be heading to the 10,000 clans trial soon, and as you know, it's dangerous as hell in there," Exley said slowly, a worried look on his face. Although with his current strength he can save his life, but then again, he's not even replenished the most basic troopers right now. Troopers fighting with all the energy. Wanting to get more boosts is estimated to still be a bit difficult. "I thought it was something big, so this is it?" Mohammed breathed a small sigh of relief, the tension in his expression dissipating. He then continued, "Problems that can be solved with money are nothing. Oh yeah, and about the little cloud robot improvement." Immediately after that, Mohammed methodically detailed a series of things about procuring the little cloud robot. The main point is to make these robots stronger, to be able to destroy level 40 and 50 ferocious beasts, and, of course, definitely the higher the better. There's no need to think about costs either. You report the resources needed to us and we pay for the processing. In addition, we have to have Su-jin specially formulate a robot that is incomparably domineering and as powerful as possible for our royal family. The number of such robots should not be too high. It should be 3, and each must possess their own unique abilities. How much will it cost you altogether? Mohammed looked at the two Su-jin with a serious expression, waiting for them to give a definite answer. Chapter 123 Territory Building, Integrated Training Center, Comprehensive Enhancement. After about 5 minutes, the two of them, Su-jin and Ailey, had their gazes firmly fixed on a storage prop. Upon seeing the thousands of energy cores it held, the spirits of all of them were shaken in unison. Their eyes glittered with surprise and excitement, looking again at Mohammed, who had already left contentedly. The two men's hearts were filled with emotion. Not bad for a big dog with money. Both sides were happy, and their faces were united in a bright and incomparable smile. Originally, they had only planned to collect 100 million Lord's energy for the first time to mean something, then every 10 levels of orderly growth. The main fight is a fine one, but I did not expect people. Mohammed is a full dog big. Directly is a 1 billion? So cheap attitude. Settle the payment on the spot and leave happily, fearing that they will renege. And ultimately, Su-jin was also the first to use these Lord energies to fill up his troop seats, bringing the total number of soldiers to 14,600 already, excluding heroic units. Another 700 stone throwers were purchased, bringing their number to 1,000. And amongst the trials of the 10,000 races, extreme ascension required one of the resources gained within. But after returning to the blue planet, if you still want to use that form, you'll need lordship energy as something like a tariff, roughly 10,000 lord energy per troop type. Therefore, Su-jin also took 200 energy cores first. The others are not useful for the time being, so they will be given to the state for safekeeping. As for transforming the little cloud robot, it's actually quite simple. After getting the remodeling workshop, Su-jin also had a new inspiration. Even though he couldn't figure out the principles of the remodeling workshop at the moment, there's no way to do that by making the corpses of ferocious beasts act as instants, turning them into mechanical soldiers. but he could have gone another way. The choice was made to utilize some of the carcasses of the ferocious beasts as materials, thus enhancing the overall strength of the robot. And so, in the time that followed, Soo-jin traveled to the institute with Ashley. Partial information like this is organized for researchers to go over. Then he made another trip to the armament office to exchange the mech fusion skill books he needed. Of course, like some of the other troop skills, territory buildings and such, there were those that were suitable for use now and could be taken away directly, and Soo-jin also exchanged quite a few of them. Among other things, Panther Beast troop skill, Phantom Piercing Bullet. Effect: when the Panther Beast fires a phantom shadow bomb at a target, it deals 150% damage, and for every 500 meters the bullet travels, it will increase the damage by an additional 5%, and its damage can be up to 300%. Cooling time, 1 hour. The main reason why this skill is paired with the Panther Beast is because the Panther Beast also has the sniper rifle. Although Soo-jin hadn't let the Black Panther Beast use this means of combat for the time being, but there's no denying that the utility of the sniper rifle in Lord's combat is really extremely good. So, this one also comes with some trimming effect, and the bullet fires without sound. And the Phantom Piercing Bullet, which did more damage the farther away it was perfect for the Black Panther Beast. Fighter Aircraft Skill, Swarm Missile. Effect: fighter can split main missile into 3 missiles. The main missile will continue on its original course, while the other 2 sub-missiles will automatically lock on to nearby targets within a certain range. 90% of the original primary ballistic damage and 70% of the secondary missile damage. Cooling time, 3 hours. This skill serves to greatly enhance the clearing efficiency of the fighter. It can strike 3 different targets at once, resulting in greater ranged damage. It would be even more terrifying if it was coupled with a destructive effect. Bulldozer, Troop Skill, Battalion Destruction. Effect: increases damage to buildings, machinery, and other targets to 200%. The trials of the 10,000 tribes are very different from the rest of the world. There, each lord needs to choose to build his own territory. The only way to really kill an enemy is to break their territory and then kill them again, and gain all resources possessed on the slain person. And some of the territories constructed by the lords had defenses that could be considered outrageous. The reason for choosing this skill was also to better gain benefits amongst the trials of the 10,000 races. Troop Skill, Wave Breaker Torpedo. Effect: the spirit ship is capable of launching a specially designed set of torpedoes, which are capable of splitting, timed explosions, intelligent evasion, etc. For no other reason, the torpedo skill was also chosen to increase Soo-jin's overall combat ability. Nowadays, in terms of air control, the Panther Beasts and fighters can completely dominate. The battle on the ground goes without saying. The underwater battlefield, however, was one of Soo-jin's shortcomings. Neither bullets nor missiles are very lethal against targets that dive too deep. Therefore, this skill was undoubtedly chosen to expand his striking range as well. And as for the Manticore King, Supersonic, Golden Iron Beast, and Force Buster, including the Green Panther Beast, which has hopes of morphing into a heroic unit. There weren't too many skill books that suited them among the armory in an area near Yanjing. There are suitable skills and it takes some time to call them. Soo-jin also tentatively chose only a certain amount of soldier equipment for them to wear, causing the attributes to be improved somewhat. Sure, what really made Soo-jin feel more surprised had to be a territory building. Territorial buildings, integrated training centers. I summon a number of human soldiers equal to the number of mental powers. 2. Pilot training, increase wind and snow fighter. Supersonic 5% full attributes, reduce skill cooldown time, up to 4 pilots in control of a fighter. Effects can be stacked, based on the experience of the lords. It takes 3 minutes to train a pilot. 3. Bulldozer driver training, increase Hercules family, force domination of the sky 10% of the full attributes, reduce the skill cooldown time. A bulldozer can be operated by up to 2 drivers. Based on the experience of the lords, it takes 30 seconds to train a driver. 4. Sailor training, increase 1% of all attributes of the spirit ship, reduce skill cooldown time. Up to 20 sailors can operate a spirit ship. Based on the experience of the lords, it takes 5 minutes to train a sailor. 5. Armor wearer training, wearing and mastering armor to become a hero-level unit. Currently trainable, Bat Armor Wearer. Requires 10 days of training to make it initially a Black Iron level heroic soldier. 6. Not yet unlocked. This territorial building was actually something Soo-jin had heard about in his previous life. One of Eagle Jam's mechanical lords owns a territorial building for a pilot training base. Pilots trained in it can make his troopers gain substantial enhancements. It was just a pity that when this news came out at that time, the then Soo-jin was still just a little Karami. Instead, Ainsley has the cloud computing robot soldier. manipulating other soldiers through robot soldiers can make the bonuses even more powerful. As a result, this comprehensive training center was gifted by the state for use by another lord with a bomber and tank crew, letting the later grown-up Su Jin could only retreat and choose other training-type territory buildings. And in this life, the fact that this thing hadn't been taken away for a while made Su Jin excited for a good while. It is also outrageously effective. Whether you train pilots, drivers, or sailors, it all adds up to grant a 20% attribute bonus to the troop. Coupled with the fact that Su Jin possessed a heavenly reward, as well as an extremely high level of experience in maneuvering, it makes their training time very short as well. Possibly the only drawback is that these manipulators will feel tired until they reach a certain level, and will not be able to fight for long periods of time, and will need to be deployed wisely. Only, it's Effect 5. It was a bit of a puzzle for Su Jin to see. Training armor wearers? Straight up that's training hero level units? Now there's a troop that can be trained to wear bat battle armor? What the hell is bat armor? Where do I go to find it? Chapter 124, Tyrannosaurus God? Lan Shadow Fury? Entering the trials of the 10,000 races. Dense questions kept surfacing in Su Jin's mind. However, he also knew not to dwell too much on these issues. At this time, he still had a system quest reward that he hadn't collected. While we're still in the armaments division, if there can be any suitable skills, equipment props and the like can be directly exchanged. Thinking of this, Su Jin directly chose to receive the quest reward. Designated King's Hero Unit Summoning Crystals. Option 1, Tyrannosaurus Rex, Attack SS, Agility S+, Defense S, Stance SSS-. Option 2, Wild Scarlet, Attack SS+, Agility B, Defense SSS, Stance SS. Option 3, Lan Shadow Fury, Three-Headed Shark Droid, Attack SS+, Agility SS, Defense S+, Jedi Stance SS+. Option 4, Crocodile Armor General, Amphibious Droid, Attack SS+, Agility A, Defense SS, Stance SS. For options that only Su Jin himself could see then appeared. However, if you don't see these 4 options at the time, Su Jin would definitely choose the Tyrannosaurus God without hesitation. After all, the series of skills of the Tyrannosaurus God's Dragon King Cannon, Dragon Emperor Interdimensional, Dragon Cloud Shocking Wings, and Double Dragon King Cannon were just a bit strong. Plus, he now has the Mecha Fusion skill. It is entirely possible to manipulate the Tyrannosaurus Rex God so as to cast the dual Dragon Emperor Interdimensional, Chained Dragon King Cannon. This is definitely a not to be underestimated increase in overall combat power right now, but from the data given by the system, the Tyrannosaurus Rex has 7 S's, 1 plus and 1 dash. Lan Shadow Fury, on the other hand, has 7 S's and 2 plus S. It seemed like in a sense, the two of them should be similar in strength. Also, Lan Shadow Fury is a 3-headed shark. A 3-headed shark possessed 3 heads. Wouldn't that just fit the skill book he possessed in his hand, multiple spellcasting? The memories of multiple spellcasting kept surfacing in Su Jin's mind. He vaguely remembered that there was a special note for multiple casting. The 3 heads can be up to 6-fold spellcasting. If it was combined with the 3 heads of the Lan Shadow Fury, the strength should be quite outstanding. So, Su Jin began to get entangled. On the one hand, the powerful skills and prestige of the Tyrannosaurus God made Su Jin's heart flutter. The serial Dragon King Cannon can also be used in conjunction with the Destroyer, which is simply a battlefield bomber. Moreover, for the Tyrannosaurus God to be able to be called the final boss be the Machine Beast world, its strength must have been fully verified. Choosing it seems like a solid decision. But on the other hand, the unique 3-headed shape of the Lan Shadow Fury and its fit with the multiple spellcasting skill book also made it difficult for Su Jin to part with it. 3 heads bring the possibility of 6-fold spellcasting, meaning that it may explode beyond imagination in a fight. This unknown and powerful potential filled Su Jin with anticipation. His eyes darted back and forth between the 2 options, his mind constantly weighing the pros and cons of both. For a moment, he thought about the Tyrannosaurus Rex God's powerful attacks and stances. A moment later, he envisioned the amazing performance of the Lan Shadow Fury when combined with multiple spellcasting. Time seemed to stand still in this moment. Su Jin's heart was full of contradictions and struggles. Don't really know how to make that tough call. Hey, that's confusing. No one said it had to be a choice now. Su Jin gently slapped his forehead, regretting the behavior he had just gotten into a tangle. Just keep it for now. It's not like the prop will disappear anyway. Let's see what enemies we'll encounter then. Right now, one's water combat ability is still a lot, so if one encounters an enemy in the water one would definitely choose the Lan Shadow Fury. Choose different King-class heroes according to the corresponding situation. Moreover, if we receive some more quests in the middle of the 10,000 races trial, it might be possible to get 3 of them, and when the time comes to directly choose the last one, it will be even more pleasing to all. Thinking of this, Su Jin's heart became instantly clear. He turned straight around and walked out of the room. It was 12 o'clock that evening and the night was deep, yet a tense and mysterious atmosphere pervaded somewhere in Yanjing. There were an unknown number of great powers gathered here. Their figures were either upright like pines or calm like mountains, exuding a powerful aura. Simply because, the 10,000 Clans trial was not a place to simply grab opportunities. From the beginning, it was a cannibalistic place. It didn't matter if they were less talented or of average strength, they could just enter and no one would care. But the talented ones, the strong ones, you go in as a shark in a fish pond, a cake grabber. For example, Su Jin, he belongs to the existence of going in to share the cake. If he entered on his own at this time without a care in the world, the commotion that would be triggered would be huge. It could have been obliterated by the elders of the other entrants before they even entered. What's that saying? If you can't solve the problem, then solve the person asking the problem. So, just to be sure, this time it wasn't just Ainsley and Nightfall. There were also enough close to 20 near level 90 powerhouses near Yanjing that had come over. The main thing is that the Chinese people and the big things above the engraved in the bones of the rigger. They want to eliminate all the problems that could potentially happen. Trouble seniors. Su Jin respectfully arched his hand at the crowd, his eyes filled with gratitude and respect. If you don't come back with a good score, I'm going to have to charge you. A man teased, a hint of a smile on his face. We'll definitely not let you seniors down. Su Jin was spirited and full of confidence. The people looked at each other and smiled, then nodded at Su Jin. When the astringent spell formation was constructed, using his spiritual power, Su Jin solemnly wrote his name on the invitation. Without any movement, the entire person instantly disappeared in place. Only the crowd was left standing there silently, looking at the place where Su Jin disappeared, their hearts filled with anticipation. At the same time, in the magic capital of China, begin! A calm voice rang out, and several people nodded to each other. With that, he constructed the same breath-containing spell formation as Yanjing. In an instant, a small female child who looked to be only 7 or 8 years old in the center of the formation instantly disappeared. The crowd looked in the direction she had left, with a few equal moments of anticipation in their eyes. A few moments passed. Someone sighed. Unfortunately, Su Jin ended up choosing the National Defense University, or else, all Chinese. Where is the choice different? Also, I'm the one who's obsessed. Xiao Xian's potential and strength isn't the least bit bad either, and she entered at the same time as Su Jin. But as the same Chinese people, if you support them when necessary, you can at least save your life. In the meantime, in the vast and boundless cosmic starry sky, the bright stars were set like jewels above the deep canopy, emitting a mysterious and fascinating light. Each one of them had a different figure, but their auras were all incomparably powerful. The same level 30 beings, escorted by the elders of the clan, their figures crossed like meteors and instantly disappeared in place. And over the moon, a middle-aged man who looked a bit similar to Su Jin and looked young, suddenly scratched his head. There was a hint of surprise and curiosity in his eyes, as if he had discovered something new. That kid in my family seems to be a bit powerful. And this is how he entered the 10,000 Clans trial. His gaze slowly looked toward the distant stars. It was vast and mysterious, as if it possessed endless mysteries. However, it was blocked by an unknown force that prevented the entire human race from going out. That power was like an invisible barrier, impenetrable and intimidating. Is this a protection, or is it a confinement? Su Anguo murmured, his voice echoing softly on the silent surface of the moon. His eyes were filled with doubt and thought, and he was in deep contemplation. After a long time, old man, did you get the news? Is there going to be a war on the blue planet soon? It's boring as hell here. No one even fights me. Su Ngui yelled under his breath while walking towards the crowd not far away. There, a few people were gathered around a piece, looking intently at something. It was a very mysterious lumpy object that gave off an ancient and mysterious aura. On it, there were 4 big characters written in Qin Dynasty script: De Qin Heavy Industry. Chapter 125, The 10,000 Clans Trial begins. Stage 1, Creating a Territory. The trial of the 10,000 races opens. Blue Star, Human, Su Jin, Battle Power Ranking 7, Individual Troop Battle Power Ranking 3, Troop Overall Battle Power Ranking 1, Comprehensive Battle Power Ranking 1. Please select Initial Territorial Location. Issued by System Tasks. Green Grassland. I'm the maddest. 1. Choose Grassland Terrain. Quest Reward, Soldier Type Awakening Talisman Fragment, 1/5. I am the most powerful in the ocean. 1. Choose the Ocean Terrain. Mission reward, Soldier Awakening Talisman Fragment, 1/5. I'm the most reckless in the lush forest, 1 choose the forest terrain. Quest reward, Soldier Awakening Talisman Fragments, 1/5. Kill the light and burn the light, kill the foreigners, break their territory and seize their resources. Mission reward, Fragments of King level hero units, 1/10, maximum number of times the mission can be completed 10. Extreme Sublimation, obtain Extreme Sublimation. Quest reward, switch any troop type between sublimated state and initial state at will. The Greatest Generation, first place in the trial of the 10,000 races. Mission reward, random armor set plus random legendary hero summoning crystals plus random mecha super beasts. The beeps kept ringing around the ears like a tidal wave. Sujin was controlled by this troublesome annoying voice for a while. Only then did he settle down and look closely at the hints. First, there's the individual rankings. This stuff doesn't really matter at all. The venue of the 10,000 races trial was a huge planet, vast beyond imagination. Stage 1, Stage 2, and even say, Stage 3 are all about the development of each individual lord. Only when you reach the 4th stage of the Conquest Crusade do you encounter other lords frequently. Therefore, power rankings really don't matter right now. It could change dramatically at any time. The next step is to choose the initial location of the territory. There's something to be said for this stuff, too. For example, if your troop type is an ice type, by choosing a snowy mountain type of terrain, the earlier stages will have more access to this type of resource. Only, Sujin didn't care what kind of resources he could obtain. Anyway, no matter where you choose, there will be a Soldier Awakening Talisman Fragment. Collecting all 5 gives you an additional chance to awaken a troop. He observed that the choice of location was simply Task 1. There should be 4 more quests later on, such as killing enough ferocious beasts, collecting enough resources, creating a territory, and perfecting a territory. The overall quest is completed and you will receive a Soldier Awakening charm. Therefore, he still decided to choose Central State directly, just like in his previous life. As for the system quests at the back, Sujin did not check them out in detail, but simply scanned them. The reason is also simple. All of these things are going to go on for 3 days at the very least. There's no point in going into rewards or anything right now. Select Central State. Location Guangzhou region. Sujin did not hesitate to make a choice. As his words fell, his figure instantly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, Sujin had already arrived at a very peculiar place. Just after stepping into this place, a feeling of heat to the extreme came over like a raging wave. Without any movement, just standing there quietly, fine beads of sweat were already gradually seeping from his forehead. He squinted slightly, trying to adjust to the intense heat while surveying his surroundings. The surrounding cliffs were high and steep and treacherous, and the place he was in was likewise a cliff, and the ground beneath his feet seemed to be radiating heat. No wonder it's so hot. Sujin slowly approached the edge of the cliff and carefully looked down. Only the blazing magma was like a boiling sea of fire, constantly surging and erupting. The reddish magma tumbled and tumbled with a low rumbling sound. Occasionally, some of the lava would splash in high waves, radiating a dazzling light and terrifying heat. A bit of bad luck. This kind of place is easy to defend, but the resources nearby aren't too much. Not really for me. Sujin frowned slightly, calculating in his heart. As a born-again, he has a deep understanding of this place of challenge and opportunity. Naturally, you know what you need most. Slay the beasts and gain resources and survival points. The exclusive currency of the trials of the nations. Cutting down trees, digging up ores, and other materials that act as materials for building territories. These 2 quests are what you need the most up front. And now this place, though the terrain is treacherous. Tsu came in and said, as long as the defense against the enemy in the air can be described as easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, in the first stage, this kind of place wouldn't refresh the ferocious beasts at all, and it was too much of a disruption to the pace of development. Reinforcement booster activated. Troop agility increased by 10%. Buzz. A slight rumble sounded. Sujin directly summoned the supersonic speed and set off towards the Guangzhou plain in his memory. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, that place would refresh many chances. This includes the ruins of Fusong, which had been entered and explored in a previous life. As for the 2 lives entering at different times, this is not a problem to worry about at all. The relics amongst the 10,000 tribes trials were very special, and only when the treasures inside were fully acquired would they disappear into thin air. All of the previous life can exist when you enter at the end of 2028. It could still be gone by October 2024, located in the same Guangzhou region of central China. The distance between the 2 places is not particularly far. After about half an hour or so, Sujin had arrived. Just as he arrived, he heard a vast and dull sound ringing in his ears. The sound had both the grandeur of coming from the sky and the clarity of hovering from the ear. In short, it's a sound that reaches you whether you're pooping or sleeping. All 997W/100W of the current batch of trialists have been placed. The first stage is open. Those who fail to complete the creation of a territory within 48 hours will be wiped out. Building resources, feral beast resources, exotic beast resources. Commencement of placement. When the voice rang out 3 times, all the participants in the 10,000 races trial all moved. ******* in hell. Don't let me know who came in that late or I'll kill him. A taller being was filled with rage. He cursed as he swung the huge axe in his hand as hard as he could. That giant axe traced a harsh arc in the air, bringing up a strong gust of wind, directly killing a ferocious beast that had just appeared in front of it. That was a close one, so close to being in the company of those lucky ones. A being struggled to his feet, his body covered in scrapes and bruises. He had just fallen off a cliff, and luckily, cushioned by the trees, did not fall to his death. He couldn't care less about the pain at this point, and hastily summoned his soldiers. With a flash of light, a group of creatures of various forms appeared in front of him. I can't be left behind. This time, who can compete with me for first place? A being with dragon horns stood tall, looking at the thousands of ferocious beasts that had been gathered in front of him. His eyes were filled with confidence and dominance. As the words fell, a single thunder dragon appeared in the sky. A lightning bolt instantly enveloped those ferocious beasts. Su Jin was not in too much of a hurry to kill the ferocious beasts to obtain materials like the other beings. Perhaps this is because of the Chinese people's obsession with the land engraved in their bones. In his opinion, to build a territory, one must find a suitable place, which was the most important thing. Therefore, at this moment, he was still piloting the supersonic speed, rapidly traveling over the vast plains. After about a minute or so, this place is nice. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Jin's eyes. He stopped his supersonic and peered through the window, surveying the place carefully. The terrain is flat, the land is fertile, and surrounded by mountains and water and heavenly dangers of its own. And, according to his memory, traveling at supersonic speed to the east for 5 or 6 minutes would bring him to a relic. It can be described as both easy to defend and resourceful side by side. Chapter 126, Building a Territory. I'm number 1? Su Jin sat steadily in the cockpit of the supersonic, a confident smile on his face. As the fighter jet slowly descended, the numbers on the altimeter continued to jump and make a slight ticking sound. When it was shown to be about 100 meters from the ground, Su Jin opened the hatch violently, moving decisively and quickly. In an instant, the light flashed, and a brilliant red light instantly enveloped him. His entire body was wrapped in a cool red armor. Then, Su Jin directly leapt down from the airplane, falling at great speed like a meteor. Boo! The powerful impact instantly smashed a huge deep pit in the ground, and dust flew up. Many of the surrounding ferocious beasts were directly shattered by this terrifying force, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Then all the corpses of the ferocious beasts disappeared again in an instant. Only the smell of shattered blood filled the air. However, the scent of blood did not make the other ferocious beasts back down, but instead provoked their ferocity even more. Those ferocious beasts that were lucky enough not to be affected stared with reddened eyes and roared as they pounced towards Su Jin. Their fangs were hideous and their mouths spewed out gusts of fishy breath, as if they wanted to tear Su Jin into pieces. Yo, you guys don't want me to farm? Su Jin sniffed and his complexion flinched. He didn't hesitate to wave his hand. The Manticore King, the Golden Iron Beast, and the Forcebuster were the first to make their appearance. This was followed by the Panther Beasts, which numbered 620, and the Fighters, which reached 340. The Spirit Ship, which reached 2320, and the Bulldozer, which reached 2320, appeared one after the other. Each of them possessed attributes that were even stronger than those of a level 30 ferocious beast, exuding a powerful aura. Just a couple dozen blinks of an eye, there was no longer any sign of the ferocious beasts for an unknown number of miles around. The sound of their hissing could no longer be heard, only silence. If you won't let me farm, I'll have to farm you, too. Su Jin shook his head slightly, and his eyes once again carefully surveyed the surroundings. After a while, the roar of the fighters was accompanied by a jumble of footsteps, either light or heavy. Time passed, and the troopers busied themselves with their respective tasks. Some are clearing the site, some are moving materials, and some are digging foundations. They work well together and are extremely efficient. After about 10 minutes, the entire venue had been refreshed. The land that was once cluttered now presents a regimented landscape. The infrastructure of foundations, moats, vegetable gardens, livestock areas, and even canals has been created. Looking at the scene in front of him, Su-jin couldn't help but nod his head. Action! Yes! With a command, all the soldiers replied in unison, their voices thunderous. Boo! A missile was launched, flying with a powerful impact and destructive force towards the last line of defense of that river. In an instant, the defense was blown up with a loud noise. The torrential river rushes in like a harnessed wild horse, and it is magnificent. The water quickly filled the canal and moat with a crashing sound. Immediately after, all troop types begin to start the second move. Fighters and panther beasts are faster. They are led by the Manticore King and Supersonic to travel around the area to clean up the ferocious beasts and earn more survival points. The Hercules family bulldozers, on the other hand, are responsible for cutting down trees, digging up ore, and gathering resources to build their territories. It's not reasonable, but it's appropriate. In their human form, the huge shovels in their right and left hands could easily dig out large trees and ores with just a gentle dig. Then, the spirit ships were divided. Some were responsible for carrying them, and some were responsible for transforming into the form of boats to transport these supplies and materials among the canals. The entire process did not require Su-jin to do anything on his own at all. After all, how do you say, technology, machinery, changes life? It's convenient to use the Lord's space to collect it, but you need to walk. Doesn't he get tired of walking? Looking at the large amount of various types of resources that had been piled up next to the land he had chosen in just a small amount of time, Su-jin thought as he did so, congratulations on killing a level 30 beast. Gained 22,000 experience. Congratulations on gaining 584 survival points. Congratulations on obtaining 1 W of wood, 1 W of stone, berries, watermelon, carrots, mushrooms, lamb, dog. Over time, all troop types have moved on to their respective tasks. A tone of killing a ferocious beast and a tone of obtaining supplies rang continuously in Su-jin's ears. It had to be said that the 10,000 clans trial was truly a place where there was cake everywhere for the strong. Before and after this just came in less than 2 hours. All of the kill beeps had added up to several thousand. The equipment, skill books, and all sorts of messy items that were popped out were going to be in the thousands, though after careful inspection, Su-jin realized that these things really didn't do much for him. However, this is a resource after all, and can be sold to other lords for the resources they need through the Stage 2 mall when it opens. Of course, what really made Su-jin feel surprised had to be the experience value. The first batch of ferocious beasts that appeared were not of a high level. They were all level 30 ferocious beasts. However, the victory was due to the large number, and with the 10% experience value bonus of the Humanity Emperor Soldier, it also made it possible for Su-jin to have already managed to advance to level 31. It was only a pity that after reaching level 31, killing these level 30 ferocious beasts once again received a drastic cut in both the explosion rate and the experience value. Trying to level up to 32 becomes slightly more difficult. As for the Lord's energy, killing ferocious beasts in the midst of the trials of the 10,000 races wouldn't drop this item. The Lord's energy dropped is converted into survival points. The importance of survival points as the currency of this world cannot be overstated. Even in the early stages, there will be many lords who will need this in particular, because, in the middle of this particular world, all soldiers would not consume Lord energy when they went out to fight or even unleash some attacks. The Lord's energy expended is fully converted into the trooper's own stamina. To replenish your strength, then you need food. Also, it has to be food that is dropped in the middle of this world. For example, Su-jin had just received watermelon, berries and the like amongst the prompts. There are also chunks of meat that fall from slaying ferocious beasts. If there is not enough food, then you need to use survival points instead of energy. Once the survival points are gone, then you will have to face the end of starvation, and the corpses of those killed ferocious beasts would simply disappear into thin air. There was no way to obtain food resources in such a way. So, in a world of challenges and opportunities, each lord must also learn to keep an eye on the stamina of his soldiers and rationalize the use of food and survival points. It's the only way to make sure you can survive and thrive in the trials of the nations. It's just a shame that rules like that aren't much use to me again. As long as I can go without food, my team will never starve. Survival points have reached 10 W. The materials needed to build the territory have reached the standard. Will you finish building the territory? About an hour later, Su-jin received that stereo-like beep in his ear once again. Yes, he chose to build directly, and began to follow the conceptualization map he already possessed in his mind, and in just 10 minutes, completed the selection of the approximate framework of his entire territory. Just the moment he left his spot, above the field that had been prepared, the air suddenly seemed to freeze. Immediately afterward, a mysterious energy fluctuation quietly spread out. The ground began to tremble slightly. as if a great force was about to break through. Suddenly, a loud bang exploded like thunder. A magnificent territory rose up, as if it had appeared out of thin air from nothingness. The massive walls were made of sturdy stone and exuded an ancient and heavy aura. On the city walls, towers stand and flags fly. The city gates were tall and wide, crafted from fine iron and emitting a cold metallic luster. And in the air above the territory, a splendid magic shield loomed. There are 2 more strings of numbers on it. Countdown, 5 hours 59 minutes and 14 seconds. Blood, 1000 W. Physical resistance, 5000. Legal resistance, 5000. Elemental damage immunity, 5000. Sujin knew that this side was the final step in building the territory. The Lord needs to make sure that the Lord's blood bar is not emptied until the countdown is over. In the meantime, congratulations to Trialist Sujin for becoming the first Lord to create a territory in this trial of all races. Receive a reward of 10 W survival points. Clan store opens, trade house opens, map opens. Is there a general announcement? Chapter 127 Full briefing. Reactions from all sides. Yes, Sujin responded decisively, without even a hint of hesitation. Are you kidding me? A second of hesitation would be extremely disrespectful to the full announcement. This was definitely not Sujin's attempt to deliberately pretend to be a bully, nor was it for the sake of making a splash for eyeballs. His purpose, simply for the reward. According to his memory, among the 10,000 tribes trials, there were only 5 chances for a full notice. They are, the first to create a territory, the first to fend off a beast tide, the first to clear a relic, the first to succeed in a crusade, and the first to kill a special boss to complete sublimation. And every full announcement boasts 2 very wow rewards. 1. Relocation scroll/disengagement scroll. By using the former, you will be able to move your territory in an instant and change the location of your territory as you wish. This makes it easier to strike at the surrounding territories and easier to access the abundant resources. The latter, when used, would allow the user to leave the 10,000 races trial early whenever and wherever they wished. If you encounter an unbeatable situation in the middle of a battle, you can also leave directly through the scroll, which is equivalent to a talisman. Second, the location of the territory is announced, and the frequency of refreshing nearby resources is accelerated. This reward was undoubtedly a great boost for the strong, but for the weak, this may not be the case. This is because once you choose to make a full announcement, you will completely expose the location of your territory. Once someone else knows the location of your territory, it is important to be on guard at all times against incursions from other lords at any stage of the game. For the weak, this is certainly self-defeating, but for the strong, I can't wait for you guys to come, especially now that the territory is still not established. One of you will have to die and I'll make a profit. Sujin narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled as he looked at the map that had been unlocked. Above that map, black dots represent ferocious beasts, tree logos symbolize timber resources, and stone logos represent ore resources. And just about 800 kilometers around himself, dense red dots were gathering. Apparently, it was a lord who was gathering ferocious beasts. I wonder if you'll come. I'm looking forward to it. Sujin's gaze was cast into the distance, only to see that the entire world had suddenly entered a bizarre state of suspension under that unknown mysterious power. The wind stopped blowing as if it had been cast under a spell, and the river no longer flowed, as if time had frozen at this moment. The sky, which was still bright, suddenly became dark. No matter where they were, no matter what they were doing, all the participants of the 10,000 races trial heard the familiar stereo sound that had resounded just a short while ago. Notice to all, congratulations to Human Lord Sujin for being the first lord to create a territory in this trial of all races, and for receiving the reward migration scroll/disengagement scroll selection treasure chest, *3. The all hands notice went off 3 times straight away. That voice echoed continuously throughout the entire world, shocking the people like a great bell. At this moment, the entire world was in an uproar. It didn't matter if it was those strong people who could easily face level 30 ferocious beasts, or a weakling chased around by a ferocious beast. All of them memorized the word Sujin through the announcement that rang 3 times in a row. My nigga, how long has this been going on? And here's someone creating a territory? This guy didn't just build a random one to fool around with, did he? No, there are requirements for the minimum size of the territory. A human lord? Kind of interesting. I'm afraid this reward is going to be gone soon. This place is so scary. The human race loves peace. If I find him, he will protect me, won't he? The human race? How dare such a weak race steal my first place? That being with dragon horns opened its eyes in anger, its face full of unbelief and anger. It stared dead on at the full notice that suddenly appeared, its hands clenched into fists. its nails sinking deep into its palms without even realizing it. Looking at the fact that he was only 100 timber resources short of the last 100 to complete the creation of his territory. At this moment, it was shortchanged by the human lord, and its heart was filled with unwillingness and fury. Feeling the lord's anger, it was as if its thunder dragon troopers were also infected by the emotion. Those gigantic dragons with huge bodies that emitted terrifying thunder power roared up to the sky. An even more powerful thunder attack was then unleashed. A thick thunderbolt like a silver snake traveled through the air, striking the surroundings with an aura of destroying everything. Then got a chunk of charcoal. There was also a being with a figure like a steel giant, angrily waving its huge fist and smashing it into the nearby mountain peak, which instantly collapsed. This first should have been mine. Human Su Jin, you wait for me. At this moment, there were beings everywhere in the entire world looking at the announcement and muttering under their breath. A look of either surprise, confusion, anticipation, or anger appeared on his face. And among them, the beings that were incapable of raging without exception were all races with incomparable strength among the 10,000 races. In their eyes, the human race was just a weak race that had been inherited for less than 100 million years, and hadn't even stepped into the Age of Lords for long. Being taken first by beings of such a race made these beings feel ashamed. However, after the anger, there were also some beings who also exuded feelings of regret. An elven being with a cold temperament sighed slightly. Alas, a failure to accomplish anything. The human race is truly worthy of being a race full of miracles, and has actually managed to achieve such a level in a short period of time. It's just a pity that you're too confident, and it's still in the Guangzhou region. That Inferno guy isn't one to be messed with. There were many others who shared the same thoughts as this cold elven being. In their eyes, even if Su Jin was able to become the first being to create a territory, it had already proved that he had some strength, and likewise proved that the human race possessed terrifying potential no matter what path they were on. However, the thing about underpinnings is that they take time to accumulate, especially in the early stages of the 10,000 tribes trial. The combined strength was simply not comparable to that of demons, draconians, elves, and other beings that had been passed down for a long time. After all, these beings were a powerful hero-level unit in their own right. The probability of summoning a heroic trooper of the same race is also higher. In the eyes of countless living beings, Seojin's territory would be crushed by the nearest inferno. His life will also be taken by the inferno. Perhaps, the only way to be spared is to use the disengagement scroll. And at this time, in a special place, the girl who entered the trials of the 10,000 races in the magic capital of China, Gu Shaoxian. She stood there quietly, her expression strange. Not a single expression could be seen on his face, like a ripple-free mask. However, her eyes revealed an inexplicable coldness and madness that made people feel very strange. Suicide, with the icy cold two words coming out of her mouth. An infinitely stranger scene took place, only to see that around her, countless densely packed ferocious beasts stopped their original movements of either chopping down trees or digging for minerals, as if being manipulated by invisible threads. At the same time, using various ways to launch attacks towards the most vulnerable parts of one's body. Some ferocious beasts slammed their throats with sharp claws, some bit into their heart area with sharp teeth, and some slammed hard into hard rocks. The whole scene was very bloody, with blood gushing out like a fountain, coloring the earth red. The smell of blood was so thick in the air it was sickening. Gu Shaoxian, however, just looked at all this indifferently, as if the bloody scene in front of her had nothing to do with her. Same time, it's about 800 kilometers near Su Jin's territory. The being with blazing flames all over its body stood like a flaming demon god. Just by stomping his foot violently, a deep crack instantly appeared in the ground. Damned and cute human race, waiting for you Infernovine master to love and adore you. With that, it swung the long flame whip in its hand violently, bringing up a blazing fire. The blazing fire slowly converged into a storm that swept large swaths of ferocious beasts directly into it. The ferocious beasts were instantly incinerated, leaving behind only a scorched black land and a pungent charred odor that filled the air. After doing so, it moved its feet towards the location of Su Jin's territory. Chapter 128, The Infernovine Who Was Killed Before He Could Pass. Human brat, don't run away. If you escape, then I'll have to harvest a territory for now. On the way to Su Jin's territory, Infernovine was in an infinite reverie inside. The thought of getting a well-built territory for nothing without having to keep collecting the damn resources. It then couldn't help but let out a maniacal laugh. Buzz. But just at this time, it suddenly heard a strange sound coming from the sky. The voice gradually amplified in its ears, like a mysterious magic spell, making it wary. As the sound got louder, it also smelled a strange odor. That flavor is like, before it could discern what that flavor actually was. Boo, boom, boom. With 3 consecutive sounds, 3 terrifying damage numbers floated out above Inferno Vine's head. This sudden attack caused its blood level to directly fall close to a quarter. The Inferno Vine roared in anger, its eyes red as it looked around, trying to locate the enemy that had attacked it. However, no matter where it looked, it couldn't find out where its attacker was. A strong uneasiness welled up in its heart, as if a pair of invisible eyes were staring at it from the shadows. And immediately afterward, it once again heard that strange voice coming. Inferno Vine looked up as soon as he did. It was seen that close to 3 dozen fighters had manifested and fired missiles towards it again. The missiles split from 1 to 3 in midair, like a deadly meteor. It whistled toward it, with a strong smell of gunpowder. Quickly use the flame shield. Inferno Vine roared. It didn't know what that thing in the air was, but it was well aware of the power of this thing flying towards it. If he was hit a few more times, he would surely die. So, it too summoned its own soldiers straight away. It was a very bizarre-looking, ghost-like soldier type that wore armor on its upper body and had arms that burned with a blazing flame. Its name is Red Flame Guardian. As soon as these Red Inferno Guardians appeared, they quickly surrounded Inferno Vine like loyal guards. Their arms began to swing toward their heads in a neat motion. With this action, the flames traced a graceful arc in the air. Immediately after that, 10 layers of huge flame shields were created in turn. They echoed each other, forming an impenetrable defense system. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the missiles fell like rain, ruthlessly smashing into the layered flame shields. The moment the missile collided with the shield, an intense light and loud noise erupted. Inferno Vine stood in the center of the shield, his face full of disdain. As far as it was concerned, these attacks couldn't cause substantial damage to it at all. However, the next second, a shield is broken. That originally sturdy shield cracked under the powerful impact of the missile. Immediately after that, the second layer of shields also shook in the violent explosion. It eventually shattered apart beyond repair. Subsequently, the third and fourth layers, the 10 layers of cohesive flame shields only lasted for the explosion of 60 missiles, while in the air, it still has close to 40. Inferno Vine's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. It had never imagined that the shield created by its proud Red Flame Guardian would be broken so easily. It was only at this moment that it realized that the enemy this time was far more powerful than it had imagined. But it was too late to keep summoning soldiers. The Inferno Vine screamed in its heart that it was not good, and it made a split-second decision to turn and run. In order to buy time to escape, it also had the Red Flame Guardian unleash a flame charge to crash directly into it. Those Red Flame Guardians were burning with flames all over their bodies, jumping and charging like burning meteors. This frantic move caused close to 10 main missiles to explode. The strong shockwave of the explosion made the surrounding air seem to be distorted. But even so, close to 30 secondary bullets locked onto Inferno Vine. It's a tracking missile, and it's hot on our trail like an adhesive. Inferno Vine had no choice but to keep summoning soldiers to surround himself and take damage instead. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out one after another, and one Red Flame Guardian died in the explosion, its armor shattering to the ground with a crisp sound. The Inferno Vine did not suffer too much serious damage itself, despite paying a heavy price. However, looking at its mere 100 heads of Red Flame Guardian that were already half dead or wounded at this point, it was incomparably angry in its heart. Just when it thought that all these fighter missiles had been released and it could counterattack itself, there was suddenly a buzzing sound in the sky once again. The voice came from far away, as if it were the call of death. Inferno Vine craned his head in horror. It was discovered that again this time close to hundreds of fighters were coming in. A glow flickered beneath their wings, a sign of the release of missiles. The Inferno Devil Vine's eyes widened, and those eyes were filled with shock and panic, along with endless indignation. It was indignation at himself. Hate myself for not giving it my all in the first place. If he had used his full strength and summoned all his soldiers, where would he have been beaten like this? But now, there was nothing it could do. The number of enemies once again grew larger. The missiles would be arriving any minute, and the earlier fighters were still clattering and spraying bullets. Even summoned soldiers are instantly killed. At this point, Inferno Vine could only escape. In order to give itself time to escape, it frantically used a bunch of skills that increased its movement speed. A ray of light flickered on its body, and its figure instantly became a blur. The wind whistled in its ears, and it had only one thought in its mind, and that was to escape this horrible place. But just then, a voice rang out like thunder. In terms of speed, I'm the best in the world. Immediately after that, a figure appeared directly in front of Inferno Vine's eyes and transformed into human form. The visitor was none other than Supersonic. His figure was comparable to that of the Inferno Demon, and his body exuded a powerful aura. The extremely cold aura on the great sword in his hand grew more and more bitter, as if it could freeze the air around him. Take that! Breaking Ice Slash! Supersonic bellowed and made the move, only to see him raise his greatsword high. The cold chi on the sword instantly condensed into a huge cold ice sword chi. With a thunderous force, it chopped towards the Inferno Vine. That sword chi was extremely fast, leaving a white trajectory in the air. The Inferno Vine, who was still desperately trying to escape, didn't have time to react in any way. It looked like it was actively meeting up with them. The two met, and the powerful cold ice power spread rapidly over its body. In just an instant, Inferno Vine's body was frozen in a huge block of ice. Its eyes filled with terror and unwillingness gradually lost their luster, and its body stood motionless, becoming an ice sculpture. What the hell? Supersonic, they swiped Inferno Vine as a glitch? Su Jin, who was watching the golden iron beast in his territory commanding his soldiers to meet the beast tide. Suddenly there were a few of these tips within the densely ringing tips. Congratulations on killing the level 30 Lord Inferno Vine. Gained 84, 820 survival points. Wood. Or, congratulations on obtaining 5489 W of Lord's energy. Congratulations on acquiring the soldier's equipment, Hellfire Inferno Sword. Congratulations on obtaining the special item, the secret of the Inferno Blade. Chapter 129, thanks to Big Brother for the Thunderbolt 2-piece set. Su Jin tapped the map with a very clear purpose. Sure enough, just as he had expected, Supersonic had arrived at the very spot where he had originally judged there might be a lord's presence. Looking at the light dots on the map that represented supersonic speed, Su Jin smiled somewhat flirtatiously. Inferno Vine, the demon clan guy. I guess he was too careless to prepare for combat before he was suddenly attacked. He wouldn't think that the strength of Inferno Vine, who was a member of the Inferno Demon clan, would be that much of a dish. At this early stage, even if the opponent can't beat their few fighters plus Supersonic, trying to escape shouldn't be too much of a problem. There was definitely an element of surprise attack, as well as the other side underestimating the fighters too much. After all, the Inferno Demon clan was also renowned among the 10,000 clans. As one of them, Inferno Vine was naturally not a weakling. However, since the other party was no longer there, he didn't pay attention to these things anymore, beginning to check up on what the Inferno Vine had brought to the table. Due to the world rules, killing the Inferno Vine itself, including killing its soldiers, granted Su Jin up to 3 times the experience. Straight away, Su Jin's experience grew by a large margin. Of course, that's not the most important thing. The important point is that killing other lords in the Trial of the Nations gives you access to all the resources on the other person. Slaying the Inferno Vine had already reached more than 50 million lord energy alone. That huge number made Su Jin's eyes light up slightly. So much lord energy was enough to consume the exchange troop types needed to raise oneself to many levels. And there were even a whole lot of other things. A wide array of things presented in front of Su Jin's eyes. The equipment it wore, the equipment the soldiers wore, the skill books and such were dazzling. However, 99% of them are unavailable to Su Jin. It looks strong, but it's like chicken scratch. The only ones available are only 2. One is a soldier's equipment, the Hellfire Purgatory Blade. Troop equipment, Hellfire Inferno Sword. Requirements, soldier who can wield a machete. Attribute, plus 20% fire elemental damage, plus 10% strike rate. Additional skill, Inferno Flame Kill. Inferno Storm Kill, enters Berserk state. User's attack and attack speed increase by 50%. Fire elemental damage increases by 30%. Entering this state, user will continuously reduce life value. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Duration, 3 minutes. Note, there is a certain probability that the form and character of the soldier will be changed after use. This Hellfire Purgatory Blade emitted a fiery aura. The flame patterns on the blade seem to pulsate. Not only are the looks awesome, but so are the attributes. The 20% fire elemental damage actually translates to a 20% attack boost when attacking with fire elemental type spells, and with a 10% strike rate, that's 10 times the amount of faith strikes. Together with the additional skill Purgatory Stormbringer Kill, it could definitely be considered a minor undercard. It can play a role in turning the tide of battle at critical moments. The other is a special prop, the Inferno Blade Secret. Special props, the secret of the Inferno Blade. Effect, increases the probability of summoning a fire attribute soldier who plays with a big sword by 100%. Good stuff. After reading the attribute effects of these two things, Su Jin couldn't help but marvel. One could only say that it was worthy of being an alien race. The equipment and props they possessed, even if they were relatively inferior to themselves, but at such a rank stage, it already surpasses 99% of human lords. Moreover, according to Su Jin's guess, the Inferno Vine was estimated to be a soldier that had reached level 30 and had not yet been summoned. These two matching equipment props are what it uses to summon new troop types. It's just a pity that it's now cheaper for Su Jin. It just so happened that when this wave of ferocious beasts invasion was over, he would be able to obtain a soldier-type awakening talisman. When the time comes, it can be used completely in conjunction with the Inferno Blade's secret piece. There's probably a good chance that you'll just summon Thunderbolt, the juggler. Thunderbolt plus Hellfire Purgatory Blade, a perfect match. Had it been earlier, he certainly would not have had such a vision. After all, it really isn't a joke that the Mechanicals don't have a hero class. But now, since he could directly summon the Force Battler through summoning, so what makes it impossible to summon Thunderbolt? Satisfied, Su-Jin first put away what he had gotten, his eyes filled with anticipation. He then shifted his gaze back to the battlefield and continued to observe the situation, gather the monsters and kill, only to see that the battlefield today did not require Su-Jin to personally command the battle at all. Jin Tai Beast showed excellent commanding skills as a great general. His battle strategy was completely no less than Su-Jin's, and even stronger at times, because he's a robot. It's the equivalent of super AI computing. While there may be times when it's not perfect, it's basically error-free. Under the command of the Golden Iron Beast, each troop type had its own direction that it was specifically responsible for. The Spirit Skyship released Vortex Control, a powerful surge of power that gathered a large number of ferocious beasts in one piece. This time, the bulldozer just rumbled right over and slammed it. Snapping, a large swath of ferocious beasts directly died. The scene was shocking. As for the Black Panther beasts, their battles were relatively simple. The Panther beasts in front of them directly machine-gunned and fired ferociously, forming a powerful firepower suppression. What about the Panther beast in the back with no room for output? They then quickly landed on the spirit ship and stood taller to see farther, as well as having better room for output. Individual green leopard beasts, blue leopard beasts, etc. also switched their weapons to sniper rifle form. Aim for the boss at the back of the beasts and strike with precision to keep the ferocious beasts from charging too fast. The whole scene was a completely lopsided battle. The ferocious beasts were powerless under such an organized and powerful attack and could only retreat. The battlefield was filled with smoke and shouts of murder. After briefly looking at the situation on the battlefield for a while, Su-Jin didn't continue to delay on this. He turned to tap on the trade line, his movements skillful and decisive. After leaving enough food for himself, he put a large pile of berries, chunks of meat, including some bottles filled with fresh water all on the shelf at the highest price the system valued them at. This was the reason why Su-Jin had not summoned pilots, sailors, and other human soldier types trained by the training center. They have to eat once they show up. Now in the early stages, especially that time after building the territory, food is going to be in short supply for a lot of lords. After all, it's close to 1 million lords, each with at least 100 troops. With such a large number of people, the food consumption is horrendous. Su-Jin, who had experienced this once in his previous life, was not at all afraid that no one would buy it. And stores don't even sell low-level stuff like food. There will only be special items in there that will be on the shelves at certain times. As for survival points instead of food, one thing you always have to realize is that it's like a game. The official is always the blackest one, especially with a guaranteed model like this one, which translates to a selling price that can be ridiculously expensive. So take advantage of the fact that you are the only one in the trading house right now. Su-Jin first set up a large pile of food, fresh water, and other resources. It's basically just sitting back and waiting for the money to be collected. When it's about time to come back to the bottom of the wave of low prices, the sale of food and drink this piece will not make much money. Chapter 130 War is a dirty game. Of course, it's never just about food and fresh water. It also included a large amount of equipment obtained from the Inferno Vine, as well as the dense and countless ferocious beasts. Also, there are skill books that you can't use and that don't pose a threat to you when used by an enemy. Su-Jin is also all on the shelf. And all of them are also prices that have been set after careful consideration and weighing of various factors. This is a price that will not deter purchasers from finding it too expensive, but will also allow you to make a substantial profit. After a simple calculation, these things that Su-Jin had put on the shelves could be expected to reach 80W survival points, excluding the cost of 0. But if you get to the mid to late stages, as their numbers gradually dwindled, some of the lords grew stronger and acquired more and more resources. At that point, the value of these resources will only diminish. Probably won't even sell 30W of survival points. This is an inevitable trend. This was because in this highly competitive world of the 10,000 tribes trials, the supply and demand of resources was constantly changing. And right now, only half of what Su-Jin had put on the shelves needed to be sold, and that would all reap close to 40W survival points. That's the benefit of being the first to build a territory, the first to open a trading house and the first to shelve all kinds of resources. Just like that first crab eater, you can enjoy the greatest benefits. And when Su Jin was done with that, almost 2 hours had passed without realizing it. At that moment, the sunlight poured through the clouds, giving the earth a golden glow. The golden iron beast walked to Su Jin with a steady pace. Its metal-cast body shimmered coldly in the sunlight, and every step it took seemed to carry a heavy force. The golden iron beast bowed its head slightly and said respectfully, Lord, according to the probe, there are no more traces of ferocious beasts within a radius of 150 kilometers. Su Jin nodded slightly and spoke slowly. Pay attention to the alert and send some of your troops to expand outward. Yes, the golden iron beast answered, its voice concise and strong. It then turned away and began to arrange its troops to carry out Su Jin's orders. When the golden iron beast left, Su Jin tapped on his personal panel. Discover that nowadays, you have managed to come to level 32. And the experience bar was nearing a third. It's a bit of a shame. If such a wave of ferocious beasts had lasted for a while, we might have been able to reach level 33 directly after the battle. Su Jin shook his head slightly, a hint of loss showing in his gaze. However, he didn't feel too surprised. The resources gained from killing a mere level 30 fierce beast would definitely become less and less as you leveled up. It was an unavoidable law, and he had long been aware of it. The main reason why he was able to raise to level 32 so quickly now was because he had killed enough ferocious beasts. The final step in territory building is 6 hours long. Normally speaking, it would attract nearby ferocious beasts all the time. And now, not even halfway through the hour, the nearby ferocious beasts are gone. One could only imagine how many ferocious beasts had to be killed. Immediately after that, he opened the system again and gently clicked on the quest interface. Kill the light and burn the light, kill the foreigners, break their territory and seize their resources. Mission reward, fragments of king-level hero units, 1/10, maximum number of times the mission can be completed 10. Number completed, 1. Whether to receive the award. Number of tasks already completed 1? Su Jin froze slightly, a trace of surprise welling up in his heart. The current self did not destroy any of the territories, but the task is completed 1 times. That said, the quest doesn't indicate that you have to destroy other lords' territories. Just kill each other and take all the resources? Su Jin's eyes snapped open as if he had discovered a treasure. In that case, he could have an idea. It is important to realize that in a competitive world, one never knows which will come first, the accident or tomorrow. Even Su Jin, who was temporarily at the top of the overall battle power rankings, did not have a complete guarantee. This was because he knew very well that he would also take advantage of his rebirth later on and take all sorts of firsts. When the time comes, we know that the designation is less than a full notice. Such a performance is undoubtedly sending a signal to the outside world. This guy's got a ton of firsts. Go swarm him. On the other hand, Su Jin's main body battle power only ranked 7th, and his individual troop battle power only ranked 3rd. If those foreign races ahead of him in the queue were to unite, even the current Su Jin would find it hard not to pay some price. Therefore, it is equally urgent to improve strength as soon as possible. Thus, Su Jin decisively gave orders to Supersonic, Manticore King and the exploration force remotely. In the meantime, on the outskirts of a valley, densely packed Black Panther beasts were neatly arranged like a disciplined army. They exuded a strong aura of solemnity, as if they were ready to engage in battle at any time. And in front of this group of black leopard beasts, the mighty Tiger King was leading the way. Suddenly, the Manticore King stumbled on his feet and shouted, Lord has ordered to search for the whereabouts of the other lords. Yes, the black leopard beasts responded in unison, their voices neat and loud. Immediately after that unique green leopard beast walked to the mighty Tiger King with a calm and steady pace. Martial fierce Tiger King. Not long ago we seem to have captured what looks like one of the other lord's men. The green leopard beast slightly arched its hand and said, Oh, the Manticore King raised his head slightly, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Bring it up and take a look. Bring it on. The green leopard beast immediately turned its head and beckoned to the rear, its movements crisp and clear. Immediately after that, 4 Black Panther beasts carried a rabbit soldier species that was about 5 meters tall to the Manticore King's side. The rabbit soldier species had multiple bloodstains on his body, and it was clear that he had been in a fierce battle. The fierce Tiger King stared intently at the rabbit soldier in front of him and asked in a stern voice, Which lord's men are you under? How many people are there in the territory? The rabbit soldier species stared angrily, lips tightly shut, not saying a word. The mighty Tiger King narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Not speaking? Looks like you're toast. If you don't talk, the panther beasts have ways of making you talk. However, even in the face of such a threat, the rabbit soldier species still stubbornly held their heads high, undaunted by the impending torment, their eyes full of courage. Seeing this, the Black Panther beast next to him asked the mighty Tiger King for instructions. Marshal, this guy has a tough mouth. Should we use some special means? The fierce Tiger King waved his hand. There's no hurry. I'd like to see how long he can hold out. Then he looked at the rabbit soldier. I'll give you one more chance. Tell me who your lord is and what his strength is, and I promise not to take a shot at you or your lord. The rabbit soldier type glared fiercely at the Manticore King and said in a hoarse but firm voice, Don't you presume to get any information from me? I will not betray my lord. The fierce Tiger King sneered. Good, have a backbone. But in this world, backbone doesn't cut it. Since you're so loyal, I'll make it happen. After saying that, the fierce Tiger King turned around and prepared to leave, while giving orders to the Black Panther beasts. Lock him up and keep searching the area. I'm sure his lord is nearby. Yes, Marshal. The panther beasts responded, then escorted the rabbit soldiers away. There was a clear hint of panic in the eyes of the rabbit soldier species that heard those words. Looking at his panic, the fierce Tiger King looked at the green leopard beast on the side. We have to treat the captive with favor. We can't starve him. The green leopard beast immediately understood and led the order to leave. A few moments passed. The Manticore King spoke slowly. War is a dirty game. And I, a dirty player. Chapter 131, Cruelty? I'm just doing it for the ultimate victory. By this time, the sky was already dimming, like a huge gray curtain slowly descending. At the rear of the Black Panther beast unit, the faint light wavered as if it might go out at any moment. The light reflected off the huge iron cage in the center, which gave off a cold and oppressive aura in the dimness. The rabbit soldiers were thrown into the cage extremely roughly by the panther beasts. The heavy iron door closed with a loud, haunting thud. The rabbit soldier species struggled hard to get to his feet. His tall body looked constricted in this small cage, like a giant beast trapped in a cage. The eyes that looked at the Black Panther beast were filled with helplessness and unyieldingness. Panther beasts are expressionless. Well, it's true that there's no way to have any expression either. They're just robots after all. They quickly fastened mechanical shackles to the rabbit soldier's feet, greatly restricting its movement. Then the panther beasts began to severely torture the rabbit soldier species. They wielded their whips and lashed the bodies of the rabbit troopers viciously. Each whip left a deep bloody mark. The rabbit soldier species clenched his teeth and forced himself to endure the pain without saying a word. Speak, where is your lord? The panther beast squad leader asked viciously. The rabbit soldier species stared at him angrily, tightening his lips and not saying a word. The Black Panther beasts became even angrier. Like enraged beasts, they increased the intensity of their torture. All kinds of cruelty took turns, as if to completely destroy the will of the rabbit soldier species. However, no matter how much they tormented them, the rabbit troopers appeared to be loyal and didn't say a word. With the slow passage of time, the rabbit troopers' bodies were covered in wounds and blood. Under the intentional control of the Black Panther beast, it was not allowed to die, and there were still only 1,000 drops of blood remaining for the time being. Seeing that the torture was fruitless, the black leopard beasts could only curse and leave. The heavy footsteps faded away. Only the rabbit soldier species, who had just undergone some brutal torture, leaned weakly against a corner of the cage. The wounds on his body were still aching with blood. It wasn't long before a light footstep came. The green panther beast appeared in the doorway of the cell. He had a plate of food in his hand, which was delicious carrots, yet the carrot had an eerie red glow on it. The green leopard beast looked at the rabbit soldier type with a tone full of impatience. I don't know why the marshal keeps you around and has to feed you. A waste of food. With that, he threw the plate hard into the cage, scattering food all over the place. The glittering red carrots stood out in the dim light. The rabbit soldier opened his eyes slightly, glanced at the plate of food, and quickly closed them again, his mind filled with determination. I am dead set against eating your food. The other side. The few Black Panther beasts that had left had already arrived at the mighty Tiger King's side. One of the Black Panther beasts scratched its head, a little confused. Marshal Fierce Tiger King, we do this. Will his lordship think we're a little bit excessive? There was a hint of concern in his voice, as if he was disturbed by his own behavior. The Manticore King waved his hand slightly, his expression firm and subdued. If you don't, how will it seem real? If we let it go so easily, how will the other lord trust it? You should understand the reasoning behind the cunning rabbit. In order to be able to kill the enemy, we must plan for everything. That's what the lords want. My lord, would that be a bit too cruel of us? In a room within the territory, the freshly baked Thunderbolt looked at Su Jin in front of him with some discomfort in his heart. Hearing Thunderbolt's inquiry, Su Jin slowly stood up. His eyes were deep and grave, watching Thunderbolt closely. You don't know the cunning one. They reproduce extremely well, and each cunning rabbit possesses the ability to change, often changing into beings of other races to pit and rob resources. They don't deserve your pity. Thunderbolt stepped forward. But, based on strength alone, I can also easily kill the cunning rabbit clan lord. There's absolutely no need for us to go through with this. Doesn't that pull us down instead? There was a hint of disbelief and skepticism in his voice. Sujin shook his head inside as he asked rhetorically, if I'm not ruthless and don't continue to get stronger, who will feel sorry for me when the time comes? His eyes were full of helplessness and determination. If the development is slowed down because of a momentary lack of ruthlessness and thus a missed opportunity, when it comes down to it, there may be nothing to stop it. At that time, who will come to pity the human race? Sujin's words were like a heavy hammer that struck Thunderbolt's heart. Thunderbolt was silent. He didn't know how he should answer that question. His heart was filled with contradictions and entanglements. On the one hand, he sympathized with what happened to the cunning rabbit clan. On the other hand, he also understood that Sujin's approach was for the sake of finding the cunning rabbit clan lord faster, for the sake of developing faster, and for the sake of the future of the human race. But he always felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. It's different from his philosophy. A few moments passed. Sujin slowly took out the Hellfire Purgatory Blade and handed it to Thunderbolt. Originally, after he saw the notes on the Hellfire Purgatory Blade, he had no intention of giving it to Thunderbolt to use. After all, whether it was from the mouths of the Golden Iron Beast, the Manticore King or the Supersonic Forcebuster, Sujin has learned all about it. Breaking Bad does possess a unique personality. Compare this to Riku Batten, who also possesses a good heart. Breaking Bad is clearly much better. Both were also of the mechanical race. As the soldiers of Sujin, Li Batian expressed his incomprehension but approval of Sujin's actions. However, Thunderbolt was different. Given the relationship between lords and soldiers, there was no way for him to refuse Sujin's commands and orders. But there are times when a lord is equivalent to an emperor. As a soldier, as the emperor's men, even if the emperor is wrong, all you have to do is figure out how to be right. Instead of rebutting, suggest something else. Although Sujin didn't want his soldiers to become unlike their original selves, he admired Thunderbolt for his integrity like that. But he didn't need a trooper like that. Bind. Looking at the Hellfire Purgatory Blade in his hand, Thunderbolt was silent for a while, seemingly struggling fiercely inside. But the Lord's order he could not refuse. It was his duty as a soldier. Eventually, he made up his mind and completed the binding. In an instant, a powerful force surged out from the Hellfire Purgatory Blade and surged towards Thunderbolt. The original red body began to change, the color gradually turning to black and red. It was as if black flames were burning. Perhaps it was because blackened was 10 times stronger. His attribute panel, including his skills, also changed. Bikers, Thunderbolt, King's Hero, Spirit, 55,000, Body Mass, 22,000, Power, 8,200, Agility, 7,300, Equipment, Hellfire Inferno Sword, Two-handed mini-machine gun. Skills, backup hidden energy. Thunder half-moon slash. Chained thunder half-moon slashes. I heart the moon. Winner's heart. Thunder half-moon slash. Changed dance as a large sword. Dealing mixed physical plus magical damage. 200% physical plus 50% fire elemental damage plus 50% thunder elemental damage. Thunder half-moon slash. Changed requires lord control. I heart the moon. No CD for full moon skills. Heart of the Winner, enhance all soldiers' attributes by 15%. There will only be one such being, the anime version of Quanji, Thunderbolt, with a personality that is so charismatic at times that some changes need to be made to him given some plot needs, and not much else is needed. It feels like a toxic point of view, so let's just say I'm watering down the word count for this chapter for today's home shift. Ha ha. Chapter 132, The Runaway Rabbit Sky. It's true that whitewashing is 3 times weaker, blackening is 10 times stronger. And you're directly promoted to the king level. Sujin couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as he looked at Thunderbolt's current attributes. His originally somewhat complicated mood suddenly changed for the better after seeing the powerful change in Thunderbolt. The changes to Breaking Bad can be immense. The change in quality brings about an overall increase in attributes. The Thunder Half-Moon Slash, which originally only dealt 50% thunder elemental damage, also got to add 50% fire elemental damage once again. If nothing is taken into account, no target defense is calculated, and no troop attribute bonuses are calculated. Compared to before, the skill damage of Thunder Half-Moon Slash came to 24,600 from the original 20500, so much so that the original aura skill that could only increase the full attributes by 10%, the Heart of Benevolence. At this point, it also metamorphosed and became the Heart of the Winner. with a 15% attribute bonus for all soldiers. This change is undoubtedly a significant boost to all of Su Jin's soldiers. However, compared to the Thunderbolt, the Thunder Roadster is really kind of weak. They, like the Black Panther beasts, were initially only of black iron grade quality. Without the bonus of energy amethyst effect too, their attributes were truly unreadable. But look at the Thunder Roadster as being cheaper now, and even better at mechanical modifications. Su Jin still exchanged 2,000 of them first. Let them work inside the transformation workshop until they get enough evolution crystals. The flow of time in the middle of the 10,000 tribes trials was slightly different from the Blue Star. At this time, it was already night here, and the deep night was like a huge curtain covering the earth. The sky was dotted with stars, but they could not illuminate the vast and mysterious world, since there were no more traces of the ferocious beasts in the vicinity. Plus, there was the reliable presence of the golden iron beast guarding the city gates. Manticore King and Supersonic are out there actively searching for the other lords. Su Jin was also temporarily at a loss as to what things to do in this moment. So, he simply chose to simply sleep peacefully. Unlike Su Jin, at this time, compared to the completion of the creation of Su Jin's territory, a period of time had passed. There were also some of the participants of the entire 10,000 clans trial who had successfully completed the creation of their territories. In a corner of the 10,000 tribes trial, the being from the Iron Titan clan, Titan Zeus, breathed a long sigh of relief after finishing off the last wave of ferocious beasts. He stretched his muscles a little. Then he couldn't wait to open the trade line. Wanted to see if anyone had shelved food to replenish their strength. However, when the interface of the trading house unfolded before his eyes instantly widened in shock. Unknown meat 10 kilograms, price, 80 survival points. Magic flame armor, price, 5, 800 survival points. Spitfire, price, 3, 000 survival points. In the trading house, Su Jin shelved a huge pile of goods in a wide array. Food, fresh water, and equipment and skill books obtained from Infernovine. The whole thing takes up dozens of pages. Waves of shock surged through Titan Zeus' mind. How could he not expect that Su Jin, who was thought to be surely dead in the tide of ferocious beasts, was still alive? And there were also items in the trade line that were clearly on Infernovine. How is this possible? Infernovine was actually countered. He stared intently at the relics that were clearly Infernovine, his face full of disbelief. However, due to the intense hunger coming from within his body, he was forced to go and spend a wave of survival points to purchase the food that Su Jin had put on the shelves. In the meantime, Aodian from the Dragonman clan also saw Su Jin's name in the trading line. He snorted coldly and said with disdain on his face, Infernovine is a waste of space. He can't even deal with a tiny human lord. Aodian's tone was filled with arrogance and contempt, but a hint of imperceptible vigilance flashed in his eyes, because he understood very well that he was able to kill the Infernovini at this point in time. Su Jin, who had acquired so many resources, was definitely not a simple commodity. But it's just a hint. As a Dragonman clan, he was immensely proud, thinking that the dragon soldiers are the strongest being in all the world. In his opinion, no matter who it was, as long as he didn't go and belittle the other party, he was definitely not his opponent. There were other Fey Lords who were even more perceptive. They had sensed Su Jin's strength from the number of items he had put on the shelves. This Su Jin is not simple. I'm afraid his strength far exceeds our imagination. An intelligent Fey Lord frowned slightly, analyzing the situation. Judging from these items, not only did he manage to defeat the Inferno Devil Vine, the number of ferocious beasts he killed must have been staggering as well. Over time, more and more lords succeeded in building territories. They also had a new understanding of Su Jin after seeing his goods in the trading house. He wolfed an owl. This Su Jin sells really expensive mutton. Asterisk. The ore I put on the shelf is actually ranked 8,644? When will this be my turn? Or should I lower the price? It's just a matter of rookies and chickens pecking at each other. The winner is the one who survives to the end of the 10,000 races challenge and retains the most strength. Countless lords made their statements. Some shocked, some contemptuous, some wary, some complaining, some envious. No matter what kind of attitude it is, it makes every lord understand in his heart. In the midst of this competitive 10,000 races trial, Su Jin was already an opponent that could not be ignored. If you underestimate him too much, you might end up like Infernovine. The body is dead. As the night grew deeper, all that could be seen in the huge iron cage was an eerie red light. It was so silent around them that it was as if they could hear the dust fall. Cunning Sky slowly opened his eyes, those otherwise tired and determined eyes glimmering faintly in the darkness. It moved slightly, and that originally tall body became small and delicate in an instant. As it moved, The mechanical shackles that had been tightly binding its feet fell straight to the ground with a loud crash. Clunk! The sound stung in the silence of the cell. Rabbitsky's heart skipped a beat, and a flash of panic flashed momentarily in his eyes. His ears perked up nervously and his body tensed, a frightened rabbit. However, after a few moments, the surroundings remained silent. Rabbitsky looked around carefully. Only after realizing that the surrounding black leopard beasts did not hear any movement did he let out a long breath of relief. These iron lumps are presumably solar-powered, low on energy at night and very low on alert. It patted its chest gently, a hint of gratitude in its eyes. Then, Rabbitsky stood up straight and raised his chin slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of smugness and disdain. Still want to trap me? Dream on. The corners of its mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. Then its eyes instantly became determined, and in its mind it secretly thought, I have to quickly tell Bugs Bunny about the situation here. These guys are so scary. It's only fair to escape this place while it's still night. It was just about to turn away when it suddenly spotted the carrot that had been left in the corner. The carrot glowed faintly in the dim light and gave off a pungent aroma. Rabbitsky's eyes instantly became a little hesitant. It frowned slightly and bit its lip, muttering in its mind, it doesn't matter if I just eat a little. A struggle flickered in its eyes, looking at the carrot for a moment, then out of the cell, as if weighing the pros and cons. But soon, its eyes were replaced by determination. Eat enough to have the strength to escape. With that in mind, it quickly picked up the carrot and ate it in one big gulp, a look of satisfaction on its face. After eating and drinking, Rabbitsky nervously and quickly fled towards the outside of the cell. It was light and agile on its feet, trying not to startle any of the panther beasts. However, just after it had fled some distance, a pair of eyes emitting red light suddenly appeared in the otherwise dimly lit. The glow was oozing in the darkness. At this moment, the mighty Tiger King's low voice came from the darkness. Righteous people are usually very short-lived. War, never fair. Chapter 133, The Mighty Tiger King is here. In the middle of a valley, Bugs Bunny's territory has taken shape. It is a place of green grass and flowers, with a patchwork of small but exquisite buildings. Add to that the fact that it's surrounded by mountains on three sides, and the safety factor pulls straight through. Bugs Bunny stood on a high platform in the center of the territory, his arms crossed and his face full of smugness. Those long ears twitched slightly, as if showing off their victory. Humph, look around here, it's peaceful. Those ferocious beasts must know how powerful I am and don't dare to come close. Bugs Bunny muttered to himself, arrogance in his voice. It looked around at its carefully crafted territory with a sense of accomplishment. It must be so right. Those ferocious beasts must have known our Lord's strength from somewhere and didn't dare to enter. That's of course. The name of our cunning rabbit clan has already resounded through the universe, and Lord is the future of our cunning rabbit clan. The lords of the lords are mighty. Around Bugs Bunny, a group of rabbit soldier types stood respectfully. There are soft-boned rabbits, cunning rabbits, and spectral rabbits in here. They were of different shapes and sizes, but their eyes were surprisingly consistent, all filled with admiration for Bugs Bunny, simply because Bugs Bunny is in today's cunning rabbit clan. It's the entire rabbit clan. All of them can be called the existence of the strongest natural talent, the ancient and the modern. No rabbit can be compared. To the cheers of a crowd of rabbit soldiers, one by one, the rabbit troopers responsible for going out to search for supplies returned. They are either with exhaustion or excitement. The backpacks were all full of carrots and greens, once again drawing cheers from Bugs Bunny territory. However, just then, a cunning rabbit in a butler's costume hopped next to Bugs Bunny in some haste. My lord, Rabbitsky didn't come back. This discovery was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing a furor. The rabbits murmured, worry filling the air. Where did Bunny Ski go? Something couldn't have happened, could it? A soft-boned rabbit said in a clear voice, some anxiety in its tone and its ears twitching uneasily. Rabbitsky's strength doesn't fear these level 30 ferocious beasts, so how come they're suddenly gone? A cunning rabbit waved its paw uneasily, its eyes full of worry. According to what Lord said earlier, that human Lord Sujin has already killed the Inferno demon. Could it be that Sujin has already fought his way here and killed Bunnyski? Just then, a spectral rabbit seemed to have thought of something and said with some concern, it's okay not to say that out loud. As soon as it was said, the whole scene became even more confusing. Countless rabbits murmured. Some rabbits thought that they, the rabbit clan, were going to give that human clan a bit of a break by feeding radishes with human blood. There were also rabbits who thought that the current Sujin would definitely be stronger now that he had gotten a large amount of equipment and props from the Inferno. As strong as Bugs Bunny is, he's ultimately not well developed yet. They should avoid it for the time being and wait for the right moment to take it down in one fell swoop. Such a viewpoint is shared by the vast majority of the rabbit troopers. A rabbit general in a black uniform, wielding a laser gun, offered, my lord thinks we need to leave this place for now and find a safer place to develop first." As soon as the words left his mouth, the murmurs of all the rabbit soldiers disappeared. One Red Eye watched Bugs Bunny closely, waiting for his decision. Bugs Bunny, however, strongly disagrees. Its eyes were firm, and its tone was strong. "Rabbitsky is my brother. I can't leave him behind. We have to find him somehow, no matter what it takes. We'll decide when it comes back." Bugs Bunny's words were so loud that the rabbits who had proposed to leave for the time being looked at each other in disbelief. It's a little wild, but it's definitely not a cutie. Today it is only ranked 348th in the overall war rankings at the time of entry. With such a ranking it was no match for Inferno. Not to mention Su Jin, who was able to kill the Inferno demon in such a short period of time. One thought of the densely packed commodities that Su Jin had placed in the trading line. Bugs Bunny then couldn't help but feel a slight tightening in his heart, feeling a hint of pressure. But Rabbitsky is his brother and he will never give up, simply because foreign races like the cunning rabbit had developed in the Lord system for a long time and controlled many unbelievable skills. For example, the technology of converting beings of the same race, or even of a different race, into soldiers. And Bugs Bunny, not only is Bugs Bunny soldier, but Bugs Bunny's former brother, also the breeder of the children born to Bugs Bunny and Bugs Bunny's wife. On the outside, they are a relationship between a lord and a soldier. In the clan, they are close and good brothers. I, Bugs Bunny, will never abandon my own brothers to their fate. Feeling the connection with Bugs Bunny getting stronger, Bugs Bunny said with unparalleled determination. Its voice echoed through the territory. It sent a wave of warmth surging through the hearts of every rabbit soldier. The rabbit Ski, who had just arrived, was even more overwhelmed when he heard Bugs Bunny's voice. Its eyes were slightly moist, its heart filled with gratitude and warmth. Bugs Bunny murmured softly, a tremor in its voice. However, it soon reacted. It had to tell Bugs Bunny what it knew as soon as possible. Lord, we need to hurry and retreat first, away from here," Rabbitsky said with a grave expression. "There's a very terrifying Black Panther beast troop next to them, and there's also a guy called the Mighty Tiger King. Their strength can't be underestimated." Bugs Bunny's brow furrowed slightly as he listened. Black Panther beast troops? Could it be Su Jin's troop type? Rabbitsky nodded. That should be correct if there are no other lords next to him. Lord, we need to evacuate as soon as possible. I'm no match for a few Black Panther beasts alone, and I was easily captured by them. If I hadn't gotten away with it, I'm afraid. Rabbitsky recalled his experience of being captured by the Black Panther beast troopers with shock and fear in his heart. It wasn't weak, and as a heroic troop, it could rank in the top 10 amongst Bugs Bunny's troop types. However, it is such a presence, nearly facing the Black Panther beast. It was no match, and it didn't even have the slightest power to fight back. This made Rabbit Sky feel horrified at the strength of the Mighty Tiger King, and at Su Jin's strength. While listening to Bugs Bunny was thinking of something else that other rabbits couldn't think of. By the description, the panther beasts are numerous and set to be just the base troop. The Mighty Tiger King that Rabbitsky spoke of must be an even more powerful being. Moreover, such an existence was yet still only an outgoing force of that human Lord Su Jin. The troops that remain in the territory will certainly be stronger. Even the Black Panther beast could easily defeat the Rabbitsky. How terrifying should the strength of the Manticore King and Su Jin be? Bugs Bunny couldn't even begin to imagine. After some deep thought, it slowly looked around, its eyes revealing a hint of inexplicable meaning. The butler rabbit standing on the sidelines keenly grasped Bugs Bunny's meaning. It bowed slightly and said, Lord, a subordinate has reported that we have found a treasure in the south. Should we? The corners of Bugs Bunny's mouth rose slightly. That's right. As a lord, how humiliating to say we're fleeing. We're going to dig for treasure. So Bugs Bunny hurriedly gave orders for the rabbits to pack up and get up and head south to the land of treasure. But just then, a sudden tremor came from above the earth. Immediately afterward, a loud boom echoed through the air like muffled thunder. A wave of uneasiness instantly surged through the hearts of all the rabbits. Rabbitsky suddenly thought of something. Somewhat alarmed, he pointed up the valley. Fierce, the Mighty Tiger King is here. Chapter 134, Defeat. Last hope. Rabbits have much better night vision than humans. When a few words like that came out of Bunny Sky's mouth, the gazes of all the rabbit troopers instantly turned to the valley above. Only the dense red eyes stood out in the night. The flickering red light was like a ghost fire from hell, incomparably oozing. And among them, a golden tiger and a green leopard even made countless rabbits tremble. The entire rabbit territory was instantly thrown into a mild panic. The rabbits' eyes widened in horror and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Some timid, non-combatant rabbits scurry around in panic. A shrill cry escaped his lips. It's no good. The enemy is coming. They panicked. Some bumped into their companions. Some fell to the ground, but got right back up and continued to run. And those combat-type soldier bunnies, though, also felt that something big was wrong. Still, they took out their weapons and stared nervously at the Manticore King and Panther Beast troops over the valley. Just then, Butler Bunny walked over to Bugs Bunny with a worried face. What can we do about this? Lord, the valley is blocked. Bugs Bunny's own face was stony, a flicker of panic in his eyes. It looked at the blackened enemy above the valley, and a strong fear welled up in its heart. Bugs Bunny is like the legendary keyboard warrior. It disliked the sky and the air when it knew it would be absolutely fine, but when it came down to it, it was a shiver down the spine. But soon, Bugs Bunny forced himself to calm down again, determination replacing panic. It straightened up and shouted, "Everyone, don't panic, prepare to fight. They are few in number. We may not be no match." As the words fell, an aura enveloped all the soldiers. It has resulted in a substantial increase in their combined attributes and a gradual recovery of morale. Tick-tock. At this point, a slight sound stood out in the silent night air. The Green Panther Beast transformed into its human form, holding a sniper rifle and aiming calmly. A shot was fired without any movement or sound, as if the shot was just a false shot. However, it wasn't until one of Bugs Bunny's ears was pierced and blood dripped to the ground that the crowd noticed. And just now, it was the sound of blood dripping onto the floor. Oh, an accidental miss. The green leopard beast scratched its head, somewhat embarrassed. His mechanically tinged voice was very recognizable. It brought back Bunny Ski, who had been unable to stop shivering. "You're despicable, Manticore King," Rabbit Ski shouted angrily, but the fierce Tiger King turned a deaf ear and just spoke in a cold voice. "Through and through, give me on. Whoever finishes off the opposite lord will be rewarded with a set of soldier equipment." With these words, the battle was complete. The Black Panther beasts that were dense enough to envelop the entire sky over the valley had transformed into human forms. Handheld machine guns began to fire indiscriminately. Bullets rained down like rain, glittering icy cold in the night sky. With this kind of terrain, the Black Panther beast troops would have had a terrain advantage. Plus the rabbit troopers have very few air-to-air means at their disposal. The gun-based attacks of the army rabbit troopers are hard to shoot accurately in such a situation. Even if the soft bone rabbit jumped up, it couldn't cause any hint of damage to the Black Panther beast. The entire Bugs Bunny territory was completely thrown into chaos. The air smelled of smoke and blood. Fear and despair spread through the hearts of every rabbit. Almost every second a rabbit trooper fell to the ground. Their agonized moans echoed chillingly in the night sky. The original green grass and flowery territory was now red with blood. That bright red color is a stark contrast to what was once beautiful. A small and delicate building was smashed under the onslaught of the stone throwers. With a popping sound, they were reduced to rubble, and the coziness and tranquility they once had was completely shattered. Find cover. Protect yourself. Counterattack. The rabbit general in a black uniform with a laser gun is calmly directing his troops to find cover and then counterattack. However, its voice simply wasn't heard by many rabbits in such a chaotic situation, especially if Bugs Bunny was wounded and had panicked. As the saying goes, a soldier is a wimp. A general is a wimp. Bugs Bunny is in such a situation that the bunny soldiers are left without a backbone. Almost 90% of the rabbits in this route are just running for their lives. They run around, panicked, as if the end of the world has come. Asterisk 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 asterisk. General Rabbit let out a low, angry curse, his eyes filled with helplessness and anger, but it also knew it couldn't give up, and signaled for Rabbit Sky and Butler Bunny to protect the lords. Then, with a handful of rabbits, he organized a counterattack, trying to find a silver lining in this desperate situation. Oh, the fierce Tiger King looked at the General Rabbit who had stepped forward and had already constructed a defensive formation, a hint of interest in his eyes. Here comes an interesting guy. He slightly raised his chin and took out the blood of the oath, casually handing it over to the green leopard beast at the side. Green leopard beast, go meet it. Find the true meaning of promotion in battle. Yes, a red light flashed in the eyes of the green leopard beast, and without hesitation, it took the blood of the oath and patted it into its own chest. A powerful force instantly surged within him, and his aura became even more severe. Then he changed into his beast form, stomped the ground strongly on all fours, and climbed down the valley, like a fierce leopard descending from the mountain. He directly killed the rabbit. Unstoppable. He was extremely fast, and the rabbits fell to the ground wherever he passed. It was like a sharp pointy knife, thrusting into the defensive line of the rabbit people, straight into the direction of the General Rabbit. The battlefield was filled with smoke and the sound of gunfire was deafening. The butler rabbit looked at the chaos in front of him and panicked. Its body trembled slightly as it kept murmuring, "What can we do? What can be done about this?" The eyes were full of helplessness and fear. Rabbitsky was also in a state of endless self-blame at this point. Its eyes were dull and its heart was filled with remorse. It hated that it hadn't seen through it all. And while it appeared to have fled back, it was leading the way for the pack of leopards. It felt that it was to blame for this disaster, and that if it wasn't for itself, the territory wouldn't be in such a desperate situation. Just then, Adjutant General Bunny came charging over the top of the gunfire. It was covered in wounds and blood stained its fur. It gasped for air and said sharply, "Run away! As long as Lord survives, we still have a chance to be resurrected. We'll stop them. You two take Lord and run." The Vice Admiral Rabbit's voice was firm and determined, and its eyes revealed the courage to look at death. It knows that this is their only hope. Only if the lords are alive do they have a chance to rise again. Yes, 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 flee first, as long as Lord is alive. We have hope. The words kept echoing in Rabbitsky's mind, and a flicker of determination flashed in its eyes. It knew that its mistake had brought great disaster to the entire territory, and now it had to make amends. Rabbitsky directly partially multiplied, and part of his body instantly became immense. It began to use the Cunning Rabbit clan's natural skill, Cunning Rabbit. Only its claws were seen as if it were a digger, rapidly digging into the ground and splashing dirt. "Keep up," Rabbitsky shouted, his voice filled with anxiety and determination. Hearing this sound, the butler rabbit did not hesitate to pick up Bugs Bunny and quickly enter the hole in the ground. The Vice General Rabbit saw this scene and exchanged glances with several other military rabbits on the battlefield. There was determination and resolve in his eyes. They know that their job is to hold the fort and buy Bugs Bunny more time. The Vice General Rabbit gripped the weapon in his hand tightly, his eyes revealing the courage to look death in the eye. Standing in place, like a sturdy fortress, guarding the last line of defense in the rabbit's territory. Chapter 135, Cunning? I'll let you cave. The hole in the ground was dark and damp and smelled of earth. Butler Bunny held Bugs Bunny and carefully followed Bugs Bunny. Despite the harsh surroundings, the butler rabbit's heart was filled with hope. As long as Bugs Bunny survives, they have a chance to make a comeback. In this dark hole in the ground, this glimmer of hope was like the last candlelight. Rabbitsky dug frantically. It was strangely fast, as if it was tireless. Its claws weaved through the dirt with a dull thud. The butler rabbit in the back followed closely, not daring to slack off in the slightest. I don't know how much time had passed, but Rabbitsky was already in a bit of a mental trance from the fatigue of using his skills. Its hands were bloody and the pain kept coming, but it didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. It knew that they had to get out of here and find safety as soon as possible. "Just go up here," Butler Rabbit said softly. Its voice was crystal clear in this silent hole in the ground. Rabbitsky nodded, a flicker of determination in his tired eyes. It shifts direction and digs upward. As it did, a slight bright light gradually appeared. A wave of joy welled up in Rabbitsky's heart. However, when it showed its head, a dozen black leopard beasts had been waiting for a long time. Those red eyes glinted coldly in the darkness. It was as if they knew they were here and had been waiting for them to show up. Rabbitsky's heart tightened and fear instantly surged through him. "Retreat!" Rabbitsky let out a yell, and that voice echoed through the small space with endless panic and urgency. This shout made the butler rabbit's heart tighten, as if an invisible hand was gripping its heart tightly. However, the butler rabbit didn't hesitate for a second. Years of loyalty and training have allowed it to react instinctively in times of crisis. It hugged Bugs Bunny tightly and quickly turned around, retreating towards the depths of the hole in the ground. Its footsteps were hurried and panicked, making a dull sound in the darkness. The three rabbit figures instantly disappeared into the hole in the ground. The hole in the ground was once again plunged into silence and darkness. There was only the glimmer, if any, of bright light coming in from above. One could still faintly hear the mocking laughter from the Black Panther beast from behind. Their hearts beat like drums as they ran wildly for some distance through the dark hole in the ground. It was hard to stop and finish adjusting his breathing. Rabbitsky's bloodied hands glowed again, just ready to dig upwards. Yet again, light footsteps and muffled conversations were heard from above. The sound was getting closer and closer, and it was clearly the Black Panther beast that was approaching. Rabbitsky's ears quivered slightly, its eyes filled with despair, but it didn't give up and once again whispered, "Hurry up!" The butler rabbit clenched his teeth and continued to flee towards the depths of the hole in the ground with Bugs Bunny in his arms. After a thrilling escape, they thought they were temporarily out of danger. Unfortunately, however, the nightmare of a third discovery was repeated, when they once again felt no more noise, digging upwards, only to see that a group of Black Panther beasts were looking at them with their arms clasped in incomparable playfulness. The pair of red eyes stood out in the darkness, exuding coldness and danger. Cunning, ha, I'll let you cave. And at this point, battlefield. Bugs Bunny's territory is in a sorry state. The once unbelievably beautiful and pretty territory has been covered in smoke and blood. The blood dried on the charred earth, telling of the incomparably fierce battle that had just taken place. Under the sustained fire output, the territory's defenses had been completely destroyed. All the buildings have been reduced to rubble and razed to the ground. Between the broken walls, some unextinguished flames could occasionally be seen dancing. The General Rabbit, Vice General Rabbit, and several other military rabbit troopers stood back to back. Their bodies were covered in wounds, blood constantly seeping out of the wounds, and their condition was already incomparably poor. However, their eyes remained firm, looking straight at the fierce Tiger King and the Black Panther beast group that were approaching at every step. Not far away, a rabbit man hides behind the rubble and tries to covertly shoot and sneak up on the panther beast. However, its movements were detected by the sharp green leopard beast. The green leopard beast's eyes went cold, and without hesitation, it switched to a sniper rifle and directly hit him in the finger with a shot. The powerful impact instantly shattered the rabbit man's fingers and blood splattered. Hiss! The rabbit man sucked in a breath of pain. However, it didn't let out a single miserable scream, only clenching its teeth tightly, its eyes filled with anger and unyieldingness. At this point, the fierce Tiger King walked with a steady pace to a short distance in front of the General Rabbit and the Vice General Rabbit. His golden figure looked particularly majestic on the smoke-filled battlefield. Your lordship has fled. Will you not bind your hands? The mighty Tiger King's voice was cold and majestic, as if declaring their fate. General Rabbit listened to the Manticore King's words, but suddenly laughed. It slowly scanned a circle of the bruised but still determined rabbitmen soldiers around it, loudly inquiring, "Brothers, are you afraid?" One by one, the soldiers straightened their spines, their eyes burning with unyielding fire. No fear. A soldier should die on the battlefield, not be a deserter. If I am still alive, the general remembers to give me a promotion. Although I killed the enemy, I hit 8 and wounded 3. One by one, the rabbit warriors answered loudly and firmly, echoing across the battlefield. Hearing the warriors' reply, a smile appeared on General Rabbit's face as he looked at the Manticore King, as if to say, "The warriors have answered your question instead of me. You are an honorable group of warriors." The mighty Tiger King nodded slightly, a complex look passing through his eyes. "But this is ultimately war. You have your faith, we have ours to hold on to." The mighty Tiger King's tone became serious. His gaze was fixed on the General Rabbit and the Vice General Rabbit as well as those tenacious rabbit soldiers. In war, there is no absolute right or wrong. Only the winner decides everything. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Vice General Rabbit looked at the mighty Tiger King and suddenly laughed. A laugh that carried a few hints of madness and fearlessness. "Big Tiger, do you really think you've won?" There was a provocative glint in Vice Admiral Rabbit's eyes. "Oh," the Manticore King narrowed his eyes slightly. "We're just soldiers, warriors summoned by the Lord of Lords." Vice Admiral Rabbit's voice stirred up. "As long as Lord doesn't die, we can resurrect indefinitely. And now that our mission is complete, the Lords have escaped." Vice Admiral Rabbit raised his chin. "Do you really think that you can achieve ultimate victory?" Its questioning echoed in the air, as if it was proclaiming to the Manticore King the unyielding and tenacious nature of the Rabbit People clan. Only, what all the rabbit warriors didn't expect was this. When these words were spoken, not only the mighty Tiger King, but all the Black Panther beasts and Green Panther beasts all laughed. That laughter echoed across the battlefield with mockery and contempt, as if mocking the naivety and ignorance of the Rabbit People. "What do you see there?" After the laughter ended, the Manticore King pointed above the valley. The rabbit warriors looked up, only to see that the bruised and battered 3 rabbits were directly thrown down by the Black Panther beast. Those 3 rabbits were like ragdolls, arcing through the air before falling heavily to the ground. The butler rabbit that had just resisted the most tenaciously and fought the hardest was directly dropped dead. Its body twisted and blood poured out of its mouth, staining the ground beneath it. Bugs Bunny and Bugs Bunny also had just under 500 drops of blood left and were still draining, ready to die at any moment. Chapter 136. Who else can get this kind of harvest from a single night's sleep? The battlefield was silent. The rabbits stared at the tragic situation in front of them with wide eyes, their hearts filled with grief and anger. They cannot believe that their efforts and sacrifices have resulted in this. Once again, their lordships and comrades were in an irrevocably desperate situation, and they, in turn, can't do anything about it. Bugs Bunny looked at Bugs Bunny, who had fallen into a coma not far away, and the anger in his heart was like a volcano about to erupt. Suddenly, it remembered something. With reddened eyes, he glared at the fierce Tiger King and roared, "You despicable and shameless villain! Mean, ha ha ha! The mighty Tiger King let out a loud laugh that was filled with mockery. The rabbit ate the carrot the tiger gave him. The tiger wants to eat the rabbit. Isn't that an equal exchange? Oh, no. Rabbits eat carrots and tigers eat rabbits. It's a law of nature. Rabbitski's anger burned even more fiercely in his heart as he listened to the mighty Tiger King's words. I'll fight you. It rose to its feet and roared as it charged at the Manticore King, heedless of its own safety. However, before Rabbitski could even get close to the Manticore King, the cold figure of the green leopard beast flashed like a ghost. There was not a trace of pity in the green panther beast's eyes, and the machete in his hand shone with an icy light under the night sky. Without hesitation, he swung his machete, and a harsh, cold light flashed by. Rabbitski didn't even have time to react in any way before he was hit by the heavy machete. Its body jolted and its eyes instantly became hollow. Life also came to an abrupt end at that moment, and his body fell helplessly to the ground. Blood spurted from the wound like a spring, staining the ground beneath him. The green leopard beast looked at the fallen Rabbitski and said coldly, "As our big successor, I had wanted to kill you last, but we can't help it if you seek your own death." Suddenly, he sensed that a new power seemed to be surging within him. It was a comprehension of combat that was born. The red light in his pupils flashed continuously, revealing an incomparable excitement. Symbolically, he craned his neck and made a mechanical clacking sound. Immediately after, the green panther beast raised its saber teeth, provocatively at the remaining rabbit warriors. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile as he shouted. Next, his voice echoed across the battlefield, full of provocation. The remaining rabbit warriors looked at the green leopard beast's unbeatable appearance with both anger and fear in their hearts. Not on it, is it? I'll do it then. The green leopard beast's voice was incomparably cold, as if it was declaring the fate of the rabbits. His figure was like electricity as he charged up. The teeth of the sword in his hand drew a harsh arc in the air, swinging in a chain. Wherever the saber teeth passed, the rabbit warriors had no time to react and fell to the ground. The sharp saber teeth were like the scythe of death, mercilessly harvesting lives. With every strike, an inexplicable power surged into the green leopard beast's body. He could feel his power growing, and a strong sense of excitement welled up in his heart. He was so engrossed in the thrill of battle that the only thing in his eyes was the enemy. Soon, only the General Rabbit and the Vice General Rabbit remained on the battlefield. They were shoulder to shoulder, determination in their eyes. The green leopard beast looked at them with a cruel smile at the corner of its mouth. Auspicious cloud shattering heavenly teeth. He slowly raised the teeth of his sword, and the aura on his body continued to climb, with 5 large words echoing from across the battlefield. Endless wind elemental power coalesced from the surrounding air towards the saber's teeth, including the blood chi within the green leopard beast was also condensing upwards. Immediately after, the green leopard beast swung violently 3 times in a row. Powerful energy erupted from his saber teeth and swept towards the General Rabbit and Vice General Rabbit. Wherever it passed, the ground was torn apart and dust flew up. The General Rabbit and the Vice General Rabbit gritted their teeth and raised their weapons in preparation for the fatal blow. Clang! The sound of gold and iron clashing echoed in the valley. Next moment, the figures of General Rabbit and Vice General Rabbit directly disappeared. The Green Panther beast looked back in some bewilderment. It was discovered that the auspicious cloud-shattering heavenly teeth it had just performed had accidentally scraped Bugs Bunny, accidentally scraping it to death. Congratulations on killing level 30 Lord Bugs Bunny. Gain 3,575 survival points, carrots, or wood, meat. Congratulations on obtaining the Lord's Energy, 1545W. Congratulations on acquiring a territorial building, Army Rabbit Camp. Congratulations on acquiring the Soldier Skill Book, Localized Multiplication. Congratulations on acquiring the Soldier Skill Book, Doubling Technique. Congratulations on killing level 30 Lord's Fish Leap to the Sea in Sparrow Chirp, gaining 185,475 survival points. Congratulations on obtaining 820W of Lord's Energy. Congratulations on acquiring the Troop Skill Book, Breaking the Madness. Congratulations to Lord's Diamond Level Troop, the Green Leopard Beast, for realizing the skill, Bloodthirsty Aura, and successfully promoted to the Gold Hero level. Bloodthirsty Aura, all soldiers gain 5% blood absorption. Blood absorption over life limit can be converted into shield, up to 200%. Congratulations to the Lord on his promotion to level 33. Mental Strength plus 7,040. Constitution plus 1,320. Strength plus 704. Agility plus 528. Early the next morning, the sunlight poured gently through the window, bringing a slight warmth to the room. Su Jin turned around and woke up leisurely. He first stretched out a great deal, Then he rubbed his still somewhat sleepy eyes with a hint of lethargy on his face. Recalling his experience of being woken up in the middle of the night by the intensive beeping, a wave of anticipation welled up in his heart. He couldn't wait to roll over and sit up and start rummaging through the highlights of what he'd picked up last night. So many good guys. When Su-jin saw those results, his eyes instantly widened, filled with surprise. He was a little too lazy to look at resources like experience value, Lord energy, and survival points. The most powerful place to go is still the territorial building, the army rabbit camp. Territorial building, military rabbit camp. 1. Summon orc soldiers, army rabbits. Number 5% of the Lord's spiritual attribute. 2. 1 general rabbit can be summoned for every 5W spiritual attribute. Diamond level hero unit, armed with phaser gun, masterstroke, photon storm, aura, increases the damage of all firearms and artillery attacks by 5%. 3. Summon 1 vice general rabbit for every 2. 5W spiritual attribute. A gold level hero unit, armed with photon shield, masterstroke, psychic shield, aura, increases blood recovery of all soldiers by 0.5% per second. 4. Battle will be summoned. Summoned will be returned. If the Lord does not die, the army rabbit can be resurrected indefinitely, with a cooldown time of 7 days. The Air Force, Navy, rabbits can be unlocked at level 50. Air Force, Navy, rabbits can be unlocked at level 80. This, then, is the attribute of the army rabbit camp? It seems to feel less than stunning. Not only is there no way to benefit from the energy amethyst's effect bonus, the attributes of each trooper are poor. Even the general rabbit, which was a diamond class troop, could only increase the damage of gun and artillery type attacks by 5%. It's a bit too little compared to the other diamond tiers. But this army rabbit camp doesn't say how many it can summon. 1 can be summoned for every 5W of spiritual attributes. Su-jin's spiritual power had now reached 13.6W. That means 2 general rabbits can be summoned. You can get a 10% damage bonus to gun and artillery type attacks from all troops. That's a complete 10% power boost just for acting as a pendant alone. Su-jin's eyes were filled with surprise and excitement. He all felt that this territorial building was capable enough to be used as a treasure to be passed down through generations of a community. That's what you get for sleeping. Who else? Chapter 137, I long for death, but I cannot die. The other harvest Su-jin also checked briefly. Take for example that localized multiplication. That skill is amazing. It can make localized body parts bigger and harder, and it also determines the increased attack power based on the size of the changed body. In a sense, it is expected that many beings will love this skill. It's just a shame that it's only a soldier skill. 3. Moreover, the degree of being able to multiply is closely related to the strength of the physique as well as the power. The power referred to here is not simply the power attribute. Rather, it's the real kind of pure power. Therefore, Su-jin did not hesitate to directly give this skill to the Hercules family's bulldozer to use. As for that multiplication technique, as an evolved version of the localized multiplication technique, Su-jin had originally thought of giving Power Buster directly, but then he suddenly thought of Wild Scarlet. Wild Scarlet must have more power than Force Buster. If it were a full-body multiplied super gorilla, wouldn't that be awesome? Plus, Su-jin had now managed to kill 4 lords, just 6 lords short of 10 king-class hero unit fragments. From there will be a certain probability of summoning a Wild Scarlet. Therefore, Su-jin still put the skill book away for the time being, and the other skill book Breaking the Madness. Just by looking at its name, I know who it should be used for. And again, it's reserved for now. These things are basically the highlights of last night's haul. Those other harvests weren't too bad though. But for Jackie, it's all about as good as chicken ribs. He went straight to overpaying for those things on the trading floor for survival points. When the first stage is over, go buy the things unlocked in the store. Immediately after, Su-jin continued to give orders to the Manticore King and Supersonic Remote. Tell him to pick up the pace and look for other lords in the Guangzhou region as soon as possible, especially the green leopard beast. Su-jin also specially teleported a meat suit for him. Let him let go of his guts to engage in melee combat and try to raise his aura skill proficiency to see if he could promote his quality. When that's done, Su-jin clicked on the number of trialists with slight curiosity. Total, 64. 8654W/100W. Number of territories, 20. 6954W. Why are there so many dead? Su-jin frowned slightly. It had been less than 24 hours since he had entered the 10,000 tribes trial. It is amazing that the death toll has reached 350,000. Things are a little off. According to Su-jin's understanding of the 10,000 races trial, in the early stages, lord-to-lord encounters are difficult. Even if it was himself, being in the central state, which ranked second in terms of resource affluence. Only 4 lords had been killed so far. Even if you switch to the Americas, which has the largest number of lords and the most resources, doubling the number of kills would be about right. Plus the vast majority of the lords are still busy with territory construction and acquiring resources. Such a death toll is clearly not normal. Raising compulsion? Or is the quality of the lords in this batch a bit low? 2 such reasons flashed through Su Jin's mind. So-called composting. It's what some of the big communities, the big powers would choose to do. They will be in the same batch, allowing multiple lords to enter together and choose the same place, to get one of the lords to mass kill the other lords and thus gain a lot of experience. It shouldn't be, even if it's a compulsion to raise a compulsion. After the level reaches a certain stage, the amount of experience that can be gained from killing a level 30 soldier, even if it's triple experience, won't be too much. No community would choose to waste an invitation in such a big way. That leaves only one possibility. The quality of the lords in this batch is just too low, and a large portion of the lords died under the ferocious beasts. Su Jin slowly shook his head and stopped thinking about these issues. Anyway, for a strong man, no matter which situation it was, there was only good and no harm for him. The only difference is just the amount of benefit gained. In the meantime, in the middle of Gu Xiaoxian's territory, this place presents a marvelous sight, very different from any other territory. All kinds of ferocious beasts abounded in this vast land. They come in all shapes and sizes. Some are tall and powerful, some are small and delicate, some are colorful and some are plain. However, what is beyond amazing is this. These ferocious beasts that normally make people scared just by mentioning them. At this point in time, it was as meek as a small sheep with no offense. Gu Xiaoxian stood quietly in the center of the territory. Her slender fingers gently stroked a ferocious beast of astonishingly large size. Instead, that ferocious beast squinted its eyes comfortably, enjoying Gu Xiaoxuan's gentle touch to the fullest. The surrounding ferocious beasts were crouching and standing, their eyes gazing at Gu Xiaoxian. There was a weird hint of longing and envy. So many ferocious beasts. My little cuties can have a full meal now. Suddenly, a burst of unbridled laughter broke the silence, only to see a figure darting in and out of the distance. His steps were hurried and panicked, raising a cloud of dust with every step he took. 564 kilograms, 1,468 kilograms, 6 tons. Enough, enough. Bug Wowzer's eyes scanned back and forth over the ferocious beasts. The mouth chanted incessantly, precisely stating the weight of each ferocious beast. The ferocious beasts seemed to be alarmed by the sudden sound. Many of the ferocious beasts moved slightly, their ferociousness being aroused as they let out low roars. Quiet, however, at Gu Xiaoxuan's voice, they quickly returned to their docile forms. Bug Wowzer's gaze revealed a look of disgust as it landed on Gu Xiaoxian. Forget this one. It's not enough for 2 of my bugs for such a small body. As a bug lord, the strength of the Bug Wowzer was completely tied to the number of bugs. But there's no telling what's going on. The ferocious beasts in this neighborhood are simply few and far between. Without ferocious beasts, there would not be enough meat to eat, and there would be no way to gain a large amount of survival points. This had led to a delay in the construction of his territory, and his bugs had been hungry for a long time. And now, so many ferocious beasts in front of him. A green light had appeared in Bug Wowzer's eyes. He waved his hand at Gu Xiaoxian with some impatience. Little sister, get out of there, it will kill you. Hearing this, Gu Xiaoxian seemed to be interested. Lifting his head, he silently looked at the Bug Wowzer. You can't kill me. There was a hint of disappointment in her tone. You mean you don't want to go? Bug Wowzer blushed. Nor did they bother to think about why these ferocious beasts listened to Gu Xiaoxian so much. A flick of the hand. Shasta. Swarms of insects filled the sky like dark clouds. The bugs came in all shapes and sizes, some with sharp fangs, some wielding sharp claws, and some spraying venom. They were like a black storm that instantly drowned Gu Xiaoxian. Not a moment later, an incomparably oozing gnawing sound resounded in this area. The sound was creepy as if an evil spirit from hell was chewing on the soul. But the weird thing is, such damage was presented on a ferocious beast behind Gu Xiaoxian. In no time, the ferocious beast was bitten all over and eventually died a horrible death. So weak. Gu Xiaoxian shook her head slightly, her tone flat as if she was just stating a fact. How is it possible? How can this be? Bug Wowzer simply couldn't believe his eyes as he stared in disbelief. In his perception, his own swarm had always been invincible. How could it have no effect on this woman? Why did the damage present itself on that ferocious beast? His mind was filled with shock and doubt. However, when Bug Wowzer heard Gu Xiaoxian's voice, he felt terribly insulted. Anger blazed in his heart. Anyway, there were enough ferocious beasts here, so he decided not to hold back. Thus, Hundreds of millions of bugs instantly enveloped the sky like a black curtain. Countless bugs poured down like a black rainstorm as they frantically attacked the surrounding ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts let out a roar as they fought back with their claws and teeth. However, in front of the huge number of swarms, they appeared to be a bit out of their depth. The bugs crawled up the body of the ferocious beast and tore into its skin with their teeth and claws. Blood instantly dyed the earth red, as if it were a tragic picture. In no time, almost all of the ferocious beasts were drowned by the sea of insects. See the situation. Once again, an incomparable look of excitement appeared on Bugwo's face. However, in the very next second, his excitement came to an abrupt end. There was horror in his eyes. Simply because his chest had been pierced by something unknown, he could clearly feel his life draining away. With a strong wave of energy, the dense swarm of insects also disappeared in an instant. The territory gradually regained its peaceful atmosphere. Gu Shaoxian stood there quietly, looking at the docile ferocious beasts around her and sighed softly. There was a complexity in her eyes that seemed to carry a deep sense of helplessness and loneliness. I long to die, but I cannot. Chapter 138, Becoming the Richest Man by Planting and Producing and Slaying Fierce Beasts on Both Sides. Congratulations on killing level 31 Lord's Rat Boss, Earth Cockerel, and Quinn. Time passes slowly. Su Jin was still looking in the trading house to see if there was anything he needed. Suddenly another beep could be heard lazily coming from 3 more lords being killed by their own soldiers. Until now, many lords had also managed to come to level 31 from the level 30 they had just entered. However, the experience value gained is a bit of a crotch pull. Perhaps it was because he had decisively ordered Manticore King, Supersonic and the others to speed up their actions earlier. So much so that these defeated lords were almost always instantly cooled off just as they were discovered. The result was that their soldiers also disappeared in the blink of an eye, and their territories were broken up thieves fast, leaving no chance for the lords to transmigrate from their territories. So much so that the result makes the experience gained breathtakingly small. Ugh, it doesn't matter. For now, anyway, the purpose now is mainly for the quest, and there's plenty of that experience stuff in the later stages. Su Jin looked to the time display. At this point, only the last 2 hours remain before the 48-hour limit for the first phase. The total number of remaining lords has also been cut to 550,000. The rate of decrease in numbers is significantly slower and more common sense than before. Obviously, Su Jin's guess was correct. There's a high probability that this batch just got into a lot of scum. A lot of scum who couldn't beat the beasts and died in the middle of a 6-hour beast wave. And the number of lords who have successfully established territories has reached 49,000. The number was still increasing wildly at a rate of several dozen per second. Apparently, it might not even be the required 48 hours before the second phase of fortifying the territory and the oncoming beast tide comes early. Return to the territory. Kill all the ferocious beasts along the way. Su Jin decisively ordered the next stage. As someone who had the experience of participating in the trials of the 10,000 races in his previous life, his knowledge of the rules was bone deep. In the first stage, establishing a territory, all that needs to be done is simply to make an effort to gather supplies and materials, kill the ferocious beasts, create a territory, and successfully defend it against a 6-hour invasion of ferocious beasts. Then it can be considered to have achieved a stage of success. When the first phase is over, the mall will open with a small number of items available for purchase. There will be different levels of key props open depending on the specific performance of each lord in the first stage. There is a wide variety of these keeper props. There are powerful archery towers and fierce firepower city defense cannons. There were also mercenaries who had once been incarnated by the soldiers of the Death Lords in the midst of the trials of the nations. Not only that, the mall will also open up valuable items that can be bid on by all lords. No one knows what the props are in each case, but the only thing that's certain is that all of them will be at least diamonds in the rough and will spark a storm of fierce competition. When the bidding ends, that's when the second phase comes. This stage requires each lord to purchase and place the defense props based on the survival points they have. The scale and intensity of the beast tide would be determined by the defending props, and the number of ferocious beasts around. The more advanced the defense props are, the more they are available. The wider the range of targets that can be attracted will be. This in turn led to a sharp increase in the number of ferocious beasts, before the second batch of ferocious beasts is dropped. If the less ferocious beasts around, the rules of the world will then assume that the stronger the lord is. A higher level of ferocious beasts will then be dropped and refreshed for the lord to grow. In his previous life, Su Jin had also stuck the rules under Ailey's guidance and succeeded in keeping the ferocious beasts within a controllable range. But in this life, he had very different intentions. He wasn't about to go back to the card rules. Instead, he inwardly longed for the incoming ferocious beasts to be as numerous and powerful as possible. After all, In this challenging trial, one step first, one would be able to take steps first. You could also say it's bitter before it's sweet. The more pressure and challenges you take on up front, and the more you suffer, the more quickly you can grow in the grind. In this way, when the third and fourth stages of the ladder are reached, it is only then that you will have a greater chance to compete with the other lords. So it's not just King Tigers and Supersonics. Even the Thunderbolt and Golden Iron beasts that were still in the territory were sent by Su Jin to search and kill the ferocious beasts. Su Jin had a clear goal in mind. He wanted to kill as many ferocious beasts as possible in this last precious time to gain survival points, because only then can the next wave of beasts be of higher quality and quantity, thereby giving yourself greater challenges and opportunities. As for the power hegemony, //omega// Su Jin shook his head slightly. They are just too slow. In contrast, it is better to work on production planting in the territory. Su Jin glanced at the farmland in his territory, which was a scene full of life. There, the bulldozers of one Hercules family were reclaiming vast tracts of land like steel giants. Then the spirit ship is responsible for watering, cannons for mosquitoes, and dealing with pests. And the military rabbits and the human species of the integrated training center were methodically tasked with sowing and harvesting. In the midst of the trials of the nations, crops are produced at an incredibly fast rate. It ripens almost every 10 minutes or so. After the harvest, one of the smartest human soldiers had the authorization from Su Jin. He will choose the right price to put on the shelf according to the price of the trading house, even though food is less expensive now than it was before. However, it was superior in quantity and a great source of survival points for Su Jin, and that's exactly why the Black Panther Beast, Thunder Roadster, and Wind and Snow Fighter were in charge of killing the ferocious beasts outside. The Army Rabbit Troopers, Human Troopers, Bulldozers, and Spirit Ships are responsible for farming and production. With their joint efforts, Su Jin's number of survival points rose as quickly as a rocket, plus a large number of equipment, skill books, and other items that you chose to sell earlier. At this point, Su Jin already had 148,751 W survival points. Such a huge number, at this stage, is comparable to 10 times as many as in the previous life. If there is a leaderboard, the rest is not guaranteed. He felt that he would definitely be number one on the survival point wealth list for this 10,000 clans trial. This caused Su Jin to start looking forward to it. He expected some extremely powerful mercenaries to be refreshed in his store. It's best to refresh territory buildings, the kind that have a permanent duration and can be brought back. At the same time, he was full of anticipation as to what the first stage of the bidding would be. If the bids were all very wow, he'd like to experience that kind of throw of money. The feeling of standing out from the crowd of lords and pocketing precious items, and not just because of the excitement. It also mainly attracts a bunch of rich, powerful lords to come over and warm themselves up. There won't be a leaderboard at the end of the trials of the nations anyway. No one knows what stage of strength they are in. Some powerful foreign races wouldn't think that they would be weaker than a tiny human lord. There must be quite a few lords who can be attracted to come and deliver warmth. Chapter 139, Hwamuching. End of the first stage. Legendary Heroic Soldier Evolution Crystal. The other side. The territory from the Lords of the Flower Fairy clan is still facing a serious test. The light screen in the sky marked the last 34 minutes until the end of the challenge. And on the territorial side, the densely packed ferocious beasts came like a raging tide. The blackness brought endless pressure to the Flower Fairy Lords. A single pea shooter lined up neatly, firing a steady stream of pea bullets. A green pea bullet carried a powerful force as it flew towards the surging ferocious beasts. When the bullets hit the beasts, they made a plopping sound. Some of the ferocious beasts were hit in the vitals and fell down with a roar. Some of the ferocious beasts were hit but only slightly injured, charging even more angrily towards the defense line. In front of the pea shooter, the wall of nuts originally stood as a strong fortress against the ferocious beasts. However, the ferocious beasts opened their teeth and claws and pounced on the wall of nuts in a frenzy, scratching with sharp claws and gnawing with sharp teeth. Others fire thunder and shoot flames. Even though the nut wall fought hard, cracks gradually appeared under the constant attacks of the ferocious beasts. Eventually, Nutwall is outmatched by the beast and is viciously bitten to death. The defense became instantly vulnerable with the loss of the nut wall. Luckily in the back the sunflowers were working hard to provide lordly energy. A light cluster like the sun continued to emerge, converting into lordly energy to transmit to Hwamuching. With the support of this energy, Hwamuching kept summoning soldiers and strengthening her defense. Time passed by, and the battle was unusually fierce. The pea shooter's bullets kept firing. The wall of nuts tenaciously withstood the onslaught of the ferocious beasts, and the sunflowers continued to provide energy. The ferocious beasts went forward and back, not knowing how to get tired at all. Some of the ferocious beasts broke through the wall of nuts and charged the pea shooters, only to be killed by the combined forces of the pea shooters. Some of the ferocious beasts bypassed the front line of defense and attempted to flank, but were stopped by pea shooters and walls of nuts that adjusted their positions in time. Finally, after what seemed like a long time but was anything but short, 34 minutes, the invasion of ferocious beasts was successfully fended off. Huamuqing wiped the sweat from her forehead. It always feels like this level 30 ferocious beast is stronger than even the level 35 ones in the outside world. I really don't know how on earth that human Su Jin did it. With that much equipment on the shelves, how many ferocious beasts would it take to kill? And with the successful construction of Huamuqing's territory, all the lords who are still in the middle of the trial of the 10,000 races have completed the first stage of the quest, territory creation. That awesome beep sounded with it. The first phase of the current batch of trials has been completed ahead of schedule. Number of remaining lords and territories 512415/512415. Store items unlocked. Bidding items refreshed after 10 minutes. 51W. In just the first stage, there are so many lords who were tragically eliminated. The ones who make it back by the end of the day are afraid that not even 50,000 people will make it. Su Jin secretly sighed softly, a trace of emotion showing in his eyes. The survival of the fittest. The phrase is particularly apt at this point. Some lords were lucky enough to get an invitation to the trials of the nations, thinking what a wow factor it was. However, only the strongest and most adapted lords will survive this challenging and dangerous trial. If you're poor, you're alone, but if you're rich, you can help the world. I'm still poor, so why think so much? Su Jin shook his head and stopped thinking about all that there was to think about. Directly tapping on the Wan Clan store, his eyes focused on what he had unlocked within his store. His mind was filled with anticipation. Expect some helpful items to show up to prepare you for the next challenge. Spring of Life, Central Tower, Mercenaries, Premium Seed, can produce all vegetables and fruits. Selling price, 1 survival point per seed. Territory expansion, make the Lord's own territory present in the trial of the nation's territory after using it. Selling price, 5W survival points for 1 territory building. Well, for what it's worth. It's true that the first stage of the store still doesn't show anything particularly sick. Su Jin shook his head helplessly, slightly disappointed in his heart. After looking at the items you have unlocked in your store, he found them not entirely useless. It just really wasn't of much value to him. For example, the Spring of Life, when redeemed, can make one's territory a pool of blood, able to restore 10% of the blood of friendly troops within the territory every second. For other powerful lords, redeeming a life spring and hiding in their territories would basically allow them to live completely until the end, and it would be hard for anyone to have an incomparably crushing strength. However, sadly, can this thing be as strong as the Energy Amethyst? Energy Amethyst Effect 1 is to consume 10% of mental energy to restore the target trooper to peak condition. Combined with Effect 3, using the skill does not consume mental energy. This can be much more effective than Life Spring Water. As for one being a group reply and one being a single reply, Su Jin looked at the fighter unit that had returned and lightly waved his hand. An unknown number of energy amethysts instantly appeared in front of them. Oh yeah, there's a beast wave coming up, and there's going to be a keeper for spares. Su Jin suddenly thought of something and waved his hand again. All mechanical troopers within the entire territory receive 3 energy amethysts with a 1-year statute of limitations. Higher timeliness he can create as well, only according to the current spiritual power. A 1-year time limit is to consume about 98% of the spiritual power. A higher time limit is built. Maybe the person is gone. As for the Central Tower and the mercenary species Flaming Flying Dragon, Su Jin looked up at the city of wind and snow suspended in the sky. It already has thousands of fighters on it. Another look at the Thunder Temple that was blocking the weakest point of his territory. Endless thunder crackled. I need those things? He muttered in his mind. Thus, in the end, Su Jin had only spent 15W of survival points, redeemed for 2 chances to expand the territory and 50,000 premium seeds. On the one hand, it's to make sure that when you go out to attack other lords, one's territory will not be stolen from other lords. On the other hand, he still wants to continue to reap the benefits from the food piece. After all, for CO to come in and say, the only costs in this area are survival points for buying seeds, and labor for a small number of soldiers. It doesn't do anything to his strength. Instead, if you are lucky enough to harvest some vegetables and fruits that can increase buffs, the cheapest can be sold for as little as 50 survival points. Even if you are unlucky, regular vegetables and fruits 2 survival points will be a great seller. Businesses like this can still be done while there are still a lot of people around. It's the ones that don't go for it that are the cuties. After Su-jin arranged for some of the bulldozers, spirit ships, military rabbits, and pilot troopers to continue to be responsible for production planting, 10 minutes passed. That awesome beep. Once again, it rang in every lord's ears. Stage 1 bidding item placement, migration scroll / disengagement scroll selection treasure chest, legendary heroic soldier evolution crystal, ********. This is awesome. Upon seeing the items up for bid in the first stage, a flash of fire flashed in Su-jin's eyes. Legendary heroic soldier evolution crystal. How strong is this thing? Just say it. For example, when the Black Panther beast was at bronze quality, his base panel strength attribute was 150. Reaching silver level gives you a 10% bonus to the original base panel to 165. When you reach the gold level, you get a 15% bonus, for a total boost of 25% to 187. 5. And at legendary level, it will be 100%, with a mid boost of 230%. That is to say, a Black Panther beast that can reach legendary quality. You can go from a raw power attribute of 150 and come straight to 345. What's more, the growth attributes, including those for each level up, are calculated according to such a template: spirit, physique, strength, agility. Each attribute possessed such an increase as you level up. Because of the difference in quality, the power gap that opens up only gets higher, doubling every 10 levels. Enough to see this legendary heroic soldier evolution crystal. How precious it really is. Chapter 140, Fire Qilin vs Star Sea Demon Whale. There are still experts? If Su-jin was able to obtain this heroic soldier evolution crystal, it's entirely possible that the Manticore King, or a reacquired new King class trooper, could be promoted. This is definitely a huge boost to overall strength. After all, the role of a top trooper cannot be underestimated, totally capable of playing a key role in turning the tide of battle at critical moments. Not only can he personally act as a sharp edge and tackle the opponent's shield if necessary, and, as the quality increases, it will also make the aura skill enhanced. In this way, all the soldiers will get higher bonuses and their combat power will increase dramatically. As for the other item, the migration scroll / disengagement scroll selection treasure chest, Su-jin then didn't care too much. Let's not talk about the fact that he already has one. Even if he didn't, he would never waste survival points to bid on it at this stage. After all, in this critical period, survival points are to be used for more valuable purposes. Dwarf Lord Crouching Rigami. Spend 34W survival points to purchase the migration scroll / disengagement scroll selection treasure chest. With the slow passage of time, the dust has settled on the ownership of the first item. Su-jin's expression also became more and more focused. Keep a close eye on the bidding belonging to the heroic soldier evolution crystals. At this point, a window appears below the store. The image of a lanky beast lord was the first to come into view, his eyes revealing an endless wildness and dominance. I'll give you 50W survival points. His booming voice traveled through the store, clearly reaching the ears of every lord who was paying attention to this place. As he made his bid, many lords had their brows furrowed. They're in the outside world, and that's a lot of people who don't take money seriously. However, this was the land of 10,000 tribes trials after all, and only trading with survival points was allowed. Plus, only things obtained inside the trials of the 10,000 races can be shelved on the trading house. These lords also have no way to sell the props they have on them for survival points. Of course, such a situation is not without a solution. It's like moving bricks inside some games. No cash can be used to trade game props, but it's possible to think differently. The lords meet, one side shelves a piece of junk with an expensive price tag, the other side buys it. Then trade from reality. It was only that the map of the 10,000 races trial hadn't shrunk yet, and there were almost no lords who could meet up. That won't work for a while. Therefore, at today's stage, there are only a few lords who can come up with 50W survival points after all. Immediately after, the image of the orc lord disappears and the image of an elegant elven lord takes its place. 60W survival points. Her voice was clear and pleasant, but carried an unwavering determination. Dragon Lord, 65W survival points. Titan Lords, 70W survival points. Night Demon Lords, 80W survival points. Sandstorm Lord, 101. 44W survival points. Lords from all sides made bids, and the price climbed like a rocket. Even though the lords were not able to meet each other, a tense atmosphere belonging to the battlefield had already begun to unfold. The heartbeats of every lord watching seemed to beat violently in rhythm with the bids. However, Su-jin didn't rush out. Instead, he took this opportunity to once again start shelving the things he got from killing the ferocious beasts behind him. After all, how can I put it? Looking at one of the lords with this lack of regard for money, there will always be some easily excited lords who will develop a strong desire to spend money. At this time, Su-jin bulk shelves a batch of goods that seem to be more expensive than the market price. Either way, it's a good way to make a head start. This auction, is not about who screams aggressively and urgently. The highest final bidder is the winner. Watching myself continue to get into the books, survival points has nearly reached 170W. Su-jin revealed a smile like everything is under my control. 105W, 109W, 110W, 118W. As time creeps by, as prices continue to climb, some of the Lord's images no longer appear, even though everyone knows that heroic soldier evolution crystals are worth the price. But running out of money is ultimately the biggest problem, and that's when it happened. On the window below the store, a slightly majestic fire Qilin figure slowly appeared. This time, all the lords who were watching the bidding, all of them focused their eyes on the fire Qilin. It's about time the boring bidding game came to an end. I bid 138W survival points. The voice of the fire Qilin was like the roar of a blazing fire as it burned, full of power and majesty. With the words, all the flames on its body seemed to be burning even more violently with its bid. All the lords watching couldn't help but secretly sigh after hearing this bid. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 999. I Lu a good boy. 138W. How many ferocious beasts to kill? How many things to sell? Good lord. The fire Qilin really put up a fight, slaughtering that orc lord in such a short period of time, selling all the territory buildings in such a wow factor. TSK TSK TSK. This racket is remarkable. If we wait until the late lord's mass encounter, can privately sell outside items, I estimate that this fire Qilin can sell Qilin blood. Just as a group of lords secretly sighed and secretly said, the scene changes again. The massive body of the Starsea Demon Whale Lord was shown from the screen. Its body was as huge as a mountain, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. The voice rang out like thunder. 150W. This time, not many lords felt surprised. The reason is also very simple. The ferocious beasts in the middle of the ocean can be much more than the land. Being one of the overlords of the ocean, it wasn't surprising at all that he was able to gain that many survival points. However, its appearance was what caused Su-jin's brows to furrow. His grandma, there are actually Starsea demon whales appearing this time. The current 172W isn't necessarily enough. He knew the importance of this heroic soldier evolution crystal, but at the same time, I worry that I don't have enough survival points. Eventually, he clenched his teeth. Flat rate price reductions for those things that don't sell for a while, and put the first fruits and vegetables that have been produced on the shelves at low prices, just in case. It even put the treasure chests obtained from the previous full notice on the shelves for 33.9W. There's only so much to go around. What you get, you lose, Su-jin said silently in his heart. He was ready for the end. If that doesn't work, then you have to give up. At this point, the competition between the Starsea demon whale and the fire Qilin continued. Both sides went back and forth, not giving in to each other, and the price skyrocketed. Each bid made the hearts of the lords present race. Everyone was nervously watching the fierce competition, wondering what the final result would be. The fire unicorn roared. 152W. The Starsea demon whale lord snorted coldly and bid again. 1,550,000. Without hesitation, the fire Qilin immediately shot back. 1,567,845,000. The Starsea demon whale said contemptuously. Yo, that's all? Then it quoted. 156,7846W. Its eyes revealed a hint of contempt, and there was a great deal of insult in its offering tone, as if mocking the fire Qilin lord's insouciance. Asterisk 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 so arrogant that this can still be tolerated? Fire Qilin him? Heck, a little whale dares to be so arrogant. Insulting? It's not? Just a little more? This time, the Star Ocean demon whales move plus a hatred of rich people stacked on top of each other. It made the lords of countless territories a little excited. They fought for the fire Qilin and were furious at the arrogant attitude of the Starsea demon whale. However, no matter how excited they were, the figure of the fire Qilin no longer appeared. The Starsea demon whale lord, on the other hand, revealed a smug smile, as if victory was already in the bag. A bunch of land scum. Robbing me? The Starsea demon whale lord's huge body swayed slightly, as if showing everyone his victory. This move caused many lords to hold their hearts. They wanted to go up and taunt the Starsea demon whale, only because there weren't enough survival points to even go up and talk. one could only secretly and painlessly scold the Star Sea Demon Whale. Moreover, due to the power of the Star Sea Demon Whale, some powerful lords didn't have the idea of cleaning up its mess when the time came. Just then, Su Jin, however, laughed. This Star Sea Demon Whale is really a good guy. He directly raised the prices of those items he had listed inside the trading house by a few degrees. Normally, it must have taken a little longer to sell at that kind of asking price. But things are different now. There's a head scratcher on the opposite side of the room, giving you points and sending you economy. I don't even know how to lose. And so, already 90% sure, Su Jin stepped in. 157W. His flat, watery expression and incomparably casual tone drew a great shock from the crowd of lords. There are still experts? A lord's mouth opened wide in surprise. The other lords also showed shocked expressions. They didn't expect anyone else to be able to bid so high at this point in time. Su Jin's appearance made the bidding suspenseful once again, and everyone was looking forward to what would happen next. Chapter 141, finally got it. The Alien Lord's Dissension. When did human brats get to participate in the bidding? Aren't you afraid that you'll have a life to take and no life to use? The Star Sea Demon Whale, its huge body trembled slightly. The water currents around them all stirred up, setting off 10,000 waves. 580,000. Its voice exploded like angry thunder, carrying a strong sense of oppression. It seemed to be trying to make Su Jin know what to do. Su Jin, however, remained cloudy, slightly raised the corner of his mouth, and said unhurriedly, 6 million. The Star Sea Demon Whale probably didn't expect Su Jin to actually dare to compete with it. Its eyes glittered with anger. 62 million. Su Jin gently shook his head. 65 million. There was no hesitation in his voice, as if these survival points were just a number to him. After waiting continuously for a long time, the Star Sea Demon Whale did not appear. At this moment, the entire bidding arena fell into silence. All the lords were nervously watching the duel between Su Jin and the Star Sea Demon Whale. They knew that the bidding had entered a white-hot stage and no one could predict the final outcome. The Star Ocean Demon Whale was silent for a moment. It seemed to be weighing the pros and cons of continuing to bid. In the end, it decided to bid again. 7 million. The previous arrogance was gone from its voice, replaced by a sense of nervousness and uneasiness. Su Jin smiled faintly. 700,001,000. This offer wasn't meant to mock the Star Ocean Demon Whale. Just, damn it, I'm running out of money too. Thus, after the offer was completed, Su Jin smiled through the screen and said to all the lords, Lords, I know there are many of you who would like to teach the Star Sea Demon Whale a lesson, but there's no way. In this way, I have shelved some items in the trading house, which can be described as good value for money. Everyone can shop for a wave as needed. Add a boost to this intense bidding. Immediately after, Su Jin began to vigorously market the items he had put on the shelves. From powerful weaponry to precious material resources, he detailed the advantages of each item. Like, the people don't lie to the foreigners. He's from something or other. Originally 998, now only 98. Perhaps they thought it was funny, or perhaps some of the lords really wanted to teach the Star Sea Demon Whale a lesson by doing so. Su Jin's survival points that were rising like crazy, both almost made him stifle his laughter. And during this time, the Star Sea Demon Whale seemed to have shelved something. Just when the countdown to the imminent announcement of ownership to Su Jin began, the voice of the Star Sea Demon Whale came once more. 175W. Su Jin did not want to waste such an opportunity to make money, and immediately piped up. 176W. Once the bidding is done, he immediately continues to market his wares to bring in more survival points for him. The bidding went into overdrive, with both sides going back and forth and the price rising. Su Jin was still constantly adjusting the prices of his goods to attract more lords to buy them. 2 million. The Star Sea Demon Whale Lord roared. Su Jin took a deep breath. 1 million. 15 million. The Star Sea Demon Whale Lord seemed to have reached his limit as well. Su Jin's eyes were firm. 2 million. The whole room was silent as soon as this price came out. The entire 10,000 races trial space seemed to be filled with only the sound of Su Jin still continuing to sell his goods. Sure, and human, you seek death. The Star Sea Demon Whale was furious to the extreme, and that voice surged out like a raging tsunami. The huge body rolled violently in the ocean, sending up waves. The huge fishtail slammed, and the seawater was shaken up into the sky, forming a water curtain dozens of feet high. Its powerful pressure filled the air, causing the entire ocean to fall into a state of fear. How dare you compete with me? I will make you pay a painful price. The roar of the Star Sea Demon Whale echoed through the ocean for a long time, Same time, after seeing that the evolution crystal actually ended up belonging to Su Jin, the fire unicorn that has been eliminated from the game. Those majestic eyes stared straight at the location of Su Jin's territory. The eyes glittered with burning desire and firm determination. This object is related to my breakthrough. I'm bound and determined. Let you have it for a moment. Not just it. Originally, there wasn't much of a reaction from Titan Zeus, Aodn, Night Demon, Sandstorm, and some other lords whose strength was considered top-notch. After seeing Su Jin's bid, he was also filled with surprise. Surprise and contemplation passed through their deep eyes. It really didn't occur to me that Su Jin was actually the ultimate owner of the evolution crystal. Originally calm and wave-free heart, at this time is born a kind of want to go forward to snatch the idea. Titan Zeus' tall body moved slightly, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. The distance is too great and the cost of going over there is too great. Electricity arcs flickered around Aodn's body that shone with lightning. When the conquest phase is over and you are killed, this item will still be mine after all. The Night Demon's figure hidden in the darkness exuded a mysterious aura. Bunch of idiots. No one is going to steal the evolution crystal from me. After saying that, he directly checked the location of Su Jin's territory. Then he took out Su Jin's treasure chest that he had purchased from the trading house and directly selected the relocation scroll. Immediately after, a dazzling light instantly enveloped the Night Demon Lord's territory. In that light, the territory seemed to be lifted up by a large invisible hand and slowly disappeared into place. Space began to distort, and time seemed to stand still at this moment. A few moments later, the light dissipated. The Night Demon Lord's territory had appeared near Su Jin's territory. The Night Demon Lord looked at the not-too-distant Su Jin's territory, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. When the wave of beasts comes to an end, I'll go and capture you alive. Who can rob me? Ha 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 ha. Perhaps that is human nature. When at first these top lords thought that the winner of the evolution crystal would be the Star Sea Demon Whale, they chose to remain silent, simply because they knew very well the strength of the Star Sea Demon Whale. They knew deep down that if they went up against each other, the probability that they would lose would be very high, so they chose to wait and see, and chose to remain silent. But when the final recipient of the evolution crystal was Su Jin, these top lords then each revealed a different look. Their hearts were filled with greed and confidence, thinking that with his own strength he could completely take down a small human lord. They had selectively forgotten why Su Jin had so many survival points. Only his relatively weak racial identity was seen. One by one, they began to calculate to wait until the conquest stage to kill Su Jin and snatch the evolution crystals. And at this point, Su Jin also had speculations about this situation. Nor is it a guess, but it has been determined. After all, the fighters in the sky weren't eating their words. A territory appeared out of thin air not far from the side, and they were naturally able to see it. Only, a good hunter always appears as prey. Phase 2, Strengthening of Territories and the Onslaught of Beasts opens. 48. 7 billion beasts are about to be released. In 10 minutes, all territories will be invaded by beasts. Su Jin's voice and that incomparably awesome sound sounded at the same time. When the tone ends, Su Jin then saw a legendary hero unit evolution crystal appear out of thin air in front of him. Chapter 142, If you don't get rich, you'll be sorry for these little cuties. Ah, nurse. Looking at the evolution crystal in his hand that was emitting a mysterious glow, an immensely satisfied smile appeared on Su Jin's face. But he wasn't in too much of a hurry to use this precious evolution crystal. Even though the Manticore King has returned and giving it to him directly could make it stronger. Plus the Manticore King is his first hero-level unit. He should be given the use of it for all the sense in the world. However, as a lord, you must not get emotionally involved. One must have the ability to resist risk. If the mighty Tiger King were to get evolved, his strength would naturally be greatly enhanced. But he is not strong enough to resist all the risks he is likely to encounter. For example, that powerful Star Sea Demon Whale. Su Jin had a strong premonition that he would be less likely to fight it. In the middle of the ocean, even a legendary level Manticore King might not necessarily have the ability to easily kill him. The opponent wanted to escape, and there was nothing he could do about it. As the saying goes, you have to cut the grass to get rid of the roots. And since you've already established that you're the enemy, you can't leave the other side a way out. When you encounter it, just it up if you can. Therefore, Su Jin still put away the evolution crystal for the time being, acting as a powerful base card. When the time is right, choose the right troop to make it evolve. This will bring out the maximum value of this evolution crystal. Immediately after, Su Jin turned his gaze back to his remaining survival points. Survival points, 89, 8W, 94. 6W. As the things placed inside the trading house continued to be purchased by other lords, This number is refreshed almost every second. Such an amazing speed of change made Su Jin sigh and wonder. Good lord, is this the charm of live bandwagoning inside the Fey world? I've got it on the shelf, so expensive. And the auction is over? There are still so many lords frantically buying? Fire Qilin, Su Jin spent so many survival points. He definitely doesn't have many survival points on hand to buy territory defense facilities right now. In case he can't carry the beast tide and dies in the beast tide stage, I'm afraid I won't have any chance to get the evolution crystal. Buy him something, we must keep him alive before the conquest phase begins. Ditto. I'm the same. For what the other lords think. Su Jin was naturally unaware of this, but even through some of the items sold information from the trading house, he could also see that what he was selling now had cuties, are buying like crazy. Then, I'll make myself at home. The corner of Su Jin's mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile. Anyway, there's no such thing as a trading limit period at the trading houses here, just a partial fee that he directly buys up what the other lords are selling at low, flat prices, then hang on high and wait for the harvest. 3 minutes. I have to say, some of the Fey's brain circuits are a bit impenetrable. Su Jin looked at his survival points that had once again skyrocketed to 120W and sighed softly. What the hell? It's not like it's going to hurt me anyway. Consume. Immediately after, Su Jin tapped on his personal store and purchased a large number of things. This includes 20W survival points for premium seeds, 10 central high towers, defense towers, worth 6W survival points, 2 city defense cannons worth 15W survival points. The purpose of this is also simple. There were 2 reasons why Su Jin had not exchanged it earlier. 1. The attributes and effects of the defense towers and the city defense cannons were really a bit unimpressive to Su Jin. 2. Not enough survival points. If you buy first, I'm afraid you won't have enough survival points to participate in the bidding later. Instead, they are now choosing to buy it because of the remaining survival points, plus the beast tide that was about to reach its second stage. They don't have much soft use in combat though, but it can be very useful in other places. Su Jin had his own calculations in his mind. The world rules of the 10,000 tribes trials are told through such an exchange. The defense here is awesome. You need to send more ferocious beasts to him. In this way, the more ferocious beasts that came, the more they could be killed, and the higher the experience gained. While there are still these idiots in a buying frenzy for their own stuff, it's simply unconscionable not to make a wave of wealth. And so, after the purchase is complete, Su Jin immediately went into construction mode. The entire world seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious veil, instantly turning into a virtual world. In this virtual world, his originally grand and magnificent territorial city, at the moment it all turned into a grid-by-grid pattern, like a huge chessboard, and at his hand, 10 defense towers and 2 city defense cannons were being quietly placed. Su Jin first picked up a defense tower. As the position in his hand changed, a virtual defense tower appeared in the entire virtual territory, changing its position back and forth. Come to the location where you can place it in green, and the location where you can't place it in red. Determine placement. *12. When placing everything finished, the same change was accomplished in an instant in the real world. It was as if a pair of big invisible hands had accomplished this great project in an instant. Such a godlike operation drew a crowd of soldiers to look at each other in all directions. Even the planting Rikubaiten scratched his head in some confusion. A puzzled look crossed his naive face, was surprised at the sudden change, and all this didn't bother Su Jin. He looked at the time. It was discovered that there were still the last 3 seconds before the mass invasion of the ferocious beasts. Well, this waste of time was spot on. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the last 3 seconds have passed, the entire world seemed to be enveloped by a terrifying force. Only an earth-shattering roar was heard, and 48.7 billion ferocious beasts appeared in the entire world out of nowhere like a raging tide. The deafening roar of the beast instantly spread to every corner of the world, making people's hearts tremble. Su Jin's heart snapped the moment he heard the beast's roar. He immediately activated his supersonic view and looked towards his surroundings. The sights around him made him a little excited. The densely packed ferocious beasts were like a boundless ocean. It doesn't matter if it's in the sky or on the ground. It's everywhere. One ferocious beast exuded an incomparably powerful aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Through the scrying technique, Su Jin realized that even the level of the ferocious beasts was no longer level 30. Ordinary level 35 and 40 ferocious beasts abounded. There was no lack of boss-level powerful ferocious beasts among them. Their bodies were even bigger and their aura even more terrifying. It was as if they were demons from hell, red-eyed, coming in the direction of their territory. Even at a great distance apart, Su Jin could feel the violent vibrations of the ground. The sheer number and scale of these is simply unimaginable. Compared to last time, this one is a totally inquisitive and invincible superplus version. This, then, was the second stage of the trials of the 10,000 races, the dreadfulness of the beast tide. Almost 95% of the lords have to be fended off at this stage with the help of the city's fortifications. Otherwise, facing a wave of beasts that were so numerous and had bosses coming along with them, these lords, who are only 30 levels out, are simply powerless to stop them. Even a powerful lord like the Fire Qilin wouldn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. All of them needed to temporarily slow down the rhythm of a wave of ferocious beasts' attack with the help of fortifications, thus giving their soldiers enough time to replenish their energy. But, does quantity work for me? Are my soldiers expendable? Su Jin waved his hand, his movements dashing and decisive. The 2,000 Black Panther beasts responsible for air-to-air had quickly formed the Panther Beast formation. 1,200 pilots also appeared on top of the territorial walls. 300 fighters landed first on the city of wind and snow. One bulldozer also stopped planting and raised his hands to the sky to condense boulders. The 2 rows of spirit ships in the water and on the ground had also prepared their defense. All the soldiers were poised for battle, and the whole territory was filled with a tense and agitated atmosphere of battle. But just then, that incomparably awesome voice suddenly rang out. Notice to all, congratulations to Human Lord Gu Shaoxian has become the first lord to successfully defend against the beast tide in this trial of the 10,000 races, and has been rewarded with the Scroll of Migration / Scroll of Disengagement Treasure Chest of Choice. Chapter 143, In the past I wanted to be a good lord, now I just want to be an ADC. When that unbelievably awesome all-comers announcement was over, the entire 10,000 races trial seemed like a heavy bomb had been thrown into it, instantly boiling over. Nima, outside? The beast tide just started and UTM ended it? A lord's eyes widened with shock and anger, and the roar seemed to penetrate the clouds. Damn, this is definitely not a strength issue. Less than level 40 at most. 1 second pass? The other lord slapped the wall beside him hard, disbelief in his eyes. No wonder the entire universe is isolating the human race. The human lords are open for business. There were also lords shouting indignantly, their words filled with jealousy and resentment. The crowd of lords were shocked beyond words when they heard the news. All sorts of impossibilities, all sorts of exclamations of surprise came out one after another. The entire place of trial was filled with this cacophony of sound, so much so that many lords had missed the best time to defend themselves, allowing the ferocious beasts to gradually approach the territory. Undoubtedly, it greatly increased the difficulty of their attempts to resist successfully. For Gu Shaoxian's second through the beast tide announcement, even Su Jin felt incomparably surprised. He was receiving news from the Mordor side earlier. It was thought that this Gu Shaoxian was not particularly strong, having been favored by Mordor himself. It didn't matter if he helped her when appropriate, but he never expected it. That little girl who looks like she's only 7 or 8 years old in the picture is so amazing. You need help with that? I'd better mind my own business. Su Jin let out a bitter laugh and instantly reacted with an order. Long-range sniper, missiles at the ready. With that order, the pilots who were already in their fighters sprang into action. They skillfully maneuvered their fighters, the roar of their engines ringing out. The fighter jet took off as quickly as an arrow off a string and rushed into the sky. The remaining 620 panther beasts moved in a neat and tidy manner when they were ordered to do so. They uniformly transformed the weapons in their hands into sniper rifles. The cold muzzle of the gun emanated an aura of death, as if it was waiting for its prey to appear. Suddenly, put, boom, bam, 4620 phantom-piercing bullets were silently and violently fired. These bullets were like ghosts, tracing a weird trajectory in the air and instantly hitting the ferocious beasts. A wound suddenly appeared, and blood bubbled out like a fountain. The ferocious beasts roared, their bodies trembling under the impact of the bullets. Immediately after, 300 plus 600 swarm missiles fly down from the sky. It fell into the midst of the beasts with a destructive force. Instantly, a violent explosion was triggered. Fire and smoke filled the sky. Large swaths of ferocious beasts died outright in the explosions. Their bodies were blown to pieces in a horrible way. The originally dense wave of beasts had a direct vacancy under this round of sniper plus missile attacks. Roar! Ow! Hello, there! In the firelight, explosions, bloodshed, howling, wolves howling, licking dogs barking. There was also a dense interplay of beeps. It simply doesn't stop. However, Su Jin was turning a deaf ear. He knew that the battle had only just begun. After transferring command to the Golden Iron Beast, Su Jin's eyes flinched as a powerful aura surged from his body. Inferno Dragon Armor. Merge! He bellowed. Instantly, a dazzling light blossomed from his body. Amidst the light, a mysterious armor component flew quickly as if it was alive, attaching itself to his body. The red inferno dragon armor gradually took shape, emitting a fiery aura and powerful strength. Feeling the super strength contained in his body at this time, Su-jin narrowed his eyes slightly as a surge of bravado surged in his heart. He craned his neck slightly, making a clicking sound. Then, he swung his left hand. A fiery bow with a particularly wowed shape instantly appeared in his hand. It's better to let the golden iron beast do the commanding and all that. I prefer to be a shooter these days. The corners of Su-jin's mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. As soon as the words fell, his right hand loosened, and a fiery arrow came out across the sky. That arrow was like a burning meteor, carrying an aura of destruction. It instantly passed through the neck of a fierce beast that was up to level 38. That ferocious beast didn't have any reaction at all and perished on the spot. The massive body fell to the ground with a loud thud, raising a cloud of dust. However, such a situation still couldn't make the ferocious beasts fearful. The slain ferocious beasts would disappear in an instant, as if they had never existed. The ferocious beasts behind them came forward to fill in the gaps, charging frantically. Their eyes glittered with madness, as if driven by an invisible force. They recklessly rushed towards Su-jin and their territory. Fire team, Hercules family stand by. At that moment, the voice of the Grand Marshal of Soldiers and Horses, Jin Tai Beast, rang out. Even on a noisy battlefield, that calm, steady and powerful voice could still be clearly transmitted to the ears of every soldier. The Golden Iron Beast was not only a valiant and fierce general, but also a great general who was good at commanding. Under his command, Panther Beasts, Thunder Runners, Hercules family, and a host of other troopers were out in force. The Panther Beasts raised the machine guns in their hands and swept them wildly. Machine gun bullets poured out like rain, hitting the bodies of the ferocious beasts and splattering them with blood. For their part, the Thunder Roadster unit curls their left arm and rests their right arm on top of their left arm. The muzzle on the back of his hand surged with light, and a hand cannon shell was fired. Despite their low quality, with the addition of a whole bunch of buffs, they were still not in existence that the so-called low-grade ferocious beasts could resist. That powerful impact blew the ferocious beasts to the ground. The Hercules family, on the other hand, hurled huge stones that had long since coalesced. The boulders rolled up on the battlefield, crushing those charging ferocious beasts to pieces. The battlefield was chaotic, filled with smoke and fire. The ferocious beasts were beaten back. Su-jin's soldiers were an unstoppable torrent of steel. A shockingly powerful offense was on display. The roar of machine guns, the explosions of artillery shells, and the rolling of boulders intertwined to form a music of death. Under this fierce attack, the first wave of ferocious beasts had already cooled down by more than half. Blood flowed in rivers and the air was thick with the scent of blood. Just then, roar! Among the ferocious beasts, a boss ferocious beast that had reached level 40 let out a terrifying roar. The roar seemed to be able to penetrate the clouds, shaking the eardrums of some human soldiers as well as the army rabbit soldiers. The red light in their eyes was even more intense, like a burning flame, full of anger and rage. Some of these boss-level ferocious beasts spread their huge wings and flew in the air. Some ran wildly on all four hooves, sending up puffs of smoke on the ground. In just the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of all the ferocious beasts. It was like an unshakable mountain, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. Their appearance caused the originally chaotic battlefield to instantly become more tense. And at this point, Su-jin, however, had two glowing eyes. An uncontrollable excitement welled up in his heart. Mamma mia, there are actually 6 level 40 bosses in here. That's a lot of experience. That's a lot of good stuff to drop. The corners of Su-jin's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly as various precious items and oceanic experiences had begun to surface continuously in his mind. Even if it doesn't drop anything particularly wow, it's all chicken. He also has the option of shelving the trading house. Take advantage of the fact that all the major lords are now grueling against the ferocious beasts to make a wave of war money. One for each. Whoever fights slow doesn't get to eat. Chapter 144, The Army Rabbit's Change of Mind. Our lords and masters seem to be a bit unmartial. These words with a hint of helplessness spread leisurely across the battlefield. Just because. Su-jin, after just spitting out those words, then without hesitation, he summoned the Inferno Dragon Colt, and winded his way furiously towards his target. The speed of that Inferno Dragon Colt was so fast that it dazzled people, as if a red phantom had instantly cut across the battlefield. This sudden action made the several heroic soldiers who received the order not react at all. One froze in place, full of shock. Any slower, and I'm afraid the cucumbers will be cold. Supersonic's voice rang with urgency. He immediately turned into a fighter jet and, with a whoosh, charged straight through. Green Leopard Beast, with your speed, I think that it would be better for you to honestly go kill some small monsters. The fierce Tiger King's voice was majestic and powerful. After saying that, it also finished transforming. In beast form, it possessed incomparable explosive power and ran towards its target. That huge body carried an extreme amount of power, and every step made the earth tremble slightly. While hearing the mocking words, the green leopard beast did not take it seriously. It raised its head slightly, a flash of disbelief in its eyes. It doesn't matter. Anyway, there's still a big guy like Ubation at the bottom. I don't believe it has the speed of me. There was a hint of confidence in the green leopard beast's words. The upturned tone seemed to assert its superiority. In its mind, he's afraid of nothing if he has a padded bottom anyway. However, the green leopard beast's words had not yet fallen. There was a whoosh. A yellow and a black and red figure in the sky were like two discharged cannonballs that instantly cut through the sky. Who else could it be if not Rick Batten and Thunderbolt? The Green Panther beast gave a somewhat bewildered twist of its head. It was found that there were two panther casters in the very act of having just finished throwing. Wait for me. Save one for me. The green leopard beast shouted with incomparable anxiety, its voice filled with eagerness. It quickly transformed into its beast form, its limbs snapping into action as it rushed madly towards its target. However, it was too late to leave now. The city walls, one by one, the military rabbits looked at Su Jin and the others below with incomparable shock. Their eyes were wide open and their mouths were slightly open with incredulity, only to see that at that moment, Su Jin had already arrived in front of a ferocious beast that he didn't know what the hell it was. His movements were flowing, sealing beheadings, flaming fists, flaming darts. A messy set of skill output fell on the ferocious beast like a raging storm. The ferocious beast was unable to react in time and fell on the spot. The supersonic is also wow-worthy. He learned a trick at some point. Come next to your prey while in fighter form, then instantly transformed into human form just in time to pin the ferocious beast on its tail. Then with a whoosh, he brought the ferocious beast to another ferocious beast. Immediately after, Supersonic's eyes flinched as he swung his longsword in his hand and bellowed, breaking ice slash. A stern cold sword chi whistled out like a brilliant blue lightning bolt. As soon as the sword went down, the ferocious beast directly above it was directly cooler than it could be. The huge body was instantly frozen and then fell to the ground with a loud crash. The ferocious beast below also let out a roar as it was almost bloodied under the aftermath of this powerful attack. But not before Suplex continued to strike to collect the blood. The mighty Tiger King's cyclopean saber teeth had flown in like a spinning blade, precisely hitting the bloodied ferocious beast, directly grabbing the head. I'm not going to allow someone else to take my prey. A tiger and a machine look at each other in all directions. The air seemed to shimmer with sparks. Next, a tiger and a machine both made their fastest speed towards the next target to kill. The fierce Tiger King's limbs violently stomped on the ground, and his huge body shot out like a discharged cannonball. Supersonic, on the other hand, instantly changed back to fighter form, its engines roaring as it cut through the sky at an astonishing speed, not taking this so-called beast tide into consideration at all. But it was at this time, two voices suddenly sounded in the sky. Thunder half-moon chop. Thunderbolt's powerful shout exploded like thunder. A brilliant half-moon-shaped light fell from the sky with the swiftness of thunder and the fervor of flame. With an unrivaled aura, he chopped at the ferocious beasts below. Wherever the light passed, the air seemed to be cut apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Tarzan meteorite fall. Li Batian's low roar sounded immediately afterward. He descended from the sky like a lofty mountain. The huge shovel fist slammed into the ground with a titanic force. The powerful impact caused the earth to tremble violently, and the surrounding ferocious beasts were shaken to the ground. These two powerful attacks instantly attracted everyone's attention. King Manticore and Supersonic couldn't help but stop and look over as well. The three ferocious beasts died on the spot. The entire battlefield. There are no longer any boss figures that have reached level 40. This caused the green leopard beast, which had only just arrived, to freeze on the spot. Asterisk 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 am I really only going to be able to kill some small monsters? Compare that to the missiles of the fighter, the machine guns of the panther beast, and the rolling stones of the Hercules family. The short fights between Su Jin, the fierce Tiger King, and the other and the ferocious beasts were obviously more heated. Such a fight is full of passion and power, that one incomparably strong skill. The huge effect caused by each hit was shocking. Even boss fierce beasts that had reached level 40 could not resist, retreating under their mighty attacks. It simply made a bunch of army rabbit soldiers look like their battle cells were not too active, too strong. Is this our new Lord? Too terrifying. An army rabbit stared with wide eyes, filled with awe, thanks to the fact that we wanted to fight them again back there before. Isn't this going to send them to their deaths? The other army rabbit shook its head and said with a palpitating heart, yes, At that time, we couldn't even kill a Black Panther beast, let alone these few powerful guys. There were also military rabbits lamenting, their eyes filled with admiration. A group of army rabbits who had once fought against the Black Panther beast were talking. Their words were filled with awe for Su Jin and the others, even the General Rabbit and the Vice General Rabbit. At this moment, they all couldn't help but add a sense of recognition to their new lord, Su Jin. They are military rabbits and soldiers though, and will unconditionally follow the orders of the owner of the military rabbit camp. But Camp Army Rabbit is special, owned by the Cunning Rabbit clan for an unknown number of years. Also, there are connections between several major army rabbit camps. They had ultimately been in one piece with the Cunning Rabbit clan for too long. As creatures, it is inevitable that they will have some feelings. Even if you change owners, there are times when it's not so easy to forget. But now, when there is a lord so valiant as to be their master, the General Rabbit can't help but think back to the Bugs Bunny who used to only brag about how great he was and couldn't do anything when it came to things. When the two were compared, the feeling in his heart grew stronger. Following a lord like this doesn't seem too bad. In the meantime, with the change in mindset of one army rabbit and soldier after another, Su Jin also heard a beep. Military Rabbit Battalion. The first General Rabbit has identified with the Lord. The territorial buildings are fully recognized, and mechanical modifications can be made to all military rabbit troop types. Chapter 145, Triggering a Quest. The second wave of beasts attacked. Mechanical modifications? Su Jin was surprised for a moment in his heart, and then an uncontrollable excitement surged up. There's still this effect in the army rabbit camp? He couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. He originally thought that these guys can only be a mascot Lu, did not expect to have such an unexpected surprise. It's a different story with mechanical modifications, though it may still not fit the energy amethyst effect, but with enough remodeling wow. For example, Army Rabbit plus RPG plus missiles plus armor. That's several times more powerful than not 99% of the Lord's armies. Su Jin's mind couldn't help but picture the powerful appearance of the military rabbits after they had been mechanically modified. That's not true. A question suddenly welled up in Su Jin's mind. Since soldiers can be modified, can other lords be modified? Like fire unicorns, draconians, titans, starseed devil whales. These guys are, in a sense, soldiers. Hey, if it can be mechanically modified, just install a chip in their heads to mechanically resurrect them. Do they become their own minions? Will it still be possible to continue summoning soldiers to fight? Just as Su Jin fell into deep thought, the tone that triggered the quest suddenly sounded. Mecha Super Beast, Phantom Lin God, kill the Fire Qilin and mechanically transform it. Quest reward, make the Fire Qilin become a Phantom Lin God, which can be armed with Phantom Lin. Mecha Beast, Whale Shark King, kill the Starseed Demon Whale and mechanically transform it. Quest reward, make the Starseed Demon Whale into a Whale Shark King, which can be armed with whale sharks. Mirage Lin Shen, Whale Shark King, individual hero level units, can also be bound to a mechanic to become a Lord's armed mecha. The hijacking of all races, ultimate quest for each alien killed and reformed. Receive a certain reward, which depends on the target race. Phantom Scale God, Phantom Lin Arms, King Whale Shark armed. The hijacking of the 10,000 races. Awesome. At this moment, Su Jin simply couldn't be too excited. He just thought about it for a moment, not realizing that it would actually work. Such a reward for a mission was too tempting. Although Su Jin didn't know how strong the names Illusory Lin God and Whale Shark King actually were, but if you think about it, these two were almost the highest quality foreigners among this complete trial. They are the only ones who can trigger such a mission alone. The other guys will just have to mix it up inside a mission. It's already proof that the reward will be really awesome. Su Jin can't wait to complete these tasks. But soon, Su Jin felt calm again. He casually slapped a ferocious beast that had luckily rushed to him to death. In his heart, he said, this Fire Qilin and Starseed Demon Whale are not things to be messed with, even if one is now confident in fighting them without losing. But they want to escape, and they don't seem to have enough power themselves. Perhaps. Su Jin jerked his head and looked toward the territory that belonged to the Night Demon. Kill it. Finish the kill all, burn all mission early. Trying to get 2 new king level heroes as soon as possible. Find the one that best uses the legendary evolution crystal. In that case, maybe there's a chance for these 2 missions. There's also a quest to transform a night demon to complete first. Just then, roar! An incomparably terrifying beast roar came like muffled thunder. That voice carried an endless amount of pressure and fury, causing Su Jin to instantly return to reality. He turned his head to look into the distance, only to see that behind the first batch of ferocious beasts with only a few left, another group of ferocious beasts like a tidal wave came rushing in. The sheer number of those was simply mind-numbing. To be even more than the first wave, the blackness seemed like an infinite ocean. This was the terror of the second stage of the beast tide. 6 hours of guarding the city in the middle of the first phase. Only the first wave of ferocious beast invasion and the last wave of ferocious beast invasion are the most powerful. In the center were just scattered ferocious beasts, but the second stage of the beast wave, it will only be one wave stronger than the other. As the tidal wave-like group of ferocious beasts got closer and closer, the earth began to tremble violently. Countless hooves and claws raised gusts of dust. The deafening footsteps and roars intertwined to create a deathly score. Such a scene would be an absolute nightmare for the vast majority of lords. The first wave of ferocious beasts had already caused them to consume a large amount of energy. A large number of soldiers have used their skills during the battle and are in a state of exhaustion and weakness at this time. And the second wave of ferocious beasts came so quickly that there was no chance of reprieve. But that's just other people. At this moment, Su Jin's soldiers were a different story. Panther Beast, Thunder Roadster, Fighter Jet, Hercules Family, Army Rabbit Force. Each soldier was battle-hardened, with a glint of excitement in his eyes. And, it just so happens that the last wave didn't go over well. The center of the battlefield, Fierce Tiger King. This time, let's compare who has killed more bosses. There was a challenging tone in Supersonic's voice and a blazing gleam in his eyes. Oh, I'm afraid you don't know how to write the word lose, do you? The Manticore King twisted his head slightly and moved his wrist, looking incredibly confident. Hearing the conversation between the two, Thunderbolt and Force Battler were also a bit intrigued and wanted to get involved. But just then, soaring cloud shattering heavenly teeth, the green leopard beast bellowed and performed its own masterstroke. The saber teeth in its hand flashed with light, and with a swish, it directly rushed towards the boss running at the front. Photon Storm. The General Rabbit on the city wall was not shy about sending out his strongest attack. A dazzling light instantly enveloped that fierce beast boss. The strange power distorted the air around them. There was no communication between the two men, but their actions were surprisingly consistent. As if their hearts were in sync, they struck out at the same time and attacked the same target. The cruel expression on the face of that boss-ranked ferocious beast had only just revealed itself. Before it could show its terrifying strength, it had already disappeared in place. The massive body fell to the ground with a loud thud, raising a cloud of dust. Then it disappeared. With this move of the green leopard beast, the Manticore King and the others also stopped talking. The red light in their eyes suddenly gave them a sharp look. One after another, they picked up their own weapons and went straight towards the beasts to kill them. The teeth of the Cyclopean sword in the mighty Tiger King's hand flashed with a cold light, charging into the beasts. The ferocious beasts fell wherever they went. Supersonic shifted back to fighter form and hovered in the air, looking for a suitable target. Then it swooped down at a very fast speed to deliver a fatal blow to the ferocious beast. Thunderbolt and Force Fighter were not to be outdone. The former's large sword in his hand was juggled with great vigor, and flames rose and filled the air. The latter is even more awesome plath. Every jump, smash down. There were large swaths of ferocious beasts that were crushed into pieces. The terrifying shockwave cleared a large swath of ferocious beasts, and the city walls. Dense bullets once again spewed out like a torrent. The whole sky seemed to be covered with bullets. The atmosphere on the battlefield instantly became tense and intense. The sounds of bullets, explosions, clashing weapons, and the roars of ferocious beasts were intertwined. It makes for a thrilling picture. Looking at the scene in front of him, Su Jin nodded slightly. Then he said to the Golden Iron Beast, "You look after the situation here. I'm going to go around to the Nightmare Territory." Chapter 146. Am I underestimating myself? Nightmare Territory. A large group of ferocious beasts surrounded the area like a raging tide. 90 motionless unique figures stood out on the territory city walls. This guy was tall, to be close to 4 meters tall, and his humanoid body was full of oppression. The entire skin is a dark shade, with curved and sharp horns on the head and wild-looking wings on the back. Only, nowadays, his wings were drooping feebly, and at this point, 90 Motionless was leading his Dark Demon King, Dark Elf, and Dark Ghost Troopers to fully defend against the surging tide of beasts. However, this Night Demon Clan Lord who claimed that he wanted to capture Su Jin alive, the face is simply not looking good right now. Anger and helplessness had caused his face to twist a little. This damn Su Jin, what the hell has he gotten himself into? Night Emotionless looked at the obviously high ranks in front of him. Even the ferocious beasts that were level 40 bosses couldn't help but curse. His voice echoed over the territory, but it did nothing to change the predicament at hand. If it was just a level 40 boss beast, it wasn't easy for him to deal with, but it wasn't too hard either. But things are different now. He had a devil of a night. It's a tidal wave of beasts now. There's more than just one level 40 boss here. there were other miscellaneous, large numbers of ferocious beasts ranging from level 33 to 40. These guys coming together is what makes the beast wave so difficult to deal with. Plus, the beast tide of the 10,000 clans trial wouldn't show you any mercy at all. It doesn't matter how well you resist the first wave. Almost there, the second wave of ferocious beasts came wailing. It led to the fact that Knight Emotionless hadn't cleared a third of the first wave of ferocious beasts yet. The second wave of ferocious beasts came rushing in. It had even had the effect of drowning and crushing some of his soldiers outright. I shouldn't have come over. Knight Emotionless cursed angrily and bent his 10 fingers, revealing incomparably sharp claws. Immediately after, a strong sense of urgency welled up in his heart, and his eyes grew more determined, because he knew very well that if he didn't concentrate and speed up to clear the ferocious beasts in front of him, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, over time, the third and fourth waves of the beast tide were like the sword of Damocles hanging high above their heads, threatening to fall at any moment. By then, the ferocious beasts would come in wave after wave, and their numbers would only increase. There's even the possibility of cooling off yourself. And so, take turns using the dark form. Knight Ruthless decisively gave the order for his troop units to use one of their bottom cards. He himself bore the brunt of it. The originally drooping wings on his back snapped up, and a mysterious light like that of a starry sky flickered on them. Immediately afterward, the wings flapped and made a whirring sound. Knight Emotionless levitated in midair and raised his hands in front of him. With that, his entire body transformed into a ball of dark energy and charged towards the beasts. Its speed was extremely fast, and wherever it went, the air was torn apart with a sharp whistling sound. The ferocious beasts that were hit flew directly into the sky. Some of the ferocious beasts died on the spot, their bodies falling apart and spilling blood all over the place. Some of the ferocious beasts felt dizzy and staggered as they tried to stand up, only to fall to the ground again. There are other beasts that are fine. Looking at the night demons that charged into the beasts, they roared and pounded. The fierce light in his eyes was as if he was going to tear Knight Emotionless into pieces in the next second. However, dark form was the core skill of the Night Demon clan. After using it, the entire body's attributes would carry an incomparably terrifying increase. It even says that there is a dominant body that is immune to control. Therefore, looking at the ferocious beasts running towards him, Knight Emotionless revealed a cruel smile. Pitch black and incomparable scales emerged all over his body. The sharp claws on his hands continued to extend outward as well. The sharp claws flashed with a cold light, as if they were made of steel. Immediately after, Knight Emotionless aimed at the ferocious beast that was running at him. Swish! A claw was swung out, bringing up a harsh wind sound, as if it could tear the air apart. Knight Emotionless claws hit the ferocious beast in front of him with precision. However, this powerful ferocious beast did not die outright, just being stabbed in the body by the claws. The seemingly hard fur and muscles seemed like papier-mâché under his sharp claws. "Old me is Knight Emotionless." Knight Emotionless roared, his eyes red. "Scum, like you still want to kill me?" Before the words left his mouth, he peeled his hands outward. This ferocious beast that had reached level 40 was like a toy in his hands, and was directly torn apart by him. Blood and internal organs instantly spurted out and spilled onto the ground. Knight Emotionless' body was also stained red with the blood of the ferocious beasts. The crimson blood stung against his pitch-black scales, but he didn't care. He didn't have the slightest bit of compassion. In the night demon form of Knight Emotionless, there was only endless madness and killing intent in his eyes. He continued to swing his claws, weaving through the beasts like a ghost in the night, his body agile. Every time he swung his claws, he brought up a harsh wind sound, causing the surrounding ferocious beasts to die in pieces. With the brunt of the knight's ruthlessness, some of his troop units also cast their dark forms one after another and joined the battle. These soldiers are much stronger in their dark form. They were like warriors in the darkness, fighting side by side with Knight Emotionless. The entire battlefield seemed to be shrouded in darkness, and the atmosphere became even more tense and terrifying. Under the attack of Knight Ruthless and his troopers, one ferocious beast died one after another, and the herd was torn open. That opening grew bigger and bigger, and the ferocious beast's attack was gradually disintegrated. It was as if the light of victory was about to close in on Knight Emotionless' side, and at this point, Sujin had long ago used mecha fusion to merge with the fighter, and entered a state of vaporization, like a ghost, hidden in the void, quietly observing everything in the Night Demon territory. It was just seeing Knight Emotionless enter his darkness form. Sujin, who was inside the fighter, couldn't help but feel some emotion. This Night Demon seems a bit weak. Is one preoccupied in overestimating him too much? Due to the proximity between Knight Emotionless' territory and his own. Therefore, the ferocious beasts he encountered were only a little less in number than Sujin's territory, but the quality was not much different. And in this case, He himself faced the beast tide, though it was a moderate one, even though he said it was not considered a small one. But this Knight Emotionless was going into darkness form, and the whole big picture aspect still seems to be a bit of a struggle. In contrast, this Knight Emotionless is indeed a bit weak. Moreover, the coordination between the Knight Relentless soldiers was also a problem. The dark form of the soldier was relatively strong though, and had the power to tear a hole in the beast. But this time the other troop types didn't form a good match in time. There was simply no way to use this as a breakthrough to form a point to dismantle the ferocious beast's attack. Su Jin shook his head, and in his heart, his evaluation of Knight Emotionless was a few points lower. At the same time, he had a new understanding of his own strength, because before he came here, he thought that Knight Emotionless was bullish. After all, in his previous life, he had also encountered people from the Night Demon clan in the middle of the 10,000 clans trial. The guy at the time made a big impression on him. Subconsciously, Su Jin felt that this thing should not be that easy to deal with. Thus, Su Jin had originally planned to wait for the ferocious beast to wear down Knight Emotionless before making his move. It would also save some effort when the time came, as well as ensure that the Night Demon's corpse was killed without destroying it. But now, this kind of garbage strength still drags the ass. Drag or not drag does not waste much strength. Directly dry death pull down. Chapter 147, The rules of the 10,000 clans trial can actually be ignored? Now just him. In this way, the ferocious beasts attacking his territory will also shift their target and launch an attack on my territory. When the time comes to kill more ferocious beasts, the harvest will be even greater. Asterisk. Su Jin no longer hesitated. Maneuvering the fighter quickly out of its vaporous state allowed the attack to be maximized. Like a bolt of lightning, he sped towards the direction where Knight Emotionless was. Knight Emotionless was still fully focused on fighting the beast tide at this moment, and did not notice Su Jin's approach in the slightest. By the time he heard the roar of the fighters, it was too late to react. Su Jin had already maneuvered the fighter into human form. The greatsword in his hand ignited the unique flame power of the Inferno Dragon armor. Incomparably hot. Sealed Demon Slash in Mecha Fusion form is activated. Shasta. A peculiar spell formation appeared in the sky above Knight Emotionless. The mysterious patterns on the spell formation flickered with a strange light. The flame energy in the formation was like a raging vortex that was frantically converging and tumbling. Su Jin raised his greatsword high and locked onto Knight Emotionless, then swung his sword down violently. The moment the greatsword touched the formation, the energy in the center of the formation had already coalesced. A huge dragon of Inferno with teeth and claws flared up and lunged ferociously towards Knight Emotionless. Wherever it passed, the air quickly twisted and distorted like paper that had been set on fire. Some of the surrounding ferocious beasts that were close by were directly melted by this terrifying power. Although Knight Emotionless was in his darkness form and possessed a super high attribute bonus, but he still felt deathly threatened. Just moments before the flames were about to engulf him, Knight Emotionless subconsciously entered the defense state and received 40% damage reduction. However, this is Mech Fusion after all. Has 100% of Su Jin's attributes plus 200% of the Wind and Snow Fighter's attributes. Powerful strength struck Knight Emotionless like a raging wave of fury. His entire body was like a rag doll, and he was instantly sent flying out. Blood spurted out of his mouth. His scales were burnt and peeled off in multiple places, and huge wounds appeared on his wings. The entire person fell heavily onto the ground in the distance, smashing out a large crater. Damn it! Knight Emotionless shouted angrily. As a higher Fey Knight Demon, he did possess quite a few cards on him. Almost in the blink of an eye, he had recovered his condition, only to see him stand up violently, his eyes glaring angrily at Su Jin, his eyes burning with rage. If you have to make a move at this time, don't blame me for being impolite. Taste my. Knight Emotionless shouted. The dark energy in his entire body began to coalesce crazily towards his hands. That dark energy was like a raging tide, constantly surging and emitting a heart-stoppingly terrifying aura. But just then, Zen Seal. Without hesitation, Su Jin directly manipulated the mech to use the Zen Seal. A mysterious light instantly emanated from the mech, enveloping the entire battlefield. Under the shroud of this light, it was as if the pause button had been pressed on the entire battlefield. The wind suddenly stopped, the dust on the battlefield no longer flew, and the blood on the ground no longer spread. The fierce beast's hideous attacking stance was also fixed at this moment. The open teeth and claws looked like a sealed statue. The arrows fired by the Dark Elves originally sped through midair like meteors. At the moment, it also levitated silently, the feathers at the end of the arrow no longer quivering. 9 emotionless movements of gathering dark energy also came to an abrupt end. His face still had that angry, wanting to kill Su Jin expression. As long as the attributes were no better than the existence of the current Su Jin, Everything came to a standstill. Why do you think you're so tough? Can't you just let me have seconds? Sujin frowned slightly as he looked at Nighty Motionless, who was being held in place by the Zen seal, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. This is great. Not only will you have to suffer one more time, but when the time comes, there's no telling how much material will be wasted in order to repair your corpse. On a battlefield like this one, caught in the stillness of time, Sujin's voice seemed extraordinarily clear, as if it was the final pronouncement of Nighty Motionless' fate. Before the words left his mouth, he touched the end of the greatsword in his hand to the ground. Immediately after that, with the momentum of a Batusai chop, he executed the flaming blade's chop strike. That movement was fluid and full of power and beauty. Also in this moment, Sujin wickedly lifted the Zen seal effect early. Time seems to flow again in this moment. The air began to rush and the sound resounded again, resulting in when Nighty Motionless had just recovered. A dazzling fire was seen dilating in his pupils. The sound of air being burned followed in his ears. Nighty Motionless' eyes were filled with disbelief and anger, but with such an attack that had already come to his face, he didn't have any time to react. Put! The flame-chopping strike instantly struck Nighty Motionless with a loud bang. Ow! Nighty Motionless let out an incomparably painful wail. Filled with despair and unwillingness, the dark energy in his body gradually dissipated under the burning flames. How is this possible? Why? Nighty Motionless let out a disbelieving last word. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. Couldn't believe how easily he'd been defeated like that. However, what he got in response was a bang. A loud bang. Nighty Motionless fell heavily to the ground, his life breath completely dissipating at this moment. So much so that there was still despair, resignation, pain and regret in his eyes. Holy, is this the ability to destroy the world? Sujin couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration as he looked at Nighty Motionless' corpse. It's actually possible to ignore even the rules of the 10,000 races trial. He glanced at the territory next to him that seemed to have been obliterated hard by some inexplicable force. Then he looked at the ferocious beasts that had automatically changed direction to attack his territory due to the loss of his territory. The mind was filled with shock. Destroy the passive. The ignorance of the same life in heaven and earth. Labeled as ignoring enemy immunity. Domination. Vanishing. Uncheckable. Sujin was naturally clear about the fact that the life-preserving props on these lords would not take effect. However, even the rules of the 10,000 tribes trial, the territory will not be destroyed and the lord will not die. It's amazing that the destruction can be ignored. He just couldn't help but be shocked by this. It looks like the plan can be adjusted accordingly. A thoughtful light flashed in Sujin's eyes. He gathered up the body of the night demon and once again assumed his fighter form, flying in the direction of his territory. Now that this feature of destruction is known, then, a lot of the raiders can make a lot of adjustments as well. For example, there was absolutely no need for him to keep his entire force in the territory now. It's perfectly fine to continue to have Supersonic and Manticore King lead the way to round up the other lords, trying to get the kill all strong light burn all quest reward faster. Chapter 148, Offense is the best defense. Solar Star God, Apollo. In the meantime, on top of Sujin's territory, though none of the ferocious beasts could break through the defenses, the atmosphere at this time, however, still seemed a bit tense and gloomy. The battlefield was filled with smoke and shouts of murder. The city walls, the golden iron beast's eyes were firm and sharp, always observing the changing situation on the entire battlefield, and, depending on the situation, calmly issue orders to a host of soldiers. Makes them a much tighter fit. It was possible to maximize the number of ferocious beasts that could be killed at the smallest cost. This was why Sujin didn't want to command a large-scale battle. One word, tired. It can be described as the ultimate invincible tiredness. With this kind of large-scale combat, commanders are usually required to maintain a high level of tension for long periods of time, because he needs to be highly receptive and process a lot of information, includes enemy troop movements, position, status, and firepower of our troops. Want to take a break? Is the battlefield a place where you can rest? Life has those planned things that get disrupted and thus become a mess. The consequences on the battlefield will only get worse. One unexpected situation can change the whole situation of the war. But what can I do? I can't help it. The golden iron beast's eyes flickered for a moment as it prepared to head to the other side to check out the situation. At this point, a military rabbit with binoculars in the sky arrived in a fighter jet next to the golden iron beast. The military rabbit knelt down on one knee and reported with a respectful expression. Greetings, Marshal Golden Iron Beast. There's a group of ferocious beasts in the southwest heading towards our base. The number is about 8,000. It should be the group of ferocious beasts that originally attacked the Night Demon territory. The Golden Iron Beast nodded, then quickly made a decision and said in a deep voice, probe and report again. convey immediately when the fourth wave of ferocious beasts invades. Yes, Army Rabbit led the way, rising quickly. Once again, in a fighter jet, take to the skies on a reconnaissance mission. After a brief conversation, the Golden Iron Beast stepped aside with heavy steps. He stared into the distance, his eyes following the Manticore King and other heroes who were almost about to kill their way out of the territorial boundaries. Couldn't help but complain in a low voice, low but with a hint of helplessness and urgency. "AI, my lord is saving his time, settling a piece of trash so quickly. Nor did you give me command of the Manticore King and the others before you left. A couple of them are close to killing the feral beast's house. A situation like this makes me work I don't know how much more." He shook his head slightly and stepped aside again. There, the boulders thrown by the bulldozer unit, and the gunpowder fired out by the panther beast unit using a stone thrower. It slashed through the air and fell into the group of ferocious beasts, causing small pieces of ferocious beasts to die. This may seem like a wow scene, but it left the Golden Iron Beast somewhat helpless. It was only because the mighty Tiger King and the others had gone crazy, killing the ferocious beasts too fast. It causes the whole situation to change too quickly. The Golden Iron Beast simply didn't have time to make timely adjustments. This resulted in these boulders and stone throwers simply not being as powerful as they should be. It was far from what the Golden Iron Beast had expected in his heart. Marshal of the Golden Iron Beast. Just then, General Rabbit suddenly came to the side of the Golden Iron Beast and slightly arched his hand. The Golden Iron Beast craned its head around, waiting for the General Rabbit's next words. Only the General Rabbit spoke with a glint in his eyes. The Golden Iron Beast Marshal was given orders to protect the territory and block the ferocious beasts. The Marshal uses his army like a god, and employs a tactic that never makes a mistake. The Golden Iron Beast shook its head slightly and said in a deep voice, "You don't need to praise me. I, the Golden Iron Beast, am not the kind of person who thinks I'm all-powerful. Feel free to speak up with any good strategies, and if they are appropriate, they will certainly be employed." "Yes," General Rabbit smiled, then continued, "since our mission is to protect the territory, then we just have to kill all our enemies. Wouldn't it be better to protect the territory?" The Golden Iron Beast froze slightly and after a moment of thought asked, "What do you mean?" "That's right." General Rabbit's tone was firm. "Leave some of your troops to guard the territory. The rest of the troops push outward with the territory as the center. I believe that with our strength, those ferocious beasts won't be able to stop the charge. If the ferocious beasts can't get through, won't the territory be defended?" The Golden Iron Beast was silent for a moment, a thoughtful look in its eyes. This strategy does have some viability, but it also carries some risks. He needs to weigh the pros and cons carefully before making a decision. After all, the first element he needed to consider was Su Jin's order. Don't let the beasts come within 800 meters of the territory. Marshal Golden Iron Beast. In fact, everyone wants to be like Marshal Fierce Tiger King and the others. Everyone is holding their breath now, said the General Rabbit pointed to a group of Black Panther beasts and fighters in the middle of the territory. They heard the General Rabbit's offer and cast glances. See this scene. The Golden Iron Beast smiled to himself, and there was a hint of emotion and admiration in that smile. "I, the Golden Iron Beast, have been with them longer than you have, and yet I still don't see as well as you do." He shook his head slightly, appreciation for the General's rabbit showing in his eyes. A moment later, the Golden Iron Beast decisively ordered, "Pass the order down, counterattack." His voice was steady and strong, full of determination. As his order was given, a group of soldiers quickly received the order. This time, it doesn't matter if it's a fighter, or a panther beast. There was a flurry of them all looking at me and me looking at you. Although it was mechanical, it also revealed a sense of excitement and fervor. Great! It's finally time to get out there and fight. Fighting here is winnable, but keeping house is always too stifling. The battle intent of each and every soldier had reached unprecedented heights. They had begun to move in droves. Only a loud whoosh could be heard in the sky. It was the fighters that were the first to kill the ferocious beasts by virtue of their speed. The earth, rumble, kill. The sounds resounded non-stop. It was the voice of the bulldozer unit, the Black Panther beast unit, and even the Army Rabbit unit and the Spirit Ship unit. A few moments passed. At this time, Su Jin had already returned over the territory. As he looked at the battlefield at this point, he couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Asterisk 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 when did my Golden Iron Beast become so fierce, to actually give such orders? See only. The Black Iron Beast held a machete and directly played close combat with the ferocious beast. "If I cut you, you'll either die or be crippled. You bite me, and one of my energy amethysts recovers directly." Troops whose energy amethysts are depleted return to the walls under the cover of their teammates and fire support. Even more outrageous would have to be the Hercules family and the Wind and Snow fighters. With his great strength and physique, the former almost pressed the ferocious beast to the ground with a shovel, then a foot in the door. There have been ferocious beasts that were not dug up by shovels at all. Instead, they were stomped to death by one bulldozer after another. The latter is even more excessive. With the advantage of speed, he flew directly into the face of the ferocious beast, and then endless firepower unleashed directly in your face. The other soldiers were also making their own means. The Thunder Roadster shoves its hand cannon directly into the mouth of the ferocious beast and fires it. There was a boom and the brains spilled out. The army rabbit unit is weak, but they work together perfectly. A few energy shield wielders drove the ferocious beasts, while the other army rabbits' laser guns fired directly from eyes, ear holes, and asses. Firing. Such a situation was directly on the verge of making Su Jin unable to see the shadow of any of the ferocious beasts in his line of sight. Mom, yeah, that's brutal. It's true that my family's soldiers are still powerful. That tiny bit of ferocious beast just now was able to force the night demon to turn on its dark form. And look at my family's soldiers, his grandma, all war trampling and flying dragons riding their faces. And that's when it happened. It is detected that Lord Su Jin has completed the second stage of the Beast-Tide invasion. The third stage will be opened early, and the secret realm of opportunity will descend in 3 minutes. Mission trigger. Afterglow of the sun, explore the ruins of Fusan and kill the hidden boss. Quest reward, half-step mythic level heroic unit. Solar Star God, Apollo. Chapter 149, Preparations before entering the Fusang mysterious realm. Su Jin's face was full of astonishment, and there was both a hint of doubt and a hint of surprise in his heart. This completes Phase 2? The rules of the 10,000 Tribes trial are quite humane. This is to see my territory ferocious beasts cannot enter directly for me to complete the chant. A slight smile appeared on Su Jin's face. Sure. What excited him the most had to be the new trigger quest, Afterglow of the Sun. The rewards for this quest seem a bit fierce. Half-step mythic level hero unit, Solar Star God, Apollo. Such a terrifying reward that Su Jin was a bit in disbelief. From there, you subconsciously choose to view it last. After all, that was a hero unit with the word myth. Mythic class, representing the pinnacle of existence known to the soldier class. Even in his previous life, Su Jin, who had already reached level 90, never heard of a mythic hero unit for any of the lords. Yeah, don't say see, even if you've never heard of it. Enough to prove how scarce, rare, and powerful this thing is, even if it's only a half-step myth. All of them made Su Jin's heartbeat involuntarily speed up, and his eyes glittered with excitement. However, we have seen the world after all. Calm was soon restored, and also realized a new problem. Take, for example, the previously completed quests, including the 3 that were triggered just a short while ago. The hijacking of the 10,000 races, the Phantom Lin God, King of the Whale Sharks. Rewards vary for all tasks, but one thing that is confirmed is that the higher the difficulty and the greater the impact on the future, the better the rewards will be. For example, the Phantom Lin God and the Whale Shark King. Although Su Jin wasn't quite sure what level the Fire Qilin and Starsea Demon Whale had reached nowadays, but it was certain that it must not be difficult to kill them in order to complete the task. And now this quest that was triggered would actually directly reward a half-step mythic level. Even more so, it emphasizes the difficulty of this task. This made it hard for Su Jin to avoid a hint of caution. After a small moment of reflection, he still decided to be fully prepared first. Take on this tall order again, to ensure that you can complete it successfully and obtain the Sun Star God, Apollo. Anyway, this secret realm of opportunity hadn't been completed until his previous life when he entered the 10,000 Clans Challenge, and you don't have to worry about getting a head start. And so, Su Jin first checked the harvest that the second stage of the Beast Tide had brought him so far. The first is experience. So many ferocious beasts. Plus there was killing this night emotionless guy and getting triple the experience. This made today's Su Jin simply come to a flying leap. Originally, it was only a mere 33 levels. It's just a short while. It came straight to level 37. The whole thing gets 4 levels of experience. Having such a terrifying upgrade speed at this stage cannot be said to be unprecedented. To put it modestly, there were only a handful of people in the history of the 10,000 races who were able to surpass it. Enough to go down in history. Sure enough, I was right to operate like this to raise the number of ferocious beast masses. Su Jin smiled, slightly proud of himself. He then proceeded to examine the rest of his haul. Some of the things that fall from killing ferocious beasts. However, it doesn't matter if you don't check it. It's a shock. His grandma, maybe there's a backlash to this luck thing. There are times when luck can be so good that it backfires just after it does. Su Jin seems to be like that. Had a lifetime of bad luck in a previous life. Because of the backlash, this life gives a perfect start straight away. Probably also because of overgiving. Lucko's back in a flash. It caused him to be a little disbelieving. So many beasts, but nothing useful came out? Hey, at least it'll be on the trading floor for some survival points. Su Jin had no choice but to accept this fact. A brainstorm to put about nearly 1,000 chicken ribs on the trading floor. Only some special materials dropped by special ferocious beasts were left behind. For example, there was a ferocious beast named the Mechanical Brute. This kind of ferocious beast needs to devour a whole lot of metal to grow. It just leads to a special metal material that drops upon death that can be applied to remodeling. Immediately after, Su Jin once again turned his gaze to the quest rewards he had obtained after killing Night Emotionless. Congratulations to the Lord for completing the quest, killing the Night Demon and obtaining the rewards, Night Demon Contract, Spiritual Awareness Retention Charm, and 10,000 Clans List. Night Demon Pact, when used, it awakens the Lord's troop type, Night Demon. Spiritual Consciousness Retention Charms, Physical Machinery ascends, consciousness is retained, can continue to wear equipment, use skills, summon soldiers, 10,000 Clans List, exclusive reward for the hijack of 10,000 Clans quest. Foreign clans that undergo transformation will automatically sign the 10,000 Clans List. Their level will be the same as that of the Lords, and they can enjoy the buffs between the soldier types. Good Lord, the system deserves to be the system. It's true that luck can't be relied on. What can be relied on is still accomplishing the mission. The moment you see these 3 rewards, a wide smile slowly surfaced on Su Jin's face once again. The Nightmare Pact. What's the value of this thing? There wasn't a single thing in all of China that had a role similar to his. It's also safe to say that the whole of Blue Star, the whole of the human race, probably doesn't have this. As such, this thing is a completely inquisitive and invincibly awesome resource. The power and value it contains is difficult to accurately describe in words. For example, if it was given to those wise men at the research institute to study, in case something is researched, what lies behind it is just unimaginable. And the reason why Su Jin doesn't use it himself, the main reason for this is still because it is less necessary. Even if you have a Nightmare Trooper, you can't trigger the Energy Amethyst's effect bonus. The strength is not comparable to your own troopers, and you will waste troop seats. Coupled with the fact that the Night Demon clan belonged to the higher Fae, the probability of a heroic unit appearing was low. Without a heroic unit, it doesn't even qualify as a pendant. The increase in one's own strength is almost infinitely close to 0, if not negative. Moreover, he now has the Spiritual Awareness Retention Charms. It was entirely possible to use the Spiritual Awareness Retention Talisman, along with Night Emotionless Corpse and some materials, transform a loyal Dark Lord minion through the transformation workshop. His own little brother is the hero unit of the Nightmare Clan. He can summon not only night demons, but also dark elves and dark ghosts. Plus with the 10,000 races list, Night Emotionless rank would be the same as his own. That is to say, he boosted to level 40 and 50. Can all continue to summon soldiers, like the Night Demon that Su Jin had encountered in his previous life. He had the Dark Demon Dragon, a super powerful soldier. Because of this, almost no one was willing to mess with that fellow during that session of the 10,000 Clans trial. In this life, there was also a probability that one's Night Demon minions could be summoned. With a little brother like that, do you need to waste effort to bind a Nightmare Pact and waste troop seats yourself? It doesn't even need to be okay. By this point, the harvest has basically been inventoried for the time being. Su Jin also started the remodeling work straight away. Night Demon Corpses, Spirit Awareness Retention Charms, plus some mechanical materials that had been prepared and not yet used back in Blue Star. All of them were put into the remodeling workshop by Su Jin in a brain. Special modifications verified. Estimated to take 6 hours. Countdown begins. It's kinda short. Su Jin felt slightly surprised, but he wasn't too surprised. In his opinion, the reason the remodeling time was only 6 hours, it was because Night Emotionless level was relatively low, and it was still a special transformation that didn't need to get rid of the bloodthirsty nature in their souls and bloodlines like the ferocious beasts. As for having the army rabbit troopers undergo mechanical soaring, Su Jin didn't go ahead with it for the time being. The reason for this is mainly because it's not enough material. As a result, the operation to remodel the military rabbit camp had to be postponed. Wait until you leave the 10,000 tribes trial and go back. Immediately after, once again, Su Jin remotely ordered at the supersonic Manticore King, let them speed up their search for other lords, kill 2 of them and come right back. In this way, the system mission can be completed, plus the previous king-level heroes of your choice treasure chest. Seo Jin can then have 2 new king-level heroes, plus a legendary evolution crystal to make one of them evolve into a legendary. Until then, Solar Star God, Apollo, I'm bound and determined. It's still a 5-shift weekend, so please, guys, Catch up on your reading and check out the ads over the last couple days of the month. Chapter 150, The Vigilance of the Powerful Lords. Weak Lord's Complaint. Huamuqing's Choice. Right after Su Jin finished organizing all this, the time has just passed 3 minutes. Boom! A loud bang rang out abruptly. Su Jin, who was originally still immersed in fantasizing about how strong the sun-star god, Apollo was, instantly awakened by the sudden loud noise. His heart jolted and he immediately stabilized his mind and quickly shifted his sight to the source of the sound. Just see, right in the middle of the farmland of his territory, a vortex emitting red light inexplicably appeared. The vortex seemed to have suddenly descended from the void. The powerful force directly shook some of the soldiers who were still planting out. Those soldiers arced through the air before falling heavily to the ground. The vortex slowly rotated like a mysterious passageway, emitting a hauntingly terrifying aura. A ray of light shot up from the vortex. It was bright and dazzling, reaching the sky, as if it was going to light up the entire sky. At the top of the glow, 2 big words appeared: Fuso, good guy. This chance is refreshed directly to the home. This time there is even less fear of someone coming to grab it. Su Jin's gaze was fixed on the heavenly light and mysterious vortex in the vegetable garden, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Still, he didn't rush up to check it out. This stuff is actually like that. Once you start, you probably can't help it, and you basically won't stop until you get in there. Endure, bear with me for a while, hold on a little longer. In the meantime, a pillar of heavenly light suddenly lit up in the middle of Su Jin's territory. Inevitably, it also attracted the attention of some of the lords. Imagine an otherwise peaceful world suddenly appearing as a reddish pillar of prime power, thrusting majestically into the sky. With such a shocking sight, anyone can't help but want to see what the hell that is. However, this time now was, after all, the second stage of the 10,000 races trial, Beast Tide Invasion. Even though the second stage looked simple and easy to Su Jin, casual passes. You can even launch a counterattack, with flying dragons riding your face and crushing repeatedly. But for many other lords, it was certainly a very severe test. Many lords were still struggling at this time. There have even been poor people who have cooled off miserably under the onslaught of the beasts. In such an urgent situation, there were only a few powerful ones, lords who resisted the ferocious beasts without pressure, as well as some of those lords who had given up and were planning to get killed by the ferocious beasts, eyes looking straight over here in thought. For example, granite giants, rock tiny, above its rocky head. Its blue-green eyes looked straight in the direction of Su Jin's territory, speculating in its heart. This kind of commotion, have the chances come down? Another person has passed through the beast tide? A hint of shock and vigilance passed through Rock Tiny's eyes. As a race of giants, it naturally had a deep understanding of the 10,000 races trial. Understand what is happening with such a sight. It is the understanding that is so shocking. Fending off the ferocious beasts by oneself wasn't exactly tough, but it definitely wasn't easy to say the least. The existence that could pass through the beast tide so quickly at this stage must have a terrifying strength, and worrying at the same time. Worrying that if that person got something very powerful from among the secret realm of the plan, in time, as a lord on the same continent, the other side just has to have the idea of expansion. Despite the relative distance, the security of one's own territory is difficult to secure. Looks like I need to join up with the other giant clans as soon as possible and form an alliance. And amongst the weaker lords' territories, the situation is somewhat more outrageous. Their soldiers were sparse in number and poorly equipped, and they were losing ground under the ferocious beasts' attacks. These lords had fallen into despair and intended to let the ferocious beasts engulf their territories. Maybe fate is always so unfair. There are people who always have easy access to opportunities and success. Some, however, are left hopeless in a brutal calamity and can only wait in despair for death to come. For example, the short and poor from the Goblin one. His territory was relatively not particularly far from Su Jin, combined with the fact that Su Jin had previously made a full announcement and exposed the coordinates of his territory. He easily judged that place to be Su Jin's territory. Damn, human Su Jin. Human lords are all ing open. Play the hell out of it. The short and poor man's face was filled with indignation and helplessness as he looked in the direction of Su Jin's territory, his eyes filled with jealousy. It would be nice for someone to give me a great opportunity for nothing. And at this point, Supersonic had managed to arrive over his territory at the head of a fighter unit. Hearing the daydreaming words of the dwarf, the corners of Supersonic's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a cold smile. Want to send you a missile? When the short and poor man heard this sudden voice, his heart was startled and he subconsciously looked up. Instead, all that could be seen was a blue-white missile falling straight down. The missile glinted coldly in the sunlight, sending shivers down one's spine. The short and poor man's eyes were filled with horror and despair. He tried to escape, but it was too late. The missile fell with great speed and instantly struck the short and poor man. Boo! Only a loud bang was heard as the frost spread, and then the fire burst into the sky. The short and poor man couldn't even manage to let out a scream, and there was still some panic in his pupils. Without mercy, Supersonic led the fighter unit in a circle in the air, then quickly leave and move on to the next target. This was the cruelty of the 10,000 tribes trial. Weakness is the original sin. There is no seat for the weak before the strong, except for these two diametrically opposed lords. There is another kind of lord who is in the middle of them. For example, Hua-Muching from the Flower Fairy clan. Her strength was in a state of not being on top. It was true that one could resist the ferocious beasts for a certain period of time, but the price paid was incomparably expensive. Under the incomparably raging ferocious beast attack, one by one, the nut walls turned to ashes like fragile barriers under the onslaught of the ferocious beasts. Hua-Muching could only build a nut wall defense by exchanging frequently. In contrast, the speed at which the ferocious beasts died was incomparably slow, though as a fae, the Flower Fairy clan has mastered the ability to have their soldiers die and their lords not be harmed. But she understood very well that this was definitely not a permanent solution. If this continued, one's territory would definitely be lost. Even if he could hold it, his ability was too special, and the guy next to him wouldn't let himself go that direction. Human Lord Su-Jin, man, and Lord Energy Shortage, it'll have to do. Hua-Muching frowned tightly, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes, only to see her take out an object from her space. It was an item unlocked among her personal store. Its name, annexation. As the name suggests, the function of this item is to make one lord become a vassal lord of another lord. Hua-Muching held the item tightly, her heart filled with entanglement and helplessness. Becoming a vassal lord means she will lose some of her autonomy, but she didn't seem to have a better choice compared to her eventual survival. Hua-Muching clenched her teeth as her gaze once again looked in the direction of Su-Jin's territory. Mentally, he prayed that he had made the right decision. Also at this time, Su-Jin received a series of alerts. Congratulations on killing level 31 Lord Dwarf. Gained 147 W of Lord's Energy. Flower Fairy Clan Lord, Hua-Muching requests to be your vassal lord. Do you agree? Message 1, Initial Troop Type Sunflower. Has the role of producing 50 Lord Energy every 10 seconds. Screenshot of plus Lord Energy, 130 million. Message 2, the Flower Fairy Clan has a history of intermarriage with the human race. Plus photo. Chapter 151 Rich Woman Throwing Hands? Superior Lord Chase arrives. Su-Jin raised his eyebrows slightly. Short and poor? There's something about the name of this lord. Only, when he saw that this guy had exploded with 147 W of Lord's Energy, can't help but shake my head. 147 W. This value definitely surpasses 99% of human lords of the same stage. Poor is not a word you associate with. And the request for vassalage sent out by the Flower Fairy Clan's lord, Flower Musine, just let Su-Jin feel slightly surprised. It seems like this Hua-Muching is worried that she won't live to see the end. In reality, the first two stages of the 10,000 clans trial were just screening. Sift out some of the weaker guys altogether. The map will continue to shrink once the second phase of the beast wave passes. It would put the whole world in free mode, with all the races fighting for supremacy. In this mode, each lord can choose to spend his time the way he likes. You can guard the territory and wait patiently for the sublimation boss to drop. After completing the ascension, leave the trial directly. It is also possible to start looting and attacking other lords. Due to the rules of the world, everything on the slain person, including everything gained from amongst the 10,000 races trial, could be plundered. As a result, some weak existences, to make sure you don't get killed by an awesome character, most choose to join allies. And there will be another situation as well, when the difference in power between allied lords is too great, or when one side seeks refuge from the other. That relationship is then no longer an ally. Rather, it is the relationship between subordinate affiliation and superior lordship. It was this kind of relationship that Hua-Muching had requested from Su-Jin. According to Su-Jin's speculation, the reason why Hua-Muching wanted to exchange and use attachment now, obviously, he felt that he had no hope of surviving to the end in the midst of this 10,000 races trial. Or rather, at this moment, around her, there was already the presence of gawking lords. The other side felt the pressure and had to make an early choice. And the reason for choosing yourself, mainly because she wasn't confident enough to get the other lords to accept her as a vassal, produces 50 Lord's Energy sunflowers every 10 seconds. It looks wow. 43, 2 W of Lord Energy in one day. But in the presence of many powerful fae, it's the same as a certain spin tempting Mr. Lay with millions of advertising dollars to help advertise on Shake. People don't see that. Those who can look at it are not always strong enough. But the human race is different. The human race entered the Age of Lords relatively late. Many aspects were not as advanced as the Fae, lacking in heritage, and Lord energy was incredibly scarce. Plus, one is stronger and a male. So, this guy just comes right out with a colorful plus rich woman throws herself at him. Su Jin couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. A few points of appreciation rose in his heart for Huamuqing. At the same time, consent was chosen directly. After all, Su Jin didn't seem to have much reason to refuse right now. Let's not talk about that tantalizing lordship energy. Just after Huamuqing became her own vassal lord alone, the territories of both sides will then be opened up. You can always teleport there yourself. In this way, all the experience of the ferocious beasts on her side would be her own, including, say, if there are any lords closer on her side, there would be no need for supersonic, the Manticore King, to go to the trouble of searching for the other lords. Just teleport over, get close enough to kill and be done with it. And all it took was simply keeping her safe. For Su Lai to say something in passing was completely equal to not having to pay anything. Are there any other lords near the territory? Has he already guessed? When Su Jin agreed, before Huamuqing could initiate contact, she saw a message from Su Jin, and through this message from Su Jin, she quickly realized, the man, who had guessed everything, the human race, worthy of being the most intelligent race with infinite potential. Huamuqing felt some emotion in her heart. The wisdom and insight of the human race amazed her, but she didn't hesitate either. Immediately reply to your side of the story. In detail, he explained to Su Jin the current situation of his territory and the potential threats, just as she had just replied to the message. Hannah Mujing's hero troop type, Corporal P. It came to her with a somewhat hurried step. Looking serious, he reported in a low voice. Huamuqing's face changed drastically after hearing this. Wanted to send a message again to tell Su Jin's side of the story, before she could edit it. Then he received an alert that his soldiers had been killed and his territory's walls were under attack. Your soldier, C. Nut, was attacked by a beast and is now dead. Your troop C. Nut *19 was attacked by Dragon Lord Uden and is now dead. Your territory's wall, south, was attacked by Dragon Lord Uden. Huamuqing couldn't help but blush. The face was instantly taken over by tension and anxiety. Eyes couldn't help but cast to the southern walls. See only, there was a thunder dragon soaring in the sky right there. It was gathering its thunder and preparing to launch an attack on her territory. See this scene. Commander Sunflower and Corporal P, who were on the sidelines, also wore stony expressions. The aura emanating from the opponent was too strong. By virtue of what they are now, they are no match at all. Plus, the eastern wall of the city where he was at this time was still suffering from a large-scale invasion of ferocious beasts, so the situation is very bad. Huamuqing took a deep breath and hurriedly sent a message to Su Jin, informing him of the situation here, then greeted some of his soldiers and headed for the southern wall. She knew it in her heart. At this time, the Thunder Dragon was already close to the city walls. If one wall was broken, the other side would have a chance to penetrate deep inside the territory. It's worse to be on the wrong side of the fence than on both sides of the fence. Same time, near the Draconian territory, a figure slowly stepped out from the vortex. With his appearance, the vortex disappeared like a bubble. This person had double horns on his head, and it was none other than Aodien of the Dragonman clan. Aodien stood in place, his eyes fixed on a jade box in his hands, excitement written all over his face. It was only because of the existence of a treasure in it, the true dragon's essence blood. Even with the jade box in the way, he could feel the powerful force contained above that drop of essence blood. GGG, Aodien laughed madly. Laughter echoed through the air, full of triumph and ecstasy. Elder honestly doesn't deceive me. As long as you disguise yourself as a true dragon, you don't need to fight at all if you want to obtain this treasure. With this treasure, what kind of fire Qilin? What kind of star sea demon whale? What kind of bull Su Jin? All give obediently suffer death. Just, a treasure like true dragon essence blood, which possessed an incomparably powerful effect, was not something that could be used casually. If you are not prepared, you may risk bursting into flames. Therefore, Aodien forced himself to hold back his inner longing. First, the jade box was carefully taken back into space for fear of breaking. Then he twisted his head slightly. His eyes were cast towards the territory of Huamuqing, which was not far from here. The eyes were filled with greed, an undisguised greed. And at this point, at the southern gate of Huamuqing's territory, confusion and tension spread like a haze. It's just as bad as it gets here. Outside the city walls, there was a dark and pressurized mass of about nearly 1,000 ferocious beasts. They were grim-faced and open-mouthed. Angry growls rose and fell, exuding a chillingly ferocious aura. And in the sky above this group of ferocious beasts, a thunderous dragon was particularly eye-catching. Its massive body was like a small mountain, glowing with blue and purple arcs of electricity. Especially now, this thunder dragon belonging to Aedan. It was as if they had reached some sort of consensus with the dense ferocious beasts below. Both sides attacked the walls almost simultaneously. The blue-purple arcs attacked the hardest. Like a python, it danced through the air with a crackling sound. Every arc of electricity that fell left a deep scorch mark on the city wall. The attacks of the ferocious beasts should not be underestimated. Flaming run, sharp claws like knives, charging like a mountain. The various means of attack caused the walls, which were woven like vines, to shake. The blood level also plummeted like a drowning flood. Above the city walls, Hua-Muqing was barely able to stabilize herself with the assistance of Commander Sunflower. Aoi-san, replenish your energy and wait for support. Her face was white and bloodless. Still, it was a tight fit, allowing Commander Sunflower to take over the fight. Roger that. A light immediately lit up on Commander Sunflower. Energy like the sun wrapped around a group of soldiers on the walls. Blood plus 10, 000. Mental strength plus 10, 000. Physical strength plus 10, 000. Foot. Get a buff boost from Commander Sunflower. The original pea shooter and third string shooter whose head was already sweating like dew. The state was immediately restored to its heyday. Hua-Muqing, who had already eased up, also took out her own bottom card. At once, a blue flame appears in front of all pea plant troopers. Rumble, crackle. The second wave of attacks from the ferocious beasts and the thunder dragon arrived. Fire. Commander Sunflower gave the order decisively. A pea shooter, a third-line shooter spraying pea bullets from his mouth in unison. Buffed, buffed, put. Pea bullets whizzed out like a blizzard. It collided fiercely with the raging and pouncing ferocious beasts. Pea bullets with icy blue flames have a horrible damage bonus. Some ferocious beasts died instantly and miserably under this fierce attack. The body was shattered and blood splattered everywhere. And the slightly stronger ferocious beasts didn't die though. However, it also suffers from a slowing effect and becomes slowed down and less threatening. But before Hua-Muqing could be happy, the huge body of the thunder dragon in the sky moved slightly, and a trace of humanized disdain flashed in its eyes. It tilted its head slightly, and the blue and purple arcs of electricity became even more dazzling. Those pea bullets burning with icy blue flames, without even hitting its scales, they had all dissipated and disintegrated. Bubu, the hero unit, Corporal P, has a steely-eyed look in his eyes and pulls out his pea machine gun. But even the pea bullets fired still didn't manage to do any damage to the thunder dragon. Even if you can hit it, it also can't cause a broken defense. Only a few hundred damage popped up. It wasn't as fast as the dragon bloodline's blood return. Is the gap between plant soldiers and dragon soldiers really that big? At this moment, Hua-Muqing really felt an unprecedented sense of frustration. Your own Corporal P as a platinum hero unit, with ice blue flame, it can deal 5x damage, but even then, it could only deal triple-digit damage to this thunder dragon. Moreover, this thunder dragon was clearly just a trooper, not a hero-level unit. If it's a heroic unit, Hua-Muqing's frustration wouldn't be that great. No, I just haven't awakened a stronger plant soldier yet. Doesn't mean the plant soldiers are weak. Hua-Muqing wasn't the kind of lord who would just lie there and not get up after a setback. She came to her senses quickly, and it changed the battle mode. Let a group of soldiers kill the ferocious beasts first. The thunder dragon, on the other hand, was left alone for the time being. Hua-Muqing understood very well. With his own abilities, there was simply no better way to bring down the thunder dragon. There was no way for the thunder dragon to knock down its own walls with up to 10 million blood so easily. Seojin will be here soon anyway. One didn't have that need to waste time on the thunder dragon. Thus, in the eyes of the thunder dragon with some surprise, it was as if Hua-Muqing had given up resistance. Directly, Commander Sunflower and Corporal P were sent to the other walls to help defend against the ferocious beasts. There are only a dozen or so third-line shooters left here and a couple hundred pea shooters, as well as a Hua-Muqing who was drinking juice and looking at the thunder dragon with a flat gaze. What's going on here? What's going on here? The thunder dragon's big head had a big question mark in it. Roar! The thunder dragon let out a roar. He felt he had been greatly insulted. Enraged, it began to attack the walls at a faster pace. It caused the blood level of the walls to drop drastically once again. But even if it did, Hua-Muqing was not at all panicked. Panic about what? There's nothing to panic about. Let it fight if it likes. It can't be broken in a while. As long as it can't be broken, it will still be dead when Su-Jin comes over. As for what to do if Su-Jin can't beat it, she, Hua-Muqing, was not a little cutie. She wouldn't think that Su-Jin, who was able to do those things earlier, would be weak. Even if Aodien came at that time, he couldn't beat Aodien. Big deal. In short, Hua Muqing, will never succumb to the Dragon Man clan. Superior lords arrive. Just as Hua Muqing was thinking, a beep suddenly woke her up. Immediately after, Hua Muqing then saw a kind of mysterious ripple appear beside herself. Then, an upright figure suddenly appeared. There was a sharp glint in his eyes. The breeze gently brushed by and blew the corners of his coat, adding a bit more dominance. Behind him, a silhouette with a terrifying aura appeared one after another. Chapter 152 Seconds. Seconds to kill. Still seconds to kill. When Su Xiang came in and out of the city, he was now on the south gate wall of Hua Muqing's territory. Out of habit he began to survey his surroundings, trying to see the current situation with my own eyes in the shortest possible time. When his gaze landed on Hua Muqing, he couldn't help but faintly freeze. It had to be said that this woman was extremely outstanding looking, as if she was a work of art carefully carved by the heavens. If I could describe it in 2 words, awesome. Growing up is awesome. And, at a time like this, she managed to stay calm. Ability to make accurate judgments and decisive decisions based on the current situation. It's really a bit uncomplicated. A hint of appreciation passed through Su Jin's eyes. At this point, in the sky, the Thunder Dragon, which was soaring and preparing to attack again, also discovered Su Jin. However, it didn't care about this human who suddenly appeared. The face was still filled with arrogance and contempt. It looked down on the crowd on the city wall as if they were just a bunch of insignificant ants. Thunderbolt, go kill him. Green Panther Beast, you take some of the Black Panther Beast troops to support the other battlefields. Su Jin glanced at the Thunder Dragon in the sky and waved his hand slightly. Yes, Thunderbolt answered, nodding at each other with Rick Bakura next to him. Then, Li Batian's arms closed together and pressed downward. Thunderbolt jumped from afar, and with the power of Force Buster, he flew straight up into the sky. Swish! The Hellfire Purgatory blade gradually enlarged in the huge eyes of the Thunder Dragon. In the next moment, the blade broke through the scales of the Thunder Dragon that possessed a terrifying defense. From the scalp, all the way to its neck, chest, abdomen, and tail were torn apart. Boo! In the gaze of Hua Muqing's incomparable astonishment, the Thunder Dragon's entire dragon was split in 2 and fell to the ground with a loud bang. The ground shook steeply, and blood and dust flew in the air. This, dead. Hua Muqing looked at the Thunder Dragon that had been sliced in half below the city wall and didn't even react for a moment. That one casual blow could take care of a large C-nut. Your own soldiers get a 2.5x damage bonus, and none of them can break the defense of the Thunder Dragon. Just one slash by his troopers? Your troop Thunder Dragon has been killed by human Lord Su Jin. What? Aodien, who was rushing towards Hua Muqing's territory in a hurry, suddenly received a prompt. Almost instantly, he then stared with wide eyes, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The shock was not that his own soldiers were killed. Rather, Aodien never expected that Hua Muqing would actually collude with Su Jin. Such a fact gave Aodeng an inexplicable feeling. It was a kind of possession of one's possessions, a feeling of being green. Damn it! Anger was suddenly written all over Aodien's face. He roared and swung his hands violently. In an instant, the sky was filled with storm clouds and thunder and lightning. Nearly 100 thunderous dragons emerged from the void, covering the sky. Even Su Jin Hua Muqing, who was on the city wall, had felt the terrifying aura in the distant sky. Human race, today you shall die. Uden is fast. In almost just a few breaths of time, it had appeared in Su Jin's line of sight. He roared and roared, commanding nearly 100 thunder giant dragons to pounce towards Su Jin. That powerful aura was like a raging sea wave, so much so that Hua Muqing, who had gradually shifted from calmness to shock, a trace of panic inevitably rose in their hearts at this moment. Her delicate eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her eyes showed even more tension that was hard to hide. However, she still opened her mouth immediately, informing Su Jin of some key information about the Aodien soldier type. His soldier skills can be combined. Never resist it. There was a hint of anxiety in Hua Muqing's voice. Su Jin nodded slightly, indicating that he had heard Hua Muqing's reminder. Actually, there was no need for Hua Muqing to specifically prompt. He had already checked the panel information of the Thunder Dragon when he first arrived. How? As a king-level dragon species, the Thunder Dragon's formidable strength was unquestionable. Its panel attributes were much stronger than his own Black Panther beast before it was spiked. At the same time, it also possessed 2 incomparably terrifying skills. Thunder Body, sheltered by thunder, mitigates 80% of long-range damage and takes 150% of melee damage. Tandem, lightning elemental attacks can be coalesced for greater destructive power. The Thunder Dragon with these 2 skills is really very difficult to deal with. First of all, The thunder dragon could fly, and soaring in the sky, it was hard to be hit by melee attacks. This causes it to only take 20% damage in most cases. Plus, its own physique was not low, and its recovery ability was also very strong. It's not really easy to kill, especially with this kind of bunching. A group of thunder gargoyles that could utilize their tandem ability. The degree of difficulty in dealing with it has to be multiplied by an unknown number of times. It could be said that as long as Aodian didn't want to die, there was no lord in the entire 10,000 races trial that could kill him. However, Sujin looked at Aodian, who didn't have much defense, and stood on the thunder dragon, taking the brunt of the attack in his direction. In his heart, he secretly sighed. You want to die yourself, so I can't do anything about it. Ah! Roar! A single thunder dragon was getting closer and closer. That deafening roar echoed in the sky like thunder. Huamuqing and the Sunflower Commander who had just arrived were like enemies. Their faces were filled with a look of gravity and their bodies were tense. However, Su Jin, who was on the side, waved his hand calmly. Click! The 1,000 Black Panther beasts that had long ago arrived at the bottom of the city wall instantly form a Panther Beast formation and increase damage to air by 1,000%. A bullet that flashed with a cold light rushed into the sky like a meteor. Ranged attacks hit me? Striking a stone with an egg. Daydreaming. Seeing Su Jin's attack, Aodian revealed an extremely sneering smile. He even shook his head gently, as if mocking Su Jin's foolish behavior. There was absolutely no regard for this attack, much less any intention of dodging it. In his opinion, his thunder dragon was immune to 80% of long-range damage. There was no living being in the entire 10,000 tribes trial whose long-range attacks could pose a threat to it. However, soon after, Aodian instantly changed his face. The moment the bullet hits the originally majestic thunder dragon under his feet, directly losing his life, his huge body fell from the air, and Odin, who went into a brief lag, was hit by a bullet. The terrifying damage was almost going to kill him instantly. Aodian subconsciously widened his eyes. How could he not have expected that Su Jin could actually use a means of long-range attack to instantly second his thunder dragon? He reacted to dodge, but it was too late. A prejudged bullet hit it directly in the center of its brow with precision, and life ended there. Next moment, with Aodian's death, the originally imposing group of thunder giant dragons also disappeared. Calm was restored to the sky, as if what had just happened was a nightmare. A few seconds passed. Seconds. Huamuqing blinked her eyes in some disbelief. Repeatedly make sure you're reading it right. Then the mouth opened wide. Couldn't believe what I was seeing in front of me. Aodian, who was so terrifying that he could make himself think that he couldn't be defeated with his aura alone. His own hero-level unit, the P-Corporal, couldn't break the defense of the Thunder Dragon even with a 2.5x damage bonus. Surprisingly, he was just given seconds so easily by Su Jin's normal soldiers? Is the gap between lords and lords really that big? Huamuqing looked at Su Jin, who was at the side, with a horrified expression. There was no inner peace for a long time. She couldn't help but think of what some of the Fae had said about the human race. The polarization within the community is serious. Some have extremely low talent. Some have ridiculously high talent, insufficient heritage. Even if the talent is high, there is a gap between the same level of combat power and the higher foreigners, especially in the early stage. The weakness is incomparable, not to be feared. You call that weak up front? Chapter 153, True Dragon's Blood. 10W years to train a Dragon War armor wearer. Congratulations on killing level 34 Lord Aedan. Gained 180 million Lord energy. Congratulations on obtaining the special secret treasure, True Dragon's Blood. Congratulations on acquiring the Lord's skill, Dragon Battle of the 8 Deserts. Congratulations on obtaining the King's Lord equipment, Dragon Soaring. Dense beeps sounded continuously in Su Jin's mind. The sound was incomparably crisp and clear, as if it were a string of soulful notes intertwined in a pleasant musical movement. It made Su Jin's eyes sparkle and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Sure enough, compared to the rest of the Fae, a race like the Dragon Men, a race of money-loving, family-oriented people, just had money. I'll give you partial command of the Black Panther beasts, and you'll lead them to deal with the ferocious beasts first. Su Jin was a bit impatient to check the harvest at the moment, and his speech was much faster than usual. A brief explanation was given to Huamuqing. There was no regard for what the other person's expression was. Jumping straight down from the city wall, his stance was athletic and the corners of his clothes hunted in the wind. Then he found a relatively quiet place and began to check out the hall from the trip. You don't need to read about the experience. Su Jin, who has reached level 37. There really wasn't much experience to be gained from killing such a level 34 lord with a maximum level 35 fierce beast. What's more outrageous has to be something else. For example, the lord's energy. His grandmother, The trials of the 10,000 clans can only be entered at level 30, and there's no way to get Lord Energy in there. That means that a level 30 Draconian can casually bring 180 million out? Su Jin couldn't help but remember what his old bean had once said. These Fae are rich as hell, compared to lordly energy. Of course, the other stuff seems even more awesome. Special secret treasure, true dragon's blood. Requirements for use, any dragon spirit, human. Effect, after use, you will get the dragon's blood boiling buff. Mental strength plus 10%. Physical strength plus 20%. Strength plus 20%. Agility plus 10%. Blood return speed plus 10%. Note, dragon nature is lustful. After use to reach a certain level, have a certain spiritual power before? Please be ready at any time. Is this true dragon's blood effect serious? Su Jin's brows were furrowed, and there were a few moments of bewilderment in his eyes. He had a few guesses as to why the true dragon's blood human race could use it. After all, it's the heir to the dragon. He wasn't sure he should not use it. First of all, the attributes added by true dragon's blood are really very explosive. The mere sight of a mental strength plus 10%. Su Jin's heartbeat involuntarily accelerated, as if he could hear the thumping sound. But the damn side effects are really a bit much, and he's still the type to explode at any moment. Is this the reason why dragons have 9 sons, each different from the other? A real dragon is playing outside. Suddenly he can't help himself. He sees a tortoise and by 2 what comes out as a result? This. Should I use it or not? Su Jin bit his lip with a torn face. He wondered if he could endure the ravages of this drug with his own willpower. Also worried if something breaks out in the nick of time. His brothers? It's going to be a bit of a bad idea when the time comes. Just for example, still fighting the boss. Suddenly the side effects came. There's not much in the way of a solution for yourself. It would be easy to cause. Before the boss that can be easily solved itself is solved, you explode karma yourself first. Or, it's kind of hard to do. Let's put it away for now. Su Jin let out a long sigh, and that sigh was filled with helplessness and reluctance. However, he still decided to put this true dragon's blood away first. Wait until later when you have enough levels and enough mental power to use it. Then, he took out his skill book. Overlord skill, Dragon Warfare. Effect, increase damage immunity by 0.5 for every 1% of life lowered. When life is reduced to less than 30%, increase damage immunity by 1% for every 1% life reduction. Note, passive skill, no CD, no consumption, cannot be upgraded. Special effect, when damaged by mental power. Retain 30% of mental power for 8 minutes and enter hegemonic state. This skill is really great. It can be said that the reason why Aodian was not killed by the leopard beast formation, which has a 1000% attack power bonus, it has this skill alone, plus the reason for the large amount of equipment it wears. Even though Su Jin has energy amethyst effect 4, the effect of Dragon Battle 8 itself seemed to do that much for him. However, the special effect of this thing was important to Su Jin. Spiritual attacks are very specific. Some mental attacks are more of an inflicted state than it is damage. Su Jin knew very well that even energy amethyst was not immune to that state. And with this skill, it can completely make up for one of your flaws. Therefore, without the slightest hesitation, he simply chose to study. As for the huge pile of incomparably luxurious king-level suits on Aodian's body, for CO to come in and say, there's only one that works, it was a lance that shone with a mysterious ghostly blue metallic luster all over its body. Just like a huge dragon that was about to take flight. Its name is Long Xiang. King's Lord Equipment, Dragon Soaring. Wearing requirements, level 30. Attributes, strength plus 10%. Strike rate plus 10%. May change form at will. 2. Dragon's Breath Burst. After a certain number of consecutive hits, the target will receive a high amount of 200% Dragon's Breath damage. 3. Dragon Shock. Within a certain range, Dragon Soaring will release a dragon power field, lowering the enemy's agility. What can I say about this Long Xiang? Even though today's Su Jin possessed the Flame Bow and Flame Dart, 2 long-range weapons that came with the Inferno Dragon armor, still, long-term habits have made him more comfortable with gun-type weapons. Thus, even though Breath of the Gale's attributes were already very much at odds with him, Su Jin still enjoys using it. Now there's Ryusho who can change his form at will. Just let him have a relatively suitable weapon. Moreover, as a percentage added king-level equipment, it was estimated that for a long time, Su Jin would almost never have the idea of replacing his weapons. As for the rest of the outfit, armor-type equipment conflicts with Su Jin's Inferno Dragon armor and cannot be worn. Jewelry-type equipment didn't have effects that could increase the mental power aspect, and he didn't like it much. So yeah, better to leave it for the mechanical draconian minions later. The corner of Su-jin's mouth rose, revealing a slightly teasing smile. As the saying goes, what the big brother doesn't want is the little brothers. Immediately after, he opened the system quest interface and went ahead to collect the rewards he received after killing Aodian. The reward for this one is a bit special. Aside from the spiritual awareness retention charm, there is a very peculiar bonus. Unlocked Integrated Training Center, Dragon Armor Wearer. Su-jin opened the Integrated Training Center to take a look. Sure enough, an additional trainable option has been added to Message 5. Currently trainable, Dragon War Armor Wearer. Needs 100,000 years of training to become a legendary hero. Note, killing the corresponding dragon bloodline spirit can shorten the time. Frost-based Dragonborn can be slowed by anywhere from 100 to 10,000 years. The Bat Armor Wearer only needs 10 days. You need 100,000 years for this Dragon Battle Armor Wearer? Even though it's a legendary hero, it shouldn't take that long, right? Is there a mistake? If I hadn't seen the subsequent notes, Su-jin almost didn't want to cultivate it. Shake your head after choosing to cultivate. A thought flashed through his mind. He felt that he would have to find a way to find some dragon breed ferocious beasts to slay behind him before he could do so. And, depending on the situation, the higher the purity of the bloodline, the longer the shortened time. In that case, we might have to go to the cosmic stars in the future. That was where the high concentration of dragon species beings such as draconians, augurs, and gargoyles were at a distance. Only, how is the pattern of the cosmic stars? What kind of situation is it? Su-jin is very unclear. Including his previous life, he had only left the blue star during the 10,000 races trial. And with the unknown, comes danger. Let's talk about it later. Big deal. Let's just pretend this hero doesn't exist. Su-jin shook his head. Don't want to think about something so far away. Open the system mission interface once more. Select the kill, loot and burn quest and choose to receive it directly. Congratulations on obtaining 10 pieces of King's class hero unit. Summoning crystals for King level hero units have been automatically synthesized, random. Su-jin took a deep breath. Used the summoning crystal directly. Chapter 154, Wild Scarlet, I'm partial. Rumble. Next moment, Su-jin then heard a dense drum-like ringing sound coming from his mind. The voice was deafening, as if it was going to shatter his thoughts. Immediately after, an image slowly unfolded before his eyes like a scroll. It was a smoky battlefield. Rolling smoke covered the sky and choking breath filled the air. A tall and majestic figure stood in it like an untouchable tower. His mountain-like body gave off a strong sense of oppression. It was clad in what appeared to be somewhat heavy armor and exuded a wild and powerful aura. Across the street, a tightly packed lineup of his opponents. One of them was Li Ba Tian, whom Su-jin knew well. Wild Scarlet, come back quickly. Their combined Jutsu Polar Sandstorm just happens to be your nemesis. An eager voice with a strong sense of worry and concern came. Wild Scarlet, however, laughed twice, and that laughter was as loud as a bell. Ha 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 ha. Joke. His low and powerful voice rang out like muffled thunder on the battlefield, each word seeming to carry the force of 1,000 pounds. I, Wild Scarlet, am not the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. I might as well go home and sleep it off if I specialize in finding unimpressive opponents to fight. After saying that, Wild Scarlet directly swung his fist like a boulder. It then charged up towards the two Li Ba Tian men in a furious manner. After a round of intense exchanges, the battlefield was suddenly filled with flying sand and interlaced with light. A huge shimmering golden meteorite appeared in the sky. At this point, the fierce Tiger King's somewhat anxious voice came out with a hint of panic in his voice. Wild Scarlet, avoid it. Don't engage them head on. I digress. Wild Scarlet, however, didn't care. His eyes filled with stubbornness and fearlessness. Roaring, he swung his fist and slammed it hard. Boo! With a loud bang that seemed to be able to tear the heavens and shatter the eardrums. Strength and power collide. The resulting shockwave spread in all directions with a mountainous momentum, causing a mess wherever it went. The originally looming figure of the Wild Scarlet. At this point, it was also on one knee, with one hand over his chest. This Wild Scarlet. What meat? Su-jin's expression at this moment seemed as if he had eaten a bitter fruit, and at the same time, it was decided in the back of my mind. In the future, make sure you give Wild Scarlet the kind of tasks that don't require a brain. It's best to only have him fight enemies that happen to be his restraints. Otherwise, Su-jin hastily shook his head, as if he wanted to banish this terrible consequence from his mind. Immediately after, he looked to his lordship's space. There was a huge figure slamming its fist on top of the gate of the Thunder Hall. Under his breath he cried out, Mighty Tiger King, are you home? However, the real Thunder Hall was in Su-jin's territory. It was just his shadow in the middle of the Lord's space. causing Wild Scarlet to slam his fist up. His huge body stumbled and almost lost his balance, looking a bit comical. Amount. Better yet, let's look at his attributes first. Fierce Beast Clan Wild Scarlet, King's Hero. Rank, 37. Spirit, 54. 800. Body mass, 42,900. Power, 18,240. Agility, 8,850. Equipment, hand shield. Twin cannons on the back. Skills, backup hidden energy. Mad Thunder Vajra Fist. Open Mountain Vajra Fist. Rise of the Planet of the Apes. Strong attributes indeed. No wonder it's so reckless. Su Jin after seeing Wild Scarlet's attributes. A look of awe passed through his eyes and he couldn't help but smack his lips. If you don't count because the energy amethyst gives them an increase in their attributes. Based on Wild Scarlet's own already high 42,009 physique alone, carrying the mighty Tiger King hard for several slashes of Storm Nebula Split hardly felt anything. That's a pretty sick physique. It was worthy of being an existence whose defense had reached the SSS level. It's not just physique and defense. The power of the Wild Scarlet is not to be underestimated. A strength attribute of 18,000 was 3,000 higher than the mighty Tiger King of the same rank. It could be said that if Wild Scarlet was coupled with the mighty Tiger King's brain and with Supersonic's agility, this guy can be straight up invincible. And in addition to the attributes, Wild Scarlet's 3 skills are also very powerful. Mad Thunder Vajra Fist, Wild Scarlet pounds his chest up to 7 times, inflicting 200% plus damage dealt to himself on the enemy. This skill comes with 50% blood absorption. This skill really owes a lot. The number 7 is still green. That said, it can be raised as you level up. By then the times if up, combined with energy amethyst. Whack yourself 700 or 800 times first, and then boom hits. TSK, TSK, TSK. That picture was so beautiful that Su Jin was a little afraid to imagine it. Open Mountain Vajra Fist briefly increases your agility by the same amount as your strength attribute, dealing 200% damage to enemies. This skill is the skill that Wild Scarlet himself possesses to make up for his lower agility shortcomings, though not as violently damaging as the Mad Thunder Vajra Fist, but it also does more damage than just Storm Nebula Rift. Against that kind of high agility, low constitution existence, you can almost kill it in seconds. It's rather unfortunate. This skill will have a 3-hour cooldown and cannot be used at will. And as for the final, Rise of the Planet of the Apes, it's the aura skill that's unique to hero level units. It can increase all soldiers' constitution by 20% and strength by 20%. See here. Su Jin suddenly calculated with some curiosity the total number of attributes that could be increased by the hero level units he currently possessed. It doesn't matter if you don't count it. It's a shock. King of Tigers, strength, agility plus 20%. Golden Iron Beast, plus 10% immunity. Supersonic, agility plus 30%. Strength plus 10%. Powerbuster, strength plus 20%. Thunderbolt, plus 15% of all attributes. Green Leopard Beast, blood drain plus 8%, upgraded. Wild Scarlet, strength and constitution plus 20%. Calculating Su Jin's current 7 heroes from the Machine Beast world alone, it would give the entire troop a 85% power bonus. It almost doubled. If you count the bonuses owned by territorial buildings, counting the hero units summoned by the Army Rabbit Camp, counting all types of driver additions, nice guy, it really just doubles the combat power. This shows the importance of hero-level units. This was one of the main reasons why those foreign races mocked the human race. The human lordship system was constructed very late. The connection with other worldly beings is more of an employment relationship, but those Fae are different. They have established a deep connection with other worldly beings, and will simply send hero-level units to assist you if they determine that you are talented enough, completely free of the randomness and limitations of the human summoning of hero-level soldiers. And, after a certain level of alien being talent, it is a hero unit in its own right. It can give a combined strength boost to some troop types. In terms of such a level, the human race really couldn't compare to some of the foreign races. It's just a shame. You rich people rely on technology, but we poor people can only rely on plugins. Su Jin shook his head slightly and turned to leave. He's going to get ready now. Prepare to enter the secret realm of Fusong and obtain the Sun Star God. And that's when it happened. That very powerful beep once again rang in every lord's ears. The second phase of defense against the beast tide has ended early. Each lord can open his own race's chance after clearing the beasts outside his territory. Full announcement. Congratulations to Lord Starsea Demon Whale for being the first lord to kill more than 10,000 lords. And obtaining the reward, Migration Scroll/Disengagement Scroll Selection Treasure Chest, *3. The fourth stage of the Conquest of the Nations opens early. Each lord and troop type will receive a special agility bonus every hour during this phase. All territory coordinates and chance coordinates have been displayed on the map. A short 30 seconds. A dense series of beeps made Su-jin a little surprised. What the is this? How long has it been since the start of the 10,000 races trial? I've only encountered so few lords myself. The number of lords killed by this Star River demon whale has already exceeded 10,000? Kind of. Chapter 155, The Fire Qilin unites the foreign beings, Starseed Demon Whale and Prime Titan. And at this point, with the help of the Black Panther Beast, the ferocious beasts that belonged outside of Huamuqing's territory had finally been cleared. Suddenly, a mysterious light flashed up within the territory. Immediately after, a secret realm emitting a strange aura slowly emerged. When Huamuqing saw this secret realm of opportunity, her eyes instantly widened and she hurriedly went forward to check it out. Upon determining that this was the chance that the old man of the clan had given her, her heart beat uncontrollably faster. However, Huamuqing quickly reacted and realized that the current her belonged to Su-jin's vassal. As a vassal, one's territory, one's wealth, one's everything belongs to the other. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. Turning his head slightly, he stepped towards where Su-jin was. Same time, the Fire Qilin's gaze was fixed on the trading line. Inside, Su-jin is hanging out selling the book that originally belonged to Aodien. A complex emotion flashed in the Fire Qilin's eyes. There was shock, doubt, and a hint of imperceptible scorn. Then he returned his gaze to the map. It was found that there was indeed no longer any Uden territory up there. This caused a wave to rise in the Fire Qilin's heart. The Fire Unicorn was silent for a while. He was now no longer sure enough that he could strike Su-jin to death. The kind of strength Su-jin had displayed that was capable of decapitating Aodien caused his face to look a little grave. After all, before arriving at the trial of the 10,000 races, he then had fought with Uden, Titans, Night Demons, and other alien races. It was clear how strong these foreigners were, and one's own strength is more powerful than theirs though. But they wanted to run, but there was nothing they could do about it. However, Night Emotionless and Aodien had died in the hands of Su-jin. This caused the Fire Qilin to re-examine Su-jin's strength. He was no longer sure enough that he could kill Su-jin. Plus, the Starseed Demon Whale was eyeing it, trying to make the ocean drown the earth. At that time, if Su-jin was not defeated and wanted to leave the 10,000 races trial, one would completely lose the opportunity to gain promotion to legend. Thinking of this, a hint of determination flashed in the Fire Qilin's eyes. It seems that the only way to unite them is to unite a few of them. The Fire Qilin took a deep breath, as if it had made up its mind. A ruby at his chest shone with a dazzling stream of light. Fly in the direction of the 8 powerful alien territories of the Titans, the Desert Tyrants, the Orc Sauron, and the Shadowy Elves. The other side, the Starseed Demon Whale was silently suspended above a vast and boundless ocean. Its body, which was as large as a mountain, was like an unshakable giant island. Suddenly, it slightly opened its mouth that was huge enough to devour heaven and earth. A scroll emitting a mysterious glow slowly spat out. That is the Territory Migration Scroll. As the scroll was activated, an unimaginably powerful energy fluctuation instantly spread out like a raging wave. In an instant, the huge figure of the Starseed Demon Whale disappeared in place. Immediately after, the seawater disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye like vaporized water vapor. Only an empty earth was left, as if the ocean had never existed. Next moment, over a continent, without warning, an endless flood poured down like a heavenly river. It seemed to be rushing from the 9 heavens above, roaring like a fierce beast as it crazily impacted this continent. Everywhere it went, everything was devoured mercilessly. An incomparably ferocious beast was instantly killed under the onslaught of the flood. One by one, the weaker soldiers died along with them under the ravages of this flood. So much so that the flood was so loud that their desperate cries went unheard. The entire center of the continent was instantly in a miserable state. Once a bustling territory, dense forests, all of them have disappeared by now. All that was left behind was endless seawater emitting starlight. And this seawater was still spreading around the continent, with a terrifying aura that wanted to wash away and drown everything. Such an amazing scene shocked the major lords. What's going on here? Skyfall Flood, the Migration Scroll. It's a Starseed Demon Whale, and its territory is the entire ocean. It wants to flood this continent. Water Sprite, quick, do something to stop it. As the flood approached the territory like a beast, one of the lords cried out in panic. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear and anxiety, starting to get their soldiers fired up to try and hold back the flood. All together, we can't let the flooding overwhelm our territory. Flying Eagle Man, take me to the sky. Ha ha ha, luckily my territory can levitate over the sea. I can't die. Over time, a multitude of noisy voices resounded from various places throughout the continent. There were shouts of organizing soldiers to resist as best they could. shouts of surprise as they flew into the air, and jeers of complete disregard. The entire continent was thrown into a state of chaos. The various lords showed a variety of responses to the threat of the flood. Some resisted bravely, some fled in panic, and some held out for a miracle. However, this scene looked so ridiculous to the Starseed demon whale suspended in the sky. Its huge eyes gazed indifferently at the panicked lords below, its eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Boom! With a soft grunt akin to muffled thunder, the Starseed demon whale was flooded with bright starlight, like countless twinkling gems. An inexplicable power surged into the infinite seawater, mysterious and powerful. At once, seawater changes. A raging wave was lifted up, roaring like an angry dragon. A single water tornado followed, swirling and whirling. One by one, the lords screamed miserably. Some were directly slapped away by the waves, and some were swept up by the water tornado. The entire continent was plunged into a state of despair and fear, as if the end of the world had come. The Starseed demon whale is too powerful. We're no match at all. We all have to die. One of the lords cried out in despair. A few short minutes, close to half the continent has been submerged by the ocean. The Death Lords numbered in the thousands. No, my territory. One of the lords growled sadly, but his voice was soon drowned out by the flood. What do we do? The lords who had survived for the time being cried out in panic. They fled in all directions, but could not find any safe place. Starseed demon whale, are you trying to rob me of my prey? At this point, a roar like thunder suddenly rang out. Originally, a mountain as lofty and high as Mount Everest had suddenly opened its mouth to speak. That voice seemed to come from an ancient god, carrying endless majesty and anger. Immediately afterward, a shocking scene appeared. That mountain came straight to life, instantly transforming into an existence like a giant holding up the sky. He stood between heaven and earth. His body was so huge that it seemed as if he could touch the heavens. The left hand was dragging a piece of territory steadily. The buildings and creatures of that territory seemed so small in the palm of his hand, and his right hand clenched into a tight fist. With a force like that of a mountain, it slammed fiercely towards the Starseed demon whale suspended in midair. That fist sliced through the air, bringing up a gust of wind as if it was going to tear the entire sky apart. However, faced with such a terrifying blow, the Starseed demon whale, however, did not show the slightest hint of panic. Its form was in a trance, and a mysterious ripple quietly appeared. The entire massive whale body instantly became illusory. That incomparably powerful punch just passed right through its body without causing any substantial damage to it. Boom! This powerful punch smashed on top of a mountain peak, triggering an earth-shattering roar. That mountain peak was instantly leveled under the impact of this terrifying power. Boulders rolled down and fell into the ocean, creating waves, and the lords hiding on top of the peaks didn't see that one coming at all. Some were crushed by air pressure, some were flattened by fists. Too late to hide, too late to cry out, directly caught up in the destruction and died a tragic death. As the saying goes, when gods fight, mortals suffer. Chapter 156. Time is running out. Starseed demon whale, leave here. The existence that was like a giant holding up the sky let out a deafening roar. His massive body swayed slightly, his left hand holding the giant's territory steady as his right hand clenched its fist once again. Otherwise, even if I need to hold the giant territory in one hand, I can likewise cut you down. Robbing my prey, you're looking for death. The Starseed demon whale also let out an angry roar, its voice filled with killing intent. The roars of the two behemoths intertwined, forming a powerful sound wave that spread out in all directions. The air around them trembled violently, and the sea raised 10,000 waves. Spotted fish, you are forcing my hand. The Prime Titan roared, his tall body trembling slightly. The golden light above his fist surged like a blazing sun, seemingly threatening the Starseed demon whale. However, nowadays the whole continent has been swallowed by the ocean. The ocean holds the power of the Starseed demon whale. That mysterious and powerful force could transform all life and matter into oceans, into the energy source of the Starseed demon whale. The Prime Titan knew deep down that he couldn't help his opponent in this ocean. A flicker of helplessness flashed through his angry eyes. And so, the Prime Titan gazed deeply at the Starseed demon whale and said in a firm tone, "This 10,000 races trial, I only want the top 3, and the living beings of the Ice Spirit continent belong to me. If you dare to come and rob me, I won't let you live well." After saying that, the Prime Titan took heavy steps, each step causing the earth to tremble and raising the waves. On the way forward, the Prime Titan also killed a large swath of lords like swatting flies. Those lords were defenseless under his giant palm and instantly turned into pieces. See this scene. The Starseed demon whale's pupils flashed with a cold aura, and a hint of anger was revealed in that icy gaze. But it also knew that the other party wasn't that good of an existence and didn't say anything. It's just accelerating the transformation of the living matter on this continent. It's going to clear this continent of lords as soon as possible. Hiss. And those lords who are in this continent and are not dead for the time being. Almost at the same time, a breath of cold air was drawn back in unison. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, their eyes filled with terror and helplessness. The strength of these top races from amongst the 10,000 worlds of the universe was truly far beyond their imagination. They are like gods on high, and the lords themselves were as small as ants in front of them. For us, the trials of the 10,000 races is an experience. For them, it's just a game. A game where you can quickly level up and get numerous rewards just by participating. A lord's voice trembled as he said, his eyes filled with helplessness and sadness. Starseed Demon Whale, I would like to serve you as my lord and be your vassal, and my clan's chances are willing to be offered to you. There was a hint of begging in one of the lord's voices, the desire to be able to keep yourself alive in this way. However, his hopes were soon dashed. It's useless. As a top foreign race, it doesn't see our chance, the other lord said in despair. As a medium fae, it understood very well that some of the things it valued were worthless in front of these top fae. Everyone here can only wait for the judgment from the demon whale of the Star Ocean. Sword Leaf Dragon Blood Tree, since it's your clan's chance, just go ahead and take it. In the middle of Hua Muqing's territory, Su Jin looked relaxed and spontaneous, waving his hand casually without the slightest hesitation or reluctance. Even though he owns Hua Muqing, he could also get everything he wanted from the other side if he wanted to, but he had no desire to acquire the other party's chance. Sword Leaf Dragon Blood Tree, he knew. This is a very powerful type of plant soldier, the quality of which can reach the king. However, for CO to come in and say he still doesn't really need it, the reason for this is the same as the Nightmare Troopers. Troops that don't get the energy amethyst effect bonus are nothing more than chicken ribs to him. It is tasteless to eat and discard. In contrast, it was better to enter Fusan to obtain the Sun Star God and then start the conquest of the other lords as soon as possible. Su Jin's eyes became sharp. It is now in the conquest phase. During this phase, all beings' agility attributes are increased. It's making the map smaller in another sense. The purpose of this is to make it quicker for the major lords to fight each other. So, Su Jin also unconsciously clenched his fists, a few moments of urgency rising in his heart. The secret realm of one's own chance has yet to be explored. Plus, unlike other ethnic groups, they didn't know the clues to pass among the secret realm of opportunity. Compared to those foreigners, one would enter the conquest phase more slowly. If not enough foreign races were killed at the end, the final 10,000 races' secret realm settlement points would be few. In that case, it would be very difficult to obtain first place in this 10,000 clans trial. Quest rewards will also be unclaimable. This was something that Su Jin could not accept no matter what. Just as Su Jin was planning to return to his territory and prepare to explore the Fusan secret realm, another beep followed. The Lord's death quest in this trial of the nations has reached 80W. When the number of people is reduced to 10W, the fifth stage will be opened early. Sublimation boss drop. What? 80W? How can it be that fast? Here the queue. Hua Muqing, who was looking at Su Jin with an incomparably grateful look on the side, was immediately taken aback. Shock was written all over her beautiful face. I really didn't expect the pace of this 10,000 races trial to be so fast. Even Su Jin felt a bit surprised. He frowned slightly, a hint of doubt welling up in his mind, quickly opening the map. He wanted to see why this was happening. Having just opened it, he saw a very specific couple of situations, only to see that above the Starburst continent, only one territory, the Starseed Demon Whale, existed today. There was also a Prime Titan's territory that was constantly advancing towards the Ice Spirit continent. A host of territories wherever they passed were destroyed in an instant. I didn't expect that in addition to the Fire Qilin and the Starseed Demon Whale this time around, there's actually a Prime Titan. Hua Muqing couldn't help but cry out in shock. Her voice filled with shock and surprise. A shocked look that was hard to hide showed in his eyes. She could be considered very clear about the names of these three top foreign races, according to the history of their Flower Fairy clan. When the Flower Fairy clan first participated in the 10,000 clans competition to begin with, every time these three races existed, the entire stage would be enveloped in their light. In the midst of endless long years, no matter if it was the weakest existence within their clan, it would definitely be able to enter the top 10. It was as if this had become an unbreakable law in the universe. Each one of them was many times more powerful than the so-called Dragonman clan. Fire Griffin, as a griffin, they have an incredibly long heritage, though the individual fighting ability is not too top-notch, but each unicorn is considered auspicious. Even if there was only a 0.1% blitz rate, it was 100% in their eyes. And that Prime Titan, Hua Muqing had once seen a strong person from this clan when she was a child. That's when she followed her parents on a business trip to Ferry. On the way there was an unfortunate firefight between two groups of interstellar pirates. Just as the interstellar pirates were about to strike at their merchant ship, it seemed to have accidentally awakened a prime titan sleeping in the void. At that time, he had only lightly waved his hand and set off an incomparably terrifying interstellar storm. The two groups of pirates were all killed in an instant. In this, the one that made Huamuching feel the most alarmed was still that Star Sea Demon Whale. Star Sea Demon Whale, it is said that their historical ancestor could control the Star River, hence the name. Each one of this clan possesses the ability to turn everything into an ocean. Each of their clansmen possesses a mind, turn all the continents into oceans, wipe out all lords who are not of their race. And this has happened frequently throughout history. Already have no less than 1,000,000 up a whale to wipe out 1,000,000 lords. The history of being the only one to walk out of that batch of 10,000 tribes trials as a lord. This one Star Sea Demon Whale's performance, obviously wanting the same. Think about it. Huamuching said to Su Jin with some anxiety. We have to complete the trial as soon as possible and leave the 10,000 races trial before the Star Sea Demon Whale arrives. Chapter 157. All depends on the enemy to give time. Entering the secret realm of Fusong. If we let the Star Sea Demon Whale complete the transformation of that entire continent, the entire 10,000 races trial would turn into an ocean. No one will be his match when the time comes. Huamuching's expression was grave. Her voice trembled slightly, and her words were filled with worry. According to history, this was the reason why the Star Sea Demon Whale clan had such a magnificent history. When the whole world is flooded by the ocean, everything is transformed under the cover of the sea. All of the endless seawater would boost the attributes of the Star Sea Demon Whale, making him even more powerful. There is no need for any reasoning, no need for any awesome mechanism. This is pure numerical crushing. In the face of absolute power, any techniques and strategies could only be of no soft use. At this time, Huamuching, it was as if 1,000,000 ants were gnawing at her heart, making her sit up and pace back and forth. The usual intelligence and composure seemed to be covered by a layer of gloom at this moment. Her breathing became rapid. Her chest rose and fell violently, and her eyes stared straight at Su Jin. That gaze was filled with anticipation, dependence and a hint of imperceptible fear. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something else, but she didn't know where to begin. And at this point, even Su Jin's expression was slightly grave. His earlier caution was not misplaced. Regardless of whether it was the Fire Qilin or the Star Sea Demon Whale, their strength should not be underestimated. It definitely wouldn't be that easy to deal with on your own. Plus, the Star Sea Demon Whale, the Fire Qilin, and the Prime Titan had all begun their conquests. Start getting tons of survival points, tons of resources, tons of experience. The strength is still rising uninterruptedly. The situation was indeed a bit tense and unfriendly to him. But, after Su Jin calmed down and carefully examined the entire map of the 10,000 races trial, instead, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, feeling as if everything was still under control. The central state where one's territory was located was the core of the entire 10,000 races trial. It can also be described as the final round, the ultimate battlefield. According to Su Jin's memories from earlier, there should be a large number of lords on this continent, but the opposite is true. The entire Middle Kingdom, the number of lords is pitifully low, so much so that the Star Sea Demon Whale had a certain grudge against himself. Obviously one can take advantage of the fact that right now, one doesn't always have enough strength to deal with it, to deliver a sinking blow. It didn't even choose to go that way. Maybe they don't want to waste migration scrolls in the middle of the state. Perhaps they wanted to tackle a large number of lords first to gain enough resources and experience to improve their strength. Thus, he could more easily reach his idea of slaughtering all the lords. Perhaps there were other reasons that Su Jin didn't know about, but none of that matters. Su Jin knew it well in his heart. Due to this choice of the Star Sea Demon Whale, he gave himself very ample time. You can go and complete the Fuso secret quest to get the Sun Star God. As long as he obtained the Sun Star God himself, he felt that he was fully capable of killing the Star Sea Demon Whale, thereby making all that the Star Sea Demon Whale had acquired his own. As for the Desert Tyrant, Orc Sauron, and other lords, they were moving in the direction of the Fire Qilin, presumably wanting to join forces. Su Jin didn't care. A large number of people, united, can break through the defenses of their territory? Dreaming? An analogy would be Su Jin plus Huamuching plus other lords versus Star Sea Demon Whale plus Prime Titan plus Fire Qilin. Originally, Su Jin and the others were upwind. It should have been a sure loss. It can be a little across the street. Star Sea Demon Whale, the Big C, didn't think to push the crystal directly and went to play Storm Dragon King to develop. Optimus Titan, the top laner, went off on his own with a line. The Fire Qilin and the others wanted to gather and fight, but Su Jin was not afraid. Normally, it's the Starseed Demon Whale, a big sea who takes the Storm Dragon King and will be pushing the crystal very fast. But now there is a Su Jin. Give him a little time to get the Sunstar God out of the way. There's just the possibility of a 1-2-3-5 come from behind win. After having a thought, Su Jin turned his head slightly, his gaze landing on Huamuqing. With determination in his eyes, he spoke, "You go ahead and obtain the opportunity, then return to my territory to hide as soon as possible." Huamuqing was slightly stunned, and some surprise passed through her eyes. She obviously did not expect Su Jin to make such an arrangement at this time, but she reacted quickly and immediately offered her opinion. "I think we can go attack the other lords now. Just get the number of lords down to 10W as soon as possible, and the sublimation phase will be unlocked early." She spoke slightly faster, her voice crisp and strong. "At that time, as long as you kill the sublimation boss, you can leave the 10,000 races trial." "Will there not be enough time to obtain the opportunity now?" Su Jin nodded slightly, secretly marveling at this woman's sensitivity and boldness in his heart. She does have something. If one didn't have enough cards and certainty, one would probably choose the way she did. Give up some of your chances and choose to pick up the pace and still have a chance at survival. However, he didn't explain, speaking in a calm tone. "Get there and get back. You know the strategy. It shouldn't take too long. You don't have to worry about anything else." After saying that, Su Jin did not give Huamuqing a chance to speak. He decisively took back the thunderbolt and forced battling sky soldiers in the area. The figure then flickered and directly disappeared in place. Huamuqing stood in place, looking at the place where Su Jin had left. His eyes flickered with a complicated light. She bit her lip slightly, seemingly pondering Su Jin's decision. A few moments later, "Sister Aoi, Brother Do, prepare to enter the secret realm." Huamuqing still chose to believe Su Jin. "Gather the troops and head for the secret realm of opportunity with a firm and determined pace. Secret world of opportunity, Fusong, level 30 or above. Secret monster, unknown. Passing condition, unknown." Note, this secret realm is extremely special, and different beings with different strengths will encounter different situations after entering. That's why Su Jin was clearly as a reborn person. In his previous life, he had clearly entered the Fusong secret realm. This life yet there will still be a hint of caution about this secret world. You need to wait until you have completed the mission and are somewhat prepared before you choose to enter, because it's completely unknown here. It's like 10,000 hamlets and 10,000 people. Su Jin took a deep breath, eyes growing more determined. He stepped in to enter it. Challenger human Su Jin. In detection. Detection complete. Monsters in the secret world. Conditions for passage modified. Secret realm monster, three-legged golden crow number 10. Passing condition, assist Kwafu and Hoi and kill the three-legged golden crow. Chapter 158, Kwafu rides the inflammable dragon colt to chase the sun. Kwafu chases the sun. Hoi shoots the sun. When Su Jin heard this prompt, his eyes flickered slightly, and he already had a few guesses in his mind. The first task was simple. He had experienced it in his previous life. Challengers will need to join Quaaludes on a day-by-day journey. There are all sorts of difficulties and obstacles in between. Just don't give up and you'll get through. It's a test of willpower. And as for the second task, Hoi shoots the sun. In his previous life, this condition did not exist among the past conditions. At that time, Hoi just came out, drew his bow and raised his arrow, and directly shot the 9 suns. Instead, this life is to assist Hoi in killing the three-legged golden crow. In other words, the three-legged golden crow would be of a higher level than before. Su Jin nodded slightly, revealing a look of understanding. However, when he thought about the afterglow of the sun mission, he felt that things were not that simple. The requirement among the quests is to kill the hidden boss. Suffice it to say, it's far from easy to get the sun star god, Apollo. The hidden bosses must be even more powerful. It was even said that it would far exceed the 10 great golden crows combined. Take a step and see what happens. Su Jin took a deep breath. Stop thinking about it so much for a while. In short, first get the chances that were originally supposed to be given among the secret realm. Su Jin stepped away and came to a tribe. This tribe seems very real. The people live and work in peace, with happy smiles on their faces. There are children playing, old people sitting in front of their houses, strong men chopping wood, just like a paradise. In the center of the tribe, the bronze god tree that Su Jin had seen in his previous life stood quietly. It is incomparably tall, with branches and trunks like dragons, and is topped by a bronze statue of 9 three-legged golden crows. Suddenly, perhaps the quest was triggered due to Su Jin's proximity. The bronze divine tree trembled violently and let out a low rumbling sound. Immediately after, a stream of light jetted out from the divine tree. One bronze statue had transformed into the sun, displaying the sight of 10 days in the same sky. The blazing temperature instantly scorched the earth. The entire tribe was suddenly in flames. The people screamed in terror and fled in all directions. The originally peaceful and harmonious tribe instantly turned into a hell on earth. Su Jin's expression tightened as he looked up at the three-legged golden crow in the sky. Three-legged golden crow, rank 40. Spirit, 10W. Physical, 10W. Power, 10W. Agility, 10W. Skills, True Fire of the Sun, crippled. Golden Crow Transformation Rainbow, crippled. The Golden Crow descends to the world. The 10 suns are in the same sky. If we don't kill them, the world will be in chaos. Looking at the sky gradually away from the Golden Crow, an old man in the tribe shed tears. The rest of the crowd was also pale and panicked. They are a special kind of NPC, possesses its own consciousness, its own attributes, and is at the same level as Su Jin. In their opinion, the three-legged Golden Crow, which had now reached level 40 and had 10W in all four-dimensional attributes, was an unbeatable existence. Even just being touched by it, I'm afraid that it would instantly turn into ashes. And Su Jin was also a bit emotional. This rank attribute is indeed much more powerful than the previous life. I don't know. However, it's still not difficult to get through. In the midst of this chaos, Su Jin's bland expression stood out. His unique aura, however, caught the attention of a burly man in the crowd. The burly man was big, muscular and bulging with power. He came forward with a firm stride, his voice loud as a bell. This little friend, do you have the confidence to go forward with me to kill the Golden Crow? The person who came was none other than Cotter, who at this time had fitly shrunk in size, yet still exuded a powerful aura. Su Jin raised his eyes slightly and looked at the quartet in front of him, the corners of his mouth curling into a confident smile. Why not? Get in the car. At Cotter's somewhat surprised gaze, only a crisp metallic clash sounded as Su Jin completed the armor fit. Immediately after that, he summoned the Inferno Dragon Colt. At the same time, he waved his hand and greeted Cotter in the car. Cotter faintly stared, then smiled and straddled the Inferno Dragon Colt. Go! Su Jin put on his sunglasses and twisted the gas. All that was heard was a buzz. The Inferno Dragon Colt was like a red lightning bolt, speeding on the earth that was scorched by the Golden Crow, then violently flew into the sky. Its speed was actually faster than the three-legged Golden Crow. Even though the three-legged Golden Crow set off first, only a short while had passed. It just has the look of catching up right away. All of this is only because of the buff bonus that comes from teaming up with Quartet. Quartet reduces fire elemental damage by 999% and increases agility by 88 times. With such a bonus, Su Jin's personal agility attribute was close to 11W. You also get a 2x movement speed bonus for riding the Inferno Dragon Pony. Therefore, it made sense that the speed was faster than the three-legged Golden Crow. Such a situation was also very exciting for Quarto. Little friend, this mount of yours is quite divine and extraordinary, he exclaimed loudly in admiration, the gusty wind scattering his words in the air. Su Jin slightly raised the corners of his mouth and responded loudly, Senior Kwafu, today we will definitely put the Golden Crow to death. Cotter laughed out loud. We will definitely go all out. As the Inferno Dragon Colt sped on, the distance between them and the Golden Crow gradually drew closer. The Golden Crows seemed to have sensed their pursuit as well and let out a loud and clear chirp. Flames shot out from their bodies and smashed into the ground like meteors. Normally, at this time, it should be Cotter leading Su Jin to hide, but this life is a bit unusual. Cotter sat steadily on the Inferno Dragon Colt, without the slightest intention of getting down. Throwing out his cane directly, he caused it to transform into a protective shield, enveloping the two of them, one motto, tightly within it. There's no need to be alarmed. Little friend, hurry up again. Cotter's voice was as loud as a flood of bells as he excitedly patted Su Jin's shoulder, but this shot caused Su Jin to bare his teeth for a while. Blood, 2000. Su Jin smiled bitterly and said, Senior, if you give me a few more hits I'll be gone. As he spoke, he tried to maneuver the Inferno Dragon Colt to accelerate. Roar! Buzz! The Inferno Dragon Colt let out a peculiar sound, like a fire dragon speeding through the sky. As Cotter let out an excited cry, the distance between them and the Golden Crow drew closer. The Golden Crow felt the threat of the step-by-step attack and became more and more frantic in releasing its flame attacks. However, the flame impacted on the shield, but it was like a small stone thrown into the surface of a calm lake, not able to set off a single wave. At this point, the Golden Crows also seemed to have sensed that things were abnormal. A flicker of alarm flashed in their flame-like eyes. Then with determination, he used the Golden Crow Rainbow Transformation technique. It is a mutilated version, but still not to be underestimated. In an instant, the speed of the golden crows was increased tremendously, like a brilliant rainbow across the sky. With an astonishing speed, he once again put distance between Su-jin and Cotter. The speed of that was dazzling. However, after all, it was a crippled version of the golden crow transformation rainbow, and it couldn't last for too long. Su-jin's eyes glazed over as he tightly gripped the handlebars of the Inferno Dragon Colt and maneuvered it in hot pursuit. They traveled across mountains and rivers, through barren deserts and dense forests. Along the way, they encountered all kinds of hardships and obstacles, but their determination never wavered. Finally, in a vast plain, they caught up with the golden crow. The golden crow hovered in the sky, its blazing body radiating a dazzling light. They looked warily at Su-jin and Cotter below. The eyes revealed a hint of wariness and anger. Boom! Cotter leapt down from the Inferno Dragon Colt, as if a lofty mountain had landed with a thud. Holding a wooden staff in his hand, he looked at the golden crow in the sky and bellowed, "You have ravaged the earth, and today is the time for you to be punished." Saying that, Cotter waved his hand slightly, the movement seemingly casual but carrying a powerful force. Su-jin only felt an irresistible huge force coming. The body flew out involuntarily and landed steadily not far away. Immediately after, Cotter's body continued to expand and change, and the air around him was stirred up, emitting gusts of whistling. In no time at all, he became a 10,000 foot giant. It was like a lofty mountain standing above the plains. Any way you look at it, it feels like the quartet is casually winning now. Not far away, Su-jin raised his hand slightly, summoned the only Black Panther beast unit that could hit the golden crow. How about mixing up the output a bit? Chapter 159 Mythic Level Divinity. Cotter's 10,000-foot body was like an untouchable tower. The wooden staff in his hand lit up with a mysterious glow. His eyes widened angrily as he stared at the golden crow in the sky. Then he swung his staff down violently. The wooden staff carried a mountainous momentum, cutting through the sky and causing the wind to howl. A golden crow couldn't dodge and was instantly struck by the wooden stick. Miserable. Only a mournful chirp could be heard, and that golden crow was immediately seriously injured. The flames on its body dimmed a lot. Golden feathers flew in the sky, and dots of blood spilled into the sky. Like a kite with broken strings, it slammed helplessly to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Good chance. Maybe we can grab someone's head. Su-jin's eyes lit up. Take out the dragon sword and make it transform into a Gatling, and call out all the soldiers with long-range damage. Da 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 da. As the Gatling version of Dragon Shine spits out tons of fire, the intense firepower of one type of soldier poured out wildly. Bullets flashed cold. The light of lasers flashed, and the roar of artillery and missiles was deafening. Various attacks intertwined together, forming a powerful firepower net that enveloped towards the golden crow that crashed to the ground. The smell of gunpowder rose and smoke filled the plains above. Incredibly dense damage floated up from the top of Golden Crow's head, but Su-jin was frowning. The moment that intensive attack hit the golden crow, he was keenly aware of the abnormality. It was as if the lives of these 10 golden crows were sharing a common thread. When one golden crow suffered an attack, damage would likewise float above the heads of the other 9 golden crows. And, surprisingly, the damage produced is exactly the same. Asterisk. This golden crow can also equalize damage? How come the golden crow in his previous life didn't have this move? Su-jin's eyes widened as he marveled in his heart. A new doubt arose in the mind. How is it that Cotter's attacks can be so precise, being able to directly inflict damage on a single golden crow? Just then, ha ha ha, little friend, feel free to watch from the sidelines. These guys aren't easy. They're whatever you're capable of. Cotter's bravura laugh rang out like thunder. Only, they can't learn from my strength, he said as he waved his cane. The cane brought up gusts of wind as it swung, and each attack seemed to shatter the heavens and earth. The golden crows gradually fell into a disadvantage under the ferocious attack of the quartermaster. The originally dazzling flame light on their bodies also began to dim. In the meantime, Su-jin, however, had been quietly watching from the side, with absolutely no intention of making a move. The reason is simple. When you hit it yourself, you hit the golden crow that has the energy amethyst effect, an average attribute of 20W, the kind where the damage is shared equally among 10 gold crows. It's better to honestly watch Quaaludes fight. Battlefield. The 10 golden crows were gradually losing ground in the fierce battle with the quartet. They seemed to sense that the defeat was hard to undo, and they met each other's eyes as if they had made some kind of determination. Suddenly, light flickered on them, and with full speed, they began to converge towards the same location. Cotter was keenly aware of the intentions of the golden crows. He stared with wide eyes and a look of anger on his face. Never! Cotter roared, exploding like thunder and shaking the earth slightly. He stepped away and swung his wooden staff in a volley, trying to block their movements. However, the golden crows moved too quickly. Just as the quaffle was about to arrive, a piercingly strong light shot up into the sky. They had successfully fused together into a blazing mass of sun, hanging high in the air. It was radiant and fiery. Cotter's attack landed on top of the blazing sun, but it only caused a faint ripple. Three-legged golden crow, quality, mythical, divinity, blazing sun, full attributes, 100W. Holy, it still plays like that? On the side, Su Jin's eyes widened. He really didn't expect the golden crow that had reached level 40 to be so much more powerful than the golden crow of 30 in his previous life. Not only can you comprehend your opponent's tactics, and fusion, the fusion also went straight to mythic? And what the hell is divinity? Su Jin's eyes were incredibly heavy as he stared tightly at the blazing sun, his heart incomparably shocked. He felt that he had perhaps come into contact with something extraordinary. Divinity. His previous life self hadn't heard of a mythic level of existence just because there was no divinity? Need this so-called divinity, a legendary being to advance to myth? And the reward for this mission was a half-step mythic level Apollo. Could it be half divine? You go get Hoey. I'll dry crush it. Just as Su Jin was caught up and fought within himself, Cotter's magnificent voice sounded like thunder in Su Jin's ears. At this moment, the quartet looked at the blazing sun, and a trace of gravity appeared on his face, but his fighting spirit has not diminished at all. The veins on his hands like giant dragons rippled, and his aura continued to climb. Prepare for a tough battle like no other. Meanwhile, on the other side, above the sky, a brilliant light suddenly crossed like lightning. It was supersonic speeds hurtling along at an alarming rate. Long before Su Jin and Cotter set off, Su Jin had then arranged for Supersonic to go to the Hoey tribe, despite the distance. But with the 88x agility bonus, the Supersonic had already arrived by now. Since this life's Cotter was riding an Inferno Dragon Colt, his speed was many times faster than his previous life. Because of this, the 10 Golden Crows simply didn't have enough time to wreak havoc on the earth. The Hoey tribe at this time is still immersed in a state of peace and tranquility. Some people work in the fields, others weave in the houses, and children laugh and play in the streets and alleys. The presence of Supersonic being so special instantly shattered the peace of the place and caused a commotion. People stopped what they were doing and stared with wide eyes, their faces filled with surprise and curiosity. What is this? Never seen such a strange contraption. Could it be a fairy that fell from the sky? I think so. I think he's just going to fly. They mingled and whispered about the big iron lump they had never seen before. However, Supersonic didn't delay in the slightest. Time was running out and he had to find Hoey as soon as possible. He immediately shouted, "Senior Hoey, the Golden Crow is now in the world. Senior Kwafu was fighting against it alone. The situation is critical and help is urgently needed." His voice was as loud as a flood bell, echoing throughout the Hoey tribe. The words just fell. A burly man wearing ancient battle armor and holding a divine bow slowly walked out from the crowd. His posture was upright, his pace steady, and he exuded an aura of unruffled authority. The visitor is none other than Hoey, the legendary hero. He frowned slightly, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes as he snapped in a deep voice. "What's the situation now?" Su Jin commanded Supersonic remotely, sounding a bit anxious. "Senior Hoey, the situation is critical. Let's talk about it on the way." Hoey nodded slightly and said decisively, "Good." Without a moment's hesitation, he was agilely seated in the fighter, guided by Supersonic. The technological aura emanating from the fighter jet contrasted sharply with the ancient aura of Hoey. Chapter 160, choosing Lan's Shadow Fury was actually for this. With Hoey in a fighter jet, Supersonic immediately started its engines. The silver-white fighter jet rushed into the sky like an arrow off a string. The fuselage trembled slightly as it flew at high speed, emitting a low rumble. Inside the fighter, Su Jin looked grave and detailed the previous situation to Hoey. His words were organized and clear, expounding on the battle between Cotter and the Golden Crow, the powerful might of the Golden Crow after it fused into a blazing sun, and the current critical situation. In order for Hoey to more intuitively understand the battlefield, Seo Jin also had Supersonic open a video call with Thunderbolt. Soon, images from the battlefield appeared on the display. Smoke filled the air, the blazing sun was high, and the great body of questers stood out in the picture. Hoey listened very carefully at first. From time to time, he nodded, and from time to time, his expression was grave. But just as the picture was clearly shown on the display, Hoey just seemed like a different person. He started poking around inside the fighter here and there, muttering under his breath the whole time, "There's something about this iron lump. I'll have to get a whole set to wear sometime." His eyes were glittering with essence and incomparable curiosity, just like a child seeing a novelty toy. Supersonic life, 5000. Use of energy amethyst life value plus 5000. Supersonic, 3. As Su Jin watched Ho Yi's actions, he couldn't help but laugh a little in his heart. But now time is running out and the situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly. He couldn't help but remind, Senior Hoi, the situation is urgent. Don't we think of a way to deal with the Golden Crow? Ho Yi, however, just waved his hand and said, there's no hurry, no hurry. Let Kata retain his strength and I'll study the iron lump. Supersonic blood, 14. 000. Use of energy amethyst. Supersonic, V. Su Jin, Senior. You lighten up. It's easy to touch the supersonic out. Ho Yi, Sigma. On the battlefield, smoke filled the air. The sun was high in the sky, and the roar was endless. Su Jin stood not far away and watched the 10,000 feet body of Quester fight fiercely against the blazing sun. He endeavored to raise his volume and shouted towards Kwafu, Elder Kwafu. Elder Hoi said for you to reserve your strength and not to rush. However, the quaffle is just too big. Su Jin's voice was as faint as an ant's cry in his ears. Cotter still wielded the huge wooden stick. Each strike was powerful and heavy, as if it could smash a hole in heaven and earth. But as the battle continued, Cotter began to gasp for air. Sweat ran down his massive body like a waterfall. The light of the blazing sun was still incandescent, constantly releasing powerful energy attacks. Although Cotter was incredibly brave, he gradually showed signs of fatigue under the continuous attack of the blazing sun. His movements began to become a little sluggish, yet his eyes still burned with unyielding fighting spirit. Su Jin was anxious and helpless as he watched Cotter fighting so hard. He wouldn't dare run to speak in the ear of the quaffle. After all, Cotter could drop 2,000 blood with a single tap of himself. Now this kind of fierce battle, give yourself a slap and you have to become a pulp. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, as if he had thought of some brilliant solution. With just a wave of Su Jin's hand, all of the soldiers appeared, neatly arranged around them. Under Su Jin's command, all the troop types sounded off at the same time. Elder Kwafu, Elder Hoi said for you to reserve your strength. Don't rush, wait for him to come. The voice was neat and loud, like a burst of thunder, echoing across the battlefield. At the same time, Su Jin also puts the Thunder Roadster unit into play. Projections of Thunderbolt's video call with Supersonic are zoomed in and shown in the sky. That huge projected image was clearly visible. It showed Hoi carefully touching here and there inside the fighter jet. Quarto, for all. After this maneuvering, Cotter finally understood the current situation. He nodded slightly, the swing of the wooden staff in his hand weakening slightly. He began to adjust his battle rhythm, reserving his strength to wait for Hoi's arrival. As Su Jin watched Cotter's reaction, he was slightly relieved in his heart. At this point he had already made a few guesses about the mission. He still wanted to finish off the Golden Crow when the time came, so that Quartus could help himself to clean up that hidden boss. We can't let Quokka die of exhaustion here. Yet just then, Cotter seemed to be feeling a bit dehydrated due to the rapid loss of water from his body after a strenuous workout and the blazing sun across the sky. The blazing temperature making his body feel a bit dehydrated. The voice like a thunderclap rang out, little friend, is there any water? I'm thirsty. Su Jin was first stunned when he heard Cotter's words, and his mind raced to think of a solution. Then reacting, he immediately turned his head and issued a command to the troops of the Spirit Skyship. Let the Spirit ships use vortex control in droves. At one time, 2,000 Spirit Skyships activated this skill at the same time. The scene was extremely spectacular. Powerful energy fluctuations emanated from the Spirit Ship. The water element was pulled by the powerful force and kept converging, and soon a huge vortex appeared in response. That's 2,000 Spirit Ships using vortex control. The situation is absolutely unbearable. That huge wave vortex was approaching a medium-sized lake. The water swirled and surged with a roar. Seeing this situation appearing above the plains, Cotter's eyes lit up. His huge eyes glittered with excitement, as if he had seen a sweet spring of salvation. He was half squatting, making a bowl with his hands, and taking a big gulp. Each scoop was like a small river of water that was sent into the mouth for an extremely refreshing drink. However, such a scene was what instantly angered the huge golden crow in the sky. Misery! It let out a sharp, angry chirp that seemed to penetrate one's soul. With the chirping, incomparably hot flames burned on the golden crow's body. Since Su Jin, including all the soldiers at this time, possessed a 999% immunity to fire elemental damage, he would not take much damage. However, such a powerful flame impact caused the vortex control cast by the Spirit Skyship to be lost almost as soon as it appeared. The huge wave vortex that had been approaching the medium-sized lake disappeared without a trace in an instant. All that was left was a field parched by the heat. Cotter was angry. His massive body trembled slightly, his eyes burning with rage. You bastard! Blocking me from drinking water. So let's battle it out. Cotter's roar echoed like thunder between heaven and earth. After saying that, he once again wielded his huge wooden staff and attacked towards the golden crow. Each swing induced chaos in the air around them, making people tremble with fear. Why does it feel a bit like Wild Scarlet? Can't we not be so reckless? Su-jin covered his face helplessly, his heart both angry and amused. He knew that Quester was brave, but this is not the time for you to be brave. There are times when bravery comes at a price, potentially a price of life. However, it would be a while before the supersonic came over now, and Su-jin knew that he couldn't just sit back and wait. He took a deep breath and stabilized himself before repeating his previous tactics once more. Waving his hand, he signaled a group of soldiers to move. Elder Quartus, don't worry, there's still a way. Cotter heard that cry and immediately stopped slowing down his hand movements. His huge body gave a slight lurch, then slowly turned his head and looked at Su-jin. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes, as if asking what else could be done. It was only Su-jin, but he made a quick decision based on the current troop seats. He immediately exchanged 5,000 spirit ships. With a flash of light, these spirit ships quickly morphed into 10 gigantic carriers. Elder Quester, you put the carrier directly in your mouth. Cotter froze slightly, a hint of surprise flashing through those huge eyes, obviously surprised by Su-jin's strange approach. But soon, he reacted with a flash of excitement on his face. He squeezed the carrier in his hand as easily as he squeezed an oral jelly, and carefully put the carrier to his mouth and opened the cave-like mouth. With Su-jin's command, the carrier transformed by the spirit skyship once again unleashed its vortex control. A vortex appeared in the quaffle's mouth and was swallowed right down. This time, the quaffle drank even more freely, a constant gurgle of satisfaction coming from his throat. And at this point, the golden crow in the sky seemed to be angered by Cotter's actions. It let out another angry chirp and the flames on its body burned even more fiercely. However, Quester didn't care. He sipped the water while looking at Jinwoo with a provocative look, as if to say, "Stop me again if you can." The situation on the battlefield became even more tense because of Quester's drinking behavior. But Su-jin was relieved. He knew that as long as Quarto's status could be guaranteed, when Ho-e arrived, he could easily defeat the Golden Crow. When that time came, one's task of killing the hidden boss would be more certain. The Golden Crow in the sky fluttered its wings anxiously. That blazing flame danced wildly around it. It clearly doesn't want the quaffle to regain relief, knowing full well that once the Quarian regains its power, it will pose a great threat to it. However, there was nothing it could do but chirp angrily from a distance, not daring to come close enough to stop the quaffle from drinking. But just then, as the 10 carriers were like 10 giant bottles of oral fluid being drunk by the quartermaster one by one, there was a brief silence on the battlefield. Cotter awkwardly lowered the last carrier, then scratching his head, a voice like a thunderclap rang out. It doesn't seem to be enough. A look of embarrassment crossed his face. This? The crowd of soldiers stared at each other, shocked by Quarto's huge appetite. Su-jin sighed helplessly as he looked at Cotter's eager expression. There was a flash of determination in his eyes, as if he had made some kind of major decision. Take out the summoning crystals for the designated king-level hero unit from direct space. At once, in front of him, a huge vortex of energy appeared. A humanoid robot with an overall shark-like shape and 2 shark heads on its shoulders appears. He has a smooth body and sharp fins. The body color is predominantly blue and silver. Without a doubt, this was the water attribute hero unit, the 3-headed shark Lon Shadowfury. Beasts of the Machine Lon Shadowfury, legendary hero. Rank, 37. Spirit, 87,450. Body mass, 38,700. Power, 24,560. Agility, 18,470. Equipment, high-pressure water cannon, high-pressure water blade, tail fin, dorsal fin. Skills, backup hidden energy, shark breaking strike, tail fin storm, shark shadow warrior, breaking ripple, double casting, wild shark breaking sea strike. A strong water vortex surges around the body. Lon Shadowfury sprints through the vortex at breakneck speeds, and the high-pressure water blade gradually enlarges, dealing 200% damage and ignoring 30% of the enemy's defense. Tailfin Storm rapidly swings tail, creating a powerful vortex of water that swirls surrounding enemies, knocking them off balance and out of action and cutting defense by 15%. Shark Shadow Warlord increases all soldiers' agility by 25%, strength by 25%, and armor breaking by 5%. In order to be able to ensure that the current situation is mitigated, the quaffle is allowed to drink enough water. Su-jin directly gave Lon Shadowfury both Breaking Berserk and dual spellcasting skills to learn. Another legendary evolution crystal was taken out for Lon Shadowfury to use directly. After doing this, Jin shook his head and pondered in his heart. If it doesn't work, I can't do anything about it. Cotter kept a close eye on Jin, waiting for Jin to come up with a better solution. The moment he saw the lawn shadow fury, Cotter's sharp perception immediately detected the very powerful water elemental energy contained in this little guy. At once, Cotter's eyes lit up as if he had found a treasure. He shouted excitedly, "Come into my mouth, little one." Overtime, try to finish this phase in the next 2 days. Chapter 161, Sun Shooting Divinity. Sun Shooting Divinity. Hidden Boss, Great Sun Evil Buddha. Cotter's loud voice echoed like thunder across the battlefield. The sound was deafening, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. The tiny body of the lawn shadow fury was as insignificant as a speck of dust in front of the quarry. The water elemental energy emanating from his body fluctuated slightly, and seemed to be responding to Cotter's strong need. The golden crow in the sky, on the other hand, was even more agitated. It kept fluttering its wings, flames raging around it, venting its anger and helplessness. "Go on, hold on to your teeth and don't drop them in your stomach, or you'll have to get them from." Jin gave Lawn Shadow Fury a somewhat strange look, pondering in his heart. If this guy was really going to be swallowed up by the Quarian, he himself would never manipulate it then. After all, the only way this can come out seems to be Lance Shadow Fury. No, man, who's a lord that plays like that? Call me over and give me the legendary evolution crystal, just for people to use as a faucet? Cotter was impatient. The palm covered the sky and instantly enveloped Lawn Shadow Fury. Lawn Shadow Fury was like a small bird held by a giant, without the ability to resist in the slightest. He was filled with helplessness, but what could he do? One can only accept this fact and enter the mouth of the quaffle. Perhaps this is the price of using a legendary evolution crystal. Lawn Shadow Fury took a deep breath and became serious. Wild shark breaking sea strike. Instantly, the powerful water elemental energy like a raging wave. With Lawn Shadow Fury as the center, it swept out in all directions, creating a powerful impact. Luck was crunching hard on this one. It directly triggers a six-fold casting of multiple spells. Huge currents of water churned and surged in Cotter's mouth like raging waves. It made Quaaludes happy. As for the six-fold casting of the wild shark sea-breaking strike, is there a difference between biting your own tongue lightly and biting it 6 times? There is no difference. Quaaludes don't matter at all. The most important thing to him at the moment was the constant flow of water. It was able to quench his thirst and restore his strength. And at this point, the golden crow in the sky stared tightly at Cotter, his heart filled with resentment and anger. If such a situation continued, the situation would be extremely unfavorable to it. And so, without further hesitation, it lifted its wings and flew in an attempt to stop the quaffle. Go away! However, in the face of the charging golden crow, Cotter only gave a light hum. The huge palm slapped out without hesitation. The palm wind whistled, and all the surrounding clouds were instantly blown away. The golden crow had no time to dodge and was slapped away by Cotter. Its body lost its balance in the air, spinning haphazardly, and its flames flickered on and off. This went on for a while. Cotter was enjoying the flow of water as he easily dealt with one of the golden crow's onslaughts. Each time, it effortlessly slapped the golden crow away. He moved with ease, as if he were shooing away an annoying fly, despite not doing much damage to the other side. However, such a situation caused the flames around the golden crow to burn violently, as if the anger had reached its peak. Miserable, it let out a sharp, angry chirp. The body trembled slightly, and the flames continued to surge in its body, growing more and more vigorous. The air around it seemed to be distorted by the heat from its body. Each flap of the wings brought up a fiery gale. Going for the jugular? Jin, his gaze locked tightly on the golden crow. His heartbeat involuntarily accelerated, his expression tense and focused. At this moment, it was as if he could clearly see a special kind of energy that he had never seen before appear on the surface of the golden crow's body. He guessed that was what was called divinity. Jin was a little curious as to how powerful this thing could be. However, just then, with a roar in the sky, a mysterious and powerful aura descended. The golden crow seemed to feel a great threat. It glanced at the source of the sound in horror. There, a silver-white fighter jet was flying at breakneck speed. A dominant figure with a bow can still be seen through the window. An arrow that seemed to be able to shoot through the sky was slowly condensing. Can't be defeated. Will die. There was some obvious panic in Jin Wu's eyes. It knew it would never be able to fight it. So, without hesitation, it simply fled. In order to ensure that it could escape, it even directly used the crippled version of the golden crow transforming rainbow. Cotter looked at the direction the golden crow had fled and shouted angrily, "Where to go?" With that, he threw his cane violently. That cane carried the power of the divine day by day, like a bright shooting star crossing the sky. The powerful force kicked up a gust of wind, making it difficult for Su-jin to breathe. Boo! The cane smashed into the golden crow with precision, only to be scattered with a loud bang. The golden feathers flew all over the sky like a gorgeous golden rain. Just then, Hoi in the fighter jet also drew his divine bow. An arrow was instantly shot out with the power of the divine shooting sun. The arrow splits into 3 in flight, then 3 into 9. Those 9 arrows were like 9 auger dragons, shooting towards the golden crow with endless might. The golden crows had no time to dodge and were directly hit by the arrows. A mournful chirping sound rang out as the 9 golden crows fell down. Only the last golden crow remained to watch this in horror before quickly moving away. Cotter looked in the direction of the last golden crow going away. Retracting his gaze, he looked at Hoi and laughed. Hoi, you've come at a really good time. Hoi jumped down from the fighter jet, a faint smile on his face. Brother Quartus, this sun-driving might of yours is still shocking. If it wasn't for this staff of yours, I wouldn't have had the means to destroy the combined golden crow. Cotter waved his hand and said grandly, that arrow of yours was the key, directly shooting the 9 golden crows and solving this urgent problem. Where? Su-jin looked at the two who were talking happily and secretly marveled in his heart. Sun-shooting divinity, day-shooting divinity. What exactly is the power of this divinity? Su-jin could not help but feel a wave of complex emotions welling up in his heart. There is both a curiosity about the power of divinity and a search for his future path. How would one gain access to divine power? Half-step mythic level solar star god, Apollo. Will there be mastery of certain divine powers as well? Just as Su-jin entered the midst of a brief moment of reflection, an abrupt beep sounded suddenly. Hidden boss, Great Sun Evil Buddha, Legendary Lord. Level, 99. Your troop type spirit ship suffers from a negative buff. Physique minus 99%. Strength minus 99%. The Great Day of Evil Buddha. Level 99 Hidden boss. Su-jin's face suddenly changed. His gaze instantly became slightly flustered, and he quickly turned his head to look at Cotter. Somewhat eagerly, he said, Senior, please also help me. When Cotter heard Su-jin's request, he was slightly stunned, and then his expression became serious. He seemed to have sensed the situation in the direction of the golden crow's corpse by virtue of his cane. I said why the golden crow had reappeared. So it was you. The Quarian's eyes widened in anger, and its level increased dramatically in Su-jin's line of sight. In just an instant, it had already reached 100 levels. As before, an incomparably mysterious power surged through his body. At once, Su-jin only felt a flash before his eyes. Next, a bald monk wearing a black monk's uniform and somewhat chubby appeared in front of Su-jin's eyes with horrified eyes. Another breath passed. A shrunken version of Cotter's figure appeared in front of Su-jin's eyes. Little friend has done us a great favor. This fellow is at your disposal. The demigod rule in his hand should be useful to little friend. Chapter 162, Slaying the Great Sun Evil Buddha. Big bang, hiss. Seeing the scene in front of me, Su-jin subconsciously sucked in a breath of cool air. His eyes were wide open, filled with a look of shock. Reach level 99 of the legendary lord, the Great Sun Evil Buddha. How can Cotter be so easy to handle? The whole thing was incredibly fast. Was it a second? No. Is this the horror of divinity? Day-by-day divinity, possessing the terrifying power of chasing the sun? It was comparable to the real golden crow transforming into a rainbow. Su-jin's heart was filled with shock as he stared blankly at Cotter. At the same time there is some doubt. Doubtful that Cotter actually had such power. Why did he need his own help? Doubtful why the quaffle at the time didn't just spike the golden crow? Doubtful why Quester waited for Hoi to arrive? Su-jin's brows furrowed slightly as he fell into deep thought. However, he quickly responded. He knew that all of this was probably not something he should be getting into right now. There are times when the more you know, the worse it is for you. So he was grateful. I'm glad I made the choice. If one's chess is poor, if one is not prepared for all this, there was no summoning of the Lan Shadow Fury to keep the Quarian alive. One was bound to be no match for this Great Sun Evil Buddha. After all, the other party hadn't even put up a fight, and just the influence of the breath around them had cut the full attributes of a large number of their soldiers by 99%. With such terrifying strength, he was afraid that he would lose himself in a single strike. Su-jin took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Then, he took out the Gatling version of Dragon Shine and squeezed the Phantom Blue Poison Charm. Immediately after, gunshots rang out. -0, -0, -0. A series of numbers popped up from the top of the opponent's head. Su-jin smiled awkwardly and looked at Quester. Senior. A hint of helplessness appeared on his face. In itself, he was still thinking that he would be able to wear this guy down by virtue of the Phantom Blue Poison Charm. However, he forgot that he couldn't seem to break the defense. Cotter, on the other hand, twisted his head slightly and looked at Su-jin, a hint of laughter seeming to flash through his eyes. He patted Ho Yi's shoulder. "Old buddy, go!" Ho shook off the arm on his shoulder. "Don't you have any idea how powerful you are?" After saying that, he flipped his wrist and an ancient longbow appeared in his hand. "This is my bow and arrow from practicing archery. Try it with it." Special equipment, Demigod's Bow. Attributes, armor break plus 45%, attack plus 50%, agility, attack speed, plus 50%. Effect 1, multiple arrows. Strengthens its own attack. Each attack deals 230% x9 damage to the target. Effect 2, attacks that hit will accumulate passive layers. Each layer increases attack speed by 400%, up to a maximum of 3 layers. And after 3 layers, it enters the Doomsday Arrow state, which converts 50% of the damage into true damage. Effect 3, summons Tower of Eclipse, dealing 900% damage to target for 2s. Effect 4, Searing Sun Vector, shoots a flaming arrow that stuns the target for a fixed 3.5 seconds and triggers 1400% explosive damage. Note, affected by special power, can be used without limit. No CD. Is unbeatable. Is this a damn thing or a practice bow and arrow? 10,000 waves rose in Su-jin's heart. He simply didn't know what words to use to describe the power of this demigod's bow. However, he didn't dwell on it for long. He knew very well in his heart that the main thing now was to kill this so-called Great Sun Evil Buddha as soon as possible. And so, Su-jin held the demigod's bow. It came directly in front of the Great Sun Evil Buddha. In the other party's eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent, Su-jin directly placed the firing arrow against his eyeball. Then, phew, shoo, a golden arrow was shot out. A single-digit red value and tens of thousands of white values emerged from the top of each other's heads. The arrows were getting faster and faster. By the time the back of the densely packed numbers were almost on the verge of topping the sky. Moreover, the Great Sun Evil Buddha couldn't even close his eyes. Every time he tried to close his eyes, a large bird like a golden crow would then be shot. A dazed icon would appear above the head of the Great Sun Evil Buddha. A golden arrow would then shoot out again. Such a scene had been going on for who knows how long. Next to them, Quaif and Hoey were both a bit at a loss as to what they should say. Nice guy. Shoot the eyeballs. Shoot the ears. Shoot the ears. Shoot the eyebrows. This latter. Awesome. And Su-jin, who was constantly pulling the bowstring and had been going on for who knows how long. And yet, he didn't feel any fatigue at all. His insides were beyond hot. 98%. 87%. 64%. Almost there. Almost there. Kill the hidden boss right away. Get a demigod hero right away. I don't know how long it's been. With Su-jin choosing to summon the Tower of Eclipse, an unbelievably awesome tower appeared. According to Su-jin's agility attribute at this time, countless densely packed arrows were fired. This legendary lord, who had reached level 99, was directly emptied of blood. Congratulations on killing the 99th level legendary lord, Great Sun Evil Buddha, and obtaining an energy core of 1000. Congratulations on obtaining the legendary Troop Evolution Crystal. Congratulations on obtaining the special item, 6-foot Black Demon Body. Mission accomplished. Demigod's Law, the Great Sun has been absorbed, has been given to Apollo and can be summoned to view at any time. Perhaps it was because it belonged to the special secret realm of the 10,000 Tribes Trials, as the hidden boss in the secret realm. Although the Great Sun Evil Buddha was a lord, it also had the same mechanism of dropping items, and each reward is pretty amazing. Energy cores, enough to burst out a whole 1,000 pieces. That's a whole billion lords' energies. A sentence suddenly popped up in Su-jin's mind. Buddhism only caters to the rich. The remaining two things are even more wow, and are the kind of things you can't even buy. Legendary Trooper Evolution Crystal. Needless to say, being able to promote a type of soldier to legend is somehow more powerful than a hero evolution crystal. Special props, 6-foot Black Demon Body. Effect, makes the next troop summoning 100% successful, and makes it king level, increasing its constitution by 60%. This prop, in 2 words, awesome. It just so happened that Su-jin was still fretting about the fact that his troop types were only diamond level at the highest. Even if you get a legendary evolution crystal, there doesn't seem to be a way to use it. It's okay now. As long as he managed to advance to level 40, he would be able to use his 6-foot Black Demon Body to summon a king tier soldier. Just give him a direct use of the evolution crystal and be done with it. It's just a shame there is no experience in killing the Great Sun Evil Buddha. Otherwise, even with the help of Quartet and Hoey, one's ascension to level 40 would be a sure thing. Definitely could just use both props. Of course, Su-jin didn't feel too disappointed about this, and was somewhat glad anyway. After all, how This situation now was like those level 40 ferocious beasts that Aili had captured back then. Although you can kill it yourself, the upgraded attributes are growth halved. You need to kill the corresponding beasts on your own later to make up for it. The same is true of the Great Day Evil Buddha. If you kill him now you can get experience. Later on, you'll need to kill a level 99 being by yourself in a certain amount of time. It takes too big a time span, and the successful completion of the mission was something that made Su Jin think. In his opinion, the reason why the Great Sun Evil Buddha would want the corpse of the Golden Crow, maybe it's about wanting the so-called rules of divinity, thus getting yourself promoted. Only, he never expected it. Thanks to his own presence, things didn't go the way he thought they would. He had just gotten his hands on the rule, and before he could absorb it, it was captured by Quartus. Just let your own system absorb it and transfer it to Apollo, promoting him to half-step myth. There's one more chapter later, so I'll try to catch up on this one in the next couple days. Chapter 163, The Powerful and Unwanted Apollo. Quartet and Ho Yi's Reward. Su Jin immediately checked Apollo's attributes. Solar Star God, Apollo, Demigod Hero. Rank, 37. Divinity, Corona. Spirit, 10. 75W. Body Mass, 6. 84W. Power, 38,550. Agility, 35,750. Equipment, Coronet Sword. Skills, Coronation Light. Solar Star God. Note, the Lord does not possess divinity yet. Summoning Apollo and releasing skills will consume a large amount of the Lord's energy. Divine Skill, Coronation of the Sun. Amount. It's kind of awesome, but what if I don't want to use it? When Su Jin saw Apollo's attributes, that was the first thought that came to mind. Is Apollo strong? Really strong. The intensity is outrageous, even if it's only a half-step myth. All of his attributes were about 50% higher than Lon Shadowfury, who had reached the legendary level. With such a horrible value, even just Flat A can almost run rampant. His skills are even more outrageous. Coronal Light draws temperature and radiant energy from the sun to inflict 10 times the damage, and the enemy can't avoid it under the sun's rays. 10 million Lord's energy per second, with 38,550 strength. 10 times the damage is 38W. If you add a ton of attribute bonuses with weakness damage, easily a million damage. It could be said that even that so-called Starsea demon whale had transformed the entire 10,000 races trial into an ocean. Anyone who was struck by the coronation divine light would only be killed in seconds. However, but it was because Su Jin had not mastered the power of divinity at this time. Apollo has no way of triggering the effects of the energy amethyst, causing him to consume 10 million Lord energy per second to release this skill. Even the current Su Jin didn't dare to use it freely. Sunstar God, all soldiers recover 10% of their life value every second and gain 50% bonus to all attributes. Each additional troop enjoys the buff and consumes 60 Lord's energy per second. As for not using Apollo's move, with his aura skills alone, it would give the entire troop an unbelievably terrifying 50% bonus to all attributes. There's no telling how much of an increase in overall combat power it's going to be. But, this consumes, to enjoy the aura alone, every second. Each troop consumes 60 Lord's energy, going by the fact that one now has a total of 21,608 mechanical soldiers excluding Apollo. 29 million a second, close to 3W, a minute into the fight, close to 80 million Lord's energies. Mom, yeah, who can stand up to this? As for his last divine skill, Coronation of the Sun, makes your damage sure to hit hard, increases your damage by 500%, and makes you gain unlimited attributes when you're under the sun's rays. The level of adversity of this skill is indeed a bit outrageous. 100% strike, 500% increase in strike damage. This point alone, if paired with Coronet's Light, if you are attacking a target with no defense, hitting 10 million damage is a piece of cake. Not to mention the fact that this skill has another trait. It can cause Apollo to gain attribute bonuses under the sun's illumination, though I don't know exactly how many. However, judging from the fact that Cotter had cast the sun-driven divinity, it was certainly not to be underestimated. Overall view, the intensity of Apollo, the sun star god, is genuinely counterintuitive. It is this consuming genius that makes Su Jin very difficult to bandage. It's better to use Apollo as a base card. In the future, if there's nothing going on, let him stay in the Lord's space and don't come out. Su Jin was slightly helpless in his heart, but the surface remains calm. He walked over to Hoi and handed over the demigod's bow in his hand. Many thanks to Senior Hoi. Hoi took the demigod's bow and placed some sort of restriction on it before handing it over again. This weapon will be gifted to little friend as a reward for helping us. Su Jin felt ashamed to be on the receiving end, because he didn't feel like he was helping. even without himself, he could still easily do it with the strength the duo had shown. Take it if you're told to. There are things you're not comfortable knowing right now. Cotter laughed while chipping some wood shavings from his own cane and handing it to Su-jin. Special props, Tao Yuan divinity, disabled. Effect, can hide the demigod's divinity, having the ability, can be opened at any time. I'm rather poor and don't have much good stuff, so the things on that evil Buddha's body, along with this, will be my reward to little friend. Many thanks to Senior Kwafu. Many thanks to Senior Hoi. Su-jin was no longer polite and directly put away the demigod's bow with its attributes halved and the peach source divinity. Both are perfectly fine for Apollo to use. From there, it can be made possible to summon Apollo without consuming Lord energy and still have a very powerful effect. After all, even if Apollo's ability is halved, it can still be very powerful and strategic. It allows all soldiers to get a 25% bonus to all attributes. Plus his attributes don't change much. You can still have 500 damage with Coronation Light. It also allows him to take the demigod's bow and act as an ADC. Gargantuan shooting, gargantuan killing. The only effect is that the effect of the Coronate's divine radiance will disappear. Strike rate goes away, as does strike damage, and there's no way for the attributes to continue to increase. But such an effect can't hurt. It still won't affect the fact that Apollo belongs to the strongest troop type that still belongs to Su-jin nowadays. By the way, two seniors, I keep hearing you talk about divinity. How exactly is this divinity to be obtained? When Su-jin handed over the peach origin divinity and the demigod's bow to Apollo, he asked with some curiosity. I don't know. The two men spoke in unison. I ran and ran. I shoot and shoot. Okay. 10,000 races trial. In the middle of Su-jin's territory, Hua Muqing, who had acquired the opportunity early on. At this point, he had already stayed in the middle of Su-jin's territory for 3 trial days. A lot has happened in those 3 days. She had just arrived when the 5th stage of the 10,000 races trial had already begun. The sublimation boss belonging to her appeared directly outside of Su-jin's territory, but she didn't even have time to react. The terrifying Thunder Temple directly locked onto the target, and the so-called sublimation boss directly died. It made Hua Muqing couldn't believe her eyes. Immediately after, the entire 10,000 races trial had completely entered the final stage. Lords dwindling in number. 9W, 8W, 5W. Some of them just finished their ascension and leave straight away. Some were strung out by gangs of prime titans, starseed demon whales, and fire Qilin. By now, there are only 11 remaining lords. Who was among these 11? Hua Muqing knew very well in her heart. The starseed demon whale, the fire Qilin's gang of 8. Himself plus Su-jin, who was still in the middle of the secret realm of opportunity. According to the map, at this moment, the fire Qilin gang, including the starseed demon whale, was rushing towards their bearing. The final firefight is about to begin. But at this time, Su-jin was still in the middle of the secret realm of opportunity and had not appeared. This caused thick worry to surface on Hua Muqing's face. There is no need to worry. The lords are in no danger. We just have to wait for the lords to return. The golden iron beast in charge of the caretaker walked over. He wanted to go on about something else. Roar! A shocking roar was heard. Dense eyes directed toward the source of the sound. See only, just outside the territory close to 100 meters. A Tyrannosaurus Rex that looked like it was armed with a mech appeared in their sight. Sublimation boss, mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex. Level, 50. Terrifying levels, terrifying attributes. Directly laid bare on top of its head. But at the moment, all of them, however, were happy in their hearts. Turning his head, he realized that a figure had appeared beside them. Immediately after, phew, shoo, shoo. 9 sharp arrows with incomparably bright golden light were shot out by an incomparably tall figure suspended in the air. A single terrifying damage emerged from the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast. Boom! The huge body fell to the ground with a loud thud. A radiant stream of light of different colors surged towards all the soldiers belonging to Su-jin. Fierce Tiger King, Wild Scarlet, don't you convince people with your fists? Why are you still using a drill? Wild Scarlet, Manticore King, your Black Panther beast troop. How did it turn into 2 gun barrels on its back as well? Chapter 164, they're too slow, you watch the house. I'll kill them all. See the scene in front of you. Su-jin revealed a satisfied smile. Sure enough, even Apollo, who hid his half-step divinity and was unable to utilize his true strength, by virtue of numerical value alone, with the demigod's bow, trying to kill a level 50 boss was incredibly easy. Subsequently, Su-jin's attention was drawn back to the conversation between the fierce Tiger King and the Wild Scarlet. Drill? The barrel became 2? He hastily began to check some information on his troop type. King of Tigers / Tiger Fury, Scarlet and Gorilla. Due to the successful killing of the sublimation boss, the extreme sublimation quest has been completed. Nowadays, Su Jin's soldiers could already switch back and forth between the two forms. Their qualities are still the same as in their previous life and have not changed. Only some heroic units have had their skills and stances changed. For example, Wild Scarlet. The move that can be activated while in Wild Rift Scarlet state is called Mad Thunder Vajra Diamond. The damage pattern has changed somewhat from what it was before. An extra sustained damage, as well as armor-breaking damage. A more powerful one would have to be the Mighty Tiger King. This guy's Storm Nebula Rift has a straight-up extra control effect. Based on the skill panel alone, it's going to be stronger than the previous enhanced Flat A strength. An extreme sublimation was almost as if all of Su Jin's soldiers had been boosted to a greater or lesser extent. It could be said that this was the ultimate purpose of the Lord's participation in the trials of the nations. Get extremely sublimated and make your own soldiers more powerful, even if there are not enough resources. Rewards from elsewhere. The entire 10,000 tribes trial is not a waste of time, and you can just choose to leave. However, at this moment, Su Jin did not have any thoughts of wanting to leave directly. He hadn't forgotten that he had a lot of unfinished business. For example, the Jedi. As long as you can get the first place in the trial of 10,000 clans, you can get a random armor set, legendary hero summoning crystals, and random mecha super beasts. And then, for example, killing the Starseed Demon Whale and the Fire Unicorn. And so, Su Jin opened the map while checking the situation of the 10,000 races trial today. While opening his mouth, he asked Huamuqing, "How is the situation of the 10,000 races trial now?" Hearing Su Jin's inquiry, Huamuqing also snapped out of her awe that Su Jin had another soldier so powerful that he could instantly kill a level 50 boss soldier. She recounted the events of the last few days and what she might encounter next. After listening, Su Jin's eyes lit up. That means 3 days have passed now? The Fire Qilin forming the 8 Lords Alliance plus the Starseed Demon Whale are all rushing towards here? Huamuqing nodded her head, looking a little anxious. You've gained extreme ascension. I think we can just leave now. Otherwise, when they find out you're back, they'll definitely set your territory as a target for attack, and there's no way to leave then. She spoke very quickly, as if she wanted to make the current critical situation clear to Su Jin quickly. In her opinion, even if Su Jin might have gotten a very powerful chance in the middle of the secret realm of chance, but that was, after all, a combined targeting of 8 plus 1 lords, especially the Starseed Demon Whale. This fellow had already slaughtered an unknown number of ferocious beasts and an unknown number of lords. At this point it must have a very impressive rank. Add to that the fact that almost 95% of the 10,000 trials have been reduced to an ocean. The Starseed Demon Whale can summon almost unlimited soldiers and recover from its own injuries indefinitely. Huamuqing thought that even the current Su Jin was definitely not a match for the Star Ocean Demon Whale. But just then, that awesome beep sounded in her ears. The Starfish Whale has launched a crusade against your home territory. Please go to support it as soon as possible. The Fire Unicorn team is launching a crusade against your superior territory. Please go to support them as soon as possible. It's over. I'm afraid I won't be able to leave now. The two hints made Huamuqing outright dumbfounded. But soon, she saw the city of wind and snow in the sky and her eyes snapped open. You must have a lot of survival points by now. Plus I've got some now, so we can build multiple defenses on that territorial building. With my sunflowers being able to produce Lord energy, we can completely drag it out until the end of the 10,000 races trial. Huamuqing felt that she had found the only solution and was filled with joy. But just then, instead, she heard a prompt once more. Your superior lord, Su Jin, has launched a crusade against the Starseed Demon Whale and Fire Qilin territories. Please go to support them immediately. They're too slow. You stay here and watch the house. I'll kill them all. Yanjing, China, a room. Several high-ranking Huaxia figures' faces were a bit gloomy. Each of them was a party of great power in the whole of China. In ancient times, it was the kind of thing that determined the lives and deaths of countless people with a single word. Such characters were all incomparably grave at the moment, causing the entire room to have an eerie aura, simply because they had just received the exact news from the side of the Magic City. In the middle of the 10,000 races trial, the Starseed Demon Whale and the Fire Qilin had already gone crazy from killing, and just before Gu Shaoxian left, there are only 11 lords left in the entire trial of the nations. This includes Su Jin, combined with some of the news Gu Shaoxian gave about Su Jin. Anyone who is a human being can see that. The Star Ocean Demon Whale and Fire Qilin gangs would inevitably launch a crusade against Su Jin. After a few moments of silence, someone was the first to speak up. Perhaps we don't need to worry so much. At least there won't be any danger until Su Jin comes out from inside the secret realm of opportunity. What if he hasn't come out by the time the 10,000 clans trial is over? It's nothing more than one less ascension, and at least it saves your life. A few of the lords present sniffed and their faces improved a bit, but just then, instead, Ainsley spoke leisurely. I'd like to think that kid is holding back. With his skills a chance secret realm won't take that long at all. I see. He wants to wait for those guys from the Starsea Demon Whale to kill all the people, and he's going to do a direct hit. He did have a tight heart when he just got the news as well. After all, it was a Starsea Demon Whale. There is something really disgusting about this clan. By virtue of their racial gifts, they are born with the ability to change the timing and location of the sky, unless it's obliterated when it's just getting going. Otherwise it would be as difficult to deal with as it would be to with the entire ocean. But, when Ashley recalled Su Jin's performance along the way, plus, according to the news passed out by Gu Xiaoxian, he suddenly felt, Seo Jin is probably holding back a big pile, and with Ainsley's words, the brows of the many lords present furrowed. This shouldn't be. Before we left we had already told him some of the precautions to take. There's no way he wouldn't be aware of the dreadfulness of the Starsea Demon Whale. Yeah, although Seo Jin always likes to put intensity on himself at times, but it's difficult like that. Not to mention that it's still the Fire Qilin gang plus Starsea Demon Whale. 1v9. These 9 guys aren't the Zhang Chunlei they were at the time. The crowd murmured, and their words continued to be filled with worries about the current situation that Su Jin was in. But when he heard those words Ainsley smiled slightly. Don't forget Su Jin's spirit skyship. Even the Starsea Demon Whale doesn't seem to be able to easily break through the defense. If Su Jin doesn't want to die, he can even drag it out until the end of the 10,000 races trial. Let's not be so wishy-washy for a while. It's better to discuss exactly how many Dongfans will be deployed for the joint military exercises in the next few days. This time, it's time to give the world a Wasia shock. Same time, human race, as my lord, voluntarily deprived of the evolution crystal. I swear in the name of the Qilin clan that this trial will spare you from death. The Fire Qilin looked at Su Jin, who was fleeing in the opposite direction in front of him, but his body possessed an inexplicable kind of qi, and suddenly changed his inner thoughts. It wanted to make Su Jin its vassal lord in the middle of the 10,000 races trial. When it returns to the Qilin ancestral land, let the old ancestor deprive him of his qi to add to his own. Chapter 165 Tiger Fury Sky Edition Storm Nebula Rift. Amazing discovery. As your lord? Su Jin heard what the incomparably divine and handsome Fire Qilin in front of him said. The moment felt joyous. He looked again through his supersonic vision at the group of soldiers following behind the Fire Griffin. Found out there's only one heroic unit in here. There isn't a single lord in existence. I felt like I had lost a lot of money. If all those lords had come along with the Fire Qilin, he could have killed them all himself. One by one. All remodeled. Remodeled. Pity. Based on the current situation, including what you see on the map itself, the Fire Unicorn should have some kind of deal with those guys. Only part of his troops were lent to the Fire Qilin, but he himself did not come over. What could have been $100 million is now only $80 million, a blood loss of $20 million. But, Su Jin didn't dwell on it too much either. Anyway, just kill the Fire Qilin and the Starsea Demon Whale. After the 10,000 clans trial was over, he himself would definitely be number one. None of the rewards you can get will be missing. He looked aside at Apollo, who possessed a height of close to 10 meters even after shrinking his size. Waving his hand, he said, just keep your hands off him for a while, or you'll be bullying him too much. Let's have the Manticore King and the others come and see what the new version of the Storm Nebula Rift is all about. Apollo nodded, and his readiness to pull the shot came to a screeching halt. Li Batian and Thunderbolt stepped forward and protected Su Jin behind them. In the meantime, 3,000 fighters circled at an extremely fast speed, surrounding the Fire Qilin gang from the air. The 6,000 Black Panther beasts. Oh no! The Black Lion Tigers also raised their twin guns behind their backs and aimed at their targets. Looks like you're toast. The Fire Qilin saw the movements of Su Jin's soldiers. A disdainful sneer was emitted. Then he turned his head and ordered those soldiers behind him. You guys go and kill these soldiers. The deal between me and your lord is complete. A golden banjara at the head nodded. It waved at the hundreds of banjos behind it. In an instant, the surroundings changed. The sandstorm spread out quickly, and the yellow sand and dust were like raging waves, constantly rolling and surging. It's as if nature's wrath is unleashed in this moment. Several other heroic units also commanded their men to attack. Phantom Elf disappears into shadow. Rock giants begin to push forward. Iceflame Phoenix blooms frost. The entire battlefield instantly became lively as various forces intertwined. It induced some disturbance in the surrounding elements. I'll give you one more chance. This time it's a soldier. How is that possible? The Fire Qilin issued an ultimatum to Su Jin. It still wanted to make Su Jin its vassal. In its view, With the help of the chi on the other party, it might be possible for itself to go further. However, the fire Qilin hadn't even had time to finish his words, then he was brought to an abrupt halt by the scene in front of him. Just one of the soldiers borrowed by it, covered by the powerful firepower of the panther beasts and the fighters. Surprisingly, it was as fragile as a piece of paper. Without even being able to utter a single scream, they perished in droves, especially that iron lump that looks just like an ape. Even more so, it showed an incomparable power. Its huge iron fist swung as if it could shatter the stars. Only a dull thud could be heard, and the Banjira leader was actually instantly smashed into pieces under this punch. Golden scales and blood splattered everywhere. The scene was extremely tragic. How? The fire unicorn's eyes widened. It couldn't believe what it was seeing. He had gone to the trouble of borrowing these soldiers himself. It was surprising that they were so unbeatable in front of Su Jin's soldiers. A strong sense of frustration and anger welled up in it. Even started to wonder if I was being scammed. It must have been those guys who sent their weakest soldiers to try and pit them against each other. The fire Qilin's heart was filled with resentment. Just when it saw that phantom elf that the Phantom Lord claimed that no one could hit in the entire 10,000 clans trial, straight away, the Black Panther beast was dried up with a single shot. Without the slightest bit of resistance, the fire unicorn felt more and more like he had discovered the truth. Its anger burned more vigorously like a volcano about to erupt. Dare to lie to me. When I kill this human lord, I will surely find them one by one. The fire unicorn roared angrily, flames flowing from his body to his side, while melting all the bullets that attacked towards him. On one side, an incomparably handsome flame griffin was formed, still a little too high on you. At this moment, Su Jin, however, was shaking his head slightly, with some disappointment in his eyes. He had originally thought that this fire Qilin gang had killed so many lords. How can you give yourself a little trouble with your current strength? But the opposite is true. This fire unicorn gang, so weak. Su Jin slightly sidestepped his head and ordered the mighty Tiger King. Mighty Tiger King, finish him off. When the fierce Tiger King heard this, a flash of stern light instantly flashed within his eyes. That tall and powerful body slowly walked towards the fire Qilin. Since his lordship has ordered it, then let's show you my best moves, said. It fiercely bellowed, and the energy in its body began to rapidly coalesce. The curved blades beyond his arms began to launch brightly. The light was faint at first, like the shimmering light at the break of dawn, but then it grew brighter and more prevalent. Powerful power fluctuations spread out from it, and the air around it instantly became frozen. A circle of spinning air currents also appeared around his body, dancing crazily around the mighty Tiger King. What? The fire Qilin's eyes widened, panic in its eyes. It clearly felt an incomparably powerful force from the mighty Tiger King. It made its soul tremble. As the energy continues to gather, the air currents intertwined and collided with each other, bringing up gusts of wind, and a huge storm formed, drawing dust and covering the sky. What a strong sublimation energy! The fire Qilin became more and more alarmed. That original proud look had long since disappeared, replaced by a face full of panic. It hastily took a step back, trying to pull away from the Manticore King. At the same time, it shielded the several flame Qilin it had summoned to its front. Hopefully, these henchmen will be able to fend off some damage for themselves, and began desperately trying to cast the skill again, trying to counter the Manticore King's attack with this. However, by this time it was too late. At this moment, the mighty Tiger King had already gathered his power to its peak state. Its eyes, which were like red onyx, flashed with an incomparably sharp light, staring straight at the fire Qilin, as if declaring the other party's impending doom. Storm Nebula split. The fierce Tiger King bellowed once again, his voice deafening and resounding throughout the battlefield. Its body crouched slightly, and the moon blades on its arms quickly changed into saber teeth. The saber's teeth flashed with streams of light, and the light was brilliant and dazzling. Crossing forward in the air, it drew a beautiful arc and shot towards the fire Qilin. At this moment, the fire Qilin's eyes were already filled with fear. The body also began to tremble uncontrollably. It wanted to struggle. It wanted to fight back. It wanted to escape this certain death. Instead, it realized that Sabertooth was already spinning around it. A power beyond imagination bound it completely. The power was like an iron chain, tightly locking its body, making it unable to move. Endless light emanated from the saber's teeth, directly making it blink. When the fire Qilin opened his eyes again, it was surprised to find itself seemingly in the middle of a vast, starry sky, surrounded by bright stars and brilliant purple nebulae. The saber teeth that had spiraled and flown around it also returned to the Manticore King, but the fire Qilin did not dare to let down its guard in the slightest, for it knew that the danger was not lifted. Suddenly, the fire Qilin felt that he had gained control of his body, and a glimmer of hope flared in his heart. it hastily urged the flame energy among its body, trying to break the bonds of this starry sky and escape the Manticore King's attack. However, it soon realized that it was all in vain. The Manticore King was too fast. In the middle of this starry space, it was as if the mighty Tiger King's speed had been boosted by some mysterious power. Will always be faster than the hit target, on his own agility attribute. It was like a phantom, traveling freely through the stars. A stern saber-toothed radiance slashed through the fire Chilin's body. Each ray of light was like a sharp blade, cutting deeply into its body. The fire Chilin's miserable screams echoed in the starry sky, filled with pain and despair. Even if it was no longer willing to be defeated like this, but every time he tried to activate his power he would always be interrupted by the mighty Tiger King's attack. Just as a saber-toothed glow formed a circle, the time when the fire Qilin was completely surrounded, the fire Qilin felt as if it was caught in an inescapable whirlpool of death. Just then, the Manticore King retreated a distance, then roared in anger. The entire person's power was at its peak, running towards the fire Qilin. The powerful force caused the starry river to change and the stars to tremble. The fire Qilin let out a wail of grief, knowing that there was nothing it could do. Eventually, infinite purple nebulae erupted. A huge ball of light was formed. Surround the fire Qilin in it. Within the ball of light, a chain of purple streams of light continuously attacked towards the fire Qilin. Each stream of light contained a powerful destructive force. The fire Qilin struggled within the ball of light, but it was all in vain. When the ball of light shattered, the fire Qilin's body fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The beep sounded. Congratulations on killing the level 39 Lord Fire Qilin. Level +2. Congratulations on obtaining 68W of Lord's energy. The special effects are kind of awesome. Although this one attack is only 120% and looks quite scratchy, he's scratching fast. In the future, when we encounter meatier enemies, we should still use the jutsu of the Manticore King form. Enemies that aren't that meaty can use the Tiger Fury heavenly form stance. Take a look at the Manticore King's use of the Storm Nebula Rift in its entirety. Sujin let out an exclamation and judged the stances of the fierce Tiger King and the Tiger Fiend heavenly form. But, when the prompt sounded in Sujin's ears, he instantly went wide-eyed. Mom, yeah, how much of this fire unicorn was rolled up by those lords? Nothing exploded all over the body. Only 68W of Lord's energy? Just when Sujin wanted to open the map and check the location of those lords, he planned to go in them, only to find out that one guy ran faster than anyone. Early on, he chose to break away from the 10,000 tribes trial, resulting in only 2 territories above the entire map. This wave of blood loss, Sujin only felt like his basket was dripping blood. I should have known that this fire unicorn was so good. I should have known this guy was so poor. One should just go ahead and fight the deep-sea demon whale. Let the fire Qilin go straight to attacking its own territory, and just let the golden iron beast it up. Luckily, killing this thing boosts 2 levels and completes the quest. No loss, no loss. Sujin gritted his teeth, and could only reassure himself in this way. Immediately after, he directly threw the corpse of the fire Qilin into the transformation workshop. Special transformation verification passed. Phantom Lin armed. Super Beast, Phantom Lin God needs 7 days to complete the transformation. Due to the unique circumstances of this case, it can be accelerated with the Lord's energy. 1 point of Lord's energy accelerates for 1 second. You can use Lord energy to accelerate? It's quite humanized. Sujin's eyes lit up. It cost 60W straight out of the gate for a knot of Lord's energy to make it speed up. Immediately after, the illusory Lin God including Night Emotionless and Aodien, who had already completed their transformation long ago, were summoned out by Sujin. However, before Sujin could check their attributes, roar, ow, 2 beastly roars suddenly came. Sujin twisted his head. Sublimation boss. The transformed minions were actually recognized as lords by the trials of the nations. Sujin's eyes snapped wide open. That makes a lot of sense behind that. One could totally let Night Emotionless and Aodien go back to their clan to get some technology, resources, or whatever. It is then transmitted to itself remotely through the special ability of the transformation workshop. After all, they now also had bonus abilities that originated from Sujin's hero-level units. The strength is definitely twice as strong as before. Even if the appearance was slightly special, it could be said that they had gotten a chance to make their strength increase. Surely it will be valued among the pack. In time they give themselves resources that can make them stronger. The stronger you are, the stronger they are and the more resources you have. The perfect cycle. Even said, if oneself in the future in case one really had the chance to go to the universal worlds to take a stroll. It also allowed Aodien to coax some of the Dragon Man race to come over. Allow yourself to kill them, thus reducing the time it takes for the dragon battle armor wearer to train. The moment. The unhappiness of the $20 million Su-jin had just lost was gone in an instant. Go, kill them and see if you can leave the 10,000 tribes trial. Yes, master. Aodian and Night Emotionless were given the order to have more powerful powers. Almost instantly, the two seemingly strong chance bosses were killed. Then, in Su-jin's somewhat excited gaze, the figure of the one night demon and one dragon man instantly disappeared from the spot. Asterisk 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 can really do it. I'm going to make a fortune. No, I'm losing money. If the fire Qilin had brought those lords, wouldn't the number of my minions have been even greater? Hiss. The moment. Su-jin's face was cloudy and changing. The starfish whale has launched an attack on your territory. Please return immediately to defend yourself. Just then, another beep suddenly sounded. Su-jin's eyes stared straight in the direction of his territory. He now wanted to kill. Chapter 166. One of the 7 combinations of the Super Beast God. The Starseed Demon Whale attacked. In the middle of the road ahead, Su-jin also took a brief look at the so-called Illusory Lin God. Ultra Beasts of War, the Phantom Lin Gods. Characteristics, significantly increases the wearer's growth attributes. Equipment, Phantom Forest Flash. Skill, Fire Cloud Technique. Can be combined with other Ultra Beast Mecha to form Ultra Beast God. Minimum 2. Maximum 7. Recommends binding to make it a Lord's Armed Mech. See the introduction of the Illusory Lin God. Su-jin was stunned at first, but then a frown. I have to say the quality of this thing is really a bit low and a bit of a misnomer. Obviously, he has the name of God, but he's just a king. But none of that matters. He can merge. It's the same as how the Inferno Dragon armor can merge into the Emperor's armor. Phantom Lin Gods can also merge with other Ultra Beast mechs to become Ultra Beast Gods. And you don't even have to collect them all. A minimum of 2 will complete the ensemble. It can also become 7 at the highest. Just need each mech to have something they are good at. A 7 merged body would be a heptagonal warrior, wouldn't it? There was no hesitation. Su-jin immediately chose to bind. Spirit, 17. 025W. Body mass, 30,701. Power, 17,304. Agility, 13,071. And with the completion of the binding, his personal panel changed drastically with it. Nowadays, the attributes are not known to be much higher compared to before. But, binding the Phantom Lin God isn't the same as the Inferno Dragon armor. Has a buff that gives a 30% bonus to all of Su-jin's attributes. But the point where it's awesome is that the growth attribute gets a 50% boost to the full attribute. Spirit, 64009600. Physical fitness, 12001800. Power, 640960. Agility, 480720. Compared to personal attribute bonuses, such an increase in growth attribute Su-jin preferred instead. The main reason for this is because such an attribute is not augmented. That means it can be fully stacked to a bunch of troopers. Each trooper gets 17,000 power. Moreover, every time Su-jin raised a level, all soldiers would follow suit and receive the attribute bonus of raising their strength by 1056. This can be worth more than a 30% personal attribute bonus, even more strategic than getting an Apollo. In the meantime, Su-jin's heart was also getting hotter and hotter, but he hadn't forgotten the description of the quest, Jedi Sky. As long as one gets first place in the trial of 10,000 clans, random armor and random super beasts are included among the rewards you can get. Su-jin was now looking forward to it in his heart, looking forward to seeing what the Ultra Beast God Ensemble will do. And so, Supersonic, you might want to take a break for now. You're going too slow and I'm in a bit of a hurry. Apollo, you come out. You're faster. Full speed ahead. Coming. Looking into the distance, it had begun to spread beyond the city walls. The seawater that shimmered with mysterious starlight and had already done some damage to the walls. Huamuqing's delicate face was filled with seriousness and worry. She hurriedly gave orders to her Queen's Flower, Wild Machine Gun Shooter, and Sword Leaf Dragon Blood Tree, which had already completed their extreme sublimation. At the same time, the vines hovering outside the walls of Su-jin's territory, it also burned with ice blue flames. She had just received the alert tone that Su-jin had successfully killed the Fire Qilin. She also had a deeper understanding of Su-jin's current strength. However, the one facing him at the moment was after all the Starseed Demon Whale, a terrifying existence that had slaughtered unknown hundreds of thousands of lords and unknown numbers of ferocious beasts. Now it has even reached level 45. Such a terrifying existence inevitably still made her heart a little nervous, but Huamuqing knew very well in her heart that as long as she could hold out until Su-jin rushed back, there was still room for everything. Brother Exempt Tooth Shooter. Huamuqing gave an order, and that voice was filled with eagerness and anticipation. The Wild Machine Gun Shooter then nodded with a crisp motion. Immediately after that, Its mouth instantly released a dense and countless amount of pea bullets. Those pea bullets poured out like a torrential downpour, carrying a powerful force. While passing the ice blue flames on the vines, it turns into an ice flame pea that has 5x damage. Snap, pop, pop. A series of loud noises echoed through the air. The starseed demon whale's size was immense, and it was very easy for the ice flame pea to hit it. However, what Huamuching did not expect was a wild machine gun shooter who has accomplished extreme sublimation himself. The attack power is comparable to what it was already at least 2x higher than before, but even so, the bullets it fired out would only even bring a few hundred points of damage to the starseed demon whale. Then he saw the continuous plus 5,000 green numbers floating up on the starseed demon whale. Huamuching's pupils contracted slightly, her face full of shock and disbelief. You can't deal damage to your opponent as fast as your opponent can bleed back? How does this play? Even the Queen's Flower, Sword Leaf Dragon Blood Tree and other plant soldiers on the side. It also seemed to feel the power of the starseed demon whale on a deeper level, under the powerful pressure. So much so that the green leaves on his body couldn't help but tremble. There's no need to panic. At this point, the steady and powerful voice of the golden iron beast rang in his ears. Huamuching quickly twisted her head to look. The tall and determined figure of the golden iron beast stood there. There was a shimmer in his eyes, as if he didn't take these little things in front of him seriously. Huamuching's originally flustered mind seemed to be gently smoothed by a large invisible hand. She straightened slightly and took a deep breath, refocusing her attention on the battlefield. Outside the city walls at this time, the sea has spread close to 1/5 of the city walls. Spirit ship, launch, prepare for battle. The golden iron beast commanded loudly. The spirit ship slowly walked to the edge of the city wall after receiving the order. Puff! With a fluttering sound, the spirit skyship steadily fell into the water with a huge splash. The weapon systems on the hull began to warm up, flashing with a cold light. Immediately after, the golden iron beast turned its body slightly to look at Lan Shadowfury. General Lan Shadowfury, you seize the moment and deal a heavy blow to the opponent. Together, we've come to surprise his lordship. Lan Shadowfury nodded slightly. Only a flash of light was seen, and Lan Shadowfury's body became smaller at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a small and delicate form, then rushed into the water without hesitation. The moment he approached entering the water, he had already completed his transformation from human form to beast form. The ferocious three-headed shark form is chilling. Entering the water, it barely stirred up a splash, as if it were one with the water. In the water, the Lan Shadowfury swam nimbly like a fish in water. Only the fins on his back were exposed above the surface of the water, glinting coldly in the sunlight. It lurks quietly, waiting for the perfect moment, ready to strike a fatal blow to the enemy. The waters around them rippled slightly, as if telling of an impending storm, and the starseed demon whale that had already arrived not far outside the city walls. See the scene. A hint of disdain appeared in the huge pupils. It didn't put the golden iron beast or the Lan Shadowfury in its eyes at all. Is that enough troops for anyone? Chapter 167, the starseed demon whale is really powerful. A carrier mega mecha consisting of 7,000 spirit skyships. Oh, you think you're good against a force like that? Hearing the incomparably rampant and disdainful voice of the starseed demon whale, the golden iron beast raised its head slightly, a smirk flashing in its eyes. So much for the situation being in their favor. As long as this starseed demon whale is not in a hurry to strike, there would be more spirit ships ready to be launched into battle. The present-day spirit ship not only possessed stronger attribute bonuses originating from Sujin, there were also a host of heroic units, the Army Rabbit Battalion, including the heroic additions on the 10,000 races list originating from Nighty Motionless and Aodian. With this large series of additions, even if the attributes of the starseed demon whale were quite amazing, every spirit ship possessed the ability to break defense. As long as there are enough spirit ships, the probability that they could directly decapitate the starseed demon whale would be higher. I love it when you guys get all negative and feel desperate. A spirit ship was seen launching one after another and floating on the water. The Star Ocean demon whale once again let out a disdainful cold laugh. The laughter echoed over the sea like thunder, so much so that it could set off a huge wave, causing a spirit ship's body to shake. A few moments passed. 7,000 spirit ships had already entered the water one after another from all directions of the city walls. Humph, the deer is yet to be seen. The golden iron beast's eyes flinched as it violently raised its arm and then released it. All attack. This order, like a battle cry, stirred in the air. The spirit ships in all directions acted quickly. They were like steel behemoths, rushing towards the starseed demon whale in a furious manner. It was as if a sharp spear was ready to pierce the enemy's defenses. The muzzles of the anti-aircraft guns lit up with a dazzling and oozing light. Immediately after, Countless shells broke through the air with a sharp whistling sound. The trajectory of the shells illuminated the sea and the sky above, weaving an incredibly dense, chilling web of death. Out of your depth, the huge body of the starseed demon whale swung slightly. Once again, he let out a cold laugh filled with mockery and contempt. With a wave of energy, its huge body directly became illusory. A ripple-like wave centered on its body and spread out in all directions. Each layer of ripples spread out. There was a shield that appeared right above the Star Ocean demon whale's blood bar. In just a few tens of seconds, a layer of shields up to 40 W of blood had protected it. I prefer to enjoy your despair than to kill you outright. As my last enemy, I don't mind playing with you guys a little longer. The voice of the Starseed demon whale echoed across the sea, full of confidence and arrogance. It takes skill to be arrogant, and it happens to have, compared to the other so-called higher fae, who still needed to use the power of soldiers to improve themselves. In the eyes of the Starseed demon whale, both the soldiers and all resource props could only be used as sustenance to give themselves a boost in strength. It does not care to utilize forces outside of itself. That's exactly why, after devouring and absorbing an unknown amount of resources of the core power, at this time, the Starseed demon whale's attributes were simply ridiculously high. Although it was only level 45, some level 60 ferocious beasts were not necessarily as high as it. This attack doesn't even count as tickling me. The words just fell. Boom! The first blaster shot hit the Starseed demon whale at once. Moment! A high 4-digit damage number popped up from the shield. The light of the shield flickered a bit under the blow, as if it were a candle flickering in the wind. Immediately after, boom! Boom! A second and third flak followed. With a sharp whistling sound, the shells swooped down on their targets like angry dragons. They slammed hard against the Starseed demon whale's shield, once again setting off a strong impact. As the shells continued to hit, the glow on the shield became more and more erratic. That originally brilliant light became much dimmer at this point. Tiny cracks also appeared on the surface of the shield before it directly shattered. Click, click, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. In these short seconds, the shield that the Star Ocean demon whale had just created had all been reduced to pieces. What? That's not possible? The Star Ocean demon whale let out a roar. The originally confident it was somewhat unable to accept this fact. It had given it much thought on the road before arriving. Inferno Vine, Nightless, Uden, and Fire Unicorn gangs, one by one, the powerful higher top foreign races were killed by Su Jin one after another. But the Starseed demon whale knew in his heart, those guys were too weak without reaching the later stages of their strength. There was simply no way to compare it to his own self who had devoured countless resources in the early stages. He himself had the same ability to decapitate them with ease. But the Starseed demon whale never expected it. The shield that he himself had cast only had a few 100,000 blood though, but that also has half of its own defense attributes. However, Su Jin's spirit ship troopers could actually deal up to 4-digit damage to their own shields. Such a situation caused the Starseed demon whale's huge body to sway slightly. It also seemed to feel a hint of threat. However, it still had disdain in its eyes. So what if it can break defense against me? A strong individual is the mark of a strong man. The Starseed demon whale roared up to the sky, exploding like thunder on the surface of the sea. The sea churned and rushed, forming huge whirlpools. A little bit of starlight gathered into a stream and surged towards the body of the Starseed demon whale. It caused an incomparably dazzling light to light up on the Star Ocean demon whale. Its attributes increased dramatically, and its aura became even more terrifying. In the meantime, one by one, the Starseed demon whales, which were like shadows, came out of the vortex. They move freely through the water and are lightning fast. Each of the shadows opened their bloody mouths and rushed towards the spirit skyship in a furious manner. It wanted to swallow the spirit skyship directly into its belly, turning it into a nutrient to raise the strength of the Starseed demon whale. Shield guard formation, carriers out. And that's when it happened. The golden iron beast let out a cold snort and directly gave another command to the spirit skyship. Rough seas. The 7,000 spirit ships began to move quickly. The original somewhat wobbly figure seemed to be held together by a mysterious force. The spirit ships were closely connected one by one. The metal hulls spliced into each other with a dull thud. As the combination proceeded, an unmistakable silhouette gradually emerged. The space outside is just too small, and there are still places that are not covered by a water source. This behemoth is impossible to drive properly. So, as the combination neared completion, the aircraft carrier was transformed into robot form. Like a prime giant, his head plunged straight into the sky, his chest leveled with the Starseed demon whale, and that Star Ocean demon whale shadow that was originally advancing towards the spirit skyship to attack. Even jumping up, he could only bite the giant's knee, and it simply couldn't break the spirit skyship's terrifying defense. and was directly shattered. What a powerful sublimation energy! Seeing such a scene, the Starseed demon whale once again felt threatened in its heart. It immediately goes into a natural dream state. 2 pairs of dreamlike wings hovered behind his back. A shield of up to 50 W of blood appears. Attack power gets increased by 30%. Movement speed gets increased by 15%. And your own immunity grows by 15%. And, in this state, it is immune to all physical attacks and all control effects other than suppression. The Star Ocean demon whale was furious. It was going to show its full strength and tackle this difficult foe. And at this point, Su Jin, who was rushing towards this side at great speed, also remotely saw the effects of the spirit ship sublimation. He didn't expect the current spirit ship to be that powerful. You can actually turn into a robot form after turning into an aircraft carrier. And the attributes are also ridiculously high, getting incomparably terrifying bonuses. At the same time, he also felt a little surprised at the difficult enemy that was the Starseed demon whale. This fellow's strength was definitely greater than all of the 10,000 races trial lords he had previously encountered combined. And, judging by some of the circumstances speculated, the previous Starseed demon whale had completely failed to show its true strength. It wasn't until now, when it saw the spirit carrier Mega Mecha, that it showed the terrifying abilities it possessed. Unreal status, shield, attack power, damage reduction, move speed bonus. This skill is honestly kind of awesome. Even Su Jin, who had reached level 60 in his previous life, did not dare to say that he could easily defeat the Starseed demon whale in its current state. Its horror is evident. But, the person I am now is not the person I was before. I who possess the humanitarian imperial soldier to destroy the world, directly ignoring your vaporized state. The corners of Su Jin's mouth rose slightly. He had already pronounced the death sentence of the Star Ocean demon whale, and had supersonic fly them towards the edge of the entire map of the 10,000 tribes trials. When the Starseed demon whale died, he was going to make the entire map his territory, thus increasing the score for territory size. Chapter 168, Still Want to Escape? Can you escape? And at this point, Hua Muqing, who was still watching the Starseed demon whale being brutally beaten by the spirit skyship with her own eyes, the entire person had long since fallen into extreme shock. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and incredulity. Those long eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if they were telling of the ripples within her. That's a Star Ocean demon whale. That horrible rating. Value. In her perception, it was like an insurmountable peak. She felt that she was afraid that she plus all the other lords of the 10,000 tribes trials combined might not be able to defeat it. It was a deep sense of powerlessness, a kind of awe in the face of an absolutely powerful existence. But at this point, it faced Su Jin's soldiers and unexpectedly fell into a disadvantage. And, none of this should be described as a fall from grace. I should say thrashed. Just see the sea. The huge carrier giants formed by the spirit ships radiated a powerful aura. Endless uninterrupted cannon fire continuously poured onto the Starseed demon whale, carrying the power of destruction. The huge anchor in his hand was even more frantic and chaotic, triggering a bloody mess with every smash. The Star Ocean demon whale, despite entering the natural dream world, one's own attributes received an extremely terrifying boost. Mysterious light enveloped its body, as if it had given it a layer of impenetrable armor. However, under this powerful fire attack, it appeared to be a bit overwhelmed. Its huge body trembled continuously from the chain of attacks. The light on the body also became weaker and weaker, as if it could go out at any time. So much so that at this point it stopped thinking about counterattacking. Instead, it transforms its natural state into life restoration and damage immunity. But even so, the Starseed demon whale still couldn't resist the terrifying attack of the spirit sky giant mecha. An anchor attack on its body could cause an incomparably painful wail from the Starseed demon whale. A strong shock surged through Hua Muqing's heart. Su Jin's strength was too terrifying. Her lips trembled slightly, her heart filled with awe at Su Jin's strength. The ocean is gone. At that moment, a startled voice from Queen Flower rang out. Hua Muqing hurriedly looked down outside the city. Sure enough, as the Starseed demon whale suffered incomparably great damage over and over again, to recover from injuries, replenish strength, energy, the power held in the ocean was being continuously drawn by the Starseed demon whale. As a result, sea levels are falling at an extremely rapid rate. Originally, the attack of the spirit sky giant mecha and the Starseed demon whale could still cause huge waves. Now, the powerful impact was only able to raise a cloud of smoke and dust. Such a scene seemed to fill Hua Muqing's heart with shock. Was this really the strength that a pre-human lord should have? A Starseed demon whale that could be ranked in the top 10 among the 10,000 worlds of the universe. The Starseed demon whale that can draw on the power of the entire world's oceans. Surprisingly, he was just suppressed by the hard values of Su Jin's soldiers. It's a good thing I became his vassal in the first place. Huamuqing couldn't help but sigh out. Even the swordleaf dragon blood tree on the side couldn't help but give Huamuqing a thumbs up. The emerald green leaves gently swayed as if they were praising Huamuqing's wise move. This little ninny has a future. She's got a real leg up. And at this point, the starseed demon whale in midair also felt the values on his body weakening. Even the speed of life status recovery was slowing down. It knew very well that this was its control over the ocean of the 10,000 tribes trial map was becoming lower, and the area of the ocean territory was decreasing. How is that possible? How is this possible? Why can his soldiers hurt me with physical attacks? Why would a small human race have such a strong soldier? The star ocean demon whale let out a cry of alarm. A loud voice echoed through the air, full of panic and confusion. The cockiness and arrogance of that time was long gone. In fact, a long time ago, it had come to Su Jin's territory with the help of some special means to probe the situation. The gold and iron beasts and some of the soldiers at the time were stronger than the other lords though. The other lords simply don't have the ability to kill it. Thus, the Star Ocean Demon Whale did not choose to go after Su Jin first. Instead, they went to some of the more territorial continents first to unleash the carnage, because it knew that Su Jin could only be killed by itself. Sooner or later, they are their own prey. But the Starseed Demon Whale really didn't expect it. Nowadays it is merely a matter of getting an extreme sublimation through a secret realm of opportunity. Su Jin's soldiers possessed such a terrifying boost. It was already possible to do so without posing a single threat to himself. But a threat is just a threat. It still didn't make the Starseed Demon Whale feel alarmed, because it has its own undercard. Nature Dreams, a secret technique from a former clan member of the Star Ocean Demon Whale clan, Zhuangzhou Kuanpeng. In this state, it could receive an incomparably terrifying boost, and it's also immune to all physical attacks. This was the true source of the Starseed Demon Whale's arrogance, but it still didn't come to mind. Su Jin's soldiers could actually ignore their own natural dreams. It was actually possible to deal physical damage directly to oneself in a state of vaporization, immune to physical attacks. The Star Ocean Demon Whale was a bit puzzled, but it also knew that it didn't have enough time to think about that now. Now that the scope of one's ocean territory is shrinking, the recovery of life is slowing down. If you continue to fight, you will die yourself. Escape. The Star Ocean Demon Whale didn't have the pride it had before. All of the attributes increased by natural dreams are converted to movement speed. A ripple like space appeared. The Starseed Demon Whale's movement speed had reached its peak. In just the blink of an eye, he had already come to an unknown number of miles away. Even the flak cannons of the Spirit Sky Giant Mecha couldn't keep up with the speed of its escape. Human race, wait for me. When I get the reward from the 10,000 races trial, when I go back and devour a few planets, then I will definitely go to the Blue Star and kill you. The Star Ocean Demon Whale laughed indulgently, even though he might not be Su Jin's opponent, but it didn't think that if it wanted to escape, Su Jin could have a way to stop it. Yes, but just then, Lan Shadowfury, who had been silently waiting for the Starseed Demon Whale in the direction of the ocean, let out a disdainful scoff. The Star Ocean Demon Whale instantly felt an intense crisis. It was an alertness that came from instinct. However, at this point it was too late. Wild shark-breaking sea strike. The Lan Shadowfury performed a masterstroke, and his voice exploded like thunder in the seawater. Instantly, a huge whirlpool of water appeared. The vortex was like a huge black hole, emitting a powerful suction force. The Lan Shadowfury sprinted through the vortex at breakneck speed, so fast that it was hard to catch. Its dorsal fin shimmered, forming a huge high-pressure water blade. Along with the vortex outside, a huge current shark was formed. The shark's body was huge and majestic, as if it was the angry incarnation of the god of the ocean, and its size was just big enough to swallow the Star Ocean Demon Whale. The shark wrapped around the Lan Shadowfury and charged towards the Star Ocean Demon Whale's face. The speed was so fast that it was too late to react. ********. The Starseed Demon Whale could not avoid it and was incomparably panicked. It hastily transformed natural dreams into a damage immunity status, increasing damage immunity by 30%. A shield instantly appeared and surrounded it, trying to stay alive. However, it still underestimated Lan Shadowfury too much. The shark made up of that water current was an endlessly compressed energy water blade. Each water blade contained great power. Almost instantly, the shield was broken. That powerful water blade was like an indestructible sword. A hard hit on the carapace of the Starseed Demon Whale. Half of his body was bitten off by a huge shark. The incomparably powerful water blade pierced through the Starseed Demon Whale from its head. Blood filled the seawater and the gruesome sight was frightening. And at this point, Su Jin and his Apollo had also just arrived nearby. There's a backstory? His expression was cold, his gaze was like a torch, and a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. This was also the first time he had seen the Starsea demon whale with his own eyes. I have to admit, that horrible attribute is really awesome. But you think you can escape? Sujin slightly raised the corner of his mouth, a hint of mockery in his tone. Immediately after, he stabilized his mind. The eyes stared straight at the small mass of whales that appeared on the corpse of the Starsea demon whale like a soul body and tried to escape from here. Without the slightest hesitation, Sujin quickly pulled the demigod's bow. The bowstring tightened, and then there was a shudder. Boom! With a golden crow's roar, a sharp arrow was shot out. The sharp arrow quickly transformed into a golden crow burning with a blazing flame as it flew. The golden crow spreads its wings and flies with a blazing flame. The moment the soul body was approached, time seemed to stand still. That soul body seemed to feel a great threat and trembled violently, trying to dodge. However, it was too late. The golden crow hit the soul body hard, and the powerful impact caused the surrounding space to distort. Boom! With a loud bang, the golden crow exploded. Powerful shockwaves spread out in all directions. The flames instantly spread out, forming a sea of fire that completely engulfed the soul body. In this blazing fire, the Starsea demon whale completely died. Chapter 169, Whale Shark King Special. Leaving the 10,000 races trial. Congratulations on killing the level 45 Lord Starsea demon whale. Leveling up to level 45. Congratulations on obtaining 36.4 billion of Lord's energy. Congratulations on obtaining the Lord's skill book, Celestial State. Though the Starsea demon whale guy is more than a little bit of a problem too. It always likes to devour all resources and props and transform them into its own attribute energy. But what the other side popped out was still not to be underestimated. First of all, it's the level, and the other person's level is a whole lot higher than your own. This was the result of it killing an unknown number of lords and ferocious beasts. However, the rules of the trial of the 10,000 clans were just that. It doesn't matter how many you get, just end up getting killed by someone else. Everything you have is working for someone else and it all becomes someone else's. As a result, Sujin was also directly promoted to level 45, including saying, this guy kills a lot of lords, and lord energy is considered a special currency. There was no way to be directly absorbed by the Star Ocean demon whale. The 36.4 billion terror lord energy was also a big profit for Sujin. Even if it was to liberate Apollo's divinity, he had a certain amount of capital. Not only that, the skills dropped from the Star Ocean demon whale even made Sujin's eyes light up. Overlord skill, Celestial State. Effects, illuminate Dream Butterfly to protect teammates and self. Remove control effects and gain immunity from control. Gain 30% extra life shield. CD, 30 minutes. Duration, 5 seconds. This skill doesn't look as powerful as the Starsea demon whale when it's used, but it's still wow for CO to say. Exempt from control. Control is definitely one of the most nauseating things when it comes to two troopers in a firefight. The previous Sujin didn't even have any particularly good ways to immunize his soldiers from control. You can only keep them from releasing it by hitting them early, but not now with this skill. By activating the celestial status, you can make yourself and all of your soldiers immune to control. It also has the ability to increase shields. Definitely a superb skill that can turn the tide of battle. Sujin immediately chose to study. Sure, the most crucial thing about killing the Starsea demon whale wasn't even that. Sujin immediately came out of Apollo's body. It landed directly on top of the Star Ocean demon whale's corpse that was like a large mountain. A hand touched the body and there was a flash of light. Special modification verified. Whale shark armed. Super beast, King Whale Shark, needs 490 days to complete modification. This is a special case. The controller of the Whale Shark King mech can use the Lord's energy to accelerate it. Accelerate. Sujin, who had already gotten rich, didn't care if it was 7 days or 490 days. It cost 4200 W of Lord's energy directly to speed it up. With a roar from the remodeling workshop, man's desires are like the rolling stones of a high mountain. Once they start they can never stop. A rather philosophical and constantly echoing voice appeared in the sky. Immediately after, a Whale Shark King human body that was up to 2 meters tall, wearing armor and with an azure complexion appeared in front of Sujin's eyes. Greetings, lords, a little something. Sujin's eyes lit up. Super Beast Armament, Whale Shark King, Legendary Special Troop, Spirit, 20W, Physical, 12W, Power, 7W, Agility, 6W, Weapons and Equipment, Whale Shark Armament, Whale Shark Abyss, Whale Shark Warlord, Skills, Summon Whale Shark Soldiers, Tsunami Hijacking, Dark Abyss, 10,000 Seas Voyage, Convergence. That's a bit of an impressive attribute. Seeing the attributes of the Whale Shark King, Sujin was truly feeling the surprise. Just the legendary Whale Shark King. The panel attributes alone were already comparable to a half-step myth-level Apollo. It's also a weak 5,000,000 directly jumped to become the number 1 battle force under Su Jin excluding Apollo. However, there is a reason for such intensity. King Whaleshark has 5 skills. First, summoning whale shark soldiers is the ability to summon minions with 30 to 50% of his attributes. Pawns have multi-terrain motorcycles, guns and other equipment, and you can enjoy all the bonuses originating from the Shujin troop type. The second skill, Tsunami Hijack. This is King Whaleshark's big move. Both hands gathered blue energy to strike, which could cause incomparably terrifying damage. It also has the ability to transform everything into the ocean similar to the Star Sea Demon Whale. The third skill, Black Sea Abyss. This is a stance that can only be performed when one enters the state of a super beast. A small black hole can be created with only weak damage, but it could connect to Su Jin's Lord Space. Let the enemy suffer a brutal beating inside from a group of soldiers who are always invincible and immune to everything that exists. The fourth skill, 10,000 Seas Voyage. This skill allows the king whale shark to nimbly move forward in the middle of all oceans. For example, oceans, seas of sand, seas of lava, seas of stars. It could be said that with this, no matter where he was, the whale shark king would not be at a terrain disadvantage. The fifth skill, Converges. It's also a skill similar to the Star Sea Demon Whale. You can absorb the energy from the sand or ocean created by the Tsunami Hijack and use it to enhance your attributes. Up to 30% awful attributes. After looking at the 5 skills, it's obvious why the Whale Shark King is so strong. He has no aura type skills. Can't have a high bonus to all troopers like Manticore King, Apollo and the rest of them. This, then, was the price he paid for having immensely powerful attributes. But it doesn't matter. For Su came in and said that he was satisfied with both an additional Lubu who was valiant and good at fighting, and an additional Han Xin who could command battles and give the entire army a boost in ability. Then, next, King Whale Shark, armed, Su Jin directly activated the mechanical armament skill that he possessed after becoming a mechanic. See only, a huge spell with an incomparably huge radius close to 15 meters suddenly appeared around the Whale Shark King's body. As the spells began to flicker and change non-stop, an incredibly ferocious and massive mechanical shark breaks out of the ground. Under the skill of mechanical armament, the Whale Shark King itself directly turned into a ball of energy and merged into the huge whale shark god of war mech, and Su Jin was also enveloped by a glow. Enter the Whale Shark Warlord's control room. Forward, forward, home home home. With a wave of his hand, Su Jin retrieved the Lawn Shadow Fury, which had been left out to dry, back into the Lord Space. Then, directly maneuvering the Whale Shark War God to drill into the ground. It's called Earth-Sea Voyage. About a couple dozen seconds later, Hua Muqing, who was still on the walls of Su Jin's territory with a dumbfounded and shocked look on her face. Suddenly there was a tug on the sleeve by Queen Flower. What's wrong? Hua Muqing came back to her senses and twisted her head to ask a question. A little puzzled. A great terror has come. Queen Flower's body shivered as she pointed in the direction where Su came in. Ha! Hua Muqing looked in the direction of Queen Flower's finger. There was a huff and a puff of surprise. See only, on top of the ground that had become a sea of sand, an incredibly black shark dorsal fin was exposed. The speed was extremely fast, rushing towards the city wall. Didn't wait for Hua Muqing to react. Su Jin piloted the Whale Shark War God and then had leapt away. The huge body directly blocked out the sunlight. Boo! Landing on top of the city walls, directly dry crushing a piece of the city wall. There are still enemies? Isn't the Star Sea Demon Whale dead? Hua Muqing exclaimed. Take it easy. Su Jin stabilized his pace, looked at the panicked Hua Muqing, and casually waved his hand. Immediately after, he then disarmed his mechanical armament with the Whale Shark Warlord and disengaged to the ground, completely ignoring the open-mouthed, surprised Hua Muqing. To himself, he said, transfer 80% of the Lord's energy to me as protection money, and keep the rest for yourself. Check out the stores, see if there's anything you can take back with you and buy something to go home with. Having said that, Su Jin then opened the store and bought everything that was noted as permanent and could be used immediately, or could be taken with him to leave the 10,000 tribes trial. Anyway, he was now the biggest winner of the 10,000 clans trial. There are simply more survival points than you can use. Buy as much as you can. Does it work? Buy it first. Otherwise the survival points are wasted. I don't know how much time has passed. When survival points are completely consumed, troops such as the Supersonic have also reached the edge of the map. As they planted their flags, the entire 10,000 races trial map had completely become Su Jin's territory except for those lords who had safely detached themselves. When this is done, there was nothing left to do amongst the 10,000 tribes trials. And so, with a burst of alternating light, Su Jin's figure was covered in golden light. Disappeared in place. 10,000 Races Trial. Reward settlement in progress. Chapter 170, The Returning Sensation. Same time, in Yanjing, China. Once again, a group of figures in high places had gathered. They looked grave, and there was tension in the air. Just now, they got a shocking news. Message from the Minister of Finance of the state. A 10,000 Races Trial invitation letter in the middle of the treasury once again emitted light. What this represents, they naturally know well. The trial is over. All dust to dust, and all earth to earth. Based on projections, according to the flow of time in Blue Star, this 10,000 Races trial that Su Jin had entered should not end until the night after tomorrow, but now it actually ended early, which was completely beyond their expectations. Some have sensed that something big is going on. Their brows were furrowed and their eyes were filled with worry. The early end of the 10,000 Races trial meant that Su Jin had already touched base with the Fire Qilin gang and with the Starsea Demon Whale, even though they believe in their own people. But they don't fail to recognize the excellence of others. Many people already had mixed feelings in their minds. It is thought that Su Jin has encountered a predicament that he cannot cope with. Maybe it was killed by the Fire Unicorn, by the Starsea Demon Whale. Maybe it's trapped in the secret realm of opportunity. Or, maybe there was a major change in the whole trial. Either way, it makes them uneasy. The crowd was silent in this tense atmosphere. Even Ainsley, who was originally confident in Su Jin, could not help but fall into deep thought. Start thinking about some of the circumstances here. Feeling deep concern for the safety of Su Jin's life. If there really is an accident, try to let Su Anguo know as late as possible. I'm afraid he'll be impulsive. An old man with white hair slowly spoke with sadness. His eyes were full of worry and his voice was low and husky. That old face was at that moment even more vicissitudes because of the worry. All in the name of the greater good. Another solemn-looking man said solemnly, but just then, Ainsley suddenly thought of something. He frowned slightly, a look of realization dawning on his face. This was followed by a helpless look at the crowd and a gentle shake of the head. That said, none of the Humanity Emperor soldiers have sent out a sense. Ainsley said slowly, his voice echoing in the quiet space. You guys just assume that Su Jin must be gone? I see you guys. You're concerned. You've been too tired these past few days, and it's time to take a vacation for yourselves and get some rest. Hearing Ainsley's words, a face with fatigue, but with glowing eyes looked at him. Ha, it's all coming. How did you guys know that I got first place in the 10,000 Races trial? Didn't wait for them to continue to ask questions. A slightly surprised voice suddenly came from outside. The voice was clear and bright, with a hint of teenage vigor. The crowd that originally wanted to open their mouths and ask questions, instantly it was as if they were sucked in by a magnet, and they looked at the visitor in unison. Then, instantly face-bombed with surprise. I figured you boys would be okay. Ainsley directly took the brunt of it and gave Sion a bear hug. Ha! Su Jin's eyes widened, his face full of surprise. You already guessed that I took first place in the 10,000 clans trial? Ha ha ha! Hearing Su Jin's flirtation, the atmosphere of the entire scene was mobilized. A hearty laugh echoed through the air, full of joy and relief. A pair of eyes stared at Su Jin, emitting sounds of either admiration or disbelief. First in the trial of the 10,000 clans, a human teenager achieves first place in the trial of the 10,000 races. They were even a little disbelieving. The news was like a bolt from the blue, shocking them. Su Jin didn't know how long he had been talking to them. From entering the trial, to leaving, all of them were given to the people present, except for some that could not be said. You mean those Fae didn't feel surprised when they saw your heroic unit? Ainsley frowned, his eyes filled with thought, trying to find some clues from Su Jin's words. Aha! Su Jin nodded, and his expression became serious. Whether it's the Draconians, the Fire Griffins, or the Starsea Demon Whales, they must have seen that my soldiers are heroic units, but none of them felt surprised, only the first glimmer of wonder in their eyes. Su Jin recalled the scene in the trial, and the reaction of those foreigners confused him. I suspect that the universe among the 10,000 worlds possesses many things that we do not yet know, Su Jin said slowly, a hint of gravity in his tone. Includes divinity, includes heroic units, includes soldier inheritance, includes transforming lives into soldiers. His words seemed to cast a huge stone in the hearts of the crowd, causing ripples. Everyone was in deep thought. Everything was just as Huamuqing knew about the human race. It's true that the human race is not as strong as the alien race in the early stages. As a result, even Huaxia had many people who had entered the 10,000 races trial. But basically, it's just meteoric. There is so little useful information that can be obtained. And what Su Jin discovered, witnessed all of this, yet it intrigued and unsettled them all. It seems that we can't just be satisfied with our existing perceptions. An old man slowly spoke, his eyes revealing a firm determination. We need to study the universe in all its realms in greater depth, to understand those things we don't yet know, and to prepare for the future of mankind. The crowd nodded in agreement. They knew that Su Jin's experience was a wake-up call for them. It made them truly realize the true place of mankind in the universe. Actually, there's no need to be so nervous. Those foreign races all recognize the talent, the potential of the human race. Su Jin slightly raised the corner of his mouth, his eyes revealing a sense of confidence and calmness. As the saying goes, thick and thin. While speaking, he took out the Night Demon contract, including some of the things he had obtained and exchanged from amongst the 10,000 races trial. Those items were in abundance and shimmered with a mysterious light. It was full almost to the brim of the open space around it. The sheer number and variety of them is dazzling. It just so happened that all the seniors were there, so I didn't bother to organize myself. You can have the authorities look into it more and see what they can come up with. A strong shock surged in the hearts of the crowd as they looked at the items all over the ground. Hiss! Some people picked up the Night Demon contract and couldn't help but draw a breath of cold air after seeing the effects of his attributes. When a cacophony has passed, an old man came forward, his eyes filled with emotion and relief. Su Jin, you have made a great contribution to mankind, to China. These items will be great leads for us to conduct research, and we will definitely put them to good use. His voice was solemn and serious, representing the crowd's respect and gratitude to Su Jin. The others nodded in agreement. You're always the kind of character that doesn't want to put others at a disadvantage. If it were any other place, I'm afraid I'd be eaten to the bone. Ainsley lamented and patted Su Jin's shoulder. Throw in a wooden peach and return the favor. Su Jin smiled faintly. The value of these things is high in everyone's opinion, but the only use for keeping it to yourself is to sell it. Plus the state gave him a safe environment to grow up in. Including heavenly rewards in destroying the world have also given him a very huge boost. In contrast, he still felt that they needed to be utilized in useful ways. Besides, I'd rather keep the really good stuff for myself. Look at the group of excited old people in front of you. With a wave of his hand, Su Jin summoned the solar star god, Apollo, to his side. This mech that looked like a prime giant instantly attracted everyone's attention. Please notify the seniors and give me the green light. I'll go back to the academy first. I haven't had a good rest for the past few days, said. Su Jin then directly flashed his figure and entered Apollo's body. Even when shrunk to the extreme, it possessed a giant mecha that was close to 10 meters flying into midair. Go ahead. No one dares to fly in the entire Yanjing region today except you. As Ainsley's words fell, a golden red light disappeared in the sky and flew in the direction of the National Defense University. A good while after Su Jin left. Demigod level. Is this the terror of the demigod level? It's the first time I've seen it since I grew up. That's not the point. Didn't you guys notice his level? 45. In just 1 month, he has traveled the path of others for a lifetime. Next time, the sky was empty over the entire Yanjing city, even including the entire wilderness area. There was only a golden red stream of light flying extremely fast in the sky, and some of the news learned here spread far and wide. All the major military regions, the springs, the National Defense University, all the places, one lord after another, either with emotion or with a big smile, especially Long Chanqian who learned the news, the girl who once chose to surrender, wanting to come back after a while to initiate the challenge. The entire group was in a daze. No, man, this I hit with my head? And at this point, Su Jin, however, did not want to force himself to act that way. He went that way mainly because he didn't want to talk to them, wanted to leave early to check just how much had been harvested this time. On that note, when it was almost time to return to the National Defense University, then the fusion was lifted, opting to drive the Thunderbolt, the Thundercar Thunderbolt, and letting him drive himself, he sped across the ground. NCO Jin. Instead, he began to check the rewards for getting first place by himself after the end of the 10,000 clans trial. Have to say, that's a reward that's really a bit generous. Chapter 171 Energy Amethyst 5th Effect. Human Lord Su Jin, ranked first in the number of active and passive kills of lords, territory size, number of survival points gained, and ability gained. Overall evaluation, first place in the trial of the 10,000 clans. Reward, King of the Clans title. Extra rewards, King's treasure chest. Place of trials. The rewards of this 10,000 races trial were simply staggeringly rich. First is the title of King of the Nations. Su Jin vaguely remembers the title he received in his previous life was named. Survivors, all troop attributes increased by 10%. Quality +1. And this time, it's the King of all races. The name alone makes a world of difference. The attributes are even more different. King of the clans, plus 30% of all attributes of lords and troop types, plus 1 troop quality. The intensity of this one really leaves you speechless. It's not just a boost from 10% to 30% of all attributes. Even more so, all of the lord's attributes get a 30% boost. One of the biggest implications is this. It made Su Jin's spiritual power directly reach 544,806, equivalent to military seats, 54480. It's a straight 50,000 troop seats, plus the fighter and panther beast troop types that are also attached to the City of Wind and Snow and the Hall of Thunder. It's a straight up 78,088 mechanical trooper seats. Now that's a mob flow. My past life self was so less than 10,000 soldiers at level 45. What kind of trash is that? Su Jin had an excited smile on his face and his heart was filled with grandeur. It was as if he had seen the future scene of himself leading a huge army of soldiers to conquer the 10,000 realms of the universe. And it's not just about sheer numbers. The quality of each trooper is also extremely high. Each of them could have a 29,976 power attribute bonus from Su Jin himself. There's also a 30% bonus toll attributes derived from the King of the Nations title, plus a whole mess of other additions. The current Su Jin, if compared to his own self before entering the 10,000 races trial, Su Jin felt like he could beat his previous self 1,000 times. It's probably all humbling to say that. Only the buff that makes the troop quality +1 at the end is a bit underwhelming. It's no different than what you got in your previous life. At most, it can only cause a trooper to be promoted to king level, let alone myths. Legends don't even make it to the top. However, Su Jin didn't take it too much to heart. A king is a king. Due to the ones that were exchanged from the end of the 10,000 tribes trial using survival points, all of his soldiers now had a minimum quality of diamond. With the King of the Tribes buff bonus, it's king of all. Thunder Roadster, family members who understand I'm a raggedy used car, suddenly become a sports car. Really cool. As for the extra rewards at the back, Su Jin was a bit in disbelief. The King's Chest, Land of Trials, he was naturally aware of the former, and the value could be ridiculously high. Let's put it this way. Before Su Jin used the gold level treasure chest to open out to be prepared for the helicopter to use, but has not been used Vulcan howitzer. It's what this King's Chest opens at worst. If you're slightly lucky, it's something of legendary quality. With a burst of luck, Su Jin felt hopeful of opening divinity. With immense excitement, Su Jin directly spent the Lord energy he didn't care about at all to open it. Just the moment it opens, laser cannons, heavy trucks, cars roaring, all sorts of sounds came directly from the "Watch out, there's an ambush." It made even Thunderbolt feel ambushed, and he sensed an aura of danger. Take it easy. Su Jin suppressed his inner excitement and opened his mouth. Just because. What was in front of me was just amazing. The source of the race. Grade, none. Effect, enhances the Lord's core ability to awaken effects across levels. Gulp. Su Jin couldn't help but swallow several mouthfuls of saliva. It was as if his heart was swept by an incomparably huge wave, and he could not be calmed at all. Su Jin really didn't dare to imagine that such a thing could actually exist in this world. Cross-level awakening of the Lord's core effect ability. That point alone is proof of the strength of this thing. It was horrifying to say the least. One should know that Su Jin's energy amethyst now possessed 4 effects. Whichever one it is, he uses it almost all the time. It was a boost that he simply couldn't part with. And with this racial source, one could awaken the 5th effect of the energy amethyst. It's just too amazing. Su Jin hurriedly put it to use. In an instant, the amethyst of energy that belonged to his Lord's core emerged. A powerful energy emanated from it. After another series of incredibly complex and mysterious special effects, a new effect belonging to the energy amethyst is shown out. Effect 5, Mechanical Modification, with the ability effects of Modification Workshop, ranking of the 10,000 clans, and all spark source, can give some mechanical life, can transform some corpses, 100% identify with the life of the Lord, instantly into machinery. The transformed creatures will be at the command of the Lord, and will be of the same rank as the Lord, and will be made into soldiers with all the buffs available to them. The materials required for the transformation can be exchanged for the equivalent of Lord's energy. Nightless, Uden, come, family, hurry up and be transformed by my master. This owl suddenly got several times stronger. I'll take 10. For a moment, Su Jin was incoherent, so capable that only 3 words from the creator can describe it. Even though it did not directly give a boost to Su Jin's ability, but he can increase the ability of Seo Jin's little brother Originally, Su Jin also possessed thousands of self-exploding insect-type machines, a whole bunch of mechanical little dragons, as well as the Red Crane, Night Emotionless, and Aodn. All of these could be counted as Su Jin's unconventional battle power. But with this change, they went straight to the regular army. The only problem is that his grandmother. How come I have less than 1,000 troop seats left? Su Jin was dumbfounded. No, man, Knight Ruthless and the others are still really enlisted? Their troop types still count inside my troop seats? Hey, it seems that in the future, we'll only take in minions if they've been tested. Otherwise it would be a waste of troop seats to collect them. Su Jin sighed. The excitement sank in an instant. So much so that the emotions of checking out that so-called trial territory weren't even that high anymore. But just as Su Jin finished reading the attributes of the so-called trial territory, the mind that had just shifted instantly disappeared. Collect. Every little brother you can must be collected for him. Chapter 172, The Vision of an Endless Transformation Army. Obedience Training. Place of Trials, no rank. Description, simply put, it's the Lord's Space Skin. It may hold one type of soldier so that the number of additional stores therein is unlimited. 2. Where enemies can be freely created and soldiers can be trained without CD. 3. After entering the troop, all negative effects will be lifted. And in case of death, the troop will be resurrected directly. A troop has a cooldown of 24 hours, and resurrection has a cooldown of 30 days. Please select the type of troops to be accommodated. Panther Beasts Fighters Spirit Ships. Su Jin's eyes instantly lit up. He was really not expecting it. This so-called place of trial. It was actually turning the entire map of the 10,000 races trial into its own territory. Truly territorial. And it's still an almost infinite, freely adjustable, completely unlimited territory for one type of soldier. Is there any hesitation in that? Choose to remodel the military. Su Jin made a decisive choice. This is definitely the best option. Though choosing a fighter now, choosing a panther beast or something would increase your strength very quickly. But what's the best thing in the world? A ferocious beast. You can't even kill this thing. Kill one today. 8 can come out tomorrow. Kill 8 tomorrow and 80 will come out the day after. No one even knew how many ferocious beasts there were. It's totally as if it's inexhaustible. Therefore, it is perfectly understandable that its number is infinite, since the number of ferocious beasts is unlimited. Then, as long as one kills enough ferocious beasts and collects enough minions, isn't it also understood to be infinite? By virtue of the energy amethyst effect V. Remodel them, remodel them, remodel them. Make it your own troop type, the kind that gets all the bonuses. Choose to remodel the troop type. Their future. There is no cap. Totally. You beat my Panther Beast unit. Beat my Apollo. It even beat my Ultra Beast armor. Very good. The real contest has begun. Come forth. My final card, the Army of Transformation. Come on. Beat them. If I can't beat them, I'm an immortal being. Think of this scene. Su Jin couldn't even help but giggle. Sure, it's not just this ability. It's Effect 2, and Effect 3 are also very, very powerful. Effect 2. It's like a perfect place to train the tactical coordination of soldiers and train skill proficiency. With this ability, even if Su Jin got any skills that he hadn't acquired in his previous life, it can also be used indefinitely by being in the middle of a trial site. With the power of heavenly reward, it brought him right up to full level. For Effect 3, it's the same as a 24-hour cooldown on a spring that can be uncontrolled. Even for Su Lai, who possessed the energy amethyst, it was very useful. After all, energy amethyst can't be control-free or get rid of negative effects. But not with this. If you encounter that kind of incredibly nasty enemy, a bunch of slowdowns reduce you to 1%. By then it will be no different than not being able to move. If the celestial state goes into cooldown at that time, you can then enter the place of trial, uncontrol it, and then release it again. And what was most valued by Su Jin had to be its accompanying resurrection ability. This world is not like a game. Troops in the game can continue to be summoned when they are gone, but once a soldier in this world dies, he is truly dead. For example, the Manticore King. If he dies, that's real dead. Even if you're lucky enough to summon it, it's also just the Blue Tiger King, the Green Tiger King, not the Mighty Tiger King. So the ability to resurrect soldiers is really too powerful. Don't say it took 30 days to resurrect successfully. Even if it's 3 years, 10 years, there are countless lords willing. And at this point, Thunderbolt had already led Su Jin to slowly drive into the entrance of the campus. 121. 121. Run around the school 10 more times. And you don't need to eat until you finish. Sweat a little more now. Increase your attributes a little. When you face the ferocious beasts you'll have more chances of surviving. Run. Entering the campus. The sound of that freshman's military training came clearly into the ears. A loud and clear slogan and neat footsteps, like a stirring war drum, echoed in the air. It was only then that Su Jin realized that at this point, they had already entered the campus. He whipped his head around to find the guard grinning at him. Apparently, he had inquired about himself through Thunderbolt's place of belonging and chose to let it go. Sujin immediately told Thunderbolt to back off, went over to express his gratitude, handed over a cigarette, and talked for a while. Only then did he turn his head to watch these freshmen train. These freshmen have changed dramatically from what they were. They no longer have the childish temperament when they first entered the campus, replaced by calmness and concentration. Even Thunderbolt's arrival didn't cause them to engage in any unusual behavior such as mingling. Still focused on his training tasks, Sujin also nodded from time to time. To many outside lords of the same age, such training doesn't seem to do much. Practicing all day and eating some food that increases attributes is not as much as going for a level up to increase your attributes. But that's not really the case. Freshman training at the National Defense University is the same as among the military. Before training, and after training, a special potion is taken. Not only could it partially make up for the human lord's own weaker physical body, it enhanced their overall fighting ability. Even said, it can also help them get rid of some obstacles in advance, allowing them to gain a certain amount of more attribute increases as they killed ferocious beasts and leveled up. From there, each of them was ahead of more than half of the lords of the same rank. Hu Feiwei, this kid hasn't changed much either. Just as Su Jin was observing. At this moment, his squad leader Wang Wei also came running with a square formation. Hu Feiwei in the middle of the square formation instantly caught Su Jin's attention. Su Jin's gaze locked onto Hu Feiwei with a dark feeling in his heart. Not sure how precisely that should be expressed though, but it's easy to see the changes in a person. Hu Feiwei's stance was more upright. His eyes revealed determination and confidence, as if he was transformed compared to before. Just as Su Jin was observing them, Wang Wei also noticed Thunderbolt's incomparably handsome appearance. With a flash of light in his eyes, he gave the direct order. All hands, halt! His voice was loud and strong, echoing through the air. The freshmen in the square immediately stopped in their tracks. The movements were neat and tidy, showing good discipline. Wang Wei's gaze was firmly fixed on a freshman in front of him at the very front. In a serious tone, he inquired, "Tell me, what color is that car?" That freshman was shocked by Wang Wei's aura and hurriedly replied loudly, "Black and red." Wang Wei frowned slightly and said without hesitation, "Go stand on the left." Then, Wang Wei turned his gaze to the next student and asked again, "What color is it?" The student seemed a little nervous and replied in a slightly shaky voice, "Report, black." Wang Wei shook his head and ordered the same, "Go stand on the left." "What color?" Wang Wei continued to pursue. The next student puffed out his chest and replied loudly, "Report, red." Wang Wei waved his hand somewhat helplessly, "You go too." At this point, the students in the square were a bit nervous. They didn't understand why Wang Wei was doing this, but they didn't dare to disobey orders. Wang Wei's gaze scanned over the students as if looking for some answer. And at this time, Su Jin also understood Wang Wei's purpose for doing so. It's obedience training. The correct answer should be, "Report, squad leader, whatever color you say it is." Hu Feiwei's voice came. The voice was firm and loud and full of confidence. Su Jin smiled. Although this kid was a bit capricious at times, but one has to admit, he's really smart. Su Jin looked at Hu Feiwei, and a trace of appreciation showed in his eyes. Hearing this answer, Wang Wei smiled. His smile was filled with relief and satisfaction. "Great, take the day off, go back to resting." Thank you, squad leader. Special circumstances make a difference. Don't take it seriously. Today's daily update is close to 24,000. Tomorrow's update will be a bit later and possibly not. A bit of things need to be taken care of. Sorry about that. Chapter 173, a joint military exercise that, if it fails, will be hung on a pillar of shame. Early vacation for Huffy. It was as if he was back to the confident and arrogant teenager he once was. It makes you feel both a little helpless and very cute at the same time. Su Jin also couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly and sighed softly. This guy's got it going on. Switching back and forth between the two looks. Shifting fast enough. As the freshmen all left, quiet gradually returned to the front of the school. Su Jin immediately had Thunderbolt traveling to Hu Feiwei's side. "Get in the car." Su Jin spat out two words succinctly and forcefully. Upon hearing these two words, Hu Feiwei first froze, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But soon, the color of surprise flooded his face. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly pulled open the door and sat inside the car. "I guessed it was you when I saw the King class unit. I couldn't believe it at first. I can't even see the ownership of this sports car with my top scrying type skills. This leveling up is really fast for you." As Thunderbolt let out a low rumble, Hu Feiwei couldn't hold back his excitement and took the lead. The vehicle moved slowly forward, the view out the window flying backward. Su Jin smiled and responded. You're not bad either. You've grown a lot during this time. Hu Feiwei sighed, and that sigh was filled with helplessness and emotion. It won't work otherwise. I can finally see why my old bean sent me here. The training is pretty much the same as in the army. As long as you can't fight, you fight to the death kind of thing. I was thinking I could get some special treatment by relying on my dad's name, but it didn't work at all. A bitter smile appeared on Hu Feiwei's face, as if he was recalling the hardships of the training. When he finished, he paused for a moment to gather his thoughts, then continued, or you're good, but we've all heard that the 8 sects besieged the top of the light, and they were all cut down by you alone. That scene is awesome to look back on now, and that Long Chanxian is also really smart, knowing that it can't be beaten, directly not to fight. At that time, for those 2 days, we didn't do anything. We sat in the classroom all the time, and various guides took turns analyzing and explaining everything about that test. That tells it like it is, including, if they hadn't talked about it, a lot of us wouldn't have known there were so many doors to that fight. Upon hearing this, Su Jin shook his head slightly. It's not that exaggerated. The situation on the battlefield is changeable, and it's more all about proximity, or experience. If it really comes down to a life and death duel, the final outcome is still unknown. Hu Feiwei skimmed his lips, and that look carried a bit of indolence. Che, come on, if it really comes down to a life and death duel, those guys probably won't even know how they died. Hu Feiwei's eyes shone with confidence. This was absolute confidence in Su Jin's strength. Su Jin smiled and didn't say anything. At this point, Thunderbolt had traveled to the bottom of the dormitory building. After the two of them got out of the car, Su Jin put Thunderbolt into the Lord space. When are you going to request an early end to your training? I don't have to apply. Just now was my last training session. Hu Feiwei raised his chin with a smug look on his face. Oh, Su Jin raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. I'm the first place winner of the recruit competition, and I'll soon be representing Huaxia in the joint military exercise. When the time comes, if you can get a good ranking, you'll be exempted from training straight away. Hu Feiwei's eyes glittered with excitement, as if he had already seen himself shining in the joint military exercises. Why did you let go so much this time? Su Jin felt a little surprised. He frowned slightly, a puzzled look in his eyes. As a matter of common sense, joint military exercises don't pick from among these untrained recruits. This one is indeed a bit unusual. There must be something fishy in it, Hu Feiwei explained. The competition mode is a bit special this time. Every country that participates now basically doesn't care about anything anymore, and anything can happen just to be able to win. Hu Feiwei's face also revealed a look of gravity as he elaborated on the rules of the competition. This time, the maneuvers were in kangaroo country. The kangaroo didn't know what had gotten into him. All 3 trophies from all participating countries have now been built. They are new recruits, veterans, and generals. To break it down a bit more, each trophy consists of 3 parts, part hollow base, part flag totem, and finally the connector between the two. It doesn't matter if it's a newbie competition or a veteran competition. The losing side will witness the destruction of their national trophy. National flag totems that will be placed by the final winning national team at the base of their own national trophy. It's safe to say, although this is a joint military exercise with absolutely no incentives, but every country that participates puts its best foot forward. After all, once it fails, it will remain on the pillar of shame forever. Su Jin was silent for a moment, then slowly said, when you mess up like this, there will be a lot of unknown situations, so don't take it lightly when the time comes. Hu Feiwei grinned. With you here, we'll still lose? I can still be seen as a recruit at my current rank? Once again, Su Jin expressed his doubts. He had participated in similar joint multinational military exercises in his previous life. This is despite the fact that it's 2 countries simulating a battle. But there are big demands for personnel on both sides. For example, below level 30 is seen as a new recruit. Levels 30 to 50 are seen as veterans. Levels 50 to 80 are viewed as a general level character competition. The 3 battlefields are different and staggered from each other. Hu Feiwei raised his chin and smiled disdainfully. Then Big Pretty in Little Life got a little bit bent out of shape for some reason and had to add some rules. It says yes, as long as the lords who awakened the Lord's Core this year can be considered new recruits. Awakening a 1 to 3 year Lord Core counts as being a veteran. Beings that have been awakened for more than 3 years, the Core of Lords for less than 5 years, or even said to have been given a military rank, are considered generals. With this, it's all messed up, and no one knows if the participants from other countries are soldiers or not, or what kind of ranks the so-called new veterans have reached. Plus the game times are completely separate. You meet the requirements for both the new recruit and veteran piece, and you should be able to participate in both when the time comes. How can this be lost with you? As Hu Feiwei finished his words, the system mission was also triggered. Bloodbath of Little Karami, defeat all recruits from other countries. Mission reward, wind and fire will summoning crystals. A strong youth makes a strong nation, defeat the veterans of other national teams. Mission reward, defeat a national team. Get diamond level hero unit fragment *1. 5 fragments can be synthesized into a random diamond level hero troop summoning crystal. Power over the crowd, victory over the generals of other countries' teams in military exercises. Mission reward, territorial building, fruit processing plant, China's glory. China wins the final victory in all 3 matches, and breaks all the trophies of other countries and sets them into the base of the trophy. Mission reward, Xianwu plus special protector of the way, Tubby. Chapter 174, Earth Tiger Armor. Nightingale, Cloud Bat God. Back to the dorms. The two of them chatted briefly for a while longer, and then each went about their own business. Back to the room. Su Jin gently closed the door to his room and began to check the few new quests he had unlocked. The first thing that caught my eye was Bloodbath of Little Karami. This mission. Su Jin shook his head slightly. The task was indeed too easy and hardly challenging for him. It's exactly the same as an adult bullying a newborn baby. The kind where it's hard to escape defeat even if you meet in cross-flash. However, the rewards for such a mission are appropriate. Not strong, but not weak either. Then, his gaze fell on the quest, a strong youth makes a strong nation. The mission requirement is to defeat a national team and get a shard. According to Su Jin's understanding, this military exercise removes Huaxia. Also attending were Eagle Sauce, Big Hair, Two Hair, John Bull, Gallic Chicken, Footloose Chicken, Stick, White Elephant, Monkey, and Hans Cat. Just 10 countries. This is wanting me to them all to pieces. Su Jin secretly marveled in his heart. Due to such a trophy pattern, predictable, the competition for this military exercise is bound to be incredibly fierce. However, since it is God's will, I will not be polite. Su Jin smiled faintly and had a plan in mind. As for the forceful quests in the back, Su Jin shook his head. Let's forget about it. What makes him different from many is that he can recognize himself. He didn't know how strong he was, but he knew how weak he was. Such military exercises reflect the face of a nation. The battle of faces. Others are at least high level 80, or even top lords, and he himself is just a little level 45 Karami. What can I do up there? Hence the fruit processor reward for this quest. Su Jin was looking forward to what it would do though, but he really didn't know what it should take to get it. However, he can be very confident in the final Huaxia glory mission. What's the saying? Sitting up in a dying dream. The great powers are myself. It is possible that many Chinese people do not realize how powerful their country really is nowadays. But Su Jin, who had experienced so much in his previous life, knew it all. Today's China is at the forefront of the world. It may not be enough to match some countries in some respects. After all, others have a head start. Being less than someone else is being less than someone else, and that's an objective fact. But when it comes to such matters above principle, China will never let everyone down. Su Jin also believed that this reward would definitely be available. According to after getting the Phantom Lingard and the Whale Shark King, judging by some of the information he had learned, this Humpty Dumpty, this Xianwu ship is something. At least you can give yourself enough self-preservation. Moreover, Su Jin had thought of it. The Xuanwu is a ship with interstellar navigation capabilities. If one obtained them, one might have a chance to travel to the universal worlds, go to a bigger and better developed place in the Age of Lords to learn and grow. If that's true, hey, my little brothers, especially Uden, you need to get your friends and family to come over and send more heads. My dragon battle armor wearer can still have to kill some dragon bloodline beings to do so. The corners of Su Jin's mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile. But, he didn't think too much on these things either. There's a lot of things he hasn't gotten to yet now. For example, receive the rewards of the Absolute Heavens Pride quest. Congratulations on obtaining the Earth Tiger armor. Congratulations on the Nightingale. Congratulations on obtaining the Cloud Bat God of War. Moment. 3 such existences appeared in Su Jin's Lord space. First up is the Earth Tiger armor. Earth Tiger armor, quality, King, includes, full set of armor, Earth-splitting sword, Earth-splitting claw, Earth Tiger pony, attributes, physique plus 60%, strength plus 30%, speed plus 30%, skills, Earth-splitting, sealed technique Earth-splitting palm. Note, with the power of the Earth's rocky soil, standing on top of the land with unlimited energy, physical strength is increased. P.S. Wearing the Earth Tiger armor increases jumping power dramatically. Su Jin was silent. Standing on the earth gives you an attribute bonus, great jumping ability. Why do these two things feel so out of place together? But okay, as an existence that could eventually fuse with the Inferno Dragon armor. Even if the Earth Tiger armor didn't have a spiritual attribute bonus, it is still possible to complete the binding with the mechanic. And the way the attribute bonus is calculated after binding is also very special. It is not an averaging calculation, nor is it a stacking calculation. Instead, it was modeled after the Inferno Dragon armor and absorbed some of the advantages belonging to the Earth Tiger armor. For example, the aspect of the Constitution bonus. The Inferno Dragon armor, which originally only had a 30% Constitution bonus, had now become 60%. Other attributes remain unchanged from the 30% increase. Nightingale, quality, legendary. Origin, Inferno swarms of unmanned aerial fighters. Attribute, 2. 3 times the Lord's attribute. Weaponry, small air-to-ground missiles, precision-guided missiles, electronic jammers, psychic jamming devices, small machine guns, laser guns, laser cannons, laser shields. Skills, none, my flat A, that's the big move. Special skill, when the motherland is in danger, the Nightingale will receive a special energy bonus. Nightingale, I'm not a hero, but I can be a hero if need be. When Su Jin saw Nightingale's introduction, he lapsed into silence. For being so present, he didn't know how he should describe it. Origin, Inferno swarms of unmanned aerial fighters. This description already shows how powerful she is. Originating from another time and space. The same air and space drone combat swarm developed by the descendants of the Chinese nation. The Yellow Children, the Nightingale. Alone, the quality is already legendary. There are no attributes. The stronger the Lord is, the stronger she is. The only special skill that is more. Tribute, Ultra Beast Armament, Cloud Bat God. Special Mecha Super Beast, as Super Beast God shield weapon. Binding will not increase attributes. If there is an armor controller, it can be upgraded to a legendary special troop type, Cloud Bat God. Good lord. I say how a Bat Mecha wearer popped up in my comprehensive training center, the Night Lingyun. So it was waiting here. After calming your insides, Su Jin once again checked the Cloud Bat War God. After viewing, he directly handed the Cloud Bat God's alien lock to Night Lingyun, who had long since finished his training. Between shifts in light, the higher we fly, the smaller we become in the eyes of those who cannot fly. There is never fairness in the world, and even if there is, it's something the strong prove to the weak by force. Another rather philosophical voice rang out from Su Jin's mind. Immediately after, a thin man wearing purple armor with a somewhat older look, Night Lingyun appeared in front of Su Jin's eyes. Off topic, Ultra Beast Armament, Adventures of Lolo, Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit. It's the fine shaft that you savor when you're a kid. Now, Super Beast Armament, Cloud Bat God, Legendary Special Troop, Spirit, 20W, Physical, 6W, Power, 6W, Agility, 13W, Dead Moonjack, Powerful and Fast, Ghost Shadow Robbery, moves like a ghost, possesses strong disorientation, Soul Lock, control opponent's movement, limit opponent's ability to play, disarm plus silence plus immobilize, Cloud Bat Shield, can turn into a Cloud Bat Shield, making defense X level. Cloud Bat Formation, can absorb the energy of the Cloud Bat Legion and get huge attribute enhancement. Congratulations to the Lords for unlocking the Cloud Bat God and the Integrated Training Center for unlocking the Cloud Bat Legion training. Cloud Bat Legion, average gold level hero unit, requires 7 days plus 50 million Lord energy to cultivate successfully. Killing bat-like creatures reduces the time. Chapter 175, Large Exchange of Troops. Preparations before departing Kangaroo Land. Good lord. I can't even count myself how many soldiers and how many hero-level units I'm going to have in the future. Seeing that you've unlocked the Cloud Bat God and the Cloud Bat Legion again, there may even be a Nightingale companion in the future. Stairway to the Cloud Space Elevator. Luan Air and Space Mothership. Golden Crow Space Pulse Laser Cannon. Xian Nu Air-to-Air Fighter. Xian Shadow Air and Space Quantum Reconnaissance Aircraft. White Emperor. Sung Shadow. Moon Shadow. Red Sky. Plus the 5 major armors. The Ultra Beast Armed Mechs. Apollo's former rivals. Friendly forces. For just how many more hero-level units you can have in the future and how many more troop types you can have. Su Jin simply had some trouble counting. He had a feeling that some of the hero-level units and troop types might even have few chances to be used out in the field. But so what? It's like currency. You can live without it, but you can't live without it. Not using it and not having it are two completely different things. Think about it. Su Jin immediately took out the 6-foot black demon body that he had harvested from killing the Great Sun Evil Buddha. That's a 100% successful King Soldier. and also a powerful prop that enhances your physique by 60%. Come forth, legions of black iron beasts. He used it directly to determine the summoning. A stream of light flashed and the light changed. A colorful black iron lump appeared in Su Jin's lord space. That's not all. Based on the total number of troop seats owned today, 54,480, not counted in the lord's building, Su Jin didn't care at all about how much lord energy needed to be spent. For the Black Iron Beast Legion, that was the legion he had used the most, was most familiar with, and had the most tactics in his previous life. No hesitation. In the next moment, 20,000 black iron beasts emerged like a tidal wave. The blackness was chilling. Sure, it's not over. Immediately after, legendary Trooper Evolution crystals are scheduled to be used, only to see the bodies of those black iron beasts begin to change. The colorful blackness seemed to have turned into a blackness that could devour everything around it. It's kind of a little more secure now. Looking at a nest of physique bursts and not weak attacks in the middle of his lord's space, even the legions of black iron beasts that turn into spheres and are agile and fast at all, Su Jin couldn't help but let out an exclamation. At the same time, the immovable mountain skill that had once been obtained from killing ferocious beasts was also directly given to the Black Iron Beast to learn, and with the appearance of the Black Iron Beast, the equipment and facilities belonging to the Black Iron Beast also appeared. Energy Rammer, the one that the Golden Iron Beast sits on when the Black Iron Beast army advances. I don't know what it is. Some people say it's a stone thrower. The stone thrower Black Panther Beast has it. Let's pretend it's this one. Attributes, 10 times the attack power of the Black Iron Beast. Attack distance of 5 meters, 5 times the damage to walls, buildings, large lifeforms, and objects. Hey, it's gotten stronger again by accident. Su Jin was a bit smug. With this thing, his strength could really be said to have increased by an unknown amount again. How? With the high body mass of the Black Iron Beast, in conjunction with the Golden Iron Beast's 6-star mangled formation. A defense that could be possessed that no lord or fierce beast of the same stage could break. At this point in time, the Black Iron Beast can be completely divided into 2 parts. One part blocked the opponent with a 6-star mangaka formation. The other part flies the energy rammer directly away from the collision at close range. Short attack range? That doesn't settle it. Legendary Trooper's 10x attack power. Don't say same stage. Let's say you're 20 levels above me. How many hits can you take? It is also due to its strength, combined with the fact that there are very few places to subsequently consume energy. This stuff is expensive. One would cost a whole $500 million. It's a lot more expensive than a stone thrower, and probably for that very reason. There was once an army of black iron beasts, and there was only one of them in the entire machine beast world. But 5,000 W is just a small amount of money in today's Seo Jin's place. Redeem 200 units to start with and replenish them whenever you need them later. Sure, as a lord proper eccentricity is understandable, but not too eccentric. After redeeming then Black Iron Beast, the other troop types can't be missing. Su Jin first checked his current remaining troop seats. Then, the lord's energy was consumed in a big way like running water, because his soldiers were now buffed by the king of all races. They were all king's soldiers at the very next level. Prices have all gotten an immense boost. Even the half-priced Black Iron Beast requires 200,000 to summon. Not to mention, troop types like bulldozers that follow up with essentially no bullets fired and consume very little of the lord's energy. One is worth as much as $1.5 million. It does look expensive, but this is the norm. As the quality increases, so does the price of the soldier, especially since the king level started. The span was incomparably large. It's also one of the reasons why many lords have a low number of soldiers. Are they not wanting to summon? Not really. Some are taking the elite route. It's still more about being poor. But nowadays, if Su Jin doesn't use Apollo in a big way, it's been almost a long time since I've had to worry about it because of the lord's energy. After all, those lords in the trial of the 10,000 clans were really rich one by one. Su Jin couldn't spend his current lord energy. Not at all. And so, when a wave of consumption has been carried out, Su Jin's troop count had become like this. Personal Binding, Inferno Dragon Armor, Earth Tiger Armor, Mirage Lin Shen, Heroic, King Tiger, Supersonic, Golden Iron Beast, Power Buster, Thunderbolt, Green Leopard Beast, Wild Scarlet, Launch Shadow Fury, Apollo, King Whale Shark, Cloud Bat God, Nightingale, Army Rabbit Battalion, etc., including Little Brother Heroic level omitted. Black Iron Beast, 20,000, Bulldozer, 6,000, Thunder Roadster, 6,000, Spirit Ship, 10,000, Panther Beast, 6,840 plus 18,160 total 2, 5W, Fighters, 4,552 plus 5,448 total 1W. Panther beasts. Fighters behind territorial buildings accommodated. Land of trials, 90 motionless. AODN. As for the remaining 1,000 or so troop seats, it was natural to leave it to the Cloudbat Legion, and so the rest of the day, Su Jin began by mechanically remodeling the soldiers of the Army Rabbit Battalion. Then, early the next morning, he then began to search for bat-type ferocious beasts to kill throughout the vicinity of Yinjing. For many people, this flying type of ferocious beast was truly a nightmare, especially where bats are present. It's almost always a dark, dank cave, but it was incredibly easy for Su Chen. Stronger, the Panther Beast formation sweeps. Weak, fighters one missile and they're gone. It's also because of operations like this, the number of Cloud Bat Legions was also growing extremely fast. 10th place, 50th place, 100 names. Finally, early one morning a few days later, Su Jin received a message. Ainsley, Yinjing Military District coming in fast, ready to depart Kangaroo Land. Chapter 176, Participants Assembling. Departure. Yinjing Military Region. Military Transmission Square. The place was solemn and there was an atmosphere of tension and anticipation in the air. Exley and some of the military generals had been waiting here for a long time. Each one of them had an upright posture, and their eyes revealed determination and majesty. Behind them, the huge teleportation array emitted a mysterious light. Be ready to teleport at any time. Far away, some Yinjing Military Region warriors stood in the distance, their eyes filled with envy. Their gazes were fixed on the crowd in the teleportation square, their hearts filled with longing and desire. Fighting for our country. We can fight for a small life. Envious, a warrior said softly, his eyes glittering with excitement. Who let us not win when we competed? Otherwise, the people standing there would have been us too. Another warrior sighed helplessly, a trace of regret on his face. Who among you is as angry as I am? I'm convinced that Su Jin didn't have to take the test to make the cut. But heck, why does the recruit team only allow 10 people to participate? I was one short of being selected. A warrior's face was full of resignation, his fists clenched as if in anger at his regret. After all, it's a military exercise. There are bound to be some casualties. The fewer the number of people the better for sure. The warrior next to him rationally analyzed. It's all one country. It's all for the country. So what's the difference? In the midst of their murmurings, 3 figures came from a distance. Their steps were firm and strong. The faces were either naive, excited, or calm. As they drew closer, the murmurs subsided a bit. All eyes fell on the visitor. Shangwan Waner, Hu Feiwei and Lu Danio from National Defense University. They were selected by all the military schools and military districts in China, responsible for representing the Chinese recruits and participating in this joint military exercise. In fact, Huaxia can be like other countries. The best lords are selected directly from the nation before going there. Then just give them military status and go to joint military exercises. But Wachovia didn't go about it that way. There are 2 reasons for this. Firstly, there was never a shortage of geniuses in China, and there was absolutely no need to go that way. The young people among the military academies and military districts alone possessed sufficient strength. Second, according to the new version of the rules, all Cojin can be counted as recruits. What's the need for all the formalities of a surefire win? Hu Feiwei. Seeing him makes me angry. If I hadn't met him in the first game, I wouldn't have come up short in chess. I was lost to a set of moves by Shangwan Waner's sudden face. Brother Din Yo is the only one who is powerful. This guy's personal flesh is comparable to that of a soldier. If his last name is Xiang, I suspect that he is the reincarnation of Xiang Yu. Listening to the murmurs around his ears, Hu Feiwei and the 3 of them didn't care, and soon came next to Aili and the others. Grandpa AI, hasn't Brother Jean come yet? Hu Feiwei asked. Isn't this coming? Exley laughed and pointed to the sky. In the distant sky, a bright light crossed like a meteor. The light was getting closer and closer, and it was incredibly fast. It was accompanied by a strong roar that instantly caught everyone's attention. The crowd from the Yinjing military region looked up, only to see a cool and imposing robot cut through the sky and come whistling. Boo! There was a loud thud and Apollo hit the ground. Powerful air currents blew across the ground, making people's clothes hunt. You don't have to make so much noise if you're told to make some noise. Exley looked at the giant robot in front of him that possessed a height of 30 meters. Even if he had seen this before, the color of surprise flowed out of his pupils at this moment. The group of generals beside him were even more wide-eyed and filled with shock. Their strength was extraordinary, plus Su Jin hadn't deliberately hidden it. It was natural to see the attributes, level and quality of this robot. For regular people, To own a king-class troop, or even a diamond-class troop, was a lifelong pursuit. And half-step mythic level. 5 big words like that are really amazing. Makes you think twice. When Su Jin and Apollo disengaged, that upright figure appeared in front of the crowd. The incomparably powerful aura, including the rank of reaching level 46, was directly laid bare. One of the generals spoke directly. Perhaps General AI is right. I have no problem with letting Su Jin serve as a recruit and veteran military driller at the same time. Holy, brother Jin, you've upgraded again, Hu Feiwei shouted, his face full of surprise and admiration. It was just a fluke. Su Jin looked indifferent. Seeing that the effect had been achieved, he reined everything in. That's what Exley sent him. Due to his strength, some of those who were not of sufficient rank did not know it yet, but everyone was trying to win for their country and didn't want Huaxia to lose. For the high-level arrangement to let Su Jin enter the ranks of both new recruits and veterans, some people think it is not quite right. They felt that Su Jin would still be a step behind compared to some level 50, or even powerful lords who had awakened their 3-year lord cores. Therefore, Ainsley let Su Jin show his strength a little and stabilize the crowd, and the reason for going up to level 46. These days, despite all the killing of ferocious beasts, in order to get the Cloud Bat Legion, but the number of kills wasn't small. Even though it wasn't as fast as upgrading in the middle of the 10,000 races trial, it also incidentally raised another level. Since everyone has arrived, let's get going. Ainsley nodded to the next few people. Immediately after, the 5 of them, Ayali, Su Jin, Shang Wanwaner, Hu Feiwei, and Lu Daniu, then passed through the teleportation spell, came to the nearest naval station in China to the Kangaroo State. At this point, close to 20 people of various sizes and ranks have gathered here. There's plenty of time for conversation on the way, and it doesn't start immediately upon arrival. As a result, the crowd didn't have too many complicated exchanges. After a brief exchange, Triumph, a navy responsible for the security of this island, looking at the departing crowd, he shouted, "Come back with the championship trophy." Exley laughed. A few moments passed. The crowd came to the coast. Hu Feiwei asked, "Grandpa AI, why did we come here? Wouldn't it be faster to fly directly there?" Ashley laughed. "If you fly over there, something is not good luck." With that, he nodded to one of the warriors over here. When the warrior received the command, he immediately summoned his soldiers, cast a spell into the distance. At once, a huge 055 destroyer appeared in the sight of everyone. The entire ship floated on the surface of the sea like a steel beast, exuding a powerful deterrent. And therein lies the reason why Ainsley didn't just summon it. On top of this 055, a huge behemoth in camouflage colors is exposed. That's the latest research in China right now, the Dongfeng 15. A normal person only needs to consume a certain amount of Lord's energy. All of them could kill the terrifying existence of a wide range of level 85 fierce beast bosses. Chapter 177. The best way to eliminate fear is to face it. On the high seas of the Pacific Ocean, a 055 large drive breaks the waves like a steel whale. The sunlight poured over its silver-gray hull, reflecting a dazzling light. The massive hull traveled calmly through the rough sea, leaving a white wake. The bow of the ship split the layers of waves with a roar. The towering pole and the bright red flag stood out against the blue sky, white clouds and blue sea. But this is the ocean after all. Human exploration of it remains shallow, and unknown dangers lurk everywhere. The most terrifying of them all was the uncountable number of oceanic beasts. And that's when it happened. Suddenly huge waves rose from the calm sea. A wave of bile washed over him. All the warriors who were still on the deck all had their hearts tightened and their gazes fixed firmly on the surface of the sea. See only. A large, immense octopus slowly emerged from the sea. That body was like a small mountain, and the level was as high as level 90. Its tentacles kept waving, causing the sea water to become turbulent. Even the 055 big ship rocked slightly in the waves. The faces of the warriors became a bit stony. Some of the younger fighters had tightened their grip on the weapons in their hands. Their eyes revealed tension and unease, but at the same time there was a gleam of determination. Some of the older warriors had some surprise on their faces. They looked quizzically at Exley, who had stepped out of the cabin. It is not clear why such a powerful and ferocious beast is allowed to approach the 055 big ship. While at this moment, Su Jin was looking at a young man who was a bit childish and had some fear in his pupils thoughtfully. A hint of emotion passed through his eyes. Perhaps this is the unique temperature of Chinese soldiers. And that's when it happened. Ainsley's hushed voice came through. "Take it easy, boys. As a human being, it is normal to be afraid in the face of an unknown being, the vastness of the ocean, and nature. But as a Chinese soldier and as a lord, you are destined to make enemies with countless enemies in your life. And this ocean, too, will one day become the territory of China. the alien in the midst of this ocean is our enemy. We should not be afraid to face the enemy in our own future home. Today, we will escort you. Someday, you will be needed to defend the land and open the border and make soup out of snow on behalf of Huaxia, on behalf of the people, and on behalf of your own family and friends. The words just fell. The original sedate forward 055 big drive seems to be instantly injected with infinite power. The various devices on the ship instantly activated, emitting a faint roar. A dazzling light erupted from the mouth of the main gun. Like lightning, it cut through the sky and headed straight for the large octopus with a shocking power. Wherever the light passed, the air was torn apart with a sharp whistling sound. The large octopus seemed to have sensed the deadly threat as well. Frantically dancing its tentacles, it quickly dived and backed away, trying to avoid the fatal blow. However, the attack speed of the 055 big drive is too fast. It was simply too late to react effectively. Only a loud bang was heard as the ray of light accurately struck the large octopus. The powerful impact instantly blew the large octopus's body to smithereens, sending blood and flesh flying. The sea was instantly covered in a blood mist, and that chillingly ferocious beast fell on the spot. For a moment, the many young warriors froze on the spot. Their gazes were fixed on the area on the sea that was shrouded in blood mist. The pupils were filled with shock. This strike didn't just hit the ferocious beast's body, it hit them even harder. It set off shocking waves in their hearts, leaving them unable to calm down for a long time. Perhaps many of them have heard of the 055. It is regarded as the strongest force at sea in China nowadays. But hearings are just hearings after all. They have not so intuitively felt the mighty power of the 055 big drive. A power that could exterminate a level 90 ferocious beast with just an ordinary attack, completely surpassing what was imagined. At the same time, a sense of grandeur is also in the mind. And the young man who had just been detected as different by Su Jin. At this point it also seems as if it is undergoing a metamorphosis. The original somewhat disordered breath on his body was gradually stabilized at this moment. It was as if they had found their way in this moment. The source of all fear is due to the lack of firepower, Su Jin said in his heart, the corner of his mouth rising slightly. A few moments passed. The young man walked up next to Exley and bowed deeply. Thanks, Elder AI. At this time, his posture was erect, his eyes firm and bright. The fear of facing the ocean before had vanished into thin air. In its place was a confidence that was revealed inside and out. Would you be interested in telling us your story? Exley's voice was gentle and calm. The best way to eliminate fear is to face it. He also wanted to make sure again if such a move just now had helped the young man get rid of the scourge. The young man froze for a moment, then gave a faint smile. There was a hint of bitterness in his smile, yet it was full of determination. Slowly, he began to explain what it was all about. As it turns out, he once witnessed his father, Hai Shichen, killed in the line of duty during a marine invasion by a ferocious octopus. Hai Zihao was very young at the time, and from a young age he was determined to avenge his father's death when he grew up. So, after awakening the Lord's core, he resolutely chose to join the Navy. But, it's not for nothing that once bitten by a snake, you're afraid of the well rope for 10 years. He still felt terror when he actually encountered a marine ferocious beast, especially this powerful octopus ferocious beast. Speaking of this, Hai Zihao's face showed a touch of self-deprecation, as well as a hint of guilt. He knew that his behavior, his fear had probably affected a lot, but there was really nothing he could do about it. He couldn't control his emotions. The entire deck of the 055 big ship was very quiet. It was as if time had frozen in this moment. Everyone was quietly listening to Hai Zihao's narration with some infinite movement in their eyes. Some of the older warriors also realized at this moment why they had just allowed that ferocious beast to come near the destroyer. Their hearts were filled with admiration for Exley's decision. When Hai Zihao finished speaking, Aili seemed to be able to see what was going on inside the other's mind at that moment. He patted Hai Zihao's shoulder and said in a serious tone, "You're not affecting anything. Fear isn't scary. It's a normal emotion that humans develop. What's really scary is being afraid to face your fears. You've taken a brave first step. Come on, join your teammates and go home with the championship trophy." The words just fell. Applause. A voice of encouragement reached Hai Zihao's ears. Hai Zihao looked up, at Aili, and then at the other warriors. His eyes glittered with emotion and his heart was infinitely warm. But, when he saw Su Jin, it was instantly dumbfounded. See only, at this moment, another light lit up on Su Jin's body at an unknown time. That's the glow that belongs to upgrades. Everyone was attracted by Hai Zihao's action and shifted their eyes to Su Jin. Gulp! The sound of one young warrior gulping resounded. They were all dumbfounded, their hearts filled with shock and doubt. No, man, when did you hit the monster here? How did this escalate again? Especially those who are like Su Jin. soldiers who participate in joint military exercises as veteran representatives. The heart is even more emotional at this time. They were going to become lords much earlier than Su Jin. Some are even all close to 3 years early. But now, Su Jin's rank was already about to whisk them away immediately. Even said, if we really let them fight with Su Jin, there wasn't a single person that didn't have even an ounce of confidence in being able to defeat Su Jin. Such a situation is like you as a master took on an apprentice. As a result, your disciple learned in 3 days what you had practiced for 3 years. Though the heart is happy, excited and proud, but it's hard not to feel alienated as well. That's the mindset of these warriors right now. In this one, it was Long Chanxian's feeling that was even stronger, and feeling the gazes of the crowd, Su Jin scratched his head in some embarrassment, laughing, accidentally. There was a hint of shyness in his smile, as if he were a child who had done something wrong. Exley laughed and shook his head. He wouldn't think that Su Jin was showing off. The current situation like this though looked like it had taken Haiziheo out of his fear, but there are times when taking that first step is just that, a first step. If we continue to let him wallow in it, it may still be ineffective or even counterproductive. Therefore, something else needs to be done at this time to get people's attention, and using the ferocious beasts in the middle of the ocean to upgrade is great. At the same time, doing so might also allow Haiziheo to personally attempt to kill some low-grade octopus ferocious beasts, undoubtedly a very good way to go. So, Ainsley had a thought. Dozens of J-20s appeared in the sky like steel eagles. The 5055 large drives surrounded the main ship like steel guards, forming an impenetrable line of defense. The main ship, on the other hand, instantly became more than 10 times larger. Around the main ship, a level 30 to 50 ferocious beast was attracted. Their silhouettes loomed over the sea, exuding a ferocious aura. At the current speed, it will be about 10 hours before we reach our destination. It's not soon enough to sharpen the sword in the face of battle. Those who want to fight and come close to upgrading can do so for a while, with a 5-hour break afterward. Chapter 178, we're going to a military exercise just to make up the numbers? Spotting the chicken fleet. In the ensuing period, numerous age lords' desire to fight was incomparably high. A variety of heroic soldiers are summoned in a spectacular and shocking scene. Some of the hero troopers stood majestically on the deck, their greatswords swinging down in their hands. Some of them flew in the sky, releasing channels of wind blades, or, like an eagle, take advantage of the moment the beast crosses the water to deliver a blow to the head. Others go directly into the middle of the ocean, weaving in and out of the waves. A group of hero-level units went on a killing spree against the low-grade ferocious beasts that appeared around the Great Drive. The sea was rough, the sky was glittering with light, and the decks were filled with shouts of murder. Their strength was already not bad. All of them have been selected and hand-picked as the cream of the crop, plus Exley's intentional control. There weren't any particularly powerful ferocious beasts that had entered these waters, ensured that the young lords were fighting within safe boundaries. That's exactly why the ferocious beasts were dying at a surprisingly fast rate. Almost every so often, there would be a flash of upgrades on one of the young lords, and every now and then, the good spirits of these young lords were aroused once more. Either you don't want to be left behind, or you don't want to be caught up by others. They threw themselves into the fray with even more vigor. This caused the ferocious beasts to die at an incredibly fast rate. Almost as soon as it shows its head, it's grabbed by all and sundry. It seems to have been treated like a game. They are scrambling and eager to get out of this competition. If it wasn't for the speed of the 055 big drive, plus there were other 055 destroyers around as well as J-20s watching over them, even if the ferocious beast dies and the blood spreads, nor did it attract the attention of some powerful beings in the ocean. And at this point, Su Jin, however, was leisurely half lying there, basking in the sun. It was a stark contrast to the surrounding scene of fiercely snatching ferocious beasts. It was only for the underwater Lan Shadow Fury to act as a drudge, transferring one ferocious beast corpse after another through the Lan Shadow Fury to the place of trial. Then, Mechanical Molten Sea Serpent has completed its transformation. Mechanical Largemouth Toothfish have completed remodeling. Mechanical Black Power Lanternfish have completed the transformation. Those ferocious beasts that were slain by a group of lords, all of them would be directly transformed by Su Jin to complete the transformation and swim in the ocean of the Land of Trials. Become an unconventional force for Seojin, MD, who can rob you guys of this? Just then, Hu Feiwei spat out with a face full of depression. His troopers, the Magic Missile Envoy and the Golden Armored Warlord, both had obvious flaws. Magic Missile makes for long chance in combat. There's simply no good opportunity to chant and anticipate in the middle of such an intense snatch and grab session. And although the Golden Armored War God was powerful, But the flaw of shorthand stands out in this situation of crowds cajoling ferocious beasts. Often, the ferocious beasts had already been snatched up and killed by the others before they could even get close to their targets. Hu Feiwei looked around at those lords who were all enthusiastic one by one, constantly having the heroic troopers beside him swiftly slaying the ferocious beasts. He himself was left to fret. He could only helplessly shake his head and spit out a sentence before turning away somewhat depressed. It was also right after he broke away from that lively battlefield. Then he saw Su Jin, who had been half lying next to him, sunbathing. He really couldn't hold back his curiosity, so he quickly stepped forward and asked, "Brother Jin, everyone is rushing to kill the ferocious beasts for upgrading. Why have you been half lying here?" Without waiting for Su Jin to reply, he figured everything out on his own. Su Jin is not wanting everyone to lose their enthusiasm. If he made a move, he was afraid that no one else would be able to see the shadow of the ferocious beast, let alone upgrade it. And at this point, when Su Jin heard Hu Feiwei's inquiry, he sat up slightly straighter and twisted his head to reveal a faint smile. Instead of answering Hu Feiwei's question, he asked in return, "How much closer to level 30? Hu Feiwei was slightly stunned, then reacted, "There's still a difference of over 20,000 experience. Quit the team and group me." Su Jin's voice was calm and strong. "Good." Hu Feiwei agreed without hesitation. His eyes glittered with excitement, as if he had guessed Su Jin's intentions. The scene over here attracted a lot of attention. The gazes of the crowd turned to Su Jin and Hu Feiwei, their eyes filled with curiosity and doubt. And feel the pressure of your snatch suddenly lighten. Some of the lords who were still continuing to fight also stopped their hands from attacking the ferocious beasts. A slight sideways glance, trying to find out what was going on. As they looked at Su Jin's calm demeanor and Hu Feiwei's slightly excited appearance, the curiosity in their hearts grew stronger. Hiss! In the very next second, a sound of a backwards breath rang out. The crowd looked up into the sky in shock. See only, the dense swarm of warplanes seemed like an army of steel from the sky. Again, like a dark cloud, it obscures the sun. It made the otherwise bright deck a little dim for a moment. Immediately after, with a roar coming from the engine, this legion of steel flew towards the rear. Exley smiled knowingly and withdrew one of the 055s after sensing no threat to the rear. The rear appeared in full view. There, a ferocious beast was attracted by the smell of blood on the water. Yet they are afraid to approach due to the fear of the 055 big drive. It could only follow the laws of the food chain and launch a frenzied regicide of other ferocious beasts. Big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat shrimp. But as the 055's threatening aura similar to that of a ferocious beast overlord dissipated, one by one, these ferocious beasts reacted instantly. Damn it, that big guy's finally gone. Fierce beasts are not as good as human flesh. They were ferocious, their pupils revealing an infinite desire to kill. As a result of the battle just now, some of the ferocious beasts were still bleeding from their bodies, and even their fins had been bitten off. It even added a bit of ferocity to these ferocious beasts. The average lord could probably be scared out of his wits just by looking at it. But at this point, with Su Jin secretly ordering, a single missile whistled out of the wind and snow fighter, slicing through the sky like a meteor. Rumble! The missile landed precisely in the middle of the beasts, instantly triggering an explosion. A huge commotion exploded on the sea like a thunderstorm, causing the sea level to ripple. The powerful impact caused the air around them to produce a sonic boom. 055 The big drives were all somewhat increased in speed by the force of this impact. The sea was ablaze with fire and smoke. The original densely packed group of ferocious beasts. Now, it is a dead silence. Gulp! Seeing such a scene, one of the young warriors on the main ship stared at once. The fighting spirit had been burning for some time. The moment was deflated. In fact, they could also apply to send their soldiers outside to kill more ferocious beasts just like Su Jin. Just ask, and Exley won't say no. Yet still none of them spoke up. Is it that you don't want to kill more ferocious beasts and gain more experience? No, it's the fight that can't be beat, and it's the kind you can't fight and can't run away from. Don't look at that period of time they just spent in a frantic and chaotic rush to kill the ferocious beasts. But those ferocious beasts are screened. The highest is just 50 levels. Doesn't really affect these young fighters. But those ferocious beasts in the back were different. Some had even recognized one of the ferocious beasts. It was a sawtooth shark that had reached level 64. It's safe to say, just this one ferocious beast. It could have killed or injured a group of young men who had just been involved in the battle. But it's such a ferocious beast. There was no resistance in the eyes of any of Su Jin's soldiers. Died directly in the rain of missiles that covered them. This huge gap caused many young people who had yet to truly experience Su Jin's strength. It was a moment of confusion. With people like that around, do you need us? Are we going to this military exercise just to make up the numbers? No wonder Wachovia didn't schedule a replacement this time, with Su-jin around. Even if someone encounters an unexpected situation and is unable to play, it doesn't seem like the results will change much. His grandma, how you guys want it? And comparing yourself to your progressive brother in one piece. Come on, pull me into line. Watch my new troopers keep you from grabbing a single feral beast head. And that's when it happened. Huffy's unbeatable look is back, even though the ferocious beasts just now were completely killed by Su-jin's soldiers. But Hu Feiwei also had the magic missile and able to cast some means. Get some of the experience of some of the low-level ferocious beasts. Success makes him level 30 today. And summoned a new breed of soldier. ****** me. You weren't convinced just now, and you still dare to come? I'm afraid you don't know what it's like to have output but not be able to hit. Come on. Since you want to experience being abused, satisfy you. One by one, the young warriors spoke up. After this version of Hu Feiwei's provocation, their original morale was restored. See this scene. Some of the older warriors had smiles on their faces, and at this point, after the help of Lan's Shadow Fury, Su-jin, who had just transformed the previous batch of ferocious beast corpses into mechanical ferocious beasts, suddenly called to the cabin by Exley. The fleet of footpads and chickens was spotted not far away, presumably the same people who went to Kangaroo Land for the military exercises. Here on your means they have never seen. Are there any cards that can be kept out of their way that will keep them safe and won't receive too much damage? Nauseate them in advance? Several other people in the cabin also turned their eyes to it. Yes, a light smile appeared on Su-jin's face. Is it okay to accidentally kill a few? Chapter 179, Middle and Bottom Tier Warrior. I really want to get better too much Shota Koten who eats bird poop. Hearing Su-jin's words, the crowd froze slightly. Then they looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise and doubt. Even Exley was a little surprised. He had originally just asked casually, but he didn't expect Su-jin to actually give a response. And it sounds like there's a real response to it. Ainsley secretly thought in his heart, just how many other cards does Su-jin have on him that we don't know about? The question swirled in his mind. This time, a similar thought arose in the minds of almost everyone in the cabin at the same time. They looked at Su-jin's calm face, their hearts filled with curiosity and anticipation. But just as Su-jin's second sentence reached their ears, Ainsley, however, glanced helplessly at Su-jin. Traveling across continents, the sea route is no less dangerous. Since the footpad's chicken chose the sea route, there will surely be quite a few higher warriors on board, and the contestants will surely be closely protected as well. It's enough to be disgusting and cause a little trouble. This statement immediately caused a strong reaction in the crowd. The crowd agreed. One of the militant fighters stepped forward and said, if we want to them, we have ways to do it. The reason why they didn't go that far is that they still want to go up and beat them into submission on the front side. Let them compete so they have a chance to stomp their flag underfoot. Immediately after, a conservative also pressed his point. There was a hint of eagerness on his face, and his eyes revealed a gleam of longing. Why don't we just finish them off? Anyway, on the open sea, there are so many ferocious beasts, it's normal to encounter some accidents. If we move fast enough, they won't even have a chance to report. Here's the deal. I'll be the spearhead. I'll piss them off and just wait for them to strike at me. When he finished, the man looked at the crowd with expectant eyes. The eagerness was almost as if the words "I want to get credit, I want to get ahead" were written on his face. The crowd was speechless as they looked at him in that manner. Even the always stoic Su-jin had some difficulty straining himself and sighed secretly in his heart. Now that's a wasp conservative. Other people's conservatives are really conservative. A little loss? Nothing. Just stay alive. Just don't break your foundation. The conservatives in our family are often too conservative for the radicals. But, when the opponent is a footpad chicken, it all just makes perfect sense. After all, hate a disgusting country and a bad-to-the-bone humanoid race. Need a reason? To calm internal troubles and solve external ones, we still need restraint now. Before the Dongfeng 35 comes out, before the ferocious beasts in the country are fully controlled, such words should not be said again. At that moment, Ainsley's voice came with a few hints of laughter amidst the seriousness. But on hearing this, the agitation of the crowd was not quelled. Instead, it was more and more invigorating. Everyone's mind is reeling. Which leaders do you know? And which higher-level people do you have a better relationship with? Go and walk around yourself at that time. In case you do have to do it, can you be a pioneer yourself? After all, this credit of first boarding is the first of the 4 major military credits, especially generals whose positions haven't changed in years. At this time the idea of wanting to get ahead and make a mark was even more impossible to describe. A few moments passed, Sujin asked a general who was suffering from constipation to ask for some highly effective croton. Then he crushed the croton. Feed it to some flying ferocious beasts whose intestines and anuses have not been modified into machinery. Immediately after, the crowd gathered around the radar display, concentrating. Just on the edge of the 055 destroyer's radar range, the fleet from Footpad's Chicken is heading towards Kangaroo Land. This country doesn't have the usual powerful 055 destroyer force that Exley has, so when it comes to choosing a sea route, it can be very well equipped. For example, all the contestants are now all on top of the Kaga. The Kaga is surrounded by dozens of battleships. There were Abukuma-class frigates, there were Moya-class destroyers, and there were Vajra-class destroyers. It even says that there are 2 Cthulhu-class submarines just below the surface. Being so equipped can be considered armed to the teeth. Only, what they don't know is this. There are times when quantity really isn't the key to everything. Quality is what it is. They have this seemingly high defense level fleet. Under the radar of the 055 destroyer, the properties of all these battleships, how many people are on the battleships in total, what ranks they all have, where they are now, what they are doing and what they are saying, everything, whenever Ainsley wanted, all can be shown on the radar display. Just for example, on a frigate, a group of relatively short and massively thin lords were watching the water. Its eyes revealed a few moments of disbelief. Next moment, under the intentional control of these people, puff, the water rippled in a circle. Several monstrous fish species, ferocious beasts that had reached level 50. It seemed to have sensed the disgusting aura emanating from these people. Like a sharp arrow it lunged directly towards them. However, the strength of these guys should not be underestimated. Just the blink of an eye. They then reacted quickly. Various skills flashed with light, and weapons swung with a harsh wind sound. These ferocious beasts were quickly cleaned up under their attacks. Gentlemen, get your spirits up. We are determined to win this championship. A man with a sword came up behind them, his voice steady and strong. Hi! All of them immediately stood up straight, and the light in their eyes flickered. They know that this competition is crucial for them. All must give their all and fight for the honor of their country. General Showdown, we don't have to be so nervous. One of them spoke up, an easy smile on his face. The veteran team has Asashoryu and Koji Iwasaki, and the new team has Kentaro, so it must be a sure thing that these two teams will win the championship. He sounded confident, as if the title was already in their pocket. Hear that? Shota Koten nodded, a smile on his face, as they Footpad's Chicken and Eagle Sauce have joined forces to get Kangaroo Nation to change the rules. According to today's rules, the contestants of the Footbath Chicken can be incredibly strong. In particular, Aso Yuki, Koji Iwasaki, and Kentaro are the most central. It can be said that every one of them is a genius among geniuses. All are just that much closer to being out of the rules. It's a secret weapon that Foot Locker has prepared specifically to win the championship. Snap! It was also at this time. An unknown object landed near Shota Koten's mouth. He also unconsciously licked the area around his lips when he felt the foreignness around them. The stuff was slimy and carried a strange odor. Shota Koten frowned, a sense of foreboding welling up in his heart. He slowly raised his head to the sky. Only a group of black shadows were seen hovering in the sky, and slightly behind these dark figures, about where their asses would be, a mass of white was being pulled out. Those white objects stood out in the sunlight as if they were a provocation to the fleet below. But who in their right mind would design some defense specifically to protect against bird poop? So, the sound of snapping and snapping resounded above one battleship after another. The sound was crisp and abrupt, breaking the otherwise tranquil silence. Some landed on people's heads, some on their noses, some above the muzzles of the guns. It's bird! Someone exclaimed. There was surprise and disgust in that voice, as if he had seen the most disgusting thing in the world. Shota Koteng's face was simply too ugly, so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. He raised his head angrily and looked at the black shadows still hovering in the sky, itching to shoot them all down immediately. However, he also knew that it was just a helpless vent, when out on a mission, especially when a superior is nearby. If you act without receiving military orders, he can't afford the consequences of that. And so, Shota Koten could only walk towards the cabin with an incredibly bad mood.